Family, I, Lin Quan Yi, have crossed over to become the underdog of the Uchiha clan. Just as I bound to the lottery system, I ran into the night of the massacre. The system ordered me to kill Uchiha Itachi, rewarding me with the Rinnegan. If I refuse, it'll be erased. I was instantly killed by Itachi's shadow clone 3 times, but with the resurrection armor, I stood up again and jumped right back into the fight for the second round. Let me tell you, I went straight for him with the resurrection armor. I saw Itachi's handsome face go from cold to one of shock, and I grinned. Itachi, round 2, let's go. Goodness, this is truly absurd, and it all started when I first opened my eyes. When I opened my eyes, the ceiling was gone, and I was no longer on my comfortable mattress, but lying on a hard wooden floor that hurt. I wondered where my bed was. As I pushed off the ground to sit up, a sharp pain shot through my stomach. Looking down, I saw a big gash in my clothes surrounded by sticky stuff. I touched it with my hand, then looked under the moonlight. Anyone understand this? My hands were covered in blood. My mind went blank, and then a flood of chaotic memories rushed in, almost causing me to pass out. Once I gathered myself, I was dumbfounded. I, Lin Quan Yi, a quality young man who graduated and was unemployed, and who had just been dumped by my girlfriend of 4 years, actually crossed over into the world of Naruto, becoming a part of the Uchiha clan. Looking down at the fan symbol on my clothes, I fell silent. Alright, Uchiha is Uchiha. At least this new body looks just as handsome as I did in my past life, which is what matters most. I quickly skimmed through this guy's memories. Wow, another beautiful tragedy. No, wait, just a beautiful tragedy, not strong at all. This year he's 8 years old, shares my name, and is also called Quan Yi. His parents are long gone, and his grades in ninja school are consistently at the bottom. Forget about comparing him to genius Niji. Even Sasuke, who is a year younger, can easily wipe the floor with him. The memories were filled with the sounds of classmates mocking him, Uchiha waste, the underdog, making my fists clench. Just today, he was provoked by a civilian classmate and got one-shotted, returning home in shame amidst the disdainful gazes of his classmates. And then this guy sat on his bed without saying a word. Darkness engulfed him, and his memories went blank. Then I arrived. This is too ridiculous. This guy didn't even know how he died? As I questioned my life, a ding sound echoed in my mind. It's here. The essential golden finger for all crossers has arrived. Supreme Lottery System binding successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving the initial gift package. I was so excited, I almost jumped up, quickly calling out of my mind. System. System. A sweet female voice responded. I'm here, host. No need to shout so loudly. I didn't care about that, and hurriedly asked what the gift package contained. The system explained that it was a beginner's benefit, capable of drawing top-tier items. Without hesitation, I started tapping vigorously on the glowing screen that appeared before me. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the unique skill Eternal Izanagi. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the special skill Reconnaissance Technique. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the special item Teleportation Scroll. I quickly checked the skill descriptions, and when I did, I nearly took off. Eternal Izanagi. Set an anchor point within a 1,000-meter range to record your full health and chakra status. If you die, you immediately resurrect at that point with your status returned to the moment of recording. The key is there's no cooldown, no cost. Anyone who understands this knows. Isn't this just an infinite revival cheat? Danzo and Obito would be crying in the bathroom. They lose an eye using theirs while I get it for free. From now on, anyone who fights me will be left questioning their lives. How come this kid's health bar is locked? The other 2 skills were more standard. Reconnaissance Technique, a common feature in online games, allowing me to view others' information, and Teleportation Scroll, which is a 20-second cast time and is a one-time use item, seemed a bit useless. After tallying up my godly cheat, I was filled with ambition, shouting into the air, "Don't worry, Quan Yi. From today onward, I am you. Anyone who has bullied you, will make them pay double." With my over-the-top declaration finished, I decided to step outside and figure out where this blood on me came from. As soon as I pushed open the door, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly sent me reeling. I steeled myself and walked onto the street, and my legs turned to jelly. The entire street was littered with bodies, Uchiha clan members, many of whom I recognized from my memories. This scene was like a high-definition remake of hell. My heart sank as a terrifying thought crossed my mind. At that moment, a cold voice came from above. There's still someone alive. I stiffly looked up and saw a figure crouched on a telephone pole. In the moonlight, those scarlet eyes slowly rotated with 3 tomo. The moment our eyes met, the system in my mind sounded a red alert, detected that the host is about to face a lethal threat. Main quest activated. Welcome to the night of the massacre. Enjoy your game. Immediately, a quest panel popped up. Main quest, kill Uchiha Itachi. Reward, Rinnegan. I wanted to curse. Kill who? Uchiha Itachi, the #1 brother sucker in the ninja world? With my level 9 combat prowess? System, did you drink fake wine? I tentatively asked. Hey, System, can I decline this quest? The System's voice was sweet as ever. Sure, but there's a small penalty memory erasure. Return to the origin. In simple terms, it meant 2 words. Erasure. All right, you win. I gritted my teeth and roared in my mind. High risk, high reward Lin Quan Yi, am in. Except, as soon as I finished shouting, the figure on the telephone pole seemed taken aback, probably wondering if this kid was scared silly. But he clearly didn't have time to ponder in the next moment. He vanished from my sight. The next second, I felt a coldness pierce my chest, looking down to see a knife had gone through me. Damn, I was instantly killed. I didn't even see him. As you can see, host, you have died, and there are 57 seconds until resurrection. The system calmly reported. Lying on the ground, with my eyes wide open, I locked onto Itachi, not far away, and decisively activated reconnaissance technique. Name, Uchiha Itachi level, semi-Kage current. Hostile level, 87 status. Shadow clone WoW, an 87 level shadow clone, rated as unmatched. How am I supposed to fight this? I quickly checked my own panel. Level 9, chakra 0, 15 bars, and my shadow clone technique barely passed. This data was downright shameful. The system didn't forget to add insult to injury, popping up 3 side quests for me to choose from. Option 1. Eliminate this shadow clone within 3 minutes, then go kill Danzo. Reward, Manjiki Sharingan. Option 2. Eliminate the shadow clone within 10 minutes, then escape with Obito. Reward, Yamada style would release. Option 3. Survive under Itachi's shadow clone for 5 minutes. Reward, Totemo Sharingan. I was directly amused. Kill Danzo. With my head, I could barely take out a shadow level opponent, and I still need her Manjiki? Escape with Obito? That guy just soloed the police force tonight. Am I asking for death by going near him? I choose 3. I said without hesitation. Outside, barely a minute had passed. My corpse twitched, and in Itachi's shocked gaze, I wobbled back to my feet. Itachi's pupils dilated. He must have checked I was clearly dead. He tightened his grip on the knife, his voice strained. Who are you? I touched my undamaged chest and smiled widely. My name is Uchiha Izumi. Itachi clearly had no patience for small talk. In a flash, he struck again, thrusting his knife this time at my neck. In the next moment, I staggered back to my feet, pulling a shuriken from my backpack, leading to the earlier scene. I bare my teeth at him. Itachi, let's start the second round. Itachi was genuinely bewildered now, staring intently at the wound on my neck that had healed instantly. His expression was priceless. He must be questioning his life choice show. Could a bottom-tier ninja from the academy not die no matter how hard he tried? It was completely overturning his worldview. But in my mind, everything was crystal clear. His shadow clone didn't have much chakra, so he kept using the most efficient method, his knife skills. To ensure a fatal blow, he targeted all my vital points, heart, neck, head. I had died 3 times, each time with him stabbing through the back of my head. That feeling, wow. But the more he did this, the greater my opportunity. As long as I could predict his attacks and avoid a fatal hit, I could survive a little longer. He clearly understood this as well and decided to test the limits of my ability. He formed hand seals, and a massive fireball engulfed my face. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Damn, no honor in battle. I was swallowed by the fireball, but in the next second, I emerged unscathed. I provocatively smiled at him. Itachi, this temperature isn't even enough for a massage. Itachi's face darkened further. He gripped his knife again, his figure moving so fast that it left after images, charging at me once more. Now's my chance. I silently counted in my mind. 1, 2. The moment that cold killer intent approached, I leaped upward. Thud! The blade inevitably pierced through my body, but this time, it was my abdomen. Blood sprayed wildly, and the pain made me convulse, but inside I was overjoyed. It worked. I succeeded. I predicted his attack and traded a non-fatal wound for precious survival time. Uchiha Itachi looked at the knife embedded in my stomach, his eyes filled with astonishment. He must be thinking this guy actually avoided a fatal blow. Of course, if I couldn't even dodge this, then what was the point of being a traveler? You said, that weasel is such a sly one. He actually left the knife in without pulling it out, just wanted to see how I escaped from death. Boy guy, watching the show here. Blood is flowing down like it's worthless. My face is turned as pale as A4 paper. But since he didn't go for the kill, that's just what I want. I intentionally asked him, Weasel, what are you dawdling around for? To my surprise, he pretended to be indifferent and coldly replied, your abilities are strong, but you are too weak. I thought to myself, just wait, once my CD is ready, let's see who is weak. I simply ignored him and silently counted to 10 in my mind. He thought I had no response after a long time and even pulled his knife out a bit, trying to make me feel more pain. Hiss. This guy is really ruthless. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. Mission completed. Would you like to claim your reward? It's here. It's here. I shouted in my heart. Yes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bloodline limit. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 experience points, level 5. Let me tell you, in that moment, I felt like I had transcended. Although my body was incredibly weak, I still flashed a villainous smile at Itachi Uchiha. I said, I'm waiting for CD. What are you waiting for? As soon as I finished speaking, Izanagi was activated. My figure vanished in an instant. Itachi was left stunned, staring at the empty space ahead, probably overloading his CPU. When I reappeared, his shadow clone's chakra was almost depleted. It was clear he was about to run away. He must have been thinking that he still needed to meet Danzo, and couldn't let things fall apart here. Just then, my system chimed again. Goodness, a side quest with 3 options. Option 1. Destroy his shadow clone and chase after the real body. Option 2. Destroy his shadow clone and go find Danzo. Both of these options sounded pretty normal, but the rewards were just okay. But option 3 was something else. Destroy the shadow clone, then stand in place and shout that I succeeded, with the reward being Might Guy's ambition. Folks, who understands this? Although this mission has a bit of a shameful play aspect, and I have no idea what the reward is, I just love to have fun and aim for companionship. Without hesitation, I interrupted the system. I choose 3. Okay, now I can make my move. It wasn't that I couldn't beat his shadow clone before. It was just that there was no mission, and I don't do things that don't benefit me. Even milking a sheep has to follow basic rules, right? Watching Itachi's shadow clone run out of chakra, unable to use body flicker technique, it could only rely on its 2 legs to escape. Want to run? No way. I threw a few shurikens over. He turned around and blocked them all with a single blade, the sound of metal clashing echoing as his eyes burned with rage. Hey, you want to counterattack? Then let's do it again. He charged at me with his sword, and with a thud, the same formula, the same spot, my chest was pierced again. But this time he miscalculated. I didn't activate Izanagi. Instead, I firmly grabbed his arm that was holding the sword. Then I slowly lifted my head. Sharingan? He looked into my eyes, seeing those 2 Tomo, and his whole being trembled. He must have realized that my ability was too similar to their clan's forbidden technique. Izanagi. A thought definitely flashed through his mind. Grab me. Unfortunately, it was too late. I heard a sizzling sound near my ear. It was the explosive tag I had stuck to myself. I shouted excitedly at him. It's over. Art is. His face changed dramatically, and he tried to break free from my heavy iron lock. But it was too late. Explosion. Boom. The soaring flames instantly engulfed both of us. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Uchiha Itachi's real body, who was chatting with the 3rd Hokage, suddenly shuddered all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 3rd Hokage noticed his reaction and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Itachi, struggling to contain his shock, lowered his head and said, "Hokage-sama, I apologize. My shadow clone has been taken care of." I can tell you, he must have been in turmoil at that moment. A student from ninja school was actually able to replace his shadow clone, which is simply absurd. Especially my last move, a mutual destruction technique, was quite clever. He must have been conflicted about whether to go back and check. But he couldn't. Sasuke's life was in the hands of the 3rd Hokage. So this ultimate brother complex and scheming boy quickly came up with a countermeasure. He told the 3rd Hokage, "Lord Hokage, I sent a shadow clone to deal with the ordinary people in the outer area, but it was resolved by a child. Please give me another chance." The old man, the 3rd Hokage, began to ponder. To be able to defeat Itachi's shadow clone, at least it had to be a special jonin, right? A child? Is this dissatisfaction with the village? Forget it. He decided to keep me around for observation. He told Itachi, "All right, Itachi, just like Sasuke, let that child stay too." Upon hearing this, Itachi knew the old man misunderstood, but he couldn't take the risk. Sasuke's life was the most important. To deepen this misunderstanding and to limit my future growth, he started to intensify the training for me. He raised his head and seriously said, "Lord Hokage, that child has incredible talent. He opened his Sharingan before the age of 10. His strength is formidable, definitely not inferior to 10's. My shadow clone was directly blown up by him." Wow. The 3rd Hokage was directly shocked. "What did you say?" Although he found it unbelievable, the old man actually believed it. After all, Itachi was a good kid who never lied in his eyes. A child who could blow up Itachi's shadow clone posed a huge threat. Seeing this opportunity, Itachi continued to up the ante, covering his eyes with his hair. making it hard to see his expression, and said in a deep voice, according to the feedback from the shadow clone, "The opponent's power has surpassed that of a special Jonin." All right, the old man understood. He sighed. What's his name? Uchiha Izumi. The third Hokage closed his eyes, feeling troubled. Although he wanted to eliminate me as a potential threat, there wasn't enough time. He could only keep me around, hoping to brainwash me with his will of fire. It was getting close to dawn. You should leave now. The third Hokage issued an eviction order. Yes. Sasuke, I'm counting on you. Itachi took one last look, surely thinking in his heart, Sasuke, forgive me. And Uchiha Izumi, I'm sorry, I have to leave everything to Sasuke, including my life. The next second, he disappeared in an instant. On the other side, I sat down on the ground, feeling exhilarated. That explosive tag, just now, was the only relic I found from the original owner's home. Fortunately, it worked. I took advantage of his underestimation of my abilities, and at the moment he attacked me, I activated my Sharingan to see through the trajectory, avoided the fatal blow, and then hugged him tightly. Boom. Perfect. All right, let us tally the rewards. System, claim the reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Might Guy's Ambition. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,500 experience points. Level 12. System, no experience from shadow clones? No, only the main body drops experience. All right then. I quickly looked at Might Guy's Ambition, and upon reading the description, I was stunned. After equipping it, I gained all the abilities from Might Guy's Genin period. Genin period? Isn't this just a youthful version of Rock Lee? It's tasteless to consume, but a pity to discard. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's open the attribute panel. My level has risen to 26, and my chakra is still pitifully low, but I've gained a physical technique skill. The most important thing is that my lottery draws have accumulated to 26 times. System, let's start the lottery now. Not available right now. The system suddenly gave me a warning. Friendly reminder. A ninja is rapidly approaching the host. I was taken aback. Who? As soon as I finished speaking, a masked figure with silver hair appeared in front of me. Indeed, my intuition was sharp. He spoke. I'm a member of the Hokage's Direct Umbu, codename Coldblood. You're safe now. I looked at his familiar silver hair and already had a hunch. Isn't this just Kakashi of the Sharingan? After one night of destruction, I've almost seen all the popular characters. I secretly cast a reconnaissance technique on him. Name, Hatake Kakashi. Rank, Jonin. Level, 69. Evaluation, 1 step away. It really is you, the first measuring unit of Konoha. I immediately channeled the spirit of the Oscar-winning actor, my face filled with pain as I asked what was going on. Everyone is dead. Kakashi looked at my heartbroken expression, paused for a moment, and finally told me the truth. It was your clansman, Itachi Uchiha. Come with me. I'll take you to see Lord Hokage. Okay. I stammered in response and followed him. When we arrived at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at me, sighed, and pretended to ask my name, saying he was also very sorry. Then he started to probe me. Child, what are your plans for the future? This old fox, I had already thought of how to respond. I lifted my head, my eyes filled with hatred. Lord Hokage, I want to work hard to become stronger, and then personally kill that man. That's right. I directly quoted Sasuke's original words. As a clan extermination orphan, taking on the role of a revenger was the most stable character setting. Sure enough, both the third Hokage and Kakashi fell silent. It seemed my move had worked. Just then, the door was pushed open with a bang, and the old schemer Danzo barged in, staring at me. So this is the Uchiha's orphan? The third Hokage slammed the table in anger. Danzo, watch your attitude. Does anyone understand? These two old men are playing good cop and bad cop. Kakashi quickly pulled me away. Before leaving, I casually cast a reconnaissance technique on these two big names. Saratobi Hiruzen, Kage level, hostile. Shimura Danzo, Kage level, hostile. Sure enough, none of them are good. I can't trust a word that old man says. Kakashi dropped me off at a temporary residence and left. It was almost dawn, but I wasn't sleepy at all, feeling extremely excited. Rubbing my hands together, I started to draw. System, let's do 2 10 pulls first. System is drawing. Congratulations. The host has obtained Kunai 10, Shuriken 35, Explosive Tag 27, Rock Lee Spandex 1, Skill, Fire Style, Fireball Technique 1, Skill, Phoenix Fire Technique 2, Skill, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough 1. The first few items were junk until the last 2 prompts sounded. Skill, Lightning Style, Chidori Sharp Spear, a rank 1. Item, Three Tails Beast Ball, S rank 1. Goodness, I hit the jackpot. An S rank one-time weapon and an A rank Chidori Sharp Spear. Although the system says I haven't mastered the nature transformation of lightning style, using this technique means I have to release it, otherwise it will hurt myself, which is equivalent to having a skill without proficiency, but it's enough to use. I exchanged the excess of balsam fire and that green skin-tight suit for experience, and my level rose by 2 levels, reaching level 28. Looking at my refreshed attribute panel, I noticed a bunch of new skills in the ninjutsu slot, and there was a tailed beast orb in my backpack as a trump card. I nodded in satisfaction. Although I was still a bit short on experience to reach Chunin, I was being watched by the Umbu, so I could only lay low for now. However, I thought to myself that just laying low wasn't TA solution. I needed to find a way to do some side quests to grind for experience. Moreover, I had to make a trip back to the Uchiha clan's home. I tell you, the third Hokage and Danzo, those 2 old men, are definitely taking advantage of the chaos. Right now, they must be with the Umbu raiding the Uchiha clan, going for zero-cost purchases, grabbing scrolls and secret techniques, practically scraping the ground clean. So a curfew is necessary. Otherwise, if the villagers see this, it would be a disaster. I can only wait here in this broken house, twiddling my thumbs. Just when I was feeling bored, in the Hokage office, those 2 old geezers were about to flip the table. They were glaring at each other like fighting cocks. An Umbu came in to report, saying that all the Uchiha's belongings had been accounted for, and the bodies had been taken away. The third Hokage waved his hand to lift the curfew, and then continued to confront Danzo. The third said, "Danzo, you've gone too far this time, making us very passive." Danzo let out a cold snort, implying that without him, they wouldn't even know where they were. The third told him to get lost and avoid the heat, but this old man took advantage of the situation and said, "Fine, but I have to take Uchiha Izumi with me." Wow, is he eyeing me? The third finally showed some backbone and directly refused. Impossible. So many people saw him alive today. Don't make it hard for me. Danzo wanted to use the excuse of the cursed seal to argue, but he was shot down by a glare from the third, with an imposing aura. "Get lost. I'm the Hokage. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job." On the other side, as soon as the curfew was lifted, I immediately slipped out. I changed into a new outfit, pushed open the door, and the sunlight poured over me. Breathing in the fresh air felt like stepping into another world. To avoid being surrounded by villagers like a gorilla, I specifically chose the less crowded side of the Nanga River, making my way to the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon arriving at the entrance of the clan, looking at that huge fan symbol, who understands? Even though I've traveled here. As soon as the original owner's memory surfaced, my heart felt heavy. The system even unusually popped up to ask me, "Host, you seem to be in a bad mood." I said yes, after all, it's south the place where I grew up. It even encouraged me. Why not go in and take a look? I looked at the no entry seal on the door, sighed, and crawled in underneath. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. The lively streets in my memory were now nothing but a mess and outlines of human shapes drawn in white chalk. Suddenly, there was a loud thunderclap from the sky, and just like that, a torrential downpour began. I stood in the rain, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. I told the system, it's no longer about the mission, Itachi Uchiha. I have to take him down myself. Killing my father and mother, this can't be forgiven. This is a personal grudge. After saying that, I rushed in. I initially wanted to take advantage of the situation to grab some loot, but I found everything cleaner than my own face. These guys really left me nothing, not even the valuable furniture. I searched through 7 or 8 places, but found nothing at all. Just when I was feeling disappointed, I saw a small figure in the distance, standing at the entrance of the clan leader Fugako Uchiha's house, completely soaked like a drowned rat. I got closer and took a look. "Oh, isn't this the second pillar?" I called out, "Long time no see, Sasuke." The kid was startled, turned around abruptly, and, after recognizing me, rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, You are Izumi? You're still alive?" I said, "Yeah, I'm still alive, but everyone else is dead, killed by your good brother." As soon as I finished speaking, the system chimed in. Side quest released. Make Uchiha Sasuke feel pain. Quest reward. ItachiAgain. I laughed at that moment. Uchiha Itachi's tears? Huh, can a steel-straight man like you even cry? As a result, when Sasuke heard me directly mention his brother, he exploded on the spot, yelling at me, saying I don't understand anything, that I'm an orphan and can't possibly comprehend the pain of losing a loved one. He also said that even if his brother was wrong, it wasn't my place to butt in. I originally thought not to argue with a little brat, but then his next sentence completely broke my defenses. "You a bottom feeder? Think you're worthy of touching the Uchiha legacy? I'm the son of the clan leader. Everything here should belong to me. All right, this kid really deserves a beating." My expression immediately turned cold. At this time, the second pillar was just a spoiled brat, prickly all over, not cute at all. Forget it. Let's just break his legs first. I tell you, as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I had already moved. In a flash, I was in front of him. With a punch, I sent him flying, and he rolled on the ground for more than 10 turns before coming to a stop. He struggled to get up, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. I can't believe I was defeated by a bottom feeder. I must not have been prepared. He thought I had ambushed him, but when he looked up, he found I had vanished. Just as he was puzzled, my cold voice whispered in his ear, "What are you looking at?" He mechanically turned his head, only to see me silently appear beside him, instantly scaring him stupid. Fear and humiliation erupted in an instant, and he let out a roar as he charged at me. I sidestepped, and with a backhand, punched him in the stomach, then grabbed his collar and landed several punches, turning his handsome face into a pig's head. Seeing him completely give up resistance, I casually threw him on the ground and coldly said, "Do you know why you can't win? Because your suffering isn't enough." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was live-streaming with his crystal ball. Noticing something was off, he immediately shouted, "Get someone! Hurry and stop Uchiha Izumi." A silver-haired Umbu, wearing a mask, appeared in an instant and disappeared upon receiving the order. Back at the scene, Sasuke was lying on the ground, his body convulsing, his face so swollen that he couldn't feel it. He mumbled, "How can he be this strong? Just like Uchiha Itachi. Isn't the pain enough?" Then he suddenly looked up and yelled at me, "What right do you have to say that to me? Didn't you also get let go by my brother?" I shook my head and commented, "The wailing of the weak." Then I turned to leave. As a result, this guy was still unconvinced. I don't know where he got the strength from, but he forced himself to stand up, formed hand seals, and launched a surprise attack from behind, conjuring a fireball. Without even looking back, I slowly turned around and extended my right hand, Chidori sharp spear. A blue lightning bolt sliced his fireball in half, and, incidentally, took off half the roof of his house. At that moment, Juzi was completely dumbfounded, muttering, "Impossible, my fireball was cut in half." I walked towards him step by step, pulling out a shuriken from my ninja tool pouch. "You're really too weak. Let me end your suffering." He was so frightened that he retreated while crying for mercy. "No, don't kill me. I was wrong." Just as I was about to let him feel true despair, a furious roar came down from the sky. "Stop." Immediately, a figure blocked my path. It was the Umbu. Seeing that iconic silver hair, I recognized him instantly. It was Kakashi. However, I didn't expose him, just instinctively activated my Sharingan to lock onto him. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for successfully shattering Uchiha Sasuke's pride and making him feel pain. Task completed. Do you wish to receive the reward?" "Receive?" I silently thought. "Great. Itachi Uchiha's tears are in hand." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Kakashi, you came just in time. I was really afraid I might accidentally kill him, and Itachi would come back at night to seek revenge on me. This worked out perfectly. Task completed, reward in hand. Feeling good. I just realized that the old man's crystal ball has been watching the whole time. I was live-streaming the entire event. How careless of me." Kakashi looked at my Sharingan and said, "No wonder Sasuke is no match for you. Let him go. The Uchiha clan is down to just the two of you." I snorted and walked over to scan Sasuke with my reconnaissance technique. Level 15, severely injured, evaluation, evenly matched. It's hilarious with this level. How did he manage to knock off Itachi's forehead protector? This is true love. Kakashi became tense as he saw me approach, his left eye revealing the Sharingan, warning me, "If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll have to invite you to the Umbu for some tea." I glanced at him and asked, "Why do you have a Sharingan?" He remained silent. I didn't press further. After all, I had achieved my goal today. I focused on Sasuke behind him, and as the Sharingan spun, I said in a deep voice, "Consider yourself lucky, Uchiha Sasuke. You're too weak from now on. Bow your head and behave in front of me. From this moment on, Itachi Uchiha is mine. If you want to take revenge personally, come find me after you get stronger." With that, I turned and walked away. After I left, Sasuke got up from the ground. His expression had changed, and he gritted his teeth and swore, "Power. I want to obtain power. Ni-san and Uchiha Izumi. One day, I will trample you all underfoot." Back at the place arranged for me by the third Hokage, I quickly checked today's gains. That Uchiha Itachi's tears. Let me tell you, it's simply a BUG. It's an equipment that takes effect immediately upon equipping, allowing one to gain all the abilities of Itachi during his CH period, with attributes directly overriding the original. ISNT this the Legendary Master Experience card. When I looked at the panel, my level shot up to level 30, officially becoming a CH Nin. This was a huge profit. Next, I must find a way to graduate early. Otherwise, being monitored every day is too annoying. 3 days later, I returned to the ninja school. As soon as I entered the classroom, I heard a bunch of little brats chattering about the Uchiha massacre. A troublemaker named Mutu Tsukikage, a commoner, was usually jealous of us from big clans, especially disliked me, and today he was particularly lively. As soon as I walked in, he blocked my way and sarcastically said, "Oh, isn't this our rich family's tail end? I heard all your family members have died, right?" The people around also began to whisper. I frowned and scanned him with my reconnaissance skill. Level 12, what a trash. I couldn't be bothered with him and tried to walk past. But this guy directly reached out to block me, saying in an extremely annoying tone, "Did this Grandmaster let you go? I heard your whole family was killed by Uchiha Itachi. How did you, a nobody, manage to survive? Did you kneel and beg him? How about this? You kneel down and perform for me, and I'll let you pass." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent. Who understands, if this were 2025, someone would definitely sew his mouth shut. I was furious at that moment, my face instantly turning cold. "You're asking for death." He was still jumping around. "Everyone look." The rich kid at the bottom is angry. Watching his clown-like performance made me laugh in anger. "Fine, today I'll show you what cruelty really is." I was just about to take action when a loud shout came from the door. "Enough, all of you stop." Our class teacher, a chunin, rushed in, grabbed me, and started scolding me fiercely. Then he pointed at the others and said, "If you want to fight, fine. I'll arrange for you to face each other in the practical class later to settle this." I let out a cold laugh and glanced at the gravekeeper. He shot me a provocative look and mouthed, "Just wait." The teacher hurriedly finished the theory class and announced, "Next is the practical class. Gather on the playground in pairs for sparring. Winners will receive a kunai." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt I had been eagerly anticipating sounded. It presented me with 3 options. Option 1, make him understand that being foul-mouthed is a sickness, and if he has poor teeth, he shouldn't bite people at random, with a reward based on the damage I inflict on him. Option 2, prove that I am the strongest in the class, with a reward of 10 consecutive draws. Option 3, report to the teacher, with a reward of leveling up. Was there even a choice? I let out a cold laugh and silently thought, I choose 1. "Huh, you definitely haven't experienced my pain. I can hardly wait." On the playground, a group of boys was gathering. Among them, a boy in a black short-sleeved shirt stood out remarkably. Let me tell you, this guy is ridiculously handsome, but he has this unapproachable aura all over him. He walks all alone at the back of the group, as if he is not familiar with the whole world. Just then, a few punks behind started causing trouble. Shouting tail end at him. "Hey, Uchiha Izumi, why are you walking so slowly? Are you scared?" The leader, Mutu Tsukado, signaled, and one of his lackeys named Haruki got the hint and sneakily threw a punch at our protagonist's back. What happened next? Let me tell you, in the blink of an eye, Izumi's gaze suddenly turned icy. He shifted his body to dodge. With a reverse grab, he caught the punch. It was a crisp crack. For those who understand, that kid's arm was bent at a right angle. That scream immediately attracted the attention of the practical class teacher. This teacher is also a heavyweight. He rushed over and yelled to let him go. Without saying a word, he slapped Izumi. Goodness, I could tell right away that this teacher was incredibly biased. Izumi's mind buzzed, and memories flooded back. On the night of the massacre, it was this guy who forced the original host to leave school early. Got it. This was arranged by the higher-ups of Konoha, all to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Izumi couldn't hold back anymore. He blocked the punch and casually threw the arm-broken Haruki into the teacher's arms like a sack of potatoes. The teacher looked down and saw his beloved studentess' arm bent like a pretzel. His face turned green. He shot an angry glare at Izumi and left a line about choosing opponents freely before rushing the injured student to the hospital. Izumi watched his retreating figure, sneering in his heart, and directly used a reconnaissance technique. Goodness, Watanabe Kenjin, Chunin, hostile. All right, this grudge is settled. The crowd around them erupted in chaos. Wow, can Izumi really beat Haruki? Puffed. Just taking advantage of the situation. Just wait, Tsukado will teach him a lesson. A few girls were swooning, saying Izumi is really handsome. But unfortunately, his strength is lacking. How can he compare to our Sasuke-kun who is both handsome and strong? I really can't take it anymore. At this moment, the main character, Mutu Tsukado, walked over, pointed at Izumi, and started ranting. Bastard, you dare to hurt my people? You orphan whose whole family is dead. What nobility. Today, I'll let you know how we commoners step on you. Oh my, with that attitude, the crowd automatically parted for him. He felt like he was floating, thinking that this fortune was finally his. He yelled and rushed up, swinging a punch at Izumi's face, cursing, "Damn it. I'm so annoyed by guys who are more handsome than me." What happened next? Slap. Crack. 1 second. Just 1 second. Izumi grabbed his wrist, gently twisted it, and another arm was out of commission. But that wasn't the end. The villain died from talking too much, and Izumi didn't give him a chance. That guy had just fallen to the ground rolling when Izumi stepped up and kicked him, breaking his left leg. Just as he was about to shout for help, Izumi lifted his foot and aimed at his other good leg. Crack. Another kick. He then expressionlessly said, "Sorry, I misstepped." I was dumbfounded watching from the side. This guy was all about precise strikes. Seeing that Muto Tsukato was left with only one arm, Izumi walked over, stepped on it, applied a little force, and crack. All limbs were now useless. The whole place fell silent, with only Muto Tsukato's faint whimpering remaining. The group that had been watching, including those from the Inuzuka and Akimichi families, were all stunned. Finally, the pineapple-headed guy from the Nara family reacted, realizing something was wrong, and shouted, "Stop him! Someone's going to get killed." Izumi bent down, looked at the already dazed Muto Tsukato on the ground, and softly said, "Big player among the commoners? Congratulations. You stepped on a nail." As soon as he finished speaking, the so-called noble descendants in the crowd, the youthful version of the pig, deer, butterfly trio, could no longer stand by and stepped forward to play the saint. "That's enough, Izumi. He is your classmate. You're going too far." I was really angry and amused at the same time. Where were you when people were bullying Izumi before? Izumi couldn't be bothered to waste words with them, and with a flash of his figure, he knocked them all down in just a few seconds. Although he didn't kill them, they all lost their ability to move. Then, the most explosive moment came. Izumi opened his eyes, and the two Tomo spun around. Sharingan. The entire place was stunned. That pineapple-headed guy even made a hilarious comment. "If you have Sharingan, why didn't you say it earlier?" I couldn't stop laughing. Just then, the girls started screaming, "It's Sasuke-kun." The second pillar made a dazzling entrance. Everyone thought a savior had arrived, but then Sasuke ran up to Izumi and bowed 90 degrees. "Izumi bro, I didn't know you were busy." The atmosphere became extremely awkward. The place fell silent, and those girls who were fawning over Sasuke just a second ago had their jaws dropped. Talk about a top-tier plot twist. Izumi completely ignored everyone's shock, looked down at the already begging Muto Tsukasa on the ground, and said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will make you live in pain for the rest of your life." After saying that, he slapped Tsukasa's stomach, directly crippling his chakra, leaving him unable to be a ninja for the rest of his life. Killing him would be less painful than this. A notification pinged in his mind. Task completed. Rewards obtained. Feeling great. Izumi wiped his hands clean and said to Sasuke, "You handle the cleanup. Take them to the hospital." After saying that, he turned around and left, keeping his achievements hidden. After the incident, the third Hokage indeed came, scolding our protagonist with a dark face, saying it was a bad influence and that various ninja clans were protesting. Izumi was also stubborn, directly saying if my dad were still here, would they dare? This left the old man speechless. In the end, the result was a 1-month house arrest, with the promise that if he got the top spot this time, he would be allowed to graduate early. During this month, Izumi didn't sit idle. He crazily opened system blind boxes at home, drawing a bunch of treasures, including Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, and his level skyrocketed, far ahead of his peers in stats. A month later, the house arrest was lifted. The new year had passed, just in time for the school's practical exam. Let me tell you, this year's exam was thrilling. They set up a challenge match where whoever could stand until the end would be the top. All the students, parents, and even the third Hokage and Danzo were there. Everyone was discussing, saying that the strongest this year was Niji Hyuga. However, just when the exam started, our protagonist, Izumi Uchiha, arrived leisurely on the scene. I have to tell you, I was standing in the back row, watching those little kids on the field throwing punches and kicks at each other, as if they were just playing around. I almost fell asleep watching them. I thought to myself, Konoha has been at peace for too long. If this were a time of war, these little brats would have been sent off as cannon fodder long ago, with no chance to play ninja games here. Just as I was about to lose my patience and step in to end this farce myself, the crowd suddenly erupted. The Hokage has arrived, and so has Danzo. Goodness. Once these two heavyweight figures appeared, the atmosphere instantly changed. I was just about to move when a white figure suddenly zipped to the center of the arena. Folks, who understands? It's Hyuga Niji, a universally recognized genius. As soon as he opened his Byakugan, that cold gaze was enough to fill the arena with tension. The previously arrogant Inuzuka Kiba was so scared he rolled back to the side. Niji simply said 5 words, "Challenger, Hyuga Niji." Let me tell you, that scene was wild. All the girls in the school were screaming as if they had gone crazy, and the noise almost blew the roof off. Hinata was there cheering for her brother. But unfortunately, her voice was drowned out. Shikamaru was shaking his head beside me, saying it was boring, that it was just starting off with a big move, completely predictable. I silently sighed to myself, Niji, what a pity. This guy in the original script is the epitome of a beautiful, strong, and tragic character, with talent to the max. Yet he was cursed and trapped like a caged bird by the main family for his entire life. And in the end, he died protecting them. Isn't that fate a bit funny? It's a complete tragedy. I was just reflecting on the fact that the battle on the field had ended. Inuzuka Kiba launched a flying kick, and Niji seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, dodging to the side and striking him in the stomach with one palm. It was over. Just one palm strike. Inuzuka Kiba was carried away on a stretcher by the medical team, the whole process taking no more than 5 seconds. Niji stood expressionless in place and coldly uttered 2 words. Next. On the high platform, the old fox Danzo watched Niji with bright eyes and said to the third Hokage, Hiruzen, this kid is impressive. He has darkness in his heart, perfect for my route. The third shook his head and said, he is the last hope of the Hyuga clan. They can't afford to be toyed with right now. Danzo hit a snag and shifted the conversation back to me. When will you give me Uchiha Izumi? The third's face darkened. Don't start with that. If Izumi goes to your hellish place, the Uchiha will truly be extinct. What will the other clans think? The 2 old men were in a heated tug-of-war. At this moment, another hot-headed kid jumped up, sporting an explosive hairstyle, and pointed at Niji's nose, shouting, Hyuga Niji, let's settle this today. People around began to comment that this guy was close to a Chunin level, so there was a good show to watch. As a result, Niji tilted his head and sincerely asked, who are you? Puffed. I almost burst out laughing. Who understands? This is even harsher than a direct slap to the face. The explosive-haired kid broke down right there and charged forward, howling. What happened next? Niji used the same move again, grabbing his fist and swiftly striking his chest with a palm, sending him flying and spitting blood. Another instant defeat. It was all about the one-hit kill, not even worthy of knowing his name. The entire arena fell silent. Kakashi, on a rooftop far away, said to Mike Guy, your choice of seedling is impressive. Guy was beaming with pride. Niji is the most talented I've ever seen. He must be the champion this time. Just when everyone thought no one would dare to challenge again, my little brother, Uchiha Sasuke, walked up coolly amidst the screams of a crowd of girls. Challenger, Uchiha Sasuke. The 2 locked eyes, and the tension was palpable. I thought, hey, this is getting interesting. The 2 old men on the high platform became alert. Danzo said, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, I've heard he is quite good. This young man from the Hyuga clan is in trouble. The third smiled and said, it's rare to see you favor a child. What? Do you have plans for him? Danzo snorted coldly and didn't he respond. On the field, Sasuke first tried to show off by throwing a few shuriken, but Niji opened his Byakugan and dodged them as if he were dancing. Then Niji countered with a soft fist technique, moving at an unbelievable speed. Sasuke was about to make hand signs for a great fireball. But before he could finish half of the signs, Niji's palm had already struck his chest. Puffed. Another mouthful of old blood. Sasuke flew out like a broken kite, his face pale. I shook my head. The gap was too wide. Sasuke was still living in the glory of the past Uchiha, completely outmatched by someone like Niji who had fought his way up through sheer effort. The girls cheering for Sasuke instantly fell silent, each one dumbfounded. I glanced at Niji's stats. Wow. Level 23, definitely Chunin level, no wonder. Alright, the warm-up is over. It's my turn now. Making my entrance at this moment of high attention would maximize the effect, making the third Hokage think twice before acting against me. Just as the referee was about to announce Niji's victory, I stepped out from the crowd, my voice not loud but heard by everyone. Challenger, Uchiha Izumi. Instantly, the whole arena was stunned. Who is this? Seems like another Uchiha. Oh, I remember, that rich family's tail-ender. I had to even reach the stage when Shikamaru grabbed me. Hey, Izumi, are you crazy? That is Hyuga Niji. CHG and Ino beside me also advised, saying Niji plays dirty and looks down on us regulars. If I go up, I'll definitely get beaten. I patted Shikamaru's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, buddy. I'll speedrun it. Wait for my good news. After that, I walked to the center of the arena. On the platform, the third Hokage and Danzo were also stunned. The third Hokage smiled and said, this kid is very hardworking. I promised him that if he takes first place, I'll let him graduate early. Upon hearing this, Danzo squinted his eyes and said, aren't you afraid of another Uchiha Itachi? I'll bet you that he won't be able to defeat Niji in 3 moves. If I win, this kid is mine. The third Hokage agreed without thinking. Alright, I agree. Just as I was confronting Niji, a sound rang in my head, and the system task appeared. Option 1. Use all your strength to defeat the opponent as quickly as possible and announce early graduation. Reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan. Option 2. Give hope first, then despair. Toy with the opponent before defeating them. Reward: level 10. Option 3. Surrender decisively. Rush up and hug the opponent's thigh, begging for mercy. Reward: lottery chances 5. Is there even a need to choose? Women only slow me down for drawing my sword, but a diploma won't. I directly thought. System. I choose option 1. I looked up at Niji and politely asked, "Do you need a break?" He was cool about it and said, "No, I'm in a hurry." "All right, as you wish." As soon as I finished speaking, my momentum erupted instantly, and the oppressive force of my chakra caused Niji's expression to change dramatically. His Byakugan wide-eyed in shock. He struggled to speak. "You are very strong." I reminded him, "Use all your strength or you will die." Niji didn't reply. He directly assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams palm and charged at me, shouting, "Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms." A huge green formation immediately enveloped me. It was indeed quite intimidating, but I just quietly watched him, slowly raising my right hand as a blue electric light wildly gathered in my palm. Chidori Sharp Spear. Zing! A blinding blue laser shot out from my hand, too fast to react, directly piercing through his 8 trigrams formation and brutally stabbing into his abdomen. With a flick of my wrist, I sent him flying, and he landed in the crowd with a thud, fainting on the spot, a fist-sized hole in his stomach. The proctor finally reacted, shouting for someone to hurry and take him to the hospital. The entire venue was dead silent. Everyone was petrified. The legendary rich kid at the bottom of the ranks, with one move, just one move, took out the strongest genius of this generation. The 3 little buddies of Ino were nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. Kakashi, up high, was also in shock, probably wondering who I learned this knockoff Chidori from. My guy had an expression of my youth has ended, questioning life. The proctor trembled as he came forward to announce that I was the champion. Amidst the chaotic applause, I looked up and locked eyes with the 3rd Hokage on the high platform, using all my strength to shout, "Lord Hokage, I apply for early graduation." The system rewards arrived instantly. The 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, and my level skyrocketed to level 39, making me feel incredibly strong. On the high platform, the 3rd Hokage's face turned green, probably cursing Danzo 100 times in his heart. He remained silent for a long time before slowly standing up and saying to me, "Izumi, 3 days from now, the graduation exam will be held here. Don't be late." That evening, I finally dragged my exhausted body home. After the exam, I was forcibly taken by Shikamaru and the others to celebrate with barbecue, but Ino kept pestering me, so I made an excuse and slipped away. I took off my shoes and was about to turn on the light when suddenly, all the hairs on my body stood on end. I felt that there was someone in the pitch-black living room. "Who?" I shouted in a low voice, but no one answered. "Damn, trying to play it cool with me?" I chuckled coldly in my heart, silently setting Izanagi's resurrection point at home, and then I pressed the switch with a snap. The lights turned on, and I saw a man wearing an orange single-hole spiral mask and a black robe with red clouds, sitting nonchalantly on my sofa. My pupils constricted, and my heart skipped a beat. Uchiha Bito? What is this guy doing here? It's worth noting that he was one of the accomplices during the massacre night a month ago. I'm telling you, this guy is too bold. He soloed our Uchiha police force, and now he dares to swagger back to Konoha like it's his own home? He really thinks he's something special with that Kamui? Huh? I coldly replied, "Who are you? What do you want here?" And guess what? He cleared his throat and said, "Hi, I'm a Fae." I was so angry that I laughed. "Go ahead, keep acting. I won't indulge him anymore. Speak plainly, Uchiha Madara." Well, the air under his mask seemed to freeze. He probably didn't expect me to directly expose his true colors. He stopped pretending, and that chilling aura returned as he asked me if Itachi told him. I couldn't be bothered with him. He just kept talking to himself, saying he came to see what the special ability of that clan member in the weasel's mouth was really like. I wanted to roll my eyes at that moment. Finished watching? Hurry up and get lost. I'm telling you, I'm really not crazy. I know what's going on in my heart. This is Konoha. Does he think he could take me out in an instant? Dream on. I've already equipped myself with a backup of Izanagi, so as long as my consciousness is controlled, the system will automatically revive me and counterattack. Unless he has another god or directly activates the infinite Tsukuyami, no one will be effective against me. Who am I afraid of when it comes to stalling for time? When the 3rd Hokage's people arrive, we'll settle both our new and old grievances together. I continued to tease him while crossing my legs. You killed our entire clan. and you dare to swagger in front of me? Aren't you afraid you'll meet your end here today? He seemed quite confident. Hee, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Well, after all, he is the champion of escaping in the ninja world. I'm losing my patience and directly asking him what he really wants. I casually used a reconnaissance technique, and wow, a level 92 shadow in a hostile state. It looks like it's a bit higher level than Itachi's shadow clone. And I don't know where he gets the confidence to provoke my 4th generation idol. If it weren't for Minato rushing home to save his wife back then, I could have figured out his abilities and twisted his head off. He saw that I was silent and couldn't hold back anymore, starting to act all high and mighty like Uchiha Madara, saying that we have no enmity. He knows I'm a genius, and that I'll open the Manjiki Sharingan sooner or later. He asked if I want to team up with him and leave this sad place called Konoha. I had just one expression at that moment, an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Not going. I answered in a very straightforward manner, saying I was doing just fine in Konoha. Defect? Out of my mind? He fell silent. Probably didn't he expect my rejection to be so smooth. His tone instantly turned cold, saying it was really too bad, and before leaving, he sent me a free message, saying the higher-ups in Konoha were going to take action against me. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash, the space twisting. I sat there motionless, pondering in my heart about Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan. What Obito said was probably true, but as for the defection, I really hadn't thought it through. After all, in 4 years, the Shippuden arc will begin, and following Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 chosen ones, won't I be overwhelmed with side quests? But those 4 years of development are bound to be tough. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time and focus on graduating first. As a result, 3 days later, the graduation exam arrived, and it was a big deal. When I got to school, the playground was surrounded by layers of people, as if they were watching monkeys. Those classmates were chattering away, saying all kinds of things, and there were even people from the Hyuga clan there mocking me, saying that my last win against Niji was not legitimate. I couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. Meanwhile, in the root base, that old schemer Danzo was giving a deadly order to one of his Chunin subordinates. Remember, Uchiha Izumi must die. The chief examiner has finally arrived, and one of them is an old acquaintance of mine, the practical course teacher Watanabe Kenjin. P.S. the one whose precious student I once twisted the arm of. The way he looks at me is as if he wants to swallow me whole. The chief examiner announces the rules, which are simple and straightforward. Withstand the attack of a Chunin for 10 minutes. At that moment, my heart sank. There's a mole. May I ask who the opponent is? It's me. Watanabe Kenjin stepped forward, grinning in a sinister way, probably already calculating how to break my limbs. I have completely understood now. That kid Obito really has his ears to the ground. The higher-ups in Konoha, or rather Danzo, can't wait to take me down. The crowd around me, upon hearing that I had to hold out for 10 minutes against the Chunin, immediately exploded with excitement. They all thought I was doomed this time, saying that my moment of cleverness had finally caught up with me. I didn't listen to their nonsense at all, because 3 options popped up in my mind from the system. Let me tell you, each one crazier than the last. Option 1, fight back fiercely, eliminate Watanabe Kenjin immediately, and then run away to the land of rain to join Obito. Reward, Manjiki Sharingan. Option 2, settle old scores along with new ones, kill Watanabe Kenjin quickly, and then go to the Hokage building to complain to the 3rd Hokage. Reward, would release, birth of the world of trees. Option 3, slaughter is destiny. After killing Watanabe Kenjin, immediately go to the clan land to find Uchiha Sasuke and use him as a hostage to negotiate with the higher-ups. Reward, Uzumaki clan bloodline. Who understands, family? This is just forcing me to go crazy on the spot. Manjiki would release Uzumaki bloodline. These rewards are practically telling me to go and kill them right away. Killing a Konoha Nin in front of everyone is like handing the knife directly to Danzo, isn't it? I was in a dilemma. The chief examiner had already left the stage, and Watanabe Kentaro's killing intent was almost tangible. At that moment, I realized, it's death either way. Either I get accidentally killed by him, or I take him down and confront the higher-ups of Konoha directly, rather than passively taking hits. I might as well choose the option most advantageous for me. System, I'm here. I choose 3. Is the host certain? Absolutely. Let us do this. Just as the system panel finished updating, the chief examiner shouted, "Fight begins." I looked at the 32nd level Chunin opposite me, and a cold smile appeared on my face. It seems that Danzo really doesn't take me seriously. The warm-up is over. It's time to send you on your way. I started with a fireball jutsu to test the waters, and he was indeed prepared, using a water barrier to extinguish it, creating a thick cloud of steam. Want to play with poor visibility? In front of my Sharingan, it's just a joke. I directly used Chidori Sharp Spear through the mist, and to my surprise, it was just a water clone. TCH, is that all you've got? I instantly activated my Sharingan, locking onto his real position in the mist, and teleported right to him. With a clang, our kunai clashed, and I pushed him back step by step while he shouted in shock, "You actually activated the Sharingan." Well, of course. How else would I fight you? At that moment, I made up my mind to stop pretending. It was time to end this farce. I deliberately revealed a flaw, allowing him to stab me in the stomach. While he thought he had succeeded and looked completely bewildered, I quickly grabbed him. His expression at that time was like he had seen a ghost. Ha, little ghost. In the end, I still won. No. I leaned close to his ear and coldly said, "It's already over." Only then did he hear the hissing sound of the explosive tags on my body igniting, and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to call me a lunatic before he could finish his words, there was a loud boom, and the world fell silent. Successfully killed a CH Nin. When I relied on Izanagi to resurrect and stood beside Watanabe Kenjin's charred corpse, an examiner finally reacted and blew away the thick fog with a wind technique. When everyone saw that I was the only one left standing, the arena fell silent, and then it instantly erupted. He's dead. Someone's died. The chief examiners were in chaos, one shouting to find the Hokage, another yelling to keep an eye on me. But when they turned around, I had already vanished without trace. Are you kidding? By the time you react, I had already set off on my way to Uchiha territory. Now, the most important thing is to use this time difference to find my only bargaining chip. Next, it's time to execute my plan. Uchiha Sasuke, wait for me. I returned smoothly to the already dilapidated Uchiha clan's residence and pushed open Sasuke's door. That kid was home alone training, exuding an aura of youthful angst and a desire for revenge. When he saw me, he looked impatient and said, "What are you doing here? Isn't today your graduation exam?" I ignored him and went straight into the house. "Hey, I didn't invite you in," he protested, but didn't actually stop me. I looked at his stubborn little face and softly said, "Forgive me, Sasuke." He instantly froze. I continued to add, "This is what Itachi often says to you, right? Also, my foolish little brother." After these few sentences, Sasuke completely lost it. As if struck by lightning, trembling and asking me how I knew, he excitedly rushed over and grabbed my collar, demanding that I clarify what I meant. I looked at him and sighed inwardly. This kid really has it tough. I patted his hand and calmly said, "If you want to know the truth, come find me again after you become stronger." After saying that, I activated my Sharingan. Our eyes locked, and I directly cast a Genjutsu that knocked him down. I carried him in front of me as a hostage and kicked open the door. Outside, it was already surrounded tightly by the Umbu. "Stop. The opponent has Uchiha Sasuke with them. I don't care about those small fries at all," and I directly shouted, "Let the Hokage come and talk to me. You are not qualified." As soon as I finished speaking, an old figure appeared in front of me. It was Risen Sarutobi. He came and pretended to say, "Put down Sasuke. Let's have a good talk." I laughed at that moment. "Hokage, this is impossible. If I let him go now, you could kill me in a second." The old man still stubbornly said, "I won't kill you. I don't believe you. I'll say it directly. Get your Umbu to roll far away. I'm scared." He had no choice but to wave his hand and let the Umbu retreat. Then he started to argue with me, saying something about how I killed someone and still wanted to leave, questioning the village's system. I shot back with a single sentence. "Then why did you let Itachi go after he killed the whole clan? Is it because the extermination was your order? Or because his joining Akatsuki was beneficial to the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly darkened, his gaze cold enough to kill. He asked me how I knew, and I replied without hesitation, "Lord Danzo told me. I have always been his person. I want to plant a thorn between him and Danzo." The old man obviously doesn't believe it, but he can't refute it either, so he can only continue to buy time. I understand what he wants to do, but I'm not in a hurry. I flip my hand and use a shuriken to cut a mark on Sasuke's neck, forcing him to take a stand. Just as we were to stalemate, I suddenly felt a tightness at my feet. Shadow imitation technique, success. Good grief, it's a Nara clan member. I looked down and saw that my shadow was firmly controlled. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved as fast as lightning and instantly rescued Sasuke from my grasp. All right, the hostage is gone. I directly spread my hands and gave up. "Hokage-sama, since you've got Sasuke, just give me a quick end." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at me coldly and said in a deep voice, "Sure." The moment he nodded, a long-lost system notification rang in my head. The host has entered into negotiations with the high-ranking officials of Konoha involving Uchiha Sasuke, and has reached a death agreement with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After system evaluation, the content of the agreement meets the requirements for side quest option 3. Quest completed. Would you like to receive your reward? Damn, what kind of divine judgment is this? Is it a real-life version of me killing myself? Claim it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special physique. Uzumaki clan bloodline. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Host level 3. Finally done. I didn't expect that the so-called negotiation would turn out to be like this. This operation is simply incredible. I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. After taking care of the third Hokage, the first thing I did was quickly open my system panel to check my assets. Goodness, guess what I saw? Name, Uchiha Izumi, level 45, bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. These are just basic stats. The highlight is below. System skill, Eternal Izanagi SSS rank. Did you see that? Eternal. What does that mean? It means I can respawn infinitely. That heart-piercing move from the old man? To me, it doesn't even count as a debuff. Looking at my inventory, it's practically a merchandise bazaar for the Akatsuki, Orochimaru's Kusanagi, Deidara's explosive clay, and even Itachi Uchiha's tears. What kind of hellish collectibles are these? The main quest is even heavyweight. Kill Itachi Uchiha. I directly pulled a subway old man looking at his phone. This system knows how to create drama. Alright, I've checked my assets. Time to escape. I activated the teleportation scroll just as the third Hokage thought he had killed me with his heart-piercing move and even pretended to sigh. I was lying on the ground, almost laughing crazily. When those Umbu came to collect my body, I opened my eyes wide, and in their shocked gazes, I instantly disappeared. Does anyone understand this feeling of making them spin in circles? The third Hokage turned green with rage, stomping his feet and ordering a village-wide search. Too late. I had already refreshed my death status with Izanagi and teleported 1,000 miles away. Poor my little brother, Naruto, ended up lying in the hospital for 5 days due to my illusion. After he woke up and heard I had defected, he became all emo. He used to think I was the underachiever of the Uchiha clan, but now he realizes I'm the one with the cheat, and he's become a joke. How can he not be mentally broken? In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was furious, directly issuing a bounty for me across the entire ninja world. At this moment, Danzo, that old bandage freak, came out to make himself known, telling the third Hokage to leave this to the root, and then analyzing that I must have run out of the fire country. TCH, what a late reaction. And me? I had already run to a border town, using the money I borrowed from Naruto, eating delicious food, and living the good life. Feeling good. I had to draw a lottery to celebrate. At that time, I had 15 lottery chances, so I went all in. Guess what? The first few were just shuriken and kunai, but the guaranteed reward directly gave me an S rank, Earth Release, Ultra Light Heavy Rock technique. Isn't this the flying ability of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki? Goodness, I took off right away. It even came with a Beto Uchiha's Tomo mask, making it a perfect defector suit. Wearing the mask, I became the most mysterious kid on the street. Next stop, the Land of Waves. I heard there's an old guy named Kato who's filthy rich, hee. I just happen to be a bit short on cash, so I need to borrow some from him. When I arrived in the Land of Waves, I found out this place is practically a paradise for defectors of the lawless zone, chaotic as hell. I spent a month figuring things out, and that Kato really was the local warlord, involved in both the black and white markets. The system was also quite considerate, directly giving me 3 side quests. 1. Kill Kato and give the money to the Akatsuki, reward, favorability with Kakuzu. 2. Use the Sharingan to control Kato and become the mastermind, reward, 10 consecutive draws. 3. Pursue Kato's daughter and become a son-in-law, reward, 5 levels. The system even specially added, she's very pretty. Let me tell you, I almost broke down, alright? Damn. Where are my principles as Uchiha Izumi? In the end, I still chose the second option with tears in my eyes. Who can resist the temptation of 10 consecutive draws? Infiltrating Kato's villa? That's easy as pie. His 3-step guard and 5-step sentry defense were like paper to me. I swooped in, casually grabbing a patrolling ninja and testing out my newly acquired S-rank skill, body replacement technique. Hey, isn't this just a shadow clone technique? I directly copied a perfect clone. While I couldn't use my Izanagi, it was definitely enough for a fight. Finding Kato himself was even simpler. He was in his room, counting money. I walked in, locked eyes with him, and with a spin of my 3 Tomo, it was done. The way he looked at me now was more affectionate than how he looked at his own father. Quest completed, I got my 10 draws and leveled up feeling great. From today on, the entire Kato group is now Uchiha. For the next 6 months, I directly upgraded the Kato group with a wave of industry upgrades, cutting out all the shady businesses and focusing on legitimate shipping. Although a few old-timers were unhappy and tried to rebel, they were physically dealt with by me. I personally hid in a secret room to train, while using the body replacement technique to disguise myself as a new little brother outside. As a result, when I cut off the financial resources of the Mist Village, they couldn't take it anymore. A few days ago, they sent people to seek retribution. My clone fought with them, and in the end, I dragged a special Jonin from the Mist Village to self-destruct. Art is an explosion. Now, I had completely tied myself to them. What's even crazier is that just as I was dealing with the Mist Village, the Akatsuki was holding a meeting, and that old schemer, JZ, actually sold me out, saying an Uchiha had come out of Konoha to cause trouble in the Land of Waves. Pain even wanted to recruit me, asking Itachi for his opinion. That King just coolly said, "Weak, but hard to kill." TCH, what a show-off. Just right. I had saved enough lottery chances for another 10 draws, so I decided to go for it again. This time the luck was decent. I got 2 A-rank skills. 1 sealing technique, Diamond Lock, a chain from the Uzumaki clan, specifically designed to countertail beasts, very practical. The other was Illusion, Shackles technique, a strong control skill of the Sharingan. Not bad, not bad. My combat power increased again. Just as I finished acquiring the new skills, the system gave me another task, telling me to take out the second wave of investigation teams sent by the Mist Village. These guys definitely weren't coming with good intentions, and I couldn't let them into the city to cause destruction. So, I devised a plan to first hide my human-shaped ATM Kato, and then let my new body replacement clone pretend to be him, leading the newly recruited Drifter ninjas, making a big show of leaving the city, pretending to inspect a project on a small island. In reality, they were a luxurious bait set up for the Mist Village. I just brought someone to a deserted island, and those mist-hidden ninjas came after us like dogs sniffing a trail. The leader was a white-haired guy, looking like Kisame's brother, with sharp shark teeth. He looked at my clone, a cruel smile on his face, and ominously said, "Kato, you really can run." Let me tell you, the scene back then was incredible. I had just used transformation jutsu to disguise myself as Kato and hadn't even caught my breath when this white-haired guy, along with a few mist ninjas, dropped down from the sky. His face was as pale as someone who had just worked 7 days and nights straight, filled with murderous intent. The first thing he said was, "Where's the law enforcer team?" At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, they're here for revenge. And guess what? The group of wandering ninjas who were just calling me brother a second ago, in the next second, completely changed their attitude. They were so enthusiastic that they almost knelt down to pay their respects. Oh dear Lord Kageyuki, we admire the land of water so much. Who understands this? Switching sides like this is truly an art. That white-haired guy named Gazuki is also a tough one. He must have been disgusted by these sycophants. Without saying a word, he suddenly took out his weapon, and the few in the front row went down on the spot. He walked up to me with a bloody kunai in hand, and his gaze was so intense that it seemed to say, "If you say one more word, you're done for." "Kato," I asked, "what do you think?" I stood up shakily with the support of my cane and leaned closer to him, deliberately stuttering. "My lord, you said. Where did the lawyer team go?" He seemed a bit impatient and leaned in closer. I looked at his handsome face, a strange smile squeezing out from his chubby cheeks. I said, "Art is..." I suddenly shouted, "Explosion!" Boom! Let me tell you, in that moment, the hundreds of explosive tags tied to my substitute detonated simultaneously, flattening everything within 100 meters. The whole world became silent. When the smoke cleared, that group of wandering ninjas couldn't even find complete corpses. Hozuki Jinguya was lucky, crawling out of the pit covered in dirt and cursing. That bastard Kato, it's a substitute. He was just about to lead his people to escape when I, the protagonist, made my grand entrance. I stood on top of the mountain, wearing my jade pendant mask. My voice not loud, but just enough for them to hear. "Sorry, everyone, but I'm afraid you can't leave." Goodness, when those few people looked up and saw me, their faces turned pale. I completely ignored their shocked expressions. The system notifications in front of me were ringing nonstop, a continuous stream of experience points rolling in, and my level was shooting up. Awesome. I slowly drew Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and lightly asked the twisted-faced Jinmin Jingwe below, "I wonder if you have heard of sword technique that descends from the heavens?" As soon as I finished speaking, I charged down. With a clang, it was like cutting tofu. The kunai in his hand broke in response. I took the opportunity to close in, my left hand crackling with lightning, and launched a Chidori straight at him, giving him a chilling experience. This guy was tough. Even though his body was paralyzed from the electric shock, he still stared into my Sharingan with wide eyes and grinned menacingly, saying, "Uchiha. So if it's you?" I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I increased my chakra, and while he was paralyzed, I swiftly struck with my sword, sending his head flying into the air. It was absurd. As soon as his three little subordinates saw their leader in trouble, they ran away faster than anyone else, demonstrating their lack of team cohesion, all flying off in different directions. But I wasn't worried at all. My Sharingan had already seen through everything. The corpse on the ground suddenly turned into a puddle of water, and the voice of Gazuki Sujetsu echoed from nearby, angrily cursing his three fleeing teammates. He wanted to escape, but my eyes were like a GPS, locking onto him firmly, rendering his water clone useless. He had no choice but to brace himself and confront me. "Why are you staring at me? Those guys have all run away," he said, panicking. I laughed. "I've got you. None of them can escape." "Do you think he can run?" Hilarious. The entire island is the luxurious grave I chose for him. Surrounded by the sea, can he swim out? From the moment he stepped into the kingdom of waves, he fell into my trap. No wonder he came from a blood mist. His teammates' power is boundless, right? I looked at him with sympathy and casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Level 61, in poor condition. Not much difference. "System, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" I charged straight in, unleashing a blazing fire attack that nearly singed his face. He reacted quickly, using a water barrier to block it. The clash of water and fire turned the entire island into a sauna. He seemed quite pleased with himself, using wind release to disperse the thick fog, only to be met by my next attack, the Thousand-Bird Sharp Gun. Of course, it still hit his water clone. This guy is quite slippery. In the next moment, he summoned a massive water dragon from the sea, its imposing presence resembling that of a sea king, crashing down towards me. "D," he shouted. I snickered, and suddenly dozens of golden chains shot out from behind me, tightly binding the water dragon. With a slight pull, there was a loud snap, and the water dragon burst apart, creating a torrential downpour. ItachiAgain was completely stunned, stuttering this. "This is the Vortex Clan's Diamond Lock. You know too much." In an instant, I appeared in front of him and threw a punch. This guy was still greedy. Seeing I was from the Uchiha clan and a descendant of the Vortex clan, his eyes turned green, and he was probably already calculating how many KPIs he could exchange for capturing me. I just laughed, "Bro. Are you daring to make eye contact while fighting with the Uchiha? Haven't you gone through any pre-job training? Didn't anyone teach you that you can't stare directly at the Sharingan in a one-on-one?" The next second, his gaze went straight, and he was like someone who had been paralyzed, directly pulled into my illusion and forced to stand. By the time he reacted, my Izanagi sword had already cleanly sliced across his neck. I can only say, buddy, you really know nothing about the power of the Sharingan. Once everything is settled, the system rewards me with a flurry of notifications. As for the other three clowns, that's even easier. I simply used Earth style to fly up into the sky and quickly found their little broken boat on the sea. Those three were still having a meeting on the boat, saying their leader was kind-hearted and had stayed behind a cover for them. I almost threw up hearing that. With such a level of shifting blame, it's a shame they aren't leaders. I flew over and tossed their leader's bloodied forehead protector down as a greeting gift. "Don't worry, this will send you down to reunite." They were so scared they nearly lost their minds, and were just about to jump into the sea and flee in different directions when dozens of kunai with explosive tags began to rain down like it was raining. The surface of the sea exploded with 3 massive splashes, and the world was completely quiet. Mission accomplished, and the system rewarded me with an S-level passive water style affinity. I looked at my skill bar with fire style and wind style and fell into contemplation. System, you really understand reverse marketing. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The sister of Ghost Lantern Moon, a tough character named Rina, was anxiously jumping around in the hidden mist village, wanting to come to the land of waves to find her brother. As a result, she was stopped by an old man named Jen, who said there would be internal strife in the village, and the Mizunake's clan and the Kagaya clan were about to rebel. As a high-level combatant, she had to stay behind to maintain stability. Just at that moment, a system task came in. Ding. Good grief, 3 options. I didn't even raise an eyebrow at the first 2 and went straight to the third. Kill one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the user of twin swords. Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Mission reward. Mangeki Sharingan. Is there even a choice here? Family? I immediately chose 3, wishing the system would slap the task right in my face. This outrageous fortune finally came to me. However, having accepted this task, I had to think of a way to deal with Kato once and for all. I wondered if I should borrow Orochimaru's technique for erasing one's presence. Forget it. I won't think about that for now. The most exciting part is here, opening blind boxes. 55 consecutive draws. Start drawing. I tell you, that light curtain was simply dazzling. A bunch of kunai, shurikens, and even 2 packs of expired instant ramen featuring Naruto. System, are you clearing out your inventory? But then it exploded. Nagato's yin-yang released Black Rod, Madara's ancestral red armor, Daidara's self-exploding clone, and, oh my god, the summoning scroll from the Wetbone Forest? The system said this isn't Tsunade's, but one that was lost from another family. Without hesitation, I bit my finger and signed my name. The best part is, I also drew a replica of the Konoha sealing book, but unfortunately, the top-tier techniques inside are incomplete. I was still wondering what use that was when the system enlightened me with one sentence. The host can give it to others for research and learn directly from the results. Right? At that moment, my brain just clicked. If I can't figure it out myself, can I find a research big shot to help me? I tell you, 3 names instantly popped into my head. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Baki. Just grab any one of them to be my research dog. As long as they can help me understand the impure world reincarnation, wouldn't that be an instant liftoff? Liftoff is definitely going to happen, but before that, I need to check out my new gear that I just got. I tell you, this wave of lottery is simply a blood profit. First, let's look at this Rain Tiger free technique. Good gracious, it's Nagato's all-map perception ninjutsu. As long as it rains, the entire map is under my control. No one can steal from my place. Then comes the main event. I was so stunned at that moment. 1 S rank and 1 SS rank. I first clicked on that S rank, Daidara's self-destructing clone. As soon as I saw the description, I gasped in shock. Daidara swallows explosive clay, compresses chakra to create a small black ball, which can be thrown or detonated on timer. The key point is the small print at the end, which says in parentheses, explosion range 10 kilometers. Please use with caution. Wow, does anyone understand? What does 10 kilometers mean? This thing is not even a ninjutsu. It's a tactical nuclear weapon. If I were to launch one towards the center of Konoha, wouldn't the third Hokage and the Hokage building go up in the air together? My heart is racing a bit faster. I quickly look at the next one, SS level, sealing technique, corpse demon sealing. The ultimate one-for-one divine skill of the Uzumaki clan. It summons the Shinigami to directly take the opponent's soul away, but the cost is that one's own soul also has to be given as a tip. My mind started to race at that moment. I asked the system, hey buddy, if I use this, will my Izanagi cheat still work? The system replied, effective. Priority is sufficient. However, please pay attention to the note. If you deceive Death multiple times, he will ignore you next time you call him. I understood it right away. Isn't it all about extreme pulling? Just before the Grim Reaper takes someone's life, I can directly resurrect on the spot and perform a hey buddy, you've got the wrong person. It's like exploiting a bug. But this bug can't be used indefinitely. If I overdo it, the Grim Reaper will blacklist me, and I won't be able to lure anyone again. Alright, got it. This ultimate move needs to be used sparingly, kept as a trump card. After calculating all this, I broke down all the duplicate skills in my backpack, along with the instant noodles I drew earlier, into experience points, gathering over 5,000 points. Then, I rubbed my hands together, ready to try out the new full map hanging skill. I form hand seals and perform the ninja art, Rain Tiger free technique. I tell you, that chakra was falling like a faucet that had been turned on, pouring down. In an instant, the sunny sky over the land of waves turned dark with thick clouds, lightning, and thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. I stood by the window and felt that to cover the entire land of waves with rain, I would need to expend more than 1 card chakra. To maintain it, I would need to use another 2 cards, which just happened to match my chakra recovery speed. Goodness, this blue consumption is terrifying. Only then did I understand just how outrageous Nagato's chakra consumption was. He was simply a walking power bank. I closed my eyes, and the chakra responses of everyone in the land of waves appeared in my mind like dots on a radar. After marking a few individuals with strong chakra, I had a plan. All right, next step, go to the land of water to catch Uncle Snake. Just as I was preparing to head to the land of water to catch Uncle Snake, back in Konoha, I tell you, it was a complete uproar. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was smoking away when the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Danzo, that old man, leaned on his cane, striding in with vigor, not at all like an old man. He immediately said, Hizashi, there's news about Uchiha Izumi. The third Hokage instantly sat up straight, his gaze dark enough to drip water. Speak. Danzo sat down leisurely and said, it's news from Itachi of the Uchiha clan, saying that Kid appeared in the land of waves. Itachi? Is the information reliable? Uncertain. I've already sent a team from the route to investigate, but they haven't reported back yet. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face darkened further as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. I tell you, he was under immense pressure. In 1 year, 2 Uchihas had defected, and his face as Hokage was getting swollen. He was probably thinking, back when the Hyuga clan had issues, there was still Hyuga Hayashi to take the blame, But now with this mess from the Uchiha, who would take the fall for him? Finally, he sighed and instructed Danzo to inform him immediately if there was any news. No matter what, he must eliminate me. The rogue ninja. Danzo took his leave, leaving the third Hokage alone there, puffing smoke, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, I was in a secret room in the land of waves, also getting a headache. The shadow clones I sent out were like headless flies, searching for Orochimaru for several days, and not a single clue was found. And that Gazuki Mangetsu, who knows where he is hiding? The Mizukage is planning to send 3,000 people to exterminate the Mizuno Kuni clan. This setup is simply incredible. The Mist Village targeting its own people is truly on par with Konoha. It's no wonder it's the blood mist created by Beto. I was bored, so I opened my system panel. Wow, level 62, 8 chakra cards. My backpack is stuffed with all kinds of treasures. The tailed beast ball from the Three Tails, Daidara's nuclear clone, Madara's armor, Obito's mask. The main quest is to defeat Uchiha Itachi, with the reward being the Rinnegan. The side quest is to defeat Mizukage Mangetsu, with the reward being the Mangekyou Sharingan. I looked at the main quest and felt overwhelmed. Itachi was probably about to activate his Mangekyou Sharingan by now. The pressure was really immense. Forget it. I'll deal with Orochimaru first. I focused my mind and redirected my attention to Mai, preparing to fly a few more laps around the outskirts of the Mist Village, the territory of the Kagaya clan, hoping for some luck. The land of water, the Mist Village. That place is like hell right now, filled with bloodshed and betrayal, a large-scale PvP site. All thanks to Obito. In this high-pressure environment, the Mizukage, also known as the manipulated Yagura, was preparing to take action against the Mizuno Kuni clan. The operation was set for 3 days later. Let us make the Mizuno Kuni clan become history starting from the night of the full moon. Meanwhile, in a small border town in the land of water, I was controlling my to float aimlessly when suddenly, a man in a white kimono with purple disco eyeshadow appeared swaying around. That golden snake-like pupil, that cold aura, that pale face, goodness, who else could it be but Orochimaru? He seemed to sense my gaze and was looking around. Opportunity knocks. I immediately used a flying technique to hover above him like a drone and said in a cold voice, "Follow me. Orochimaru, I'm waiting for you outside the city." Orochimaru suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. Seeing me, a mysterious figure wearing a Magatama mask and Warring States armor, flying in the sky without any aid, his snake-like tongue flicked out to lick his lips, and he smiled. Interesting. I led him to a deserted island. I took the initiative and threw a reconnaissance technique. Goodness, level 95, a shadow level big shot, but in slightly poor condition due to soul rejection. I cleared my throat and said, "Orochimaru, I've heard that you ran away from the Akatsuki." As soon as I said it, I regretted it. Damn, it sounded like a provocation. If this turned into a fight, I would be at a loss. However, ever since Orochimaru was taken down by Itachi in an instant, he had become much more cautious. He didn't act immediately, but instead asked me, "Do you know me well? A newcomer from the Akatsuki? Or a member of Konoha's Umbu?" I decided to drop another bomb. "It's not over. Your body already has a decaying smell. Is the new container ready?" Orochimaru from the Sound Ninja Village. At this point, the air had solidified. Orochimaru's face completely sank, and the killing intent instantly locked onto me. A guy who hides and shows himself. It seems I can only kill you first. As soon as I finished speaking, he lunged at me with a hidden shadow snake hands, and several large snakes lunged at my face. I quickly drew the Kusanagi sword I got from the system, and, with a few swift motions, chopped off all the snake heads. Let me tell you, Orochimaru was stunned at that moment, instinctively touching his belly, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Probably wondering, hey, where's my sword? Why does this one look exactly like mine? Taking advantage of his daze, I finished forming my hand seals. Fire style, great fire, annihilation. A sea of flames engulfed him. He quickly performed Earth style technique, Earth flow wall, to block it, then, without hesitation, summoned a creature. 10,000 snakes. As soon as that purple giant snake appeared, it was making a ruckus, but I quickly used a diamond lock and directly tied it up into a large twist. The 10,000 snakes struggled a few times, couldn't handle it, and released the summoning on its own. After I dealt with the 10,000 snakes, I looked up, and Orochimaru had already run to a distance, looking shocked. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? You. I put away the chains and coldly looked at him. "Mr. Orochimaru, can we have a proper conversation now? I want to make a deal with you." A deal? At the mention of those two words, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and that scientist's fervor came back to him. "What kind of deal?" "I need your reanimation jutsu, and the research materials on the impure world reincarnation. I got straight to the point. Okay, but what can you give me in return? I can help you obtain Uchiha Itachi's body. I threw out the bait. Orochimaru sneered. I prefer something tangible, not empty promises. This guy really wants to give up until he sees the rabbit. I thought to myself, his obsession with Itachi might not have peaked yet. I looked him up and down, and just the thought of him eventually turning himself into a woman for the sake of reincarnation, nicknamed Snake Ant, gave me goosebumps. He seemed to sense my gaze and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Your expression is off. I feel offended." Just an illusion. I quickly interrupted him. Let's continue discussing the deal. Look at my sincerity. I stretched out my hand and directly pulled out 3 scrolls from my system backpack. The Spirit Transformation Jutsu, the Exploding Tag Exchange Jutsu, and the Flying Thunder God Technique. I know you've seen the Sealing Book, but you definitely haven't learned all the forbidden techniques on it. Pick one as a trade. Orochimaru's eyes instantly turned green, greedily staring at the 3 scrolls, especially the Spirit Transformation Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God Technique. He chuckled. I want the Spirit Transformation Jutsu, but the research on impure world reincarnation isn't complete, so I can't give it to you. You're really greedy. I cursed inwardly, saying out loud, fine. Then let's trade the Reanimation Jutsu for the Spirit Transformation Jutsu. I thought to myself, I'll have the chance to directly raid your Sound Ninja village for the impure world reincarnation later. After all, in a few years, your hand will be sealed, making it easier to deal with you. How do we exchange? I asked. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a scroll covered in slime. This is the Reanimation Jutsu. I counted to 3, and we both threw our scrolls to each other. Who understands the top-level game between 2 old foxes? We both threw the scrolls at the same time. And then, with a clang, 2 identical Izanagi swords clashed together. At the same time, our shadow clones swiftly went to pick up the scrolls. And the result? Both scrolls were blank. I couldn't help but laugh. As expected of you, Uncle Snake, you're just playing with heartbeats. Mr. Orochimaru, you really are cunning, I snorted coldly. Likewise, he replied, and he also unfolded his blank scroll. I threw the scroll with my shadow clone. The Spirit Transformation Technique is an S-rank forbidden jutsu, and just the dissolution technique isn't enough. Orochimaru's shadow clone pulled out a ring from somewhere and tossed it over. How about this? It's quite sincere, right? I looked at the shadow clone and saw an empty character engraved on it. Damn, it's the Akatsuki ring. This thing is a medium for the technique of shadow projection, equivalent to an internal communicator for the organization. This thing is useless to me. I have no intention of joining the Akatsuki. Orochimaru laughed. What I mean is, the ring is a gift. The technique of spiritualization is not urgently needed for me, so you can choose not to exchange. This guy is playing mind games with me again. I snorted coldly and laid it all on the line. It's the old method, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll expose all your little secrets to Konoha and the Akatsuki. I think Pain and Danzo would be very willing to help me out, to give you some pressure. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression finally turned cold. He hesitated for a long time, but ultimately compromised. All right, he spat out a scroll and threw it to me. And I threw the scroll for the technique of spiritualization back at him. This time, after our shadow clones checked and confirmed that they were both the real deal. We nodded simultaneously. Pleasant cooperation, Orochimaru said. Next time you need something, you can come directly to the Sound Ninja village to find me. Good. My main body shot straight up into the sky, leaving a shadow clone staring him down, preventing him from pulling any tricks. Uncle Snake watched me fly away and chuckled. You are really cautious. 3 days later, after obtaining the technique of face replication, the first thing I did was use the body of that unfortunate guy, Kato, for experimentation, successfully replicating his face onto a shadow clone-esque face. From now on, this Kato clone will take charge in the Land of Waves. As for my main body, it's time to go to Kirigakure and settle accounts with Kakashi. The Mizunozuki clan is about to be exterminated in the next few days, and Obito must also be present, so I have to be careful. It's best to lure Kakashi out for a surprise attack. Just as I was preparing to set off, my Rain Tiger Freedom technique suddenly sounded an alarm. I sensed 4 chakra signatures, at least at the Chunin level, sneaking through the sewer towards the center of the Land of Waves. Good grief, Konoha ninjas. And from the root, just like rats in the sewer, they're hard to shake off. I was just about to go down and give each of them a big slap, when suddenly, a shadow clone I had stationed outside of the Hidden Mist village disappeared with a snap. The memories instantly returned to my mind. Gato Mangetsu, you finally showed up. I felt the memories transmitted back from my clone, and my eyes instantly became resolute. Who cares about the Konoha mice? The side quest is what's important. I looked up at the sky. Based on the time, Tonight should be the night of the full moon, which aligns with the mission hints. The Mizuno-kuni clan is up to something, and the Hidden Mist village is clearing the area. Isn't this the best opportunity for me to take advantage of the chaos? I immediately adjusted my direction and flew at full speed towards the Hidden Mist village. Meanwhile, in another part of the jungle, a mist army of several hundred was marching rapidly. A young mist ninja was shouting loudly, "Hurry up, we only have 2 hours. We must reach the designated position to set up defenses before 8 o'clock. We can't let those guys escape." And guess what happened? As soon as he finished speaking, something went wrong in the ranks. A middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and said that the leader, called Full Moon, had already left on his own, and he was now taking over command. Let me tell you, the first thing he said completely stunned me. He said, "Everyone listen up, the mission has changed. We are not going to provide support anymore. Turn around and go after the Kagaya clan." While the young guy next to him exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at him and shouting, "Have you lost your mind? Lord Water Shadow's order is to support Lord Full Moon. Why do you have to change the order? Can we even deal with those Kagaya lunatics right now? If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter is far from over." As for the middle-aged man, he was like a robot, expressionless. After a moment of silence, a glint of something unusual flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly said, "This is the order of the Grand Elder, and I must obey." The young guy was even more anxious, shouting until his face turned red. "Impossible. How could the Grand Elder give such an order? Without us, Lord Full Moon will be fighting alone. Do you understand that people will die? Families, who understands this? Isn't this just a typical workplace betrayal? The brothers on the front line are fighting desperately, while the rear is directly undermining us." As a result, the middle-aged man remained unmoved and casually said, "I said, it's the Grand Elder's order. Besides, what kind of strength does Lord Full Moon have? He's one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the elite of the elite. He can hold his own against the shadow. He won't die, don't worry." Oh my, the way he said that was so nonchalant. The guy was so angry he was about to have a brain hemorrhage, pointing at him and saying, "Just you wait, I'm definitely going to ask the elder about this." And then he stopped talking. While they were having their internal conflict, I was still wandering around the outskirts of misty hidden village like a headless fly, looking everywhere for someone named Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Guess what? I overheard a few patrolling guards chatting, and wow, this scoop is huge. They said that Full Moon single-handedly stopped the entire Mizuki clan. I was wondering how Kagaya's crazy group broke through the defenses, and it turns out Full Moon was holding up all the pressure on another front, buying time for the village's main forces. When I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. This guy is practically a chosen worker, doing the job of an entire army by himself. But then I thought, wait a minute, doesn't this mean he is alone right now? My mind went blank for a moment. This is the young clan leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, usually surrounded by bodyguards and layers when going out. And now, he actually has a rare chance to be alone. If I miss this opportunity, my side quest will be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, without saying a word, I flew directly towards the Mizuki clan's direction. After searching for over an hour, I finally spotted that figure by a lakeside. I quietly sneaked over and gave him a cyber sneak attack. Looking at the panel, wow, level 83 shadow, status, severely injured. I immediately had a plan in mind. This guy just finished a tough battle and was currently soaking in the water to recover. This was an opportunity not to be missed. I took a deep breath, rubbed my hands together, and shot out a 1,000-bird sharp gun at him. The speed was like lightning. As a result, with a splat, that guy turned into a puddle of water. I was taken aback, thinking, oh no, he has quite the nerve to mess with me on the territory of the Water Nation. A cold voice sounded behind me. When I turned around, Guidang was standing behind me without me noticing, looking like a ghost. I suddenly had a thought and started rambling. Don't get me wrong. I'm a bounty hunter hired by the Mizuki family. Although they're all dead, I still adhere to my professional ethics. The final payment hasn't been settled yet. After hearing this, he laughed directly, showing his sharp teeth, which was quite unsettling. A bounty hunter? You dare to shout in front of me? Enough with the nonsense. I'll send you on your way. With that, he instantly lunged at my face, raising his hand, water, iron cannon technique. A water droplet bullet shot towards me in an instant. Unfortunately, it hit my shadow clone. When he saw it was a shadow clone, he laughed even more joyfully, tearing off his scarf and pulling up his white hair, unleashing his madness. As a result, when he looked up, my true self had already appeared before him, and with the activation of my Sharingan, I cast a Jinjutsu, magical Kajihang technique. In an instant, he was frozen in place as if his pressure points had been sealed. Sharingan, you're from the Uchiha clan? He gritted his teeth and said. I ignored him, gathering 1,000 birds in my right hand, and thrust it toward his chest, saying with a pretentious tone, "It's over, the ghost lantern is full moon." And guess what happened? I pierced through him. Yet he surprisingly grabbed my hand and laughed in a bizarre way, saying, now, it's truly the end. My heart skipped a beat, and I suddenly looked up. What the heck? A thin figure, wielding an absurdly large ninja blade, descended from the sky, shouting, "Flatfish butterfly, release." Boom! With a loud bang, along with my clone of the ghostly lantern, full moon beneath my feet, was smashed into the ground, leaving a huge pit behind. The real body of the ghostly lantern full moon finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. This time, he must be dead. It turned out that throughout the fight, I had only been dealing with his water clone, while his real body was charging up for a big move in the lake. Just as he was putting the knife back behind him and preparing to leave, a cold voice rang out again. "That was close. I almost got hit by you. No wonder you're a genius from the Mist Village." He suddenly looked up, stunned. There I was still in my red armor, that mask, floating in midair, watching him leisurely. His face turned pale, and he stammered out a few words. "A flying ninja, this is trouble. To be honest, folks, I really thought I was done for just now, but I couldn't let my guard down. I had to maintain my cool. I could only silently complain in my heart. This guy is heavily injured, but still so fierce. It's like he's activated some cheat for endless health. I definitely need to change my strategy." I directly used the mist concealment technique, wanting to play dirty with him. As a result, the opponent just laughed. "Showing off in front of our village's ninjutsu? Are you out of tricks?" Just as the words left his mouth, a sound of breaking air came from the mist, and with a clang, my Izanagi sword collided with his twin knives. I seized the opportunity and unleashed another spell of magical binding. This time, although he closed his eyes just in time, he still fell victim. I pulled out my Yin-Yang shadow stick and plunged it into his heart. And guess what? This guy is tough. He bit off a small piece of his own tongue, using the intense pain to break my illusion. Then, he instantly dodged my lethal strike. "Flatfish butterfly, unleash!" He roared, and that knife sent me flying. He was now at his last gasp, breathing heavily, trembling as he raised the knife, staring at me intently. "How much did they pay you?" "I'll give you double." I shook my head and said, "Sorry, please don't insult my professional ethics." "So you want me to die, huh?" "Yes." "All right then. Let's see who dies first." He had completely lost it and charged at me with a big knife. Let me tell you, he was incredibly strong. Every time I blocked, my arm would go numb, and several times my sword almost slipped from my grip. No, I can't delay any longer. I strained to deflect him and quickly stepped back to form a hand seal. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. He reacted quickly and immediately used water release. Water barrier to block it. Water and fire collided, creating steam everywhere. I took the opportunity to rush in for close combat. But he smirked wickedly. The dual knife flounder-esque characteristics are not something an outsider like you can understand. Bastard. Flounder butterfly, release. The blade instantly expanded several times and came crashing down on me. With a splat, my body was cleaved in two. But at the last moment, I swung the 5 Yin-Yang release black rods in my hand, hitting his body squarely. We both fell to the ground at the same time. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly realized that his chakra was sealed and he couldn't move. He stared in shock at my corpse on the ground and cursed. "You. Damn it, this thing can actually suppress chakra?" To his surprise, my corpse spoke again. What thing? As soon as he heard that voice, he instantly realized, oh no, explosive tag. Before he could finish his sentence, boom! A thunderous explosion blew the ground apart. When the dust settled, I stood alone at the edge of the huge pit, looking at the charred body inside, which surprisingly still had slight movements in its chest. Damn, it's still alive, what a tough life. I muttered to myself, pulled out another black stick from my backpack, aimed it at his heart, and threw it down, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Just as the black stick was about to pierce him, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Then, a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask and a black robe appeared out of nowhere and grabbed my black stick. I focused my gaze and immediately frowned. Uchiha Madara? No, it's that kid Uchiha Bido. How could he be here? When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. No need to pretend. Uchiha Izuna. There are only a few Uchiha in the entire ninja world, and with your Yin-Yang release, it wouldn't take much to figure out it's you. I didn't care that my identity had been exposed, shrugged my shoulders. Just take care of your own business. Why so many questions? Is this how you talk to your ancestors? He started to act arrogant. I shot back at him directly. All right, Abido, stop pretending to be Madara. Let us get straight to the point. I want to take Akito Mankai with me. That's impossible. I flatly refused. This was my mission target. His face under the mask instantly turned cold. What a joke. You Uchiha. Orphan, if it weren't for the fact that I accidentally let you go back then, do you think you would have had the chance to stand here? I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. After saying that, he reached out to grab Gakido Mankai. My gaze also turned cold as I unleashed my ultimate move. Obito Uchiha. You won't take anyone away today. You've been impersonating Uchiha Madara every day, helping him execute the Eye of the Moon plan. You must have forgotten who you are by now, right? But that's okay. I'm here to help you remember. Mist Hidden, Kakashi, Chidori, and Rin Noera. Shut up. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the other side completely broke down and the killing intent instantly surged. He went completely mad, his bloodshot eyes fixated on me, incredulously asking, "How do you know all this?" He knew that his identity was exposed, and the entire Eye of the Moon plan would be ruined. Therefore, he had to kill me today. I was still fanning the flames. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Do you know about Indra's reincarnation? Seeing his confused expression, I knew I had the advantage of information. He finally couldn't hold back, activated his divine might, and instantly appeared in front of me, with an iron chain wrapping around. I grabbed the chain and pulled him closer, launching a 1,000-bird sharp spear at him. But he just became ethereal, immune to physical attacks. This was ridiculous. You actually understand my abilities? He was even more shocked. We exchanged blows back and forth. He relied on his Kamui to dodge my attacks, while I relied on my predictions to keep up with him. In the end, I fell for his trap and was caught by his eye technique. Then my whole body was pierced by wooden stakes, turning me into a hedgehog. Would release. Insertion technique, he said coldly. He thought he had one, dragging my corpse into his Kamui space, preparing to take it back for research. But then, in the Kamui space, my already lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes. Let's begin. System. Izanagi, activate. The next second, the entire Kamui space was filled with the hissing sound of exploding tags. Obito was dumbfounded, shouting in frustration. How could you not be dead? I laughed. You haven't died. How could I bear to leave you behind? I must take you along on this journey. Immature. He cursed and didn't dare to linger, instantly activating his divine power to teleport himself away. Immediately after, outside, boom! A violent explosion shot up into the sky, a huge mushroom cloud illuminating the entire night. Even the hidden mist village dozens of kilometers away felt the tremors of the earth. This was caused by my Daidara's self-exploding clone, with an explosion range of 10 kilometers. Once everything calmed down, I stood in front of a bottomless pit, waiting quietly. After waiting for a long time, the system's task completion notification still didn't sound. My heart sank, oh no. I opened the panel and saw the task still hanging there. The ghost lantern full moon is still alive. Is it Izanagi? I instantly figured it out. That guy Obito must have activated Izanagi with a spare Sharingan, bringing himself back to life from the explosion. Moreover, the brilliance of this forbidden technique lies in the fact that it can also save the ghost lantern full moon next to him. I'm completely exhausted. I've used up all my S-rank disposable items, and my chakra is almost depleted, yet I still couldn't complete the mission. What a stroke of bad luck. Just when I was feeling frustrated, in the distance, a team of mist ninjas was slowly approaching. Let me tell you, these guys just finished a battle, and they're chatting like they just got off work. They're saying the Kagaya clan is wiped out, and how many people they lost trying to stop them. Oh man, the horror of it all made my ears almost calloused. Suddenly, while they were chatting, someone shouted, "Who is lying on the ground?" When I looked closely, oh my family, who knows? It's Mangetsu H. Zuki, the big shot from the 7 ninja swordsmen, lying there like a lump of mud. These guys went crazy, hurriedly tried to lift him onto a stretcher. But let me tell you, this isn't over yet. In the nearby woods, there was an old acquaintance, Obito Uchiha. He was wiping blood from the corner of his mouth while mumbling to himself. Turns out, Mangetsu H. Zuki was his pawn, and he was counting on him to become the 5th Mizukichi. Well, now he's been completely incapacitated. A good move turned into a waste. He was so angry that he could only curse me in secret, and then poof, he used Kamui to disappear. On the other side, the hospital in the hidden mist village was in complete chaos. Stretchers were rushing in like crazy, and a crowd of onlookers craned their necks to see, only to be shouted at, "Get back. This is Lord Mangetsu H. Zuki. Anyone delaying treatment will die." Wow. Now the whole village knew that their village's shadow-level powerhouse, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had been taken out. The entire hospital lobby was filled with discussions, and there were all sorts of comments. But the main idea was the same: unbelievable. Soon after, the village's higher-ups arrived. There was a little girl named Rin, relying on being the elder's apprentice. Acting all high and mighty, she barged into the surgery room, pointing fingers at the doctors, and even when politely asked to leave, she was still unhappy. Let me tell you, her actions were something else. She turned to the person next to her and asked, "Where's Mangetsu Zuki's sword? The twin swords? The Hiramiki?" Where her subordinate said it was sent back for summoning. You guess what she said? "Bring it here. I'll use it first." I was shocked. "Girl, that S not inheritance. That S a robbery while it's hot." As for me, I searched for a long time in the land of waves. But Obito and Mangetsu Zuki had long vanished. My side quest was completely stuck, and it frustrated me. So I could only vent my anger on the root ninjas sent by Danzo. I directly used a large-scale sensory ninjutsu, and there they were, those rats, eating noodles in the open air. Without saying a word, I flew up into the sky and summoned a downpour, taking advantage of the thunder and lightning, and unleashed a 1,000-bird sharp gun right on them. They wanted to counterattack, but when they looked up, there I was hovering in mid-air like a deity, hands together. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless wind blades mixed with the rain came crashing down. The scene was like a meat grinder. The last survivor was under my foot, still trying to threaten me. "Just wait, Lord Danzo won't let you go." I couldn't be bothered, and with one sword strike, I sent him on his way. Swish, swish, swish. The system notification sounded like firecrackers during the new year. Experience points, levels, lottery chances, I was raking it in. To be honest, I had to thank my old buddy Danzo for the big gift package. After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, I went back. First, I had my clone arranged for the company to acquire explosive tags. Then my main body directly went for a lottery draw. 23 draws, and wow, I hit the jackpot. Besides the usual ninja tools and 2 ninjutsu, I actually got an S-rank fusion scroll and 1 Takanoken. I was stunned at that moment. Isn't that the exclusive artifact of Itachi? The system told me, yes, that's the one, and now it's an unclaimed object, so I can use it without worry. I looked at the attributes. Tenshken, which seals whoever it strikes into the illusion world forever. And there was that fusion scroll, which can fuse any physical objects together, even artifacts. I was pondering what kind of tricks I could pull by fusing it with the Sharingan when suddenly someone approached my clone. A wandering ninja with a dazed expression, like a puppet on strings, came in and delivered a message. "Kato, tell your master I am waiting for him on Floating Island." Hearing that tone, I knew someone was behind this. When I asked who he was, he wouldn't say. Fine, I directly snapped his neck. This was clearly a ploy to draw me away, but since the other party knew Kato was mine, it shouldn't be for money. Forget it. I'll let my main body go in person. Half an hour later, I landed on that island. As soon as I steadied myself, the surrounding space began to distort, and a guy wearing a spiral mask appeared. Who else could it be but Obito? I drew the Kusanagi sword and coldly looked at him. "You actually dare to appear in front of me?" And guess what he said? "We don't have any major conflicts between us. I'm here to make a deal with you today." I laughed at that moment, took off my mask, and said to him, "What else is there for us to talk about?" That guy Obito really knows how to bend and stretch. He started painting a big picture for me, saying that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, and even invited me to join the Akatsuki, saying Itachi was also there, and that we were all from the same clan and easy to talk to. I could see through him clearly. He just wanted to use me to capture the tailed beast and was afraid I'd expose his identity to Nagato and Itachi, right? Is he trying to play workplace PUA with me? I laid it all out. Want you to shut up? Fine, trade me the entire Mist Village for it. Of course. He refused, saying that without the Manjiki Sharingan, I couldn't control the 3 tails. All right then, let's exchange for something more tangible. I directly listed my demands. The ninjutsu scroll of Uchiha Madara, the black rods that can suppress chakra, and Uchiha's big fan. Not a single item less. He was so furious, shaking all over, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Uchiha Izumi, don't go too far." I couldn't help but laugh. After a long negotiation, in the end, he still obediently handed over the Uchiha fan and 10 black rods. The condition was that I had to keep it a secret, and he even threatened me that Madara had backup plans to deal with me. I figured it might be some sealing technique, but I nodded in agreement, sealing the deal. We agreed to meet 3 days later for the exchange of money and goods, and then head to the Land of Rain to meet Nagato. After saying that, he didn't want to stay a second longer and directly used Kamui to escape. 3 days later, news from the Mist Village had spread like wildfire, saying that Kaigaku was on the brink of death. Half of his body had been smashed to pieces. Meanwhile, that arrogant girl named Rina was parading around with Kaigaku's big knife on her back, even giving herself an incredibly long title, insisting that everyone call her that. The villagers were secretly cursing her to no end. She really didn't waste any time, forming a 4-person team in the intelligence department, which surprisingly included one of the future 7 ninja swordsmen, Ringo Yuya. Their mission was to investigate the disappearance of a previous team in the Land of Waves. I was all set on my end as well. I hid my clones, arranged company matters, stuffed over 1,000 explosive tags into my backpack, and then flew to the agreed location. Obito was already waiting there. He threw me the black rod and the Uchiha fan, and with a hint of emotion, he said, "This is the symbol of the Uchiha clan. You must protect it well." I took the fan and slung it behind me, nodding, "All right, let's go." So the two of us set off on our way to the Land of Rain. Now, this Land of Rain, let me tell you, its geographical position is quite awkward. Sandwiched between the three great nations of fire, wind, and earth, and it always gets treated as a battlefield during wars. Especially with the former leader Hanzo the Salamander, who was incredibly stubborn, always wanted to take on 3 opponents by himself, and ended up getting beaten black and blue every time, leaving the common people to suffer. The entire country was impoverished and development was basically stagnant until a boy named Yahiko founded the Akatsuki organization, which slowly began to change the situation. We trekked for dozens of days, making our way through. Once we entered the Land of Rain, the feeling instantly changed. The entire village seemed like it was soaked in water, with all sorts of oddly shaped skyscrapers and drainage pipes everywhere. The people on the streets were all bundled up in hoods, walking quickly, creating a distinctly eerie atmosphere. Obito was mumbling beside me, saying that Nagato had PTSD from the Leaf Village and advised me to keep a low profile. I thought to myself, isn't that obvious? His parents were killed by Leaf ninjas. If it were me, I would be anxious too. He wasn't like Itachi, the ultimate filial son, who could act as if nothing happened. Just then, a young lady walked towards us, wearing a black robe with red clouds and a light purple paper flower on her head. Her expression was icy, as if someone owed her 8 million. I felt a jolt. Wasn't that Conan? As expected, she was here to pick us up. Her gaze swept over me, and I felt like a figurine in a display case. She probably thought I looked presentable enough for an Uchiha, better than the odd-looking members in the organization. As her expression softened slightly, and then she coolly said, "Follow me. Pain wants to see you." We followed her through a maze of corridors and entered a room that was ridiculously spacious. Then I saw him. A guy with orange hair and black rods sticking out his face like a router, standing by the window with his back to us. This was Pain, Yahiko's body, in Nagato's remote control. He turned around and began to paint a grand vision, saying that the goal of the Akatsuki organization was world peace, and that they would govern the world. I appeared calm on the surface, but inside I was already mocking him. Peace? You guys can't even get along without fighting over karaoke at KTV, and you're talking about peace? Then came the main event. The initiation ceremony was in full swing. He asked me to take out my forehead protector and make a deep cut on it to signify my complete break with the Leaf Village. I was stunned and said, bro, I don't have a forehead protector." The room fell silent. The atmosphere was so quiet I could hear Conan's heartbeat. I could only weakly add, I was still in elementary school when I defected. Pain probably had never encountered a child laborer like me and was momentarily speechless. In the end, he had no choice but to take off his own Rain Village forehead protector and hand it to me, letting me join the Rain Village first. This made Nagato, who was controlling from the attic, extremely happy, thinking that I was now completely his person. Then Pain took out a ring engraved with 3 characters, saying it was a symbol of identity. However, I was stumped again. I pulled out another ring from my pocket, which was engraved with the character Void, and said, "I have this. I got it from Orochimaru." The hall fell silent once more. I felt like Pain's breathless body was about to suffer internal injuries from my response. He took a long time to recover and finally managed to say, "All right, you're something else. Conan, taking to change clothes. We have a general meeting later." To be honest, on the way, I secretly used my reconnaissance technique to take a look. Conan was level 92, Shadow level, normal. Pain was level 105, Super Shadow, which felt a bit weak. It seemed like his power was distributed among 6 bodies, leaving the main body somewhat underpowered. When we reached the changing room, there were rows of black robes with red clouds, looking really cool. After Conan instructed me to choose for myself, she handed me a bottle of nail polish. Who understands this, folks? A top rogue ninja organization full of tough guys actually requires nail polish for initiation, and it was mandatory. At that moment, I felt my strongman persona was facing an epic challenge. I thought of Itachi's purple and Pain's red. I couldn't possibly paint my nails in some Death Barbie pink to pay tribute to Black Zetsu, right? In the end, I gritted my teeth and chose black. "Sorry, Deidara, but I'm borrowing your color for now." Conan left, and I was alone with that bottle of black nail polish, feeling completely dazed. I changed into the robe, put on the ring, tied on the forehead protector, and finally, with a sense of resignation, painted my 10 nails completely black. I casually opened my system panel and took a look, level 66, Jonin level, with my backpack stuffed with 10 fists, Uchiha fan, explosive tags, looking like a mobile armory. The main quest was still to kill Uchiha Itachi, and the side quest was to take down Mizukage Chojuro. Alright, the goal was clear, no getting lost. Once I was ready, Conan came over to teach me how to connect for the meeting. Everything went black and then bright, and I found myself in a cave, transformed into a colorful phantom, standing on the pinky finger of a giant statue. One by one, the other members' phantoms logged in. The one carrying a beheading sword was clearly Haiden, and he immediately shouted at Itachi, "Hey, Itachi, are you Uchiha still doing group buy-ins for joining?" Kisame. That old money lover, his green eyes lit up, and his first reaction was to check my bounty. I immediately noted it down. Just you wait. I'll definitely collect all 5 of your hearts to make a bracelet. Pain started introducing me and then assigning partners. He paired me with Zetsu and put Sasori with Haiden. As soon as Pain finished speaking, Sasori and Haiden both said in unison, "I refuse." Wow, talk about rebellious. Sasori said Haiden runs too fast, and his puppets can't keep up. He didn't want to follow him around collecting debts. Pain was helpless. "Alright, you two can go solo for now." Meeting adjourned. As soon as the meeting ended, I immediately told Pain I wanted to return to the Land of Waves. I still had business there. Pain agreed and mentioned my partner Zetsu was also there. But when I turned around, I was stunned to find that Obito had actually disappeared. Conan told me he had to leave early for something and that I should find my own way there. I really appreciate him. With no choice, I had to set off on my own. I took off the Akatsuki robe, changed back into my Obito cosplay outfit, hurried back to the Land of Waves. But when I arrived, I was left dumbfounded. My fledgling business empire, my luxurious villa, all gone. It was nothing but ruins, not even a brick left for me. After months of hard work, I went back to square one overnight, purely becoming a philanthropist for someone else. At that moment, my anger surged, and it felt like my killing intent was about to materialize. Just then, Zetsu emerged from the ground to report the situation to me. He said that 4 Jonin from the Hidden Mist village had arrived, led by a woman named Renai, who is the sister of the deceased Kagaya Manji, whom I had previously killed. She had stolen Kagaya's twin blades and came seeking revenge, slaughtering all my subordinates and burning down my house. Alright, you guys really have some nerve playing the victim card? Huh? Stealing someone else's blades and then coming to tear down my home. I calmed down immediately and told Zetsu, "Do me a favor, use Kato's identity to lure them out again. I'll be waiting here." A month later, Zetsu's clone came to tell me that they had been lured out, but it wasn't Renai who came. It was another female ninja named Ringo Amuri leading the group. I thought to myself, something's off here. Wasn't Renai supposed to hate me to the core? Why is she hiding like a turtle? Later, I found out that she had been too arrogant in the village and was put under house arrest by their elder. But it didn't matter, as these few were already on my kill list. One comes, I kill one. A pair comes, I kill a pair. Perfect. I'll start with these little minions and let them know that tearing down my home comes at a bloody price. I gave that kid Baiju a heads up to contact Obito, and then I took off straight to the border of the Land of Waves. Today, I'm going to make them understand what it means to open a box and take down their father. I hadn't been flying long when, good grief, 3 little red dots appeared on the radar. Those were the unlucky ones, Lin Quan Yi and the others. Without saying a word, I dove straight down from 10,000 meters up, crashing down like a meteor with a loud bang right in front of them. The 3 on the opposite side instantly formed a defensive formation, and that girl named Lin Quan Yi was pretty bold, directly asking me who I was. I couldn't be bothered with her and asked directly, "Where's your captain, Rina? Tell her to come out and see me." As soon as Lin Quan Yi heard Rina's name, her expression changed. She probably knew that woman usually didn't do anything and had enemies everywhere. She was quite straightforward and said that Rina wasn't there. Then she started to make threats, saying things like, "I am the mist hidden Jonin, Lin Quan Yi. Remember my name? You will die here." I laughed at the time, thinking that remembering my name was more or less acceptable. I took out a black stick and slowly told them, "You kill my people, you burn my home, right? I am the Cardo you were looking for." As soon as I said this, the 3 of them were completely dumbfounded, especially Lin Quan Yi. Her expression was like she had seen a ghost. Didn't the intel say that Cardo was a short, bald old man? How did he turn into a mysterious strong man like me, clad in armor and carrying a big fan? But it didn't seem matter what she thought was irrelevant. What mattered was that they all had to die today. I casually cast a reconnaissance spell, and wow, 2 Jounin and 1 special Jounin. The highest level was Lin Quan Yi at level 69. With such a lineup, they dared to come and dismantle my home? I can't even be bothered to say any nonsense. I'll just go all out illusion technique, dark walking technique. I tell you, the effect was incredible. The whole world went dark just like that. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The three on the opposite side went into a frenzy, exclaiming in shock about what was happening and warning each other that it was a super high-level illusion. Lin Quan Yi wanted to form seals to dispel it, but soon realized it was completely useless, and she fell into self-doubt right there. Taking advantage of their blindness, I grabbed my black stick and moved closer. With a few quick strikes, screams echoed in the darkness, and I instantly sealed their chakra. It was over, I softly said, and the Izanagi sword responded, slicing through the darkness and leaving several lines of blood. Once the illusion was dispelled, the scene was a disaster. One named Kudo had a large gash on his neck, staring in shock dead. Another named Ryosuke had a broken arm and a big hole in his stomach, lying on the ground with a face full of terror as he looked at me. Only Lin Quan Yi was still standing, but she wore a face of disbelief. She probably wanted to fight back, forming hand seals to unleash a lightning technique, Earth Walk. I lightly tapped my toes and floated into the air. With a stretch of my right hand, I unleashed a 1,000-bird sharp gun at her. A blue flash of lightning pierced through her shoulder, sending her flying. She still wanted to tell that Ryosuke to run, but how could I give him that chance? Seating technique, diamond look. Dozens of golden chains shot out from my back, instantly binding the two of them into two large rice dumplings and dragging them in front of me. This girl was quite tough, knowing she couldn't escape. She closed her eyes and asked me to give her a quick end. All right, she's got spirit, I'll grant her wish. I nodded, and with a swift strike of my Izanagi sword, I sent her on her way. I casually took care of that Ryosuke next to her as well, burning the 3 corpses clean with a fire, keeping my achievements hidden. A few days later, that kid Obito really showed up, the space twisted, and he appeared in front of me, immediately asking what I wanted from him. I wasn't polite with him either and said directly, hand over that woman named Rina to me. As a result, this guy pretended to be busy and said something like losing a bit of money and manpower wasn't a big deal, telling me not to be too obsessed. I got really angry when I heard that and shot back. What kind of joke are you making? She killed my people and burned my property. This is slapping my face. Do you understand? Obito fell silent, probably realizing that this matter couldn't be easily resolved. He sighed and finally told me the truth, saying that there had been some issues in the Mist Village recently, and that Rina was currently with the elder Yuanshi, surrounded by elite jonin, making it difficult for him to take action. I turned my eyes and directly exposed him. Has the 4th Mizukage broken free from your control? I tell you, as soon as I said that, Obito's Sharingan instantly widened in shock, and the killing intent was almost overflowing. He must be thinking, how the hell did I get such top-secret information? However, this old guy is also adaptable. He probably imagined a dramatic scene of being backstabbed by Black and White, and quickly retracted his killing intent. He asked me what I wanted to do. I said I wanted to personally go to the hidden Mist Village. Are you crazy? Obito looked at me like I was an idiot. There are tens of thousands of ninjas there, not to mention 2-tailed beasts and a bunch of sealing techniques. If you go, it's just a death sentence. I tilted my head. Then will you help me catch Renai? Impossible. Then why are you talking nonsense? I laid it all out and told him the jutsu for entering the village barrier. Then this matter would have nothing to do with him. This time, consider me being used as a pawn by him. Obito snorted coldly, probably not expecting me to see through his thoughts so easily. He wanted me to create chaos in the Mist Village so he could reap the benefits. But it didn't matter. If he wanted to use me, wasn't I also using him? He readily gave me the jutsu and then slipped away using Kamui. As soon as he left, I immediately began to plan. This trip to the Mist Village was definitely a den of tigers and dragons. I had to plan thoroughly. The first step was to find a perfect identity to infiltrate. After thinking it over, the recently defeated Special Jonin, Ryoka, was the perfect candidate. This guy was about my height and build, was an orphan with no relatives, and probably very few people knew him. He was practically a tailor-made disguise for me. Without hesitation, I used the transformation technique to turn into Ryoka, prepare my identification, and headed straight for the Mist Village. By nightfall, I indeed encountered a patrol team on the outskirts of the village. I pretended to come back from a mission, looking exhausted as I walked out. The leading ninja was quite cautious and insisted on checking my identification. I confidently handed it over, already having rehearsed the script 100 times in my mind. The guy checked it out, and seeing how cooperative I was, his attitude was really good. He even reminded me that there was a barrier ahead and told me not to force my way in. I couldn't help but feel pleased. Hey, you're actually quite nice. When I reached the barrier, I made hand seals, and a distorted door appeared. I swaggered right in, successfully infiltrating. Once inside the village, I first created a shadow clone and sent it to the commercial street to create a big distraction. The louder the better. Then I headed straight for my target this time, the Mist Intelligence Department. Not long after, there was a huge explosion in the distance, and the entire Mist village was thrown into chaos, with countless ninjas flying overhead to put out the fire. Taking advantage of this confusion, I confidently walked into the empty intelligence department. In the hall, there were only a few lackeys left. Most had gone to fight the fire. Perfect. That saved me some trouble. Just as I was contemplating how to proceed, a woman blocked my path and asked who I was and why I wasn't helping with the fire. I smiled at her and clapped my hands. Illusion, dark walking technique. Once again, everything went black in front of me, and the entire hall was instantly filled with cries and howls. I listened to the curses of those people, and with a flash of lightning in my right hand, the thousand-bird sharp spear pierced through them like candied hawthorns, clearing the hall in just a few swift motions. To dispel the illusion, I stepped on the blood-soaked floor and kicked open the door to the minister's office. And guess what? The so-called minister inside, a middle-aged, greasy man, trembled and threw a shuriken at me. After I easily dodged it, he suddenly knelt down in front of me, shouting, "Please, don't kill me." At that time, I was living in Bungbu. Good gracious, the minister of the Hidden Mist Intelligence Department is just this pathetic? A coward at the level of a CH-9? Dude, you really understand surrender. It's quite ridiculous that such a person could rise to power in the Hidden Mist Village. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with this weakling. I shot him in the stomach, making a hole, and then grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Let me tell you, I only had one question at that moment. Where's Rina? That girl with the dual swords. Where's she? And guess what? This guy actually said to me, "No, I don't know. I'm really angry and amused. Who understand my family? You, a minister of the intelligence department, the top fighter in the village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, don't know where that big shot went. How did you even get this job? All right, you want to say, huh? I'll just activate my Sharingan and use Jin Jutsu to control you. I'll ask you again, where is Rina?" Now he is honest, with a vacant expression. He tells me that Rina went to some luminous island to train with the elder yesterday. Yesterday, I couldn't hold back my killing intent at that moment. You Uchiha Bito, you sly one. You deliberately kept this information from me, thinking of me as just disposable cannon fodder. Huh? Playing tricks with me, like using a knife to kill someone? Fine, I remember that. You do the first day of the month, and I'll do the 15th. Just wait. I'm going to take your Kamui for sure. I'll expose your secrets to Nagato. I pressed down my anger and continued to ask the puppet, "Where's the ghost lantern full moon?" "In the Hidden Mist Hospital intensive care unit." "Oh, I see you." I was taken aback for a moment, then quickly figured it out. After all, when that bastard Obito saved him, he must have been caught in the explosion too. He lost his weapon, and it's a miracle he didn't die. After asking my questions, I couldn't be bothered to keep this waste alive. So I simply twisted his neck and tossed his body aside. I rummaged through his desk drawer and found a map of the Hidden Mist Village, then had the system scan it instantly and store in my mind. Once I was done, I couldn't even be bothered to open the door. I fired the Simban sharp gun to blast it open and left in style. Just as I reached the hall, good grief, a deputy minister with 4J Nin blocked my way. This deputy minister, named Jing Wu, looked like an ambitious person. He stared at my temporarily disguised face, paused for a moment, then immediately realized something was off and began to question me. I was in a hurry to get to the hospital, so I didn't have time to argue with him. I just said, "Get out of the way. I can't be bothered with you." He, on the other hand, indignantly claimed that I'd killed his minister and that I couldn't leave. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and pointed it out in front of all his subordinates. "Hey buddy, I took him down. So you'll be promoted to minister, right? Doesn't that mean you should treat me to a meal? Why act all high and mighty? I told you." His face turned green on the spot. The CPU was almost overheating. Can such a thing be said in public? Doesn't he care about his reputation? He shouted in exasperation for me to surrender, and I clapped my hands together. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The violent wind blades instantly filled the entire hall. Those 4 elite ninjas were quite impressive as well, combining for a water release, water wall. Goodness, the flood directly submerged the entire intelligence department. Taking advantage of the flooding, I activated Izanagi and revived a kilometer away. Goodbye. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. I slipped away to the Hidden Mist Hospital. But this broken hospital didn't even have a sign and was incredibly short. After finally finding it, as soon as I entered, a nurse stopped me and bombarded me with 3 soul-searching questions. Who are you? What are you doing? Don't you know you can't just enter the ICU? Family, who understands? I was so annoyed at that moment. I was in a rush to save. I was in a rush to send someone off. It was so difficult just to ask for directions. Forget it, I won't bother with this broken hospital anymore. I smiled at the little girl and said, "Little sister, let me show you a big treasure. Here comes my tailed beast bomb." The next moment, boom, a tailed beast bomb went off, and the entire hospital, along with several streets around it, was completely erased from the map of the Hidden Mist Village. Let me tell you, my experience bar was rising like I was on a rocket, making a constant dinging sound, and I leveled up several times on the spot. The best part was that the quest rewards were directly credited: Bloodline Limit, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. I stood on the rooftop from a distance, watching the towering mushroom cloud, feeling quite pleased. I quickly opened the system and, wow, my left eye ability is Ninjutsu Enhancement, and my right eye is Tsukuyami. ISNT this just a combination of Uchiha Madara's and Uchiha Itachi's skills? This is pure cheating. Just as I was about to make a run for it, the system suddenly popped up with a side quest, giving me 3 reckless options. After thinking it over, I chose the third one: expose my identity, withstand the pursuit of the mist ninjas for 30 minutes, and take down 10 people. The name of the quest reward was quite interesting, called Art is Patrick Star. It sounded promising, so I accepted it on the spot. I had just gotten ready when the pursuers arrived. A red-haired lady with big wavy hair suddenly landed on the rooftop opposite me. As soon as I saw her, I thought, oh, isn't this the future 5th Mizukichi? Meitarumi? The moment she spoke, she made me surrender, and I replied directly. The word surrender doesn't exist in my life's dictionary. Surprisingly, she didn't get angry. Instead, she winked at me and said something about giving me a kiss that would melt my bones and heart. I couldn't help myself and immediately mocked her, saying sorry. But I'm not interested in older women. As soon as those words left my mouth, her expression changed instantly. Without a second thought, she formed hand seals so quickly that they left after images. Lava release, dissolving monster technique. A huge mass of acid capable of melting steel shot towards me. While dodging her skills, I didn't forget to cast a reconnaissance technique on her and the guy next to her with the white eyes. Karasuma Mei is an elite J-nin, and her strength is indeed impressive. She comes out swinging big moves, really underestimating me. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, and then I immediately followed up with a fire release. Great fireball technique. With the buff from my left eye's ninjutsu enhancement, let me tell you, that fire unleashed was like the sky collapsing, directly lighting up half of the night sky. Over there, a dozen water release ninjas desperately formed a water barrier just to barely block it. I then unleashed a wind release, vacuum wave, sending countless wind blades mixed with water vapor flying. But Karasuma Mei was even fiercer, directly using a boil release, skilled mist technique, which corroded even my wind blades completely. All right, you've really ticked me off now? Susanoo. I shuddered, and amidst a tearing pain, a gigantic azure skeleton giant rose from the ground, instantly sprouting flesh and tendons. Directly entering its second form, Kagaya's dimensional shift struck me like a scraping treatment. Without a second thought, I piloted Susanoo, grabbed 2 chakra swords, and charged straight into the crowd of ninjas surrounding us. With swift strikes, blood and flesh flew everywhere, as I ruthlessly fought my way in and out of the encirclement. Let me tell you, those fog-hidden ninjas were completely dumbfounded at that moment. Each one of them looked like they'd seen a ghost, their knives dropped from their hands. They were mumbling things like, "What kind of monster is this? How are we supposed to fight?" Their morale instantly collapsed, seeing that the situation was not right. Terumi Mei quickly came out to rally everyone, shouting, "Everyone hold on. This state of his won't last long." Then she unleashed a powerful jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Goodness, 3 water dragons came roaring towards me and knocked me out of my towering form. I was a bit overwhelmed at that moment. Regardless of what dragon or whatever, I directly controlled Susanoo and charged right at her face. This woman reacted quickly, grabbing the white-eyed guy named Ching who was already scared stiff next to her, and did a backflip to dodge. When I swung down with my blade, there was a loud bang, and the rooftop they were standing on was directly split in half by me, taking a few unfortunate villagers inside along with it. That guy named Ching completely broke down, pointing at me and cursing, "Bastard, you actually kill civilians." I thought to myself, what nonsense are you talking about? There are no rules on the battlefield. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and swung my blade again toward this loudmouth. Another huge explosion followed, and Konoha's Mei pulled him away, just in time. Now that guy was completely subdued, crawling away in a hurry, and he shut his mouth, no longer daring to chatter at me. Just when I was having a good time fighting, I suddenly felt something was off with my blue bar. So I quickly asked the system, "System, how much longer can my Susanoo hold on?" System prompt, 11 minutes and 2 seconds remaining until mission completion. Need to kill 10 mist ninja. When I heard that, I was like, what the hell? In just over 10 minutes, my chakra is almost running out. No wonder Itachi and the others don't use this thing easily. It's truly a chakra-burning beast. System prompt. It is recommended that the host leave quickly, as the fire at the hospital has been extinguished. My heart sank. This is bad. The fire at the hospital is out, which means that the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, has freed up his hands? The Three Tails Jinchuriki. I must retreat for my own safety. I made a quick decision and pushed back Koyomi with another slash, then turned around to prepare to escape. As a result, that woman, Koyomi, shouted with a voice as sharp as a horn, calling out to the entire village. He wants to run. Lord Suigetsu is coming soon. Everyone hold him down. As soon as she said that, the surrounding mist ninjas charged at me like they were on adrenaline, howling as they pounced on me, just like dumplings being thrown into water. I looked at the situation and thought, this won't work. If I get entangled, I won't be able to escape. Plus, my Susanoo form consumes too much chakra. I need to find another way. Moreover, that kid Obito is definitely lurking somewhere, spying on me, so I can't reveal all my cards. With that in mind, I immediately the Susanoo. As soon as I did, the pressure hit me instantly. Various ninjutsu came crashing down on me like they were free, and I could only dodge while counterattacking. In the end, I was forced to form a hand seal. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A gust of wind finally blew them away temporarily, but there were just too many people tightly surrounding me in layers. Host, time is running out. Prepare to leave, but be careful not to leave their line of sight. Hearing the system's words, I understood. Earth release. Ultra light heavy rock technique. I clapped my hands together, and my whole body shot up into the air like I was on a rocket, zooming into the sky. Phew, that was close. I almost got caught again. Floating in the air, looking at the dark crowd below, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the crowd below stirred, and a kid-like figure emerged, exuding killing intent. It was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Maid Harumi hurriedly reported, Mizukage-sama, he can fly. We have no way to deal with him. Yagura looked up at me coldly and said, no problem. Redirect the anti-air weapons. We must take him down today. I heard this and thought, wow, anti-air weapons? I want to see what treasures you guys from the Mist Village can bring out. Sure enough, not long after, a group of ninjas pushed out a row of dark artillery. I focused and realized, isn't that the giant shuriken launcher? To kill me? They even brought out such a war machine? With a shout of fire. From below, thousands of shurikens rained down on me like a torrential downpour. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and activate Susanoo again to withstand it. The sounds of clanging echoed endlessly. My Susanoo was cracking, and my body hurt like hell. After barely surviving the first wave, I quickly canceled Susanoo to regain chakra. But before I could catch my breath, I saw Yagura, below, suddenly burst forth with crimson chakra, transforming into the Three Tails form. And with a mouthful, he shot a condensed-tailed beast bomb right at my face. Oh no! Boom! With a loud bang, I was directly blown into a cloud of smoke. My friends, who understands? Just moments ago, I had used a tailed beast bomb to blow up their hospital, and now I was sent away by a tailed beast bomb. What is this? The cycle of heaven is just. However, just as my vision went black, a ding sounded in my head. Mission completed. Would you like to receive your reward? Claim. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item. Art is Patrick Star. Is this it? I complained to the system. Dying was too frustrating. The system informed me that this mission, along with side quests, had earned a total of 60,000 experience. Leveled up twice, and granted 25 lottery chances. I couldn't be bothered to look at those and directly flip to that special item. Art is Patrick Star. SS class, the ultimate art C0 self-detonation from Daedara. Unlimited use, explosion radius 10 kilometers, cooldown 24 hours. I exclaimed, wow, isn't this Daedara's ultimate self-detonation? And its unlimited refills. I glanced at my remaining half chakra and sneered. Mist Village, huh? Just wait for me. Today, no matter what. I have to go back and throw this Patrick Star down for you. Without hesitation, I revived on the spot and flew back toward the Mist Village. Meanwhile, over in the Mist Village, they thought I had already fled. Yagura was sighing over the hospital I had flattened, suffering heavy losses, even one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mangetsu H. Zuki had died inside. Just when he was troubled, someone in the sky suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that guy's back." Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Yagura, whose expression was like he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He directly took a tailed beast bomb from me and is completely unharmed? He panicked, fearing both my strength and for his position as Mizuki's. He quickly ordered, "Hurry, activate the highest level defense barrier." A nearby Umbu spoke reassuringly, "Don't worry, my lord. This is based on the techniques from the land of Whirlpool Scrolls. It can withstand a tailed beast bomb head-on." Upon hearing this, Yagura's face darkened. "What do you mean withstand a tailed beast bomb head-on? Can you even speak properly?" While they were in a flurry, I had already flown above the village. Shurikens ready. Fire. Again, the same old trick, a deluge of shurikens. I activated Susanoo to withstand it, but I knew deep down that my chakra was running low, and I couldn't keep this up. It was impossible to detonate Patrick's star in the center of the village now. The current mist village was much stronger than the sand village that I had previously beaten with Gaara. Furthermore, I had to hurry to find Rin, otherwise Obito would definitely cause trouble. Sai, forget it. Let us just collect some interest today. I suddenly dove, dodging the subsequent attacks. Then threw Patrick's star directly toward the outskirts of the mist village. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. At the same time, the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan came up. My vision went black, and the pain almost made me fall from the sky. I couldn't care about anything else. I endured the excruciating pain and flew toward the land of waves without looking back. As the shock wave of the explosion subsided, Yagura looked at the ruins on the outskirts of the village, and he fell silent. Although the barrier blocked most of the power, it ultimately shattered. He couldn't understand why I didn't use this move earlier, why I had to flee and then come back to use it. Did I need to charge up? This guy was really too strange. On the other side, the scene shifted, and Obito was in the basement watching the live broadcast through Zetsu. After watching, he directly said to Zetsu, "This guy is too fierce. We can't beat him now. Let's avoid the spotlight for a while. By the way, go inform Rin to run quickly. I suspect Izumi already knows her location." Zetsu hesitated a bit. "Isn't doing this going to offend him?" Obito snorted coldly. "He would love to peel my skin off right now. What is wrong with me, making him uncomfortable? This operation really taught me a lesson. It's a textbook example of behind the enemy lines operations. I'm back at the temporary residence in the land of waves. The most exciting part is here, everyone. Time to open blind boxes. 109 consecutive draws. The system is drawing. Wow, a long list of rewards popped up. I sold all the garbage items for experience and leveled up twice. I mainly focused on a few good items. Otsutsuki Kagaya's Seeking Jade is S grade. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, S grade. Eye Technique, Amaterasu, S grade. Wetbone Forest, Sage Mode, S grade. The Seeking Jade is impressive, but the system says I can't touch it, or it'll turn into nothingness. What a hellish item. The Spiraling Shuriken has too many side effects, and Amaterasu can't kill anyone, pass. The Sage Mode from the Wetbone Forest is pretty good. Looks like I need to pay a visit to the Wetbone Forest soon. After sorting out my feelings, I'm ready to head to Lioli Island to find Rina. At this moment on Lioli Island, Rina's teacher, Master Yuan, is preparing to leave, utterly disappointed in her, feeling that his disciple has become increasingly uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Rina is eager for her teacher to leave quickly, plotting how to continue her reign of power. Oof, don't let me find out who reported me, she mutters fiercely. Suddenly, a white figure pops out from the ground, waving at her. Hey, beautiful, hello. My name is White Zetsu. Who? Rina is startled, and upon seeing White Zetsu's distorted face, her disgust reaches its peak. Without a second thought, she draws the large knife from her back and points it at White Zetsu's neck, coldly saying, "You think you could talk to me looking that ugly? Do you know who I am?" Ugly? Ugly? Let me tell you, White Zetsu's expression at that moment seemed like his CPU was overheating. He had never faced such humiliation in his life. You, what do you mean you? Call me Lady Rina. Rina said arrogantly. What level do you think you are to talk to me? Godi. As she spoke, she swung her knife down, but unexpectedly, it missed. White Zetsu dodged at the last moment using the mayfly technique. Seeing this, Rina got even more excited. Interesting, you actually dodged? Don't you know we in the mist have zero tolerance for spies? You actually dare to appear in front of me. Not far away, White Zetsu slowly poked his head out, looking at the arrogant woman, trembling with anger. I have to tell you, this kid originally had good intentions. He wanted to go warn that woman, saying, "Sister, run away quickly, someone's going to take your kidney." But guess what happened? As soon as that woman named Renai opened her mouth, she almost burned Baiju's CPU. She thinks he's ugly? Let me tell you, Baiju's looks are quite impressive in his clan, okay? Even that lively A-Fei envies him. Baiju was so angry inside. He was madly complaining about his clueless original body, ignoring our perfect potential stock, Quan Yi, in choosing to hang himself on that crooked tree of Abido. And he even wanted me to save this tasteless woman? Dream on. I immediately reported this to our Quan Yi, and I did the right thing, didn't I? Thinking of this, the kid raised his head and shouted at Renai, "Go die, you fool." I was standing next to him at that time, completely stunned. Renai immediately exploded, ready to swing her big kitchen knife. Oh no, it was a flounder, overchop him when suddenly Duong, a figure in a cool red armor, descended from the sky and landed right in the middle. Renai instantly became timid, stopping to look cautiously at the newcomer. On the other side, Baiju, upon seeing this figure, rushed over like he saw a family member. "Quan Yi, you're here. I'm telling you, it's this woman who ruined our business in the land of waves and even killed our people." Quan Yi also looked confused. "Baiju, what are you doing here?" Baiju's little brain was working fast, and he immediately replied, I came to guide you. I was afraid this woman would run away, so I came ahead to keep an eye on her." Wow, this kid's little scheme was so loud I could hear it from the side. He must be frantically putting down a Beto in his heart. Look at our Quan Yi, this height, this looks, this strength, this temperament. Now look at that Abido kid, scurrying around like a rat in a gutter, and he dares to call himself Uchiha Madara? It's a complete insult to Lord Madara. The more he thought, the more excited he became, rubbing his little hands and leaning in with a fawning expression. Quan Yi-kun, are you still hiring? How about me?" Quan Yi looked at him with a crazy person-esque gaze, thinking, "Aren't you Abido as person? Are you playing undercover with me? Did Abido send you to save her?" Just as he was about to ask, clearly, Renai couldn't hold back anymore and yelled, "Are you two performing a two-person show here? Do I not exist? Don't you know I'm one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist?" Only then did Quan Yi shift his gaze and calmly ask, "Why did you destroy my business in the land of waves?" Renai arrogantly retorted, "Who are you?" "I am Kato." "Nonsense. That ugly guy just called you Quan Yi." I have to tell you, Baiju really has a sharp tongue. As soon as he heard this, Quan Yi immediately poked his head out from behind Baiju and shouted, "He's your dad." Goodness, this one sentence completely shattered Rina's sanity. Her eyes turned red, her face twisted in rage. Gripping her knife tightly, she gritted her teeth and said, "You dog, I'm going to kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped up and unleashed a powerful move towards Quan Yi and the others. Flatfish, release. Wow, did that just hit me too? Quan Yi reacted quickly, grabbing Baiju beside him and swiftly retreating. Boom! With a loud explosion, a huge pit was created right where she stood. Quan Yi looked at the pit, his expression instantly turning cold. "Do you really want to die, Rina?" Rina had completely lost her mind at this point, wielding her dual knives and gathering energy. Laughing maniacally with a bloodthirsty face, "From the moment you called yourself Kato, we are sworn enemies. I love watching people cry, and now I'm going to let you feel what despair really is. Remember to call me Lady Rina. I told you." When Izumi looked at her expression, it was like looking at a patient who needed to be immediately sent for electroshock therapy, murmuring to himself, "So it turns out she is just a madwoman. Forget it. There is no need to argue with such a person. Just send her away." He turned to Baiju beside him and said, "You have 5 minutes to leave this place. Be quick, and remember not to look back." Baiju understood instantly. Whoosh. He activated the technique of the mayfly and drilled into the ground, leaving behind his sentence, "I'll find you when I'm done," and then vanished. Then, the most explosive scene came. Izumi calmly took out a black sphere with a strange, smiling face from the system backpack. I squinted to take a closer look. Good heavens. ISNT, that Patrick Star. He was also muttering a popular phrase from 2025. Art is Patrick Star. Then, he slowly flew into the sky, waved politely at Rina, who was still shouting crazily below, and smiled slightly. Goodbye. The next second, boom. A dazzling white beam of light shot up into the sky, and the powerful shockwave spread out instantly, finally gathering in the sky into a massive energy body resembling Patrick Star. With Izumi's explosion, the entire world fell silent. When the smoke cleared, there was no more glazed island on the sea, just a deep, bottomless giant hollow, and the seawater was rushing in wildly. Glazed Island was physically erased from the map of this world. This commotion certainly couldn't be hidden. The patrol team and watchtower of the Hidden Mist Village saw it, and were all stunned. What the hell? Where's Glazed Island? Where did my huge Glazed Island go? The entire Hidden Mist Village was in an uproar. The newly appointed Minister of Intelligence, Jing Wu, hurriedly brought people over, only to find not even a trace of the island, and ended up encountering the surviving elder, Yuan Shi, at sea. The old man was so angry that his beard stood up, swearing to find out the culprit and avenge his useless apprentice. As for Izumi, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. He returned to the land of waves to arrange some company affairs, and then, with a reverse summoning, directly teleported to one of the 3 holy lands, the Wetbone Forest. Upon meeting the legendary giant slug sage, he was straightforward. "Hello, sage. I want to learn sage techniques." The slug sage was initially quite proud, bringing up the old stories of the first Hokage and Madara, unwilling to teach. However, Izumi directly flipped the table and said calmly, "Sorry, I've already mastered it. I'm just here to say hello." Saying this, he snapped his fingers, and the perfect sage mode was activated on the spot, with eyeshadow and forehead patterns identical to the first Hokage. The slug sage was dumbfounded. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never seen such a thing. This talent was simply like opening super admin privileges. There was no way around it. The rice was already cooked, and the slug sage had to accept it. Not only did he impart all his sage techniques, but he also gave him a small clone as a personal assistant, with just one request: try not to make a move against Kanna. She is the only relative of Lord Hashirama. Izumi was also a seasoned player, and he promised, "Okay, I'll try my best." When he returned to the land of waves through summoning, guess who was waiting for him? It was that Baiju. This guy was really persistent, coming over to say, "I'm sincerely here to seek your support." Izumi glanced at him sideways. "Do you think I would believe that? Obito sent you, didn't he?" Baiju also went all out and directly laid his cards on the table. "I can help you monitor Uchiha Obito and pass on information to you. This is my sincerity." Izumi calculated in his heart, this deal isn't a loss. Regardless of whether the information is true or false, I can sell it to Konoha. Let them take the risk, and I'll profit from it. This the legendary monetization of information asymmetry? So he nodded. "Okay." To facilitate contact, Izumi even thoughtfully gave him a name. "From now on, you'll be called away." I told you when Baiju heard this. He immediately took off on the spot. Goodness, he was dancing around like during the driving test, so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. He said his name was Away, and explained to me that among their hundreds of Baiju, only 3 of them have names, including him. This is even rarer than pulling an SSR. After saying that, he wanted to find a place to calm down and vent his emotions, but promised to bring me the latest information about Obito when he returned. All right, I nodded, watching him dive into the ground and disappear. Just 5 days after that, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly, in the middle of the night, my ring started buzzing. I looked, and it turned out to be a life or death call from my boss, Nagato. I had promised him that I would report back to the village after finishing things in the land of waves, but I completely forgot once I got busy, which was a bit embarrassing. I quickly answered, and the next moment, he appeared in that familiar conference hall. Payne's deadpan face was the same as ever, and he got straight to the point, asking me when I would return to the village. I said it would be soon, that everything here was settled. Guess what he said next? He said, "Oh right, Madara recently told me that you have been unilaterally dismissed." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I was full of question marks. What on earth? Is Obito really this childish? Playing these elementary school tricks, thinking that by kicking me out of the group chat, I wouldn't be able to play the Moon Eye plan? He doesn't even think about it. The Akatsuki was started by Yahiko and the others. Is Nagato someone he can manipulate at will? It's ridiculous. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at Pain. Uchiha Madara? Hee. But Pain's deadpan face didn't change at all. He just stared at me and calmly said, "You mean Obito is Madara?" I already knew that. He confessed it to me himself. Wow. I was completely shocked. Good grief. That brat Obito went straight for the nuclear option, playing the self-destruct card. He's burning his boats, using his true identity to gain Nagato's absolute trust. I finally understood. This guy being chosen by Madara is no joke. I always looked down on him as a time traveler, thinking I had the script, but he turned the tables on me. This world is real, and everyone has their own mind. I can't keep looking at people with old eyes. Pain's meaning was very clear. Whether it's Madara or Obito, as long as they can help him deal with the tailed beasts and achieve world peace, he wants them all. Moreover, he is the leader of the Akatsuki, and my stay or leave is up to him. As long as I don't harm the organization's interests, no one can touch me. I have to say, Nagato's few words were really quite imposing. I calmed down at that moment. "Fine, Uchiha, you're ruthless. You're not playing by the rules, right? Then this game has just begun." I told Pain, "Fine, then give me a new partner." He was quite agreeable and said okay, but there's no one available right now, so you'll have to fly solo for a month, and when the time comes, Conan will be waiting for you in the land of soup to take over. The land of soup? I knew exactly what that meant. It was time to collect Phaeton. After hanging up the phone, oh no, the connection was cut. I had a clear idea in my mind. A month time is tight. I must make some big moves. I can't keep being led by that brat Obito. The information gap is the key. He has a trump card. What do I have? I have nothing. No way. I must find a helper. Next stop, Orochimaru. Right. I need to borrow some of Yakushi Kabuto's abilities. No time to waste. I activated the super light heavy rock technique and zoomed towards the land of rice. After flying for several days, I arrived at the Sound Village in the land of rice, and I was stunned. This place looked like it had been forcibly demolished, with broken bricks and rotten tiles. I thought my navigation had led me astray. Just as I was about to leave, two bizarre creatures popped out from the ground. One with 6 arms, and the other with 2 heads, making a ruckus and trying to kill me. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and directly cast a reconnaissance technique. Good grief, they were only level 33. It was practically a gift. I was too lazy to move, and with a flash of my Crimson Sharingan, the 6-armed Kintoki instantly froze, like a marionette, respectfully saying, "Please follow me." The other 2-headed dragon wanted to say something, but with a single glance from me, it obediently shut up and led the way. As I pushed the door open, the familiar, pungent smell of snake hit me. Orochimaru was reclining in a chair, with his glasses-wearing lackey, Kabuto, standing beside him. When Orochimaru saw me, his twisted smile widened. His tongue extended long as he licked his lips. The look in his eyes was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 800 years spotting a plump lamb, barely holding back drool, mumbling, "Thank you for nature's gift. I'll gladly accept your body." I thought to myself, "You old fool. You remember the meals but forget the beatings." Huh. All right, my friend. Let us help you review properly today. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. I stared at him and said word by word, "Orochimaru, it's only been a year, and you've already forgotten the fear of being dominated by these eyes? It seems I need to help you remember." Tsukuyami. In an instant, Orochimaru was dragged into my mental world, bound to a cross. I didn't waste any time and pulled out my knife to stab him. I told him not to rush, as this was just the beginning. For the next 72 hours, I would keep stabbing him. Then, I suddenly created hundreds of shadow clones, each with a knife, and the scene was like a large-scale skewer-making event. Orochimaru's screams never ceased. When I finally released him from Tsukuyami, only a second had passed in the real world. Goodness, Orochimaru was completely slumped, his face pale, gasping for air as if he had just run 3,000 meters, looking like he was about to pass out. The guy next to him, Kabuto, was so scared that his face turned white, but he still gritted his teeth and held a kunai between us. I thought at that moment, this kid has guts. He has quite a talent. Knowing he couldn't win, yet still daring to step up. This act of loyalty, to protect his master, must have raised his favorability with Orochimaru to the max. No wonder he could inherit all of Orochimaru's possessions later. It's all about the personal connections in the world. I won't waste words with him and directly state my conditions. I know you have a deal with Danzo, and have helped him with experiments on the Sharingan and would release. I want a pair of Sharingan, plus let me borrow Kabuto for a while. Orochimaru was shocked and refused to admit he had any stock. I pointed out to him directly, "What you want is not just ordinary eyes, but the body of the Uchiha. Otherwise, why would you be chasing Itachi?" He couldn't hide it anymore and started to bargain with me, asking what I could offer him. I directly sliced open my palm to show my blood. I said, "Use this as a trade." He agreed on the spot. Deal? I was almost laughing crazily inside. This body was given to me by the system. What is bloodline power? What is that? Giving him this blood, he could study it for a lifetime and still wouldn't figure it out. It's purely using a bug to trick an NPC. The transaction was completed, and Orochimaru spat out a glass vial containing a 3-tomo Sharingan, sticky and all, and handed it over. I took it with disdain and put it away, then left with Kabuto. On the way, I laid out the plan. Our next stop is Konoha. This kid Kabuto is quite smart, not asking a single unnecessary question. 10 days later, we stood at the entrance of Konoha. I told Kabuto, the plan is simple. Find Kakashi, take out the Sharingan that Obito gave him, and then replace it with the 3-tomo I got from Orochimaru. Guys, let me tell you how brilliant this plan is. First, when I take Kakashi's eye and fuse it with my Mangeki, it becomes an eternal Mangeki with Kamui. Straight to the point. Second, replacing it with a normal one ensures that Obito won't notice for a while, and the plot can continue. The most cunning part is the third step. I want to plant a trap in the new eye, a rewriting seal Amaterasu, set to automatically activate when it sees Obito's Mangeki. We use transformation jutsu to sneak into the village and headed straight for the ninja school. I figured today was the graduation exam, and Kakashi would definitely show up. Sure enough, it wasn't long before we saw Kakashi leading 3 little kids out. We quietly followed him all the way to the 3rd training ground. Kakashi was there scolding the newly graduated kids, saying something like if he had to use both hands, it meant they were qualified, acting all tough. When I strolled over with Do, he immediately became alert and lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. I couldn't help but laugh. Using Sharingan in front of me? Wasn't that like showing off a big sword in front of Guan Yu? I couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and just shot a glance over. Tsukuyami, you. Kakashi managed to utter a word, but the next second, he collapsed like a robot that had lost power, hitting the ground face first with a thud, and fainted. I told you, I didn't think twice and directly flipped this guy over. The main thing was to quickly get that kaleidoscope Sharingan with divine power. As the longer the night, the more dreams. As for whether Kakashi would have any psychological trauma, well, at this point, let's just focus on surviving first. I quickly dealt with those deadweights in just a few moves, and wow, I got 3,000 experience points, feeling great. I tossed the bodies directly to the nearby pharmacist, asking him to take care of them. Then, the main event began. I squatted down and looked at the unconscious Kakashi. Without any hesitation, I directly went for it, and, with a pop, completely gouged out his Sharingan. Let me tell you, the scene was bloody, and that intense pain nearly woke Kakashi from his deep coma. When I saw he was about to wake up, I quickly cast an illusion on him to make sure he stayed sound asleep. I carefully placed the still warm, shining eye into a small jar and sealed it. This is a treasure. Then I turned to Do and said, all right, install the spare Sharingan that Orochimaru gave us for him. I still need the other one. Do is also a tech-savvy guy, and without saying a word, he started preparing for the procedure. I handed him the other 3-tomo Sharingan that Orochimaru gave me and specifically reminded him to be quick and not let Kakashi notice any flaws. To be honest, I was lying to him. I wasn't worried about Kakashi. I was worried about that peeping Tom, Uchiha Bido. Let me tell you, there is a connection between the same pair of Manjiki Sharingan, similar to Bluetooth pairing. My plan here is to swap it for a knockoff, so he won't sense it. As long as Abido doesn't notice this right away, once I control Kakashi to start talking about his first love, Lin Noera, his love-struck brain will be so distracted that he won't even think to check his eyes. He will definitely lose his composure and jump out from the bushes to confront me. After all, Lin is his white moonlight, his eternal pain. Watching Do seriously perform the surgery over there, my little calculations were ringing in my head. Do is indeed a talented guy, calm, smart, capable, and natural second in command. It's a pity that he only has eyes for Orochimaru. I can't change his thought process regarding this Manjiki. Should I keep this ticking time bomb for the new year? I decided on the spot that once he finishes the surgery for Kakashi, I'm going to give him a big gift. While I was calculating, I secretly called the system with my hands in my pockets. System, please identify this I have in my hand. With a flash of light, the introduction of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, S-Class, appeared, and its ability is remote teleportation. No problem. System, how do I use the fusion scroll? Do I need to poke out my own eye? No, just crush the scroll and touch the two items together. Got it. I directly took the scroll out of my backpack and crushed it, then slowly brought the warm Shinjutsu eye from the jar towards my left eye. I tell you, that feeling, wow, it's icy, and then there's a piercing pain. It feels like my whole brain is going to be churned into a porridge. A line of blood tears shot out from the corner of my eye. But in the next second, who understands what family members feel? A force unprecedented and devastating instantly exploded from my eyes. With a bang, the ground beneath my feet cracked inch by inch, and a violent aura blew everything around me away. The person beside me was so frightened that they could only tightly protect Kakashi on the operating table, fearing that he would be blown away by my power. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! I couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. This feeling is simply exhilarating. After a while, I finally managed to rein in this power. I felt it and softly murmured, "This is the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan." Although I can't split mountains with a single strike yet, I have basically reached the level of Itachi fighting Sasuke in the later stages, which is enough. I turned to Do and asked, "How is it?" "It's done, sir. It's just that Kakashi's mental trauma is too severe. He probably won't wake up for a while." "Got it. Take him and withdraw." The noise just now was too loud. The security of Konoha. Oh no, the Ambu should be coming. Our figures flickered, and we arrived directly at the South Shrine. He was still looking confused. "Sir, where is this?" "It's where the Uchiha clan holds their parties." I smiled slightly. "I'll come here to give you a big gift." Upon hearing this, Dee's face turned pale, feeling the ultimate betrayal of 2025. He was about to say he was a follower of Orochimaru when I immediately used the body switch technique to slap him in the face. As the words fell, Dee began to melt like a wax figure, and in a matter of seconds, transformed into another clone dressed in the Akatsuki's red cloud robe. Done. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. "Thank you, Yakushi Kabuto. Now you've finally realized your undercover dream, officially joining the Akatsuki, albeit in a mindless cannon fodder version. Next up was Kakashi. I directly used a sealing technique to seal the Amaterasu Black Flames into his newly installed counterfeit Sharingan. This thing is a trigger-type landmine, specifically prepared for Obito. You ask why I didn't just kill Kakashi and transform into him? Family, Obito knows Kakashi as well as he knows what size underwear he wears. Any subconscious movement on my part would give me away. So, I had to use the original Kakashi to fool that cautious guy. My newly created D-style body switch clone still has its uses. He is my remote control bomb, specifically used to counter Obito's invincible intangibility. This time, I must strike with certainty. Having set everything up, I took the completely controlled Kakashi to the Memorial Stone. This place is Obito's sorrowful spot. He likes to teleport here to reminisce about his first love, just like clocking in for work. I waited here for the rabbit to come. Sure enough, Konoha soon discovered the anomaly at the training ground. The third Hokage was pulling his hair out in worry, suspecting that Orochimaru or Itachi had returned. But he never expected that the troublemaker was me, an outsider. He even sighed, saying, if only Minato were alive. Hey, if he were alive, where would I find so much trouble to stir up? In the following days, I controlled Kakashi to play the melancholic male god in front of the Memorial Stone. His former colleague, Yuzuki Yugao, even came to see him, thinking he was still sad about Rin. Who would have thought that the elite Jonin of Konoha had long been turned into a puppet in his own village? Just as my patience was wearing thin and I was preparing to pack up and leave on the 7th evening, it came. In the grass beside the Memorial Stone, the space twisted and the man wearing the spiral mask silently appeared. I was incredibly excited. I finally waited for you, and I'm glad I didn't give up. I immediately gave Kakashi the signal to start the performance through the Sharingan. Kakashi spoke slowly to the stone tablet in an incredibly deep and sorrowful tone. Rin, time flies so fast. I become the leading Jonin, just like when Teacher Minato led us. Back then, it was I who did not keep the promise with Obito. It was I who killed you with my own hands. I never hoped for your forgiveness. Because all of this was for Konoha. Rin, I'm sorry. I nearly threw up listening to this line, but the effect was outstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from behind. Humph. Kakashi Hitaki, what qualification do you have to seek her forgiveness after killing your comrade with your own hands? Obito stepped out from the grass, filled with low pressure. He looked at Kakashi, his eyes almost overflowing with hatred. Well, for Konoha, it's all nonsense. After Rin's death, you soared to success, and now you come to feign an apology? I was truly blind to have given you my Sharingan. Thinking of this, Obito's killing intent surged, preparing to directly use Kamui to capture Kakashi. But just at that moment when their eyes met, bang, the 3 Tomo in Kakashi's left eye instantly spun, forming the shape of a shuriken. Amaterasu, a ball of pitch-black flames suddenly engulfed Obito's chest. Obito let out a painful scream. The black flames looked small, but once touched, they couldn't be extinguished, instantly burning his chest to expose his white bones. He decisively sacrificed one eye to activate Izanagi, nullifying the damage. The moment the black flames disappeared, Obito realized he had fallen into a trap. The writing seal. It was Uchiha Izuna. He immediately understood he had been ensnared and frantically sucked himself into the Kamui space. In the Kamui space, Obito's face under the mask twisted, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, how could this guy know everything about me? He even knows about my promise with Kakashi. He actually dares to use Rin. I must kill him. Having figured it out, Obito decided to take the risk and go out once more to retrieve Kakashi and his eye. But as soon as he peeked out, boom, a black truth-seeking ball fell from the sky, directly smashing the spot where he had just stood into a bottomless pit, even sending the memorial stone flying. That was quick. I held the Kusanagi sword and slowly descended from the air, even taking Kakashi with me. But it was useless. The time for Izanagi was almost up. Now, it's hunting time. As soon as I finished speaking, a ding sounded in my head. Unique side quest. The curtain call of Uchiha Obito. Quest reward. Contract with Kurama, the Nine Tails. System prompt. Kill Uchiha Obito within 30 minutes. Countdown begins 29 minutes 59 seconds. Damn, a timed mission? The system really knows how to pick its moments. I was wondering why there were no tasks before. Turns out it was waiting for me here. This is pushing me to my limits. Alright, it's the Nine Tails. I'll take this job. Sage mode, activate. I clasp my hands together, and the sage face pattern instantly appears around my eyes. I grab the hidden card, use the body flicker technique, and with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan activated, I unleash Kemi, directly chasing him into his home. At this moment, Obito is just catching his breath in the Kamui space, completely stunned, probably still in shock. If he knew I had come in with a remote control bomb, I wonder what his expression would be. So close, just a hair's breadth away. And he would have been sent away by that last shot of the truth-seeking orb. I tell you, when he looked down his arm that I had just blown off, he was completely stunned, probably still savoring how thrilling that path-seeking jade was. He was filled with dread, pondering how Uchiha Izumi, that is me, could possess something only the sage of 6 paths should have. But even though he couldn't figure it out, when he turned his head and saw Kakashi lying half dead on the ground, his anger surged up. Goodness. He immediately noted down in his mind. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you, you useless piece of trash. If it weren't for you, would I be in such a predicament? However, scolding aside, he still had to get things done. He thought, forget it, for Rin's sake I won't kill you. But I have to take your eyes back. He was still calculating, planning to casually find a random 3-tomo to install for you, since you, an outsider, wouldn't understand anyway. Who understands this kind of operation? He was definitely a master of PUA, wanting Kakashi to feel guilty for a lifetime. Then he reached out to gouge out Kakashi's eyes. Let me tell you, the most exciting part is coming. As soon as his hand touched, his expression changed drastically. Something was off. I had no resonance at all. This wasn't the Sharingan I gave you. In that moment, Obito felt a chill all over, and his hand started to tremble. He couldn't believe it. So he touched it again, and the result was the same. It was over, he was done for. He finally realized that I had tricked him. Who else could have replaced Kakashi's eyes without him noticing, keeping him in the dark? He must have been thinking, Uchiha Izumi, you really have no sense of martial ethics. Even using Rin, it was only natural for you to target Kakashi. Luckily, that I was just an ordinary 3-tomo, not connected to Kamui space. Otherwise, I would have barged right in. Thinking of this, he hurriedly gave himself a lifeline, and from the back of his neck, he squeezed out 5 white zetsus like toothpaste. The scene was really a bit ridiculous. Without saying a word, he grabbed 1 white zetsu and pressed it onto his severed arm, and in less than 10 seconds, a brand new arm grew back. After taking care of himself, he started to hold a meeting with the remaining 4 white zetsus. He was being quite sinister, saying, let me tell you, Uchiha Izumi sneaked into Konoha, and that old man Sarutobi doesn't even know. You all go out now. Think of every possible way to leak this to the higher-ups of Konoha. Make my threat sound as big as possible. The bigger the better. Today, I want to use Konoha's hands to ensure he has no place to be buried. The few white zetsus nodded like a tape recorder, repeatedly saying, don't worry. We'll make it happen. While Obito was gnashing his teeth, making threats, saying something about how a mere orphan wanted to turn the world upside down, and that he would give him a grand finale this time. Just as he finished speaking, let me tell you, the space beside him buzzed and twisted. I, along with my elephant-transformed clone, suddenly appeared right in front of his face. His eyes were about to pop out, pointing at me, unable to speak clearly. You Uchiha Izumi? How could you activate Kamui? I gave him a disdainful look and replied lightly, why not? Is it that hard? Well, that line left him speechless. He looked me up and down, realizing that not only had I activated my sage mode, but I was also in a divine state, making him uneasy as he muttered about the kind of monster Uchiha Itachi had unleashed. Upon hearing this, I chuckled and said, what's wrong? Missing him after just a few days? Don't worry, I'll send him down to keep you company. He huffed in anger, but before he could finish his grunt, I opened my mouth and shouted, Sage Art, Great Fire Annihilation. That guy was instantly engulfed in overwhelming flames along with his 4 little white zetsus. The group was left dumbfounded. A B-rank ninjutsu, under the enhancement of my sage mode, was like a natural disaster. In that critical moment, Obito was truly ruthless. He grabbed one of the white zetsus beside him to shield himself, and then glanced at Kakashi on the ground, activating his Kamui to escape. The remaining 3 white zetsus didn't even make a splash. They were directly turned to ash. My system notifications were ringing nonstop, adding experience and giving me a chance to draw rewards. I looked and laughed. Obito really did throw Kakashi away. TSK, TSK, TSK. What happened to their bond? Now, it's official across the server. Their CP has completely ended in tragedy. It seems Obito knows Kakashi is his Achilles heel and decisively cut him off. But it's fine. He can run, but the temple can't escape. I took out my ultimate weapon from my backpack, a starfish-shaped remote control bomb, and handed it to my shadow clone. Art is a starfish. As long as I can force him into the Kamui space, I'll detonate it and send him to the afterlife. The scene shifted to Konoha, under Hokage Rock. Obito fell out with a thud, looking quite disheveled. He hurriedly ordered the only surviving white zetsu nearby to send a warning. while he put on his broken mask, preparing to fight me desperately. He must have regretted it deeply. If he had known I could enter Kamui, he should have swapped out Kakashi's eye first. At least he would have had an Izanagi to save his life. Just as he got into position, I buzzed and chased after him. Without saying a word, he unleashed a fire-style, blazing wind dance, and the flames swirled towards me like a tornado. Unfortunately, I pulled out a truth-seeking orb, instantly enlarging it to block all his fire. He looked on, stunned. Another truth-seeking orb. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. So I directly started forming a Rasengan. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Let me tell you, that thing spun in my hand like a miniature sun, buzzing and tearing apart the surrounding air. Countless wounds were cut into my arm, but in Sage mode, they healed instantly. Then, with all my strength, I threw the shuriken at him. When Obito saw this scene, his soul nearly flew away. He knew that just brushing against it meant death, and touching it meant doom. The only way to survive was to hide in the Kamui space. Without a second thought, he activated his Sharingan, ready to phase out. I have been waiting for this moment. He went in. I immediately controlled the Dao Jade to smash it along with the Spiral Shuriken, while my spiritual energy instantly shifted to my clone holding Patrick Star in the Kamui space. In the Kamui space, my clone slowly opened its eyes and happened to see Obito's face filled with uncertainty. Obito thought it was just a shadow clone and snorted coldly, preparing to take action. As a result, my clone revealed a knowing smile and shouted, "SpongeBob." In an instant, Patrick Star exploded. Boom! The entire Kamui space trembled, and a violent shockwave tore him and my clone to pieces. The next second, my vision went black, and my consciousness returned to my body outside. Did it work? I looked at the center of Konoha, which was also reduced to ruins by the Spiral Shuriken, feeling uncertain. As the smoke cleared, there were ruins everywhere. At this moment, a group of Konoha ninjas arrived, and upon seeing this scene, they were filled with righteous indignation, shouting to kill me. I tell you, at that moment, for some reason, a surge of evil fire erupted in my heart, and my mind became a mess. My Sharingan instantly transformed into the pattern of the eternal Mangeki, and a chilling feeling swept over my entire body. I laughed then, a particularly sinister laugh. Hee, you all will die. Susanoo. A gigantic blue skeleton rose from the ground, instantly enveloping me, and then flesh and veins rapidly grew, transforming into its second form. The excruciating pain brought me back to my senses a little, and a voice in my mind sounded like an alarm. "Host, wake up quickly, you are being eroded." I just realized what's going on with me. The system tells me that I've upgraded too fast, and my body can't handle the negative emotions of the eternal kaleidoscope. Goodness. It reminds me of those Uchiha in the original work, all acting like they're insane. Shursui opened his eyes, and his IQ regressed. Itachi wiped out his entire clan for a promise, and Obito is even more heavyweight. I can't turn into one of them. The system says the only way is to open the Rinnegan or obtain the power of the six paths, alright. It looks like killing Uchiha Itachi needs to be put on the agenda. But before that, I need to deal with the issue at hand. I was just thinking when I saw a bloodied, ragged figure sway and stand up in the ruins. It's Obito. This guy actually didn't die. He was breathing heavily, staring intently at me. Sage mode, the Rinnegan. Uchiha Izumi, you are the one who has hidden the deepest. As soon as I saw it, I understood. Goodness, this guy has used a cheat, employing his kaleidoscope as a resurrection armor to perform Izanagi. Truly decisive. He would rather lose one eye than let me obtain the complete Susanoo. However, this is where it ends. What can a blind man do? I increased my chakra output, and Susanoo instantly donned a thick layer of armor, holding a shield in my left hand while a golden gourd appeared out of thin air in my right hand. The flowing liquid transformed into a flame-like blade, a Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Obito felt a heaviness in his heart. He knew things were looking grim today, but he still held his ground. So what? This is Konoha. If you kill me, you won't escape. Just then a white Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him, excitedly saying, "Obito, it's ready. Let's go." Upon seeing this, Obito was overjoyed. He felt a turn of events. As long as he could escape, he would be the one laughing in the end. He even began to murmur to himself, "Rin, wait for me. I will create a world with you in it." I laughed at that moment. Want to run? Useless. Before he finished speaking, a golden light streaked across the sky, piercing through him and his white absolute. At first, he wanted to put on a brave front, saying something trivial like, but halfway through his words, he realized something was wrong. It was a kind of intense pain that tore through him from flesh to soul. He finally reacted, shouting in disbelief. This feeling, could it be the ten-fist sword? I coldly increased the force of my pull and told him it was useless, that no one could save him today. He felt his soul being extracted and began his final words. Using a kaleidoscope too much will make you blind, don't you know? I'll be waiting for you in hell. I delivered the final blow directly. No, you're wrong. With your divine power transplanted, I have awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. At that moment, Obito was completely stunned. Endless regret and despair instantly engulfed him. If only, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. In his confused and desperate gaze, his body was slowly dragged into the ten-fist sword, disappearing completely. It's over. The system notification sounded frantically. Mission complete, rewards acquired. And even dropped the contract for the Nine Tails. This thing is nice. I can use it to equip my Susanoo with a Nine Tails as an external aid. I just need to figure out how to extract the half inside Naruto and the half inside the Shinigami's belly. It seems I need to find Orochimaru for some help. Just as I was tallying my gains, a large number of ninjas had already gathered in Konoha. Leading them was actually a member of Danzo's faction. Meanwhile, in a small dark room in Konoha, the ultimate old man who loved to collect Sharingan, Shimura Danzo, was sitting there. He had already set up a plan to lure the third Hokage away. Listening to his subordinates' reports, a cold smile appeared on his face. And he thought, Uchiha Izumi, you finally showed up. Last time I couldn't kill you. This time you won escape Konoha. That pair of Mangeki Sharingan will be kept safe by me. Danzo couldn't help but recall a scene from 2 years ago, his expression gradually darkening. Watanabe Kenjin was a useless fool. If he had succeeded back then, it wouldn't be so troublesome now. As a Chunin, he was actually killed by a child from a ninja school, truly betray my trust. After a brief silence, Danzo felt the tremors from the earth frowned, and murmured softly, Susanoo. That creature calling itself Absolute didn't specify who the opponent was. A battle of this scale has turned into a fight to the death. With the destructive power displayed by Uchiha Izumi, currently, no one dares to approach that area, resulting in no relevant intelligence being reported back. So who could it be? Forget it. I'll go take a look. I can't let this guy run rampant in the village. Just as Danzo was preparing to take action himself. On the other side, Oil Girl Ryoma had already taken over the assembled ninja troops with the Hokage's assistant as orders, preparing to head to the battlefield. Although this unit was mainly composed of low-ranking ninjas, the ability to organize over 1,000 people in such a short time is the foundation of Konoha's dominance over the ninja world. Captain, who is the enemy that dares to attack the village directly? Among the crowd, a four-man squad was rapidly advancing with a larger force. Hearing a companion ask question, the Chunin captain replied with a puzzled look, I don't know, but I heard it's a rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? Wherein they exterminated? Could it be Uchiha? One of the members in a Konoha Chunin vest couldn't help but speak up. Well, it's possible. I heard it was tragic. Almost the entire clan was wiped out. Yeah, apart from that murderer named Itachi Uchiha, there were 2 kids left. Not long after that night, one of the kids defected. Could it be? Stop, don't say anymore. This isn't something we're qualified to discuss. Okay, I understand. Just as the few of them stopped discussing and quickened their pace, in the central area of Konoha, have all the civilians been evacuated? Lord Shirhai, they have all been evacuated. As the words fell, a root ninja, cloaked in a black robe, nodded slightly and then spoke. Good. Go tell those onlooking ninjas that this area is now under the control of the roots and to leave quickly. Also, you go notify Yamano Tsubasa. Lord Danzo will be arriving soon. Everyone else, be prepared. We can start soon. No need to worry. Lord Danzo is a shadow-level powerhouse. Dealing with this guy will be a piece of cake. Yes. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi's third stage Susanoo was slowly dissipating. At this moment, he stood still, expressionless, staring at the surrounding hesitant Umbu ninjas. Thanks to the overwhelming destructive power he had just displayed, even with the Mangeki Sharingan closed, few dared to approach. Glancing casually at the corpses sprawled on the ground, Uchiha Izumi sneered coldly, thinking, it seems the so-called will of fire is just this. These are all Konoha ninjas who rushed up trying to surround him. After completely killing Uchiha Obito, he merely manipulated Susanoo to deliver a few basic attacks, shattering the resolve of those who sought revenge. Even though several minutes had passed since Obito's death, no one dared to provoke him. Even the earlier curses had vanished with the appearance of over a dozen corpses. Now, apart from those Umbu standing hundreds of meters away, both civilians and ninjas had hidden away at lightning speed. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi shrugged in boredom and turned to leave Konoha. Just then, Several figures appearing one after another caught his attention. Umbu, are they planning to do something? Just as Uchiha Izumi mused with interest, a light snort from a few people broke the silence. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. As the words fell, a transparent square barrier burning with purple flames instantly formed, trapping Uchiha Izumi within. Immediately after, an old figure in a black robe with white bandages wrapped around his head suddenly appeared at the edge of the barrier. Now, you can't escape. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Shimura Danzo with a strange expression. He didn't expect the opponent to use this technique against him. This thing couldn't even trap Kakashi. How did he think he could confine someone with Manjikyu Sharingan inside? He really underestimated him a bit. With a pout, Uchiha Izumi coldly said, Danzo, you don't think this thing is useful against me, do you? Doing this really troubles me. You're underestimating the power of the Uchiha. No, this is the 4 purple flames formation made up of 4 elite Jonin. With your ability, breaking it will take some time. Now your eyes belong to me. Chapter 78. Crisis approaches, Kodoame Tsukumi. Before the words fell, Uchiha Izumi suddenly sensed a special power invading his brain. However, under the suppression of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it couldn't make any progress, ultimately falling into a struggle. Looking at Danzo's old face in front of him, Uchiha Izumi suddenly thought of a possibility. Kodoame Tsukumi, from Uchiha Shursui. To open with such decisiveness, he truly is resolute. Recalling the actions of this 5th Hokage of Konoha in the Land of Iron from the original work, he understood that he must have fallen into the opponent's Jinjutsu. No wonder this guy has so many loyal subordinates. The tongue curseal is one aspect, but long-term brainwashing through Jinjutsu is probably the fundamental reason. After all, being able to cast it through bandages makes it undetectable to others. Furthermore, unlike the permanent control of the left eye, the control from Uchiha Shursui's right eye has a shorter duration and cooldown, allowing for frequent use. But now it is clear that my eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan has developed some resistance. However, the strength of the eyes is one thing. It is likely also related to Shimura Danzo's physique. After all, among all the Uchiha in the ninja world, who else has an Izanagi that can only last for a minute? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi was just about to counterattack when a familiar chill swept over him again, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Was it the after effects of Susanoo, or the backlash of the negative emotions gathered from dark energy? No. Was it the stimulation of Kodoame Tsukumi? At this moment, Uchiha Izumi felt a splitting headache. On the other side, Shimura Danzo's face lit up with joy upon seeing Uchiha Izumi's expression of pain. He waved his hand, and a crack opened in the Shinjutsu barrier, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Uchiha Izumi, I will take your eyes. With those words, Danzo eagerly stepped inside, reaching for the coveted kaleidoscope Sharingan. System prompt. Izanagi is starting up. Forget the system. I suddenly feel that this state is quite good. At this critical moment, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his head, and a blood-red brilliance erupted from his eerie kaleidoscope Sharingan. He suddenly grabbed Danzo's outstretched left hand and smirked, revealing a strange smile. Tsukuyami. In the next moment, as Danzo's eyes widened in horror, Uchiha Izumi yanked hard. A bloody eyeball instantly fell into his hand. Ah, how dare you! Danzo staggered back a few steps, but not much blood flowed from his eyes, indicating that the Senju cells in his body played a crucial role. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, casually placing Kodoame Tsukumi into a container. Then a terrifying aura surged forth. How dare an insignificant ant attempt to steal the Uchiha's kaleidoscope Sharingan? Since that's the case, let me show you what true power is. Susanoo. As he spoke, Uchiha Izumi formed the tiger seal with his hands, and an immense chakra erupted forth. It quickly coalesced into a 30-meter tall blue giant, forcefully pushing open the Shinjutsu barrier activated by 4 elite root shinobi. As the purple transparent barrier shattered, Oil Girl Shurhai and Nakayama Tsukasa were sent flying, spitting blood. Seeing this scene, Danzo's face filled with terror as he repeatedly retreated, ultimately abandoning his 4 subordinates and preparing to flee the scene. Hizashi is too indecisive. He can't bear the weight of the entire Konoha. Without me, Konoha will be unable to function, will fall into despair, and will drift like a rootless duckweed in the wind. I still have unfulfilled dreams. I have not yet become Hokage. I absolutely cannot die. With that thought, Danzo tore off the bandage on his right hand, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan he had obtained from somewhere. Izanagi, Just as Uchiha Izumi swung his Susanu's sword down, a bright red light suddenly erupted from Danzo's hand. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Did he actually dodge? No, it's Izanagi. You won't be so lucky next time. Uchiha Izumi slowly retracted the sword of Susanoo, muttering to himself, "Hiding? Are you, Danzo? Then let us collect some interest before you unseal." With that, Uchiha Izumi suddenly increased the chakra supply and instantly arrived at the location of the root ninjas. Looking around, although the masks obscured their expressions, he could still sense the threads of despair from their tense bodies. "Hey!" Uchiha Izumi suddenly grinned, but his brows were filled with coldness. He then controlled Susanoo to raise his hand and draw the sword. Boom! After a loud explosion, the ground cracked. 3 root ninjas were unable to dodge and were sliced into meat paste by the massive Susanoo. Ha! Ha ha! This is the feeling I wanted. Please indulge me. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi seemed to be going mad. His body slowly enveloped in layers of black mist beneath the blue Susanoo. Looking around, his arms bulged with veins, and his bloodshot kaleidoscope Sharingan glowed ominously, resembling a demon ready to devour. After just a moment of activating the 3rd stage of Susanoo, the rapidly depleting ocular power caused blood to flow from Uchiha Izumi's right eye. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, laughing maniacally as he controlled the massive Susanoo to swing the sword again. "Stay back, hold him off." Oil Girl Shirhai barely dodged Susanoo's lethal strike and shouted loudly, "Captain, I'm very worried about Lord Danzo." "Yes, Captain. Lord Danzo's life and death are unknown. What should we do?" Faced with the inquiries of his subordinates, Oil Girl Shirhai's expression beneath the mask was as dark as water. How could he not be worried about Lord Danzo? He never expected the strength of this monster to be so powerful that even Lord Danzo was not a match for it. Lord Danzo was an elite shinobi, yet he could not withstand even a single strike from Susanoo. This was utterly unbelievable. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Is it really that powerful? Thinking of this, Old Girl Shirhai looked around. He saw more than 20 root ninjas fleeing in panic under Uchiha Izumi's pursuit. A sense of sadness welled up within him. Is this still the so-called elite among the Umbu? Is this still the route that protects Konoha under Lord Danzo's command? They are performing so poorly against an external enemy. It's simply disgraceful for the village. No, this cannot continue. With this thought, Oil Girl Shirhai regained his composure, stood up, and began to shout loudly, preparing to restore the nearly collapsing morale of the crowd. "Everyone hold on. The Hokage is coming soon." "The Hokage?" Seeing the crowd gradually reacting to the mention of the Hokage, Oil Girl Shirhai quickly continued, "Yes, hold on. The Hokage will arrive soon, and at that time, we will definitely be able to kill this guy." Hearing this, the eyes of the root ninjas brightened. "Yeah, even though Lord Danzo has failed, we still have the Hokage. Everyone hold on. When the Hokage arrives, we can kill him in no time. The Hokage is strong and will definitely be able to deal with this Uchiha." "That's right. The Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. As long as he takes action, he can definitely kill this guy. Yes, let's hold him off together." While a group of root ninjas fought and retreated, Uchiha Izumi finally regained a bit of rationality amidst the intense pain. "Is this trying to wear me down? How naive. The power of the Uchiha's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan is not something mere mortals can aspire to." As he spoke, Uchiha Izumi exerted himself to control the massive Susanoo, swinging the sword once more as he charged back beneath Hokage Rock. As the remnants of limbs flew and blood splattered everywhere, the entire area was illuminated as if it were hell. At this moment, a thin figure draped in a divine robe was rapidly approaching, accompanied by loud shouts. "Stop! Uchiha Izumi, you dare to attack Konoha. I will never forgive you." Chapter 79. Tobi Hiruzen. I see you are getting old and confused. The newcomer pushed the body flicker technique to its limits, moving like an afterimage and arriving in front of Uchiha Izumi in just a few leaps. Looking closely, one could see his hair and beard were completely white. Holding a black Vajrarui stick, his eyes bloodshot and his face filled with anger. "What courage! You, a mere orphan of the Uchiha clan, a rogue ninja, dare to invade Konoha. You have caused such great destruction to the village. You are from the Uchiha clan, and the village has treated you well. Even if we made mistakes in the past that led to those tragedies, did the Uchiha clan make no mistakes? How dare you do this now? Today, I will personally take action and deal with you, this ungrateful traitor." Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi laughed in anger, feeling the darkness in his heart growing thicker. Even the bit of regained rationality was at risk of being submerged. He never expected that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would start to invert right and wrong. No wonder he was so indulgent towards Shimura Danzo back then. He must have had such thoughts for a long time. He was just worried about the instability of the Hokage position and was hesitant to act. After all, Itachi was assigned to monitor the Uchiha clan with Hiruzen's tacit approval. Heh, what a joke! Don't you know how the Uchiha clan was exterminated? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I see you are old and confused, still covering for Shimura. You dare. Seeing Uchiha Izumi about to reveal the truth about the extermination, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger surged. To prevent others from learning more details, he charged forward with the Vajra Rui stick, ready to eliminate the person before him. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi coldly smiled, lamenting Sarutobi Hiruzen's ignorance of the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. He hastily controlled his Susanoo to wield dual blades and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. But just at that critical moment, Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt waves of dizziness wash over him, followed by the dark energy enveloping him retreating in an instant. Then his right eye started to blur. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was close by, became indistinct. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Uchiha Izumi controlled his Susanoo to strike Sarutobi Hiruzen away. The tremendous force even causing the Vajra Rui stick to fly from his hands. As blood flowed continuously from his right eye, feeling the tearing pain throughout his body, Uchiha Izumi's mind finally cleared. Soon, system prompts in his mind flashed by like snowflakes. Successfully killed a CH Nin. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the host did not receive a special reward. Please continue to work hard. Successfully killed a CH Nin. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the host did not receive a special reward. Please continue to work hard. Successfully killed a special J Nin. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8 system lottery chances. The continuous barrage of prompts in his mind left Uchiha Izumi feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, a chill rushing to his head. System, what is happening to me? Am I being affected by negative emotions again? Yes, host. Due to the host's refusal to activate Izanagi, the system is powerless. Please be careful in the future. Stay away from Jinjutsu that affects the soul or can directly alter will. Isn't this the heavenly god? Yes, host. But please pay attention to the time now. If the host does not Susanoo soon, there's a risk of losing sight in the right eye. Noticing the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Izumi was suddenly startled, realizing he had reached his limit. Not only had he exhausted most of his chakra, but his right eye was nearly blind. Moreover, after using Tsukuyami, the prolonged maintenance of Susanoo brought its own aftereffects. The extreme pain making him feel like he was sitting on needles. Continuing like this would likely result in losing even the Manjiki Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi slowly dissipated the Susanoo enveloping him, then glanced at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching him closely. With a cold laugh, he looked up at the Hokage rock above, and a thought suddenly struck him. Don't you want to secure your position as Hokage? Don't you want to show your will of fire? Didn't you inherit the thoughts of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama? Aren't you filled with apprehension towards the Uchiha clan? Before I leave, I will trample your dignity underfoot. Let the tens of thousands of Konoha residents see their Hokage facing a so-called Uchiha traitor, that weak, pitiful, and helpless side. Just as Uchiha Izumi made this decision in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that his opponent had not moved for a long time. So he quickly formed hand seals and initiated an attack. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. As the words fell, intense flames erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, directly covering the area where Uchiha Izumi stood. The terrifying heat made even root ninjas, who were 100 meters away, raise their hands to shield themselves. This level of fire style truly deserves the title of Hokage. Yes, and that hand seal speed is incredibly fast. How will that monster defend against this? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's Fire Dragon Flame Bullet completely surrounded Uchiha Izumi, a black sphere suddenly enlarged dozens of times, extinguishing the flames entirely. What is that? The Hokage's fire style was actually extinguished. No, it wasn't extinguished, it was dissolved. What on earth is that black sphere? As everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, Uchiha Izumi, completely enveloped by the truth-seeking ball, suddenly began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Have I reached my limit? Crimson blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Izumi felt his right eye darkening. and the intense pain throughout his body made his face twitch slightly. Waves of weakness surged over him, and beads of sweat formed densely on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Izumi thought to himself, "It seems that frequent use of Susanoo has caused my right eye to operate in an overloaded state. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke was on the verge of blindness in just a few days. The consumption is simply too great. No, I must find a place to rest immediately. But before I go, I need to leave something behind for these Konoha folks. I can't leave empty-handed after coming this far." With that thought, Uchiha Izumi forced himself to endure the pain and then controlled the truth-seeking ball to smash towards the area where Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Chapter 80. What? The strongest Hokage in history? Be careful. Catching the trajectory of the black sphere, several root ninjas quickly began forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. Despite the combined efforts of many to use earth release to form a massive earthen wall, it was clearly unable to block the attack of the truth-seeking ball, which contained the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. In just an instant, it was completely pierced through, along with several root ninjas behind it, turning them into nothingness. "Lord Hokage, hurry!" Before the words were finished, several Konoha ninjas who appeared one after another quickly blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's path, taking advantage of the moment when the root members delayed the attack. The 2 4-member teams swiftly split apart. 5 of them attempted to use ninjutsu to block the truth-seeking ball's attack, while the other 3 directly surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen in the center. Flying Thunder God Technique. A flash of light, and the 4 instantly appeared on a rooftop hundreds of meters away. Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide and saw that it was the members of the 4th Hokage Shadow Guard who had just arrived. Narashikaku, Inuzuka Tsum, and Yamanaka Inoichi jointly used the signature technique of Minato Namikaze to teleport Sarutobi Hiruzen away. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but murmur, "What a lucky break. But what will you do next?" At that moment, after piercing through the remaining 5, the truth-seeking ball seemed to be summoned by something and began to rebound with full force, eventually coming to a stop in front of Uchiha Izumi. "Phew! Thankfully we made it in time. Lord Hokage, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, Narashikaku spoke with relief. "That was really dangerous. We made it just in time." "Yeah, I didn't expect Uchiha Izumi to be this strong." Yamanaka Inoichi, standing nearby, also looked shocked, finding it hard to believe. Although he didn't know what that black sphere was, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's grim expression made it clear that even the Hokage had no good way to counter it. Is this guy some kind of monster? He has the attack of that blue giant and the defense of this black sphere. It's unbelievable. The last time I saw him was back at the Ninja Academy. How long has it been? His strength has even surpassed. At this point, Narashikaku suddenly stole a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and immediately fell silent. The others exchanged glances and also ceased discussing Uchiha Izumi's sudden increase in power. Hearing the discussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly, but didn't mind. Recalling the tragic fate of the root ninjas, he felt a wave of fear. That black sphere, whether it was some ninjutsu or a special item, would turn a person's entire body into nothingness with just a slight touch. Watching several Konoha elites pierce through and then die worthless before him filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with anger and helplessness. Damn Uchiha Izumi. I should have had Itachi deal with him that night. It's all my fault for being soft-hearted, resulting in this situation. Whether it was the Manjiki Sharingan or Susan, or that black sphere that could nullify ninjutsu, he lacked effective means to counterattack. Especially the last one, which completely countered his usual composite ninjutsu as an attack method. I never expected a mere orphan of the Uchiha clan to grow so fast. In less than 2 years, as Hokage, I'm no longer his match. Truly worthy of being the first noble clan of Konoha, it's hard to believe. First there was Uchiha Shursui, then Uchiha Itachi. The most troublesome is this Uchiha Izumi. His talent can be described as extraordinary, and it hasn't been long since he left the village, yet his displayed strength is even greater than mine. With this thought, a complex expression flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself. Sigh. It seems I can only use the technique left by Minato. Lord Hokage. At that moment, Oil Woman Shisoff interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. It turned out that during the moment when the truth-seeking ball was being retracted, the remaining root ninjas retreated and quickly used body flicker technique to rush to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Looking at the 3rd Hokage before him, Oil Woman Shi's mask was filled with shock, and he felt a multitude of emotions. Uchiha Izumi. The gap in strength is just too great. I didn't expect even Lord Hokage to not be his opponent. I thought Lord Hokage's strength was formidable, but it turns out it's just like that. He only exchanged one move with that guy before leaving. Not only did he fail to inflict any damage on Uchiha Izumi, but even his weapon was knocked away by the opponent. Even when that black sphere came flying, he didn't care about the members of the Shadow Guard who risked their lives to buy time. Now he is comfortably enjoying protection. It's no wonder Danzo wants to replace him. With this thought, a strange look flashed in Oil Woman Shi's eyes, and then he quietly asked Lord Hokage, "What should we do now?" "Let's wait for Oil Woman Rima to bring his people over." Thus, a group of Umbu ninjas, led by the third Hokage, stood in a standoff with the figure not far away. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Izumi understood that it was impossible to kill the opponent. The attack range of the truth-seeking ball was only about 100 meters, while the distance between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already exceeded 300 meters by visual estimation. Moreover, there were many fearless Umbu and Shadow Guard around the opponent, making it difficult for him to land a fatal blow without effective means of attack. The most crucial point was the significant consumption of his Manjiki Sharingan's ocular power, and the side effects of frequently using Susanoo were gradually becoming evident. Given his current physical condition, he was enduring immense pain every moment. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi coldly glanced at the opponent again, deciding to leave Konoha first and find a place to rest. Once his ocular power recovered, all the Konoha higher-ups, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, must die. Since the night of the Uchiha massacre, he and these people had been in a life-and-death opposition. Whether it was Itachi or Obito, they were merely executors. Killing them was enough. The root issue still lay with those Konoha higher-ups. Forgiveness for grievances? Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. I only know to repay blood with blood, to repay grievances with grievances, to return their own methods back to them. Although there was no chance this time, it didn't mean there wouldn't be opportunities in the future. As long as his ocular power recovered, he would definitely come back, and at that time, it would be their death day. Just then, Uchiha Izumi noticed that the surrounding ninjas were gradually closing in on him. It seemed that Konoha's main force had arrived. From the time he started fighting Obito until now, only a few dozen minutes had passed. The efficiency of these people was truly fast. The time it took for the Mist Village's main force to assemble was at least more than twice that of Konoha's. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Izumi simply placed the truth-seeking ball in front of him, then slightly narrowed his eyes and spoke loudly with a hint of mockery. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't you inherit the will of fire from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama? Aren't you known as the strongest Hokage in history? Yet you sit idly by as your subordinates fall one by one, so afraid of death. I truly feel ashamed for you. It's about time to leave. I'll give you a parting gift to let you know that I, Uchiha Izumi, am not someone Konoha can provoke." As soon as he finished speaking, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, which seemed to want to split apart, Uchiha Izuna suddenly leaped high into the air. Immediately, he activated Susanoo mid-air and then swung his sword, directly cutting the stone statues of Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen on Hokage Rock in half. Boom! As the broken stones fell to the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale instantly. It's over, the third Hokage. Chapter 81. He is Uchiha Izuna. It's over, the third Hokage. Narashikaku was at a loss as he looked at the scene before him, not knowing what to do. Once a member of the fourth Hokage's bodyguard team, he had his own unique insights into politics through observation. Although he was merely a special jonin, he was the most trusted person by the two Hokages of Konoha among those present. Faced with such a sudden situation, Narashikaku's first reaction was to quickly find a remedy. "Hokage-sama, please give the order. Whoever dares to do this must not be allowed to leave Konoha." After speaking, Narashikaku clenched his fists tightly, his face anxious, secretly thinking, "This is troublesome. The nature of this incident is too heinous." In front of the current Hokage, cutting the statues of the second Hokage in half with a sword is nothing but a crazy slap in the face of the entire Konoha, and it was done in front of thousands of ninjas. The key point is that the Hokage is still on the scene. If he cannot kill Uchiha Izuna immediately, it will deal a fatal blow to his reputation. He might even be forced to abdicate. After all, who could tolerate a village's highest leader being completely inactive and a coward? Thinking of this, Narashikaku looked again at the third Hokage beside him, waiting for his choice. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of the subsequent impact of this event. Being a Hokage is not just a simple title. It represents a legacy, The fact that people of all ages in the village dream of becoming Hokage shows it is a symbol of spirit and strength. A rogue ninja from Konoha, in front of the Hokage, cut the statues of the second Hokage and himself in half when the Konoha forces arrived. This was equivalent to trampling the Hokage's honor underfoot in front of everyone. If he did not personally take action to kill Uchiha Izuna with a thunderous force today, it would even affect the entire Konoha's spiritual legacy, especially the will of fire. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen, and his right hand, holding the adamantine staff, turned pale from the force he exerted. That black sphere could nullify ninjutsu directly, making his proud taijutsu and 5 elemental jutsu unusable. Although he did not know how the other party accomplished this, or if there was a limit to the nullification of ninjutsu, Tom did not allow him to care about it now. It seems he must use that move, although it may lead to his death. At least the backbone of Konoha will not be broken. He felt he had not let down his teacher Tobirama, but he did not know if anyone in the future could take on the heavy burden of the Hokage title. After much thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made up his mind, and without hesitation, he spoke to everyone around him. "Cover me. I am going. Hokage-sama, why not let us wear him down first? No, this is now a matter between me and this rogue ninja." After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took a deep breath, his expression serious as he shouted loudly, "Uchiha Izuna, you dare to strike Konoha and even have the audacity to insult the second Hokage. I will personally—" "Your words are too many." Hearing this, Uchiha Izuna expressionlessly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar. "You, get lost." As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Izuna, enduring the intense pain, charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. First, he manipulated the truth-seeking orb to transform it into a shield to defend against the countless ninjutsu and shuriken attacks from the air. Then he mobilized his chakra, instantly condensing a wind release, spiraling shuriken, and forcefully threw it out. "Watch out. It's dangerous. Quickly dodge. Protect the Hokage. Don't go. Let's stop it together." Although these Konoha ninjas were not very strong, they had sharp eyes. The massive noise and the rapidly spinning wind blades clearly contained a change in nature. As they passed, many Konoha ninjas dodged in a panic, creating chaos. Still, several root ninjas stepped forward, sacrificing their lives to block the rampaging wind release, spiraling shuriken among the crowd. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly and fell silent. Although Danzo was not impressive, the root ninjas he trained understood their identity very well. As tools, sacrificing themselves was a perfectly normal thing for them. With Danzo's life unknown, it was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the object they needed to protect at this moment. Therefore, they did not hesitate to stand in front of him. Slowly putting the truth-seeking orb into his system backpack, Uchiha Izuna glanced at the hesitant Konoha ninjas and curled his lips. He looked again at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance, and then softly said, "Everyone, we will meet again." As the words fell, Uchiha Izuna's figure vanished from the spot. After a long time, many Konoha ninjas gradually reacted. "Where's he? This? Disappeared?" A Konoha ninja wearing a Chunin vest looked around, trying to find a figure wrapped in a black sphere. "Captain, who exactly is he? Haven't you seen the wanted notice issued in the village? He is Uchiha Izuna." "What?" At this moment, the Konoha genin was completely shocked. "Uchiha Izuna? Isn't he the classmate from my ninja school? How could this be? He actually became the youngest S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha's history. This is simply unbelievable." The middle-aged ninja beside him, who was the captain, also had a look of astonishment. When he was working at the ninja school, he had taught Uchiha Izuna. He never expected that in just a few years, the other party's strength would have reached this level. A single person could force thousands of Konoha ninjas to not dare to advance. Even after cutting the Hokage's statue in half, he could retreat unscathed. This level of ninja was entirely beyond imagination. Especially the wind release technique just used, even the third Hokage had to avoid its edge. Uchiha Izuna. Sigh. The gap is simply too great. On the other side, Yamanaka Inoichi also watched the scene in silence. He never expected that Uchiha Izuna would be this strong. It's truly unbelievable that so many people couldn't stop him, and he even managed to retreat unscathed. Even the third Hokage did not take action. What exactly is he concerned about? The other party has even cut the Hokage rock. Such a blatant slap in the face. "What are you doing, Sarutobi Hiruzen? As Hokage, if you can't even handle a rogue ninja for so long, you might as well abdicate sooner." And this Uchiha Izuna, daring to single-handedly provoke the entire Hidden Leaf village and succeeding, is simply incredible. When did Konoha decline to such an extent that even a mere orphan of Uchiha could act wantonly in the village and slaughter at will? Even Danzo. Thinking of this, young Vloma suddenly jolted. No, where's my Lord Danzo? Chapter 82. Uchiha Itachi. It's your turn now? Hurry up, move. Why? Can't I move? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, his expression looking somewhat grim. After a long while, until Uchiha Izumi's figure disappeared from spot, the trembling stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen found that he had finally relaxed. When did I start to become so cowardly, so afraid of death? Was it the night the Nine Tails appeared? Minato. Reflecting on his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of emotions in his heart. In his youth, he was spirited. Even when facing the elite Jin Jiao team of the Cloud Village, he dared to stand up and face them alone. It was because of this that he was later noticed by his teacher, Senju Tobarama, who entrusted the village to him. At that time, Konoha had just gone through the First Shinobi World War, with countless casualties and in dire need of rebuilding. But through his tireless efforts, it took over 10 years for things to finally improve. During this time, batches of exceptionally talented individuals emerged, such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Dan Kato, among many others. However, the good times didn't last long, as his desire for power grew heavier, and the entire Konoha seemed to enter a decline. First, Dan Kato's unexpected death, then Tsunade leaving the village, and even later, the renowned Konoha white fan Kakashi chose to take his own life to prove his innocence due to rumors in the village. All of this was because he wanted to completely control Konoha, not allowing anyone in the village to be more powerful than himself. Even the strong Konoha white fan was suppressed by Danzo because of his high reputation. Unexpectedly, the other party's temperament was so fierce that he chose to commit suicide in the face of accusations from villagers and colleagues. That knife had a fatal impact on Konoha and even the Land of Fire. It even accelerated the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. Until later, Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Minato, appeared. He was too excellent. Calm, wise, clear-minded, strong-willed, and powerful, he embodied the will of fire. He was simply the best candidate for the position of Hokage. For this, he even gave up on cultivating his beloved disciple, Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he sacrificed himself, just because of his cowardice and lack of courage to die along with the Nine Tails. A mere 24-year-old young man stood in front of this retired old man. If he could have acted on the will of fire in his heart at that time, acted decisively, and used the Shiki Fuin in place of Minato, then Konoha might not have turned out like this. Now, he faced a choice once again. Still, he didn't dare to take that step. Instead, he watched helplessly as that rogue ninja, an Uchiha, shamelessly insulted teacher Tobarama in front of the new generation of the village, although he wanted to rush over and fight him to the death. The thought of Konoha having no successor after his death and the Hokage position falling into disarray made him ultimately retreat. He never expected that the Uchiha he had suppressed for so many years would eventually produce a monster. Uchiha Izumi. He is even stronger than me. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, a group of Konoha Jonin arrived at the scene one after another. Hokage-sama. You. Kai, I'm fine, you all go back. Yes, Hokage-sama. I was training outside, and it was Asuma who told me something happened in the village. At this point, my guy looked up at the severely damaged Hokage monument, then asked angrily, Hokage-sama, who is the enemy? How dare they attack the village? I will never let them go. It's Uchiha Izumi. By the time I received the news, he had already started slaughtering in the village. Upon hearing this, my guy's expression gradually changed from anger to confusion. Who is he, Hokage-sama? I've never heard of him. Hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi beside him rubbed his forehead and helplessly said, Uchiha Izumi, 11 years old, an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, just like Orochimaru. The last known location was in the Land of Water, Mist Village, and he caused significant destruction there. This person's strength is very strong. He easily killed a team of Umbu sent to pursue him in the Land of Waves. The Wanted Notice describes him as extremely dangerous. After saying this, everyone fell into silence. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat heavy voice broke the silence. All right, it's fine now. Let them disperse. Longma, you have most seniority here, so you go. Remember to comfort them. Yes, Hokage-sama. All right, when you go back, let Danzo come to the Hokage office. Also, Asuma, tell Irika that the matter is over. And let the children come out. And notify Kakashi. Let him come see me later. Hokage-sama, what about Uchiha Izumi? No need to pursue him. He won't give us the chance. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age more than 10 years in an instant, his body even hunched over. He sighed heavily and waved his hand to let everyone retreat. On the other side, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared on a rooftop, then instantly disappeared. After a few flashes, Uchiha Izumi slowly landed by a lake several kilometers away from Konoha. Have I given up on the pursuit? That old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seems to know me well. It looks like the information must have leaked. He gently covered his right eye, and Uchiha Izumi quietly looked at his reflection in the water, thinking to himself, this eye seems to have reached its limit. Probably if I activate Susanoo one more time, I will go completely blind. When I watched the original work in my past life, I often mocked Uchiha Sasuke for using up his ocular power in just 2 days. Now I have become like this myself. Alright, I admit that I spoke a bit too loudly in the past. Users of the Manjiki Sharingan gradually fall into darkness. This seems to be a common ailment of the Uchiha clan. It's just that everyone's symptoms are a bit different. Shursui and Fugaku both had mental issues, becoming somewhat confused, and even entrusted their lives to others. Itachi and Obito were even more ridiculous. They even changed their worldview. And I, like Sasuke, easily get carried away in battle, and after being affected by Danzo's Kodoeme Tsukumi, the intense stimulation led to the current situation. However, there are pros and cons. This trip to Konoha not only rewarded me for killing Obito, but also granted me an additional 170,000 experience points and 85 lottery chances. My level increased by 3 levels. You need to know that after level 90, each level requires a massive amount of experience. If I rely solely on side quests, who knows when I can reach Uchiha Madara's level. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi decided to find a place to recover his chakra and then draw some rewards. After that, he could go look for Uchiha Itachi. However, before that, he had to go to the land of hot water to complete Pain's commission. The members of the Akatsuki organization still have their uses, and I can't give up on them just yet. As for the other matters, I'll deal with them after completing the main quest. After all, for me, the Rinnegan is the most important. Uchiha Itachi, it's your turn now. Chapter 83. Give me an explanation, Uchiha Izumi. Starry Night. Uchiha Izumi slowly descended into a small town on the border of the Land of Fire. After several hours of rest, his body had mostly recovered, but the lost ocular power could not be replenished. Moments later, boss, a guest room. All right. Do you need anything else? One more portion of mackerel and a bowl of rice, please. Okay, just a moment. I'll bring it right over. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi remained silent, adjusting his black robe and quietly walking up the stairs. The owner of this and was just an ordinary person who had not been involved in the conflicts of ninjas. It was impossible for him to possess the Konoha wanted list, so he could not know Uchiha Izumi's true identity. The reason for choosing to stay here was simply because the surrounding environment was pleasant. Moreover, due to its proximity to the land of hot water, the hot spring industry was quite developed. After a long while, after a simple meal, he immersed himself completely in the hot spring, then called upon the system in his mind. Feeling the steam rising around him, Uchiha Izumi comfortably closed his eyes. I'm here. Start the draw. Okay, host. Currently, the remaining number of draws available is 174 times. All right, host. Shall we draw now? Yeah, let's start. By the way, only show S rank and above items. Keep the usable ones and convert the excess into experience. Okay, host. Friendly reminder. Repeated skills and items drawn will be displayed in aggregate. Please split them as needed. Friendly reminder. After splitting, repeated skills and items can be converted into host experience. The system is drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following rewards. Teleportation scroll. Can be used when held. Activates after 20 seconds. Teleportation distance is 10 kilometers. Note, single-use item. Cannot be interrupted during use. 2. Fate scroll. Can be used by crushing. Allows rewriting one's fate once. Note, single-use item. Improper use may attract the attention of the world will. Skill Sage Art. Wind Release Light Fong is rank. Skill Sage Art. Shinto Gate is rank. Skill Summoning Technique. 5 layers of the Summoning Gate is rank. Item. Uchiha Sasuke's Izanagi Sword is rank 1. Is that all, system? Yes, host. Additionally, as per your request, the excess items and skills have been converted into experience. A total of 58. 500 experience points gained. Host level 1, this draw feels pretty average. There's nothing to be done. It's all randomly generated. Please check the specific information of the items and skills yourself. All right, then. With a sigh, Uchiha Izumi chose to open the panel, then terminated the communication with the system. After a brief glance, he found that his current level had reached 94, and both his attributes and chakra had significantly increased. It seemed to be due to the fusion of an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, in the original work, Uchiha Madara once mentioned that the Sharingan can only reach its maximum power when there is a pair. It looks like my Susanoo cannot reach its complete form. Besides the lack of training time and experience, this is the remaining reason. Only when possessing both the left and right eternal eyes can my strength see greater enhancement. With this thought in mind, just as Uchiha Izumi was about to open the system panel to check the newly acquired skills, a wave suddenly emanated from the ring on his left pinky. What does Nagato want at this time? Without time to think, Uchiha Izumi casually put on a black robe and connected to the incoming invitation message. The next moment, everything went black, and when he opened his eyes again, Uchiha Izumi found himself in the same cave as the last meeting. Although it had been a long time since he last came, the surroundings had not changed at all. Currently, only Pain and Conan were present. The others clearly had not arrived yet. Since it was just a projection, their true thoughts could not be discerned from their appearance. So after a brief greeting, Uchiha Izumi began to look around. His position had not changed. He was standing on the left pinky of the outer path golem, with the grotesque Ten Tails shell behind him. It seemed to just be a routine meeting of the Akatsuki organization, though it had been a bit longer than usual. As time passed, after a while, first Itachi Uchiha, then JZBwa, followed by Sasori, Kakuzu, and Zetsu. More and more members of the organization appeared in projections, including a stranger. Once the 9 fingers of the outer path golem were filled, Pain opened his emotionless Rinnegan and slowly spoke. It seems everyone is here. I have a few things to discuss. According to the intelligence provided by Zetsu, the outer member, Haiden died in Konoha. Uchiha Izumi, I hope you can give me an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, several cold gazes began to scrutinize Uchiha Izumi recklessly. Among them, Zetsu's eyes were particularly cold, followed by Itachi Uchiha. His eyes slightly trembled, seemingly suppressing something, but ultimately did not speak. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi shrugged and casually said, So what if he was killed? He was just an outer member. A ninja of that level can be replaced at any time. But why did you choose to act in Konoha and cause significant destruction? This is not the time for the organization to be exposed. Your actions will bring great trouble to the next stage of the Akatsuki's mission. Upon hearing Pain's cold and profound words, before Uchiha Izumi could speak, the others began to discuss among themselves. What happened? Who is Haiden? As the voice fell, Kakuzu's cold voice followed. Sasori, don't you pay attention to changes in the organization's members? But this Uchiha brat has a point. He was just an outer member. If he is dead, so be it. That kind of trash can be replaced anytime. Kakuzu, have you eaten too much in the public restroom? Didn't you hear the leader say that the kid almost exposed the organization by acting in Konoha? JZBwa, I'm going to kill you. Enough. This is not a place for you to argue. Faced with Pain's strong suppression, everyone stopped debating, then turned to Uchiha Izumi, waiting for his response. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi blinked and then nonchalantly said, It's simple. No matter what the organization's next mission is, leave Konoha to me. If anyone tries to stop me, just kill them. Now you all have no objections, right? Upon hearing this, Pain shook his head, coldly staring at the pair of scarlet Sharingan before him, and said in a deep voice, Not enough. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's main body curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile, then controlled the projection to extend his right hand and firmly grasp it, lightly saying, If that's still not enough, then, after completing the mission, I will completely destroy Konoha. Chapter 84, Haiden, if you beat me, I'll join. Brat, you have quite the audacity. Destroying Konoha. Do you have that capability? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan slowly rotated as he calmly looked at Kakuzu's projection and said, You can give it a try. I'll be waiting for you in the land of fire. I'm setting off right now. You two stop it. Uchiha Izumi, remember your promise. Konoha is up to you. Watching such a discordant scene, Nagato, hidden behind Pain, felt a headache coming on. The Akatsuki organization is filled with strong individuals, mostly S-rank rogue ninjas from various ninja villages. Usually, they can barely maintain order through their overwhelming strength. Kakuzu's temper is explosive, but it turns out that the relatively young Uchiha Izumi is not much better. These two have completely thrown aside the rule they set that members of Akatsuki are not allowed to fight each other. They even want to settle things offline. Thinking of this, Nagato's expression darkened slightly as he controlled Pain to continue speaking. All right, that's enough for today. Zetsu, you stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. Leader, what about my partner? Just wait a bit longer. Hearing Kakuzu's inquiry, Nagato also looked helpless. He originally planned to have Uchiha Izumi team up with Kakuzu for now, but seeing the current animosity between them, it might lead to one of them not making it back after they meet. So it's better to wait until that hide-in from the land of water arrives. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi directly dispelled the shadow body technique, and his mind instantly returned to the inn. It seems that Nagato is indifferent about Obito's death. Otherwise, he would have acted out today. However, that old Zetsu's gaze made him very uncomfortable. It looked like he wanted to stir up trouble. So he must find a way to deal with this guy. And that Kakuzu, a bounty hunter just scraping by, actually dares to provoke him repeatedly. He really hasn't learned his lesson. He needs to contact White Zetsu to find this guy's whereabouts and send him on his way later. But speaking of which, where did Black Zetsu go that day? He actually let Obito go to Konoha alone. Is he really that trusting? Or did Obito sneak away without informing Black and White Zetsu? Or perhaps Black Zetsu was there at the time, just hiding and watching. Now that a person is dead, the Eye of the Moon plan might be ruined, so they're coming to find trouble with him. Additionally, that Uchiha Itachi also seems off. He must have been affected by the news of his chaos in Konoha. After all, this guy's feelings for Konoha have surpassed those for his own Uchiha clan. Knowing this, his desire to kill him will certainly become stronger. But that's a good thing. Uchiha Itachi is unpredictable. Although he might go to the Mist Village, he doesn't know when exactly. So that last line about destroying Konoha was also a way to test if Uchiha Itachi would react. That way, when the other party comes looking for him, he can conveniently complete the main quest, right? After all, when confronting Kakuzu, it also indicated that his position was within the Land of Fire. Next, after the mission in the Land of Water is over, he will see if he can encounter Uchiha Itachi. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi opened the system interface again, preparing to sort through the rewards from the previous draws and select some useful skills and items. System, I'm here. Let's begin. After the words fell, Uchiha Izumi slowly placed his hand over the skills. Sage Art, Gale Release Light Fong. S rank releases a chakra beam from the mouth to cut the enemy, with incredible speed and power. Note, close combat, effective range 20 meters. Sage Art, My Gene Gate. S rank summons 1 to 10 red Tori gates from the sky that can suppress and seal tailed beast chakra. Note, the effect on people is average. Is this the technique of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? This feels quite average. Both My Gene Gate and Gale Release Light Fong don't seem to greatly enhance his strength. Forget it, better than nothing. With a light sigh, Uchiha Izumi equipped the skills and then fell into a deep sleep. A few days later, Land of Water. Sorry for the wait, Conan. No, I just arrived too. Uchiha Izumi nodded at the purple-haired girl in the black Akatsuki cloak before directly asking, So what is our mission? The target is Haiden, a member of a cult in the Land of Water, who possesses the special ability of immortality. Immortality? Upon hearing this, Conan looked at Uchiha Izumi with a blank expression before continuing, Yes, but it's just a rumor. We need to test his abilities. According to Zetsu's intel, his current activity range is in the Land of Water. We need to find him and defeat him. If possible, Akatsuki needs his abilities. After listening, Uchiha Izumi frowned, thinking to himself, Haiden from the Jashin cult. This guy has decent abilities, but is too weak. His strength is only at the level of Kakashi Hatake at best, barely an elite Jonin. He was even defeated by Shikamaru in a one-on-one, which has dragged down Akatsuki's overall level. Nagato's thoughts are indeed unique. Forget it, it is what it is. But when did Conan become so aloof? She feels different from last time, and she didn't even inquire about the specifics of Obito's death. Is it just an illusion? With that thought, Uchiha Izumi slightly nodded and said, All right, leave the fighting to me. It will be over soon. After a while, on a rural road in the Land of Water, a figure dressed in a black jacket, wielding a blood-stained scythe, was wandering aimlessly. Soon, 2 figures approaching caught his attention. Hey lady, want to join a Jashin cult? What is that? Hearing the inquiry from the girl in the black cloak with red cloud patterns, the punk youth immediately became interested. You can kill freely. The more you kill, the happier Lord Jashin will be. So, how about considering it? No thanks. We're here to invite you to join Akatsuki. I hope you won't be ungrateful, or I might find it troublesome. Seeing Haiden's sickly demeanor, Uchiha Izumi helplessly rubbed his forehead and decided to get straight to the point, no more wasting time. Upon hearing this, Haiden was taken aback for a moment. Then a cruel and bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face as he excitedly said, Akatsuki? Sure, if you can beat me, I'll join. Chapter 85. Wei, where's your real body? Hearing Haiden's affirmative response, Uchiha, Izumi nodded. He then stepped in front of Konan and softly spoke to the punk youth who was already prepared. Come on, don't you have a weapon? It feels a bit unfair. Fade Wan casually slung the Blood Moon scythe over his shoulder and arrogantly shouted, I'll give you one more chance. Offer your loyalty to Lord Evil God, and I'll show mercy and let you go. No need. Upon hearing this, Fade Wan's expression immediately darkened, and he coldly replied, Humph. I thought your outfits match my aesthetic, but you seem so eager to die. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Killing you will please Lord Evil God. Seeing the manic look on Fade Wan's face, Konan couldn't help but turn to Uchiha Izumi and remind him, be careful, his abilities are said to be quite extraordinary. I'm not very optimistic about this guy. If it doesn't work out, I can take over. It's fine. After saying this, Uchiha Izumi lifted his head and glanced at Fade Wan, calmly saying, remember the condition you promised me. If I win, you join the Akatsuki. We'll talk about it then. Right now, I'm going to offer you to Lord Evil God. Ha ha ha. With that, Fade Wan grabbed the Blood Moon scythe with his right hand and charged towards Uchiha Izumi at an incredible speed. Ha, I won. Just as Fade Wan was full of excitement, thinking he was about to succeed, he suddenly noticed the man in the black robe in front of him had several black markings appear on his face. Then, he slightly opened his mouth and expressionlessly whispered, Senjutsu, Wind Release, Gale Fong. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Izumi suddenly spat out a deep blue beam of light at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, blood gushed out accompanied by a tragic scream. Fade Wan, who had leaped high into the air to deliver a fatal blow, was directly split in half by this deep blue beam of light while in midair. Thud! The sound of his body falling to the ground echoed. In just a moment, a large amount of blood gushed out from Fade Wan's severed body, dyeing the ground a bright red. It's over, I won. Fade Wan struggled to prop himself up with his hands, looking at the mysterious man in the black robe who claimed to be a member of the Akatsuki. When he noticed the other party still wore that nonchalant expression, his heart surged with anger, and he couldn't help but say it. Hurts so much, you bastard you. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi, who was preparing to recruit Fade Wan, frowned immediately upon hearing this and calmly said, if you curse again, I will smash your head and then throw your body into the secret corners of the 5 great nations. Even if you have an immortal body, you absolutely won't be able to survive. Upon hearing this, Fade Wan was momentarily stunned. He quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking, choosing to be a man who knows when to yield. All right, let's go, Konan. This guy has a strong life force. He won't die. We'll just take him back to the Land of Rain and let Kakuzu stitch him up, and he'll all be back to bouncing around in no time. With that, Uchiha Izumi used both hands to grab Fade Wan's 2 halves, then activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, transporting the punk youth into the Kamui space. Seeing this, Konan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, isn't that Uchiha Madara's ability? Why do you have it? Well, after I killed Uchiha Bido, I transplanted his eyes onto myself. Didn't I tell you? Uchiha Bido? Oh, you mean the Uchiha Madara you mentioned. He should have been nearby when Madara died and must have seen everything. Upon hearing this, Konan's expression changed several times, and finally, she took a deep breath and said in disbelief, I never expected someone like him would die. Back in the organization, when you said you wanted to destroy Konoha, I thought you were a bit. Now I take back my previous opinion of you. Being able to kill a top-tier powerhouse with space-time abilities, Uchiha Izumi. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Uchiha Madara, even Pain found him exceptionally tricky, yet he died at your hands. In response, Uchiha Izumi was silent for a moment, then softly said, you're overestimating me. It took a lot of effort for me to deal with him. All right, it's about time to head back. Yeah, let's go. With that, Uchiha Izumi activated the Kamui space and took Konan away from the scene. A few days later, in a land of waves, after bringing Fade Wan and Konan to the Hidden Rain village a few days ago, Uchiha Izumi left, citing other matters. There was no choice. There were too many things to do, and there simply wasn't time to waste in the Land of Rain. His right, I was nearly blind, making the task of completing the main story and unlocking the Rinnegan Urgent. This had severely affected his strength. Additionally, he needed to quickly adapt to the skills provided by the system. The previous battles in Konoha revealed many issues, such as a lack of practical experience, many skill connections being unfamiliar, and even forgetting some. There were too many. To be honest, if it were someone like Uchiha Madara, a top-tier powerhouse who had fought through countless battles, Konoha would likely have already been wiped out. Figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura wouldn't last around against Uchiha Madara. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi decided to contact White Zetsu to test this guy. Then, during this time, he would practice, well, at least familiarizing himself with all the skills a few times. Lastly, he needed to find a way to locate Uchiha Itachi. Sigh. Searching for this kind of thing alone felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, so he had to seek help. As the days passed, one morning, a loud voice rang in Uchiha Izumi's ear. "Hello, Izumi. I'm here." Away? Looking at the slowly rising aloe vera in front of him, Uchiha Izumi's expression darkened. He didn't expect this guy to barge in directly. His recent efforts to study the sealing techniques in the Konoha sealing book had turned out to be ineffective, and he had no defenses at all. Was White Zetsu's mayfly technique really that abnormal? With this thought, Uchiha Izumi forcibly suppressed his frustration and gently asked, "What have you been doing lately?" "Me? My main body sent me to cultivate the cells of Senju Hashirama." Away. Where's your main body? Chapter 86. The latest intelligence on Uchiha Itachi. Main body? It seems to be in the land of rain. Nagato asked him to scout for new recruits. New recruits? I remember there was a new recruit at the gathering, and with the Fade One I brought back. Isn't that enough? He died during the few days you went to the land of soup. Scorpion killed him, supposedly because of art. Uchiha Izumi fell into silence. Art? What a good reason. It was true that if the strength within the Akatsuki was mismatched, even partners could easily die. With Kakuzu before and Scorpion now, Nagato would definitely have a headache. However, with Zetsu's abilities, he could basically find the whereabouts of any rogue ninja with a bit of fame in the ninja world in no time. This was also the fundamental reason why he immediately sided with Nagato after Uchiha Obito's death. After all, the Moon Eye plan still had to be carried out. Nagato, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the vessel of Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan, is someone Kagaya will not give up on, both emotionally and logically. Therefore, it is only natural for the two to hit it off and continue their cooperation. Moreover, the next phase of their mission is to collect the tailed beasts. Without Nagato's help, relying solely on a bunch of relatively weak white Zetsus to capture those Jinchuriki in the 5 great nations is nothing but a pipe dream. Not to mention Naruto Uzumaki, even the Reikage brothers would be a challenge for those white Zetsus if they were tied together. Oh wait, they might be able to exhaust them. At this thought, Uchiha Izumi's face suddenly revealed a smile, and he glanced at the white Zetsu away in front of him, suddenly recalling something. Last time in the Land of Waves, this guy mentioned wanting to ally with him. At that time, he had just fallen victim to Uchiha Obito's scheme and didn't trust the white Zetsus around him. He even suspected that they were deliberately getting close to him to gather intelligence for Uchiha Obito. He momentarily forgot that the system had a reconnaissance ability. It could determine the attitude of a person towards him based on their current state, whether it was genuine or a disguise. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi casually cast a reconnaissance technique. Name, away, white Zetsu rank, special Jonin current, neutral level, 38 status. Individual clone evaluation, like an ant. Just neutral? As long as it's not hostile, this guy is worth testing. What a peculiar creature. The main body and the clone each have their own little secrets. Looking at the white Zetsu before him, Uchiha Izumi's finger moved slightly. Then he murmured to himself. After a moment, he continued, "I called you here today to help me with something." Upon hearing this, white Zetsu Away's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly, asking, "What is it?" "I need you to help me find out the location of Uchiha Itachi." Huh? Upon hearing this, white Zetsu Away was taken aback, thinking, Itachi? The night of the massacre. This guy wants revenge? But it makes sense, having already killed Obito, Itachi is just one more to go. But speaking of which, Uchiha Izumi is really fierce, first hammering Mist, then stepping on Leaf, directly offending 2 of the 5 great nations. Clearly the second best candidate to inherit Madara's will, yet the main body in Kagaya just won't choose him. Is it because he is too powerful to control? But that doesn't make sense. Nagato is even stronger. It's really hard to figure out. However, it seems the main body and Kagaya have a lot of opinions about Uchiha Izumi. Now, even the Moon Eye plan has been handed over to Nagato to execute. I wonder if this guy can really collect all the tail beasts. It's really troublesome. Thinking of this, white Zetsu Away's smile suddenly grew stronger as he slapped the ground excitedly and said, "You asked the right person." According to the information sent back by the main body, Uchiha Itachi and Bijou Tenzo have come to the Land of Water to execute a mission. They just set off from the base in the Land of Rain. It seems to be a bounty task issued by a black market merchant, with a reward of 10 million Ryo upon completion. The target is a high-ranking official from the Land of Water. The employer paid a high price for the lives of his entire family. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's heart tightened slightly, and he suddenly recalled that there seemed to be this scene in the original work. The ordinary person from the land of water who first begged for mercy and was then killed by Bijou Tenzo with a single blow seems to be one of their targets this time. It would take about 10 days for the two to walk from the Akatsuki base in the land of rain to the land of water. Adding in the time to execute the mission, Uchiha Itachi's confrontation with the fourth Mizukage should be in about 15 days. Then I will set the completion date for the main storyline on that day. I wonder if Uchiha Itachi can withstand my falling star after using Amaterasu. If not, I'll throw the truth-seeking balls down too. That should be no problem. If I'm lucky, I might also capture a Three Tails Jinchuriki and Bijou Tenzo. However, the source of this information is the White Zetsu main body. As an absolute confidant of Uchiha Madara, Away's words can be trusted, but I cannot trust him completely. Forget it, I'll still test it out. Now that I'm alone without any help, it's better to be cautious. Uchiha Itachi has those who can deceive the heavens. If they're a trap, I could be surrounded by a bunch of people. With my nearly blind right eye, it could be a big problem. The best outcome would be to use Izanagi to escape, but afterwards, the opponent would definitely be more cautious. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi pondered for a while, and then slowly asked, Away, what do you think of Uchiha Itachi? See? What do you mean? I usually look at him straight on, standing, sitting. If I look at him upside down, it seems I've only done that once. Looking at the confused expression on White Zetsu's face, Uchiha Izumi couldn't tell if he was pretending or genuinely clueless. After a moment of thought, he simply said, I want to meet your main body in Kagaya. Let me know when you arrange it. After speaking, Uchiha Izumi took out a white hair tie from his system backpack. After examining it for a moment, he threw it to White Zetsu away and said casually, If they don't agree, give this to Kagaya and tell him. At this point, Uchiha Izumi paused, a flicker of something indescribable passing through his eyes. He then calmly continued, A former acquaintance from the land of ancestors wants to rekindle an old relationship. Chapter 87, Kagaya's Anger. An acquaintance? Who? Seeing White Zetsu away display a puzzled expression again, Uchiha Izumi frowned and said, You don't need to know that. Just show the item to Kagaya, and he will understand my meaning. Oh, okay. After that, White Zetsu away picked up the hair tie and looked down at it, noticing it contained no special chakra, and thought, What is this? So mysterious. He doesn't want me to know. Oomph. I was the first White Zetsu to ally with you. I didn't think Uchiha Izumi wouldn't even trust me. Kagaya, what is so good about him? Always wearing a sour face, as if everyone owes him money. But why does the name Land of Ancestors sound so familiar? It seems I've heard it somewhere before. No, I must have definitely heard it, but I can't quite recall. Has it been too long? Just as White Zetsu away was puzzledly fiddling with the hair tie of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Izumi was quietly contemplating beside him. Undoubtedly, disguising himself as the biological father of Kagaya Otsutsuki is a risky move. There's a chance he might come out from the Pure Land to take me down himself. Although I wouldn't die, being stuck by a piece of sticky candy would still be quite annoying in daily life, especially when it's a piece that can instantaneously kill me. But with disadvantages come advantages, once Kagaya believes in my identity. In order to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki and avoid leaking this final plan, cooperation will be his only choice if he cannot eliminate himself. Although he doesn't know what the main quest of the next stage is, the Tsukinomi plan is quite interesting. However, reviving that old woman is out of the question. Her strength is too formidable and could lead to a mishap. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi cast a calm glance at the still-dazed White Zetsu, and said in a deep voice, If there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. I need to train. Remember to give the things to Black Zetsu, and don't casually speak of this matter, especially to Nagato. Oh, okay, I understand. I'll take my leave now, young man. As he watched White Zetsu activate the insect technique and slowly sink into the ground, Uchiha Izumi finally let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed to be going smoothly. Now he just had to wait. He wondered how Black Zetsu would react upon seeing the headband, whether he would cry out for his mother. This guy could be said to be the most persistent person in the entire Naruto world. To revive his mother, he had persevered for over 1,000 years, facing countless failures yet never giving up. Aside from being a bit dark and ugly, from a familial perspective, this guy was much stronger than the filial Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, he was deep-minded, treating all beings as pawns, and his series of actions could be said to manipulate the entire ninja world. Therefore, it was understandable that Black Zetsu could successfully revive Kagaya Otsutsuki in the end. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi pressed his lips together in silence for a moment, then simply tidied up his belongings. He then walked outside, looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and began his new day's training. A few days later, in the underground space beneath the Kanabi Bridge in the Land of Grass, a peculiar figure resembling an aloe plant slowly rose, immediately attracting the attention of another person of similar shape nearby. I'm back. Did you meet Uchiha Izumi? Hey, how did you know? Seeing the puzzled expression on White Zetsu-A's face, Black Zetsu felt a bit exhausted. He thought to himself, is that even a question? You're White Zetsu. You don't know anyone else. And after being gone for so long with no reconnaissance mission, the probability of heading to the Land of Waves is quite high. Go on. What did he tell you? Ah, that's our secret. Can I not say? No. Don't you know the guy killed Obito? If it weren't for Nagato, Lord Madara's Tsuki no Mi plan would have likely been shelved. Upon hearing this, a look of struggle immediately appeared on White Zetsu-A's face. And he thought inwardly, I'm sorry, Izumi. It's not that I don't want to keep it a secret. It's Black Zetsu who is forcing me. After finding an excuse for himself, White Zetsu-A immediately spoke without hesitation. There was one thing. He asked about Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts, and I thought it wasn't important. So I told him. What did you say? You idiot, you told him? Yeah, what's wrong with that? At this moment, Black Zetsu felt a sharp pain all over his body. He never expected this idiot to have no brains at all. Didn't he know that Itachi killed almost everyone in the Uchiha clan 2 years ago? As the last scion of the Konoha's first noble clan, Uchiha Izumi would definitely seek revenge. Do you think everyone is like Itachi, who could kill their own parents without a second thought? Such a thing as clan extermination. Any normal person would not be able to turn a blind eye to. Black Zetsu took a deep breath, glared fiercely at White Zetsu-A, and said coldly, Uchiha Izumi still has value. He absolutely cannot die. Although both he and Itachi possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi has had his for a longer time and is relatively stronger, plus he has Kibati Z assisting him. If a fight breaks out, Uchiha Izumi won't be their opponent. The organization is currently lacking top-notch ninjas to capture tailed beasts. Losing even one Nagato would be painful. At this point, Black Zetsu became even angrier. I run around the world, busy looking for new recruits for the organization, trying to push the Tsuki no Mi plan to the next stage. And you, just because that Uchiha Izumi gave you a name, you told him everything. Can such things be said? Haven't you seen that no one in the organization mentioned teaming up the two Manjiki Sharingan users? When those two meet, it's not a story, it's a damn accident. Forget it. Since it's already done, let them meet. Anyway, Itachi and TZ have already set off. There's no time to stop it now. Since that's the case, it's just right to test Uchiha Izumi and see how far he has developed his Manjiki Sharingan. On the day Obito died, I wasn't on site. All the news came from White Zetsu, so there might be some omissions. It's better to see for myself. I'll have someone assist from the side. And if any unexpected situations arise, we can just terminate the battle directly. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu glared fiercely at White Zetsu-A again, took a deep breath, and continued, You don't need to worry about this matter. I will go find Nagato. After a pause, he said, You idiot, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and do what you need to do. Seeing Black Zetsu's exasperated expression, even his dark face twisted, White Zetsu-A was instantly frightened into silence. Thinking to himself, what to do? Should I still mention the matter that Izumi entrusted to me? Maybe I should wait a bit longer? It's just a headband. It shouldn't be that important. Thinking of this, I slowly raised his head to sneak a glance at Black Zetsu, who still had that fierce and intimidating look glaring at him with cold eyes. His expression stiffened slightly. Forget it. I'm out of here. Chapter 88. The fourth Mizukage is about to move 10 days later in the hidden mist village of the Land of Water. Today's meeting is over. Jingwu, stay back for a moment. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Seeing the short figure in front of him, Jingwu did not dare to be negligent and immediately stepped forward to bow respectfully. Did you call for me? Follow me. The elder wants to see you. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed across Jingwu's face. He never expected that it was Elder Yuan who wanted to see him. Ever since the last trip to Liuli Island, for some unknown reason, the elder had begun to close the door to guests. Since that day, all matters in the hidden mist village, big and small, have been decided solely by the fourth Mizukage, Ki Yagura. There were even some bad rumors circulating in the village, such as the elder being controlled by the Mizukage or being bedridden and unable to rise. Even more outrageous was the rumor that the elder had passed away from excessive grief over the death of his beloved disciple. As the head of the intelligence department in the hidden mist village, Jingwu absolutely could not tolerate this. He immediately ordered a large-scale crackdown on those who spread rumors. To his surprise, not only did the situation not calm down, but it even intensified. After all, he was personally promoted by the elder. Although this bond of incense has been pushed to the point of fading away with the relentless pursuit of Lord Yuan's close disciple, Lin Quan Yi. As long as the elder is still alive, he is the stabilizing force of Kirigakure, an absolutely indispensable presence. He is deeply trusted by the First Lord, and after his death, he even had the power to depose or appoint the Mizukichi. For someone like him, if he truly wanted to distance himself from the political stage of the Land of Water, let alone anyone else, the daimyo would be the first to disagree. Thinking of this, Jing Wu immediately lowered his head and replied, "Okay, Lord Mizukichi, do I need to prepare anything?" "No need, it's just a casual chat." At this point, Kirigane Yagura jumped down from his chair and walked up to Jing Wu, standing in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Let us go." "Yes." After glancing once more at the Mizukichi, who was even shorter than his shoulders, Jing Wu buried his head even lower. If his height were to cause dissatisfaction, it would be disastrous. No one could save him. This was the fourth Mizukichi, who, despite his unassuming appearance and somewhat childish demeanor, had slaughtered thousands of bloodline ninjas from Kirigakure during his years in power. He even enacted a series of inhumane policies, leaving everyone in the village living in fear. Although he knew that the other party was controlled by the Sharingan when he did such things, who could know how much truth was in that? What if he had his own ideas? Who would gamble their life on the other's mercy? Certainly not him. So it was better to be honest. As long as he didn't make mistakes, no one could do anything to him. "Jing Wu, if you want to consider my feelings, then there's no need to. I'm not that kind of person. Just lift your head and walk properly." As the head of the village's intelligence department, he shouldn't be acting this way. It would affect his authority if others saw him like this. "No, Lord Mizukichi, my spine has been hurting recently. I really can't stand up." Looking at Jing Wu's pained expression, Kirigane Yagura, though aware that he was pretending, still showed a hint of smile. Seeing that he remained adamant, he simply shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. After a long while, Kirigane Yagura brought Jing Wu to a concealed door. He gently knocked, and after someone inside responded, he stood quietly waiting. A moment later, a stunning woman with long hair, dressed in a purple long robe with a white sash, slowly opened the door. "Lord Mizukichi, Yui, please inform the elder that Jing Wu has arrived." "Yes, please wait a moment." After speaking, the cold-faced woman turned and returned to the room. "Come in. The elder is waiting for you in the side hall." A short while later, Kirigane Yagura led Jing Wu directly into a finely decorated hall. Upon entering, they saw Elder Yuan leisurely sitting in a rattan chair. On the table was freshly brewed tea, still steaming. "Elder, you're here? Sit." Jing Wu slowly walked to a chair and sat down, placing his hands flat, respectfully waiting for the elder's inquiry. On the other side, Kirigane Yagura was different. He ignored Yuan and walked directly to the table, focusing on a wanted notice. "Jing Wu, you must have heard about the actions of the rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi in the Land of Fire's Konoha village not long ago. I want to beat around the bush with you. I'm preparing to have Yagura personally eliminate him, so I need your intelligence support." Upon hearing this, Jing Wu was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding what the elder meant. A figure of Uchiha Izumi's level had an unpredictable whereabouts. How could he possibly capture him? Even if the Mizukichi was powerful enough to kill Uchiha Izumi directly, the problem was that they didn't even know where he was, making it difficult to find him. Thinking of this, Jing Wu carefully considered his tone and quietly asked, "Then, Elder, what should I do?" Recent black market intelligence shows that Uchiha Izumi has appeared near the border of the Land of Water. I need you to mobilize those experienced reconnaissance ninjas and start a thorough search along the border. Once we find Uchiha Izumi's whereabouts, inform us, and then Yagura will personally take him out. Hearing this, Jing Wu was directly stunned. He didn't expect that the elder, as the esteemed elder of Kirigakure, would issue such an order. Didn't he know that to closely monitor the village, each of those reconnaissance ninjas had their own tasks, and couldn't he possibly be distracted? Some had even infiltrated into the ninja clan. Withdrawing them would cause significant losses, wouldn't he it? Moreover, the Mizukichi's previous policies had caused many to harbor deep resentment, often leading to rebellions. If it weren't for the intelligence department having first-hand information about the village, a major incident would have occurred long ago. Now, asking those with special missions to withdraw would make it difficult for them to reintegrate later. "But Elder, if we do this all right, I understand your difficulties." Yuan directly interrupted Jing Wu's next words and said somewhat forcefully, "But this matter is imperative. No one can escape unscathed after attacking the village. This concerns the face of Kirigakure. Uchiha Izumi must die. Jing Wu, obey the order." Hearing this, the minister of the Kirigakure Intelligence Department Jing Wu fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and quietly replied, "I understand, Elder." On the other side, Uchiha Izumi had just received information from White Zetsu away, saying that the mission had changed. Uchiha Itachi was going to the border of the Land of Water to welcome the new member of the organization. Chapter 89. Target the Land of Waves. New member? Deidara? No, at this time, Deidara is still in Iwagakure. How could he possibly join the Akatsuki organization? The Land of Water, could it be Kisame Hashigaki? Looking at the message from White Zetsu away in his hand, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with doubt, and he fell into deep thought. Something felt off. Just a moment ago, it was mentioned that Uchiha Itachi was going to the Land of Water for a mission, and right after that, the mission was changed. Either Away was lying, or something unexpected had happened that he was unaware of. Furthermore, only White Zetsu Away knew about his business in the Land of Waves. Otherwise, Pain would never have allowed Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame to cross the entire Land of Fire to carry out mission. After all, the Land of Waves was right next to the Land of Water, very close. This is strange. The two who had already set out were suddenly notified of a mission change, and it was emphasized that they were at the border of the Land of Water. This message reached me right after. It feels too deliberate. The only possibility is that White Zetsu Away told Black Zetsu about my attempt to locate Uchiha Itachi. Then Black Zetsu used Pain to change their mission. But it's a bit chaotic. Uchiha Izumi pursed his lips, then walked back and forth a few steps, his mind racing. First of all, Pain must not know the specific situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could just call everyone for a meeting. Secondly, why wouldn't Black Zetsu allow them to go deeper into the Land of Water, only letting them wait at the border for the new member? In the end, he even had Baiju Away pass the information to himself. Isn't this just a case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell? Such an obvious flaw. Does he really want to use provocation? Oh, Uchiha Izumi. The previous mission is null and void. Now, a few of us are lying in wait at the border of the Land of Water. Let's see if you dare to come. This is a bit too far-fetched, right? Is it that the headband he sent out didn't work? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi stood quietly on a rooftop with his hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance, a slight frown on his brow. It was already expected that Baiju Away would betray him, so it's not surprising that Kuroju wouldn't know the specifics. Consider it seeing through Away, this aloe vera. Ever since he killed Linai, he had been wanting to find an opportunity to test the other party. And Uchiha Itachi himself had a grudge against him for the massacre of his clan, which many people were very clear about. So wanting to kill the other party was only natural. Even Itachi himself knew this. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for testing, even if Baiju betrayed him. So what? Itachi didn't have space-time ninjutsu and could only rely on his legs to move. Even if he couldn't kill him in one go, there would always be chances. However, Uchiha Bido was different. If he couldn't kill him in one strike, that guy could be both slippery and fast, making it too difficult to kill him later. Thus, he decisively rejected Away's allegiance at Liuli Island. And now, just with a simple test, this guy had decisively betrayed him. What's the difference between him and that Dolan? Uchiha Izumi shook his head helplessly, deciding to think of Away himself. On the other side, in the Land of Water, Kirigakure. At this moment, the 4th Mizukage, Kurai Kichiru, was ready to set off. This border patrol mission, besides the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, also involved 4 elite Umbu squads. Additionally, the intelligence department of Kirigakure strongly supported this, sending 8 experienced intelligence personnel to accompany them. They even arranged many reconnaissance teams to cooperate with Kurai Kichiru's mission. Therefore, this 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure was quite confident about killing the rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi from Konoha. A total of 16 members of the assassination squad, each carefully selected by him, with the lowest being elite Chunin level. With so many people together, plus him personally taking action, a mere rogue ninja shouldn't be a problem at all. At this moment, Kurai Kichiru had already begun to fantasize about how he would be greeted with cheers after killing Uchiha Izumi. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Personally killing the mastermind behind the attack on the village should eliminate some negative impacts, right? Damn Uchiha Izumi. If it weren't for you, my position as Mizukage wouldn't be so precarious. He thought of how he had just freed himself from the control of that mysterious masked man, only to encounter a rogue ninja attacking the village. Not only were important facilities destroyed, but there were also a large number of civilian casualties, leading to a drop in his approval ratings. If it weren't for the Elder Yuan insisting against the tide, he might not even be able to keep his position as Mizukage. However, in exchange, he also agreed to the Elder's outrageous demands to take revenge for his disciple Linai. The elder insisted on his opinion, even knowing it would harm the village's interests. He not only pulled out many elite ninjas and intelligence personnel, but also required the Mizukage to take action personally. But this was also good. As long as he killed Uchiha Izumi, the elder would definitely agree to help him build momentum, and under the influence of public opinion, his position as Mizukage would surely be as stable as a mountain. Just as Kurai Kichiru was fantasizing about the future, an untimely voice sounded in his ears. Mizukage-sama. Mizukage-sama? Everyone is here. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Kurai Kichiru frowned and then spoke in a deep voice. Let's go, first to the land of waves. But elder, shut up, don't ask what you shouldn't. Remembering the reminder from Jing Wu before setting off, Kurai Kichiru already had some thoughts in his mind. According to this person who had been engaged in intelligence work for 10 years, Uchiha Izumi was very likely in the land of waves at this time, because the other party had killed the elder's closed-door disciple Lin Quan Yi. Although this woman was arrogant, after graduating from the ninja school, even if she was promoted to Jonin, she spent most of her time in the village. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to have a conflict with a rogue ninja from Konoha. The only possibility was that she had gone to the land of waves for a massacre regarding her brother's disappearance. So she was probably targeted by Uchiha Izumi at that time. From this, it could be inferred that this rogue ninja from Konoha was likely residing in the land of waves at this moment. Of course, this was just a guess, and the specific information still needed to be verified one by one. So it was better to go and check it out first. Thinking of this, Kurai Kichiru waved his hand to command everyone to follow him, and then quickly headed towards the land of waves. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of water, Itachi, after crossing this river, we will be in the land of water. It should be here. The leader sent word that he had already contacted, and Hoshigaki Kisame would come by himself. Unexpectedly, this kid not only killed the guy from the Watermelon Mountain, but also gained the favor of Samahata. After a pause, Hoshigaki Juzu saw that his partner remained silent and shrugged in boredom. Since he met this guy, he had always been like this. Sometimes he wouldn't say a word for a whole day, and he really didn't understand where such a young person got so many worries. Looking up at the sky, Hoshigaki Juzu couldn't help but say, "There's a small town ahead. Let's go rest there. We haven't been able to eat well in the wild these days." Itachi, don't you miss Konoha? No. Hearing his partner finally speak, Hoshigaki Juzu's eyes lit up, and he immediately continued asking, "That Uchiha Izumi in the organization is your clansman, right? I heard Kakuzu say that this guy joined the organization to follow in your footsteps and has always wanted to kill you. What do you think?" Chapter 90. Sasuke, you need to grow up quickly. I won't give him the opportunity. Although Izumi's strength is quite good, if I want to kill him, it would just be a matter of an instant. Upon hearing this, Hoshigaki Juzu nodded. As partners, the two had been together for a long time. Although Uchiha Itachi was younger, his strength was unexpectedly strong. He also possessed the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, during the daily execution of tasks assigned by the Akatsuki organization, he often managed to end battles without injury, much stronger than his previous partner. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's indifferent expression, Hoshigaki Juzu continued, "Itachi, I heard that the kid named Izumi was deliberately let go by you. Although he is not your opponent now, in the future, that might not be the case. If it were me, I would definitely find an opportunity to kill him. One must cut the grass to eliminate the roots. I really don't know what you're thinking. Do you need me to help you deal with him?" Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but his face remained calm and indifferent. Remembering what Uchiha Izumi had previously said about wanting to destroy Konoha, he thought to himself, does he want to make a move against the village? It seems that the members of Akatsuki are all too happy about this. Such things must not be allowed to happen. It looks like I need to send a message to the Hokage and let him prepare some defensive measures. I still want to find a way to kill Uchiha Izumi, so it can be a permanent solution. Also, Sasuke, you need to grow up quickly. After a moment, Uchiha Itachi raised his head and calmly said, "No need. If Izumi really appears, I will deal with him quickly. I'm different from you. I won't waste too much time." That's true. Besides the leader, no one in the organization is your opponent. After saying this, Pipajuz once again slung his beheading sword over his shoulder, then paused and continued. "You haven't been to the land of water, have you? Come on. I'll take you to see the local customs. The leader said we just need to wait here." Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Pipajuz shrugged nonchalantly and said, "What are you worried about? That kid, Deidara, won't arrive for another 3 days. We should at least find a place to rest. If you're really worried, we can just not where the organization's close. After all, they're a bit flashy." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment. felt his own condition, and finally agreed to the suggestion. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the land of water, ItachiAgain Yagura and his team were currently moving at high speed. Lord Mizuki's, the capital is just ahead. Our people have already started the search, and they will notify us immediately if there are any issues. Okay, good work. Let's go. We'll enter the city and rest for a bit. Yes, Lord Mizuki. Moments later, ItachiAgain Yagura led a group of umbu to a prearranged inn. Phew, finally I can change clothes. It's really pouring out there. I remember when I came to the land of water before, the weather wasn't this bad. Hearing a companion's murmurs beside him, a ninja dressed in the traditional attire of the mist umbu casually took off his mask and rubbed his face, saying, "Yeah, but it was fine when I came a while ago. I don't know why it started again these past few days. It's been raining nonstop, just like the land of rain." Did you say it didn't rain here a while ago? Ah, yes, what's wrong, Lord Mizuki? Nothing. After saying this, ItachiAgain Yagura fell into deep thought. This rain seems a bit off. It shouldn't rain every day in the land of water. Unlike the land of rain, the land of water is an island nation, mostly sunny, and there's no rainy season. It's more believable to say it's covered in fog like the hidden mist village year-round. How could it be windy or rainy every day? The key point is that the drainage facilities in the land of water are quite rare, which indicates what? It indicates that there was rarely any rain when it was built. How could it be like now, where there's no place to step on the road? There must be something unusual going on. It just feels wrong. Thinking of this, ItachiAgain Yagura suddenly called over an intelligence officer and began to give instructions. You need to notify immediately and focus on investigating the rain situation in the land of water. Yes, Lord Mizuki. Seeing the other person turn to leave, ItachiAgain Yagura rubbed his chin and then began to ponder expressionlessly. If it really is Uchiha Izumi, how many people would die around here if he fought? This place is adjacent to the land of water, and I still need to consider the impact. Sigh. I hope it's just an illusion. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in the land of water, Uchiha Izumi looked at the heavy rain before him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Just now, he sensed through the chakra mixed in the rain that a powerful ninja team had secretly entered the land of water. The leading individual possessed an extremely large amount of chakra and gave off a chilling feeling. It felt a bit like a tailed beast. Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes to carefully sense it, and after a moment, he softly murmured, "Is it a Jinchuriki? 2 tails, 3 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, it can't be the 9 tails, right? The Cloud Village is unlikely. Naruto is still young, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't let him leave the village these past 2 years. The remaining option is the Hidden Mist Village. The 6 tails, Uchiha, has a solitary personality and few friends, and the only possibility is the 3 tails Jinchuriki, ItachiAgain Yagura. Moreover, having so many elite ninjas accompanying him fits his identity as the 4th Mizuki. But why isn't he staying in the village at this time? Normally, the Kage of the 5 great nations wouldn't leave the village unless there was a special situation. Just like in the original work, when Uchiha Itachi and Pipajuz were blocked by ItachiAgain Yagura, it was pure self-destruction. The two had no space-time ninjutsu and dared to run to the daimyo's residence to carry out a mission, only to be discovered, leading the 4th Mizuki to personally intervene. As a result, the owner of the beheading sword ended up dead, while only Uchiha Itachi managed to leave the land of water alone after using Amaterasu to kill the 3 tails Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi decided to wait and see. If nothing was wrong, he wouldn't interfere for now. He would first use the shadow clone technique to go to the border of the land of water to test the waters. After all, he possesses Kimyui and can fly. If it really is Uchiha Itachi himself, then it would be time to chase him down. Feeling a slight chill, Uchiha Izumi tightened his clothing and was just about to head back when the situation suddenly changed again. Chapter 91. Iconic Scene. Sword slashing the tailed beast ball. Lord Mizuki, urgent news from the border. Speak. According to intelligence, one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the user of the beheading sword, the S-rank rogue ninja Pipajuz, has recently appeared at the border town of the land of water. Accompanying him is the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, the wielder of the Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi. Both of them are rated as extremely dangerous in the rogue ninja handbook issued by the village. Hearing this, the 4th Mizuki of the mist, ItachiAgain Yagura, immediately narrowed his eyes and straightened his posture. After a moment of silence, he tapped his fingers on the table twice, then tilted his head and softly asked, "Is the information accurate?" Rest assured, the intelligence was delivered by the reconnaissance ninjas you gathered from the village. They are exceptionally experienced and will not make mistakes on this. Upon hearing this, ItachiAgain Yagura's expression remained calm, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He continued to gently tap the table with his fingers, then fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that a few idle moves made by the elder could catch two big fish. If he hadn't collaborated with the elder this time and distributed those intelligence personnel, he probably wouldn't have been able to easily track their movements. And he would have missed another opportunity to solidify his position as Mizuki's. After all, IzumiUses is a famous ninja in the village, having defected for many years. He has probably killed countless Umbu ninjas sent from the village to pursue him. If he could kill him, it would undoubtedly be another chance to showcase his strength. After all, the tradition of the mist has always been for the strongest to inherit the position of Mizuki. Killing the long-defected IzumiUses and bringing back his sword would surely welcome him with flowers and applause. If he could also take down that Uchiha Izumi, not only did it increase his reputation, but it also proved his strength. The key point is that he himself is the Mizuki. Coupled with the strong support of the elder, he can at least continue to lead the hidden mist village for another 10 years. Thinking of this, Keiki Shikura secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he must first deal with Piwa Shirzong. There is currently no news of Uchiha Izumi, and the holder of the beheading sword has exposed his whereabouts. In this situation, is there still a choice? Inform them to pack their things and get ready. We will immediately head to the border area to hunt down the rogue ninja. Additionally, we cannot let our guard down here. All of you belong to the intelligence department, so do not participate in the battle. You will continue to stay in the land of waves for investigations. Once you discover anything, immediately send the information back to the village and pass it to Jingwu. He will know what to do. Yes, Lord Mizuki. Let's go. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi was standing on the rooftop, hands together, carefully sensing through the Rain Tiger free technique. When he noticed that an unknown elite team was about to leave the land of waves, he immediately sensed something unusual. Why the urgency? A group of elites plus a Jinchuriki coming in force, and they are leaving after just a few minutes. With such heavy rain, what could be so urgent that they skipped resting? Should we follow them to take a look? Thinking of this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Uchiha Izumi's face. Compared to this inexplicably appearing elite team, he was now more interested in going to the border of the Land of Water to check the situation. But the border is so vast, and Oe didn't give him a specific location. Who knows where Uchiha Itachi is? He had thought he was quite clever before, but why has he become foolish now? Is this the common problem of white Zetsu? But that Akatsuki and the original body are quite clever, trying to plot against him without giving a specific location. Who could guess that? So what exactly does black Zetsu mean? It's really hard to understand. Forget it. Let's focus on this elite team for now. He sighed slightly, and Uchiha Izumi formed hand seals to activate the super light heavy rock technique, adjusted his direction, and then chased after them. On the other side, Keiki Shikura and his group were on a boat heading towards the small town at the border of the Land of Water, as described in the intelligence. Stay alert. Lord Mizuki, look, the heavy rain has actually stopped. Upon hearing this, Keiki Shikura nodded expressionlessly, stood up, and walked to the back of the boat to look into the distance. He saw that the pouring rain, which had been continuous, had disappeared after he left the Land of Waves. This indicates that the rain definitely had some issues. It was right to leave Cha and the others behind to investigate. Although they were not very strong, they had a wealth of experience. As long as there is anything unusual in the Land of Waves, they should be able to find some clues. When he returns, he hopes to have good news. Now the most important thing is Piwa Shirzong. Since he dared to come back, he must be prepared to die. This time, he must go all out to leave him completely in the Land of Water. As for Uchiha Itachi, let's leave him behind as well. Thinking of this, Keiki Shikura began to order his subordinates to speed up their progress, ensuring they reach the designated location before dark. After a long time, at the border of the Land of Water, two figures were slowly walking, their black cloaks adorned with red clouds, extremely conspicuous. A gust of wind blew by. One of the long-haired youths suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Itachi? Shirzong, get ready. Someone is chasing us. Upon hearing this, the man with red stripes on his face was slightly taken aback, then immediately turned to look. He saw several ninjas wearing masks and dressed in the attire of the Hidden Mist's Umbu standing on a nearby hillside, staring coldly at them. Seeing the scene, Piwa Shirzong's expression suddenly turned a bit ugly. He reached behind to draw the beheading sword and planted it into the ground, then said in a deep voice, Itachi, we have some trouble. It's the pursuit team from the Hidden Mist. Don't underestimate them. These people belong to the 4th Mizuki and are emotionless killing machines. Execute Tactic C. All right. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's affirmative response, Piwa Shirzong nodded slightly. just as he was about to speak again. The appearance of a small figure made the atmosphere even more tense. The newcomer had short flaxen hair, wore a black short-sleeved shirt, and a green scarf around his neck, with a long stitched line crossing his cheek. He was currently holding a stick-like weapon with a flower at the end, pointing it at the two of them from a distance. Seeing this, Piwa Shizong's face turned extremely grim. Even the fingers gripping the beheading sword turned slightly white. After a few twitches at the corner of his eyes, he forced out a hoarse voice and said, "Yondame, Shizong, surrender. I won't give you a chance. As long as you agree to return to the village with me, I can guarantee your life. Otherwise, you'll have to be dealt with here, and your companion, the Sharingan user Itachi, will be the same." Upon hearing this, Piwa Shizong instead calmed down, casually pulled the beheading sword from the ground, grinned, and shouted, "I won't surrender. If you want to kill me, come on. I'm stubborn." Kei Shikura coldly snorted without expression, then directly entered the tailed beast transformation state. Facing two S-rank rogue ninjas, if he didn't go all out, it would be easy to turn the tables. Therefore, to avoid injury, he must end this quickly and defeat the opponent with his strongest move. "You all stay put. Let me handle this. Tail Beast Bomb." Seeing this scene, Piwa Shizong swung the beheading sword and charged forward. Chapter 92. The Starfish Falling from the Sky. Boom! The huge explosion shocked everyone present. As the smoke cleared, Piwa Shizong lay quietly on the ground, unconscious, while his beheading sword had been shattered to pieces. Only the blade at the handle was deeply embedded in Piwa Shizong's abdomen, with the rest disappearing. Meanwhile, his partner Uchiha Itachi had also been directly blown away by the violent shockwave, crashing heavily into a large tree. In an instant, accompanied by a mouthful of blood spitting out, Uchiha Itachi's face turned as pale as paper. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu, who was observing from the jungle, had an expression as dark as a pot bottom. Originally, he had planned to let Uchiha Itachi take action to test the waters, but Uchiha Izumi did not come, and the fourth Mizukage arrived. This move by Kei Shikura severely disrupted his original plans. Not only was Piwa Shizong heavily injured and unconscious, but Uchiha Itachi's situation was not much better. Damn, what is Away doing? Did he even send a message to Uchiha Izumi? And where did those white Zetsu clones responsible for monitoring the hidden mist go? How could they not relay the information about such a major event involving the fourth Mizukage in a timely manner? With layers of doubts, Black Zetsu began to reassess his plan. Ever since that day, when he learned about the leak of Uchiha Itachi's information, he had been calculating how to make the other side take action. There was no choice. The information about Uchiha Izumi was just too difficult to handle. He only knew that the other party had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, but he had no idea what its abilities were. This feeling of the unknown was truly unbearable. Therefore, with Uchiha Itachi's mission to the Land of Water being unchangeable, he sought out Nagato again. Previously, when Uchiha Obito had not yet been killed, he had personally approached the rogue ninja from the mist, Kisame Hashigaki, to recruit him. I have seen this person myself, and to be honest, his strength is quite good, at least meeting the minimum standard to join the Akatsuki. So, after he killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the former member, Suigetsu Hozuki, and obtained the sword Samahata, he was recruited under Uchiha Obito, who was still controlling the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karitachi at that time. At this point, Kisame Hashigaki was still within the borders of the Land of Water, so I went directly to find him. Faced with the Akatsuki's invitation, he did not hesitate at all and readily agreed. Therefore, I informed Nagato about the recruitment of new members and indirectly hinted that Uchiha Itachi would soon arrive in the Land of Water. Just as I wished, the situation developed as expected. Nagato requested that Kisame Hashigaki and Uchiha Itachi abandoned their original missions to prioritize welcoming the new member. Following that, I first had Away send a message to Uchiha Izumi, informing him of Uchiha Itachi's specific location. Next, I instructed Kisame Hashigaki to be prepared. Once he discovered that the battle among the few was out of control, he should immediately use water release to divide the battlefield. With the chakra amount of this new member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I don't know if he could defeat everyone at once, but he should be able to separate them. This way, I could understand Uchiha Izumi's abilities while also letting this kid realize the gap between him and Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, it served as a warning to him, making him understand that there are always stronger people out there, and he should honestly be a tool for the Akatsuki, shining for the organization instead of thinking of irrelevant things. He even wants to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. For what revenge? Uchiha Izumi, do you have that capability? Don't forget who you are. Don't think that just because you killed Obito, you can do as you please. In the entire ninja world, a pair of Mangeki Sharingan is nothing. If it weren't for some value, you have been dealt with long ago. Thinking of this, Kurizetsu let out a cold snort, a wave of chill flashing in his eyes, and he thought, it seems I need to bring Kisame Hashigaki over first. I hope Uchiha Itachi can hold on for a while. Damn Yagura Karatachi, always causing me trouble. I should have killed you with one strike. Just as he turned to leave, a green aloe plant slowly rose beside him. As the leaves unfolded one by one, a very peculiar-looking Shirazetsu appeared before him. Away? Where are you going? Hearing this, Kurizetsu immediately became furious. He shot a cold glance at the other, and then asked in a deep voice, Did you notify Uchiha Izumi? I did notify him. So where is he? Seeing the flash of killing intent in Kurizetsu's eyes, Away was suddenly startled, completely not understanding what had happened. He could only cautiously consider his tone and asked nervously, What's wrong? Did something happen? Can't you see for yourself? Why didn't the person you were supposed to notify come? Instead, the fourth Mizukage from the mist came. I don't know. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu took a deep breath. In the right hand he had placed on the tree trunk for support slightly deformed. Fortunately, as a great filial son who had lived for over 1,000 years, his ability to cultivate his energy was extraordinary. After all these years of countless failures in pursuit of his dreams, if he were to lose his rationality so easily due to anger, he probably wouldn't deserve to be called the mastermind behind the ninja world. After a moment of silence, Kurizetsu glanced at the Shirazetsu away before him and asked in a deep voice, How did you notify Uchiha Izumi? Repeat it to me. I just said the mission changed, and Uchiha Itachi went to the border of the Land of Water to welcome the new member of the organization. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu looked at the Shirazetsu in disbelief, then fell silent. Although he knew he was foolish, he never expected him to be this stupid. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. No wonder Uchiha Izumi had not appeared for so long. He had just said that Kizashi and the others came to the Land of Water for a mission, and then it changed. Anyone could see that there was a problem here. Moreover, the border of the Land of Water is so vast, without a specific location. Who could find anyone? Thinking of this, Kurizetsu shook his head helplessly, determined to go back and deal with the Shirazetsu. Meanwhile, Away noticed that the expression in Kurizetsu's eyes was filled with confusion. Shock, disappointment, and disbelief, but there was no praise at all. Just as he was about to explain a few things, he saw Kurizetsu wave his hand, stopping him from continuing his speech. All right, you can go back now. You're not needed here. From now on, stay at the base and don't go anywhere. And don't meet anyone, especially Uchiha Izumi. Don't make me repeat it a second time. At the same time, high above the sky, a figure dressed in a black robe was floating in the clouds, appearing hazy. It was Uchiha Izumi, who had followed Yagura Karatachi all the way. At this moment, his black hair was flowing, his arms crossed over his chest, and he coldly observed everything below. Uchiha Itachi, Kizashi, you two are actually here. What a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Lord Mizukage, for the surprise gift. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly took out a black sphere with a strange, smiling face from his system backpack. He weighed it in his hand, then expressionlessly threw it down. Artist. Explosion. Chapter 93. The Truth-Seeking Ball. How do you have such a thing? On the other side, Uchiha Itachi endured the intense pain from the impact on his body. He wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth and quickly got up to stand in front of Kizashi. Hey, how are you? He's dead. My tail beast bomb can't be withstood by just anyone. Uchiha Itachi, you are quite good, but I won't give you another chance. Coral Palm. Having said that, the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karatachi directly stood upright and charged towards Uchiha Itachi. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression immediately darkened. He looked down at Kizashi's injuries and understood that he could not delay any longer. If he provided timely treatment now, there might still be a chance of survival. If he delayed any longer, he might bleed to death. Moreover, as his partner, although he was a bit talkative, he was actually a good person. Even though he didn't know the reason for the defection, it was likely related to the policies of the mist. Therefore, he could not allow the Mizukage in front of him to take Kizashi away. Doing so would not only leak the Akatsuki's information, but would also greatly impact himself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi reached up to touch his right eye, silently thinking, It seems I must use the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, I will not be a match for the fourth Mizukage. Although it will put a huge burden on my body, there are no other options now. The Three Tails Jinchuriki is not something that can be easily dealt with by conventional ninjutsu. Moreover, not far away, there was a group of elite Umbu from the mist watching him closely. It must be a quick resolution. And then take Pai Pa Shirzong to the nearest hospital to see if he can be saved. Raising his head and using his Sharingan to firmly lock onto the rapidly moving figure of Ki Yagura, Uchiha, Itachi, slowly closed his right eye. Moments later, 2 streams of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his eye. Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his right eye, and in an instant, a ball of black flame emerged from the focal point of his pupil. It then directly landed on the body of the 4th Mizukage Ki Yagura, wrapped in a crimson-tailed beast coat. Ah, what is this? Accompanied by the tragic roar of the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Itachi suddenly covered his right eye with his hand. This is the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. Before he finished speaking, a group of Mist Umbu rushed forward. Mizukage-sama, what's wrong? Quick, save Mizukage-sama. Stop Uchiha Itachi, don't let him escape. Just as everyone was preparing to rescue their Mizukage, Ki Yagura suddenly used all his strength to bounce off the indomitable flames of Amaterasu. But he was burned to a state of utter ruin and was about to fall unconscious. Seeing the Mist Umbu around him bravely preparing to charge forward. As the 4th Mizukage of the Mist, he naturally could not just watch his comrades in the village die. Even if these people were just his subordinates and death warriors, he could not casually abandon them. Doing so would make him no different from the person he was during the Blood Mist era of the Mist Village. Struggling to extend his hands to support his body, Ki Yagura suddenly shouted to stop the approaching Umbu behind him. Don't come over. Leave here. I can't go anymore. That's Itachi of a Sharingan. You're not his opponents. Don't make a meaningless sacrifice. Hurry and go. But Mizukage-sama, you can't leave. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's cold voice rang out. He slightly adjusted his body and then casually pulled out a kunai, preparing to use taijutsu to resolve the battle. Seeing the enemy in front of them being so arrogant, the Mist Umbu gritted their teeth and stood in front of Ki Yagura. Be careful, protect Mizukage-sama. We vow to protect Mizukage-sama. This is our fate. Sorry, Mizukage-sama. We are ordered to protect your safety, so we must not leave. Yes, since entering the Umbu, we have already had this awareness. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, a dark shade flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and his expression became even colder. On one hand, he wanted to quickly take Pai Pa Shirzong away, but he was also afraid that the Mist Umbu would take the opportunity to launch an attack. On the other hand, although he was confident he could kill all these Mist ninjas, even the 4th Mizukage would not survive. But it was clear that these Umbu were elite, and to resolve this quickly, he would have to use the Mangeki Sharingan. For a moment, Uchiha Itachi found himself in a dilemma. Just as Uchiha Itachi was hesitating, a pitch-black sphere suddenly fell from the sky, and then centered around Ki Yagura, it instantly erupted with unimaginable energy shockwaves. In an instant, the earth trembled, trees were uprooted, and more than a dozen Mist Umbu were instantly vaporized. The white energy that soared into the sky slowly condensed in the air. Even the clouds gradually dispersed under this terrifying explosion. After a long time, once the smoke cleared, a series of system prompts sounded in Uchiha Izumi's mind. Successfully killed an elite J-nin. Congratulations, the host has gained 25,000 experience points. Host level 1. Unfortunately, the host did not receive a special reward. Please continue to work hard. Successfully killed a shadow. Congratulations. The host has gained 80,000 experience points. Host level 1. Congratulations, the host has gained 50 system lottery chances. Level 96 now. No, the main quest is not completed. That guy Uchiha Itachi actually didn't die. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Uchiha Izumi was slightly surprised. This is Deidara's ultimate move, it shouldn't be. Shaking his head, Uchiha Izumi suddenly took a deep breath and directly joined his hands to enter Sage mode. Don't think about escaping, Uchiha Itachi. With the super perception granted by natural energy, Uchiha Izumi floated in midair and began to search the land beneath him inch by inch. Moments later, sensing 2 weak chakra reactions underground, Uchiha Izumi's eyes immediately focused. He then took out the truth-seeking ball from his system backpack and aimed in that direction to smash down again. Boom! Another loud noise rang out. The earth cracked, and Uchiha Itachi and Black Zetsu barely dodged the attack of the truth-seeking ball, then jumped out directly. Noticing Uchiha Izumi floating in the sky, Black Zetsu's pupil shrank. He didn't expect the opponent not only to appear, but also to attempt a sneak attack on him. Especially the recent explosion was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Uchiha Itachi activating Susanoo in that instant, He probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until he used the insect jutsu to save him and might have been blown to pieces on the spot. Right? And that black sphere that could penetrate the ground to attack him, he was very familiar with its aura. The truth-seeking ball of Otsutsuki Kagaya. How do you have such a thing? Chapter 94, Warm-Up begins. In response to Black Zetsu's question, Uchiha Izumi frowned but chose not to answer. Instead, he casually threw out 2 reconnaissance techniques. Name, Black Zetsu level, current, hostile level, status, will product evaluation, like an ant. Name, Uchiha Itachi level, shadow current, hostile level, level 98 status, slightly poor evaluation, equal. Black Zetsu actually has no level. Is it because he is merely a will product of Otsutsuki Kagaya? However, it seems the original work did mention that this guy doesn't seem to have any power. And Uchiha Itachi at level 98 has grown so fast. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi thought to himself, although the opponent's mindset is greatly problematic, this talent is indeed strong. If he weren't troubled by illness, he might even have the strength to fight against Nagato in the later stages. But unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. Let us put an end to our grudges today. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi slowly retrieved the black sphere, then activated his Sharingan to lock onto the 2 below, preparing to manipulate the truth-seeking ball for a lethal strike. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu was suddenly taken aback. Just as he was somewhat at a loss, Uchiha Itachi beside him suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Amaterasu. As his voice fell, the chakra within Uchiha Itachi began to wildly converge towards his right eye, and then a trickle of blood slowly flowed out. Following that, a ball of black flame materialized out of thin air, directly enveloping the similarly robed figure in the Akatsuki organization floating in the air. But the imagined scream did not occur. Uchiha Itachi looked at the originally floating figure disappearing into thin air, and his expression instantly became serious. Is it like this again? The effect is surprisingly similar to Izanagi. What kind of technique is this? It has never appeared in the clan before. Recalling that night 2 years ago, it was the same scene. A child who had not yet graduated from a ninja school was unexpectedly difficult to deal with, managing to blow up his own shadow clone. Although the chakra contained in that shadow clone was nearly depleted, it wasn't something just any ninja could casually approach, especially with Uchiha Izumi's suicidal attack that day, which shattered the worldview he had built over many years as a ninja. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, found his substitution technique less shocking than the hissing sound produced when the explosive tag on the opponent was ignited. That was his real body. Although Uchiha Izumi appeared extremely weak at that moment and couldn't even defend against his attack, he had the audacity to use his body to block the blade, leading to mutual destruction with his shadow clone. No, the guy didn't die in the end. Is he going to use the same trick again now? It seems I need to test him further to at least gauge the limits of his abilities before formulating strategy. Every ability has its flaws. It's absolutely impossible to have infinite revivals, so there must be a limit to it. Otherwise, that would be too absurd. Just as Uchiha Itachi was secretly speculating, a figure dressed in a black coat adorned with red clouds slowly appeared not far away. Has he already used the Manjiki Sharingan technique so soon? He really is decisive. Uchiha Izumi reached out and tore off the slightly tattered black coat, then took out the flame fan from his system backpack, which he hadn't used for a long time. Amaterasu. It indeed has high damage, but the burning speed is just too slow. No wonder it doesn't kill. However, it's time to warm up. With this in mind, a black mark slowly appeared on Uchiha Izumi's face, and then his violent chakra rapidly spread outwards. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping his right hand tightly before slowly relaxing, his mind racing with thoughts. This is Sage Mode. This is truly troublesome. Clearly around the same age as Sasuke. When did this kid become so difficult to deal with? According to the leader, even Madara died at his hands. If I want to resolve this battle quickly, I must use Susanoo. After assessing the amount of chakra in his body and his physical condition, he realized that although he had used Amaterasu twice in a row, he still had the strength to fight. He just had to end it quickly. With this thought, he wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and turned to the black figure beside him, saying in a deep voice, "Kuro, you are Madara's subordinate, so you should know this is a personal matter between me and Uchiha Izumi. You should leave. The upcoming battle is not something you can participate in." Upon hearing this, Kuro slightly nodded, giving a deep look at Uchiha Itachi before using the Kagaya technique to slowly sink into the ground. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi expressionlessly refocused his gaze on the figure opposite him. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes were suddenly stung deeply by the fan in the opponent's hand. That was the long-lost symbol of the Uchiha clan's leader, something his father had once dreamed of. Although he had tried to find it, he had ultimately come up empty. He never expected to see it today in the hands of a clansman who was supposed to be dead. Uchiha Izumi, truly a person favored by the heavens. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly became sharper, his whole body filled with a chilling murderous intent. Then, he slightly moved his fingers, sending 3 shuriken flying in a triangle formation towards the front. Clang, 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 the crisp sounds rang out. Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly, then gently waved the flame fan to deflect all the incoming shuriken. But at that moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been standing still, quickly activated his technique. His hands forming seals in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chakra surged, and Uchiha Itachi's chest suddenly swelled up. Then a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, attacking Uchiha Izumi ahead. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi showed no fear, slowly raising the flame fan in his hand to block in front of him. Just as the converging flames were about to reach him, a dazzling light suddenly shone from the fan. Uchiha rebound. With a light command, the great fireball technique instantly flew back at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi expressionlessly activated the first stage of Susanoo, sweeping his hand to disperse the oncoming fireball. Then he swiftly closed the distance, using his incredibly fast hand seals to activate the body flicker technique. Taijutsu? As you wish. Uchiha Izumi tilted his head, glancing at the various taijutsu skills on the system panel, and charged forward. Although it was just a basic ability that Might Guy had as a genin, under the enhancement of Sage Mode, each move held tremendous power. In the brief moment of their collision, Uchiha Itachi perfectly avoided Uchiha Izumi's shadow dance leaves with his crow clone. Then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, their eyes met, and the unique skill of the Manjiki Sharingan was instantly activated. Tsukuyami. Chapter 95. Sharingan vs. Sharingan. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi felt the world in his eyes rapidly retreating. The next moment, he found himself bound to a cross. Looking at this familiar scene, the corner of Uchiha Izumi's eye twitched slightly. He never expected the opponent would use this move against him. Typically, he was the one binding others. Today, switching perspectives was quite interesting, to be honest. It seems Kuro didn't inform Uchiha Itachi of his abilities. The opponent probably doesn't even know the specifics of his Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, he wouldn't so easily use Tsukuyami to end a battle. After all, to him, Tsukuyami is no different from Shuriken. Does he really think he can instantly kill Uchiha Izumi with this technique? That is a bit too naive. But since you're so happy, I might as well play along. With this thought, a look of shock suddenly appeared on Uchiha Izumi's face. Although slightly exaggerated, in the dim environment of the Tsukuyami world, he momentarily went unnoticed. It's over. In this world, time, space, matter, and everything else will be controlled by me alone. As the words fell, a great sword slowly formed in Uchiha Itachi's hand, which he then thrust down without hesitation. Swish! Ah! Ha ha! Uchiha Izumi gasped for breath, staring at the illusory figure in front of him with bloodshot eyes, pain evident on his face. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and asked with a trembling voice, what is this place? The world of Tsukuyami. For the next 72 hours, I will continuously stab your body with this knife until the countdown ends. After the words fell, Uchiha Itachi generated several clones again, then slowly raised the black glowing great sword and forcefully stabbed it into the body of this despairing figure in front of him. Ah! With the sound of a scream echoing. Moments later, Uchiha Itachi suddenly stopped his movements and fell into silence. Huh? What's wrong? Stop pretending, Uchiha Izuna. I felt something was off just now. Your acting is truly poor. Uchiha Itachi's cold voice echoed in the Tsukuyami space, and then he slowly dispelled many of his shadow clones. He then raised his head, staring expressionlessly at the figure before him that was still trying to deceive him. Was I discovered? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna realized that he could no longer continue the act. So he directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan and tore through the Tsukuyami space. Outside, feeling the black and white world in his eyes gradually fading away, Uchiha Izuna suddenly reached out and covered his right eye. I didn't expect this guy's eye power to be so strong. No wonder even Uchiha Obito is wary of him. Just breaking through his illusions barrier put me under pressure once again. But the warm-up time is over. I believe Uchiha Itachi feels the same way, and it's about time to get serious. Next, I have to be careful not to attack him in the same way twice, or I could easily be pulled into the world of Izanagi and fall into a loop. With this in mind, Uchiha Izuna roughly estimated the remaining time of his Sage Mode, then slowly raised his right hand, silently thinking, I also need to be cautious and aim for a one-hit kill. I must not give Uchiha Itachi any time to react. This guy still has Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi. Although it's most likely meant for Uchiha Sasuke, who knows if he would use it in a life-and-death situation. If I get controlled, it's all over. This ability to permanently change one's thought process is troublesome. If I get caught, I might not be able to my other eye. Uchiha Itachi has too many trump cards. I must be careful. Next, let us see how you handle this move. Sage Art. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. As the words fell, Uchiha Izuna quickly formed a swirling mass of white, rapidly spinning wind chakra in his hand. The piercing noise combined with the terrifying chakra fluctuations caused Uchiha Itachi, who was holding a kunai and maintaining a defensive stance, to show a serious expression regarding Uchiha Izuna activating his Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi had already suspected it. However, he didn't expect that the ability of those eyes would also be Tsukuyumi. He was a bit too impatient. He should have tested a few more times. This time, his illusion attack not only failed to work, but also wasted a lot of eye power. He underestimated this kid. He didn't expect that just 2 years after the night of the massacre, he has grown to this extent. Sage Mode combined with Manjiki Sharingan, and this high-density wind chakra mass in front of me, if hit, would probably result in death or severe injury. With this level of strength, it seems that Uchiha Izuna's previous actions in Konoha must have been genuine. He caused significant destruction in the village and still managed to escape unscathed. What is the Hokage thinking? Why didn't he take action to capture him? Even if he couldn't kill him, sealing him would suffice. Just tossing him somewhere would ensure he starves to death. Sigh, forget it, I'll handle it myself. I can't let him continue targeting Konoha. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi's chakra began to surge wildly, and then a half-formed red skeleton quickly enveloped his entire body. Susanoo. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but curl his lip, thinking, is this just the first form? I've been underestimated. Huh. Just as Uchiha Izuna was puzzled, Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and increased the infusion of chakra. Accompanied by a dull sound, red veins began to appear on the originally skeletal Susanoo, and as the muscles gradually filled the gaps between the bones, the red chakra exterior quickly coalesced. Is this the second form of Susanoo? If that's the case, then let's see how my Sage Art Wind Release Spiraling Shuriken fares against it. As he spoke, Uchiha Izuna took a deep breath and then forcefully threw the chakra mass he had gathered. Boom! With the collision between Susanoo and the Shuriken, a massive explosion echoed throughout the area. As the smoke cleared, a huge pit came into view. In the center, a giant red figure holding a large shield stood firm. The figure, tightly wrapped in armor, was now gasping heavily. Is this the third form of Susanoo? Itachi, how long can your Manjiki Sharingan hold out? Before Uchiha Izuna could finish his thought, the figure wrapped in red armor suddenly looked up. He saw that the previously indifferent eyes were now filled with killing intent, slowly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Itachi formed a hand seal with one hand, and then a golden light flickered in one of Susanoo's empty hands. In an instant, several Magatama appeared out of thin air and tightly connected together. With a loud shout, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan locked onto the figure directly in front of him, and then he controlled Susanoo to forcefully throw the Magatama forward. This is the end, Uchiha Izuna. Yada Mirror. Chapter 96. This is the end. Uchiha Itachi. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna's pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he bit down hard on his thumbs. Crack! Blood slowly dripped down his wrist. But Uchiha Izuna didn't care. He just locked his gaze firmly on the rapidly approaching Yada Mirror. With a slight grin, he suddenly raised both hands and slammed them onto the ground. Summoning technique, 5 elemental gates. As chakra surged wildly, 2 enormous black summoning symbols suddenly appeared on the ground where Uchiha Izuna's hands touched. In an instant, 5 grotesquely shaped giant iron gates rose in sequence from the open area before him. Despite having some confidence in Senju Hashirama's technique, when faced with Uchiha Itachi's full-force Yada Mirror, Uchiha Izuna still quickly took out the truth-seeking orb from his system backpack and enlarged it to block in front of him. To avoid revealing any flaws to that guy, he decided to minimize the use of Izanagi. Unless absolutely necessary, he aimed to rely primarily on his own defenses. Just as Uchiha Izuna was lost in thought, the Yata mirror collided heavily with the 5 elemental gates. Boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion instantly enveloped all areas within a few kilometers. As expected of Uchiha Itachi's full force strike, it quickly broke through the 4 defenses set by Uchiha Izuna. Following that, a powerful shockwave swept through, kicking up dirt and even turning the sky somewhat gray. The 2 combatants in the battlefield quickly began to retreat to avoid being caught in the explosion. After a long while, Uchiha Izuna slowly stood up, looking at the now severely damaged giant iron gate, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Senju Hashirama. Truly, the first Hokage. Although Uchiha Itachi's Yasaka, Magatama, and Uchiha Madara's tailed beast bomb under the Susanoo are not comparable. The fact that he was able to completely block this attack is honestly a bit surprising. He had already taken out the truth-seeking orbs, yet they weren't used. The destruction caused by the switch in offense and defense between the 2 far exceeded the Sage Art Spiral Shuriken he had thrown earlier. At the very least, it reached the full power of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki state. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi clasped his hands together, beginning to search for Uchiha Itachi's trace using the last remnants of Sage Chakra in his body. On the other side, huff huff, the Yasaka Magatama was actually blocked. Uchiha Itachi's eyes trembled slightly as the Susanoo around him slowly dissipated. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of cold. Looking down, he saw that the black robe embroidered with red clouds had been destroyed in the recent battle. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi refocused his gaze on the figure floating in the air. It seemed that this battle would be to the death. He never expected that a child who was still in ninja school 2 years ago could force him into such a situation. Truly incredible. It seems that the environment in Konoha is indeed too comfortable. While his brother was still playing ninja games, this guy had already become an S-rank rogue ninja. Looking at the figure surrounded by intense killing intent in the sky, it gradually overlapped with the stubborn boy who was obsessed with his shadow clone on the night of the massacre. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed, feeling a flood of emotions. Clearly, they were both survivors of the Uchiha clan, but his brother was simply unbearable to compare with this guy. The gap in talent between the 2 was just too vast. Sasuke, why are you so weak? Is it because your hatred isn't enough? Just as Uchiha Itachi whispered to himself, a cold voice rang in his ears, interrupting his tangled thoughts. I found you, Itachi. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi instantly snapped back to reality and quickly formed hand seals, wanting to evade the deadly strike coming from the air. Water style, water barrier. Sage art, storm release, light fawn. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi suddenly took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled. In an instant, a blue lightning bolt the thickness of a finger shot past the person in front of him at lightning speed. The water curtain that appeared next to his opponent could not block it at all. In a split second, the water barrier, along with Uchiha Itachi enclosed within it, was directly split in 2. The imagined splattering of blood did not occur. As a puff of smoke erupted, Uchiha Itachi's figure instantly disappeared. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly stopped his movements, then frowned, thinking to himself, Shadow clone? As expected of Uchiha Itachi, his hand seal speed is so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't catch it. It's just like in the original work when facing Kakashi. However, your chakra should be running low. It's time to use Izanami and Kodoame Tsukumi. So how will you choose? At that moment, the black lines on Uchiha Izumi's face suddenly began to dissipate, and his overall aura dropped significantly. Has the Sage Mode duration reached its limit? Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't attack Uchiha Itachi in the same way, it will be fine. As long as his eyes don't record the same scene, then Izanami cannot be activated. As for Kodoame Tsukumi, to be honest, I currently have no better way to counter that illusion called protecting Konoha. Just hearing that name makes me feel a bit nauseous. Not to mention having to follow the caster's will in the future. It seems I still have to pursue a one-hit kill. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi adjusted his state and activated his Mangeki Sharingan to search for his opponent's figure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was gasping for breath, crouched in a pit. He clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed in worry. Huff, is Sage Mode over? That was dangerous. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, I might have died on the spot. I didn't expect this guy to have that trick. My chakra is running low. I can't drag this out any longer. I must end this battle quickly. Sigh, sure sway. In the end, I still need to use your power. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi suddenly stood up and activated the body flicker technique, quickly rushing toward the distant figure. preparing for a desperate fight. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's expression became serious, understanding that the battle had reached such a point that he would need to use his trump card. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and immediately began to mobilize all the chakra in his body. Moments later, as a blue giant clad in armor stood firm, Uchiha Izumi, enveloped within it, covered his right eye and slowly spoke. Susanoo, I won't give you a chance, Uchiha Itachi. This ends here. Chapter 97. The Art of Transformation. How is this possible? As Uchiha Izumi slowly lowered his right hand, his originally lively right eye had lost focus, and even the pupil had turned grayish-white. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi, who was advancing, paused slightly, his face revealing a look of shock as he thought, this guy can actually activate Susanoo with one eye. But Uchiha Izumi's Mangeki Sharingan should have been activated that night. It hasn't been long since then, and he's already reached the 3rd stage. Does he not know that overusing ocular power can lead to blindness? Recalling that it took him several years to develop his eyes. Only recently stepping into the 3rd stage of Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Izumi's talent is surprisingly strong. I should have found a way to take him away back then. Now, there's an extra enemy, one with a grudge for the massacre, a to-the-death kind of enemy. I really don't know how Sasuke would survive in Konoha if I die today. No, I absolutely cannot allow this situation to happen. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's expression became even more serious as he began to mobilize chakra to accelerate his movement. Kodoame Tsukumi has an effective range of 20 meters. I must find a way to get close to Uchiha Izumi. The effect of the technique is to protect Konoha, so in that case, it can be considered eliminating a potential threat to the village. I hope I can succeed. Sure, Sway, it's up to you now. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi moved his fingers slightly, and in an instant he had already set up the technique in advance. On the other side, looking at the imposing figure approaching, Uchiha Izumi controlled Susanoo to slowly open his right hand. Moments later, a golden gourd appeared out of thin air, which he tightly gripped and shook vigorously. Like flames, golden liquid sprayed out, instantly coalescing in the air into a flowing blade. In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi suddenly clasped his hands together. As the massive chakra within him surged wildly, the golden blade quickly extended forward, growing immensely in just a moment. Tentacle Scythe. This divine weapon is actually in your hands. Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted for a moment, and the look of shock on his face grew more intense, causing him to involuntarily stop his forward momentum. The Sword of 10 Fists, as a companion artifact to the Yada Mirror, had been something he had spent years searching for. He never expected to see it here today. It was truly incredible. Uchiha Izumi was actually able to gain the recognition of this artifact. After all, the Sword of 10 Fists and the Yada Mirror had never been separated. However, he had to be careful next, as being directly pierced by this thing would mean disaster. He let out a slight sigh. Uchiha Itachi adjusted his emotions and got up, preparing to launch an attack. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. As the words fell, dozens of shuriken mixed with flames rushed towards the Susanoo in front of him. Immediately after, Uchiha Itachi quickly changed direction in midair, then activated his Mangeki Sharingan again. Amaterasu. In an instant, the blue giant enveloping Uchiha Izumi was covered by the continuous black flames. After raising his hand to clear the incoming fire shuriken with the Sword of 10 Fists, he had no choice but to temporarily dispel the Susanoo. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a slight smile, and then he instantly transformed into dozens of crows, closing in. He planned to use the strongest illusion, Kodoame Tsukumi, hidden among them to end the battle. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Izumi understood. It seemed the opponent intended to use Amaterasu to attack Susanoo, and then take the opportunity to close the distance and use Kodoame Tsukumi on him. But it was fine. He who had mastered all of Uchiha Itachi's abilities had long anticipated such a situation. Therefore, he had brought his shadow clones with him, and this time he would not give him any chance to approach. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi quickly began forming hand seals. Moments later, as the technique was successfully cast, boundless darkness began to rapidly extend from himself, enveloping the area in an instant. Illusion, Dark Path Technique. This is the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's technique. There are records in the clan that this technique was specially developed to counter the Sharingan. This is bad. Feeling his vision being deprived, Uchiha Itachi quickly halted his advance and began to gather his mind to prepare for the opponent's next attack. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air, and he swiftly crouched down to dodge the lethal strike. Following that, he pulled out a kunai and struck back in a flash. Warm blood splattered, sensing that the person before him seemed to have sustained some injuries. He didn't have time to think and immediately launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Moments later, as the darkness receded, Uchiha Itachi looked at the figure in front of him, who was clutching his arm and retreating, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then completed his hand seals in an instant, his hands moving like an afterimage. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Seeing the huge fireball coming at him, Uchiha Izumi did not dare to hesitate. While retreating, he extended his right hand. Chidori Sharp Spear. A brilliant blue light flashed. The high-density lightning chakra split the incoming searing fireball in half, while quickly piercing into Uchiha Itachi's body. But the next moment, caw, caw, accompanied by a series of cries, Uchiha Itachi's body suddenly exploded into a flurry of ninja crows, swirling in the air. Following that, one of the crows carrying the Manjiki Sharingan quickly flew in front of Uchiha Izumi. As their eyes met, a strange feeling began to emerge in Uchiha Izumi's mind. In an instant, the killing intent dissipated. What's happening to me? Konoha. Starting today, my duty is to protect Konoha. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi solemnly nodded and then casually tossed aside the Kusanagi sword, walking forward slowly. Itachi, I will return to Konoha now. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi sighed, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, and then thought to himself, sorry, you don't have a chance. With what you've done, Konoha will not forgive you, so let me help you find complete liberation. Thinking of this, noticing that the person in front of him was preparing to turn and leave, a hint of killing intent appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He immediately got up and launched a fatal strike at the figure in the black high-collared shirt. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing through the heart echoed. Moments later, blood splattered as Uchiha Itachi forcefully pulled out the kunai, letting the body in front of him slowly collapse to the ground. Phew, it's finally over. Now I need to think about how to explain this to the leader. But before that, I should retrieve this pair of Manjiki Sharingan. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand, preparing to directly gouge out the eyes of the corpse in front of him. Huh? Wait, who is this? At that moment, Uchiha Itachi felt a chill run down his spine, his face instantly paling, followed by a cold sensation surging to the top of his head. He staggered back a few steps, then looked at the corpse on the ground with an incredulous expression, his voice hoarse as he spoke. This is impossible. The Rinnegan's transmigration technique. Chapter 98. It's over. The corpse demon technique. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi understood everything. It turned out he had fallen into the opponent's scheme from the very beginning. No wonder Uchiha Izumi always intentionally or unintentionally kept his attack distance within a relatively safe range. It turned out this guy had long known that Uchiha Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi was in his hands. Where did he get this information from? There shouldn't have been anyone else at the Southie River at that time. Moreover, when Shursue entrusted his left eye to him, Uchiha Izumi was only 6 years old, just a child in the ninja academy. He absolutely could not avoid the Umbu surveillance and come right under his nose. It's truly incomprehensible. Uchiha Izumi, how did you manage to do this? Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, deeply letting out a sigh, while secretly thinking, what a clever tactic. Various tests and pulls, gradually depleting my chakra while concealing his strength and trying to force out my trump card. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama's dark path technique against the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan's transmigration technique. Recalling the scene when he was enveloped in darkness, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of emotions. From a moment his vision was deprived. Had he already secretly switched? No wonder he was so easily injured by his kunai. He initially thought this guy's chakra was about to run out and wanted to resolve the fight with taijutsu. It turned out the injury and bleeding were just to prove he wasn't a clone. Also, that lightning release technique that pierced through the great fireball successfully misled him. In the end, the determination and strength of the opponent, which posed a threat to the village, still drew him to use Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi. This was supposed to be reserved for Sasuke, but instead, it was used on Uchiha Izumi's transmigration clone. Now, his chakra was nearly exhausted, yet the battle still hadn't ended. Hell, what am I even doing? Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi let out a light sigh, shook his head, and then laughed self-deprecatingly. Just then, a cold voice echoed. Dozens of golden chakra chains suddenly appeared, instantly blocking all movement space around. Momens Latte. A barrier formed by the Uzumaki clan's secret technique enveloped Uchiha Itachi entirely. It's over, Itachi, This time you can't escape. Sealing technique, diamond lock. As the words fell, Uchiha Izuna's figure abruptly appeared several meters away. At this moment, he stood expressionless, with the golden chains behind him dancing wildly. Feeling the frantic loss of chakra within his body, Uchiha Izuna didn't mind, because this move was meant to prepare for the next technique. Although the consumption was immense, it maximally sealed off all enemy movement routes, leaving enough preparation time for the upcoming lethal strike. It's time to end this, Uchiha Itachi. With that thought, Uchiha Izuna extended his hands and began to form seals rapidly. Si, Hai, Wei, Mo, Su, Zi, Yu. As the final hand seal was completed, Uchiha Izuna suddenly brought his hands together. He then slowly raised his head, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Sealing technique, corpse demon sealing. With a series of tragic screams that only the caster could hear, a pale figure suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Izuna. Is this the Shinigami summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze in the original work? Looking at the exceptionally ferocious purple-black face, Uchiha Izuna felt a chilling aura fill his body, causing him to shiver. Glancing again at the Shinigami behind him, he saw it holding a string of red prayer beads, a long knife for cutting souls in its mouth, and 6 ghostly flames swirling around its body. And at its chest, a blue spirit with outstretched arms seemed to embrace death, successfully capturing all of Uchiha Izuna's attention. Is that my soul? System, I am here. Activate Izanagi at any time. Don't give the Shinigami a chance to reap my soul. Rest assured, the system's skills have priority over the contract signed with the Shinigami by corpse demon sealing. That's good. After saying that, he increased the infusion of chakra again. More and more chains appeared one after another, and Uchiha Izuna was ready, waiting for an opportunity to pull this filial son into the Shinigami's body for complete sealing. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly and reached out to grab the golden chains in front of him. What technique is this? Is it the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan? Realizing the chakra contained within, he understood that it was impossible to break free with his physical strength. He then closed his right eye and began to mobilize the remaining chakra in his body. Amaterasu. In the next moment, black flames ignited on the diamond lock where Uchiha Itachi's pupils focused. As his gaze moved, the unquenchable black flames began to spread at an incredibly fast speed, reaching Uchiha Izuna in just a moment. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna suddenly grinned. Blue chakra erupted from his body, enveloping him and slowing the burn of Amaterasu. Then, instead of retreating, he advanced. His body left a residual image in the air and in an instant arrived in front of Uchiha Itachi. It's over. As his words fell, in Uchiha Itachi's shocked gaze, Uchiha Izuna reached out his hands and firmly grabbed his shoulders. Then with a slight force, a black-purple arm covered in patterns reached out from his abdomen, directly extending into Uchiha Itachi's body. What is this feeling? Oh no! Feeling the chilling aura approaching. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted, his face twisted in a grimace, struggling desperately to break free from the control. But against the extremely greedy Shinigami, no matter how hard he tried, his body couldn't move an inch, and he could only watch helplessly as his soul was gradually pulled out of his body. You, what technique is this? And what is that thing behind you? Uchiha Itachi looked at this scene with despair, unable to help but shout loudly. Hearing this, Uchiha Izuna, while increasing the pulling force, looked up at the incredulous filial son in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Don't waste your effort. I won't give you the chance. This is the Shinigami. Those sealed by this technique will have their souls eternally tormented, unable to find liberation forever. You, Uchiha Itachi, let me tell you something. Up to now, everything has been within my plan, so I will not give you the opportunity to use Izanami, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's face revealed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? This guy even knows that I mastered Izanami. This technique is recorded in the clan, but only the clan leader and the elders have the qualifications to review it. Ordinary clan members don't even know the forbidden technique Izanagi. No wonder Uchiha Izuna dominated the scene. None of the ninjutsu and tools he used were repeated. It turns out he's been avoiding the use of the same attack method from the beginning, and his Sharingan has recorded it. Truly cautious. Chapter 99. Surprise Attack, Kuro's Ambition. The cold aura continued to linger, feeling his soul being gradually pulled out. Uchiha Itachi no longer had the previous calm demeanor. though he grimaced in a feral attempt to break free from corpse demon ceiling's control. How could he fight against the legendary Shinigami with just a body that had exhausted its chakra? Struggling to raise his right arm, he attempted a final resistance with the kunai in his hand. But clearly, Uchiha Izuna, attracted by the cold gleam reflected from the blade, didn't give his opponent any chance. He directly activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As the crimson light burst forth from his eyes, a cold voice sounded from his mouth. Illusion, chain technique. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi, whose body was forcibly fixed in place by the illusion, felt fear for the first time, dominated by the wedge. With both forces combined, he could only watch helplessly as his soul left his body. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's expression twisted, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. With a pungent and strong death odor swirling around his nose, despair filled his heart. No, I absolutely cannot die here. I still have unfulfilled dreams. At the very least, my life should not end at your hands. Uchiha Izuna. Before he could finish, as that purple-black arm slowly disappeared, a highly complex whirlpool ceiling pattern gradually appeared on Uchiha Izuna's abdomen. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength, glaring at the man who disrupted all his plans. Stumbling forward a step, he then heavily fell to the ground, never to rise again. Successfully killed a shadow-level opponent. Congratulations to the host for gaining 80,000 experience points. Host level 2. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 system lottery chances. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew by, and Uchiha Izuna's figure slowly reappeared in place. Thanks to the priority of eternal Izanagi surpassing that of corpse demon ceiling, the Shinigami, unable to reap the caster's soul after the contract was completed, could only slowly disappear in anger and unwillingness, returning to the Pure Land. Main quest completed. Do you want to claim a reward? Looking at the cold corpse beneath his feet, Uchiha Izumi did not feel the satisfaction of revenge. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed since his rebirth, making it impossible to resonate with the original body's experiences from that night. However, successfully killing the ungrateful Uchiha Itachi did bring a slight sense of satisfaction to his otherwise weary heart. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was ultimately good. Even though the memories revealed that the Uchiha clan was full of unruly individuals, and the original host harbored no good feelings towards them, they were still flesh and blood people, not mere NPCs. To be honest, even if they were just neighbors, one would still lament if their family were suddenly wiped out. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, this white-eyed wolf, slaughtered his entire clan, including his biological parents, for the sake of a false peace and stability, all for a mere promise from the higher-ups of Konoha. Was the gratitude of his parents not worth more than a child of just a few years, or even more than the so-called village? Clearly, there were better solutions. Even leading the entire clan to resist would have worked, and with proper planning, some could have escaped. Yet he chose the most extreme path. Shaking his head, Uchiha Izumi let out a heavy sigh. But now it was fine. With this guy dead, at least the threat from Izanami had disappeared. He just didn't know where Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi was hidden. These ninja crows were likely summoned through a summoning technique, and it would take some time to track them down. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan also needed to be retrieved. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi flipped the corpse on the ground over and stretched out his hands, ready to directly take the other SIs. But just as his hands were about to touch Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Itachi's eyes cannot be given to you, Uchiha Izumi. As the voice fell, a green plant slowly rose from the ground, its serrated leaves gradually spreading apart, revealing a bizarre figure with green hair and a body that was half black and half white. Zetsu. Uchiha Izumi instantly realized, raising his hand to prepare for an attack when suddenly many white, swollen objects appeared on his shoulder, spreading across his entire body in an instant. Feeling the chakra within him rapidly depleting, Uchiha Izumi's expression changed, and he immediately began to deal with the several white Zetsu, entangling him. Spore technique? How troublesome. But in that moment, Black Zetsu had already grabbed Uchiha Itachi's corpse and burrowed underground. Damn it, I was too focused on my battle with Uchiha Itachi and didn't pay attention to my surroundings. It must have been then that he planted the spore technique on me. How insidious, Black Zetsu. This technique, like the Mayfly technique, had a strong concealment ability, making it impossible for even sensory ninjas to detect in time. However, since the spore technique could be catalyzed using natural energy, Black Zetsu's true body would not be able to act against him while in Sage mode. Therefore, the only possibility was that while manipulating the Shadow Clone to fight Uchiha Itachi earlier, Black Zetsu had secretly approached him using the Mayfly technique. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his left eye slightly, and soon black flames erupted from the several white Zetsu on the ground, incinerating them amidst their screams. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. At this point, Black Zetsu's figure had long since vanished. It seemed this guy only wanted to take Uchiha Itachi's corpse and did not intend to confront him directly. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi rubbed his forehead, slightly organizing his thoughts in his mind, and quietly considered. Black Zetsu's intentions were actually very simple. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra. Once he grew up and revealed the truth about Itachi, he would likely awaken the Manjiki Sharingan just like in the original story. Then Black Zetsu would have another prime candidate to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. After all, Obito was dead, and Nagato's ideology was vastly different from Uchiha Madara's. So for Black Zetsu, having an extra option meant an extra opportunity. However, since this had been guessed, Uchiha Izumi could not allow Uchiha Sasuke to grow freely. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate this Indra reincarnation. But before that, he still needed to deal with Nagato. The Akatsuki organization had just lost 2 members, and this guy would surely have a headache over it. Chapter 100, Rinnegan, New Main Quest. It seems Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan would have to be temporarily entrusted to Black Zetsu. If there was a chance, it could still be retrieved. After all, it was his trophy. Even if he were to destroy it himself, he could not casually give it to others. Additionally, he needed to quickly find that Kodoame Tsukumi. It was too dangerous and must not be released. Sai, where exactly is Uchiha Itachi keeping those ninja crows? This is really a headache. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi let out a slight sigh, secretly thinking, forget it, let's head back first. The main quest reward has not been claimed yet, and the Rinnegan is the top priority. I should check the homes of those ninja cats in the next couple of days. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi walked over to the broken corpse of Kyuugen Yatsukura, bent down to collect some blood for future Edo Tensei, and then surveyed the surroundings. Confirming that there was nothing left behind, he activated the super light-heavy rock technique and left the area. After a long while, on a rooftop in a small town at the border of the water country, Uchiha Izumi sat upright, murmuring to himself, next, it's time to tally up the gains from this time. He flipped through the system notifications and roughly calculated. First, the group of Mist Umbu members who were directly killed by the starfish provided him with around 130,000 experience and 69 lottery draws. Then there were the 4th Mizukage Kyuugen Yatsukura, BYJZ, and Uchiha Itachi. After simple calculations in his heart, Uchiha Izumi estimated approximately 185,000 experience and 100 lottery draws. With this, his level had reached level 99 after gaining these rewards. Even his base attributes were fully maxed out. Indeed, slaughter was the best way to level up and increase strength. After pondering for a moment, he noticed the system prompt in his mind again. Main quest completed. Do you want to claim a reward? Uchiha Izumi first opened the system panel, then without hesitation selected confirm. System. Claim main quest reward. Okay, host. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 experience. Host level 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bloodline limit. Rinnegan. Please check the specific effect yourself. Rinnegan. As a wave of intense pain surged into his mind, Uchiha Izumi's eyes involuntarily shed 2 streams of blood tears. In just a moment, that extreme pain and burning sensation filled his entire body. Understanding that this was a necessary process for his eyes to evolve, Uchiha Izumi gritted his teeth and silently endured. As the pain intensified, even though the joints of his fingers were creaking from being squeezed tightly, his face remained expressionless, only the occasional muffled groan revealing his inner turmoil. After a long time, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a rich chakra suddenly erupted, but it faded just as quickly. It was evident that in the state of the Rinnegan, I had already gained perfect control over everything within me. With a casual use of water release, I formed a mirror. Uchiha Izumi carefully examined himself in a mirror. What caught his eye was a long-haired, handsome young man. He appeared cold and fierce, with deep purple eyes resembling ripples, devoid of any emotion. The entire person looked like a deity walking among humans. Powerful, ruthless, domineering, and inscrutable. After a moment, as the ripple-like pupils slowly contracted and dissipated, the pitch-black eyes reappeared. Uchiha Izumi's aura returned to its original state. No wonder the Rinnegan carries such an oppressive aura. It is the fear people have towards the unknown. But then again, the three great dojutsu of the ninja world truly lives up to its reputation. Let me see what its unique ability is. Is it the Yellow Springs Hirazaka? Feeling the innate ability of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Izumi was momentarily stunned. This, how should I put it, is quite good. It allows for free travel between the real world and one's unique space. This technique originally requires gathering all three great dojutsu to use. However, according to the system panel I just saw, it was judged to be the same type of ninjutsu due to resonance with the kamui of my left eye, and thus it was granted to me. Therefore, I currently only possess one space. Additionally, there is the issue that casting this technique requires a large amount of chakra. Although I currently do not lack chakra, I would still be somewhat inferior compared to Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama in the later stages, not to mention the chakra progenitor, Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, the risk of collecting tailed beasts to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki is too great, especially with so many pitfalls everywhere. It's a real mess. It seems I need to think of another way. Just then, a new system prompt captured Uchiha Izumi's full attention. System prompt detected that the host has completed the first phase of the main quest. The second phase of the main quest is about to begin. Scene scanning. Task matching. The official plot of Naruto world is about to start. Wish you a happy gaming experience. Overview. The village hidden in the leaves of the Land of Fire was originally jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha clans, but decades later, it was occupied by a group of 2,000 monkeys, and now both clans have dwindled in population, basically becoming a legend. Details. Please launch the Konoha collapse plan in 2.5 years as Orochimaru, and after directly killing the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Be sure to reveal your identity to everyone, making these traitors understand that what the Uchiha clan gives you is talent, and what I don't give you cannot be taken. Main quest. Let Konoha feel pain. System reward. Bloodline limit strengthening scroll 2. Main quest time limit remaining 998 days. Next phase will open upon completion. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi fell into silence. Launching the Konoha collapse plan as Orochimaru, is it to ensure the continuity of the plot? Doesn't this force the great scientist into a corner? And making Konoha feel pain, could it be the pain Nagato mentioned? It even left me 2.5 years to adapt to the new abilities of the Rinnegan. The system is really thoughtful. In this case, to complete the main quest, I must erase Konoha from the ninja world map. Uchiha Izumi murmured softly. After a moment, he slightly frowned, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. I originally planned to go straight to Konoha and take out a few high-level officials, but now I can only wait. After all, the reward for this task is aimed at the Rinnegan. It seems that to upgrade to the 9 Tomo and gain new abilities, I must follow the game rules. Forget it. Let's prioritize completing the main quest first. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a cold indifference. I accept. Chapter 101 What? Uchiha Itachi is dead? 3 days later, in the Land of Rain, on a peculiar building in the rain-hidden village, a figure dressed in a black long robe embroidered with red clouds sat quietly by the window, listening to the sound of the rain outside, lost in thought. The whole person exuded a strong sense of loneliness, seemingly still immersed in the past. After a while, a clear, cold female voice sounded in his ear, interrupting the person's thoughts. Nagato, what's wrong, Conan? Upon hearing this, Conan did not rush to answer, but instead walked slowly to the side of the speaker and stood still. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. In the momentary light, a cold young man with orange hair and ripple-patterned eyes looked over expressionlessly. Zetsu brought the latest news. Go ahead, what is it? Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are dead. A slightly cold voice of confusion sounded as Nagato controlled pain to gaze at Conan, slowly asking, what happened? Weren't they supposed to go to the border of the water country to meet the new members of the organization? Yes. But when they stepped into the border of the water country, they encountered the 3 Tails Jinchuriki and the Umbu of the Mist. After a confrontation, they were ambushed from the air by Uchiha Izumi, who had been prepared in advance. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, the 4th Mizuki Jigura, and a group of elite ninjas were all killed. Upon hearing this, Nagato fell into silence. Meanwhile, Conan did not urge him but stood quietly to the side, waiting. Although outwardly calm, her heart was still in turmoil. To be honest, when I first heard this news, my first reaction was also one of shock. Utterly stunned. Uchiha Izumi was able to kill Itachi and Kisame while also taking down the Three Tails Jinchuriki and the Umbu of the Mist. How is this possible? Such strength, let alone a mere Mangeki Sharingan wielder, is even comparable to Nagato himself. This is simply outrageous. Not to mention Kisame's strength. Uchiha Itachi is a very formidable presence within the organization. Even Nagato has said that this guy's strength is not much weaker than Madara, ranking at least in the top 3 in Akatsuki. Although both possess Mangeki Sharingan, in terms of the development of their eyes, Uchiha Izumi is completely crushed. Even with the element of surprise, this level of powerhouse, along with Kisame and the Three Tails Jinchuriki of the Mist, should not be able to be defeated by Uchiha Izumi. This is a bit unbelievable. Not to mention the elite ninjas of the Mist, Yagura is at least a Mizukage, and Itachi definitely possesses the strength of a Kage. Although Kisame is somewhat weaker, wielding the decapitating sword, he is at least at the level of an elite Jonin to a Quasi-Kage. Being able to kill them all at once, such strength in the organization, perhaps only Nagato could contend with it. With that thought, Konan slightly pursed her lips and looked up at Nagato, who was before her. After a long while, a cold and emotionless voice rang out in the room. "Is the news reliable?" In response, Konan gently nodded, then replied in a low voice, "Yes." Zetsu recorded the video and said that if we have time, we can watch it anytime. Upon hearing this, Pain closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then suddenly opened them coldly and said, "Xiaonan, I'll wait for you here. Notify Zetsu to bring over the recorded video. I need to take a good look at the battle process." Okay. Meanwhile, in a secret room on the rooftop, the flickering candlelight faintly illuminated the entire room. In the center was a huge and uniquely shaped chakra receiver. Sitting on it was a gaunt, emaciated middle-aged man. His unkempt red hair had lost its luster, and his sunken eyes emitted an air of decline. Thick black chakra conduits pierced deeply into his body, causing him immense pain with every slight movement. At this moment, he hung his head low. Only the ripple-patterned pupils hidden beneath his red hair slowly radiated endless coldness and chill. After a long while, when Nagato, who was controlling Pain, slowly lifted his head after watching the entire process of Uchiha Itachi and Pai Pa Shirzong's deaths, a chilling murderous intent began to spread recklessly in the room. At this time, Nagato had already believed most of Zetsu's information. However, one thing still puzzled him. How did the Three-Tailed Jinchuriki find Uchiha Itachi and Pai Pa Shirzong? Just entering the border area, he encountered the fourth Mizukage, who had been hiding in Kirigakure for years. If there wasn't some trickery involved, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. The Land of Water had long been closed off. Unless it was something particularly significant, the fourth Mizukage, Kirigain Yagura, would never take action, let alone leading a team to the border to hunt down rogue ninjas. One must know that the Three-Tailed Jinchuriki was a weapon of war for a country. It wasn't as simple as wanting to leave the village. At the very least, the higher-ups of Kirigakure would never allow the Mizukage to act recklessly. Thinking of this, Nagato's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he endured the pain and straightened his body, then murmured softly, "Uchiha Izumi." As expected, just like Madara said, he's a rebellious person. However, being able to kill Itachi and Shirzong shows some strength. Forget it, I'll go test him myself. If he can't withstand Pain's 6 paths, then he can be killed. If he can withstand it, that proves he still has some value, and I can have him capture the 9 tails later. After all, that is also Itachi's mission. Since he chose revenge, he must bear the consequences. With this thought, Nagato had made up his mind and began to contact Zetsu through a technique to inquire about Uchiha Izumi's whereabouts. At the same time, in the Kamui space, Uchiha Izumi was sitting in a chair, bored, flipping through the system panel. When he casually clicked on a purple circular icon on the screen, a skill introduction slowly popped up. Rinnegan, SS rank, one of the 3 great ocular techniques, controlling the eye of life and death, possessing all attributes of creation and destruction. As the holder develops their abilities, they can gradually master all the powers contained within. Note, initial ability is Yomi's Path. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly closed the system screen. There was no doubt that the abilities of the Rinnegan were not all usable from start. They required gradual research and development. This was an extremely time-consuming process. Fortunately, the abilities of the Sharingan were still usable. Moreover, even the previously blind right I had now fully recovered. The Tsukuyumi ability contained within had even greatly strengthened. However, the left eye's Kimui now seemed somewhat redundant in the face of Yomi's Path. But it didn't matter. Out with the old, in with the new. Being able to obtain the Rinnegan and no longer worrying about losing sight due to excessive use of the eyes was already the greatest gain from completing this main quest. Chapter 102. The Akatsuki Organization's Meeting Again. With this thought, a smile reappeared on Uchiha Izumi's face. He activated the Rinnegan again. Feeling the throbbing in his eyes, Uchiha Izumi slowly extended his right hand. Shinra Tensei. The next moment, a powerful repulsive force surged forth, sending all objects around flying. In an instant, the Kamui space was in disarray. This was the first derived ninjutsu he mastered from the Rinnegan, and it was also the technique that appeared most frequently in the original work. Although he wasn't very proficient in using it yet, he still exerted over 90% of the technique's power. As for the other complementary technique, Bansho Tenin, he still had no clue about it. It seemed he would need to take his time to comprehend it. However, mastering Shinra Tensei in just a few days still left Uchiha Izumi quite satisfied. Although the progress of his training was a bit slow, at least this pair of eyes belonged to him. Unlike Nagato's transplanted eyes, which lacked the unique techniques that the Rinnegan possessed. During battles, due to physical reasons, he could only rely on Pain's 6 paths to compensate for his lack of mobility. There were still 2.5 years until the main quest. During this time, it was just right to familiarize himself with his skills. Otherwise, doing nothing every day would probably be quite uncomfortable. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi tidied up the Kamui space a bit. Since awakening the Rinnegan, thanks to the special ninjutsu Yomi's path, his main body could switch back and forth between the real world and Kamui space without any sense of rejection. Therefore, daily rest, training, research, and so on were no longer done in the Land of Waves. This was also to prevent others from prying into his secrets. After all, many forces now seemed to know that the Land of Waves was hiding something, so they often sent ninjas to infiltrate and investigate the specifics. Not to mention Konoha and Kumogakure, which would occasionally follow merchant caravans to gather intelligence. But Kirigakure was a bit excessive recently. They seemed to have sensed something and frequently sent spies disguised as ordinary people to gather information. However, with his infiltration technique, those people found it difficult to escape his control. What he was now curious about was how the intelligence of the Land of Waves had leaked out. One Renai shouldn't have provoked such a strong reaction from Kirigakure. Not only did a large number of elite Umbu come, but even the 4th Mizukage, Kirigane Yagura, personally took action. This was a bit absurd. Could it be related to the previous explosion of important facilities in Kirigakure? With this thought, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but rub his chin, looking puzzled. At that moment, the void ring on his left pinky finger emitted a familiar mental wave, clearly indicating that Nagato was summoning him. An Akatsuki meeting? It must be about the deaths of Uchiha Itachi and Paipa Shirzong in the Land of Water. Uchiha Izumi murmured to himself while frowning slightly, then slowly sat down. Feeling the cold ground, his mind was filled with thoughts. It seemed that after Zetsu took away Uchiha Itachi's body, he informed Nagato about this matter. However, this guy's efficiency is a bit slow. It's already been several days before he thought to summon me. Shaking his head lightly, despite still being somewhat puzzled by Kirigakure's actions, it was not the time to dwell on that. How to deal with Nagato next was the main concern. From the moment Uchiha Itachi and Paipa Shirzong were killed, he had already anticipated this outcome. Unlike those useless side characters who joined Akatsuki later, Uchiha Itachi is the absolute main force that the organization uses to capture tail beasts. He is strong and has a special mission. Although he is from Konoha and has slaughtered his entire clan, it does not hinder his high utility value. Moreover, Nagato is an extremely pragmatic idealist. As long as he can help capture tail beasts and then create war weapons to achieve that elusive peace, Nagato does not care about the past or motives of the organization members. After all, even Orochimaru, who is obviously unreliable and once tried to kill Yahiko and Konan, can be accepted. So, having one more Uchiha Itachi doesn't matter. It's just that because the Manjiki Sharingan can better capture tail beasts, Nagato holds him in higher regard. After all, it is quite difficult to supplement such a shadow-level powerhouse with special abilities. As for JZBwa, he probably seems to Nagato no different from those nameless extras who died at Kakuzu's hands. In short, the Akatsuki organization is still a gathering of rogue ninjas that respect strength. This is also the fundamental reason why Nagato can tolerate Kakuzu casually killing internal members. After all, those ninjas can be replaced at any time, as long as the rings dropped by the temporary members after their deaths are collected. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi already had an answer in his heart. Anyway, he could just withdraw if necessary. With a Nagato who struggles to walk wanting to kill him, That is simply a delusion. For someone like him, who possesses special skills like Lin Quan Yi Saka, the vastness of the ninja world is the same no matter where. It's just consuming some chakra. He can leave by opening a portal. At this stage, besides the Sage of Six Paths, who is now just a spiritual entity, there is practically no one who can instantaneously defeat him. Even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected now, he could still hold his own against him. However, to compete with the other party, he must evolve Susanoo once again, as only the complete form can touch the boundary of the Six Paths. Feeling the fluctuations coming from the ring growing stronger, Uchiha Izumi chuckled softly and murmured to himself, "So eager? Looks like the others should be here. Forget it. Let's go take a look." After saying that, Uchiha Izumi slowly infused his mental energy into the ring of emptiness in his hand, and then clicked to accept. Immediately, his vision went dark. The next moment, Uchiha Izumi's colorful projection appeared on top of the Outer Path Golem. All right, since everyone is here, it's time to announce something. That is regarding Uchiha Izumi killing the officially recognized members of the organization, Uchiha Itachi and JZBY. I said before, internal killings among members are not allowed in the organization. Uchiha Izumi, without my consent, what right do you have to kill Itachi? Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi, who had just transferred his consciousness over, narrowed his eyes slightly at Pain's cold, emotionless words. After a moment of silence, a flash of crimson light burst forth, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue dropped to freezing point. Pain slowly turned his head, casting a faint glance at Uchiha Izumi not far away. His rippled purple eyes held a hint of cold, killing intent as he calmly asked, "What? Do you have objections? If you want to use me as the chicken that was killed for everyone to criticize, I think that is unnecessary." At this point, Uchiha Izumi paused. Then a cold smile appeared on his lips. Following that, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan automatically activated. He looked around and finally focused his gaze on Pain, who was controlled by Nagato, and coldly said, "That is my personal grudge with him. It has nothing to do with you. Just take care of your own business." Chapter 103. Do you know what you're saying? You mean to say you want to leave the organization? Facing the cold, killing intent in Pain's eyes, Uchiha Izumi stared back without hesitation. Interpret it however you like. I said, my grudge with Itachi is personal. Even if you are the leader, shut your mouth. You have no right to interfere in my matters. Upon hearing this, Nagato, far away in the Rain Village, laughed in anger, straightening his body forcefully. Ignoring the blood flowing from the chakra receiver on his back, he controlled Deva Path Pain and spoke in a cold, deliberate tone. "Uchiha Izumi, if you want to seek death, I will fulfill that wish right now. No one can survive after betraying the organization. Next, I will come to find you." In response, Uchiha Izumi sneered, then shook his head slightly, and coldly replied, "No need. Just wait for me in the Rain Village. I will come over right now." After that, Uchiha Izumi stopped wasting time and directly dispelled the shadow clone technique, disappearing from the spot. Seeing this scene, Pain snorted coldly, and the killing intent in his rippled eyes grew even stronger. He then scanned the surroundings and noticed that all the members present were silent, understanding that those Akatsuki members were watching. It seems that there are still people in the organization who doubt his true strength. So, he would take this opportunity to let these new Akatsuki members understand why he was called the god of the Rain Village. Thinking of this, Nagato, controlling Pain, casually dropped a sentence, and then his thoughts dissipated instantly. "I will deal with Uchiha Izumi. You all do as you please." Seeing the scene, everyone fell into silence. After a long while, a hoarse voice broke the silence. "Uchiha Izumi can kill Itachi and JZ. To be honest, I was a bit shocked when I heard this news. What's wrong, Sasori? Didn't you not think highly of that Uchiha kid before?" In response, Sasori of the Red Sand raised his head and looked toward the source of the voice. He saw the slightly menacing figure of the Outer Path Golem's finger representing Jin, swaying slightly. Noticing the gaze of Sasori of the Red Sand, the colorful projection slowly pressed down the leaves above its head and then spoke in a deep voice. "I watched their battle in its entirety. Uchiha Itachi and JZ lost without complaint. However, they are indeed official members of the organization, and even for revenge, it must be approved by the leader. Otherwise, with daily internal strife and mutual killings, wouldn't the Akatsuki be in chaos?" Upon hearing this, a pair of ghostly green eyes immediately turned to the speaker, and then a cold voice rebutted, "JZ, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by daily internal strife and mutual killings?" Without strength, still occupying a position in the organization, it would be better to turn into money and contribute something to the organization. But to be fair, it is indeed a bit unexpected that Uchiha Izumi could kill those two. Kakuzu, can you stop focusing on money all the time? What we're talking about now is the issue of internal strife in the organization. At this moment, an arrogant voice rang out. Looking up, one could see a figure with slicked back hair and light purple pupils arrogantly wanting to say something more. Seeing this, Kakuzu responded without hesitation. Shut up, Haiden. Wasn't it taught to you to respect your seniors? That Uchiha Izumi's strength is indeed very strong. I have fought with him. Oh, really? At this moment, a peculiar voice picked up the conversation. Looking around, one could see a figure with deep blue hair resembling a shark continuing with a sharp voice. I am Kisame Hashigaki, a newcomer to the organization. Please take care of me. Newcomer? From the Mist Village? I know. It said that he was defined as the S-rank rogue ninja of the Mist Hidden Village due to his attack on the daimyo, with a bounty. Let me see. 50 million ryo. That's quite valuable. Upon hearing this, Kisame Hashigaki didn't mind Kakuzu's attitude, but paused for a moment before continuing. I've seen that Uchiha Izumi, he killed Uchiha Itachi while also taking out the fourth Mizukichi. What did you say? The Three Tails Jinchuriki of the Mist? Yes, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Kurama Yagura, along with a bunch of Mist Umbu and the village's former elder, Biwa Jizu. They all died at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. Hearing Kisame's definitive statement, everyone turned their gaze to the side where Black Zetsu was. Seeing the other nod helplessly, everyone fell silent again. It's important to note that killing Uchiha Itachi is not the same as killing the fourth Mizukichi. One is merely a rogue ninja from Konoha, while the other is the strongest force of the current 5 great nations, the Mist Village. He is even a perfect Jinchuriki capable of controlling the Three Tails. With this in mind, members of Akatsuki couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Izumi is quite capable, being able to kill the fourth Mizukichi. Yeah, it's really hard to believe. I thought he was just a disposable replacement, but it turns out he's so strong. Don't say that. I'm a bit shocked now. I thought this guy was brought in by the leader just for Itachi's sake. The result is indeed a bit unexpected. He managed to kill Itachi and also took out Kurama Yagura. Tisk, it's truly unbelievable, this Uchiha Izumi. Just as the Akatsuki members began to discuss again, Conan keenly noticed that the attitude of these people towards Uchiha had changed. It was obvious that the strength of the other party had shocked these rogue ninjas who were adept at sensing the wind. So their original attitude gradually changed. Seeing this scene, Conan understood that it couldn't be delayed any longer. So she coldly said, "The meeting ends here. No more discussions on this matter. The leader will deal with that Uchiha Izumi. Now everyone disperse." After saying that, she scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze, waiting for everyone's reaction. Seeing this, the Akatsuki members understood the identity of the other party. So they shrugged, said nothing more, and one by one dispelled their shadow clones and disappeared from the spot. After a long while, Conan spoke again. "Kisame Hashigaki, pain is waiting for you in the Rain Village. All right, I'll head over now. On the other side, in the Land of Water's Mist Village." Crash! As the table shattered, a strong voice roared. "Yagura is dead? Jingwu, do you know what you're saying?" Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, instinctively lowering his head even further. He softly replied, "Yes, Elder. When a ninja from the intelligence department found Lord Mizukichi, he was already." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi frowned, his hands tightly clenched together, his face changing continuously. After a moment, he coldly asked, "Who else knows about this?" "No one. I made up an excuse to execute anyone who knew right away. First, seal off the information. No one is allowed to leak a word without my order. Do you understand?" "Yes, Elder, you can rest assured I understand." Chapter 104. Uchiha Izumi, I will never let you go in the mist. After a moment of silence, Yuan Shi looked out the window with a dark expression. He saw a flock of unknown birds flying low over the originally calm lake, stirring up ripples. After a moment, he shifted his gaze back to the table. He casually picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea and took a gentle sip. The rich aroma gradually eased the somewhat heavy feelings in Yuan Shi's heart. After a while, having adjusted his mindset, he turned to the still-standing head of the Mist Intelligence Department, Jingwu, and solemnly asked, "Do you know who did it?" In response to the elder, "We are still investigating." Noticing the hesitant expression on Jingwu's face, Yuan Shi shot him an annoyed glare and coldly said, "Just say it. What are you hiding at a time like this?" Hearing this, Jingwu let out a slight sigh. then slowly spoke. Elder, it's like this. When we got there, the scene had been completely destroyed and no traces were left. As for the cause of Lord Mizuki's death, based on the residual traces at the scene, it should be a fatal injury caused by an explosion. Explosion? Upon hearing this, a fierce light suddenly erupted in Yuan Shi's old and murky eyes. He then slowly stood up and began to pace back and forth in the room. Yes, Elder. Moreover, not far from Lord Mizuki, there were some activity traces of the former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, the user of the decapitating sword, the S-rank rogue ninja Biwa-Jizu. Biwa-Jizu? At this moment, Yuan Shi's footsteps suddenly stopped. He slightly raised his head, thought for a moment, and then asked with some confusion, shouldn't it be Uchiha Izumi? Why does it have something to do with that kid Jizu? Facing the question, Jingwu paused slightly. He then reached into a nearby bag and took out a document, handing it to Yuan Shi, and said solemnly, according to the analysis of the residual chakra extracted by the medical department, the explosion that caused Lord Mizuki's death was caused by the same person responsible for the 2 incidents near the village outskirts and Liuli Island. So even though there were no eyewitnesses, the comprehensive analysis shows that it is highly likely that the rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Izumi, killed Lord Mizuki. Although Biwa-Juzu's body has disappeared, data comparison shows he had a confrontation with Lord Mizuki before his death. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi expressionlessly returned to his rattan chair and took another sip from his teacup. He then raised his head and looked at the head of the Mist Intelligence Department with a calm gaze, and said, so you're saying that after Yagura fought with this Biwa-Juzu, Uchiha Izumi took the opportunity to ambush and kill both of them, right? It could be confirmed to some extent, and after killing Lord Mizuki, he also fought with another person. Due to both parties being extremely strong, a lot of damage was caused to the scene, making it impossible to extract more useful information. Noticing the certain look on Jingwu's face, Yuan Shi fell into silence for a moment. To be honest, he has seen the contributions Jingwu has made to the village over the years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed through the objections to elevate him to this position. Especially recently, no matter how outrageous his requests were, Jingwu showed no complaints. This made him very satisfied. However, he also understood that the things Jingwu did for him were actually under a lot of pressure. Especially the decision to transfer some intelligence personnel responsible for monitoring the movements of those bloodline clans. This action indeed caused dissatisfaction among several high-ranking members of the village. After all, the previous 4th Mizuki, Kurama Yagura's blood mist policy had indeed slaughtered many ninjas from bloodline limit families. Even the long-renowned Mizuki clan was not spared. During that time, the older high-ranking members of the village were on edge, fearing that they might be shot dead on the street by the remnants of the angry bloodline clans. Although these individuals had once been elite members of the Mist Village. Now, due to their age and declining vitality, they were even weaker than Ch Nin. Moreover, being in high positions with a lot of wealth and glory yet to be enjoyed, how could they resign themselves to dying without value? Therefore, when Jingwu reassigned those intelligence personnel, they were terrified, driven by a fear of death. Although these people did not cause a stir under his oppression, once they learned of Yaza's death, they would surely take action to protect themselves. The 4th Mizuki, despite having some disagreements with him, still wanted to retain the position of Mizuki after breaking free from the control of the Sharingan. Hence, he set aside past grievances and chose to collaborate with him. He aimed to reshape his reputation through public opinion and extend his political life. However, recently, several bloodline clans led by Terumi began to exert pressure. These individuals held significant influence among the new generation of Mist Ninja and could even change village decisions through a few elders who leaned towards the bloodline clans. Such actions made him feel somewhat passive. Thus, during this period of the 4th Mizuki's death, it was essential to keep the news under wraps and support a suitable candidate to take office after he was chosen. In this way, his control over the Mist Village could be maintained. In short, as long as Terumi Mei, who represented the interests of the bloodline clans, did not come to power, it did not matter who else assumed the position. After all, if given the opportunity, the 3 tails still needed to be recaptured. At that time, he could select a child to be the Mizuki and implant the tailed beast within them. This would satisfy the village's strong man as king custom, while also allowing him to regain control over the Jinchuriki. With this thought, Yuan Shi rubbed his brow, a look of shock and determination flashing in his eyes, and silently vowed, since Yaza is dead, under no circumstances should that group of bloodline clans be allowed to seize power. And this Uchiha Izumi, to think he could kill the 4th Mizuki who was the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, is truly hard to believe. Forget it. Let us just leave this guy alone for now. There is no one in the village who can match him. If he acts recklessly, it might lead to greater losses. The mist village cannot be tossed around anymore. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi gently closed his eyes, then waved his hand toward Jingwu, signaling that their casual chat for today was over, and he could leave. Seeing this, Jingwu did not dare to be negligent, and quickly stepped forward to bow, indicating that he understood the elder's meaning. Although he was naturally shocked that Uchiha Izumi could kill the fourth Mizukage, since even Elder Yuan Shi did not mention avenging the Mizukage, why should he take unnecessary actions? After all, if Uchiha Izumi could kill the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, then no one in the village could be his opponent. Why humiliate himself? It would be better to pretend nothing happened and wait for the elder to decide. However, speaking of which, Uchiha Izumi's strength is somewhat outrageous. It's truly incredible. Moments later, Jingwu slightly shook his head, then slowly adjusted his standing posture to appear more trustworthy, and softly said, "Then, Elder, I'll leave now." Go ahead. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi had recovered from the effects of the Genjutsu technique. Just as he was about to leave, a long-lost system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 105, Long-Lost Side Quest. What is going on? Just as Uchiha Izumi was slightly distracted, the system's task prompt appeared in his mind. Please note, a side quest is being issued next. System detecting. Please choose one side quest from the 3 options below to execute, and rewards will be granted upon completion. Option 1. Since you have joined the Akatsuki organization, following the rules is mandatory for every member. Please immediately bind your hands and go to the Rain Village to apologize to Pain, begging him to spare your life. Task reward. Nagato's favorability 5. Option 2. Loyalty and betrayal are just a thought away for the host. Please immediately go to the Rain Village to explain to Pain of the Deva Path, or directly question him why Kakuzu can kill a formal member without reason while you cannot. Task reward. Lottery chance is 20. Option 3. Enough talk. A real man does things boldly. Please immediately go to the Rain Village to find Pain of the Deva Path and make this double standard dog pay the price through strength. Task reward. Random Sharingan Basic Ability 1. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, feeling its cold touch, and his murderous intent surged again. A side quest? Is there even a choice? It has to be option 3. What are options 1 and 2? Apologizing and explaining? Why should he explain? The matter of Uchiha Itachi killing his parents and exterminating the whole clan is well known among the 5 great nations. Even if one ISNT from the Uchiha clan, any capable ninja would want to kill this guy with their own hands upon seeing him. Moreover, Nagato is quite interesting. He doesn't mention Kakuzu and Deidara killing their partners at all. Even if those people are just cannon fodder roles, they are still formal members of the organization. It's merely that Kakuzu can currently bring benefits to the organization, so they turn a blind eye to him casually killing his partner. But why does it become a warning to others when it comes to me? It's just that Nagato wants to use this incident to improvise and then suppress everything with his own strength. From now on, he wants to prevent internal conflicts and killings within the organization. It's just that I became the sacrificial victim. If I can kill Uchiha Itachi, then naturally I can intimidate others. Ultimately, Nagato wants to express one thing. See, even a top-tier powerhouse capable of killing Uchiha Itachi must accept punishment if they violate the rules I set. To achieve my ideals, I, Nagato, can disregard your backgrounds. But since you have joined the Akatsuki, you must obey orders. You all need to consider this carefully in the future. This is my resolve. Know why? Just because my strength is just right, neither too much nor too little. It can intimidate others and also hit me, Uchiha Izumi, while once again highlighting Pain's absolute dominance over the Akatsuki. Good idea, clever means. But I, Uchiha Izumi, do not accept it. If that's the case, then let us flip the table. Nobody plays anymore. Rather than being submissive, it's better to strike hard. Don't you want to showcase your strength to suppress everyone in the Akatsuki, Nagato? I, Uchiha Izumi, can also take your place. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi gradually collected his complicated thoughts and began to call the system in his mind. I'm here. I choose 3. Okay. Please set off immediately to the Rain Village. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi interrupted his communication with the system, quickly organized the system's backpack, and then directly activated his Rinnegan. He reached out and tore off the Akatsuki robe he was wearing. After that, he put on the long idle red armor with a distinct warring state style. Once he fastened the last buckle, Uchiha Izumi casually summoned a water mirror to take a look. It seems like something is still missing. He reached into the system's backpack again and took out the flame fan that symbolized the position of the Uchiha clan leader. After examining it closely, Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly upon seeing the familiar fan emblem and placed it behind him. Now, the equipment was basically complete. Next, let Nagato experience the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha clan Sharingan. With that said, he waved his hand, and the space began to twist, followed by a pitch-black portal appearing before Uchiha Izumi. After using his mind to set the coordinates to Amigay Cure, he stepped inside slowly. On the other side, Kanahagakure, Land of Fire. Yugao, still no sign of Kakashi Hatake? No, Okage-sama. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe and sighed before slowly asking, "What about the black market?" Hokage-sama, there are currently no reports of Kakashi-senpai's defection. Gazing at the half-kneeling Yuzuki Yugao, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before speaking again. Then let the Umbu continue the investigation. No matter what, we need to see the living or the dead. Yes, Hokage-sama. After bowing again, Yuzuki Yugao hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and made a decision, then said in a deep voice, "Hokage-sama, I'm afraid Kakashi-senpai was killed before that incident occurred. The mere explosion of his chakra destroyed the training ground. If Kakashi-senpai encountered a ninja of that level, it would likely be fatal." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. He then sighed softly and picked up the documents on the table to read. He had read the report on Uchiha Izumi's growth trajectory during his time in Konoha many times, but found nothing special. It seemed that he only fully awakened after witnessing his clan members being killed. Before that, his performance was quite ordinary. Apart from being cute as a child, there was nothing noteworthy. Truly, the Uchiha clan, with its 1,000-year history, was as Tobirama-sensei had said. The more they lose internally, the stronger they become. Especially those who can awaken their Sharingan before the age of 10, like Itachi and Shursui. Without a doubt, their talents are extraordinarily outstanding even in the entire ninja world. But unfortunately, Uchiha clan ninjas are too unruly. If only they could be as obedient as the Hyuga clan. As for Uchiha Izumi, thinking of this, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly showed a trace of gloom. Chapter 106, Land of Rain, Amigay Cure. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Izumi is the most talented ninja I have seen in many years. However, this person has ill intentions. Even if Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan under Danzo's orders, at least it avoided an impending civil war. Setting facts aside, was there no fault on the part of the Uchiha clan? Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku had already united with elder Uchiha Shursui to incite a rebellion. Could Itachi, as an Umbu of Konoha, not intervene? Even if Danzo's methods were somewhat extreme, he at least left Sasuke alive. It wasn't about exterminating the entire clan. Why couldn't Uchiha Izumi understand Itachi's predicament? Moreover, he even dared to brutally attack the village that raised him, sparing not even the civilians. This is utterly inhumane. He even made threats in front of so many ninjas in the village, saying he would come back. This nature is truly vile. If only Jiraiya had been in the village at that time, he could have at least restrained this guy. However, speaking of which, Uchiha Izumi seems to have joined the organization that Itachi is part of. It seems I need to find a way to send a message to Itachi to monitor Uchiha Izumi and ideally track his location. If possible, I will personally act at that time, striving to eliminate this guy without giving him any reaction time. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Moments later, he reached into the drawer and took out a document, handing it to Yuzuki Yugao in front of him, and then said in a deep voice, "Yugao, go to the root base now and give this to Danzo. He will understand after reading it." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Watching the Umbu ninja leave, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, crossed his arms and placed them on the table, slowly sighing. Various complicated emotions flashed across his face, and then he fell into deep thought. On the other side, Land of Rain, Amigay Cure, on top of a uniquely shaped tower, still in the same position. The pain controlled by Nagato stood quietly by the window, expressionless, gazing into the distance. His complexion was pale, and his gaze was deep, with a pair of strange and mysterious ripple-patterned eyes emanating a strong, killing intent. After a moment, a slightly cold female voice broke the silence. "Pain, Kisame Hashigaki has arrived." Let him come up. I want to see him." "All right, then what do you plan to do about the earlier matter with Uchiha Izumi?" Upon hearing this, Pain's already expressionless pale face suddenly became even darker, and even his Rinnegan narrowed slightly. With a cold snort, He said indifferently, "What can be done? As long as he dares to come to the village, I will send him on his way." A mere orphan of the Uchiha clan dares to challenge the majesty of God. Moreover, the rogue ninjas in the organization are all watching this matter. If we don't kill him, how can we appease them? Upon hearing this, Conan's previously solemn expression gradually relaxed. She nodded slightly and then took a few steps forward. Speaking softly, "Uchiha Izumi, to be honest, I admired him at first, but I didn't expect him to dare betray the organization and stand against us. However, since he was able to kill Uchiha Itachi, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. No, strength is important, but in terms of contributions to the organization, he cannot compare to Uchiha Itachi. I am a very pragmatic person, and you know this well, Conan." Hearing this, Conan nodded in agreement, but before she could speak, Pain continued. "Kisame often kills his partners, but he has always been responsible for the organization's finances. One could say that this alone has played a crucial role in the organization's development, which is why I have been more lenient with him. And as for Sasori of the Red Sand, over the years, he has controlled many ninjas to serve us with his puppet technique. Some are even more useful than the organization's outer members. This is the fundamental reason for my leniency towards them. As for Uchiha Izumi," at this point, Nagato controlling Yahiko's corpse paused for a moment before continuing. "Although his strength is good, his contributions to the organization are the least. Even after killing Uchiha Itachi, he refused to report, which has directly led to many of the organization's tasks being stalled in these few days. With such behavior, how could I easily let him go?" After listening, Conan fell into silence. Pain's words were very reasonable. Since Uchiha Itachi's death, many tasks have been delayed. Ultimately, it still comes down to a lack of manpower. There are already few people, and Uchiha Izuna has always acted independently, never considering the organization's Phase 1 tasks. Moreover, now that Itachi is dead, it means Pain has even fewer resources at his disposal. Some tasks even require personal involvement. No wonder my workload has increased during this time. It turns out this is the reason. However, now that Izuna and Nagato have reached this point, it seems I need to notify Black and White Zetsu to find new personnel. Otherwise, with Nagato's personality, as long as Uchiha Izuna dares to show his face in the ninja world, he will probably take action immediately, with Zetsu constantly monitoring the others' whereabouts. Nagato only needs to be ready to act at any time. Anyway, as long as I'm here, I can easily take Nagato for a quick move. At that time, facing the surprise attack from Pain's 6 paths, Uchiha Izuna will have no place to bury himself. With this thought in mind, Conan pursed her lips and looked up at Pain in front of her, saying, "In that case, I'll bring Deidara up first." Go ahead." As soon as the words fell, Nagato slowly shifted his focus away from the Deva path for the time being. He then checked the other 5 figures standing beside him, and after finding no issues, he fell back into deep thought. Next, he just needed to find Uchiha Izuna's exact location. As long as Zetsu can detect the other party at the first moment, then he can act immediately. There will be no opportunity for this guy to resist. Once close, he will strike with all his strength. No contribution to the organization, and yet daring to kill formal members internally. Even revenge is not allowed. Anyone who dares to interfere with Akatsuki's progress in collecting tailed beasts will definitely not be spared. No one can stop me, Nagato, from achieving my ideals. World peace. At the same time, a crack appeared in the sky of the Land of Rain. As the surrounding space began to gradually twist, a pitch-black void suddenly emerged. Following that, a figure clad in red armor and carrying a fan slowly walked out. It was Uchiha Izuna, who had used the power of the Rinnegan to tear through space and teleport himself here. I'm coming to the Land of Rain. Chapter 107 Conan, I found you, Uchiha Izuna. Looking around, he saw that the hidden rain village below was still as orderly as last time, with crowds walking on the streets. Buildings of various shapes towered in the heavy rain, looking mysterious and eerie. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izuna slowly landed on the ground. Unlike Jiraiya's infiltration using summoning techniques in the original work, he walked in openly. From a moment he stepped into the hidden rain village, Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom technique must have sensed his chakra. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide. You just wait here. After all, the hidden rain village is not his territory. It depends on whether Nagato has the courage to start a war in the village. On the other side, the Deva Path Pain, who was quietly waiting in the room for Kisame Hashigaki's arrival, suddenly opened his eyes. The rain was blocked. An intruder? This cold chakra indicates that the visitor is very powerful. It feels somewhat familiar. I remember now. Uchiha Izuna. As soon as he spoke, A strong killing intent erupted from Payne's ripple-patterned pupils. He then exerted a slight force in his hands and directly crushed the railing he was holding. He really came. He has quite a bit of courage. At this moment, Nagato's main body in the attic had a sullen expression, unable to help but start using the Rinnegan's ability to mobilize the 6 paths of pain. From the moment he learned of Uchiha Itachi's death, Nagato had a premonition that this scene would occur. However, at that time, he still held a glimmer of hope, wanting to use his position as the leader of Akatsuki to suppress Uchiha Izuna. After confirming his true strength, he would hand over the task of capturing the Nine Tails to him. But plans often go awry. He never expected this guy would choose to embarrass him in front of many rogue ninjas from Akatsuki. If he doesn't take action to eliminate Uchiha Izuna, how will these people see him in the future? Therefore, after dispelling the shadow clone, he was already prepared to act. He originally planned to notify Black and White Zetsu to start gathering information on Uchiha Izuna after arranging Kisame Hashigaki. But he didn't expect this guy to come over alone so quickly. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. Just after their meeting ended, it hadn't been long before he had already arrived at the Hidden Rain village. This was clearly premeditated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to reach this level. So, what exactly is your purpose, Uchiha Izuna? With this thought, Nagato's gaze became sharper, as if penetrating the entire Hidden Rain village, gazing at Uchiha Izuna from a distance. Moments later, Nagato gradually calmed down. After pondering for a moment, he found he couldn't guess the other party's intentions. So he simply shook his head and muttered to himself, "Forget it, no matter what cards you have, Uchiha Izuna. Since you've come, then you won't leave. The Hidden Rain village is not a place that a mere Uchiha orphan can invade at will. There will be a bloody price to pay for this. Today, let you know why I, Nagato, am called a god in the land of rain." Just then, a hurried figure suddenly pushed open the secret room's door and walked in. "Nagato, are you okay? I felt the summoning. Did you use the power of the 6 paths of pain? What happened?" Upon hearing this, Nagato looked up at the purple-haired female ninja in front of him, who was breathing a bit heavily, and then said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Izuna is here. He's in the village now." "What? How so fast?" "Yes. I suspect the other party had a plan all along. Conan, immediately find a way to evacuate the villagers. This guy wants to use them." Upon hearing this, Conan's expression changed instantly, and she couldn't help but clench her fists, gritting her teeth and saying, "I didn't expect him to be this kind of person, actually using civilians to force us to submit. It's okay. I have everything under control. You just need to use your clones to evacuate quickly. I will take action directly later." "Understood. Should we involve Kisame Hashigaki as well?" Facing Conan's inquiry, Nagato frowned slightly and remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Let him leave. This is my matter with Uchiha Izuna. Kisame Hashigaki has no qualifications to participate." After hearing this, Conan suddenly felt these words were somewhat familiar, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. However, out of trust in Nagato, she chose to selectively forget it and couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, Nagato. That Uchiha Izuna is not simple. He was able to kill Itachi and Jinchuriki, proving that his strength is at least much stronger than others in the organization. While he definitely isn't your match, still be cautious. Make it quick. The village can't withstand the destruction." Nagato let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain for Uchiha Izumi. He raised his head and turned his gaze to Conan, shaking his head, then calmly said, "He is still far from enough, don't worry. He has just activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and he is not worthy in front of me. Although those sealing techniques are somewhat tricky, I won't give him any chances." As his voice fell, 5 expressionless figures walked out of the secret chamber one by one, and then quickly met up with Pain, who was still waiting atop the tower. Seeing this scene, Conan understood that her childhood friend had made up his mind to kill Uchiha Izumi, so she also stopped wasting time. As she rapidly formed hand seals with both hands, pieces of paper began to slowly shed from her face. Moments later, paper dance, paper clone technique, accompanied by a delicate shout that echoed in the secret chamber. Flakes of paper, like snowflakes, swiftly escaped out of the window, flying towards the distance. After a long while, just as Uchiha Izumi was feeling a bit drowsy, a cool voice sounded beside him. "Found you." Hearing that familiar voice, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his head to look at the newcomer. When he noticed Conan floating in the sky, he immediately revealed an expression of expectation. Just as in the original work, the first to appear must be Conan, who possesses wide-range reconnaissance abilities and flying capabilities. It's not that Nagato's reconnaissance ability isn't strong. It's just that Conan's paper dance is more useful. But since she is here, Let us start with this Conan, known as the Angel of Amagakure. It doesn't matter to me. It's all the same. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's eyes glowed with a scarlet light as his three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Moments later, he coldly scanned Conan in front of him, quickly formulating a battle plan before silently launching his attack. Chapter 108. First Battle, the Angel Descends. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, explosive flames erupted from Uchiha Izumi's mouth, covering Conan, who was floating in the air. Looking around, the range of the technique was vast, truly blocking out the sky. The terrifying high temperature even evaporated the heavy rain pouring down from the sky. Witnessing this scene, Conan couldn't help but narrow her pupils, a look of disbelief instantly appearing on her face. How is this possible? The range of this technique, just as the raging flames were about to reach her. The stinging burn on her skin finally forced Conan awake. Gritting her teeth, she quickly raised her somewhat stiff hands, fully channeling her chakra. Paper dance, paper shield technique. In the next moment, the pure white wings behind Conan began to rapidly disassemble, and a paper shield infused with a large amount of chakra instantly appeared in front of her. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, shaking the entire Amagakure. Seeing the raging fire erupting in the center of the village, the villagers of the Land of Rain couldn't help but show expressions of terror. What is that? A middle-aged ninja with a hood and a weathered face pointed at the rolling smoke in the distance and stammered. At this moment, everyone around had already been drawn to the earth-shattering explosion. An enemy has attacked us. Stop looking. Let us hurry over to provide support. But, no buts. How dare he attack our village? We must not let him go. Accompanied by angry shouts, a bald ninja with a full beard forcefully pushed a companion beside him. He then planned to join the others nearby to head to the center area and kill the unknown enemy in Amagakure. Hurry up. Don't let that person who dared to attack the village escape. Everyone stay put. This battle is not something you can interfere with. To avoid unnecessary casualties, your task now is to immediately organize the ordinary villagers to leave the village and return after everything is over. This is the will of God. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without mercy. As the words fell, a purple-haired woman in a black robe embroidered with red clouds descended from the sky, quickly directing the Amagakure ninjas to evacuate the crowd. Lady Angel, what exactly happened? Is the village under attack by enemies? Hearing this, Conan turned to look at the purple-haired girl beside her, who was speaking to her in a soft voice. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to refuse the inquiry, so she softly replied, "Yes, the enemy is very strong, so I hope you can evacuate quickly." "Oh, okay." Upon hearing this, the purple-haired girl immediately nodded vigorously, then handed a handmade paper flower to Conan with both hands. Afterward, she smiled widely and quickly said, "Angel sister, my name is Xianghua. I must learn from you and strive to become an excellent ninja." After saying that, the girl who called herself Xianghua quickly left the spot with the nearby crowd. Meanwhile, as the villagers of Amagakure quickly evacuated, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly formed hand seals, instantly launching his second round of attack. Wind release, vacuum wave. As his voice fell, Uchiha Izumi took a deep breath, and then countless strong wind blades instantly formed, rushing towards the rolling smoke in the distance. Another series of loud noises followed, and before the smoke could dissipate, a familiar yet exceptionally cold voice echoed in the air. Paper rain technique. As soon as the words were spoken, countless paper shurikens shot out from the thick fog. The sheer number was overwhelming. In just a moment, tens of thousands of paper shurikens completely submerged Uchiha Izumi's figure. Accompanied by the violent explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, a powerful shockwave instantly destroyed all buildings within a radius of several hundred meters. Seeing the scene, Conan remained unfazed, still floating expressionlessly in the air, quietly waiting. Such an attack could not possibly kill Uchiha Izumi. She knew this well. What she needed to do now was to buy time. Once Nagato brings the 6 paths of pain over, the battle would truly begin. Although she didn't know the upper limit of Uchiha Izumi's strength, based on the footage of his battle with Uchiha Itachi, she figured that she was unlikely to be his match, especially since the Uchiha clan ninjas are very skilled in fire release techniques. To be honest, that great fire annihilation just now had already taken away a quarter of her chakra. With this thought, Conan's expression turned extremely serious. She extended her right hand, quickly condensing a paper spear in her palm, preparing to launch an attack as soon as Uchiha Izumi appeared. Moments later, from the deep pit in the ground, A figure clad in red armor walked out with a cold expression, patting the dust off his clothes. Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly looked up at Conan in the air and slowly asked, "Where is Pain? Why isn't he coming out?" This was the first sentence Uchiha Izumi spoke after entering IzumiUses. To this, not far away. Conan did not answer directly, but once again spread her pure white wings made of paper and launched an attack. Paper rain technique. As the hand signs were completed, countless white paper pieces poured down like a torrential rain, completely blocking all movement space of the opponent. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression flashed with a hint of boredom. Facing Conan's repeated trick, he shook his head slightly and then took out a black sphere from his system backpack. It floated in front of Uchiha Izumi and quickly began to enlarge, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Observing this, Uchiha Izumi shrugged and thought to himself, "Is this a ranged attack from the paper rain technique? Oh, and it's mixed with a large number of explosive tags. But it's useless. An attack of this level can't even force out my Manjiki Sharingan. But is Conan's strength really that weak? Being able to defeat Sasori of the Red Sand head-on indicates that she must have shadow-level strength. Coupled with the special passive ability of the dance of the Shikigami, she probably isn't someone many in the ninja world can compete with. After all, as long as she hasn't exhausted all her chakra and been forced to release a few key techniques, it is very difficult for someone to kill Conan head-on. That said, the Uchiha clan's fire techniques really are effective against ninjas who use paper as their attack method. Chapter 109. The Land of Rain. Pain's 6 pads arrive. In the next moment, the sound of an explosion rang out again, but facing the truth-seeking ball that enveloped Uchiha Izumi completely. This attack was destined to be merely a waste of chakra and could not cause any harm at all. Seeing this scene, Conan's expression darkened, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the paper spear in her hand to prevent being ambushed. After several probing attacks, Conan understood that it would be very difficult to defeat Uchiha Izumi with just her own strength. The best approach for now was still to delay until Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain to come and completely eliminate the opponent. However, this guy hadn't even activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Is the Uchiha clan really that effective against her? With this thought, Conan once again launched a large-scale explosive tag attack downward, intending to break through the strange black protective shield. On the other side, noticing the paper rain technique falling from the sky again, Uchiha Izumi sighed and slowly activated the 3rd stage of Susanoo, preparing to let Conan understand that even as shadow-level powerhouses, the gap in strength between them was like a chasm. Boom! Still, the dense explosive tag attack, but this time it faced the Uchiha clan's ultimate technique, Susanoo. Countless paper pieces rained down from Conan and heavily collided with the blue shield that Uchiha Izumi had erected on the ground. As the sounds of banging continued, Uchiha Izumi simply gazed calmly at Conan in the sky, his expression tranquil, showing no signs of disturbance. Even the Susanoo enveloping his body did not budge an inch amidst the continuous bombardment. Seeing this scene, Conan's face turned pale, and even her right hand gripping the spear trembled slightly due to exertion. Taking a deep breath, she quickly adjusted her mindset and refocused her gaze on the towering Susanoo below, beginning to think of a strategy to break the deadlock. There is no doubt that this was the ultimate technique of the Uchiha clan she had seen in the video provided by White Zetsu. It was the unique ability of the Manjiki Sharingan. At that time, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi, sworn enemies, displayed this absolute power and defense during their battle, which was deeply etched in her mind. Susanoo, this was the ultimate technique that even Nagato frowned upon. Fortunately, this kind of power seemed unsustainable. According to the intelligence provided by Zetsu, if Uchiha clan ninjas maintained this state for too long, there was a risk of blindness. However, what was strange was that in the video, Uchiha Izumi's right eye had clearly turned grayish-white, but now it seemed to have regained its light. What was going on? Could it be that he had transplanted Uchiha Itachi's eyes? With this thought, Conan refocused her gaze on Uchiha Izumi not far away. Although she had some doubts, it was obviously not the time to ponder. She had to find a way to restrict this guy to prevent him from causing widespread destruction in the village. IzumiUses had developed quietly for so many years. It had finally seen some progress, and couldn't return to the previous living conditions. Just then, the appearance of several figures brought a smile to Conan's face. "Pain, you've arrived." Conan, you go back first. I'll take over the next battle." At this moment, Conan's previously heavy heart finally lightened a bit. It really wasn't easy. Although she didn't understand why Uchiha Izumi hadn't attacked with all his might, the outcome was clearly good. She had at least held on until the arrival of the six paths of pain. It's about time to leave. As Nagato said, the next battle was not something she could participate in. In terms of strength, she understood Nagato very well. In the ninja world, currently, no one could match him, if not for his mobility issues. Nagato alone could easily capture all the tailed beasts from the 5 great nations without needing to rely on those rogue ninjas in the organization. Thus, with the power of the six paths of pain, he would surely be able to completely kill Uchiha Izumi. This was the fundamental reason why Nagato was called a god in Amage Cure. And all she needed to do was take care of Nagato's body for the remaining time. As long as he was around, Amage Cure would not fall. With this thought, Konan quickly folded her wings and landed beside Deva Path Pain. After a brief exchange, she activated the god's paper jutsu to reconstitute her wings and swiftly left the scene. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi looked at the familiar figures not far away, feeling a surge of emotions. The so-called six paths of pain finally showed themselves. Although they had always been called the Super Shadow Gatekeepers, their strength was undeniably formidable. At least in the current ninja world, besides himself, few could match Nagato. Even the 8th gate of the guy, if unable to lock onto the opponent's body, would likely suffer a bitter defeat in the subsequent battle. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly dissipated the Susanoo enveloping him. The next battle did not require this technique for now. Although this ultimate eye technique of the Manjiki Sharingan could quickly resolve the fight, his goal, besides completing the side quest, was to use the six paths of pain controlled by Nagato to test his true strength. After all, with the special ability of the Rinnegan from H. Gyoku, combined with the eternal Izanagi, it was impossible for anyone in the entire ninja world to leave him alive. Moreover, who would win or lose was still uncertain. Slowly, he threw a few reconnaissance techniques toward the opponent. Name, Pain Nagato, level, Super Shadow Current, hostile level, 105 status, puppet evaluation, evenly matched. Glancing casually at the system prompt, Uchiha Izumi noticed that the levels of the figures, whether sitting or standing, were mostly around level 100. The system also rated Pain's six paths as evenly matched. At this point, Uchiha Izumi, combining his knowledge of the Rinnegan's abilities, had basically formulated a rough combat plan. Now it was time to teach this guy a lesson. Moments later, Uchiha Izumi suddenly grinned, then clasped his hands together and began to draw on the natural energy within him. As the black eye shadow gradually appeared, a rich chakra of sage art suddenly erupted. Sage mode. Next, let you experience the true power of Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 110. The battle begins. On the other side, groups of Rain Village civilians were trudging through the heavy rain. Behind them, the village was filled with the sounds of intense explosions. After a while, a ragged-looking boy wearing a hood reached out and grabbed the purple-haired girl walking in front of him. Sister Wisteria, can we go back? Hearing this, the girl turned around and gently patted the boy named Sankey on the shoulder, then softly said, of course, Sankey, you must believe in Lady Angel. She said that Lord Pain will take action. As long as the god of our land of rain intervenes, he will definitely be able to kill that guy who dares to attack the village. Upon hearing this, the boy named Sankey nodded earnestly, his face showing a glimmer of hope. He then turned back towards the direction of Rain Village with an expectant look and solemnly said, That's right, Sister Wisteria, you're right. Lord Pain will definitely be able to kill that invader and protect our village from harm. But when can we go back? After speaking, Sankey adjusted his backpack and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the water bottle hanging at his waist to take a sip, but before he could cap it, it was snatched away by a companion who suddenly appeared beside him. So thirsty, let me have a sip, Sankey. Hey, leave me some. Gulp, gulp, rafraîchissant. He didn't know when it would end. He hoped Lord Pain would quickly deal with that guy. After finishing, he handed the water bottle back to Sankey and the boy with the pompadour continued. But since the god is personally taking action, that guy is definitely going to die a terrible death. Haha, I wonder if there will be anything left. If I had known, I would have taken the risk to stay in the village. That way, I could pick up some things when that invader dies. Maybe I could even become a ninja. Just as the pompadour boy was lost in his fantasies of becoming a ninja and bringing glory to his family, a massive explosion in the distance knocked him to the ground. The people around him looked terrified and began to discuss among themselves. What just happened? What's going on? It seems like an explosion. What kind of explosion could be heard from several kilometers away? How is that possible? Yeah, it's hard to believe. What exactly is happening? I really want to go back and take a look. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi looked down at the massive pit beneath him, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Just after activating Sage Mode, He saw that the Azura path among Pain's 6 paths suddenly activated a switch on its head. In an instant, its head split open into 8 petals. Then, a brilliant blue light burst forth, and a powerful energy shot straight towards Uchiha Izumi. Boom! Thick smoke billowed into the sky. At the moment he was hit by the laser cannon, Uchiha Izumi's hands moved like an afterimage, activating the ultra-light-heavy rock technique in an instant, allowing him to slowly float in the air. Glancing again at Pain's 6 paths not far away, Uchiha Izumi murmured, "Good fellow, Nagato is planning to destroy both the people and the village? He actually doesn't care about the Rain Village he has worked hard to manage for years. His killing intent and determination are quite strong. But fortunately, he thought the same way. Since that was the case, let us see who is stronger." As his words fell, Uchiha Izumi quickly adjusted his posture. Then a great fireball technique was expelled from his mouth. The raging flames instantly reached Pain. Upon seeing this, the 5 figures stood expressionless in place. However, one of them, a hungry ghost with an orange pompadour, suddenly dashed out from behind the others and opened his arms. The massive fireball was instantly absorbed. Uchiha Izumi's face revealed an expression of as expected. It seemed that next time he needed to mix Sage Chakra into his ninjutsu. Only then could he slow down the rate at which the opponent absorbed natural energy. Thinking of this, just as Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly and was preparing to form hand seals for a counterattack, the next moment, another orange-haired youth suddenly stepped out from Pain's 6 paths in the distance. His face was pale, and his expression was extremely cold, with a black chakra receiver piercing through his nostrils. At this moment, he was quickly forming hand seals, and shortly after, a cold voice rang out. Huge creatures slowly stepped out of the formation, appearing one after another in front of Uchiha Izumi. Summoning technique. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi remained calm on the surface, but had already recognized that all these animals with Rinnegan were Nagato's summoned beasts. Hell Crab, Hell Hound, Yata no Kagami, Rhino. Oh, right. There was also a chameleon that could become invisible, but with just the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could only vaguely trace its movements. Interesting. It seems that Nagato just wants to test his abilities with these summoned beasts. Then, he would prepare for the upcoming battle. Since that was the case, let us take this opportunity to deal with the Hell Path and the Animal Path. These 2 puppets have troublesome abilities, especially the former S Resurrection. As long as they're given a little opportunity, they can completely revive the already dead Pain. Just as Pain summoned beasts rushed towards him at high speed, Uchiha Izumi suddenly extended both hands and clapped them together forcefully. Then chakra began to gather wildly. Sealing technique, Diamond Lock. In an instant, dozens of golden chains shot out rapidly from behind Uchiha Izumi, instantly forming a massive net. Then, under the continuous output of Uchiha Izumi's chakra, the chains began to weave together automatically, firmly locking the summoned beasts within. After a slight tug, the golden chains immediately tightened, accompanied by bursts of smoke. The proud summoned beasts of the animal path were dealt with one by one. Faced with all this, Nagato no longer cared about the lives of those animals controlled by the Rinnegan. Instead, he focused his gaze on Uchiha Izumi not far away. As Nagato's shocked murmurs echoed in the secret chamber, even Conan, who stood beside him, revealed an incredulous expression upon hearing it. This is Diamond Lock. A secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. How is this possible? Why can Uchiha use the techniques of the Uzumaki clan? This is the power from the Uzumaki clan, a forbidden technique that can only be wielded by those of pure Uzumaki blood. Yet it has appeared in a Uchiha's body. This is impossible. Just as Nagato watched the golden chains flying in the sky through the perspective of Pain's 6 paths, he felt a wave of incredulity about the secrets contained within the body before him. But immediately after, the killing intent in his ripple-patterned eyes suddenly intensified. Moments later, Nagato abruptly forced his body upright and spoke in a deep voice. No matter who you are, whether of the Uzumaki clan or the Uchiha clan, you must die. A mere mortal daring to provoke the majesty of a god. I will not allow it. Chapter 111, so-called Pain's 6 paths, it seems, is nothing more than this. As his words fell, the Deva Path Pain, transformed from the original Akatsuki leader Yahiko, suddenly stepped forward. Following that, the other 5 figures began to quickly disperse, trying to avoid the ambush of the golden chains through the shared vision of the Rinnegan. On the other side, Uchiha Izuna had been keeping his eyes firmly locked on the Animal Path and Hell Path. It wasn't that others couldn't be targeted for attack, but killing these 2 puppets was simply more cost-effective. Killing them would reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Among the remaining puppets, aside from the Deva Path, the others were not worth fearing. With this in mind, Uchiha Izuna started to mobilize the chakra within his body, then launched an attack towards the six figures not far away. Jinjutsu, Dark Technique. The ultimate darkness descended in an instant, but the next moment, it was dissolved under the power of the Rinnegan. Facing the following golden chains, Deva Path Pain expressionlessly extended his right hand and spoke coldly. Shinra, Tensei. A huge cloud of dust rose. An invisible repulsive force instantly repelled all the golden chains that were stretching through the air. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izuna slightly furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, does the dark technique have no effect on the Rinnegan? That's right. This technique was developed by Senju Tobarama specifically to target the Sharingan and Manjiki Sharingan. The priority of the Rinnegan is too high, and at that time, Uchiha Madara had not yet awakened his eyes. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, could not have developed it solely from imagination, let alone having it specifically targeted as a reference. At this moment, Deva Path Pain suddenly locked his gaze onto Uchiha Izuna. His ripple-patterned eyes filled with endless coldness. He again extended his right hand towards the still-floating figure and spoke in a low, icy voice, Bansho Tenin. As his words fell, Uchiha Izuna felt a tremendous gravitational force begin to tear at his body, and he involuntarily began to float forward. As he activated the Deva Path, it seems I must use my Manjiki Sharingan. Feeling that his body was completely out of his control, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but murmur softly. Tsukuyami probably won't work on these puppets. Amaterasu will be repelled by the repulsive force. I might as well start directly with Susanoo. With this thought, Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, then directly fused together. Manjiki Sharingan. The next moment, blue chakra began to wrap around Uchiha Izuna's body rapidly. As numerous chakra veins and that familiar armor appeared one by one, in an instant, Susanoo entered its third stage. With a wave of his hand, the golden gourd in his hand sprayed out a large amount of liquid, and a flowing blade appeared before him in an instant. Tensigen. Uchiha Izuna looked at Deva Path Pain, who was getting closer and closer, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Using this gravitational force, he quickly closed the distance, then controlled the massive Susanoo to swing his right hand forcefully. Golden light flashed, and the Tensigen, carrying an astonishing momentum, slashed down. Seeing this scene, Deva Path Pain silently interrupted the gravitational pull caused by Bansho Tenin. To avoid being struck by the unusually shaped blade in the air, he simply extended his left hand and coldly shouted, Shinra, Tensei. But then, a shocking scene appeared. The ground where Deva Path Pain stood began to crumble inch by inch, and even the ground beneath his feet sank by half. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna clenched his teeth, and the chakra within him surged forth like a raging river. He actually managed to withstand the repulsive force attack from the Rinnegan with the ultimate ocular technique of Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. This is impossible. To withstand Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain's hands were pressed together, his expression extremely grim, gritting his teeth as he spoke. As the reaction force of the repulsive attack manifested, cracks began to spread across the ground. The surrounding buildings were all shattered under this blow, while the third stage of Susanoo in the sky did not retreat an inch. Now, it was a battle of chakra. In this regard, both Nagato and Uchiha Izuna were very confident, but the outcome of their confrontation was not determined by who had more chakra, but required strength, luck, and hidden cards. None could be absent. Just at this stalemate, Uchiha Izuna closed his left eye and began to prepare. Following the trickle of blood, he suddenly opened his Manjiki Sharingan, and the pupil's focus ignited the unquenchable black flames. Seeing the black flames at his chest, Deva Path Pain's momentum instantly deflated. He was then directly blasted away by the violent repulsion, crashing heavily onto a tall building. Seeing the scene, the other few pains nearby couldn't even get close and were sealed one by Uchiha Izuna wielding the Tensigen. Seeing that he had easily dealt with 5 puppets, Uchiha Izuna decided to pursue the victory and take down the last Deva Path transformed from Yahiko's corpse. But at that moment, 2 arms suddenly emerged from the ruins, followed by the exceptionally grim face of Deva Path Pain revealing itself. He clasped his hands together, and a small black sphere slowly appeared from his palms, then was thrown directly into the sky. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna's pupils constricted, instantly feeling a gravitational force far stronger than the previous Bansho Tenin enveloping his entire body. The tearing force was so great that even the third stage of Susanoo couldn't he withstand it. Daitapa? Releasing this in the center of the village. Nagato truly doesn't he care about the lives of the Rain Village. Although there were some grievances in his heart, he still had to do what needed to be done. Noticing the huge stones gathering towards the sky around him, Uchiha Izuna forced himself to stabilize his form. He then quickly condensed dozens of shuriken with Susanoo, which instantaneously fused together. According to the method recorded in the original work, as long as he could instantly blow up the core of that Daitapa in the air, then this Rinnegan technique would naturally be broken. With this thought, Uchiha Izuna, already fully prepared, aimed the shuriken in Susanoo's hand at the still-releasing gravitational black sphere and threw it upwards. The next moment, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, followed by a deafening sound echoing through the heavens and earth. A massive explosion formed a small mushroom cloud in the air, directly dispersing the dark clouds that had been shrouding the Rain Village. The incessant heavy rain surprisingly came to a rare halt. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna decided not to delay any longer. Planning to crush this Devapath puppet with overwhelming force, Uchiha Izumi headed straight for Nagato's location. Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi clasped his hands together, and a massive chakra within him instantly gathered. Then, the half-formed Susanoo began to extend rapidly. In just a moment, it grew legs, and Uchiha Izumi stood expressionless at its head. The so-called Pain's 6 paths seemed to be nothing more than this. Nagato, my style surpasses yours. Susanoo. Chapter 112 ends Susanoo's 4th stage. Uchiha Izumi crossed his arms, his expression cold, as a Sharingan slowly rotated. After a moment, the towering Susanoo, standing several dozen meters high, instantly formed 2 katana in its hands and then began to walk forward slowly. Each step of its massive form caused the houses within a radius of hundreds of meters to tremble. On the other side, although the Devapath Pain appeared ragged, due to the special modification by the Rinnegan, it sustained no damage. Nagato was currently staring at the enormous figure approaching him in shock through his Rinnegan. It's hard to believe. This guy can actually shatter my Chibaku Tensei and this blue giant. It can't be moved even by the repulsion of Shinra Tensei. This is troublesome. At present, Uchiha Izumi does not seem to be the owner of the Manjikyu Sharingan as mentioned by Kagaya. He must possess a higher level of ocular power. At the very least, Uchiha Itachi, who also possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, cannot use techniques of this level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to annihilate his clan or defect. He could intimidate the entire Hidden Leaf village alone. No wonder Uchiha Itachi is not his opponent. Facing someone who can use techniques of this level, death is the inevitable result. With this thought in mind, Nagato controlled the Devapath Pain to slowly emerge from the ruins, extending his hands to prepare for another attack. There was no choice. At this stage, there was no guarantee of victory. If the original body could act freely, gathering all the abilities of the 6 paths of pain, it could definitely kill this Uchiha Izumi. But now, there was only a Devapath Pain modified from Yahiko, whose abilities were too singular. Against a typical Kaga-level opponent, it could still secure a win, but this Susanoo seemed to exceed the Deva's power range. So, should I evacuate Konan from the Rain Village for now? Just as Nagato was still pondering his strategy, Uchiha Izumi, seeing that the opponent merely extended his hands and stood still, thought that the Devapath Pain had accidentally interrupted the connection. He decisively controlled Susanoo to swing its dual swords and directly interrupted Nagato's thoughts. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the Rain Village. Despite the Devapath Pain using Shinra Tensei against the descending katana again, it had no effect, and instead, the terrifying backlash sent it flying once more. This is the might of Susanoo, breaking through all techniques with sheer force, rendering the Devapath Pain's Rinnegan a joke. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi showed no mercy, once again controlling Susanoo to raise its katana and charge forward, delivering a fatal blow with the most direct force. Faced with such unreasonable attacks from the 4th stage of Susanoo, the Devapath Pain, who had grown accustomed to battles between ninjas still primarily involving hand seals, could only awkwardly turn and flee. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi, piloting Susanoo, rampaged through the Rain Village. One swing of his sword destroyed dozens of punk-style skyscrapers. Especially the tallest building, representing the image of the Land of Rain, was directly cut into 8 pieces by the katana. Looking at the continuous ruins beneath him, Uchiha Izumi just wanted to let out a long howl. The frustration in his heart, born from being reprimanded by Nagato in front of the Akatsuki members, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Nagato controlled the Deva Path Pain to dodge the attacks of the enormous being behind him while pondering strategies. There was no doubt that this body had no means left to restrain Uchiha Izumi. Although the Deva Path Pain still had one last trump card, the Super Shinra Tensei, the aftermath of using this technique was uncertain. Whether it could completely shatter the Susanoo in front of him was a question. Moreover, who knows if the opponent could continue to gather strength or how long they could hold on. If it failed, the loss of life force for the original body was one aspect. The main concern was that the Deva Path Pain would lose combat capability for a long time. At this critical time, Yahiko's body could very well be completely destroyed by the opponent seizing the opportunity. And at that point, the opponent might discover the location of the original body through the Sage Mode's powerful perception. Now, a way to escape must be found. As long as the original body and Konan are still alive, the Akatsuki will not disband. At worst, they can start over in a different place. At least the matter of collecting tailed beasts has never been mentioned to anyone. When the time comes, they just need to summon the Outer Path Geto-Mazo from the meeting location. With this thought, Nagato controlled the Deva Path Pain to move quickly, trying to completely shake off Uchiha Izumi, who was pursuing him from behind. On the other side, looking at the figure rapidly moving towards the outskirts of the Rain Village, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but curl his lips and casually swung his sword. However, Yahiko's modified body, enhanced by the Rinnegan, was surprisingly agile, managing to narrowly avoid his attacks each time. It seems that to completely kill this puppet and complete the main mission, I still need to use the H-Zuki technique. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi suddenly controlled Susanoo to leap high into the air, and then began to rapidly form hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. As the words fell, the terrifying flames descending from above directly blocked all of the Deva Path Pain's escape routes. Seeing this scene, even Nagato, who was hiding in a secret corner on the outskirts of the Rain Village, frowned. There was no way to dodge. This was different from Susanoo. The area covered by the technique was too large. If only the hungry ghost path were here, it could absorb it directly. Thinking this, the Deva Path Pain didn't slow down its movements. As chakra gathered throughout its body, with a loud shout, Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, the overwhelming flames that obscured the sky were instantly repelled. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed a pitch-black spatial rift opening beside him, and then a spherical object shot out in an instant. The Deva Path Pain was momentarily stunned by this sight. But before it could react, the object suddenly slammed into its chest. Swish! The dull thud of impact that was expected did not sound. The black sphere pierced through its chest, leaving a fist-sized hollow in the Deva Path Pain's body. However, immediately after, tiny specks of powder began to rise from the Rinnegan-modified body. Just a moment later, Nagato was horrified to discover that this body, which held special significance for him, had lost all connection. In just that last, fleeting glimpse, he saw that everything below the neck had completely turned to nothingness. System alert. Side quest completed. Please claim your rewards in a timely manner. Chapter 113. The Disappearing Nagato and Konan. Noticing the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment, then slowly dissipated the Susanoo surrounding him. He hadn't expected to end the battle relying on the Rinnegan's ocular techniques along with the truth-seeking ball. To be honest, if Pain's Deva Path wasn't a corpse, it would have been shattered and killed by the Susanoo's strike long ago. How could he be attacked by his own katana and still remain unscathed, even able to counterattack? That said, if it were Nagato's real body, even if he could win, it would take all his means. After all, Nagato embodies the powers of the 6 paths of pain, and his ninjutsu scale and power are far superior to that of the Deva Path. Especially Nagato's Chibaku Tensei and the ability to summon the Outer Path's Geto-Mazo. If he didn't use Izanagi to avoid damage, he might not have one. But that's where it ends. The immobile Nagato can't possibly be his opponent. He just needs to find their location. After all, the Deva Path had just died, and this guy, being incapacitated, must still be lurking nearby. He needed to hurry. He couldn't let them escape. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi immediately mobilized the remaining Sage Chakra within him to activate Sage Mode once again, starting to search inch by inch for Nagato and Konan's traces in Amage Cure. Meanwhile, in a hidden area on the outskirts of Amage Cure, Nagato attempted to send a signal to control the Deva Path again, but felt no response. After a moment, he let out a heavy sigh, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. There was no doubt he had failed. Yahiko's corpse, along with the signal receiver he had installed on him, had turned to nothingness. He hadn't expected that even with the power of the 6 paths of pain, he He was not a match for Uchiha Izumi, truly worthy of being the former Konoha's first clan, the Uchiha, a millennium of ninja clan. That ultimate ocular technique, the Susanoo of the Manjiki Sharingan, could even withstand the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei and the Chibaku Tensei. This guy could even know the weaknesses of this technique. It's truly unbelievable. Even his partner Uchiha Obito knows very little about the Rinnegan's abilities, and he had never used it in front of them. So how did Uchiha Izumi manage it? Remembering the scenes that had just unfolded, a flash of shock and confusion crossed Nagato's eyes. Closing his eyes to ponder for a moment, he still had no clue and simply chose to give up for now. It was time to leave IzumiUses. Right now, his real body couldn't exert its full strength, and the Deva Path had already lost contact. Once Uchiha Izumi locked onto his position with the opponent's Manjiki Sharingan abilities, both he and Konan would likely find it hard to even escape. Sigh. If only the Animal Path and Hell Path could have avoided each other's 10,000 fist sword ceiling, then perhaps he would still have a fighting chance. Now that the 6 paths of pain had been defeated and sealed, he only had the Outer Path's Getomazo as a trump card left. And once summoned, even if he could kill Uchiha Izumi, he would probably still face the fate of having his chakra drained. This thing, although more powerful than Shinra Tensei, also consumes life force at an alarming rate. He absolutely shouldn't use it unless it was a matter of life and death. With that thought, Nagato raised his head and glanced at the purple-haired woman in front of him, slowly speaking. Konan, let's leave here. Uchiha Izumi is coming for us. Huh? What's wrong, Nagato? What happened? The 6 paths of pain have failed. Uchiha Izumi has already started searching for our location. Upon hearing this, Konan's pupils contracted slightly, and then she looked at the man, known as a god, in IzumiUses with disbelief. She saw his pale face, hands crossed together, calmly looking at her. Unlike before, the pride and indifference that had been hidden in his gaze had quietly vanished. He appeared weaker, almost hunched over. Seeing this, Konan felt a bit at a loss. This state of Nagato had only appeared once, the day Yahiko died. In the days that followed, he had always been protecting her while continuing to realize his friend's ideals. And now, the confident, calm, and decisive Nagato of the past was gone, replaced by someone who seemed to have lost all spirit and was silent and defeated after suffering a heavy blow. How do things end up like this? Uchiha Izumi is so strong that even Nagato, who deployed the 6 paths of pain, ended up like this. This is someone who could kill the so-called demigod of IzumiUses by himself. Now he wasn't even a match for a single Uchiha. Just as Konan was shocked beyond measure, Nagato spoke again, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Let's go. We can't delay any longer. Uchiha Izumi has Sage Mode. Sigh, fine. I'll take you both away. Before she could finish speaking, a cold voice instantly interrupted Konan's words. Uchiha Izumi is fast. You can't escape his sensing range on your own. I'll use the Shinch no Jutsu to take you both away from here. Upon hearing this, Konan was slightly taken aback, then looked at the figure surrounded by serrated leaves in the room with surprise. The aloe-like creature slowly unfolded, revealing a black and white face. Seeing this, Konan momentarily lost her focus, but quickly moved to stand in front of Nagato. She slowly formed a paper spear in her hand and cautiously looked at the newcomer, saying, Black Zetsu, how did you find us here? That's my ability. So, are you leaving or not? Time waits for no one. Uchiha Izumi is on his way. Hearing Black Zetsu's sharp voice, Nagato understood they could no longer delay and immediately spoke up. Let's go. We need to leave IzumiUses first. But Nagato, your body. It's fine. He looked at Konan in front of him and regained his calm and decisive demeanor, quickly making a decision for the two of them. All right, hold on to me. Black Zetsu was not one to dally. Seeing Nagato make the final decision, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed both of them. Then he activated the Shinch no Jutsu, and they began to sink slowly into the ground, and in an instant their figures disappeared. Moments later, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the room. Chapter 114, Zetsu. Uchiha Izumi is not to be feared. They run really fast. Nagato, Konan, and a familiar presence. Is this Black Zetsu's Shinch no Jutsu? No wonder they could escape my sensing range in such a short time. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but punch the massive chakra receiver that Nagato left behind. Watching it crumble bit by bit, a flash of crimson light passed through Uchiha Izumi's eyes. This Black Zetsu has ruined my plans for the second time. First, it was Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, and now it has taken Nagato right under my nose. This ability to conceal one's presence is something even the abnormal perception of Sage Mode cannot capture. No wonder there was an opportunity to ambush Uchiha Obito later on. It's important to note that at that time, there was also the highly perceptive Minato Namikaze nearby, who was in his QB mode. The fact that Black Zetsu was able to approach undetected and control Uchiha Bito, who had just exited Sage mode, shows how formidable the technique of Kagebunshin is. However, there are still ways to deal with this guy. As long as there is a chance to throw black and white Zetsu into my Kimui space and confine them, all of the opponent's schemes over the years will vanish. But looking at the current situation, it seems like there won't be any opportunities. If I want to completely resolve this trouble, I need to think of more solutions. Sigh, if only the headband I gave to a way back then could work. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi let out a light sigh, then picked up a black rod that had fallen to the ground and put it into his system backpack. If there is a chance to get close to Nagato, this thing might still be useful. At least it can help me quickly lock onto his real body. Summoning the system panel again. Noticing the series of kill notifications, his heart was already calm and undisturbed. These should all be ninjas from the Rain Village, most likely killed by the residual shock from my battle with Deva Pathpain. But it doesn't seem matter. It's just a few thousand experience points, better than nothing. The main issue is killing 6 pains, and they all turn out to be puppets, giving me 0 experience. However, it's fortunate that the rewards from the side quests cushion the loss, preventing me from suffering too much. Noticing the task completion notification in his mind, Uchiha Izumi chose to confirm without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50,000 experience points. Host level 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a reincarnation eye technique, sealing technique absorption. Please check the specific effects yourself. The ability of the hungry ghost path? It's not bad, actually quite practical. After casually checking the system introduction, he directly equipped the skill into his skill bar. Once again surveying the surroundings and finding nothing missed, Uchiha Izumi opened his reincarnation eye and tore through space. It's about time to find a place to draw. After accumulating so many attempts, I need to level up, just don't know if the system will be generous this time. Once again, channeling chakra. He expanded the pitch-black portal to a size suitable for one person, then stepped inside slowly. Moments later, as the spatial rift slowly closed, Uchiha Izumi's presence completely vanished from the secret chamber. On the other side, underground space of a land of rivers. Summoning technique, outer path golem. As a cold and deep voice sounded, an extraordinarily hideous giant slowly appeared. This will do. Nagato, I'm worried this will affect your body. It's fine, Conan, as long as we don't use it in battle. Summoning it 1T cost any vitality. Alright, after a long while, Nagato finally replenished the chakra lost from summoning the outer path golem. Taking a brief rest, he walked to a stone chair with Conan's support, turned around, and sat down slowly. He then raised his head and focused his gaze on black and white Zetsu not far away, speaking in a deep voice. Zetsu, I know you were once Madara's subordinate. However, he is dead now, and you are still with Akatsuki. Since we are currently on the same side, speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu smiled and shrugged his shoulders in response. We just don't want you to die at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. Let us skip the grandiose words. Everyone has their own motives for doing things. I don't believe you would help us leave the land of rain without any ulterior motives. Hearing this, Black Zetsu first stopped White Zetsu from speaking further, then said in a deep voice, I hope you can continue to fulfill Madara's unfinished dream. Collect the tailed beasts to create weapons of war. Then use absolute power to force the 5 great nations to submit, so that the ninja world can achieve true peace. I can't even handle Uchiha Izumi right now. How can I talk about collecting tailed beasts? Hearing Nagato's self-deprecating words, Black Zetsu remained unfazed and continued. Although at this stage, you are indeed not his opponent if you can gather the tailed beasts and properly condition your body. Then Uchiha Izumi will no longer be a threat. It's easy to say, but the injury on my leg is something even those rogue ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu can't help with. Recovery isn't that easy. At this point, Nagato once again focused on Black Zetsu, his purple ripple-like pupils emanating a chilling aura. After a pause, he coldly laughed and continued. If you want to use me, then at least have strength that matches your intelligence. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. In that moment, Black Zetsu fell silent. After a moment, he finally spoke softly. Then let us put the matter of collecting tailed beasts on hold for now. Next, I will give you a surprise. However, the most important thing now is to gather the organization members for a briefing. As for Uchiha Izumi being kicked out of Akatsuki, we need to inform the other members of the organization first. After hearing this, A hint of something unknown flashed in Nagato's eyes. He then turned to look at Konan beside him. Seeing her slightly nod, he replied in a deep voice, that is natural. 3 days later, a corpse, with chakra receivers all over its body, suddenly opened its eyes. Feeling the unique vision of the reincarnation eye and the abundant power of Deva Path within, he reached out and grabbed the black robe embroidered with red clouds beside him and draped it over himself. After tidying up a bit, he turned his head and spoke in a cold tone devoid of emotion. Let us make do with this body for now. Konan, Zetsu, prepare to begin. Just call me Pain for now. I will briefly explain things to them. Understood. Hearing the affirmative responses from the two, Nagato controlled the new Deva Path Pain to begin forming hand seals, then softly called out, Ninjutsu, hiding technique. Chapter 115, returning to the old place, again in the land of fire. In the pitch-black underground space, on top of an exceptionally hideous golem, several colorful shadows appeared one after another. One pair of eyes, glowing with a ghostly green light, slowly opened, followed by a cold voice filled with killing intent. The leader has changed? No, it's just a change of body. Kisame, how is the mission going? It's completed. After speaking, Kisame carefully scrutinized the new leader with his cold eyes. Although the new leader's appearance had changed, those ripple-patterned eyes still exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Especially the familiar chakra he felt when summoned by the leader had basically dispelled any doubts about identity. He was just curious about how the leader had changed bodies. But as an old member of Akatsuki, Kisame understood the leader's strength well and chose to remain silent after confirming the identity, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, some of the younger members had different opinions. One pair of light purple eyes blinked, filled with confusion and madness. He reached out and rubbed his forehead. Then his slightly provocative words successfully attracted all of Nagato's attention. Hey, could it be that the leader has been killed? Mainly because this guy looks a bit like an imposter. Could he be Uchiha Izuna in disguise? It's really quite possible. That guy isn't someone anyone can deal with. Who can't boast a big talk? At this point, before Nagato could speak, a low and hoarse voice sounded in his ear. How is that possible? What strength does Uchiha Izuna have? What about the leader's strength? Haiden, can you think for a moment? Didn't you see that the leader has the Rinnegan? A mere orphan of the Uchiha clan is not to be feared. All right, Scorpion, that's enough. Let me explain the situation next. As the words fell, Nagato, controlling the new Deva Path Pain, scanned the surroundings. Seeing that everyone had focused their attention on him, he slowly began to speak. Uchiha Izuna has betrayed the organization. From today onward, he is an enemy of Akatsuki. Before he finished speaking, Haiden's arrogant voice rang out again. That guy Uchiha Izuna isn't dead yet? Didn't he say he was going to the land of rain? Hearing this, Nagato slowly turned his head and shot a cold glance at Haiden, who was still ready to continue speaking. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire underground space suddenly became somewhat heavy. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Nagato's pale, purple eyes, Haiden wisely chose to remain silent. For a moment, everyone was silent. After a long while, Nagato opened his emotionless ripple-patterned eyes and scanned the surroundings again, then spoke in a deep voice. I know you're all waiting for an answer. Regarding Uchiha Izuna's trip to the Land of Rain base, I fought him that day. From now on, if you encounter Uchiha Izuna during a mission, I allow you to abandon the mission. At this point, Nagato paused slightly, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he continued, controlling Deva Path Pain, because his strength is not below mine. At this moment, everyone exchanged glances. Shock appeared in their eyes, and then they looked at Deva Path Pain with disbelief. Seeing that he did not provide further explanation, they felt even more incredulous. A colorful phantom carrying a large sword, with a sharp voice, spoke first. I was in the Hidden Rain village at that time, although I really don't want to admit it. That Uchiha Izuna's strength is indeed very strong. Is that true, Kisame? The leader possesses the Rinnegan. What can that Uchiha Izuna do? In response to Scorpion's doubts, Kurizetsu explained in a cold and deep voice. That guy possesses the legendary eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and his level of development is extremely high. However, the leader was worried that if he focused too much on fighting Uchiha Izuna, the resulting aftermath could easily destroy the entire Land of Rain. So he didn't use his full strength. That's quite outrageous. I know Uchiha Izuna is strong, but I didn't expect that little brat to be this strong. Yeah, no wonder even Itachi and Shizen weren't his opponents. He can actually hold his own against the leader in a direct fight. TSK. How come I didn't notice before? This guy's strength is somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, a cold voice rang out again. All right, Kisame, Scorpion, and Haiden, although it's a bit hard to believe. Since that Uchiha Izuna can fight to a standstill with the leader, his strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. Now the question is, what should we do if the other party deliberately targets the organization? Upon hearing this, Nagato frowned, a cold glint flashing in his pale, purple Rinnegan. Then he calmly said while controlling Devapath pain, "You can rest assured about this. If such a situation truly occurs, no matter the cost, I will completely eliminate Uchiha Izuna." Noticing the intense killing intent in Devapath Pain's eyes, everyone involuntarily nodded slightly and fell silent. Moments later, as the technique of the colorful phantoms was dispelled, the colorful shadows slowly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, in the land of Fire Shortbook Street, a pitch-black crack slowly opened, and then a figure dressed in a black robe, carrying a fan on his back, walked out. The land of fire. I should find a place to rest for a while. As the low murmurs sounded, a breeze blew by, and the figure began to become increasingly blurry. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Izuna opened a panel and thought to himself, level 102 now. The progress of Rinnegan cultivation is a bit slow. No wonder Nagato took so many years to barely master the basic abilities of the Rinnegan. Compared to Uchiha Madara, his talent is much inferior. But it's okay. There are still 2 years left, which is enough, not to mention there is also the system. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Izuna began to call out in his mind. I am here. Let's start the lottery. Okay. The remaining number of draws for rewards is 182 times. Host, would you like a draw now? Yes. Friendly reminder. Duplicate skills and items drawn will be displayed in an accumulated manner. Please split them yourself. Friendly reminder. After splitting, duplicate skills and items can be converted into host experience. The system is drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. Chapter 116. Nice to meet you. I am Uchiha Izuna. After a moment, Uchiha Izuna casually glanced at the system light screen, first choosing to convert the duplicate skills and items into experience, then checking his current gains. After a simple, aside from those explosive tags, kunai, shurikens, and the like, the main rewards from this lottery were several skills above S rank. Skill, Wood Release, Wood Golem Technique, S rank. Skill, Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, S rank 1. Skill, Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, S rank 1. Skill, Eye Technique, Planetary Devastation, SS rank 1. Special, Indra's Body, SS rank 1. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna was somewhat surprised. Impure World Reincarnation. I don't know if it's Kabuto's version. Even Orochimaru's would be fine. This Super Large Rasen Shuriken looks like it might not be very useful. It might not even reach the power of the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. As for the Wood Golem Technique and Planetary Devastation, one can countertail beasts, and the other has decent power, but it's proportional to the chakra consumed. Moreover, I didn't expect the system to be this generous, even summoning the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. But since I already have the Rinnegan, this thing can only improve the purity of my bloodline, allowing me to cultivate Susanoo to its complete form faster. Oh, it seems it can also significantly increase chakra amounts. He casually clicked on the humanoid icon on the system light screen, and Uchiha Izuna began to examine it closely. Indra's Body, SS rank, one of the heirs of the ninja religion, possesses part of the power of the Otsutsuki clan, capable of amplifying the Sharingan and even the Manjiki Sharingan. Note, equipping will greatly enhance life level and grant a massive amount of Yin chakra. It seems quite ordinary. Forget it, better than nothing, after all. I still possess some of the Otsutsuki's power, though I don't know how much I can develop. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi simply tidied up a bit and then directly activated the Rinnegan to tear apart space. According to memory, the Nico clan, who had signed a contract with the Uchiha clan, lived nearby. The original body had come here with a few peers under Uchiha Teia's guidance during the year entered the ninja school. But due to its poor talent at the time, it was directly turned away by those Nin cats. It didn't even get to meet the cat elder responsible for signing the contract and was simply chased away. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but smile wryly. I didn't expect even a cat to be so snobbish. In this sick world, without strength, it's really hard to get by. Stepping out of the transmission gate formed by the Yellow Springs, Uchiha Izumi arrived at a mountain peak. Looking around, he saw a cat-shaped building near a lake below and murmured softly, "This should be the place." Next, let's see what attitude the cat elder has towards Uchiha Itachi. He gently leaped down from the mountain peak. Following a small path, Uchiha Izumi came to a passage covered in talismans, where he encountered 2 Nin cats in short sleeves, half squatting on the ground, staring at him. "Hello, I would like to see the cat elder." Faced with Uchiha Izumi's straightforwardness, the two Nin cats immediately displayed human-like expressions. They crouched down, tails raised, eyes filled with vigilance. After a moment, one of them asked in a deep voice, "Who are you, and what are you doing here? If there's nothing important, please leave immediately. Our Nico clan does not welcome humans, especially ninjas." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi curled his lips, reached behind him to retrieve the flame fan, and held it in front of the two Nin cats. Then, with a slightly teasing tone, he said, "Do you two recognize this? This is the flame fan of the Uchiha clan. Where did you get it? According to clan records, this fan should be in that man's hands." After saying this, the expressions of the two Nin cats suddenly became unnatural, and then a look of greed appeared. They suddenly stood up, their brown vertical pupils filled with murderous intent, and coldly said, "No matter where you got it from, this artifact does not belong to you. It should be entrusted to our Nico clan to protect. Now put it down, and we can spare your life. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi smiled instead of getting angry, raised his hand to place the flame fan back behind him, and then shook his head helplessly. "I didn't expect that after several years. The Nico clan has become so shameless. This is clearly something from the Uchiha clan. How did it become yours?" Hearing this, the fierce expressions of the two Nin cats intensified, with their claws extending sharp blades. But the remaining rationality in their minds led them to ask one last question. "Since you know about the Uchiha, you must understand that our Nico clan has been their contractors for thousands of years. I'll give you one last chance. Tell us your background." "Me? My name is Uchiha Izumi." In an instant, the two Nin cats were momentarily stunned, and then a chill spread through their bodies. They exchanged terrified glances. In the next moment, their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. You're the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Izumi from Konoha? What's wrong? Even the Nico clan has seen the wanted posters?" At this point, Uchiha Izumi looked at the two Nin cats in surprise. Not expecting that his name was known even to summoning beasts, this was a bit absurd. The Uchihas were exterminated, and Sasuke couldn't even leave Konoha. Where did these two cats get their information? It was really strange. Sighing, he continued to ask, "So, can you take me to see the cat elder now? I, Uchiha Izumi, have never liked to force others, even cats. But if you two are going to make me feel troubled, I don't mind treating it as a buy one, get one free. After all, I usually quite like small animals. They can be said to be indispensable in my meals. Please follow me. The cat elder is inside." Seeing the two little cats so understanding, Uchiha Izumi naturally lost interest in teasing them. After all, they were just small animals. Let's see how their owner's attitude is before making a decision. He got up and followed the two cats all the way to that uniquely shaped room, where he saw an elderly man with silver hair, wearing a yellow coat and a white scarf, sitting quietly among a group of small cats, looking at him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's mouth slowly curled into a smile. He then walked up to the elder and directly sat down, calmly greeting him. "Hello, cat elder. My name is Uchiha Izumi. Please take care of me." Chapter 117. Cat elder, can you tell me where Itachi's summoning beast is? Uchiha Izumi. What an unexpectedly surprising name. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi raised an eyebrow and casually took out a black sphere with a strange smile from his system backpack and began to play with it. After a moment, the cat elder's aged voice spoke again. "What are you doing here? The Nico clan does not welcome ninjas, especially rogue ninjas from Konoha. My surname is Uchiha. Why can't I come here?" The cat elder looked Uchiha Izumi up and down, then said in a deep voice, "We have a contract with the Uchiha clan, but we also have the right to choose. For thousands of years, the pride of the Nico clan does not allow any rogue ninja to trample on our dignity. Just like when Akari rejected you, who had no ninja talent at all. Not everyone is qualified to sign a summoning contract with us. Even if you are powerful and have profound character, you could kill me directly, but there is no way I will agree to that." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, but then chuckled and said, "Cat elder, please rest assured, I did not come here to sign a summoning contract. I want to understand something. I want to know where Uchiha Itachi's summoning beast is." Uchiha Itachi? The cat elder was momentarily taken aback, but then slowly placed the orange cat he was holding on the ground. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and looked at Uchiha Izumi with sharp eyes, saying in a deep voice, "Itachi has not been here for a long time since he did that thing, so I'm not sure. I heard that you have the best relationship with Itachi. Do you really not know anything about him? Or do you simply not want to tell me?" Facing Uchiha Izumi's inquiry, The cat elder shook his head again and replied indifferently. I said, I hate rogue ninjas. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but curl his lips upon hearing this, already understanding the other party's meaning. I didn't expect this old guy to be so stubborn. I initially thought I could just ask for the answer and give it a quick end, but it seems I'll still have to use the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi stood up and looked around, discovering that the ninja cat who had once kept the original self outside the door was also here. At this moment, it was staring at him with a wary gaze, even baring its teeth deliberately. There were also several unknown kittens with vigilant expressions, and the atmosphere in the cat house suddenly became tense. It seemed that you weren't welcoming me, but it doesn't matter, I just want an answer. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant to me. What do you mean? Upon hearing the inquiry from the cat grandmother, Uchiha Izumi did not respond, but calmly threw the black sphere in his hand at her feet. Then, he unleashed the red light in his eyes, locking onto the cat grandmother's gaze. You want to do? Tsukuyami. In the next moment, a piercing scream filled the entire cat house. Watching the old fellow rolling on the ground in agony, Uchiha Izumi slowly closed his crimson Sharingan. I can't believe you really didn't know. Uchiha Itachi's secrecy measures are this good? I initially wanted to use the summoning beast contract to deduce something, but I didn't expect the path to be completely blocked. Looking down again at the cat grandmother on the ground, Uchiha Izumi took a step back discreetly to avoid her rolling towards his feet, then thought to himself, forget it, let's give them a quick end. Then I will go to Konoha to see. It seems Shursui once raised this batch of ninja crows with Itachi. Given Itachi's frequency of performing missions in Akatsuki, he definitely doesn't have time to deal with these things. Someone must be doing it for him. But if it's not the cat grandmother, then who could it be? Just as Uchiha Izumi fell into contemplation, a series of terrified and angry voices rang in his ears. Bastard! What did you do to Grandma? Hurry and save her. What should we do? Uchiha Izumi, you dare to do this to Grandma, I will kill you. Everyone, let's go kill this bastard. Yes, catch him, don't let him run away. Amidst the chaos of the ninja cats, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly focused on the few ninja cats trying to attack him. He saw them arch their bodies, their fur bristling, and their tails starting to sway wildly. Then, with a few low growls, several ninja cats suddenly leaped forward towards the figure in a black robe with a fan of flames on its back. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly, but his body did not move at all. A faint purple light appeared in his eyes. Shinra Tensei, accompanied by a cold voice. The cat house that had endured hundreds of years of time directly turned to ruins under the powerful repulsion. And the few ninja cats that had just attempted to attack Uchiha Izumi now lay on the ground, unconscious. Only that relatively strong ninja cat, Firefly, who had previously refused to sign a summoning contract with him, struggled to survive. It was now gasping for breath, desperately pushing aside the rubble blocking its way, and its bloodied body indicated that its life was nearing its end. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi felt no emotion. If it weren't for the fortunate coincidence of occupying this body, the original self would probably have had difficulty surviving. In his memory, Firefly had ridiculed the original self's talent, while that respected cat grandmother of the Uchiha clan had never stepped out of this pristine cat house. This shows that in the Uchiha clan, a place where strength is revered, lacking talent means even summoning beasts will look down on you. And now these ninja cats, although filled with pride like the Uchiha clan members, lacked the corresponding strength. Therefore, everything was already destined. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi waved his hand to directly open a pitch-black portal, then looked up at the ruins in front of him and walked in without hesitation. The next moment, a blinding white light began to rapidly expand from the center of the cat house. The range was so vast that even Konoha, hundreds of kilometers away, felt a strong tremor. Countless people stepped onto the streets, staring blankly into the distance, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. Art is explosion. Chapter 118, Uchiha Shursui. In the land of fire, Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently standing by the window with his hands behind his back, quietly listening to the mission report from the Umbu beside him. Hokage-sama, when we arrived, there was nothing left. Based on the traces left at the scene, the caster possessed an extremely large amount of chakra. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a hint of an inexplicable expression. Then he slightly nodded and said, That location is the home of the Ninja Cat clan, right? It was once the summoning beast of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. It has now been artificially erased. According to the preliminary judgment by the intelligence department, The Ninja Cat clan is now completely dead. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at the Umbu member who was half kneeling beside him, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, continue to monitor the situation. However, pay more attention to unfamiliar faces entering the village recently, especially those using transformation techniques to sneak in. Yes, Hokage-sama. At the same time, on a cliff by the Nanga River, time and space twisted, and a figure dressed in a black robe with a fan on its back appeared quietly. The figure had a face like a jade crown, slightly disheveled black hair cascading down, and wavy pupils shimmering with a faint purple light, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. Still nothing. Where are these ninja crows hiding? Itachi is a deep thinker. Shursue's relics. Such important things must be hidden in an unknown place. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi scanned the surroundings, confirming that there were no overlooked places, and then his figure disappeared again from the spot. What a hassle. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to try summoning Uchiha Shursui using Edo Tensei. I need to find a good vessel. After a long time, in a certain area of the Umbu training ground, a man wearing an animal mask and a gray trench coat was leaning against a stone platform, resting with his eyes closed. The high-intensity training he had just undergone left this Umbu member feeling slightly fatigued. In the absence of special medicines, using chakra to nourish the body was the best way to relieve muscle wear. Just then, accompanied by the sound of the curtain being torn, the originally resting Umbu ninja quickly became alert. Immediately after, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared, capturing all of this Umbu ninja's attention. But before he could react, a hand slowly reached out and gently pointed, and the Umbu ninja, who was about to call for help, quickly fell silent. He then stared blankly at everything before him, completely losing the vigilance of a ninja, allowing that hand to drag him bit by bit into the crack until he completely disappeared. Moments later, a gentle breeze passed by, as if no one had ever been here, quiet and eerie. At this moment, within the Kimui space, Uchiha Izumi maintained a calm expression, though a hint of excitement occasionally flashed in his eyes, revealing his true thoughts. It's time to give it a try. Let's first take a look at the skill introduction. System, open the light screen. Okay, host, please wait a moment. With a sense of excitement, Uchiha Izumi stretched out his hand once again to that peculiar icon. Edo Tensei, S rank, using a body containing life energy as a vessel to summon the soul of a deceased person back to the living world. The caster can have the appearance and consciousness of their former self, but the specific strength depends on the power of the vessel. Note, Dream Master version. Please use with caution. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi had already made preparations in his heart. First, he took out a special container soaked with Sharingan from the system backpack, slowly opened it, and carefully extracted some mucus without damaging the eyeball. He then placed the extract in front of him and quickly began forming hand seals. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. As the words fell, the Konoha Umbu being used as the vessel suddenly began to twist in pain. In an instant, a dark hollow appeared beneath him, and layers of dust slowly wrapped around him. In Uchiha Izumi's slightly expectant gaze, a black-haired ninja with closed eyes appeared in place. After a moment, accompanied by a puzzled voice, the black-haired boy slowly opened his eyes. Where's this? Didn't I die? You did die. This is Edo Tensei. I brought you back to life. Uchiha Shursui. Looking at the familiar face, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but have 1,000 thoughts in his heart. This is the Shursui from the original work, the one known for his body flicker technique. Although he wasn't the brightest, his talent was definitely not inferior to that of Uchiha Itachi, and in some aspects, he might even surpass him. It's just a pity that he trusted the wrong person, leading to his family's downfall. But now that it has come to this, there's no way to change it. He could only ask this guy about the summoning beasts. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi didn't impose any restrictions on Shursui, but directly sat in front of him. You, who are you? Uchiha Izumi. You were dead when I was only 6 years old, so it's normal that you don't remember. I resurrected you to find out where you stored those summoning beasts. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the boy who called himself Uchiha Izumi resurrected him just to ask about the summoning crows. In the northeast corner of the Death Forest, there resides a tribe of summoning crows. Hearing Shursui's straightforward reply, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but smile. It seems Shursui is quite sensible and probably understands his current situation. After all, this news couldn't be hidden for long, so it was better to say it outright. Nodding, Uchiha Izumi slowly spoke. Since you were so cooperative, I will tell you something. It is now the 58th year of Konoha, and 3 years ago, your best friend Uchiha Itachi, under the orders of the Konoha High Command, annihilated the clan, leaving only me and Sasuke alive. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes widened in disbelief. You, what did you say? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Itachi do such a thing? His family, friends, and lover are all in the clan. Looking at Uchiha Izumi's expressionless face, Shirsue's voice gradually grew softer. Then, he fell into silence. After a long time, when he raised his head again, Uchiha Shirsue's voice had become somewhat hoarse. Are you serious? Did Itachi really do such a thing? Of course, including his parents, hundreds of clan members died at his hands that night. Chapter 119. The Summoning Crows of Yamashiro, Aoi. At this moment, shock, disappointment, disbelief, and confusion surged in Uchiha Shirsue's heart. Although he was just a reanimated body, an unnamed fury suddenly ignited within him. Immediately, his Sharingan began to spin wildly, forming a pinwheel pattern in an instant. Where is Uchiha Itachi now? Since he did such a thing, and you resurrected me, you must know his whereabouts. Are you asking me to deal with him? No. After a pause, Uchiha Izumi continued. He is already dead. Dead? Uchiha Shirsue first showed a look of shock, then a flash of relief crossed his eyes. Well, since Uchiha Itachi did such a thing, he is indeed not worth mourning. How'd he die? Uchiha Izumi, upon hearing this, did not hide the truth, but calmly spoke. I killed him. You. Facing Shirsue's doubt, Uchiha Izumi did not answer, but directly activated his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Looking at the scarlet eyes of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Shirsue immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. He never expected that besides himself in the clan, there would be someone else who could awaken these forbidden eyes. Every pair of Mangekyou is accompanied by slaughter, pain, and death. From this, one could guess what the boy in front of him, who looked to be the same age as Uchiha Itachi, had experienced over the years. It seems the clan's extermination was indeed true. Otherwise, it would be difficult to awaken these eyes in such a peaceful time. Sigh. Experiencing such painful events at a young age. However, being able to kill Itachi also proves that Izumi's talent as a ninja is indeed very strong. After all, Shirsue knew very well what level Uchiha Itachi was at. Even if he only had the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he was not someone an average jonin could compare to. Moreover, this guy also had his own Kodoame Tsukumi. The fact that Uchiha Izumi could kill him likely meant he had awakened some instant kill ocular technique. Sigh. The Mangekyou Sharingan is truly incredible. As the complexity of his expression deepened, Uchiha Shirsue sighed, with various emotions flashing in his eyes. Pain, helplessness, regret, and a sense of frustration. But in the end, only silence remained. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi pressed his lips together but said nothing further. Instead, he stood up and looked at Shirsue, saying, All right, it's about time. If there is a chance in the future, I will let you out again. But now I have something to do, so I can only send you back for now. After saying that, without waiting for Shirsue to react, Uchiha Izumi directly used a talisman to erase his consciousness. Then he joined his hands together, summoning a coffin to send this talented Uchiha boy back. Moments later, after flipping through the memories in his mind, Uchiha Izumi confirmed the specific location of the Death Forest in Konoha and directly tore open the Kamui space to enter. It was about time to search for Shirsue's batch of summoning crows. Hopefully they are still living there. Northeast corner of the Konoha Death Forest. Looking at the towering trees that blocked the sun, Uchiha Izumi fell into deep thought. How long will it take to find them? With such a large habitat, searching for a special summoning crow with Mangekyou Sharingan is really a challenge for me. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi shook his head, ultimately choosing to compromise and slowly began to search. After a long time, although aided by shadow clones, Uchiha Izumi's search progress remained very slow. It wasn't until a ninja dressed in a Konoha nin vest appeared that the deadlock was finally broken. He had a hairstyle identical to that of the future Tsurutobi Konohamaru, and wore a pair of black sunglasses. At that moment, he was bending down, pouring an unknown type of meat from a gray bag onto the ground. In just a moment, a swarm of black ninja crows rushed over, disregarding whether the Konoha ninja agreed, and began cawing at the food. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but stroke his chin, feeling that the Konoha ninja in the distance looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. After a moment of thought, with a large number of memories rushing through his mind, a strange expression soon appeared on Uchiha Izumi's face. This was none other than the special J-nin from the Konoha Intelligence Department, Yamashiro Aoba, Apart from Itachi and Shursui, he was the third person skilled in crow-based ninjutsu, and due to their similar characteristics, he was also proficient in fire techniques. Even suspected to be Uchiha Shursui himself after his leap from the cliff. However, since this guy could come here, it proved that he indeed had a summoning contract with the ninja crows. But whether this batch of summoning beasts belonged to Shursui still needed to be confirmed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's figure moved slightly, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. On the other side, Yamato Aoba stood quietly, looking down at the group of jumping and forging ninja crows, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although the air was filled with the unique, fishy smell of birds, it was nothing to Yamashiro Aoba. As long as he could come here every day to feed these ninja crows, he was very satisfied. After all, these little guys were not just summoning beasts, but also companions he spent every day with. Therefore, when there were no missions, taking care of these ninja crows brought him more happiness and joy than some ineffective social interactions. Moments later, just as Yamashiro Aoba was tidying up to prepare to return and continue his training, a black-robed youth leaning against a large tree successfully captured all his attention. Looking at the handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, an extremely familiar feeling surged in his heart. Frowning slightly, Yamashiro Aoba quickly stepped forward, ready to ask the identity of the person, when a special and forbidden name suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, a drop of cold sweat trickled down. Yamashiro Aoba opened his mouth, his expression changing several times, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Uchiha Izumi, what are you doing here? This is Konoha, and you are an S-rank rogue ninja on the wanted list. Aren't you afraid that Lord Hokage will take action personally?" Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi curled his lips, then jumped down from the tree and walked up to Yamashiro Aoba, speaking disdainfully. "Why should I be afraid? If Sarutobi Hiruzen really had the courage to go down with me, he would have made a move that day. Why wait until now?" Upon hearing this, Aoba fell silent for a moment, then looked up and asked in a deep voice, "So, what are you planning to do in Konoha this time?" "No, I'm just here to find something." "Huh, find something?" Yamashiro Aoba adjusted his sunglasses on his nose, then tensed his body and took half a step back, holding a kunai in a defensive posture. Chapter 120. Orochimaru, it's your turn next. Although a bit fearful and helpless, Yamashiro Aoba, as a special J-nin of Konoha, still hoped to use his frail body to block the opponent. Even a moment of delay would suffice. Now was the time to act on the will of fire in his heart. Hopefully, the upcoming battle would attract the attention of patrolling ninjas in the village. That way, at least he could make a final contribution to the village before dying. Thinking of this, Yamashiro Aoba's nerves became increasingly tense. He secretly planned to use the largest area of fire ninjutsu possible to create as much noise as he could. Although he was not a match for the person before him, delaying him for a moment should be fine. As long as he didn't make eye contact with the Sharingan, that would be good. Yes, that's the plan. While cheering himself on in his heart, Yamashiro Aoba's movements did not slow down. He bent down and leaped backward, then quickly began to form hand seals. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi raised an eyebrow, inwardly lamenting Yamashiro Aoba's ignorance. If the Sharingan could be so easily countered, it wouldn't deserve to be called the eye that reflects the soul. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's chakra began to surge, and in just an instant, Yamashiro Aoba, locked by the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, stopped his movements and returned to his original spot with a dazed expression. "Lord Izumi, what can I do for you? You're more familiar with this place. Tell me about the distribution of the ninja crows here, which ones are contracted and which are not." "Yes, please follow me." Seeing the other party so compliant, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but sigh at how useful the Mangekyou Sharingan was. Indeed, controlling directly from the start saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if he was discovered, he might not be able to resist destroying Konoha ahead of time. In the time that followed, Uchiha Izumi followed Yamashiro Aoba as they searched through the vast forest of death. The ninja crows did not reside in one fixed place. Over time, they would migrate throughout the forest. However, with Yamashiro Aoba's presence, as long as they left aside some of the contracted summoning beasts, they could quickly lock onto Uchiha Shursui's ninja crow's positions. Moreover, in the other party's mind, they even discovered a mental suggestion given by Uchiha Itachi through the Sharingan. The content was simple, just to prevent Yamashiro Aoba from developing curiosity about those wild ninja crows. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place. Uchiha Itachi mastered this technique to perfection. With Yamashiro Aoba providing cover in the Forest of Death, Uchiha Itachi could hide many things in Konoha. This maximized the avoidance of exposing his secrets while allowing these summoning beasts to provide support at any time. The key was that he could leave an eye in Konoha to observe Uchiha Sasuke, preventing the Konoha higher-ups from being untrustworthy and secretly killing his foolish brother. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi first erased Itachi's mental suggestion. Then, he activated the Manjiki Sharingan and left his own unique mark in Yamashiro Aoba's mind. In this way, it could be considered that he had made the most of the situation. After all, this guy had always been inconspicuous with few friends, so the probability of being discovered was minimal. He only needed to pay occasional attention. Then, just as Yamashiro Aoba was arranged to return to Konoha, Uchiha Izumi resumed his search for the crow, carrying Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan. After a long time, in a hidden corner of the Forest of Death, Uchiha Izumi finally found a crow, carrying Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan. This guy was being taken care of by other birds for food and drink, and its only task seemed to be guarding this special crow. He stepped forward effortlessly to capture it. After placing the extracted Sharingan into a special container, Uchiha Izumi casually killed the crow. Sending Uchiha Itachi on his way was a long-held wish of both himself and his original body over the years, and he would not spare the other party's summoning beast, as one must cut the grass to remove the roots. After putting both of the heavenly gods into the system backpack, Uchiha Izumi temporarily lost the desire to stay in Konoha. Next, he only needed to wait for 2 years for the plot to begin and then find a way to come here for the Chunin exams. Since the system required him to initiate the Konoha collapse plan in the identity of Orochimaru, disguising himself as a genin was the best choice. Anyway, Orochimaru would definitely come to give Uchiha Sasuke his first lesson in life, and at that time, it would be most important to kill him and take over the Sound Ninja village completely. This way, he could complete the main storyline task without having to run around and deal with the Sand Shinobi, making it a win-win situation. Additionally, the abilities of the Rinnegan also needed to be developed. As a legendary Sage Eye, its abilities were incredibly complex. If he mastered all of them, combined with the Eternal Izanagi, he could at least reach the level of Uchiha Madara. However, he currently had no leads on the Sage of Six Paths level. He could only hope that after completing the main storyline task, the Bloodline Limit Enhancement Scroll would bring him some surprises. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi initially formulated the next plan and then reopened the Rinnegan to activate the High Rimuru. With a flash of a black space-time rift in the Forest of Death, Uchiha Izumi's figure vanished from spot. A few days later, at the border of the Land of Water, a figure with a face wrapped in bandages and holding a beheading sword awkwardly dodged dozens of shurikens shot from the air. He quickly got up and launched a counterattack. But facing the numerous missed ninja pursuit team, despite using all his strength, he still could not shake off the pursuit. Momochi Zabuza, how dare you lay a hand on the elder? Lord Kage has issued a wanted order. Surrender now. You can't escape. Impossible. The village is in chaos under the mismanagement of the former leader, and even the Mizukage is now missing. Don't you have any doubts? We are all commoners. Why must we resort to blades? Hearing this, several missed Umbu ninjas fell silent. Even the captain slowly stopped his movements. Looking at Momochi Zabuza's extremely unwilling eyes and the beheading sword tightly held in his hand, the group of missed Umbu didn't know what to say for a moment. You can go. After a moment, the leading missed Umbu spoke in a deep voice. Captain, he is a wanted criminal designated by Lord Kage. This isn't according to the rules. I know. I will explain it to the minister. Saying this, the Umbu captain looked again at Momochi Zabuza, not far away, and continued. While I haven't changed my mind, you still have a chance to leave here. Seeing this situation, Momochi Zabuza was also a decisive person. He nodded slightly, took a deep look at the Umbu ninja called Jin in front of him, and then turned away without hesitation. A moment later, the captain spoke in a somewhat tired voice. Let's go back. Let's pretend we were never here. Chapter 121. Momochi Zabuza and Mizunoto Hakuri. Above the Land of Waves, as the pitch-black space-time rift slowly opened, Uchiha Izumi stepped out in a black robe. Since it was early morning, this scene did not cause any commotion among the residents of the Land of Waves. As the portal of High Rinmaru gradually faded away, Uchiha Izumi slowly landed on the ground. Looking around, he then walked toward the breakfast shop. Moments later, while eating, Uchiha Izumi pondered over his subsequent arrangements. Next, he could just train in the Land of Waves and wait for Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki to arrive. He wondered if Kakashi Hitaki's death would cause a butterfly effect, But for now, he could only gamble on the self-correction of the plot world. However, at this stage, he still needed to restore the business environment of the Land of Waves and find a way to hire Momochi Zabuza and Mizunoto Hakuri. Lastly, he had to let the bridge builder Tizuna leave the Land of Waves so that he could have the opportunity to go to Konoha to post a mission. Hopefully, doing this would allow the plot to progress according to the original timeline. Otherwise, whether the Konoha collapse plan could be carried out on schedule would be a problem. Sigh. Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Obito so easily gave up on his former companions and went to save a white Zetsu. This was something he could never have imagined. And at that time, facing the Kamui of Obito, if he had held back, it was very likely that Obito would have taken the opportunity to escape. So he could only use all his strength, and as a result, Kakashi Hitaki died under the Great Fire Destruction. Now it's done. Although he successfully killed Uchiha Obito, the path he chose must be walked through with tears. He could only try to restore the Land of Waves to the initial stage before the plot of the Naruto world began. Otherwise, if the plot didn't follow the script, and the Chunin exams in Konoha were cancelled, it would be troublesome. It might even halt his main storyline task. Forget it. Let's get the plot back on track first. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi tore apart space again and stepped back into it, once again embarking on a road to find tools. 3 days later, a sudden heavy snowfall visited the Land of Water. Walking on the road, there were very few pedestrians in sight. Feeling the crystal-clear flakes fall on his hand, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his head to look at the sky. Is it snowing? He sighed slightly. 3 days, a full 3 days. He had walked through most of the Land of Water, but not only was there no news of Momochi Zabuza, even Mizunoto Hakuri had disappeared without a trace. These two guys were inseparable. How could they be so hard to find? If things didn't work out, he would have to check around the Mist Village. But at this point, they had already defected. If they appeared in Mist Village, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Did he really have to use Kato's identity to recruit thugs again to draw out these two? With this thought, Uchiha Izumi immediately shook his head, denying this tempting idea. The Mist Village was already suspicious of the Land of Waves. If Kato appeared, a large number of spies would likely infiltrate. And currently, if he wanted to level up quickly, destroying those ninja villages was the fastest way. But doing so would only cause everyone in the 5 great nations to feel threatened, and it might even affect the completion of his main storyline task. In that case, it would be a bit counterproductive. Therefore, to restrain the desire for rapid leveling, acting low-key was currently his best choice. After the Konoha collapse plan, there wouldn't be many people in the entire ninja world who could match him. It wouldn't be too late to act then. After all, the 5 great nations were right there and wouldn't run away. Why rush? Shaking his head and feeling a chill creep in, Uchiha Izumi tightened his heavy robe and continued walking forward against the wind and snow. On the other side, on a bridge piled high with snow, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood facing each other in silence. After a moment, a cold voice broke the tranquility. Mission accomplished. Let's go, Mr. Zabuza. Hakuri, well done. Thank you. Where are we going next? The Land of Waves. Let's rest for a few days. As the words fell, Hakuri nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in her bright eyes. She then quickly walked up to Momochi Zabuza's side, ready to head to the Land of Waves together. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a black robe appeared at the end of the bridge, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and a handsome face adorned with a faint smile. He emanated an indescribable and unique aura, mysterious yet cold. He was walking step by step against the wind and snow. Upon seeing the scene, Mizuki-bai instinctively tensed his body and quickly positioned himself in front of Momochi Zabuza. Who are you? I am Uchiha Izumi. Upon hearing this, Momochi Zabuza shuddered, and a chill ran straight to his head, causing a fine layer of sweat to bead on his forehead in an instant. As a former member of the Mist Village's assassination unit, directly under the 4th Mizuki's Anbu, he understood very well what the name Uchiha Izumi represented in the ninja world. This was the man who attacked the Mist Village and managed to escape unharmed after causing massive casualties. An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Izumi. His achievements were prominently marked in the Anbu's wanted manual, with a danger level classified as extremely lethal, stating that upon encountering him, one should abandon the mission and retreat immediately, and so on. Even the disappearance of the Mizukage was initially suspected to be related to this person. Unfortunately, lacking evidence, and with the elder constantly obstructing matters, the entire Mist Village was now in a leaderless state. Zabuza, what's wrong? Noticing something was off with the person beside him, Bai became anxious. He had never seen Zabuza so tense. What had happened? Did this person have some special identity? Was he ambush sent by the village? Or perhaps part of the Elder's private guard? It couldn't possibly be the legendary Jinchuriki, could it? With this thought, Bai refocused his gaze on the ninja, who claimed to be Uchiha Izumi. He noticed that aside from his black hair and black eyes and his exceptionally good looks, there wasn't anything particularly special about him. Oh, and his chakra manipulation was quite exquisite. It wasn't until he looked closely that he realized the blizzard was automatically dissipating 3 centimeters from the man's body, causing no disturbance at all. This was a display of chakra being used to its utmost. So who exactly was this guy? With such questions in mind, Bai turned his attention back to Momochi Zabuza, waiting for his response. Bai stepped back a bit. The things that follow are not something you can participate in. Upon hearing this, Mizuki Bai felt even more anxious, but as a tool, he couldn't directly disobey Zabuza's order. So he could only choose to remain silent. He glanced again at Uchiha Izumi in front of him, then held his sword in a defensive stance, quietly standing by and waiting. Don't be nervous. I came today to invite you to join my company, a shipping group based in the Land of Waves. I wonder if you two are interested. He continued, of course, I personally don't like to solve problems with violence, but if you refuse, then some unpleasant things might happen between us. Chapter 122. 2 years later, Journey to the Land of Waves. Upon hearing this, Momochi Zabuza and Mizuki Bai exchanged glances. They quickly agreed, so fast that Uchiha Izumi felt a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that, after a few years of tempering, this man from the Mist Village had become so pragmatic. It was known that in his youth, he had killed all the other candidates in his class to protest against the extremely unreasonable regulations, forcing the school to change the graduation rules. Such actions were unheard of in the entire Mist Village, and his talent was so high that even the 4th Mizukage, who participated in formulating the rules of killing, was somewhat shocked. But now it was fine, since Zabuza was in hand. He only needed to arrange for him and Mizuki Bai to intercept the bridge builder Tazuna returning from Konoha. As long as the plot matched, it wouldn't matter who led from Konoha. In the end, he would have to take action personally. At that time, they would take it step by step. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi maintained a calm demeanor. He glanced down at Mizuki Bai, who still wore a wary expression, then turned to Momochi Zabuza and slowly said, When you're ready, follow me. We're going to the Land of Waves. After saying this, he turned and walked off into the distance. Upon seeing this, Momochi Zabuza frowned tightly, instinctively gripping the beheading sword in his hand, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. He sighed softly, his mind racing. Did he really have to follow this Uchiha Izumi? This guy was currently the #1 enemy of the village. Should he take the opportunity? Sai, forget it. If things went wrong, what if this guy took his anger out on the village? Wouldn't he then be a sinner for all eternity? Sai, the Mist Village really couldn't afford any more turmoil. During this time, although the 4th Mizukage had escaped the illusion control of the Sharingan, due to a severe lack of political acumen, he was no match for the Elder and had to choose to compromise, agreeing to cancel the policy of the Blood Mist. However, the losses incurred by the village over the years could not be compensated in time, and calls for the Mizukage's abdication grew louder. Even countless ambitious individuals chose to rebel in an attempt to save the Mist Village. But a group of inexperienced rookies could hardly be a match for a tiger. The rebellion was quickly suppressed, and hundreds of elite ninja who participated were executed. It was during this time that he and Mizuki Bai defected. The original assassination target was Kagaya Yagura, but for some reason, the 4th Mizukage had been missing for a long time, so they could only shift their target to the Elder. After all, these two were equally matched, both were equally culpable. They contributed little to the village. Yet when it came to destruction, it was as if the Mist Village was not their home, and they could do whatever they wanted. As expected, the assassination failed. Facing the siege of dozens of Umbu ninja, they ultimately found that 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. If not for the sword choosing to bear it all alone, he might have already been done for. With this thought, Momochi Zabuza finally made up his mind. No matter what Uchiha Izumi's ultimate goal was, at least he was strong. And now he had nowhere to go. Following this guy would at least relieve him of the worry of being hunted by the Elder's assassins. He could also observe him closely to see what he intended to do next, so he could alert the village in time. Bye, let's go. We'll follow this gentleman to the Land of Waves. Okay, Zabuza. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly at the scene before him. He nodded in satisfaction, and then unhesitatingly tore open a pitch-black spatial portal. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of Momochi Zabuza and Mizuki Bai, he grabbed both of them and stepped inside. 2 years later, Land of Waves. Since settling here, Uchiha Izumi's days have been very leisurely. Aside from daily training, most of his time was spent developing the abilities of the Rinnegan. After 2 years of effort, he could say that aside from the few abnormal skills of Uchiha Madara from the original story, he had basically mastered all the abilities of the 6 paths of pain. Just like the original body of Nagato, all the abilities of the Rinnegan are gathered in one, allowing for the full power of the sage's eyes to be unleashed at will. The only regret is that, aside from the bloodline limit upgrade scroll or becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, I still haven't found a way to elevate the Rinnegan to the 9-tomo level. According to the original plot, Uchiha Sasuke, after unlocking the 6-tomo Rinnegan, gained a total of 3 abilities. Aside from the ability to swap positions with the target, the Indra's Arrow and that unknown portal are also abilities of the Rinnegan. The former requires gathering and consuming the power of the 9-tailed beast to activate, while the latter will temporarily degrade the 6-tomo Rinnegan upon use. Therefore, to gain more abilities, one must develop their eyes to the utmost. For example, the so-called progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's wave-pattern pupils were filled with indifference. At the same time, it strengthened his resolve. At the very least, he must steadily advance the plot to the Konoha collapse plan, as long as he can complete the main quest and obtain the rewards. Sacrificing some time is acceptable. Recently, the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves, Tazuna, has already set off for Konoha. As long as this guy can bring the so-called Team 7 here to carry out the mission, then the progression of the plot will still be under his control. Then, Momochi Zabuza and Mizunoto Haku should also be nearing the completion of their respective destinies. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi stood quietly in a loft with his hands in his pockets. His light purple eyes opened and closed, exuding an extremely complex aura. It was a kind of indifference towards life. In the morning, warm sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows onto his face, revealing a strong sense of contrast. Outside the window, people were coming and going, creating a peaceful scene. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Uchiha Izumi's thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a ninja with a large sword on his back, his face wrapped in bandages, and exuding a fierce aura walked straight in. My lord, the bridge-building master Tazuna you asked us to keep an eye on has currently arrived at the border of the Land of Waves. Accompanying him are 4 Konoha ninjas. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi turned around and said lightly, Go, bring back Tazuna's corpse. Yes, my lord, I will set off now. Chapter 123. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Konoha ninjas. I should go take a look? It would be bad if things went awry. Watching Momochi Zabuza leave, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment. Then his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. After a long time, in the dense bushes, a figure holding a large sword was quietly waiting for something. Tazuna, the bridge-building master? Recalling the old man he met a year ago, Momochi Zabuza couldn't help but furrow his brow, lost in thought. It had been 2 years since he followed Uchiha Izumi to the Land of Waves, but the daily work mainly involved helping the company eliminate some unnecessary troubles. Although the process was very boring, the salary was unexpectedly good. The troublemakers were just ordinary people, and it was understandable that a powerhouse like Uchiha Izumi didn't want to get his hands dirty. As long as he could survive, it didn't really matter what he did. However, several recent incidents in the Land of Waves were filled with strangeness, especially that Tazuna, who wanted to build a bridge to connect the Land of Waves with the mainland. Let him build it. It has nothing to do with me. But the strange part was that he seemed to have offended someone, and as soon as the bridge work began, someone immediately intervened. In the end, this bridge-building master had no choice but to run to Konoha for help. Then came the even stranger part. Uchiha Izumi actually wanted this old man's life. This was simply absurd, a guy with strength even surpassing the Mizukage going to kill an ordinary person. Remembering what the other party had done in the village, Momochi Zabuza immediately shook his head, his eyes flashing with confusion. If he wasn't mistaken, Uchiha Izumi had the ability to wipe the entire Land of Waves off the map. So what was he doing this for? An S-rank rogue ninja, making things difficult for an ordinary person. This was truly strange. Forget it. Let's just kill this Tazuna first. One could only blame the old man for his bad luck. Before he had the ability to resist Uchiha Izumi, obeying orders was his only choice. Thinking of this, Momochi Zabuza sighed deeply. But then he sensed something unusual. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and impassioned voices, a group of people was approaching his location. Seeing this, just as Momochi Zabuza was about to stand up to observe the enemy situation, a shuriken shot straight towards him, directly interrupting his thoughts. Have I been discovered? No, it's just a little brat. Interesting They actually forced me to use the substitution technique, having just used the snow rabbit to substitute for himself. Momochi Zabuza was now standing atop a large tree. Looking down through the gaps in the trees, he saw a 4-member ninja team walking slowly. Leading them was a ninja wearing a Konoha vest with brown short hair and a strangely styled forehead protector. The other 3 were all kids. From their attire, they seemed to be just a few lower-ranked ninjas. Overall, it looked like a typical 4-person mission team from the 5 great nations, consisting of 3 naive lower ninjas and a captain-level chunin. And protected in the center of the team was none other than the bridge-building master Izuna. Seeing this scene, Momochi Zabuza couldn't help but grin. With this configuration, they probably wouldn't last a round against him. It seemed this mission could be declared over. Thinking of this, Momochi Zabuza didn't hesitate to throw his beheading sword, immediately making a grand entrance that stunned everyone present. Even Uchiha Izumi, who was watching from above the clouds, couldn't help but facepalm, acknowledging the effectiveness of this dramatic entrance. Continuing to look down, he saw that Momochi Zabuza and Yamato from the original work immediately started fighting without a word. Although every move of the beheading sword was powerful, the user, one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen, clearly found himself at a disadvantage. This team, led by a wood-release ninja, along with 2 main characters and a pink-haired side character, was actually suppressing the so-called demon Momochi Zabuza to the point where he couldn't lift his head. As time passed, after more than 10 minutes of battle, the already panting Zabuza could barely hold onto his beheading sword. Sweat mixed with blood dripping to the ground from his forehead. The severe injuries to his abdomen made his body tremble continuously. Realizing his injuries, Momochi Zabuza understood that he probably wouldn't be leaving today. Fortunately, Haku wasn't by his side. At least this way, he wouldn't drag that kid down with him. Naruto, be careful. This guy is very strong. Wear him down, and don't let him get close to Izuna. Got it. Noticing that the passage of life was becoming faster, Momochi Zabuza became resolute and prepared to take the bridge builder, Izuna, with him no matter what. This was the fate of a ninja. From the moment he stepped onto this path, he had already made this realization. To die at the hands of a leaf ninja was far better than dying at the hands of the umbu sent by the village to hunt him down. With this thought, the remaining chakra within Momochi Zabuza surged, and he began to prepare to fight desperately. At this critical moment, dozens of shurikens appeared, startling everyone present. Soon after, a stranger wearing the traditional attire of the Mist Village and an umbu mask stood in front of Momochi Zabuza. Haku, what are you doing here? Hurry back. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza, but I'm afraid I cannot accept that order. Looking at the familiar figure before him, despite the mask blocking his face, Zabuza could still feel the determination of the other party. Seeing this, he understood that he could not persuade this child and chose not to speak further. Another one? Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, be careful, this guy is not weak. Got it. As the words fell, the blonde ninja, known as Naruto, charged forward with a kunai in hand, aiming to defeat the mist ninja in front of him with a single blow. But then, accompanied by a cold and deep voice, countless shurikens shot toward the crowd. Ice release, secret technique, 1,000 killing water flight. Faced with this sudden scene, the well-experienced Captain Yamato immediately realized what he was dealing with. Ice release, secret technique. A ninja from the Mizuki clan? This is troublesome. These bloodline ninjas are not easy to deal with. Using wood release to block the opponent's attack, Yamato immediately became serious and began assigning tasks to his team. Naruto, you and Sasuke take on this mist umbu. I'll deal with Momochi Zabuza, and Sakura, you take care of Izuna. Protect him well. Yes, Captain Yamato. Chapter 124 Sasuke. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Moments later, Yamato launched another attack against Momochi Zabuza. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki charged straight at the figure dressed in mist umbu attire. Wait for me, don't be too impulsive. Although Sasuke tried to stop his companion, Naruto, being true to his nature, had no intention of turning back. He suddenly threw 3 kunai forward and then raised his hands to form seals, shadow, clone jutsu. As the words fell, dozens of blonde youths in orange jackets surrounded the person in front of them, eager to fight. Upon seeing this, Mizuki Haku remained calm. Even the shurikens in his hand did not tremble. Then his body suddenly activated, employing the ice release secret technique combined with taijutsu, swiftly resolving the battle in an instant. As a once genius of the Mizuki clan, dealing with a lower ninja like Naruto Uzumaki was easily accomplished with mere taijutsu. Even though the shadow clone jutsu was considered forbidden, the strength of a ninja could not be compensated for by numbers. In this situation, It only wasted a lot of chakra without causing any harm to Mizuki Haku. Just as Naruto was bewildered by the series of attacks, Sasuke, Uchiha's figure, suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto, leave this guy to me. Huh? What are you saying? I was the one who came first. Shut up, idiot. You're not his opponent. Hey, Sasuke, you jerk. Watching the two in front of him bickering endlessly, Mizuki Haku remained silent. But then he suddenly moved, his body resembling a phantom as he swiftly approached Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. The next moment, accompanied by a calm voice ringing in their ears, the two discovered they had been surrounded by glass-like mirrors. Each mirror reflected a figure dressed in standard combat attire, wearing a mist umbu mask. Ice release secret technique, crystal mirror. It's over for you two from the Leaf Village. To protect Lord Zabuza's life, I have already resolved to kill you. Hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly, casually taking out a kunai that reflected a cold light and holding it in front of his chest, then spoke icily. You make it sound like you're not in the same situation. I'll send the same words back to you. In front of a Uchiha clan ninja, you will have no chance. Uchiha, that guy's leftover clansman in the Leaf Village? Mizuki Haku's expression shifted slightly at the mention. But after a moment, he made up his mind to resolve the battle quickly, since the mission was to kill the bridge builder Tazuna. Anyone who dared to obstruct him must die. Moreover, Mr. Zabuza's life was in danger now. He absolutely could not delay here, no matter who the opponent was. Even if it were Uchiha Itachi himself, he would dare to draw his sword for Zabuza. With this thought, Mizuki Haku gripped his shuriken, his eyes filled with killing intent, and swiftly launched an attack against the two leaf ninjas. After a long while, when Sasuke Uchiha was heavily injured while protecting his beloved Naruto, Uzumaki's chakra, filled with bloodlust and madness, suddenly coalesced into a tangible form. Looking at his fallen companion in his arms, Naruto's eyes widened in rage. His face twisted to the extreme from anger and the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. Bastard! How dare you hurt Sasuke? I will kill you. In the next moment, a figure radiating red chakra flashed by, instantly breaking through the surrounding crystal mirrors. Immediately after, like a beast, his eyes locked onto the figure wearing the mist umbu mask. Witnessing the ice release secret technique being shattered, Mizuki Haku did not intend to sit back and wait. He threw his shuriken again in an attempt to delay the enemy's attack. But under absolute power, he could only hold out for a moment before being punched in the face by Naruto, cloaked in chakra, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this scene, Momochi Zabuza, who was still entangled with the leaf ninjas, was suddenly flustered, and then was quickly seized by Yamato's opportunity for a full-force attack. With blood splattering, the man known as the Demon of the Mist seemed to wear a mask of pain, his expression twisting painfully, and he opened his mouth to say something but could not make a sound. Staggering a few steps towards Mizuki Haku, he then collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Yamato finally let out a slow breath. That was tough. It really wasn't easy. This guy is indeed an elite J-nin from the Mist Village. If it weren't for the fact that would release is unaffected by water release, and the death of that mist umbu caused a huge psychological impact on him, the outcome could have been uncertain. Sakura is okay, but I wonder how Sasuke is doing. Moreover, Naruto's current state seems to be due to the Nine-Tails chakra leaking. But fortunately, it's still in the initial stage and within a controllable range. Next, I just need to help Naruto stabilize his emotions, and the Nine-Tails chakra will soon recede. However, before that, I still have to completely eliminate this guy on the ground. With this thought in mind, Yamato glanced down at the motionless Zabuza Momochi lying on the ground, pondered for a moment, and then drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and walked over. His chakra was running low, so he thought it best to conserve it. But just as Yamato was about to kill Zabuza, a sudden spatial rift appeared, successfully interrupting everything. A pure white arm reached out from it, then opened its 5 fingers, aiming at Yamato, the elite Jonin of Konoha, who was on high alert. Immediately after, a cold voice echoed, "Shinra, Tensei." In the next moment, a massive repulsive force erupted, centered on Zabuza, with such a wide range that even Naruto, Uzumaki, far away, was flung away. Just with a simple strike, Yamato, who had wood release at his disposal, was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth, his face turning as pale as paper. Meanwhile, Naruto, although protected by the Nine-Tails chakra, still felt a tremendous impact. He was struggling to get up from the ground to check on Yamato's condition. Seeing this scene, Sakura, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but scream, "Sasuke, Sasuke, are you okay?" "He's fine, but you might not be." As soon as the words were spoken, the dark space began to expand gradually, and a figure draped in a black cloak stepped out. At the moment Yamato saw the figure stepping out of the portal, his pupils suddenly contracted, his body involuntarily trembling, and then cold sweat began to pour down his back, soaking his clothes in an instant. He licked his dry lips and forced himself to look up at the figure in disbelief. He then hoarsely said, "I didn't expect it to be you, Izuna Uchiha." Chapter 125, of course, to retrieve the Nine Tails. As the words fell, Yamato suppressed the fear in his heart, propping himself up to sit, and continued, "Everyone be careful. This guy is extremely dangerous. He is an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by the village." Upon hearing this, shock appeared on Sakura's face as she instinctively looked at the figure in the black cloak. "Uchiha, Sasuke. Haven't they all been wiped out? And he is a rogue ninja from the village. Is he Sasuke's brother? No, where's my Sasuke?" In the next moment, Sakura suddenly reacted when she saw the figure lying on the ground in a blue short-sleeved shirt, covered in shurikens and unconscious. She immediately cried and rushed over to hold him in her arms. Meanwhile, Naruto had just recovered from the shock and, upon hearing the name Uchiha, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the newcomer with incredulity, Sasuke's clan, and a rogue ninja from a village. How is this possible? On the other side, Izuna Uchiha didn't say much. He merely glanced indifferently at Yamato before softly murmuring to himself, "Zabuza Momochi is my subordinate." Although he had ulterior motives, he was quite handy as a tool. Now that he's dead, this puts me in a difficult position. At that moment, Yamato's expression changed drastically, but he quickly forced himself to stabilize his emotions. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "I know you have a conflict with the village. You can kill me, but please let those 3 kids go. They're just genin and don't know anything. Moreover, Sasuke is still your clan member, and Hokage-sama is continuously watching over his growth, so you don't need to take things too far." Hearing this, Izuna Uchiha chuckled and shook his head, then softly replied, "What does Sasuke's situation have to do with me? Don't talk about clan members, even if he is, so what? In this world, strength is what matters. Weakness is the original sin." After a pause, Izuna slowly walked up to Naruto, looking down at him. His purple, ripple-patterned pupils glimmered with a strange light. Seeing this, Yamato finally noticed the mysterious eyes of Izuna Uchiha and couldn't help but exclaim, This is the Rinnegan. No, what are you planning to do?" Of course, to retrieve the Nine Tails. It was originally the summoning beast of the Uchiha clan, but it was sealed inside Kushina Uzumaki by Hashirama Senju back in the day. What did you just say?" At that moment, Yamato was completely stunned. The secrets involving the former Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, were beyond the understanding of an elite jonin from Konoha, let alone the involvement of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the original Konoha's first noble clan, Uchiha. The notion that the Nine Tails is just a summoning beast, normally speaking, such a claim would be absurd. But looking at Izuna's demeanor, it seemed to be true. What to do? The Nine Tails is a war weapon for Konoha and even a land of fire. It absolutely cannot be lost. Moreover, although Naruto is somewhat slow and a bit reckless, he has a kind heart and values friendship with his companions. Most importantly, he has inherited the will of fire from the third Hokage. Even though I am not Izuna's opponent right now, and even if I wanted to fight, I might not win. But protecting the new generation is something every Konoha ninja must do. Therefore, before I die, I absolutely cannot give up. Don't worry, Naruto. From now on, just watch me, Yamato. Just then, Sakura's scream rang out again. "Sasuke! Naruto! Woo, don't! Yamato-sensei, please come save Naruto. Why is this happening?" Hearing this, Yamato suddenly jolted and looked over. He saw Izuna Uchiha emotionlessly glancing at Naruto, who was struggling to get up. Then he bent down and placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen, seemingly intending to completely undo the seal. Meanwhile, Sakura stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with tears. Having never encountered such a situation before, she trembled all over, wanting to escape, but her legs wouldn't move an inch. Faced with this unknown enemy who could instantly defeat Yamato-sensei, who was also from Sasuke-kun's clan, she couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance. Now that Yamato-sensei was severely injured, and the Sasuke-kun was in a deep coma, and Naruto, who had poor strength and loved to boast, had actually stopped moving after Izuna Uchiha glanced at him. This was too unreal. No wonder he has always been at the bottom. It doesn't matter if he dies. But it's torturing me. What to do? who will save me? I don't want to die yet. While Sakura was mumbling to herself, Yamato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. Then, as if he had made a certain decision, he ignored the intense pain in his body and forced himself to stand up. But before he could act, he was noticed by Izuna Uchiha not far away. He saw a hand once again aimed at Yamato, who was performing would-release ninjutsu, and, as the fingers spread open, dense chakra began to gather. Accompanied by a cold voice, a massive repulsive force descended once more, instantly sending Yamato and the completed would-release jutsu flying away. Would-release, the great force technique. Shinra Tensei. After completing all this, Uchiha Izumi glanced down at the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki on the ground, completely defeated by the enhanced Tsukuyomi. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Next, all he had to do was extract the nine tails from the other party's body and then sign a summoning contract. With the nine tails in his possession, he could combine it with the ultimate ocular technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, unleashing the formidable Susanoo that could rival would-release. Although it would only be half of the nine tails, it would still greatly enhance his complete Susanoo. In this way, he could say that his initial goal had been achieved. Next, he just needed to control Yamato, Sakura, and Sasuke, then use a transformation technique to replace Naruto Uzumaki and reform the team with the other three to participate in the CHNIN exams. After all, Orochimaru would definitely come looking for Sasuke's body, and he could directly eliminate him, then initiate the Konoha collapse plan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi glanced once more at the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki and softly said, "For the main storyline mission, I can only send you on your way first. Next, I will temporarily replace you and put an end to your tragic childhood after killing the third Hokage." Chapter 126, Really Aggressive, Kyubi. Now, there was no one to interfere. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi surveyed his surroundings. He saw that aside from Sakura still trembling in place, Yamato and Sasuke were already lying on the ground, unaware of their fate. Meanwhile, the bridge builder from the Land of Waves, Tazuna, had already died under the attack of Shinra Tensei. He casually glanced at Sakura and put her under hypnosis, then shifted his attention to Naruto Uzumaki, looking at the side profile of the other party, which resembled Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Izumi felt a surge of emotions. As the protagonist of the Naruto anime, there was no doubt that this guy was the biological son of the world's will. Although he didn't know what consequences would arise from killing him, time waits for no one. Moreover, the longer he delayed, the faster the other party would grow. And there was even the Sage of Six Paths to protect him later on. So now was a very good opportunity. Besides, he never liked to procrastinate unless it was a system task. Otherwise, he would not leave problems to be solved later if they could be resolved on the spot. Furthermore, Naruto Uzumaki had not yet established a bond with the Nine Tails. Therefore, for the tailed beast, it was simply a matter of killing one Jinchuriki and changing the living environment. After all, it was all pretty much the same, so didn't he matter. But he was different from others. Capturing the Nine Tails could limit the true filial piety of Kagaya Tsutsuki's resurrection progress. On the other hand, it was even simpler. Once he obtained this half of the Nine Tails, he could release the Shinigami again and bring back Minato Namikaze using the Impure World reincarnation technique. Then he could obtain the other half and fuse them together, thus acquiring the complete Nine Tails. By then, if he signed the summoning contract with the Nine Tails, wouldn't everything fall into place? As for the souls of Minato and Kushina, it would be even easier. He could just disperse them. After all, they were just two ordinary Kaga-level beings, and keeping them around wouldn't help him at all. To prevent potential revenge from them, it was better to kill them outright. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi first opened a portal and dragged everyone into the Kamui space. Then he cast a reconnaissance technique to check Naruto Uzumaki's specific condition. Falling into deep thought. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Rank, Genin, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Current, hostile level, 23. Status, severe coma evaluation, like an ant. According to this status, if he extracted the Nine Tails, the Jinchuriki would definitely face death. To avoid being caught by Kagaya Tsutsuki, he decided to transfer Naruto Uzumaki to the Kamui space. Doing so would reduce the chances of being discovered. Although the Sage of Six Paths might not be able to seal him completely, he could still be a nuisance. This guy usually relied on his spiritual body to monitor the ninja world, and almost everything, big or small, could not escape his eyes. If the Sage of Six Paths acted personally and dragged him back to the ninja world, it would be difficult to complete the main storyline mission. However, it was somewhat strange why Kagaya had been able to act freely for so long, secretly undermining so many people and even altering the stone tablet without being discovered. It was truly absurd. So was it that Kagaya intentionally did this to protect her so-called brother? Or was it simply that the light was not visible under the lamp? How strange. Uchiha Izumi furrowed his brow slightly, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes, and ultimately decided to inquire first. Since he was going to deal with the Tsutsuki clan, it was best to have a simple understanding of it beforehand. System, I'm here. Are there any negative effects from killing Naruto Uzumaki? It may attract the continuous attention of the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Tsutsuki, but it's okay. The host can use the Fate Scroll to rewrite the occurrence of this situation. Fate Scroll? Yes. Casually taking out a black scroll from the system backpack, Uchiha Izumi looked at the item description again and fell into contemplation. Undoubtedly, this was a special item that could rewrite his fate. However, using it to shield against the Sage of Six Paths was indeed a bit of a waste of resources. However, to maximize benefits, he had to make some attempts, especially regarding power enhancement. If he could take this opportunity to obtain a Shura Chakra from within Naruto Uzumaki, that would be even better, by combining Yin Release and Yang Release. Perhaps his Rinnegan could level up again. By then, after completing the main storyline mission, using the Bloodline Limit Enhancement Scroll would be even more cost-effective. Just as Uchiha Izumi was pondering, Sasuke suddenly showed signs of waking up. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi immediately raised an eyebrow and then used his Rinnegan to cast a hypnosis technique on him. When he noticed that Sasuke had once again fallen into a coma, he immediately shifted his focus back to Naruto Uzumaki. Then, with a cold expression, he began forming hand signs. Moments later, a faint purple light appeared in Uchiha Izumi's eyes as he slowly pressed his right hand against Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen. Immediately, his spiritual energy surged forth, piercing directly into the sealing technique that Minato had used to seal the Nine Tails. The next moment, Uchiha Izumi felt darkness envelop him, and he found himself standing before a massive iron door. Before him, this enormous cage was tightly shut, and a sealing tag was affixed to its center. Beneath his feet was deep water, and a strong smell of rust filled the air. Sensing the malice and murderous intent surrounding this space, Uchiha Izumi murmured expressionlessly, "This is the place where the Nine Tails is sealed? It doesn't look like much." Just then, a roar filled with endless killing intent reached his ears. "Rinnegan? I didn't expect to see those eyes again after 1,000 years. You really surprised me, little brat." As the words fell, a face full of fangs and extremely ferocious appeared within the cage, followed by sharp claws that instantly penetrated the iron door and lunged towards Uchiha Izumi. But right after that, the crimson arm formed from the Nine Tails chakra flew back at an even faster speed. "Really aggressive, Kaibai. It seems that if I want to use you normally, I'll have to put a collar on you." "What did you say? Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Facing the Nine Tails threat, Uchiha Izumi remained expressionless. He simply extended his right hand towards the sealing talisman above the iron cage. A flash of surprise crossed his ripple-patterned pupils. And then he raised his head and said lightly, "It means exactly what you think it does. Next, let us let you enjoy a bit of freedom. After this, you won't have this chance again." Universal Pool. Chapter 127 ends. The tailed beast capture is complete. As the voice fell, an endless gravitational force pulled at the Nine Tails body. However, facing this chakra entity whose power far surpassed the other tailed beasts, Uchiha Izumi's universal pull could hardly move it at all. But with the sound of the sealing talisman tearing, the cage that had trapped the Nine Tails for many years opened in response. The next moment, a terrifying killing intent began to rapidly spread, and a claw wrapped in crimson chakra tentatively extended out, followed by an expression of disbelief on the anthropomorphized fox face of the Nine Tails. It came out? No deception, no lies. This guy just opened the seal? Filled with confusion, the Nine Tails cautiously extended its head again and found that it was still unobstructed. Raising its head, it looked incredulously at Uchiha Izumi, its bloodshot eyes filled with shock. What does this guy want to do? With the same Rinnegan as the old man, and there's even the aura of Indra within him. Is he his reincarnation? But wait, it shouldn't be that brat Uchiha Sasuke, right? Why has it suddenly changed people? Reflecting on the scenes it had seen before, the Nine Tails confirmed that this time the reincarnation of Indra was indeed that Uchiha Sasuke, and that Vortex Naruto was undoubtedly the reincarnation of his rival Ashura. Although these two direct descendants of Otsutsuki possessed immense power, after 1,000 years of reincarnation, the amount of chakra had significantly diminished. Even in Naruto's generation, Hikuden T Awaken would release, And that Uchiha Sasuke was even worse, only awakening his Sharingan at 12. This shows how poor their qualifications were. However, this boy who had awakened the Rinnegan seemed familiar from Naruto's perspective. The two were close in age, both at the bottom of the class, had similar impoverished backgrounds, and both had lost their parents. Similar experiences should have made them close friends. But the events of the night of the massacre completely shattered that bond. According to his own reasoning, this guy should have awakened after that night. There was no existence of the Rinnegan before, and even if there was, it couldn't possibly manifest in a child. With that thought, the Nine-Tails cast a complicated glance at Uchiha Izumi. Since it was related to the old man, it was even more necessary to test this guy's strength. Such evil chakra, even surpassing that of Uchiha Madara back in the day. Moreover, he even claimed he would put a collar on me. Even the real Indra back then would have to treat me with respect if he wanted to summon me to fight alongside him. Just as the Nine-Tails was still immersed in its past glory, two figures suddenly appeared in the ceiling space, one in front and one behind. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi understood in his heart, raised his head to focus on the two, and then slowly said, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, you two have finally decided to show yourselves. Having hidden inside Naruto for so long, it's about time I sent you two on your way. Bastard. Who are you? Where's my Naruto? In that moment, Kushina Uzumaki was completely furious. Originally, this chakra was meant to help the grown-up Naruto reinforce the seal. But suddenly an inexplicable ninja appeared. He actually possessed the legendary sage's eye and could forcibly enter her son's body to tear off the talismans used to seal the Nine-Tails. That was a bit outrageous. Based on past experiences, no ninja had ever been able to do this. After all, she was once the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. At least back then, no one could do such a thing purely relying on ocular power without her consent. Even that guy who called himself Uchiha Madara took the tailed beast from her at the time when she was most vulnerable after giving birth. Is this the special ability of the legendary sage's eye? What incredible power! However, the most important thing now was to reseal the Nine-Tails. Once the opponent left Naruto's body, it would surely cause big problems. Fortunately, Naruto was still alive, and she and Minato still had a chance. Additionally, they needed to figure out this guy's ultimate goal. According to clan records, that pair of eyes possessed unfathomable abilities, but what exactly it was remained unknown. Therefore, sealing the tailed beast and ensuring Naruto's life safety was the most important task for her and Minato. So first, let us probe a bit. Once they confirmed this guy's specific information, that would be the best time for her to strike hard. With that thought, Kushina Uzumaki turned to glance at Minato Namikaze, who was beside her with a serious expression and silent. She felt an inexplicable thud in her heart. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly from here on out. Even if she had to give up this body, she must ensure Naruto's safety. After a moment of silence, Kushina Uzumaki adjusted herself again and shifted her focus back to Uchiha Izumi. She prepared to act with Minato. If possible, sealing the Nine-Tails should be the main task. But the moment their eyes met, a pale purple light flashed by, followed by a peculiar force floating towards them along with those ripple-patterned eyes. In just an instant, Kushina Uzumaki's expression became dazed. Minato Namikaze beside her was equally unable to escape. Although the Flying Thunder God technique allowed for continuous spatial teleportation, the fourth Hokage, who depended on Naruto to survive, could not escape the Rinnegan's lock. Coupled with the huge disparity in their chakra, after a brief struggle, Minato's eyes completely lost focus. So weak, how did these two, Minato and Kushina, muster the courage? Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly and murmured softly. He then turned his gaze to the Nine-Tails, ignoring the tailed beast bomb that was about to be formed, and instantly activated the hypnosis technique using the Rinnegan. Moments later, Uchiha Izumi looked at the gigantic tailed beast quietly sitting in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Then, let us begin directly. He reached into the system backpack to take out the fate scroll, then crushed it in one go. At the same time, he silently chose to serve as the vessel for Ashura's chakra. When he felt a special energy flowing into his body, Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes to carefully sense it. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "This is Ashura's chakra? It doesn't seem like much." As the words fell, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from Uchiha Izumi's body. The intense chakra fluctuations instantly brought this sealed space to the brink of collapse. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi realized that something extraordinary must have happened to his body in the outside world. He quickly took out the long-preserved QB summoning contract from his space backpack. Then, he swiftly wrote his name on it in blood, followed by a drop of blood from the Kyuubi, feeling the special sensation emanating from the void. Uchiha Izumi understood that the contract should have taken effect. He raised his head to look at the Kyuubi again, noticing that its originally bloodshot eyes had now transformed into light purple, ripple-like pupils. Observing this, Uchiha Izumi thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's leave this place, Kyuubi." Chapter 128 New Ability, Will Tomb, Border Hell. Looking again at the still-dazed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment, deciding to take action and send them on their way. There was no choice. One must see things through to the end. Since he had decided to extract the Kyuubi, it was impossible for Naruto Uzumaki to survive. The tailed beast and the Jinchuriki are one entity. If one dies or leaves, the other cannot survive alone. Since Naruto's death was an undeniable fact, it was only logical to kill Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki as well. Although these two posed no threat, his basic principle was to eliminate the roots along with the weeds. No matter how strong the opponent is, once they become an enemy, there is no way to let them go, especially since both of them were skilled in sealing techniques. Who knows what unexpected situations might arise? Therefore, dealing with them here was his best choice. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi focused his right eye on Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Immediately, the eye technique, Amaterasu from his Sharingan, enveloped their bodies. Moments later, when their chakra bodies were completely consumed by the unquenchable black flames, Uchiha Izumi stepped forward to check once more. Confirming there were no issues, he turned and left the spot. In the outside world, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the continuous increase of chakra within him, he realized that the effect of Ashura's bloodline had taken place. Although this chakra had been mostly worn down over millennia of reincarnation, the remaining portion still provided him with a significant boost. Not only had the power of his Rinnegan increased by a level, but he had also gained a new ability. Casually using water style, he formed a mirror. Uchiha Izumi looked into it. He saw the purple Rinnegan shining brightly, the center of the originally ripple-patterned pupils, now featuring 3 tomo. The system prompt echoing in his mind confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the fusion of Indra and Ashura's chakra had caused a qualitative change. Uchiha Madara, due to insufficient foundation, took decades to finally awaken the Rinnegan. Unlike him, Uchiha Izumi already possessed the Rinnegan and was also an Indra reincarnation, possessing relatively perfect Tsutsuki clan genes. Thus, the enhancement after fusion was greater, and the emergence of a new ability was not surprising. Having this thought, Uchiha Izumi quickly called out to the system in his mind and checked the newly acquired special skill of the Rinnegan. "I'm here." Opening the interface. "Okay, host." Clicking on a very complex icon on the interface, Uchiha Izumi carefully read the skill description. Will Tomb, Border Hell, SS rank, a special ninjutsu attached to the Rinnegan, capable of creating physical shadows using the power of division, initially 4, which can interfere with the real world and perform attacks and defenses. After a certain period, they must return to the main body for cooldown before they can be used again. Note, only those who possess the Rinnegan can see it. Additionally, those who master Sage Art can also perceive the existence of the shadows. Uchiha Madara's ability? That works too. It's quite useful. At least it won't be detected by ordinary people. It integrates offense and defense, and can transfer damage received by the main body to the shadows, effectively adding several fixed shadow clones. Overall, it is quite good, though it's a pity that it didn't directly awaken the would-release bloodline limit. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi once again felt the power from Ashura. He discovered that the total amount of chakra within him had increased by at least 1/3. And due to the presence of Yang release, his recovery ability had also greatly improved, at least without activating Sage Mode. He could reach about half of Senju Hashirama's recovery capacity. Additionally, his physical attributes, such as speed, strength, perception, and resistance to ninjutsu and jinjutsu, had also been enhanced. Even his lifespan had increased. Of course, the most important aspect was the resistance to jinjutsu. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could almost be immune to the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan during his battle with Uchiha Madara, although the Rinnegan could likely achieve this as well. It ultimately did not have the passive convenience of a sage body. However, this enhancement in strength was still quite good. After a long time, after briefly reviewing his gains, Uchiha Izumi once again shifted his attention to Naruto Uzumaki. Next was the exciting part of extracting the Kyuubi chakra. Normally, as long as the seal is loosened, one can attempt to extract the tailed beast. For example, like Uchiha Bito did to Kushina Uzumaki, taking action when she was weak. The other method is to rely on special techniques to directly enter the Jinchuriki's body, such as techniques, ninjutsu, or special bloodline limits. Then, find a way to tear open the seal while ensuring one's survival. Since the tailed beast has a strong desire to attack and destroy, any ninja approaching will be directly attacked. Therefore, the second method is the most difficult and, relatively speaking, the most straightforward and brutal. Bending down again, Uchiha Izumi placed his hand on Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen and formed a hand seal with one hand, accompanied by the continuous infusion of chakra. He re-established communication with the Kyuubi's main body, which had been completely controlled by the Rinnegan. Then, with a strong pull, the rich-tailed beast chakra surged out. In just a moment, a huge and fierce-tailed beast appeared in the Kamui space. As the violent and evil chakra erupted, it created a whirlwind that made Uchiha Izumi's clothes rustle. On the other side, the unconscious Yamato and others were even worse off, being directly blown away while still in a stupor. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi finally revealed a long-lost smile. He had succeeded. Next, all he had to do was extract the half-Kyuubi from Minato Namikaze's body. This way, if he activated Susanoo, he could at least reach Uchiha Madara's level. However, what he was missing now was Minato Namikaze's summoning medium. It seemed that this time, in Konoha, he would need to obtain the body of the fourth Hokage to perform the impure world reincarnation before finally extracting the Kyuubi from this guy's body. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi paused. He got up and dragged back the few people who were still unconscious. After pondering for a moment, he softly murmured to himself, "It seems I still need to use the Manjiki Sharingan to give Yamato, Sakura, and Sasuke mental suggestions to prevent them from being discovered by Konoha, at least before the Nin exams start. I can't let the plot deviate from the predetermined track." Konoha Collapse Plan. Orochimaru, see you in the Death Forest. Chapter 129. Latest news on the Chunin exams. 5 days later, outside the village of Konoha in the Land of Fire, a group of people is walking slowly. "Lord Izumi, we're approaching Konoha. Is there anything we need to do?" A ninja with short brown hair and a forehead protector similar to Senju Tobarama's said respectfully. On the other side, a boy wearing an orange jacket with 3 whisker-like lines on each cheek replied coldly, "I told you, once we enter the Land of Fire, do not expose our identities at will. This is the last warning." "Yes, Naruto." The group is the 7th squad returning to Konoha after completing their mission in the Land of Waves. Among them, the one referred to as Naruto is actually Uchiha Izumi, who has completely taken control of the 9 tails. Since the completion of the tailed beast extraction ceremony a few days ago, Yamato and the others have been fully awakened and have undergone deep hypnosis using the power of the Rinnegan. This ability can cause significant harm to the brain. A slight misstep could turn the subject into a complete idiot. But clearly, as the caster, Uchiha Izumi did not care about this at all. He even deliberately added several layers of seals deep in the consciousness of a few people using his Manjiki Sharingan to prevent their memories from being read by the ninja from the Mountain Clan if they were exposed, thereby affecting the completion of his main mission. After all, they're just consumables, mere tools. Even if they are ruined, it won't affect him. Looking around, Uchiha Izumi slowly focused his attention on the few remaining members of his clan. After careful observation, he thought to himself, Uchiha Sasuke. Since Itachi's death, there were only 2 members of the Uchiha clan left in the open within the ninja world. Although he was sure there were still clan members in hiding who had not been discovered, it was basically very difficult to encounter them, especially after extracting the 9 tails. He had once used natural energy to get close to Sasuke and discovered that he possessed the special ability of the White Zetsu Spore technique. It was clear that these were all prearranged by Black Zetsu, waiting for him to grow to a certain level before making contact. According to Uchiha Itachi's standards of strength, Sasuke would at least need to reach this level. At that time, he would only need some so-called truths about the Uchiha Massacre Night. After being brainwashed, Uchiha Sasuke would be the best executor of Black Zetsu's Moon Eye plan. After all, the rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki organization are unreliable. Moreover, Nagato's true body is inconvenient to move, and the most critical point is that he has his own ideas, just like Uchiha Obito back in the day. Only the inexperienced Sasuke would be the most suitable. At that time, merging the eyes of the 2 brothers to unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan would make Uchiha Sasuke, whose heart is filled with hatred, the perfect tool for Black Zetsu. Therefore, after dealing with those White Zetsu clones, Uchiha Izumi first provided simple treatment to Sasuke. Then he took out the black sphere with a strange smile from his system backpack. Art is an explosion. This item can be detonated at any time according to the host's specified time. After using the ability of the Rinnegan to put this item into Uchiha Sasuke's body, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, this item for clearing the field is no longer very useful to him. After all, with this thing, he couldn't even instantaneously eliminate Manda, allowing the opponent to survive for several minutes. In short, its power is insufficient. It would probably be quite difficult to kill a shadow clone, let alone compare it to one of the Rinnegan's abilities, like Shinra Tensei or Chibaku Tensei. Taking this step is purely placing a pawn, just in case it might be useful in the future. Who knows, it might bring him a surprise. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi looked at Konoha getting closer and couldn't help but start to anticipate the upcoming main mission. After a long while, Yamado's team encountered no difficulties and smoothly entered the Hidden Leaf Village. What's going on lately? The checks are so strict. A merchant pushing a unicycle wiped the sweat from his forehead and then spoke with a hint of confusion. Today I saw some of the Longshin group being stopped. They said dangerous items are not allowed to enter. This is not usual. They were just ordinary explosive tags, and they collected all of them. Upon hearing this, another villager carrying a large package immediately responded. Who says otherwise? I heard that those guys who deal in explosive tags have recently been banned from entering. Ah, no way. That's ridiculous. The middle-aged merchant who first spoke was taken aback, unable to help but speak again. Hey, do you think they might be taking advantage of this? You mean lining their own pockets? That's really possible. Maybe these ninja lords are short on cash. Hearing this, the last middle-aged merchant with a beard flashed a strange look in his eyes, his heart stirred, and he then solemnly agreed. Yeah, there's a policy from above, and there's a countermeasure below. That's not surprising. But what is Lord Hokage really doing? Sigh, we all turn a blind eye and let it pass. Don't take it too seriously. Suffering is a blessing. The villager forcefully placed the package on his unicycle, then tied up the goods with his calloused hands, and immediately spoke angrily. Konoha is ruined by these dogs. What nonsense are you talking, Kazuhaya? Are you looking for death? Watch your words. Let us talk about it on the way back. Hearing the exchange among the nearby merchants, Uchiha Izumi gained some understanding of the recent situation in Konoha. It seems that the joint Chunin exams are about to begin, and to avoid possible conflicts and contradictions between various ninja villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen has still adopted the basic policy of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, expanding the protective measures to all aspects of the village. From prohibiting the entry of contraband items to directly dispatching ninjas to patrol day and night, inspecting suspicious individuals. All this is to create a relatively safe exam environment. This way, when the nobles from various countries come to watch, it will give the daimyo more face in this invitational tournament, thereby increasing the financial allocation to Konoha for the next year. Of course, the most critical point is to take this opportunity to showcase Konoha's strength, allowing the other four countries to seriously consider the consequences of starting a war, thus continuing to maintain peace. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi issued a mental suggestion to the group to disperse, then wandered alone in Konoha. Following Naruto's usual habits, he first went to Ichiraku Ramen and indulged in 3 large bowls. After that, he set off on his way home again. However, fate's arrangement was exceptionally clever. When Uchiha Izumi saw the peculiar outfits of Sarutobi Konohamaru and his 2 companions, he understood that the plot was still following its original trajectory. Chapter 130. First meeting Gaara. Konohamaru, what you 3 doing? Uchiha Izumi, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the trio playing ninja games with a calm expression and asked lightly, Ah, big brother, you're back. Huh? Who is she? Naruto? Before his words fell, a gentle voice rang out from behind Uchiha Izumi. According to the plot's progression, Uchiha Izumi didn't need to turn around to know that the newcomer was Haruno Sakura, Naruto's teammate. However, under the control of the Rinnegan, although Sakura appeared somewhat dazed, she had not been discovered. Noticing the arrival of a few people, Uchiha Izumi understood that Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, was also nearby. He then manipulated Sakura to strike Sarutobi Konohamaru with a heavy punch, directly intensifying the conflict between the two. As expected, the script continued perfectly as he had envisioned. First, Kankuro and Temari appeared and directly captured Konohamaru. Then Uchiha Izumi calmly stepped forward. Let him go, he's just a child. A leaf genin. Kankuro glanced at the ninja in an orange jacket wearing a leaf headband in front of him and said confidently. However, his actions did not stop. He tightened his grip on Konohamaru. With a cold laugh, He then took the puppet from his back and placed it on the ground, contemptuously saying, "What if I don't let go? Just a leaf genin, and he thinks he can negotiate with me? Kid, looking at you, have you ever seen blood? You must have just graduated and haven't gone on a mission yet, right?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly looked at the other party, seemingly unconcerned by the slightly mocking words. But in the next moment, Konohamaru in Kankuro's hands mysteriously disappeared. Seeing the scene, Temari immediately showed a shocked expression and took out a fan from behind, adopting a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Kankuro looked at his hands with an incredulous expression, then raised his head to look at Uchiha Izumi not far away. He saw Izumi slowly placing Konohamaru on the ground and then calmly turning to leave. How is this possible? What just happened? I didn't see this guy make any moves. He was able to silently take that child away, and I didn't feel any contact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a leaf genin have this kind of strength? Kankuro raised his head, looking at the figure in the orange jacket with disbelief. The absurdity in his heart grew stronger. He knew that even Gaara couldn't do this right under his nose. A mere leaf genin. He must have used some underhanded means. Thinking of this, Kankuro couldn't help but release the crow in his hand, then shouted, "Bastard! How dare you insult me? Do you dare to fight me?" Not interested. Facing Kankuro's provocation, Uchiha Izumi didn't care at all. A mere ant's impotent rage couldn't stir up any waves. After all, this guy wouldn't live much longer, so why should he get angry with a dying person? Shrugging, Uchiha Izumi then walked away without looking back. Seeing this, Kankuro's anger surged, and he couldn't help but act rashly, grabbing the puppet in his hand and preparing to attack directly. "Damn guy, I'm going to kill you." "Enough, Kankuro. You've embarrassed the village." At that moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. In that instant, Kankuro felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. A chill ran through him, and he instantly calmed down. He mechanically turned to look. A boy with a large gourd on his back and dark circles under his eyes was looking at him coldly. He couldn't help but swallow hard, then showed a terrified expression, stammering, "Gaara, you're here." Upon hearing the question, the boy called Gaara did not answer, but shouted at the distant figure that was about to disappear, "Hey, what's your name?" Uchiha Izumi paused slightly at this, and casually replied, "Uzumaki Naruto." A week later, the first examination venue for the joint Chunin exam. "Hey, everyone is here." "Yeah, Asuma-sensei helped us sign up, so we're all participating this time." A boy with pineapple head responded in a calm tone, hands in his pockets. "Shikamaru, look over there. It seems like Sasuke and the others are coming." It looks like this exam won't be easy. What a hassle." Saying this, the boy known as Shikamaru paused, then looked up and continued, "Uchiha Sasuke is the top student of our class. He's not easy to deal with." "Huh, what are you afraid of? I've been training hard during this time, so we just wait and see." Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Hello everyone, we've arrived. Looks like we're late." After saying this, Uchiha Izumi glanced at Sakura, who spoke, and then looked at a few familiar figures ahead, instantly falling silent. "Ah, Sasuke, you guys are here. Huh. Naruto is also coming to participate in the Chunin exam." At this moment, a boy with dog ears and paint on his face spoke arrogantly. The few standing beside Shikamaru frowned slightly, then a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes, clearly agreeing with Inuzuka Kiba's opinion. Usually, Uzumaki Naruto loved to show off in class, but the key was that his grades were terrible. Whether in practical classes or theoretical ones, he was always last, and he barely passed the graduation exam. Having such a person represent Konoha in the joint Chunin exam would be embarrassing if anyone knew. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru shook his head and then walked forward to ignore Uzumaki Naruto and talk to Kiba and others. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi didn't mind, but secretly gave mental suggestions to Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. He let them play freely without revealing themselves, then walked alone to a corner at the edge of the classroom. Looking around, he found that besides Yakushi Kabuto, who had died in his memory, several other sound ninjas were present. It seemed that the plot had not changed because of his appearance and continued along the original trajectory. That was fine. Without the butterfly effect, his main mission would be easier to complete. At this point, Orochimaru should have been prepared, and that group from Sunagakure should also be in position. They just needed a trigger to launch the plan to collapse Konoha. Chapter 131. The Forest of Death. The game is about to begin. Next, it continued just as shown in his memory. First, the future character who would play a binding game with the lowly, Marino Ibiki, appeared as the chief examiner, explained the exam rules, and then began distributing the test papers. Soon, everyone showed their skills, trying to pass the theoretical exam with their abilities. However, unlike the original, Uchiha Izumi decisively refused the cheating service offered by Hyuga Hinata. He then picked up the test paper and finished all the answers in just 10 minutes. This scene left Hinata in shock, frequently turning her head to glance at Uchiha Izumi. As a result, she was warned by the proctor once. As the number of people in the exam room decreased, many began to feel anxious and restless. After a moment of silence, she looked at Uchiha Izumi again with suspicion, and that faint sense of estrangement in her heart grew stronger. She felt that the person in front of her suddenly became incredibly unfamiliar. Was it an illusion? What happened to Naruto? Ever since he returned from the land of waves, he seemed like a completely different person. Hinata Hyuga subconsciously rolled her eyes a few times, and when she noticed that the person in front of her no longer had the vortex-shaped ceiling technique on their abdomen, a panicked expression immediately appeared on her face. She then raised her head and looked at Uchiha Izumi with an incredulous gaze, fear evident on her face. Naruto. This guy isn't Naruto-kun. Who is he, and where did Naruto go? What should I do? Should I expose him here? I. Just as Hinata Hyuga was muttering in fear, Uchiha Izumi suddenly turned to look at her. Huh? Did he notice something? Byakugan is really troublesome. Uchiha Izumi frowned, and his right index finger moved slightly. Immediately, Hinata Hyuga, next to him, fell silent, her shocked expression disappearing, replaced by a somewhat dazed look. After a moment, she returned to normal. It should be fine now. This young lady from the Hyuga clan is far too concerned about Naruto Uzumaki. Without some mental suggestion, she might soon realize that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been replaced. I still want to play ninja games with them for a few more days. I can't be discovered now. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi shifted his gaze back, crossed his hands, and placed them on the table, quietly waiting for the exam to end. After a long time, the voice of the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, rang out from the podium. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully passed the first round of the Chunin exam. Next, the chief examiner for the second round will lead you to participate in the practical test. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of a window shattering, a seductive voice drew everyone's attention. I am Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner for the second round of the exam. And tomorrow I will lead everyone to the exam site. After her words, the many genin began to discuss in low voices. Tomorrow? ISNT it now? Why we have to wait another day? I can't wait. Yeah, let us just finish the exam. So annoying. Quiet. Obey my orders, or all of you will be disqualified from the exam. You can ask your supervising jonin after returning, and they will tell you the specific gathering location. That's all for today. Everyone should rest well. Dismissed. With that, Mitarashi Anko surveyed the surroundings, saw that no one raised objections, and nodded in satisfaction. Then she glanced at Marino Ibiki behind her and used the body flicker technique to leave without hesitation. A day later, at the entrance of the Forest of Death in Konoha, with the arrival of many genin, the atmosphere on site gradually became tense. A sound ninja, filled with killing intent, slowly walked up to Uchiha Sasuke and said in a chilling tone, "Looks like you're the strongest genin of this year in Konoha. Are you interested in sparring with me? I'll be waiting for you in the Forest of Death." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke looked over with cold eyes. The sound ninja, whose face was wrapped in bandages, stopped in front of him, leisurely gazing at him. Even the two teammates beside him wore expressions of disdain. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. He glanced around and saw that everyone was watching with interest, so he coldly replied, "Sure. Remember to tell these two brats to stay away. I'm not in a good mood today. If they interfere with our fight, I might not be able to resist killing them." Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi raised his head and glanced at the three sound ninjas in front of him, still saying nothing. Instead, he slowly suppressed the killing intent in his heart, then turned expressionlessly to leave the spot. But at that moment, the leading sound ninja suddenly called out to Uchiha Izumi and stepped forward, coldly saying, "Hey brat, what kind of attitude is that? To die in my hands is your honor. You're just a yellow-haired trash. How dare you ignore me? Dosu, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him later." A sound ninja dressed in a beige outer garment with the character for death embroidered on it, sporting a gray flat top, arrogantly said. The female ninja, standing nearby, could not help but chime in loudly. "Yeah, just a Konoha genin. It would be easy to take care of him." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi slightly shook his head, sneered, and then turned to quietly ask, "You all so confident that you can win? Ha, are you scared? Don't worry, there won't be any pain. We sound ninjas never play ninja games." As soon as he finished speaking, a shuriken suddenly shot from the air, accurately embedding itself in the ground between them. Then, A ninja wearing a yellow windbreaker and a fishnet top suddenly appeared, directly interrupting the tense atmosphere. Hey, you two, cut it out. During the exam, you can do whatever you want. Now get back to your spots, especially you, Naruto, Uzumaki. Upon hearing this, several small country ninjas nearby burst into laughter, then turned their playful gazes toward Uchiha Izumi. They completely disregarded the chief examiner's feelings and began to discuss loudly. Huh, is this the genin from Konoha? They really are weak. Yeah, look at this yellow-haired brat. He looks so timid. It's hilarious. Is this guy here to make us laugh? What do you mean you're confident you can win? Don't even realize where this is? This is the joint Chunin exam, not some ninja game you play in school. Look at his eyes. I'm so scared. Come and hit me. Enough. Shut up. This is Konoha. From now on, whoever discusses this will be killed immediately. Saying this, Mitarashi Anko glanced at Uchiha Izumi. Then a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Chapter 132. The Heaven and Earth Scroll. Next is the survival mode. Hey, brat. What are you still standing there for? Am I supposed to invite you back? I really don't understand what's wrong with you. Keep causing trouble, and you'll be disqualified from the exam. After saying this, Mitarashi Anko looked at Uchiha Izumi with disgust once more and began to think in her heart. Naruto Uzumaki has always been last in his ninja school studies. Just a bottom feeder. I really don't know where he got the courage to participate in the Chunin exam. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, wouldn't it be better to stay quietly in the village? Why come out and embarrass himself? Even a sound ninja who appeared out of nowhere can act recklessly against this guy. And as a Konoha Genin, he doesn't even dare to fight back. It's truly pathetic. I really don't understand why Yamato would recommend such trash to participate in the Chunin exam. It's simply disgraceful for Konoha. Now it's fine. In the second exam, it's 3-person teams. This might even drag down Uchiha Sasuke, the top student, making it impossible for him to get out of the forest of death. What is the Hokage thinking? Even if he wants the Jinchuriki to improve their strength, there should be Ambu to supervise strictly. Thinking of this, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but complain a few more times about Uchiha Izumi in her heart before turning to leave the spot. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi had already sensed the disdainful gazes of those around him early in the morning, but he simply shook his head indifferently. As long as it didn't affect the progress of the main mission, these people were just a bunch of ants to him, nothing more. He could deal with them all at once later. There was no need to specifically target anyone. Whether they were sound ninjas or from sand, waterfall, grass, or leaf villages, even if they were Mitarashi Anko or Orochimaru, he would eventually encounter them in the forest of death, and he could handle them all then. However, the current ninjas were not very strong, but their judgment of people was quite accurate. Hundreds of genin were participating in this joint Chunin exam, yet trouble always found its way to him first. Was this the treatment of a protagonist? With this thought, Uchiha Izumi smiled helplessly and sat down next to a large tree, quietly contemplating his subsequent plans while waiting for the upcoming practical exam. He bore the face of Uzumaki Naruto, and although he had anticipated it, the ridicule he faced during this period was even worse than what the original body experienced in the Ninja Academy. This showed how much the entire Konoha education system had deteriorated. Even bullying was a normal occurrence here. However, strength was the most respected in the ninja world, and this was a recognized fact. Therefore, even among comrades from the same village, it was hard to understand each other if their strengths were unequal. Not to mention the original identity, backed by the #1 noble clan in Konoha, the Uchiha. Due to poor talent, even signing a contract with a summoning beast was a struggle, let alone being ridiculed and beaten by classmates in school and subjected to various humiliations by teachers. It seems that participating in this joint Chunin exam under the guise of Uzumaki Naruto was the right choice, since everyone was so enthusiastic about using violence. Then let him help this already pathological village make some changes. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but smile slightly. Then his expression turned enigmatic. Next, it was time to enter the Battle Royale mode. A few hours later, Mitarashi Anko stepped forward and coughed, then placed her hands on her hips and said in a loud voice, "The rules of this exam are clearly stated on the agreement you all have in hand. If there are no questions, then sign it. Of course, some of you who are lagging behind can still withdraw now." Saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Uzumaki Naruto not far away. After seeing no one chose to leave, she pouted and continued. "There are a total of 78 people here, divided into 26 teams. In a moment, you can choose your entrance and follow the person in charge. In 30 minutes, everyone will enter the forest of death together. Remember, you have only 5 days to reach the tower at the center Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi waved to his two teammates and then walked towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino, seeing that Sakura, who had been confronting her, suddenly turned and left, was momentarily at a loss. Although the two often quarreled, they still regarded each other as their best friends. When Ino saw Sakura leave without a word, confusion filled her face. What happened? She usually wasn't like this. Just as Ino stood there watching Sakura's back, the pineapple-haired boy next to her spoke up. From the beginning, I felt something was off with those guys, especially Uzumaki Naruto. According to his usual personality, he would have exploded if anyone provoked him. But today, honestly, it feels very strange. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Just then, the round boy beside him, who was munching on a bag of chips, replied, I think it's normal, CHG. That guy Naruto is too weak. He must be scared seeing so many people. And those rain ninjas and sound ninjas look tough. Keeping quiet is nothing unusual. Upon hearing this, the pineapple-haired boy, named Shikamaru, nodded in agreement with his companion. He then handed the agreement to Yamanaka Ino and spoke again. Our target is Uzumaki Naruto. Let's eliminate the weakest one first. Then we can work together to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Even if he's the top student, he can't go far with a laggard like Naruto. He might as well contribute to us. After a pause, Shikamaru glanced at Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi CHG again, then said in a serious tone, we need to make quick work of this. I feel like many people have their eyes on Uzumaki Naruto. After all, their team is recognized as the weakest, and as long as we take care of them, we have a 50-50 chance of passing the exam. This is a sure deal. I think we should give it a try. What do you guys say? Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi CHG exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After a long while, Uchiha Izumi followed the exam proctor to the entrance of the Forest of Death. After watching the proctor unlock the chains, he turned to signal Sasuke and Sakura to follow him. He then calmly bypassed the examiner and slowly walked in. The Heaven and Earth Scroll? Chapter 133. The Killing Game in the Forest of Death. Lord Izumi, what should we do now? Follow me. Do we need to set a trap? No need. With that, Uchiha Izumi glanced at Haruno Sakura, who still intended to ask more questions, and then quickened his pace. Up to now, this pink-haired supporting character had actually become less useful. It could even be said that she was dispensable, as the upcoming third exam could be forfeited. Moreover, it would hardly affect the plot's direction. Therefore, even if it was just a temporary clone, it would be enough to handle everything that would happen in the next month. However, according to the original story, Orochimaru directly approached Uchiha Sasuke. During this time, besides Uzumaki Naruto, who was entangled with summoning beasts, Haruno Sakura also faced the opponent's attacks directly. Although it was just a probing attack, Orochimaru was still very patient and played a little ninja game with the two before choosing to leave in order to plant the curse mark on Sasuke. And next, what he needed to do was to deal with those genin and then quietly wait. Although there were ways to directly lock onto Orochimaru's whereabouts. Doing so would lose a lot of fun. After all, the Chunin exam was a classic scene in the original story. It would be unreasonable not to experience it firsthand. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi activated his Rinnegan and began to slowly search along the way. After a while, feeling the chakra of 3 unfamiliar ninjas resting not far away in the forest, he immediately changed direction and rushed over. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 rain ninjas were chatting happily. However, due to the masks they wore, they could only sense their companion's joy through snippets of conversation. Suddenly, the only sensing ninja in the group raised his head sharply and looked fiercely into the depths of the forest. In the next moment, a short figure wearing an orange jacket suddenly appeared in front of them. The person had short golden hair and was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, looking expressionless at that moment. Seeing this, the rain ninja pondered for a moment and then recalled the identity of the boy in front of him. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and a killing intent quickly rose on his face. Hey, you two, come and see who this is. What a pleasant surprise. ISNT it just delivered to us? He said, heaven has a road you don't walk, hell has no. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Izumi's finger moved slightly, and the 3 of them stood there in a daze. After casually rummaging through their ninja tool bags, he found that the others also had the Heaven Scroll like himself, and then he took out the Izanagi sword from his system backpack and directly slashed down. Swish! Although these guys hadn't team-mocked Naruto Uzumaki before, they were the closest ones. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. They could only blame their bad luck. Slowly wiping the sword blade, Uchiha Izumi then put the Kusanagi sword back. He then spread his mental energy again and continued searching. After a long time, accompanied by a scream, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly pulled out the black rod that was embedded in the opponent's body. These few grass country ninjas had no advantages other than running fast. Their strength was far inferior to the previous team of ItachiAgain he had just killed. At least they had used fire release to put on a show for themselves. After resolving all the ninjas within a few kilometers, Uchiha Izumi still hadn't encountered any Sound Village ninjas. Although he knew Orochimaru was definitely plotting something in the dark, it didn't matter. Judging from the Rain Tiger free technique that had just covered the entire Death Forest, there were still 20 teams gradually advancing towards the center. It seemed that these genin were quite cautious on their first day, mainly focusing on gathering intelligence. The 4 teams closest to him had chosen to rest in place because of the heavy rain. However, the distances between them were very close. If there were any sensing ninjas among them, the probability of conflict between several small teams would greatly increase. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi controlled the temporary beast path made by his teammate Haruno Sakura to maintain the Rain Tiger free technique. He then activated the yellow Spring Hirasaka to tear through space and left the original location. On the other side, 3 boys were hiding under a big tree to escape the heavy rain. They sat on the ground with some simple food in front of them, seemingly planning to take a break and replenish their energy. At this moment, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle and a Konoha forehead protector on his arm spoke first. Choji, Ino, we need to speed up. The enemies we encounter will gradually get stronger, and it will be more difficult to get the scroll later. That may be true, but Shikamaru, look at this heavy rain. How can we encounter enemies? Said Ino, the blonde girl, while criticizing. And Choji, stop eating. Let us think of a way together. Just then, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from the jungle. Hee, hello there, Konoha Genin. You can sit down and eat in such heavy rain. You seem quite leisurely. Want to add me to your group? Hearing this, the boy with the pineapple hairstyle was startled and instinctively looked up. You are? San, yes. Although we are allied nations, there is no distinction in the Death Forest, so hand over your scrolls. This is impossible. We will not give up easily. At this moment, Yamanaka Ino suddenly spoke, directly blocking their retreat. The Sand Ninjas drew their kunai and grinned as they charged forward. Seeing this, Shikamaru knew there was no way to hide anymore. These bald Sand Ninjas looked mature, and their entire bodies exuded a murderous aura. Clearly veterans who had participated in multiple Chunin exams. It seemed they had to find a way to take down these people. Hopefully, their scrolls would be useful. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru immediately drew a kunai and called his 2 teammates to charge forward together. Moments later, accompanied by several painful cries, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino fell heavily to the ground, leaving only Nara Shikamaru, who was clutching his bleeding arm, retreating behind a big tree. Ugh. This is bad. These guys are surprisingly strong. If this continues, I might really die. He gritted his teeth and peered out, only to see 3 Sand Ninjas surrounding him in a triangular formation. Due to the injury to his arm, his stamina was quickly depleting along with the blood loss. No, I have to think of a way, hurry. Just as Nara Shikamaru closed his eyes and desperately tried to squeeze out ideas, several screams suddenly rang out, and the bodies soaked in the rain began to tremble. What happened? What is going on? Who died? He pressed his body against the tree and carefully sensed, only to hear the previous 3 Sand Ninjas' foul words had disappeared, leaving only the sound of rain hitting the ground continuously. After a pause, Nara Shikamaru cautiously peeked his head out from behind the tree, and the next moment his eyes widened in shock. Naruto? Looking around, he saw a boy in an orange jacket standing expressionlessly in the heavy rain. Surrounding him were the bodies of 3 Sand Ninjas, blood mixed with rainwater flowing freely on the ground. His 2 teammates were struggling on the ground, trying to stand up. The most terrifying thing was that the torrential rain was blocked by an invisible barrier within a meter of Uzumaki Naruto, unable to touch the golden-haired boy even slightly. Seeing this scene, Nara Shikamaru was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. This is Uzumaki Naruto? How is this possible? ISNT this guy always at the bottom? He actually managed to kill 3 Sand Ninjas by himself. On the other side, Yamanaka Ino had also slowly stopped struggling, staring blankly at the familiar yet strange figure in front of her. Chapter 134. The killing continues. Nara Shikamaru's ambition. Uzumaki Naruto? He is so strong. What on earth happened? It's hard to believe that this guy can achieve this level. In just a moment, the battle ended. At this moment, Yamanaka Ino seemed to have a newfound understanding of the boy who had always been referred to as the bottom of the barrel. After a moment of silence, just as she was about to struggle to get up again, Akimichi Choji beside her shouted loudly, Naruto, come help me. I can't get up. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise we would be dead. Shut up, Choji. This guy's identity is highly suspicious. He might not be Naruto. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru suddenly realized something, and cold sweat immediately broke out. Oh no, I shouldn't have revealed his identity. It's all my fault for worrying too much about Choji's safety, forgetting that this Uzumaki Naruto could kill 3 sand ninjas alone. I had a feeling something was off with this guy. Indeed, there's a huge problem. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru looked up again, but was terrified to find that the figure had disappeared. Where did he go? At that moment, Nara Shikamaru trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down, wishing he could leave immediately. After enduring the baptism of the will of fire, the safety of his companions finally overcame the fear within him, forcing him to stay. What are you looking for? Do you need my help? Just as Nara Shikamaru was looking around, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. In an instant, Nara Shikamaru's body stiffened, and he mechanically turned his head, forcing a smile. You, hello Naruto. I am Sore. Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, then placed a hand on Nara Shikamaru's head and teased softly. Hee hee, no wonder you're a genius genin with an IQ of 250. You're truly exceptional. It's almost time, and another team of ninjas is coming over, just in time to send you on your way. As the words fell, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino's pupils shrank, and a chill filled their bodies. Only Akimichi Choji still didn't quite understand what was happening, lying on the ground deep in thought. Why is everyone so tense? Haven't we been saved? In the next moment, Nara Shikamaru suddenly flew backward, followed by a pitch-black shadow, merging with Uchiha Izumi. Shadow imitation technique, success. Ino, you need to move faster. I can't hold him for long. Ugh, so annoying. Ninja art, mind-body switch technique. You're too slow, Shinra Tensei. As the words fell, a powerful repulsive force centered on Uchiha Izumi swept away everything around. The earth flew, and trees were uprooted. The new generation of Konoha's Inoshikacho trio was instantly sent flying and died before even hitting the ground. The 3 ninjas hidden in the grass from Takigakure were also not spared, although the 3 within the range of Shinra Tensei tried to escape at the first moment. How could mere genin escape the all-encompassing attack of the Rinnegan? They were crushed to death in an instant. After a long while, as the smoke dissipated, Uchiha Izumi picked up the scroll while activating the Rinnegan and looking into the distance. In the depths of the jungle to the northwest, there was still an unnamed team waiting for him. Meanwhile, Hyuga had veins bulging on his forehead, his expression serious as he stared into the distance. When he saw several teams instantly perish at the hands of one person, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. What's wrong, Niji? You look really tense. Did something happen? Don't ask. We need to leave here quickly. At that moment, Niji's shock deepened, and he grabbed Lee Rock beside him, ready to leave. Seeing this, Ten hurriedly dropped the food in her hands and stood up. Although she was filled with curiosity, she didn't say much out of trust in Niji, quickly organizing their belongings and following suit. What happened? Why the rush? Hyuga Niji glanced at Ten and Lee Rock, who followed him, quickly moving as he spoke. Remember I told you there were 3 teams a few kilometers away from us? Yeah, didn't we say we'd go after they finished fighting? What happened? Facing his companion's inquiries, Niji's face filled with gloom, and his body trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "The battle is over. All 3 teams, including our village's Inoshikacho, have been wiped out." Upon hearing this, disbelief appeared on Lee Rock and Ten's faces, and they exclaimed in shock, "You're not joking, are you? Niji? How is this possible? It was only a few minutes since you activated your Byakugan. The battle ended that quickly? But it looked like I'm joking?" Niji paused, then continued in an incredulous tone. "The killer is that blonde kid we encountered before the first exam. I think his name is Naruto Uzumaki. This guy's been very strange from the beginning, moving so fast that even the Byakugan couldn't catch him, and he ended the battle with just 1 strike. It's a very peculiar ability with an extremely wide attack range, and it can be activated without hand seals." As Niji finished speaking, Lee Rock couldn't wait to respond. "I know him. He's Sakura's and Sasuke's teammate, a genin who graduated a year below us. But I remember him being at the bottom of the class, right? When we were in school, he was always last in both theory and practical lessons. How could someone like that instantly kill 3 teams of genin?" Upon hearing this, Hyuga Niji took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and replied solemnly, "I don't know, but I suspect he was replaced, because when I was observing him with the Byakugan, he noticed me." "What? Impossible. How could the Byakugan be detected? Niji, are you joking? then doesn't that mean we are also? Before he could finish, all three felt an intense, killing intent locking onto them. That chilling sensation enveloped their bodies in an instant, as if time itself had frozen. Then, a cold voice rang out, forcing their bodies to remain in place. Since you've been discovered, let's all stay here together. Magical art binding technique. On the other side, a female ninja with long hair and wearing the headband of Izanagi was watching Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura not far away with great interest. She wore a yellow-brown coat, tied with a purple talisman around her waist, and excitement flashed in her pitch-black pupils. Sharingan. What a perfect bloodline limit. Next, let me see your caliber, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 135. Summoning Technique, Uchiha Sasuke Awaken. As the words fell, the Izanagi ninja licked her tongue and instantly activated her technique. Her figure moved like an afterimage, rapidly reaching Uchiha Sasuke and throwing a powerful punch. Faced with this overwhelming punch, Uchiha Sasuke didn't dare to be careless. He immediately leaped back while forming hand seals. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. The tiger seal completed. Chakra began to gather in his chest. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted, rushing towards the unknown ninja from the land of grass with terrifying heat. But the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly widened his eyes. He saw the opponent standing strangely in place, seemingly ignoring the imminent fire attack. Just as the fireball was about to make contact, the figure simply vanished. Then, a deep voice echoed from the depths of the jungle. Wind-style great breakthrough. A hurricane filled with countless blades rushed from the jungle, completely sealing off all of Uchiha Sasuke's movement space. Even Haruno Sakura, hidden atop a large tree and maintaining the Rain Tiger free technique with her hands forming seals, was not spared. In just moments, both were severely injured. The next moment, the ninja from the land of grass moved slightly. Ignoring the still bowed Sakura not far away, he instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke. So boring. The glory of the Uchiha clan is crying. Compared to ItachiAgain, you're just too weak, not to mention that guy Izumi. If this is your level, then you can only be dealt with here. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his entire body began to tremble. Bastard, I will kill you. Your courage is commendable, but it is meaningless. As the words fell, the grass country ninja's eyes burst with intense, killing intent. And in an instant, he activated a Genjutsu, Momens Latte, accompanied by two streams of blood tears flowing from his eyes. Under the impact of this killing intent, countless images suddenly flashed through Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Sealed memories were opened, and scenes from a mission in the Land of Waves began to emerge. Yamato, Naruto, Sakura, and that familiar yet strange figure in his memory. But soon after, dozens of wounds all over his body sent a tearing pain through Uchiha Sasuke, making him feel extreme suffering once again. However, as the boundary in his mind was broken, the physical pain was far less than half of that in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to lift his head to look at the grass country ninja beside him, then spoke with a fierce expression. I remember. The Izumi you mentioned. Is he the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi? Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in the grass country ninja's eyes, and then he looked at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground with a face full of astonishment and said, You actually know? Even though you are both Uchiha clansmen, a mere genin shouldn't know about this. That guy has been high on the wanted list of the 5 great nations, but after so many years, no one has been able to do anything about him. Even your brother Uchiha Itachi's worth in the black market is far less than this one. At this point, the grass country ninja paused, directly tearing off the disguise on his face, and then continued in a hoarse voice. Hee, my name is Orochimaru. This is it for today. Before I leave, I'll give you a little gift. Whether it's Itachi or Izumi, if you want to achieve revenge through your own strength, come find me. Accompanied by a few cold laughs, Orochimaru looked again at the bloodied figure of Uchiha Sasuke, his deep brown snake-like pupils filled with greed. Uchiha Sasuke, we will meet again. Seeing this scene, Haruno Sakura, who was in the tree, flashed a faint purple light in her eyes, realizing that she could no longer delay. So, her expression hardened, and she quickly extended her hands to form seals. Ninja art, summoning technique. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi emotionlessly looked down at Hinata Niji and Rock Lee, who were lying on the ground. After a moment of silence, he casually threw aside the lifeless Tenten. Although he was somewhat moved by the tragic character of Hinata Niji in the original work, he had long hardened his heart through years of slaughter. Therefore, despite feeling deeply for his fate, it did not prevent him from ending the life of the other. After all, as a branch family member, Kanata Niji was destined to die in place of the main family. Dying at his hands meant he wouldn't have to endure so much pain. Compared to the bloodiness and cruelty of the Ten Tails implantation technique, his Jinjutsu attack was much easier, allowing them to leave this world without awareness. However, at this stage, he still needed to recover the bodies of a few people, as they might be of use later. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened his Rinnegan and tore through space once more. Just then, a special feeling surged in his heart. Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes and sensed, then a meaningful expression appeared on his face. You actually broke the hypnosis of the Manjiki Sharingan. Interesting. Although he didn't use Kodoeme Tsukumi, like Yamato did against Sasuke, the hypnosis mixed with the power of the Rinnegan is not something ordinary people can break. There must have been some kind of accident. To break this hypnosis, one would need to undergo a significant amount of mental stimulation, but in this death forest, apart from himself and the soon-to-appear Orochimaru, probably no one else could do that. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's face once again showed a hint of anticipation, and he softly murmured, "Is it you, Orochimaru?" The next moment, a unique fluctuation of the Rinnegan was felt in the void, causing Uchiha Izumi to frown. He didn't expect Haruno Sakura to use the summoning technique to call him. It seemed that something really happened to Sasuke. Without hesitation, he switched the main perspective to Sakura. Through the shared vision of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Izumi immediately noticed the long-haired figure not far away. At this moment, the figure was saying something to Uchiha Sasuke lying on the ground, not paying attention to Sakura's presence. But that made sense. At this stage, apart from the Sharingan, which could pique the interest of this great scientist, the only other thing left was the plan to bring down Konoha. As for someone like Sakura, Konoha Genin, she wasn't even worth a toy. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi unhesitatingly accepted the invitation of the summoning technique. As a puff of smoke exploded, Orochimaru, attracted by the technique, suddenly turned to look. The next moment, a ninja wearing an orange jacket and sporting golden short hair appeared in place. Although the appearance was very unfamiliar, Orochimaru was all too familiar with the purple, ripple-like pupils in the figure's eyes. "Rinnegan? Who are you?" "Pain." Facing Orochimaru's deadly trio of questions, Uchiha Izumi frowned, and after a moment, he remembered that he had been killing while wearing Naruto Uzumaki's face. So he directly tore off the disguise on his body, then looked at the astonished figure in front of him and said lightly, "Long time no see, Mr. Orochimaru." Chapter 136, The End of Orochimaru, continue forward. Orochimaru looked at the figure in a black robe in front of him, slightly stunned, and then revealed an unusual expression. "No wonder I felt something was off outside the death forest. It turns out you have returned." Uchiha Izumi. At this moment, Orochimaru's long hair moved without wind, and as chakra flowed, a momentum of a shadow-level powerhouse erupted. "You truly surprised me. By the way, how did you obtain the Rinnegan?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi calmly glanced at Orochimaru in front of him and cast out a detection technique. Name, Orochimaru level, Shadow Current. Hostile level, level 96 status. Good evaluation, slightly inferior. Good? Did Orochimaru change bodies? Yes, I remember now. In the original work, when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he seemed to have used the body of a female ninja. In the end, he was sealed by the third Hokage using the Shiki F gene, which made him more obsessed with Uchiha Sasuke. But speaking of which, going from man to woman, such a huge psychological gap is probably only something this great scientist can accept. TSK, truly shameless. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi looked at Orochimaru again with a strange gaze, then said lightly, "Don't be so curious. This is not something you can know. However, I am very interested in your plan to bring down Konoha. Can you explain in detail?" At this moment, a strange look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he secretly thought. Has the information been leaked? It's unlikely. Those kids in the village could not possibly have any connection with this guy. Of that I am very sure. Could it be those sand-dwelling little demons? Hey, that guy Orochimaru is really hard to work with. But once Kimimaro returns, it will be time to send this Kazekage on his way. The plan is good, but too many people trying to call the shots can be problematic. Moreover, there's the Rinnegan. I didn't expect that besides Pain, Uchiha Izuna would also have a pair. With the strength of the Akatsuki leader, it's unlikely he could be killed to obtain the eyes. I fought both of them, and overall, Pain gives off the strongest sense of oppression. So there must be some secrets I don't know about. Thinking of this, Orochimaru completely disregarded Uchiha Izuna's attitude. He first spread his hands and chuckled, then asked in his hoarse and strange voice, "So, Izuna-kun, are you interested in joining us?" "Of course, if given a chance. I still need to send Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo a big gift. Before the action starts, I'll have my subordinates contact you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna sighed and then shook his head helplessly. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, he just wanted to hear the response of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. As expected, he is an incredibly greedy and cunning guy. Not only does he speak without leaking information, but he can also use his own advantages to manipulate others. He leads the uninformed to follow his script and then sells them all out at the critical moment. So to avoid prolonged nightmares, it's better to deal with this quickly. Just then, a roar full of anger and killing intent rang in his ears, successfully interrupting Uchiha Izuna's thoughts. "You too. Are you going to destroy Konoha?" "Uchiha Izuna, tell me, why are you doing this?" After hearing this, Orochimaru first looked at Uchiha Izuna with a half-smile and saw him turn his head in silence. He shrugged and slowly looked down at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still struggling beneath him, and said, "It seems your clan has given up on you. Konoha is already decayed, and you can't grow here at all. Are you interested in leaving with me? With your talent, I believe you can soon stand on your own." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's face showed a look of indignation. He then raised his head and stared fiercely at the man in front of him, who exuded a chilling aura and gritted his teeth, asking in a deep voice, "If I go with you, can I kill Uchiha Itachi in the future?" That depends on your own efforts. After all, I'm not his match either." At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke fell into endless struggle. On one hand, there was the deep hatred from the massacre of his entire clan. On the other hand, there was the village he had lived in since childhood. The key point is that even Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, could not guarantee that he could kill Uchiha Itachi in the future. After all, even he himself said he was no match for that man. As for Uchiha Izuna, there was even less to say. From his actions in the Land of Waves, this person was ruthless and treated his own clan as nothing. Although this guy defeated Captain Yamato, he was about the same age as Sasuke, so he might not be Orochimaru's opponent. Moreover, these two would likely cooperate in the destruction of Konoha. They are all birds of a feather. None can be trusted. Leaving Konoha is something I must consider carefully. Just then, Uchiha Izuna suddenly smiled slightly and calmly said, "All right, Orochimaru, you don't need to worry about Uchiha Sasuke's future. It's about time. You should be sent on your way." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression changed, and he immediately flew backward without hesitation. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izuna's expression remained unchanged, but his purple pupils narrowed slightly. He then slowly extended his right hand, and in an instant, a pitch-black portal quietly appeared beside him. The next moment, a look of disbelief appeared on Orochimaru's face as he fled rapidly. The surrounding space was suddenly torn apart by an inexplicable force. Then a pitch-black sphere appeared and crashed down heavily. What is this? No way. Without any pain, Orochimaru only felt his body crumbling inch by inch, quickly turning to ashes. Seeing this, Orochimaru's face once again showed shock, wanting to use the body replacement technique, but found that the progress of his body's collapse had already spread to his hands. He raised his head and looked at Uchiha Izuna in the distance with an incredulous gaze, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Moments later, a gentle breeze blew by. Everything Orochimaru left in the world disappeared without a trace. It's over. Next, I'll deal with Anko, and then Orochimaru will truly be unable to resurrect. Then the main storyline task will reach its final stage. Just as Uchiha Izuna muttered to himself, a long-lost system notification sounded in his ear. Successfully killed a shadow-level opponent. Congratulations, the host has gained 80,000 experience points. Host level 1. Unfortunately, the host did not receive a special reward. Please continue to work hard. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izuna sensed a hint of killing intent and looked down. He saw Uchiha Sasuke staring at him with an incredulous expression. There was shock, confusion, anger, and a hint of hostility in his eyes. What is the matter? Do you have a problem? I want to follow you, no matter the cost. I want to personally kill that man. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna shook his head and decisively refused. You have no value to me, so I will not help you. But there is one thing you don't need to worry about. The hatred of the Uchiha has disappeared. What do you mean? Itachi is dead. I killed him with my own hands. Chapter 137. This is the end, Mitarashi Anko. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the only remaining member of his clan before him. filled with disbelief. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke struggled painfully to stand up from the ground. He then stepped forward and grabbed Uchiha Izuna, asking in an incredulous tone, "Is what you said true? That guy Itachi is really dead?" Looking at Sasuke's face filled with anger, despair, and intertwined hatred, Uchiha Izuna, despite guessing the other's thoughts, did not hide the truth and directly confirmed. Of course. Silence. Moments later, Uchiha Sasuke's expression began to change dramatically, filled with endless regret. Damn, what have I been doing all these years? Why am I so weak? Why couldn't I kill Uchiha Itachi with my own hands? He.S. dead. The guy's actually dead. So all my efforts over the years have been in vain. How ridiculous I am, unable to avenge my parents. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists tightly and looked up at the clan member who was almost merging into the shadows, his mind racing with thoughts. After a long while, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the disappointment and regret in his heart, and asked with a gloomy expression, "What about his body? I want to pay respects to my parents. It was taken away, but don't worry, that person will contact you soon." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he gave up on the unrealistic fantasies in his mind. He then took a deep breath and asked again, "What? Do you want to use my identity to get close to that person? What should I do? You're thinking too much. You don't need to do anything. Just stay obediently in my Kamui space, and I'll let you out at a critical moment." After saying this, Uchiha Izumi tore apart the space with a flick of his hand and directly tossed the reincarnated Indra into it. After doing all this, he let out a slow breath. Looking towards the direction of the tower, which was the center of the forest of death, Uchiha Izumi thought to himself, "Next, it's time to initiate the Konoha collapse plan. First, I need to kill the fourth Kazekage, then use the name of Raza to order Sunagaker to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. Then, I will disguise myself as Orochimaru to take over the power of the Sound Ninja, allowing them to cooperate with Sunagaker to eliminate as much of the Fire Nation's living forces as possible. Finally, I need to follow the main quest requirements and have a one-on-one duel with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After killing him, I will reveal my identity to the entire Konoha and tell them that the Uchiha clan has returned. Although the process is a bit juvenile, even foolish, the rewards for this main quest are indeed substantial, allowing me to directly upgrade my Rinnegan. In this case, even if it's forced, it's hard for me to refuse. Not to mention that this is a task issued by the system that cannot be cancelled. I can only accept it voluntarily and complete it. So for now, I'll finish the Chunin exams first. At the very least, I need to see it through to the end. If I say I'm going to clear my name from being at the bottom, I won't let go of those who once mocked or bullied me. Regardless of identity, status, age, level, or even personality, in the face of absolute power, everyone is equal. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi looked around and saw that the environment in this area had become riddled with holes and unbearable to look at due to Orochimaru's wind release. He then raised his hand and activated Shinra Tensei to flatten it all out, instantly erasing all traces of himself. Shortly after, Uchiha Izumi sensed that Orochimaru's beloved disciple, Mitarashi Anko, had entered the forest of death. He then took off his black cloak to revert to Naruto Uzumaki's identity and flew away from the spot. On the other side, guided by the familiar technique of the cursed seal, Mitarashi Anko felt her shoulder seal begin to heat up. A profound fear slowly descended. As many Konoha ninjas wore solemn expressions, Mitarashi Anko had already prepared herself for sacrifice. Orochimaru is here. He was once my teacher. I know him. So leave this to me. You all go back immediately and report this to Lord Hokage, requesting reinforcements as soon as possible. His intentions are unclear and his movements are strange. I'm worried he might target those kids. Upon hearing this, several Konoha Chunin immediately became anxious. They knew very well the strength of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. To put it bluntly, even a group of them tied together might not be a match for him. Therefore, it was logical to inform Lord Hokage to take action personally. However, it was clear that this young lady was not a normal person. Although they didn't understand why she was so insistent on finding Orochimaru, seeing that they couldn't persuade her, they had no choice but to give up. Thus, as everyone left, Mitarashi Anko checked her ninja tools and then plunged headlong into the forest of death. After a long time, on a giant locust tree, Uchiha Izumi's figure quietly appeared. He observed the surrounding environment briefly, then moved slightly and vanished from spot again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mitarashi Anko, with her purple high ponytail, wearing a gray windbreaker and a Konoha forehead protector, was moving quickly. As the cursed seal on her shoulder throbbed with increasing pain, just as she was about to reach her destination, a figure appeared, successfully capturing her attention. The figure wore an orange jacket, had 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and his blonde hair was tightly bound by a forehead protector. What was most striking were his ripple-patterned eyes, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. Seeing this, Mitarashi Anko narrowed her eyes and slowly pulled out a kunai from her tool pouch. She first examined the figure up and down, then asked with a serious expression, "Naruto Uzumaki, what are you doing here? Where are your teammates?" Before she could finish her sentence, Uchiha Izumi had already lost his patience. He opened his arms towards her and said in a deep voice, "Shinra Tensei." In the next moment, Mitarashi Anko's figure was forcefully pulled in front of him, and amidst her terrified eyes, he grabbed her by the neck. "Why you're not Naruto Uzumaki. Congratulations, you got it right. But unfortunately, there's no prize." Immediately afterward, a grotesque cannon suddenly opened on Uchiha Izumi's shoulder, aiming directly at the still struggling Mitarashi Anko. "Go and accompany your teacher, Orochimaru." He left very peacefully. You killed him. Stop talking nonsense, it's over." Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko first looked at Uchiha Izumi in shock, then struggled even more fiercely. But how could a mere special jonin resist the powerful ocular strength of the Rinnegan? As a pale, purple light flashed, in an instant, Mitarashi Anko's body completely stopped moving. Moments later, accompanied by a loud explosion, the entire forest of death shook. Chapter 138, Pursuit, 5-Way Confrontation. Successfully killed a special jonin. Congratulations, the host has gained 10,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the host did not receive a special reward. Please continue to work hard. After a moment, Uchiha Izumi looked coldly at the blood-stained forehead protector in his hand, feeling the residual warmth on it, then frowned and directly tossed it to the ground. Looking around, he saw that the large trees were shattered, the ground was in disarray, and a huge pit in the center represented the tremendous destructive power of the Rinnegan. Within the explosion radius, there was no trace of any life besides himself. Apart from a forehead protector, Mitarashi Anko, along with the fragments of Orochimaru's soul within her, had been completely erased, dissipating into the world. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi thought to himself, "This is the first time I have used the ability of the realm of Azura. To be honest, it feels pretty good. The attack range and destructive power are basically acceptable. The only downside is that it requires several seconds to charge, making it impossible to unleash instantly. However, for a special jonin, dying under the power of the Rinnegan is something to be proud of. Strong as Orochimaru, there was no difference between him and this Mitarashi Anko in my hands. Although I don't understand why this strong-willed woman despised the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails so much, it didn't stop her from ultimately dying in my hands. To be honest, if it weren't for Orochimaru, such a minor character wouldn't be worth paying attention to." With this thought, Uchiha Izumi calculated the time. It had been about an hour since he arrived in the Forest of Death. During this time, Gaara's team was getting close to the central tower. At this moment, the paper strength of this Jinchuriki has infinitely approached that of Jonin. If he were to completely transform into a tailed beast, he would have the power to fight against the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moreover, this child could still be somewhat useful in the upcoming Konoha collapse plan, so it would be better to control him directly. After the Sand and Sound Ninja Alliance launches their attack, he could be activated to hold off some minor enemies. Then, I can focus on dealing with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once I kill him, I will completely destroy Konoha and fulfill the main storyline task released by the system. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi did not hesitate to activate the special ability of the Rinnegan, Zuki's Path, tearing through space, and then stepped forward towards the center of the Forest of Death. On the other side, in the Hokage office, the door was pushed open, and an old man leaning on a cane, with a gloomy expression, strode in. "Hiruzen, I've heard that Orochimaru has returned. Why aren't you making a move? What exactly do you want to do?" Hearing the person in front of him venting in an almost accusatory tone, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not get angry. Instead, he slowly put down the documents in his hand and raised his head to calmly look at his old friend. The other party was wearing a dark gray robe, with his forehead and right eye wrapped in bandages, and his extremely aged face was filled with anger as he stared intently at Hiruzen with his left eye. Seeing this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fell silent for a moment, then pointed to the chair on his right, indicating for him to sit down first. He then picked up an investigative report and threw it to him, before speaking in a deep voice, Danzo, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Look at this first. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, took the document from Hiruzen's hand, and began to examine it carefully. After a long time, Danzo's expression turned dark as he threw the report back to Hiruzen, and with a forceful jab of his cane, he said coldly, "Has Orochimaru gone mad? He is treating the Forest of Death like a playground for slaughter. Does he think a bunch of genin can intimidate the village? Shimura Danzo, will never compromise." In response, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, glanced at Danzo, then picked up his pipe and began to smoke slowly. After a moment, amidst the swirling smoke, a somewhat low voice broke the silence in the office. "Of course, I know the danger Orochimaru poses, but at this stage, besides the ninja from other countries, Naruto Uzumaki is also in the Forest of Death. If we make a move, I'm worried that Orochimaru will take this opportunity to unleash the Nine Tails. With his abilities, he can definitely do that. You can't deny it." As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo's face darkened, and then the anger in his heart burst forth, unable to help but crush the cane in his hand, and he shouted, "Hiruzen, look at what you've done. I already told you to hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to me, so that the root ninja could monitor him. Now look, the most important weapon of war is being used as a bargaining chip to threaten the village." After a pause, Danzo forcibly suppressed his anger and continued coldly, "Hiruzen, listen to me. We need to interrupt the exam now, and send the Umbu to search for Orochimaru with full force. Only by capturing him before the daimyo arrives in Konoha can we maximize the safety of the nobles. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you can prepare to take the blame and resign." Hiruzen Tsurutobi frowned, clearly disagreeing with his old friend Shimura Danzo's viewpoint. But he had no better way to resolve the current problem. After pondering for a moment, he could only helplessly say, "This Chunin exam was originally meant for everyone to test each other, and representatives from various countries are watching us here. Interrupting the exam now would cause unnecessary conflicts and even diplomatic disputes. I need to think this through carefully." Hearing this, Danzo could no longer suppress the raging anger in his heart, and he stood up, shouting, "Hiruzen, are you crazy? If something happens to the daimyo in the village, what good will it do even if you bow to everyone? What those country representatives think is their own business. Failing to deal with Orochimaru in a timely manner will only make other countries look down on us in Konoha. Are you still feeling pity for that guy, Orochimaru?" At this moment, Hiruzen Tsurutobi suddenly raised his head and slammed his palm on the desk, then angrily said, "Enough, Danzo, what nonsense are you talking about? I am a Hokage." On the other side, Danzo was equally unyielding, walking to the door and pulling it open, then sneering in response. Hiruzen, you will regret this." Bang! The door was slammed shut. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen Tsurutobi slowly sat back down in his office chair, crossed his hands on the table, and quietly thought. After a long time, he finally let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Forest of Death, 5 teams had arrived one after another. Looking at the towering tower nearby, and then glancing at the competing teams not far away, everyone understood that this encounter was inevitable. They could only give it their all to survive, hoping to laugh last in this exam. Just as the battle was about to break out, a figure wearing an orange jacket and a Konoha headband descended from the sky, landing perfectly in the center of the 5 teams. Faced with this sudden change, Inuzuka Kiba looked at the person before him in surprise and said, "Naruto Uzumaki?" Chapter 139. What? A genius puppet master from Sunagakure. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba was completely stunned. He looked at Naruto Uzumaki with an incredible expression, feeling a sense of absurdity rising within him. Appearing alone at this location at this time, how did this guy, who was recognized as the bottom of the class, manage to do this? If it were Uchiha Sasuke himself, it might not be surprising. As the top student, he definitely had the strength to do so. But with Naruto Uzumaki, to be honest, it was still a bit hard to believe. Inuzuka Kiba glanced at Naruto a few more times, then turned to look at Hinata Hyuga beside him, wanted to confirm once again with her Byakugan whether this was a trap. Perhaps Uchiha Sasuke was nearby, waiting for everyone to be mutually injured before coming out to clean up. But facing the puzzled gaze of his companion, Hinata Hyuga, who had not seen Uchiha Sasuke or his teammates, could only shake her head helplessly, indicating that she did not see them. As for the Naruto Uzumaki in front of them, he was indeed genuine. Seeing this situation, Inuzuka Kiba could only signal Yamanaka Ino to retreat first, preparing to wait for others to make a move to test the waters. From the hints given by Akamaru just now, that red-haired guy with the gourd on his back was extremely dangerous. although he was unsure of his strength. The fact that he could make his teammates tremble with fear indicated that he was definitely not an ordinary opponent. As for Naruto Uzumaki, since he had already exposed himself, let him test the opponent's abilities first. With this thought, Inuzuka Kiba pulled Yamanaka Ino and Hinata Hyuga to stand quietly in the forest, waiting. Meanwhile, 3 Rain Country ninjas were facing off against Gaara's team and were also stunned by the golden-haired youth who had descended from the sky. When he discovered that there was only one person on the other side, he refocused his attention on the 3-person team in front of him. "Captain, what should we do?" Facing his teammates' inquiry, the leader of the Rain Ninja, Yu-In, raised an eyebrow and decisively replied, "Don't worry about that yellow-haired brat. It's obvious that his teammate was either killed or separated from him. Whether he has a scroll or not is still unknown. But these 3 definitely have one. Although I'm not sure if it's what we need, it's worth taking a gamble." "Yes, Captain." On the other side, Gaara stared expressionlessly at the 3 Rain Ninja in front of him, with madness and killing intent hidden in his brown pupils. As time passed, his thirst for blood grew stronger, and he coldly waved his hand, signaling his teammates to leave. Then, he walked alone towards the 3 Rain Ninjas. "Wait, Gaara." Facing Gaara's murderous gaze, the black-clad boy with face paint swallowed hard, then pointed at Uchiha Izumi, who was standing not far away, and whispered, "Someone's coming. It's that guy we saw before." Gaara turned coldly to glance at Uchiha Izumi, then continued on his way towards the 3 Rain Ninjas. "It's up to you two. You and Temari stop him. I'll handle it in a moment." Okay, Gaara." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clad boy fell silent for a moment, then slowly took a wrapped object from his back, coldly telling Uchiha Izumi, "Remember my name? I am Kankuro." Meanwhile, 3 ninjas wearing Konoha headbands and black cloth covering their faces stood on a tree, coldly staring at a figure below whose head was wrapped in bandages. After a while, as 2 ninjas wearing Sound Village headbands appeared one after another, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. "Have you 3 completed your mission?" "Not yet, Lord Chikich." "Then hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Facing the reprimand, the leader of the Sound Ninja trio, Tosuzuna, first bowed his head in respect, then hurriedly explained, "Sorry, Lord Kenmi, we haven't found any sign of Uchiha Sasuke along the way, but I have a lead." Saying this, Tosuzuna pointed at Uchiha Izumi, confidently stating, "That yellow-haired brat is Uchiha Sasuke's teammate. I saw them together during the first exam. We also encountered them outside the Forest of Death. As long as we capture this brat and force him to talk, we can definitely find out Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Kenmi and Chikage exchanged glances, then nodded and said in a low voice, "All right, the reconnaissance mission is up to you 3. Remember, don't let us down." "Yes, my lord." On the other side, Uchiha Izumi, locked onto by numerous killing intents, tilted his head, showing no concern for the situation he was facing. He merely stood there with a blank expression, quietly watching the sand ninja Kankuro, who was about to strike. Boom! The bandages fell away as Kankuro slowly placed the puppet he was holding on the ground. As the dust rose, a strange humanoid puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms came into view. "Next, let me show you the secret techniques of our sand village." With those words, Kankuro's fingers twitched, and without hesitation, he directly controlled the puppet to pounce towards the figure in the orange jacket. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils showed no emotional fluctuations. Just as the uniquely shaped and bizarre humanoid object was about to close in, he slowly raised his right arm. With fingers spread wide, a calm voice followed. "Shinra Tensei." In the next moment, the 3-eyed puppet, along with its master Kankuro, was instantly sent flying back by the chakra strings. Dirt flew, trees were uprooted, and a long mark was carved into the ground where they passed. Before hitting the ground, Kankuro had already lost consciousness from the continuous impact. Immediately, Uchiha Izumi's figure vanished, appearing in front of Temari in an instant. Before this Sand Village lady could react, he grabbed her by the neck amidst her terrified gaze. With a slight exertion, there was a crack, and Temari's fragile neck snapped. Feeling the warmth of her body gradually dissipating, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly tossed her body aside. Thud! The sound of her body hitting the ground rang out, and Temari lay still, devoid of any life. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present displayed shock, followed by incredulous glances towards the small figure in the center of the arena. They could hardly believe that all of this was real. What kind of ability is this? Didn't this guy say he was weak? Noticing the murmuring of sack, Tosuzuna's eyelids twitched slightly, unable to hold back from speaking. The intel was wrong. This guy named Naruto Uzumaki can instantly kill those 2 sand ninjas. He is definitely not as simple as he seems. Sack Jean, this Konoha brat is not easy to deal with. We must act together from now on. Understood. We'll cover you. Tosazuna looked at the two corpses lying on the ground, filled with shock. As temporary allies, the ninjas sent by the Sand Village to execute the Konoha collapse plan were undoubtedly strong. The ability to instantly kill two people proved that the yellow-haired brat's strength far exceeded that of a genin. Although he hadn't fought the Sand Village's puppeteer, it did not affect his judgment of the battle situation. To be fair, even if he personally took action, it would likely take considerable effort to kill the opponent. One must know that the puppets were coated with deadly poison. To resolve the battle instantly, one must possess a means to achieve a one-hit kill. This was something that many people probably could not accomplish, let alone the fact that the yellow-haired brat not only killed the puppeteer, but also managed to finish off that Sand Village woman in one go. He was even fast enough that the opponent couldn't use the body replacement technique before being killed, achieving this level solely relying on physical techniques he had only seen with a monster named Kimimaro. The problem was, this was merely a Chunin exam. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 140. The Blood Rain Falls, Gaara's Path of Revenge. Just as the Sound Ninja Trio discussed their next action plan, Kinmi and Chikage exchanged glances, both noticing the shock in each other's eyes. This brat is a bit off. Hearing his companion's words, Chikage's eyes darkened slightly. Then he spoke. I see it. That Sand Village puppeteer is not weak. Not just anyone can kill him instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kinmi nodded and then solemnly agreed. Yes. Indeed. Let's wait and see. That red-haired sand brat seems to be enraged. Let him try first. On the other side, looking at the two corpses lying on the ground, Gaara, whose heart was already filled with blood and slaughter, couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Uchiha Izumi. Although he had already resolved himself before coming to Konoha for the exam, understanding that being killed only meant a lack of strength, witnessing the deaths of two people still filled Gaara with anger. Despite having long abandoned emotions, which could easily bind a ninja, he still felt a surge of rage. But Gaara knew in his heart that his blood relationship with Kankuro and Temari was indelible, and for both emotional and logical reasons, he had to avenge them. Thinking of this, Gaara glanced at the three-ranged shinobi floating in the air, wrapped like Zongzi by the sand binding coffin, his eyes filled with killing intent. With a casual squeeze of his hand, a few desperate and painful screams echoed. Blood rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Blood mixed with dirt splattered everywhere, and an intense smell of blood began to spread rapidly. At this moment, Gaara slowly opened an oil paper umbrella to shield himself from the falling debris. Then he lifted his head and looked coldly at the somewhat frail figure in the distance. Immediately, endless killing intent surged forth, sweeping toward Uchiha Suen. I will kill you. As the words fell, Gaara's gaze deepened, casually tossing the oil paper umbrella to the ground and launching an attack directly. He extended his right hand into the air, and golden sand began to rapidly spread toward Uchiha Suen's feet. Sand binding coffin. As the words fell, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Gaara's eyes, and the technique formed by the massive amount of yellow sand slowly enveloped Uchiha Suen. Following that, a strange smile slowly spread across Gaara's lips, as the killing intent in his heart continued to rise. The yellow sand formed by the sand binding coffin began to slowly lift Uchiha Suen into the air. Seeing this scene, Kiba Inuzuka, who was hiding deep in the forest and observing the battle, shook his head and said solemnly, "It's over. That guy Naruto is finished. Akamaru just told me that the red-haired kid is terrifyingly strong. Not just in chakra, but even his sand carries a strong smell of blood." Hearing this, Shino Aburame adjusted his black sunglasses on his nose, feeling the faint killing intent in the air, then quietly replied, "My bugs 1T even dare to come out now. How many people has this guy killed? Kiba, Hinata, should we leave now? I'm worried it will be hard to get away later." In response, Kiba gently stroked Akamaru, who was trembling on his chest, trying to soothe its emotions as much as possible. He then took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with strong competitive desire. After a moment, he looked again at the sound shinobi observing the battle in another patch of forest and said in a deep voice, "Let us wait a bit longer. Anyway, we'll have to face him sooner or later, so we might as well take this opportunity to understand this guy's abilities. There are two more small teams nearby. Let us bet that the red-haired guy 1T target us after killing Naruto." As soon as the words fell, a voice filled with intense killing intent rang out, causing Kiba and the others to shudder. They immediately turned their attention to Naruto Uzumaki. Sand funeral. accompanied by the sound of massive amounts of sand being compressed by the technique. The sounds of bones and flesh breaking continued. Crimson blood streamed from the body wrapped in the sand-binding coffin, falling onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Gaara, drenched in blood, immediately closed his eyes, enjoying the waves of pleasure brought by the slaughter. But the next moment, a cold voice rang out, directly breaking this moment. "Are you done playing? If you are, let me take over." As the words fell, Gaara suddenly opened his eyes and looked over with malicious intent, followed by a look of shock on his face. "You're not dead? How is this possible? You were clearly completely controlled by my sand-binding coffin. When did you escape?" At this moment, Gaara's eyes were about to split, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his gaze. It's known that even a Jonin would have only one way to die if trapped by their own sand-binding coffin. How did this guy in front of him manage to do this? When he just used sand funeral, it was clear that he crushed the physical body. With such a degree of compression, this Konoha Chunin actually came out unscathed, which truly surprised him. Thinking of this, Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly, the special characters on his forehead appearing even more ferocious. With a cold laugh, he began to fully mobilize the chakra in his body, then suddenly spread his hands toward the short figure in front of him. If he could dodge once, I don't believe he can dodge a second time. As the words fell, chakra mixed with overwhelming yellow sand swept forward, snapping trees in its path, which were then instantly engulfed. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Suien remained completely unfazed, still standing in place, indifferent to it all. A moment later, just as he was about to be engulfed by the sand, the space in front of Uchiha Suin suddenly began to tear apart, and in an instant, a pitch-black portal opened. Then, Uchiha Suien moved slightly and calmly walked inside. At the same time, the space in front of Gaara also began to twist gradually. The next moment, a hand broke through the space and slapped away Gaara's protective sand shield. Following that, a faint purple light flashed from within the dark portal, instantly freezing the one-tail Jinchuriki of Sunagakure in place. Magical Shakyol Technique. As the words fell, Uchiha Suin completely ignored Gaara's sand armor, reached out to grasp his neck, and then forcefully pulled. The Jinchuriki, controlled by the illusion technique, was instantly dragged into the Kamui space. As the dark portal slowly closed, the figures of the two disappeared in an instant. After a long time, Kiba Inuzuka barely swallowed, raising his head with an incredulous expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. What just happened? Where did they go? What technique is this? Why can't I understand? Naruto Uzumaki has vanished, and that guy called Gaara has also disappeared. Is this still the Chunin exam? Naruto seems to be stronger than even Red Sensei. He might not even be a match for my mother, who is a Jonin. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on in this world? Chapter 141, I still need one more collectible, Lord Kazekage. At the same time, the three sound shinobi, along with the three Konoha spies behind them, stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to forget the strange scene from before. After a moment, Jakame took a deep breath, nudged the red copper armor beside him, and said quietly, "Let us go quickly. We need to leave here. That guy called Gaara gives me the feeling of having reached Jonin level, and that Naruto Uzumaki is even stronger than him. Is this still the Chunin exam?" Upon hearing this, the red copper armor immediately nodded in agreement. Though he was also scared, he still had to maintain a certain demeanor in front of the three sound shinobi. "Hey, Tosuzen, this is up to you. We need to report back to Lord Orochimaru as soon as possible and inform him about the situation here. Remember, you must capture that Naruto Uzumaki and find out the location of Uchiha Sasuke." In response, Tosuzen immediately widened his only eye, quickly stepped forward, grabbed the arm of the red copper armor, and said with a terrified expression, "My lord, you can't abandon us." You saw it too. That guy called Naruto Uzumaki is a monster. The sand that can instantly kill three-range shinobi had no effect on him at all. Now you wanted to capture him? Isn't that a joke? The copper armor instantly shook off Torshin's arm, and then spoke in a cold voice. "Obey the command. 3 against 1. I don't know what you are afraid of. Uchiha Sasuke is very important to Lord Orochimaru. You must know that." Upon hearing this, both Torshin and Saku understood the implied meaning of each other's words. In short, they planned to test the other's ability with their lives. Seeing the situation, the three could only shift their gaze to Kimizumi, hoping that the other party could show mercy. But contrary to their expectations, Kimizumi decisively chose to refuse their pleas and even turned to leave immediately. Just at that critical moment, a spatial rift opened again. Then, a calm and indifferent voice sounded, shattering the illusions in their hearts. since you're here, stay. At that moment, the bodies of the few tightened instantly, and a chill swept through them. After a moment of daze, Saku, one of the sound ninjas, was the first to react. He immediately flew back, trying to escape the intense killing intent in the air. But as soon as he moved, he was firmly locked down by that killing intent and dared not move an inch. Seeing this, Saku broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but look up at Uchiha Izumi, who was slowly walking out of the teleportation portal. Looking at the emotionless ripple-patterned eyes of the other party, Saku felt that this pressure was even more intense than that of Lord Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Kin Mizumi and the others had already scattered as soon as Uchiha Izumi stepped out of the portal, completely disregarding the other three from the Sound Ninja village. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression remained unchanged. He slowly manipulated his chakra to rapidly form dozens of golden chains that instantly captured and dragged the others back. Ignoring their cries, an extremely dense, lightning chakra began to flow through the chains, leaving a scorched path wherever it went. In just a moment, all six were dealt with, and then he looked back towards the depths of the distant jungle. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino smelled a strange barbecue scent, they immediately thought of something. This smell is... Just as Inuzuka Kiba was stuttering to say the answer, Akamaru suddenly started barking wildly. The next moment, a figure wearing an orange jacket, with 3 whisker marks on each cheek, abruptly appeared in front of them. Naruto, no, you're definitely not Uzumaki Naruto. I know him. He could never possess this kind of power. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi raised an eyebrow and spoke in a deep voice. Does it matter? The one who kills you is Uzumaki Naruto. My principle is to have a beginning and an end in everything. Inuzuka Kiba. Remember in your next life, not to underestimate anyone. Even the underdog can have their day. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi instantly lunged forward, placing his hands on Inuzuka Kiba. Then, in the terrified eyes of the three, he said in a deep voice, "It's over, Shinra Tensei." After a long while, Uchiha Izumi walked alone up to the tower in the Forest of Death. The main storyline had reached this time, and the Chunin exams could hardly continue. Although there were still some stragglers in the Forest of Death, they would not significantly impact his next plan. With all 4 teams sent by Konoha for the exam wiped out, this would surely draw the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, making it impossible to use Naruto's identity anymore. Therefore, Orochimaru's identity would come into play, as the requirements of the main storyline were also quite close to the original work. He only needed to take over the forces of the Sound and Sand ninjas entirely. With this in mind, after dealing with all the Konoha ninjas inside the tower, Uchiha Izumi directly opened the teleportation portal and walked in. A few days later, in the Land of Wind, a narrow sky. This was the gateway to Sunagakure and the last line of defense against the other 4 great nations. The 4th Kazekage Raza had once led the Sand Ninjas to battle against the Rain Ninjas during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Although he successfully repelled their invasion, it had caused significant destruction to this place. Even though more than 10 years had passed, the traces were still clearly visible. Kazekage-sama, you must be cautious on your journey to the Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged ninja dressed in a blue and white robe and wearing a Kazekage hat nodded. It's fine, Maki and the others are already prepared. Calculating the time, Gaara and the others should still be taking the Chunin exams. After a pause, the middle-aged Kazekage's eyes darkened, and he slowly asked, "How is the troop assembly?" All have arrived at the designated location, ready to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha at any time. Upon hearing this, the 4th Kazekage slightly nodded, a strong killing intent bursting forth from his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said in a deep voice, "Let's go. We will head to Konoha first." "Yes, Kazekage-sama." The intense heat scorched the earth as a group of people walked slowly across the endless desert. A gust of wind blew, raising a cloud of yellow sand. Despite not having a drop of water, thanks to the protection of chakra, the group was unaffected by such extremely harsh weather. Suddenly, a ninja in a black robe pointed ahead at a blurred figure and spoke in a deep voice. "Kazekage-sama, someone is trying to approach us. I see it. Test them. If they're ninjas sent by an enemy country to gather intelligence, deal with them directly." "Yes." Moments latte. Uchiha Izumi looked at the figure ahead, dressed in a blue and white robe, and said faintly, "Raza, just right. I still need one more collectible, Kazekage-sama." Chapter 142. The plan to collapse Konoha officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th Kazekage Raza immediately became vigilant. Looking around, He saw the newcomer in a black robe, with no identification on their forehead, and their strange ripple-patterned pupils filled with indifference, exuding an invisible sense of pressure. Noticing the faint purple glow in their eyes, the fourth Kazekage couldn't help but take a deep breath and whispered, "Is this the sage's eye? Who are you?" After saying this, Raza suddenly felt a hint of unease in his heart. His hands, hidden under his wide sleeves, instinctively prepared to strike. As soon as the other party made a move, he could launch a thunderous attack. Noticing the tense demeanor of the three-man team in front of him, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly surveyed his surroundings. Thanks to the powerful dynamic vision provided by his Rinnegan, aside from the fourth Kazekage Raza and his two guards, he did not detect any traces of sand ninjas. This clearly indicated that this guy was indeed, just like described in the original work, daring to approach the land of fire and Konoha with just 3 people. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Izumi instantly understood. It seemed that Raza, due to his absolute confidence in his own strength, had not deployed additional Shadow Guard members during their journey, ultimately leading to Orochimaru and the others succeeding in their plan. He would kill Raza along with the 2 guards and then impersonate the 4th Kazekage to continue issuing orders to the Sand Ninjas. Of course, on one hand, Orochimaru's acting skills are indeed profound, successfully deceiving Maki and Gaara, among others. On the other hand, no one believes that Raza, as the 4th Kazekage, could be intercepted and replaced by Orochimaru on the road. Thus, there is the shocking scene in the original work where Maki sees the corpse in a pit within the Land of Wind. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna glanced coldly at the 4th Kazekage in front of him and softly said, "Jinjutsu, dark walking technique." As his voice fell, extreme darkness began to envelop them. And under the enhancement of the Rinnegan, it instantly deprived Raza and the 2 ANBU of their 5 senses, feeling the surrounding darkness and solitude like a curtain. The 4th Kazekage quickly used magnet release to create sand gold to wrap himself up. However, the 2 ANBU accompanying him had no means to resist the upcoming attack, and as darkness descended, they let out a few shrill screams before completely vanishing. Faced with the sudden attack, Raza had no better way to dispel the Jinjutsu. After a series of attempts that proved ineffective, he could only futilely choose to give up and continue hiding within the sand gold. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna casually killed the 2 Shadow Guards with the Kusanagi sword and turned his gaze back to the 4th Kazekage Raza, who had wrapped himself like a zongzi. "You can't escape. Bastard, you are that S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Izuna, from Konoha. How dare you attack me? As the Kazekage, I am the strongest in the desert. Once the Jinjutsu is lifted, it will be your death." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna narrowed his eyes slightly, looked again at the tortoise shell in front of him, and coldly said, "Raza, you won't have any chance. Don't worry, I will keep you well. The Kazekage is excellent material for the Edo Tensei." At this point, Uchiha Izuna opened his system backpack, and a pitch-black sphere slowly floated out under his mental control, hovering in mid-air. "It's over, just a mere shadow-level gatekeeper. The fact that I can use the true Seeking Ball is already something to be proud of." In the next moment, Uchiha Izuna's finger moved slightly, and the black sphere instantly disappeared, crashing heavily onto the sphere formed by the magnet release faster than one could blink. At the moment of contact, the sand gold began to crumble like melting ice and snow. In just a moment, it completely disappeared, leaving the 4th Kazekage standing there in disbelief. As the extreme darkness gradually faded, Raza trembled and spread his hands, looking at the golden particles dispersing with an incredulous gaze. He could not believe that his proud absolute defense had been so easily broken. How? How is this possible? Why did it turn out like this? Absolute defense has failed just like that. Just as the 4th Kazekage Raza was still in endless shock, Uchiha Izuna slowly raised his arm. Universal pull. Undoubtedly, in the face of the Rinnegan's special ability. Even Kakashi Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki in Sage mode could not resist in the original work. Rasa, as the weakest shadow-level ninja in the history of the Land of Wind, and even the ninja world, had no way to resist that terrifying pulling force, and was instantly pulled to Uchiha Izuna's front, especially the moment his body stiffened. At this moment, Raza's expression was extremely hideous, despite exerting all his strength. He could not even form a hand seal, and even the sand armor wrapping his body was smashed into pieces by Uchiha Izuna with a frown. Moments later, Tsukuyami, accompanied by a flash of pale purple light, the 4th Kazekage Raza instantly fell into a mental breakdown and completely lost consciousness. After a long time, after using the human pass ability to read Raza's memories, Uchiha Izuna casually threw the already cold fourth Kazekage into the Kamui space. After preparing to recycle him, he would send it back to Izanagi as a greeting gift. Following that, Uchiha Izuna looked around. After confirming there was nothing overlooked, his figure disappeared from the spot. In the following days, Uchiha Izuna first used Orochimaru's identity to summon the Odonin group, led by Kimimaro. Under the power of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, the group lost their ability to resist and became loyal hounds that only obeyed orders. He then mobilized a large number of Odonin, cooperating with Maki from Izanagi to destroy all reconnaissance facilities in the outer area of Konoha. Although Uchiha Izuna could easily handle these things himself to enjoy life, some sense of ritual was always needed. At night, in the outer area of Konoha, Uchiha Izuna quietly sat on a cliff, overlooking the entire Konoha village. There was no curfew for ninjas. Although it was dark, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with activity, seemingly unaffected. It is worth noting that recently, due to the massacre of candidates during the Chunin exams, the future elites of various countries, including Konoha, suffered significant losses, especially with the disappearance of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails, the Konoha higher-ups led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, were in a state of chaos, coupled with the continued pressure from other participating countries. Konoha was suddenly pushed to the forefront of criticism. However, after years of governance by the F4, the influence of the Fire Nation's power was deeply rooted, and ultimately, through the personal influence of the daimyo, all unfavorable rumors against Konoha were suppressed, regaining control of the situation. After a long time, just as Uchiha Izuna was about to get up and leave due to boredom, he noticed a figure dressed in a Izanagi Jounin vest slowly approaching. Kazekage-sama, we are ready. All combat personnel, including the Odonin, have reached their designated positions and can launch an attack at any time. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna adjusted the Kazekage hat on his forehead, a hint of an inexplicable expression flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, Maki, notify everyone. The Konoha collapse plan officially begins. Chapter 143, Operation begins, Edo Tensei descends. As soon as his voice fell, Uchiha Izuna threw the deeply unconscious Gaara to Maki. Without any hesitation, he moved and instantly disappeared from the spot. With a few ups and downs, he appeared above Konoha in an instant. Then, while free-falling, Uchiha Izuna quickly began to form hand seals. Summoning technique. Just as he landed, a massive cloud of smoke suddenly rose. Following that, monstrous creatures comparable in size to tailed beasts emerged one after another, starting to wreak havoc in Konoha. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quick run. What is that? Hurry, Nissan. A boy dressed in a coarse cloth shirt looked in terror at the scene before him, completely unaware of the giant rhinoceros charging towards him from behind with overwhelming momentum. But in the next moment, he was trapped in place by several ANBU wearing black cloaks and animal masks using ninjutsu. Be careful. These monsters are very strong. Attack together. We can't let them continue. The Hokage will be here soon. First control these guys. Quick! Before the words were finished, several ANBU ninjas were horrified to discover a figure in a blue and white robe standing on a nearby rooftop. The conical hat on the head and the familiar shape made several people break out in a cold sweat instantly. Captain, I didn't see wrong, did I? That is. A Konoha Umbu ninja's Adam's apple moved as he whispered, and even his right hand holding the kunai began to tremble. At this moment, the Umbu ninja, referred to as the captain, looked over in response to the voice. His pupils immediately constricted, and his hands involuntarily raised slightly, ready to attack at any moment. It's the fourth Kazekage. This person was able to appear silently in the village without being detected by the patrols. It seems the defense line has a problem. This is trouble. At this point, the Umbu sub-team leader fell silent for a moment until a resolute look flashed in his eyes. He slowly drew his katana from behind and looked around. Speaking in a deep voice, everyone, the Kazekage has come to Konoha, and our war with Izanagi is about to begin. We cannot let this guy leave before Lord Hokage arrives. It's time to carry out the will of fire in everyone's hearts. All units, stop him at all costs. As soon as the words fell, several Umbu ninjas scattered and surrounded Uchiha Izumi, who was disguised as the fourth Kazekage. Their expressions were serious, and their bodies were tense, concentrating all their attention on the opponent, not daring to relax for a moment. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi did not mind. He continued to stand in place, using the shared vision of his Rinnegan to observe the surrounding battle. At this moment, the entire Konoha was already in chaos. Sounds of explosions, cries, screams, and fighting echoed one after another. Caught off guard by the joint attack of Izanagi and the Sound Ninja, the Konoha ninjas immediately fell into a bitter struggle. However, since the top combat powers from both sides did not participate, the destruction caused was not very severe. After all, relying solely on a few summoning beasts with mere size to completely destroy Konoha was still quite difficult. While Uchiha Izumi quietly waited, several Umbu ninjas could no longer bear the intense killing intent lingering in the air. With a loud shout, one of them picked up his katana and took the initiative to attack. Nishinai. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi glanced up at the group of Konoha ninjas rushing towards him with sharp blades, frowned, and then spoke without hesitation. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a 360-degree, all-angle repulsive force erupted violently, instantly sending several people flying. Uchiha Izumi's figure moved slightly and vanished from spot. The next moment, in the terrified eyes of several Konoha Umbu, dozens of black rods shot out from his sleeves, instantly piercing through their hearts. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment he activated the technique, Uchiha Izumi gave the Umbu no chance. His casting speed was like an afterimage. Thud! The sound of corpses hitting the ground echoed. Noticing the kill notification sound in his mind, Uchiha Izumi did not rush to check. Instead, he looked around and saw that Maki still had not released the one tail. So he simply shook his head and stopped paying attention. If he couldn't be relied upon, then he couldn't be relied upon. After all, he didn't expect this group of Izanagi to control the tailed beasts to destroy Konoha. In the end, it would still depend on his own strength. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi then fixed his gaze on the just-arrived third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sound Ninja, do you want to start a war? In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Uchiha Izumi shrugged and calmly replied, "Of course, it has already begun. We should avoid using force and resolve the issue through negotiation. There is still time, Lord Kazekage." Hearing this familiar phrase, Uchiha Izumi leaped into the air, landing directly opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the elderly figure dressed in a red and white long robe and wearing the Hokage hat, he sneered a few times and mocked. Indeed, getting older makes it easy to be blinded by the idea of peace, doesn't it, teacher Sarutobi? You are Orochimaru, bastard. As the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen ripped off his white ceremonial robe, revealing a combat outfit with a warring state style. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi did not rush to attack. He simply removed the Kazekage hat from his head and tore off the disguise from his face. Indeed, it's you, Orochimaru. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's murderous words, Uchiha Izumi glanced at the other party's aging face and thought, this main mission is indeed set up by the system. It's truly hellish. Disguising as Orochimaru to launch the Konoha collapse plan and then using this guy's identity to kill the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only then could the identity of Uchiha be exposed. Missing a single step would lead to failure. This damn system is really infuriating. Forget it. Since things have come to this point, let us play the ninja game with you in Orochimaru's identity for a while. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi no longer wasted time. Instead, he clasped his hands together and directly launched an attack. Summoning technique, un pur world de réincarnation. This technique is, bastard, you actually dare to toy with the souls of the dead. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to mobilize chakra with all his might, trying to forcibly suppress the summoning of the impure world reincarnation with his own strength. But facing the impure world reincarnation body mixed with a trace of yin-yang release, the third Hokage, lacking the 5 elements of yin and yang power, could not block it at all. He could only watch helplessly as familiar faces appeared before him. The third Kazekage, the fourth Mizukage, and Uchiha Shursui. Orochimaru, you have fallen to this extent. It truly disappoints me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi remained unfazed, slowly placing the talismans into the bodies of the 3 impure world reincarnated beings, and then said lightly, "These 3 are specially prepared for you. Enjoy them, teacher Sarutobi." Chapter 144. The Corpse Sealing, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Despair. As the words fell, the third Kazekage's eyes focused, and he instantly launched an attack. Magnet Release. Sand Iron Rain. In an instant, countless flying needles as thin as hair shot towards the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The range was so vast that it could be described as blocking out the sun. Faced with the full force attack of the third Kazekage, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to be negligent. While quickly forming hand seals, he spoke in a deep voice. Earth release, earth flow wall. As the words fell, a stone wall over 20 meters high rose from the ground, barely blocking all damage. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet caught his breath, Uchiha Shursue's great fireball technique suddenly descended from the sky. Before it got close, the intense heat generated by the fire release ignited all of the third Hokage's hair. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure began to melt away. Seeing this scene, Uchiha IzumiUses' originally calm eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. And he said coldly, "Substitution? Heh, your reaction is quite fast. So how will you respond next?" As the words fell, the fourth Mizukage, Kurai Tsubaki's small figure leaped up and instantly joined the battle. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A huge and ferocious water dragon, with overwhelming momentum, slammed down towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wherever it passed, it left destruction in its wake. On the other side, the third Kazekage and Uchiha Shursui pressed forward, simultaneously launching attacks while braving the water release descending from the sky, to avoid situations like temporary defection or voluntarily breaking free from control. All three impure world reincarnated beings had their intellect erased. Thus, they could only exert about half of their strength from when they were alive. However, better than nothing. Originally, these individuals were just experimental subjects, chosen for the purpose of restoring the plot to its maximum extent through the impure world reincarnation. As long as they could force Sarutobi Hiruzen to use the dead demon consuming seal, it would be enough. But it was uncertain whether the third Hokage had that awareness. Thinking of the last time he saw the opponent's timid figure, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but lament that he hadn't obtained the summoning medium of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Otherwise, it might have been possible to replicate that classic confrontation from the original work 1-to-1. As time passed, although Uchiha Izumi did not take action personally, the attacking power of the impure world reincarnation bodies he controlled remotely began to gradually increase. On the other side, the severe chakra consumption left Sarutobi Hiruzen utterly exhausted, and the shadow of death began to loom over him. Meanwhile, the impure world reincarnation bodies on the opposite side showed no signs of fatigue, continuously launching all-out attacks. Especially Uchiha Shursui, whose ninjutsu scale and power far exceeded those of the two other strong individuals at the same level, thanks to his Mangeki Sharingan. Although he did not use his ocular techniques, he fully utilized the immortality of the other two, casting fire techniques that covered all directions. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi nodded, indicating that this was the correct way to use the impure world reincarnation technique. He then increased the attack frequency of the few individuals again. Just as the third Hokage was busy struggling, Uchiha Izumi suddenly spoke lightly. "Teacher Sarutobi, it's time to make a decision regarding the fifth Hokage candidate." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcefully pushed back the three impure world reincarnation bodies and then coldly snorted, saying, "You are still as unlovable as ever, Orochimaru. Can't wait to see your teacher die, can you?" In response, Uchiha Izumi raised an eyebrow, then expressionlessly took out the Kusanagi sword from his system backpack. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was panting on the rooftop, preparing to personally end this boring battle. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure before him, with long hair and an aura of coldness, and his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, noticing that the opponent was approaching him while holding the Kusanagi sword. He couldn't help but let out a slow sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Orochimaru, you finally dared to make a move. It was worth the wait for me. Old man, that moment of hesitation in the past led to a great mistake. This time, I will not give you any chance. Daring to join forces with Tsunagakure to attack the village, this time you will stay here. During the Nine Tails incident, Minato sacrificed himself, and I, Uchiha Izumi, retreated. But today is different. I have made my resolution. The legacy of the first and second Hokage must not be destroyed here. Now is the time to act on the will of fire in my heart." Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. He immediately created 3 shadow clones and then extended his hands to quickly form seals: serpent, boar, sheep, rabbit, dog. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed, revealing an inexplicable expression. He slowly raised the Kusanagi sword, pointing it at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said in a deep voice, "Shadow clone? You dare to split your chakra? Do you want to die faster? Teacher Sarutobi? What do you know? This technique is something you have never seen before. From now on, everything ends. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the 3 shadow clones to charge at the impure world reincarnation bodies. Immediately after the real body, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang transformed by the Monkey King, launched a direct attack on Uchiha Izumi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing rang out. Uchiha Izumi, holding the Kusanagi sword, effortlessly blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's attacks, occasionally taunting him. Teacher Sarutobi, I see you're getting old and confused. Actually trying to compete with me in taijutsu. Clang. Sparks flew. Feeling the tremor in the Rui Jingu Bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the Monkey King was nearing its limit. The Kusanagi sword, being a divine weapon, inflicted immense pain with every collision. But to get closer to Orochimaru's real body, it gritted its teeth and endured. At that moment, the disappearance of the impure world reincarnation bodies and shadow clones successfully diverted the attention of both fighters. Observing the familiar scene in front of him, Uchiha Izumi revealed a slight flaw at the right moment. In the final clash, the Kusanagi sword slipped from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed in, and a hand covered in black spots suddenly plunged into his body. Got you, Orochimaru. Next, let's go to the belly of the Grim Reaper together. Looking at the exceptionally menacing figure of the Grim Reaper behind the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly. He then controlled the Kusanagi sword lying nearby to pierce through Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Old man, even the Grim Reaper may not be able to kill me. I, Orochimaru, vow to master all truths of the world. A mere sealing technique thinks it can take my life? That's simply a fantasy. With that, Uchiha Izumi slowly curled his finger, and the Kusanagi sword plunged deeper. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then, enduring the excruciating pain from the hole in his chest, he gritted his teeth and said, "What do you know, Orochimaru? I will not give you any more chances. Konoha will not lose. My death will awaken everyone. You are obsessed with the study of ninjutsu, committing cruel murders, and being cold-blooded, so you are destined to lose everything. Your ambition ends here. I know I no longer have the strength to take you away, but as punishment for invading Konoha, I will take away all the ninjutsu you have mastered." As his words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly squeezed out the last bit of chakra from his body, then used the power of the Grim Reaper to pull Uchiha Izumi's hands forcefully. But just as that enormous soul blade was about to descend, Uchiha Izumi's figure mysteriously vanished. Seeing this, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the place where his beloved disciple had disappeared with an incredulous gaze, filled with shock. How is this possible? That guy, Orochimaru, actually managed to evade the Grim Reaper's soul harvest. Is this what they call the truth? Unbelievable. With heavy reluctance, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly fell to the ground, completely losing his breath. Chapter 145, Targeting the Sarutobi Clan Summoning Technique. Phew, it's finally over. That was not easy. It really tested my acting skills. No wonder Uchiha Itachi was so careful when facing Sasuke in the original brotherly battle. It turns out that one wrong move can lead to death. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's figure began to slowly materialize. Thanks to the power of eternal Izanagi, the dead demon-consuming seal did not inflict any harm on him. Looking at the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen beneath him, Uchiha Izumi felt a myriad of emotions. Next, there was only Shimura Danzo left. As long as he killed this guy and completely destroyed Konoha, he would complete the main mission, and the hatred of the Uchiha clan would dissipate. It was time to reveal his identity. After disguising himself as Orochimaru, he could not act recklessly. He feared ruining the image of this great scientist. Additionally, he needed to see what was happening with this Maki, who couldn't even handle a one-tailed Jinchuriki in a comatose state. With such strength, they still consider themselves elite jonin. The ninja level of Sunagakure is truly too low. Moreover, there are those sound ninjas, especially Kimimaro and the others, who don't even know what stage they have reached. Originally, I thought that with so many people, they could at least cause some damage to Konoha, but now it seems I've overestimated them. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi quickly soared into the sky, instantly reaching high above. Looking down, he saw that although Konoha was filled with smoke, most of the destruction was caused by his summoning beasts, while the others seemed to be clueless about what to do. The most intense fighting was still near Hokage Rock. After all, it concealed Konoha's intelligence and medical departments. If they could break through there, it would make the journey worthwhile for Sunagakure and the Sound Ninjas. However, Konoha had also mobilized its entire force. The Hyuga, Inazuka, Yamanaka, and other small clans were seen everywhere. Additionally, some Umbu ninjas had also been deployed, perhaps due to the order of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. No one had approached the location of the previous battle, so the enemy's bodies had not yet been discovered, but this was a perfect opportunity for him. With this thought in mind, a strange expression flashed in Uchiha Izumi's patterned eyes. He quickly assessed the situation around him. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this area, he locked his gaze on a brightly lit gathering place. That was the residence of the Sarutobi clan. Although Konoha was in chaos at this time, under the strict orders of the third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan, with 3,000 ninjas, had their doors tightly shut, showing no intention of aiding the village. It should be noted that during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story, no other ninja clan in the entire ninja world could form a coalition like the Sarutobi did on their own. This shows what the will of fire truly means in the eyes of the third Hokage. Just as Uchiha Izumi was rapidly flying towards the Sarutobi clan's residence. On the other side, with an angry roar echoing through the heavens and earth, Sunagakure ninja, Maki, finally released the tailed beast with the help of the 5 sound ninjas. It was the tailed beast bomb. This is bad. Stop it quickly. Don't let that monster get close to the hospital. Be careful, the Sunagakure and sound ninja guys are still around. Watch out for their sneak attacks. As the words fell, a dense crowd of Konoha ninjas surrounded the One-Tails, Shikaku. Although the damage caused by this group of lower-ranked ninjas was minimal, their sheer numbers meant that continuous attacks quickly enraged Shikaku. Although it was not in its desert home, it could still use its massive body to charge through, occasionally mixing in a few tailed beast bombs. Just as the Konoha ninjas were in dire straits, a deep and emotionally charged middle-aged voice resonated in the area. Summoning technique. The next moment, a giant orange toad, comparable in size to a tailed beast, descended from the sky, landing directly on top of Shikaku. Upon seeing this scene, the faces of many Konoha ninjas showed expressions of disbelief. But soon, this shock turned into wild joy. It was the summoning beast of Mount Mayaboku. Lord Jiraiya had arrived. What? Lord Jiraiya has come? A young Konoha Chunin urgently pulled his companion beside him, asking eagerly. Facing the young man's confusion, the middle-aged ninja, being tugged, did not respond, instead weeping with joy. Yes, we are saved. Seeing that his companion still did not answer his question, the young ninja shook him harder. Hey, stop crying. Is it really Lord Jiraiya? Feeling his body nearly falling apart, the middle-aged ninja finally noticed the young man beside him. When he heard the young ninja's repeated inquiry, he nodded decisively and then spoke with the tone of someone older. It's true. That toad is the summoning beast of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. I was fortunate enough to see it once. You saw it? You're just bragging. What do you know? That was the night of the Nine-Tails 12 years ago. Before he could finish, a violent explosion from the center of the battlefield sent everyone staggering. Before they could react, a white-haired middle-aged ninja in gray casual clothes and a red vest appeared on a rooftop. Although he successfully blocked a tailed beast bomb aimed at the village center, the situation remained grim. Looking at the gigantic and extremely ferocious Shikaku, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Everyone, begin to retreat in an orderly fashion. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. Leave this to me. As his words fell, apart from the assassination team, still engaged in battle with Sunagakure and the Sound Ninjas, many Konoha ninjas began to retreat in waves. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi had arrived at the Sarutobi clan's gathering place. He glanced back at the rampaging Shikaku in the village center, nodded in satisfaction, and thought to himself, with Jiraiya over there, the One-Tails Jinchuriki shouldn't last much longer. It seems like I need to finish things quickly here. After dealing with the Sarutobi clan, it would be Shimura Danzo and his Umbu's turn. I hope there's some surprise in store. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi stepped forward and kicked open the door of the Sarutobi clan, then fell into shock. In front of him were beautifully decorated buildings with a distinct Warring State style. Despite the chaos outside, it felt like a paradise, completely unaffected. This indicated that the transparent barrier he encountered upon entering the courtyard was likely a barrier that blocked sound and distinguished friend from foe. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is self-aware, knowing that the secrets of the clan must not be exposed. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait for the Fourth Great Ninja War to break out. The existing clans in Konoha would split apart on the spot. This is truly madness. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi fell into silence, thinking to himself, a clan army. It truly lives up to its name. If I were to act personally, How long would it take to kill them one by one? Forget it. I'll just send you a big gift. Shaking his head, Uchiha Izumi's light purple-patterned eyes suddenly burst forth with intense killing intent as he slapped his hand against the ground. Ninetales Summoning Technique. Chapter 146. Asuma, leave the Sarutobi clan to you. Who dares to trespass on our Sarutobi clan? Bold. Everyone attack together and take him down. The elder has ordered that all invaders tonight are to be executed on the spot without interrogation. As soon as the words fell, several Sarutobi clan shunin at the forefront noticed the intruder in a black robe slapping the ground with one hand. Instantly, a massive summoning circle centered on the black-robed ninja enveloped all areas within dozens of meters. The next moment, accompanied by a huge plume of smoke rising, a massive creature resembling a mountain suddenly appeared in the same spot. Following that, under the crimson moonlight, the furious roar of the Ninetales echoed throughout Konoha. That is... A middle-aged ninja from the Sarutobi clan looked at everything in front of him with disbelief. His trembling hands tried to grasp something, but it was futile. Hurry, and escape. The Ninetales has broken the seal. It's over. Everything is over. What should we do? Why? Why is the Ninetales here? As the words fell, the previously spirited jonin of the Sarutobi clan twisted his expression upon seeing several clan members who had gone to capture the black-robed ninja being crushed to death by the Ninetales. He particularly noticed the blood staining the large gate that had once had a distinctly warring state style. The elite ninja of the Sarutobi clan's expression changed dramatically, as if he had put on a mask of pain. What have I done? My Waitai, is dead. Just then, several young ninjas from the Sarutobi clan suddenly appeared, surrounding the middle-aged man with expressions of sorrow. Third elder, hurry and leave. This is not the time to be sentimental. Please get out of here quickly. Your position is too dangerous. The Ninetales attack could hit here at any moment. As the words fell, a black-purple sphere suddenly descended and crashed heavily onto the ground. Following that, a blinding light illuminated the large gathering place of the Sarutobi clan as if it were daylight. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a shockwave instantly flattened everything around. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna, who had just been controlling the Ninetales to unleash tailed beast bombs, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This is how a tailed beast should be. Shikaku was too weak. After fighting for so long, it didn't cause much damage to Konoha. The Ninetales is much more reliable. Looking at the fleeing ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha Izuna decisively ordered the Ninetales to continue the attack, leaving no room for the enemy to catch their breath. Whether civilians or ninjas, as long as they gathered together, he would immediately release tailed beast bombs to clear them out. After all, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead and Jiraiya was held back by Shikaku, there were hardly any strong figures left in Konoha to stop the Ninetales' advance except for the yet-to-appear Shimura Danzo and Might Guy. However, the Sarutobi clan was numerous. Even the current Konoha's top clan, the Hyuga clan, with both main and branch families combined, would probably not match even 1/10 of their numbers. After all, a family that could mobilize 3,000 ninjas certainly had more members than that. It's important to note that supporting a ninja is not easy, even for a genin. Several ordinary people need to work day and night to support them. Food, clothing, shelter, and the expenses for various ninja tools are not something an orphan can bear. Therefore, while the destructive power of the Ninetales could kill a large number of Sarutobi clan ninjas, erasing them completely still required addressing the root of the problem. At the very least, those children must not be spared. Just like how the higher-ups of Konoha exterminated the Uchiha clan back then, a few finishing blows were still needed. Thinking of this, after Uchiha Izuna issued the command for the Ninetales to continue attacking, he flew into the air to search for Sarutobi Asuma's figure. Moments later, on a rooftop in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Asuma was facing off against 3 sand ninjas. Just as the battle was about to break out, a figure cloaked in a black robe suddenly descended from the sky, instantly taking out all the sand ninjas. Just as Sarutobi Asuma was filled with confusion, he looked up and met a pair of scarlet Mangeki Sharingan. You are Uchiha Izuna. Before he could finish speaking, he lost consciousness completely. On the other side, looking at Asuma, who was standing still in a defensive posture, Uchiha Izuna stepped forward and carefully inspected him. After confirming that the other party had been completely hypnotized by the Sharingan, he began to arrange subsequent tasks for the son of the third Hokage. First, he would use the identity of the Sarutobi clan to go to a special shelter, then find a way to deal with the accompanying personnel. Finally, And most importantly, there must be no survivors left. Actions like Itachi Uchiha protecting his brother were unacceptable. No one in the Sarutobi clan was innocent. It is known that after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, even the furniture was completely cleared away, let alone any ninja scrolls. There were still many things to do, so it was better to leave the cleanup of the Sarutobi clan to their closest relatives. Unfortunately, since the Shimura clan did not find a suitable candidate, Uchiha Izuna had to take matters into his own hands. Thinking of this, he tossed the already mentally suggested Sarutobi Asuma back, allowing him to go to the shelter to complete his killing task. Subsequently, Uchiha Izuna replanned his route and headed towards the family residence of Shimura Danzo. After a long time, just as Uchiha Izuna's figure moved like a ghost, he was suddenly captivated by a special two-person squad. Inuzuka clan ninjas. That makes sense. The map shows they are adjacent to Danzo's ninja clan. Like the ItachiAgain clan, the main members of the family are usually the reserve forces of the route. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna stopped and expressionlessly asked the figure on the rooftop, who was on high alert, "Inuzuka Zaku, where is Danzo's route? If you tell me, I might let you two go." Before he could finish speaking, insult from the Inuzuka clan leader rang in Uchiha Izuna's ears. "You, a rogue ninja, dare to return to Konoha. Uchiha Izuna, I will personally take your head." Ah, women are truly unreasonable. In the next moment, Uchiha Izuna's figure suddenly vanished. Seeing this scene, Inuzuka Zaku and Inuzuka Hana's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately tensed up. Nevertheless, the gap in strength could not be easily compensated by numbers. In an instant, the two were struck away by the suddenly appearing Uchiha Izuna. Then, Uchiha Izuna expressionlessly waved his hand, and dozens of black rods shot out from his sleeve, piercing through the bodies of the mother and daughter. Crimson blood gushed out. Looking at the two lying on the ground, unaware of their fate, the one-eyed ninja dog, Ku, was about to go mad. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his mouth and leaped fiercely towards Uchiha Izuna. Seeing the situation, Uchiha Izuna frowned. He then pointed his scarlet Mangeki Sharingan at the oncoming ninja dog and said in a deep voice, "Amaterasu." Chapter 147. History repeats. Code 5. 5 Shimura Danzo. The moment Uchiha Izuna's gaze focused, a pitch-black flame suddenly appeared on the snarling dog's head and began to spread at a visible speed. Soon, piercing wails echoed, but they only lasted for a moment before falling silent. Looking at the unquenchable black flames that continued to burn, Uchiha Izuna did not extinguish them, but instead shifted his gaze back to the unconscious mother and daughter. After a moment of silence, recalling a saying he once heard from a senior, he waved his hand and sent several black rods directly through their heads. After confirming there were no signs of life, he turned and left, after a long time, at the Shimura clan's residence. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seemed that Shimura Danzo was solely focused on power and was not enthusiastic about the development of the clan. Like the ItachiAgain and Inuzuka clans, the members within the clan primarily existed as supplementary forces for the route. Compared to the large and prosperous Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan appeared somewhat desolate. Aside from some necessary guards, the entire clan's residence was mostly left with the elderly, weak, and women and children. The young and middle-aged members were likely training in the underground Umbu training base. After a moment, after casually killing a few root ninjas that emerged from nowhere, Uchiha Izumi slowly walked into the Shimura clan. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Umbu training base, an elderly figure with a slightly hunched back sat quietly on a stone chair. Dressed in a black cloak with a cane in his right hand, his murky eyes were filled with a gloomy expression. After a while, a masked ninja dressed in Umbu attire suddenly appeared and spoke in a deep voice. "Danzo-sama, the Nine-Tails has appeared. Should we take this opportunity to capture it?" After a moment of silence, looking at the root ninja kneeling below, Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and a flash of brilliance crossed them. Slowly straightening his body, he placed his hand on the armrest of the stone chair and lightly tapped it, slowly falling into thought. There was no doubt that this was a very good opportunity. As long as he could control the Nine-Tails, his influence in Konoha would increase. Not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with Hiruzen, at the very least. He wouldn't be easily manipulated like he was when exterminating the Uchiha clan a few years ago. Although he quickly resumed his position after that incident, his reputation suffered greatly. Even during the restructuring of Root, Yamanaka Shikaku hesitated. It must be noted that such a thing had never happened before. If it weren't for that kid from Root being quite sensible, they might have really been in trouble. After all, Yamanaka Ryoma, as his right-hand man. Although his strength had declined now, had contributed greatly to the development of Root, so it was not good to push him too hard. Currently, Root's strength, in terms of quality, quantity, and even loyalty, was far inferior to before. While controlling the Nine Tails sounded very tempting, it was also a double-edged sword. If successful, it would be great, but if it failed, he would likely suffer significant losses. Common ninjas were one thing, but those from ninja clans were not so easy to fool. It would be even more difficult to absorb ninjas with secret techniques next time. So, it would be better to wait. Let the Nine Tails wear down some of the village's living forces, preferably those under Hiruzen, and when the time was right, he would send Root to clean up the mess. That way, he could gain multiple advantages. After all, those common ninjas and Umbu were not worth much, and it wouldn't matter how many died. Moreover, the sacrifice of these people was also valuable, as they contributed to the village. With this in mind, Shimura Danzo slowly stopped his actions, and then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. No, notify everyone. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act rashly. After the first wave of the Nine Tails attack, I will decide accordingly. Remember, it's everyone. Yes, Danzo-sama. Just then, a figure fully wrapped in a black cloak suddenly appeared, and then spoke rapidly. Danzo-sama, the Tiger Squad responsible for ground patrols has just lost contact. Based on the current situation in the village, it is preliminarily judged that they have been discovered and killed by the enemy. The opponent has likely discovered the base. What should we do now? Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. He had just said that no one was allowed to act rashly, and the slap in the face came so quickly. However, the disappearance of Root members was a very serious matter, and he couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, it could lead to major problems. With this thought, Shimura Danzo forcibly suppressed his displeasure, slowly clenched his right hand, and then said expressionlessly, "Notify Leopard and the others to go up and take a look. Report to me immediately if there are any issues." After a pause, a hint of hesitation flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, but he then coldly added, "Let Ryoma go with them. If he is there, I'll be at ease." "Yes, Danzo-sama." On the other side, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly wiped the Kusanagi sword in his hand and then stepped over the corpses on the ground as he walked outside. The last house was ahead. Although killing with the Kusanagi sword was indeed slow, he couldn't help but feel pleased. It wasn't that he couldn't use ninjutsu. It was just that taijutsu was more cost-effective. The Uchiha clan had been slaughtered by Itachi one by one, and the order had been given by Shimura Danzo. Although he didn't know what role Hiruzen Sarutobi played in this, it was clear that after that night, the higher-ups of Konoha had benefited the most. Thus, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Using the same methods to deal with the Shimura clan was something he had to do after killing Uchiha Itachi. Only in this way could the hatred of the Uchiha clan come to an end and truly dissipate. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly stepped into the last house. Upon entering, he saw a family of 3 trembling in fear, tightly huddled together. It seemed that the previous killings had been discovered, but these 3 were ordinary members of the Shimura clan, with no means to escape or fight back. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi frowned and then slowly said, "A mother and 2 young children. Forget it, just kill them. Cutting the grass without removing the roots will only allow it to grow again in spring." As his voice fell, Uchiha Izumi slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his system backpack and raised his hand to strike down. Blood splattered. At that moment, the iron-hard heart of Uchiha Izumi stirred for the last time, but it quickly vanished. From this point on, there would be no more constraints. Moments later, Uchiha Izumi noticed 2 Umbu squads slowly approaching, so he tightened his blood-stained dark brown robe and then expressionlessly walked out of the room. "They're all dead. All dead. These were all Danzo-sama's clansmen. Leopard, take your people to check if there are any survivors. Move quickly." "Yes, Ryoma-sama." As soon as the words fell, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a figure fully wrapped in a black cloak slowly walked out. Seeing the scene, the Umbu ninja called Ryoma's pupils constricted, and he instinctively tensed his body. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect it to be you." Chapter 148. Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect you to be so cruel and bloodthirsty. At this moment, Yamanaka Ryoma's expression under the mask was extremely serious, his whole body tense and ready to attack at any moment. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi did not strike directly, but quietly stood in the shadows and asked, "What's wrong? Surprised?" A cold sweat trickled down, and Yamanaka Ryoma and the others instantly took a few steps back to stand together. This was the most effective method Konoha ninjas used when encountering a powerful enemy far beyond their own strength during combat, maximizing the prevention of squad members being taken down one by one. In the original story, when Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha encountered the escaping ninja Zabuza on their first C-rank mission, they used this method. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi snorted coldly and then said, "You don't think this will block me, do you?" Hearing this, Yamanaka Ryoma noticed that he was firmly locked onto by a strong killing intent and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the parasitic worm in the body was also restless under this extreme stimulation, especially the intense blood smell in the surroundings, which indicated that the entire Shimura clan had been slaughtered by the enemy, leaving no survivors. After a brief silence, Oil Woman Ryoma once again scanned the surroundings and found it still eerily quiet. Then, in a hoarse voice, he slowly spoke, "Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect you to be so cruel and bloodthirsty, not even sparing the elderly and children. You were once a part of Konoha. The village raised you. Doesn't your conscience hurt for doing this?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly, and then replied indifferently, "The Foundation should have mission records. You don't know the specific reasons? I simply did what an Uchiha should do. As for anything else, I don't think there's much to say." After a pause, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his right hand towards the two small teams from the Foundation in front of him. His fingers suddenly spread apart, and his eyes shone with a purple light as he coldly said, "It's about time to send you on your way. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo will run away soon." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell into a panic. As killing machines of the Foundation, they were not allowed to abandon missions under normal circumstances. Yet, facing the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi, who ranked first on the wanted list, everyone's first thought was to escape as quickly as possible. It's worth noting that even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who had defected for many years, did not have a bounty as high as this person in front of them. The most critical factor was that this guy was only 13 years old. Such an extraordinary talent was not accepted by the village. It was a huge irony. Thinking of this, just as Oil Woman Ryoma and the others were on high alert, preparing to slowly retreat, an inexplicable look flashed across Uchiha Izumi's indifferent face, and then his pupils suddenly began to constrict. Immediately after, a dense chakra erupted, successfully attracting everyone's attention. "Rinnegan, Boundary Hell." As the words fell, Oil Woman Ryoma's left arm was suddenly severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth, and the painful scream echoed throughout the area. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Lord Ryoma, what should we do? The enemy's ability is too strange. I haven't found any traces after looking for a long time." At that moment, the murmurs of a nearby Umbu ninja made Oil Woman Ryoma suddenly realize something. But before he could react, the neck artery of the Foundation ninja, who had just spoken, suddenly burst forth with a large amount of blood. Instinctively, he covered his bleeding neck with his hands and slightly opened his mouth, but could only emit a wheezing sound. Moments later, this Foundation ninja fell to the ground with a pained expression and never got up again. Seeing this scene, Oil Woman Ryoma's expression under the mask turned extremely grim. This bizarre attack method was something he had never seen before, let alone fought against. Noticing that only a short time had passed, this S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Izumi, had already killed several Foundation ninjas. Oil Woman Ryoma understood in his heart that he was very likely not going to escape today. So he ripped off the mask from his face and coldly said, "Uchiha Izumi, I know I'm not your opponent, but it's okay. Lord Danzo will take revenge for me. You know nothing about true power and have no idea what you're about to face. I'll wait for you in hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi snorted coldly and then expressionlessly said, "How absurd. When did Shimura Danzo become synonymous with power? Boring." Moments later, Oil Woman Ryoma, who had been highly regarded by Shimura Danzo, was instantly controlled by the universal pull and then killed with a single blow. Following that, Uchiha Izumi manipulated the Rinnegan clone to discard the body in his hand. Moments later, he walked slowly towards the Foundation base. Who dares to intrude on the Konoha Umbu training base? Do you not know this is a forbidden area? Leave immediately, or you will be charged with espionage. Wind, stop talking and just take him down. Looking at the two relatively young Foundation ninjas in front of him, who were clearly just guards, Uchiha Izumi did not say much. Instead, he directly activated the Rinnegan and manipulated 4 Rinnegan clones to instantly eliminate the two. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the massive figure of Shikaku in the distance had already disappeared, and Uchiha Izumi understood that the battle was basically coming to an end. Once the remaining sand and sound ninjas were cleared out, Konoha could begin to recover the Nine Tails. By that time, the main mission would likely face changes. He needed to accelerate the pace. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi looked down at the seemingly bottomless Umbu training base. For safety's sake, he repositioned the eternal Izanagi and then jumped down without hesitation. Moments later, looking at the intricate and crisscrossed long corridors resembling a grid, Uchiha Izumi was silent for a moment before directly entering Sage Mode. There was no other choice. If he didn't enhance his perception ability, it would be extremely difficult to accurately locate Shimura Danzo in this vast underground space. After a short while, having expanded his perception range to the limit, Uchiha Izumi suddenly raised his head, then his figure moved slightly, instantly disappearing from his original spot. Shimura Danzo! Looking at that gloomy and aged face, Uchiha Izumi's originally indifferent eyes suddenly erupted with intense killing intent. Thanks to the precise perception of Sage Mode, he had ultimately intercepted the other party before they left the training base. Uchiha Izumi took another glance at the figure cloaked in a black robe, leaning on cane, and after a cold snort, he directly raised his arm. Shinra Tensei! In the next moment, a tremendous repulsive force descended, instantly destroying everything around. Faced with Uchiha Izumi's overwhelming attack, several Foundation teams were unable to escape in time and were crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo himself was also of elite Jonin level, barely surviving under the protection of a few elite guards. Rinnegan, Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect you to possess the legendary Sage's eye as well. It truly surprises me. Looking at the unabashed, greedy gaze of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Izumi was too lazy to waste words and directly manipulated the Rinnegan clones that had long been hidden around to launch an attack. Chapter 149, Rinnegan Boundary Hell. The end of darkness in the ninja world. On the other side, suddenly, a sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. Shimura Danzo felt a chill in his right arm, and then he realized that the arm that bore the hopes of the entire village was being severed from him. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in rage. He didn't even care about the several elite Foundation ninjas who had fallen beside him. He immediately teleported to the severed arm sealed with a special tool and quickly bent down to pick it up. You, Uchiha Izumi, you dare to take away my... Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly manipulated the Rinnegan clone to directly chop off Danzo's other arm as well. Accompanied by a scream of agony, a large amount of blood gushed forth, staining the ground red. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi quickly closed in, then landed a heavy punch on Shimura Danzo's abdomen. Wow, blood spurted out in large mouthfuls. Shimura Danzo's face instantly turned as pale as paper, saliva mixed with vomit oozing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the current Hokage's assistant from Konoha, Shimura Danzo, had a twisted expression, his eyes bursting with disbelief. How is this possible? Uchiha Izumi, how could you know the secret of my right hand? Could it be that that bastard Orochimaru betrayed me? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression remained cold as he did not answer directly, but instead placed his hand on Shimura Danzo's right eye and applied slight pressure. Accompanied by a series of painful groans, Uchiha Izumi forcibly dug out a blood-covered 3-tomo Sharingan. The eyeball was instantly crushed. Following that, Uchiha Izumi slowly spoke in a cold voice. It's not that. Has old age dulled your mind? Shimura Danzo, let me help you remember. Tsukuyami. A scarlet light flashed, and Shimura Danzo instantly screamed in agony, clutching his head. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi raised his head and looked around. He noticed that all the members of Root had been dealt with by the Shadow Clone. With a cold snort, he stepped directly on Shimura Danzo's head and casually asked, Old dog, did you ever think about today when you ordered Itachi to wipe out the Uchiha clan back then? Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo gradually stopped his painful struggle. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he glared at Uchiha Izumi while gasping for breath, saying, You evil little brat from the Uchiha clan. I only regret not exterminating you all back then. One day, I will personally... Before he could finish, Uchiha Izumi's expression turned extremely grim. After a moment of silence, he coldly said, Humph, stubborn and unrepentant, but you won't have a chance anymore. Before I came here, I already dealt with your old partner, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I also cleaned up your ninja clan to ensure that not a single survivor remains. Next, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo began to struggle desperately under Uchiha Izumi's foot. However, lacking the support of his arms, he looked like a worm whose life was about to end. Ugly and disgusting. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi, who knew that villains often die from talking too much, lost interest. Thinking about the many other things he had to do, he unhesitatingly lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily. After a long time, he casually threw the collected experimental data, ninjutsu scrolls, and other important materials into the Kamui space. Uchiha Izumi carefully checked to confirm that nothing was missing, then tore open the space and stepped inside. On the other side, the battle between the three villages continued. Although the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara was sealed by the combined efforts of the Konoha ninja, the remaining Sound ninja and Sand ninja were still making their last resistance. Clang! Holding a kunai and blocking the enemy's attack forcefully, Maki landed next to the Sound ninja leader, Kimimaro. At this moment, the young man was covered in blood, his originally white clothes stained red. Cough, cough. Wiping the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, Kimimaro glanced coldly around. What he saw were all Konoha ninjas, and their numbers were still increasing. At this time, Konoha's massive war machine had fully reacted, and a continuous stream of ninjas began to gather quickly. The initial advantage gained by the Sand and Sound ninja, through sneak attacks, and the Jinchuriki, was no longer present. If it weren't for Konoha needing to split forces to contain the Nine Tails, the war between the three villages would have ended long ago. Seeing this, Kimimaro turned to Maki and coldly said, "You go, I will hold them off." Upon hearing this, Maki was taken aback, killing a Konoha ninja who attempted to sneak attack, then quietly asked, "And you?" "My blood disease has relapsed, and my life is not long. Dying here in battle is my best ending. Unfortunately, I couldn't help Lord Orochimaru in the end." Upon hearing this, Maki fell silent, and he began to doubt what the fourth Kazekage really wanted to do. It should be noted that Sunagakure was already not well supported by the daimyo. Its overall strength was basically at the bottom among the 5 great nations. The few hundred people dispatched to attack Konoha were the elite of the village, and now they were almost entirely depleted, with even his own life at risk. Therefore, what exactly did the fourth Kazekage want? This attack on Konoha not only yielded nothing, but also resulted in heavy losses. Defeat had become a foregone conclusion. The most critical issue was that Sunagakure unilaterally tore up the alliance with Konoha, and the village would likely face unprecedented blows next. Sigh, this time we're really in trouble. Just as Maki was lost in thought, a middle-aged ninja wearing a red sleeveless vest and sporting white hair suddenly appeared, calmly saying, "Surrender, if you stop now. Konoha can overlook the past and sign a new alliance with you." After these words, an Umbu ninja urgently spoke up. "Lord Jiraiya, what are you saying? Just let them go so easily? Then what do you suggest we do? The Nine Tails is still in the village and needs to be sealed quickly. If we continue to delay, our losses will be even greater." Upon hearing this, the Umbu ninja fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded painfully in agreement. Moments later, the fighting gradually came to a halt. Maki looked up at the slightly pale sky and let out a slow sigh. It was a failure, but it was also within expectations. With a weak Sunagakure and a newly established Sound village, it was simply too difficult to completely overthrow Konoha, even though Konoha was currently in an unprecedented state of weakness. Its massive population was something all ninja villages could not compare to. Therefore, failure was quite normal. With this thought in mind, Maki turned to look at Kimimaro beside him. He found that the other party had already collapsed on the ground, so he immediately stepped forward to help him up. But at that moment, accompanied by a tearing sound of curtains, a pitch-black space crack slowly opened. Then, a handsome young man in a black robe suddenly appeared in place. You are Uchiha Izumi." Chapter 150, The Night of Annihilation, That Suffocating Truth. Yes. After saying this, Uchiha Izumi looked up at Jiraiya and the group of Konoha Umbu in the distance, and he already vaguely understood everything. Noticing that all around were Konoha ninjas holding kunai, their eyes filled with killing intent, he glanced down at the unconscious Kimimaro on the ground. Uchiha Izumi was silent for a moment. Then, he extended his right hand and said expressionlessly, "Shinra Tensei." In the next moment, an endless repulsive force erupted, centered on Uchiha Izumi. Dozens of Konoha ninjas, along with the mixed Sound and Sand ninjas, were instantly blasted away, including Kimimaro. More than half of the ninjas died before they even hit the ground. As the dust settled, Maki, with a twisted expression and covered in blood, staggered to his feet and looked over. He saw that the area where he had been was instantly cleared, with no people, no objects, and even bodies completely vanished. The S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi stood expressionless in place, staring across at Jiraiya, as if he were completely unconcerned with everything around him. as if he had inadvertently crushed a few ants underfoot. At that moment, Maki caught a strong scent of blood and immediately looked around. When he saw the bodies of his fallen comrades shattered beyond repair, humiliation, anger, pain, and self-blame surged within him. In that instant, Maki exploded. He clenched and unclenched his fists slowly, then pushed away the Konoha ninja beside him who tried to control him. He then glared at the distant figure wrapped in a black cloak and gritted his teeth, asking, "Why? Why did you do this? They're already dead." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi slowly turned his head towards the sound. When he saw the blood-soaked elite Jonin Maki from Izanagi, his gaze sharpened. He then snorted coldly, murmuring to himself, "There's actually a fish that slipped through the net." In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi's figure suddenly vanished, instantly appearing before the Izanagi ninja Maki. He shot a cold glance at him and then spoke in a detached voice. "Why? Because you are no longer useful. I went through so much trouble to bring you here, and in the end, I might as well have done it alone." Hearing this, Maki felt his limbs turn cold, and disbelief spread across his face. Staggering back a few steps, he looked at Uchiha Izumi with incredulity and whispered, "It's you." "So it was you." Realizing it, Uchiha Izumi continued, "That's right, whether it was Orochimaru or the Sound Ninja, it was all me from the beginning." Noticing Maki's shocked expression, Uchiha Izumi slowly drew his Kusanagi sword and coldly revealed the truth. "Scoundrel, how dare you use Lord Kazekage? I will kill you." With that, Maki's face twisted with rage, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He swiftly drew a kunai and leaped forward, lunging at the figure in the black cloak. Stab! Blood splattered. The gruesome expression on Maki's face slowly faded. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Maki lowered his head. He saw a blade, glowing blue, effortlessly pierce through his heart. "You!" Crackle. At that moment, the sword wrapped in lightning chakra suddenly blazed with blue light. Accompanied by Maki's pain groan, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly withdrew the Kusanagi sword. Blood trickled out. At this point, the wound on Maki's chest had turned pitch black due to the lightning chakra, the terrifying heat instantaneously coagulating his blood vessels and completely cutting off any chance of rescue. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi slowly retracted his Kusanagi sword, looking down at the elite Jonin Maki from a height and blandly stating, "It's over. You are not worth my second swing of the sword. You, scoundrel." As the words fell, Maki's eyes widened in anger, but he no longer had the strength to stand. Moments later, as the last ounce of strength within him dissipated, he finally lost his breath. Meanwhile, witnessing the scene before him, Jiraiya felt mixed emotions. Although he successfully halted the joint invasion of Izanagi and the Sound Ninja, Konoha itself suffered heavy losses. What he never expected was that all of this was ultimately caused by the orphan of the once great Uchiha clan. An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. This child may be young, but his mind is unexpectedly meticulous. First, he impersonated Orochimaru to take control of the Sound Ninja, then somehow controlled the Kazekage of Izanagi. Finally, after careful planning, he used the opportunity of the Konoha Chunin exams to instigate war. Why would he do this? What benefit could it possibly bring to this little brat? Uchiha Izumi, after going to such lengths to deal a heavy blow to the village, there must be secrets hidden that he didn't know. With this thought, Jiraiya immediately turned to the captains of the Umbu squads beside him. "I'll hold this guy off here. You all hurry and support the sealing team. We must seal the Nine Tails as quickly as possible. We cannot allow it to continue wreaking havoc." As he finished speaking, the Umbu squad leaders nodded slightly and silently left the scene. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi curled his lip, scoffing at Jiraiya's decision. Although the Nine Tails was in a poor state, it wouldn't be so easy to seal it without top-tier ninjas to restrain it. Moreover, he held a summoning contract. Once there was a trend of sealing the Nine Tails, he would immediately sense it and summon it back. Thus, Jiraiya's choice had been wrong from the start. However, it was understandable. Strong individuals are always very confident in their abilities. Since this guy wanted to hold him off with strength, then let us wait and see. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly leaped high and instantly landed in front of Uchiha Izumi. Looking into those familiar ripple-patterned eyes, Jiraiya felt momentarily dazed. But after a moment, he regained his composure and solemnly asked, "Rinnegan, Uchiha Izumi, how do you have these sage eyes? Did you get them from Nagato? Also, why did you betray the village? I know what Itachi did back then had a huge impact on you, but afterwards, Konoha made arrangements for your and Sasuke's living conditions. I really don't understand what could have caused you to become like this." In the face of Jiraiya's somewhat heartbroken words, Uchiha Izumi remained unmoved, still coldly staring at him. Moments later, noticing the main quest prompt in his mind, Uchiha Izumi calmly replied, "That's because it was the current Konoha leadership that ordered the massacre of the Uchiha clan." "What did you say?" At that moment, Jiraiya's pupils constricted slightly, and disbelief appeared on his face. "What are you talking about? Clarify." Facing Jiraiya's questioning, Uchiha Izumi calmly stated, "Itachi was once a double agent for the clan and the village. Until one day, Shimura Danzo, with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found Itachi. Then, under the condition of leaving Sasuke alive, he forced Itachi to completely side with the village. You know what happened next? The Uchiha massacre." Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed several times. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. "No wonder the old man sent a message for me to urgently return to Konoha, and then changed his mind. So it was like this. The Uchiha clan's destruction and the crisis were resolved. The village not only suffered no losses, but also completely eliminated any future concerns. It's just as dark as ever. Old man, I didn't expect you and Danzo would choose to solve problems this way. It's truly disappointing. This approach is even more excessive than the incident back then when public opinion forced Konoha Shikaku to commit suicide." With this in mind, Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Izumi with a complex expression, then slowly asked, "Since that's the case, what about you? How did you survive back then?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi glanced sideways at Jiraiya, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he liked Jiraiya as a tragic figure when reading the original work in his past life, he wouldn't have wasted so many words with him. Although he admitted that this guy has good character, many of his ideas were completely incompatible with his own due to their differing positions. To put it bluntly, Jiraiya is just an idiot completely brainwashed by the great toad sage of Mayaboka Mountain. In that world, there is no such thing as a so-called prophesied child. Even if there were, it would definitely be the strongest one in the entire ninja world, as long as one is strong enough to make everyone bow their heads. Even Akamaru could be the prophesied child. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi shook his head and coldly said to the white-haired middle-aged ninja in front of him, "This is my own business. Also, understand your position, Jiraiya. I know you want to buy time, but there is no need to use such a low-level tactic. It's impossible to reseal the Nine Tails. I won't give you any opportunity." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya frowned, not expecting that the other party would see through his thoughts. But then again, it made sense. His ranking in the bingo book even surpassed Orochimaru's. Achieving this level in just a few years, this guy's talent is even stronger than Uchiha Itachi's. The key point is that Uchiha Izumi actually possesses the Rinnegan. This is simply unbelievable. One should know that the last time he saw this pair of sage eyes was during the Second Ninja World War. At that time, he had taken Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko as his disciples. Among them, Nagato's eyes were a pair of long-lost sage eyes. At that time, he thought this child was the prophesied child mentioned by the great toad sage. Therefore, within the constraints of the village's regulations, he imparted a lot of knowledge to the three of them. Although, due to the village's restrictions on ninjutsu, he only taught them some of the most basic things. He did not hold back on basic knowledge of the ninja world and survival skills. However, in the subsequent wars, he received news of their deaths one after another and even went to the Rain Country to investigate. Unfortunately, he ultimately could not find any trace of the three. And today, he saw a pair of sage eyes again. Is this the divine will? "Great Toad Sage, please tell me what I should do." Looking around, seeing that Konoha, which once nurtured him, is now caught in the vortex of war, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness, but he quickly adjusted his state. Suppressing the complex, emotional fluctuations in his heart, he refocused his gaze on Uchiha Izumi. "The matter is far from over. I cannot fall here." Just as Jiraiya was murmuring to himself, the Nine Tails in the distance seemed to be completely provoked by something, becoming increasingly ferocious. Realizing the situation, Jiraiya understood that he could no longer delay. If he didn't control the rampaging Nine Tails soon, Konoha would be finished. He looked up deeply at Uchiha Izumi, noticing that the boy had completely shed his youth after experiencing various blows, while his peers were still participating in the Chunin exams. This guy had already posed such a big problem for Konoha with his own strength. "Sigh, old man, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble." With this thought, Jiraiya sighed and, after a moment of silence, said, "Izumi, stop. You've already made enough mistakes. Don't keep making them." Although the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the village has always treated your clansman Sasuke well. Furthermore, Konoha at least gave you a beautiful childhood. Is there really nothing here that you cherish? After finishing his words, Jiraiya paused for a moment, then pointed to the Hokage rock and continued, I know your strength is great, but it's definitely not enough. At least your own power is insufficient to overturn the entire Konoha. Otherwise, you wouldn't choose to cooperate with Orochimaru, bringing the Sound Ninja and Sand Village into the quagmire of war with Konoha. Moreover, as you have seen today, Konoha has suffered unprecedented losses, with countless people displaced. So, don't use the extermination of your clan as an excuse to continue. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take action against you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi laughed in anger, and then a chilling aura emanated from his entire body. Shaking his head, he sneered and looked at the white-haired, serious-looking middle-aged ninja in front of him, calmly saying, if I'm not mistaken, the name Konoha was started by Uchimadara, right? Back then, he and Senju Hashirama ended the chaos and established a system of one nation and one ninja village, which the other countries began to imitate. The fundamental reason is that both of them possessed incredibly strong power. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. This is a fact. There is nothing to refute. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Izumi sneered and continued, but what did the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan have back then? What did the likes of Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara have? Now, decades later, a group of ninja clans that once received protection have united to kick the two founders of the ninja villages out of the game. The extermination of the Uchiha clan and the disappearance of the Senju clan are simply too ridiculous. It's a huge joke. Lord Jiraiya, the times have changed. The rule of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has completely ended. Today, I am here to tell everyone present that what we Uchiha clan have given you, you can take. What we don't give, you cannot steal. Chapter 152. From now on, let the world feel pain. As soon as his voice fell, a glint of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Izumi's light purple pupils. Then, with a massive plume of smoke rising, the Nine Tails, which was still rampaging in the Sarutobi clan's residence, suddenly vanished. Just as the people of Konoha were plunged into confusion, Uchiha Izumi's figure slowly began to float, quickly rising higher. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He immediately looked up at the sky and shouted at the rapidly ascending figure, Hey, what are you doing? Wait, stop. Uchiha Izumi, we can still talk this out. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi coldly glanced at Jiraiya below with his emotionless rippled pupils. After a slight pause, he responded in a cold voice, Lord Jiraiya, do you truly understand my childhood? Or are you merely viewing the issue of the Uchiha clan's extermination from Konoha's perspective? Lastly, I want to tell you that you really know nothing about the power of the Rinnegan. Upon hearing such a sharp question, Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. As one of the legendary Sannin, the great Toad Sage, he spent most of his time thinking about how to find the prophesied child. When he had a little free time, it was mostly about gathering materials. Additionally, he had to track Orochimaru and regularly relay some confidential information from the ninja world back to Konoha. How could there be time to pay attention to the growth of a little brat in the ninja school, let alone one from the Uchiha clan? Although I have no prejudice against this once great clan of Konoha, I cannot say I am friendly either. More often, I turn a blind eye to the various policies of the old man targeting the Uchiha. It can't be helped. This has been a tradition since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's administration. In Konoha, suppressing the Uchiha clan is considered politically correct, and as the heir of the Senju clan, I would never choose to go against the old man. Regarding the Rinnegan, to be honest, I don't know much about it. I've only secretly researched Nagato. At that time, he was very young, and his development of the sage's eyes was not sufficient. But what I can confirm is that this eye, which is said to be the top of the three great dojutsu, definitely possesses mysterious and unpredictable abilities. Therefore, as an S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Izumi dared to come to Konoha alone. He must have some powerful ninjutsu or trump cards that I am unaware of. Thus, unable to stop this guy, I must inform everyone to prepare and jointly resist whatever happens next. With this thought, Jiraiya quickly summoned several giant toads and began mobilizing in Konoha using their size. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi did not care and chose to continue rising in height. Once he could overlook the entire Konoha, he slowly came to a stop. The strong wind howled, and he felt a chill creeping in. Uchiha Izumi took a deep breath and began to slowly concentrate the massive chakra within him. As time passed, when everything was ready, Uchiha Izumi directly turned off the system notifications in his mind to prevent being affected by excessive notifications. Moments later, accompanied by a faint purple glow, the ripple-like pupils of Uchiha Izumi suddenly began to constrict. Then, As he slowly spread his arms, he whispered, "Without experiencing it, can one truly empathize?" It seems Nagato wasn't entirely wrong. "Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant too. Heh, then from now on, let the world feel pain." Shinra Tensei. As soon as the words fell, a blinding white light flashed. The next moment, with a deafening sound, the earth began to tremble violently. Then, an invisible repulsive force descended, rapidly expanding from Uchiha Izumi, who was in the sky. Where it passed, thick smoke billowed up, and countless houses and buildings were instantly destroyed. Tens of thousands of ninjas and an even larger number of civilians were quickly engulfed in the ruins. The invisible repulsive force continued to expand with devastating momentum. In just a moment, it covered the entire Konoha ninja village. Boom! After a long time, when the smoke cleared, the once prosperous Konoha village no longer existed. In its place was a massive oval pit, dozens of meters deep. Surrounding it were ruins and debris, and the few surviving Konoha ninjas lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi nodded in satisfaction, casually flipping through the system notifications in his mind, and began to ponder. What a windfall. Indeed, if one wants to level up quickly, the best choice is to kill. Although the consumption of Shinra Tensei is enormous, I have always believed that one must pay to gain. Jumping from level 107 to 135 in an instant, I even received hundreds of system lottery draws as a bonus. This indicates that under my full power strike, the entire population of Konoha, including civilians, was reduced to a mere fraction. Although killing civilians does not increase experience, it allows me to reach the limit of super shadows in an instant. It proves that tens of thousands of ninjas died beneath my Shinra Tensei. Although most of them were lower ninjas, that terrifying base number still pushed my level up. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi gently lowered his outstretched arms and slowly revealed a smile on his previously expressionless face. But then he faintly sensed something was off. Why was there no completion notification for the main quest? Konoha has been completely destroyed. Is that not considered experiencing pain? What is wrong with this damn system? Is there some hidden condition that hasn't been triggered? Just as Uchiha Izumi was muttering to himself, a middle-aged ninja with white hair and a face covered in dirt pushed aside the giant rock crushing him and slowly walked out. Looking at the scene around him, which resembled a natural disaster, Jiraiya was filled with rage. Exhaling a deep breath, he then looked at the small black duck still floating in the air with cold eyes and murmured, "Uchiha Izumi, you dare to do this to Konoha. I, Jiraiya, will never forgive you." As soon as the words fell, a peculiar energy began to gather gradually, and Jiraiya slowly brought his hands together. Next, it was time to enter Sage mode. I hope it's not too late. On the other side, just as Uchiha Izumi was deep in thought, he sensed a strong natural energy beginning to gather in a certain corner below, so he locked his gaze on that area. Although it was somewhat unclear due to the distance, Uchiha Izumi immediately recognized that the white-haired ninja was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He saw Jiraiya with his hands together, surrounded by countless natural energies. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's pupils slightly constricted, then he coldly laughed and slowly spoke. "Sage mode? Do you still not recognize the gap between us, Jiraiya? If that's the case, then let me show you what despair feels like." Chapter 153. Sage Art 5 Right Gate. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi readjusted his state, feeling the abundant chakra still within him. He nodded slightly. He then controlled his body to rapidly descend and landed back on the ground moments later. Looking around, he found himself at the center of the oval pit he had seen from the sky. The surroundings were empty, with only the severely damaged Hokage rock faintly recalling Konoha's former glory. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi thought, "It seems that the principle of my Shinra Tensei is similar to Nagato's. Both are based on oneself as the center to instantaneously eject a special energy in the form of repulsion. However, due to the different methods of obtaining the Rinnegan, the power varies greatly. Clearly, the self-awakened version is much stronger than the transplanted one. At least from the attack effects, this Shinra Tensei has a larger range, greater destructive power, and relatively lower consumption. At least the issue of lifespan loss described in the original work did not occur." With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly looked up at the distance. Seeing that Jiraiya was still maintaining his hands together, he decisively stood up and flew over, preparing to take this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Moments later, Uchiha Izumi launched a reconnaissance technique at the serious-faced Jiraiya. Name: Jiraiya level, Kage, current status, hostile rank, level 105 condition, slightly poor evaluation, slightly inferior upon seeing this. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback when he noticed the information. He didn't expect Jiraiya's strength to be comparable to that of Pain. As expected of one of the powerhouses from the early part of the original work, his strength is indeed commendable. Although it was only a temporary boost from Sage Mode, it also proves this guy's talent. It's important to note that the vast majority of ninjas will never master such a dangerously powerful technique in their lifetime, let alone use it flexibly in actual combat. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi raised his head and looked at the opponent in surprise again. Then, without hesitation, launched an attack. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as dozens of miniature missiles, the thickness of a wrist, shot toward Jiraiya's location. As one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage had no choice but to use his body to withstand the attack. Although his body suffered considerable damage, he seized the opportunity to quickly distance himself from the danger zone. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's gaze turned cold, and his figure flickered, vanishing from his original spot. Puffed. Blood sprayed as a black rod shot out from the void, precisely piercing Jiraiya's shoulder. In the next moment, with a surge of special energy injected, a pair of purple glowing Rinnegan eyes appeared in Jiraiya's mind. Feeling the rapid decrease in the efficiency of his chakra flow, Jiraiya understood that the black rod piercing his left shoulder could maximally suppress the flow of chakra. But it didn't matter. The preparation for Sage Mode was already complete. Although it wasn't perfect, it was the most effective means available at the moment. Next, he just had to wait for the two sages from Mayaboka Mountain to get into position before he could launch an attack. With that thought, Jiraiya leapt up, dodging the attack while reaching out with his right hand to grasp the black iron rod embedded in his left shoulder. He then pulled it out with a slight force. As blood gushed out, the black iron rod came free. Moments later, feeling the chakra flowing within him again, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh and immediately began to counterattack. He bit his finger and quickly formed seals while solemnly declaring, "Summoning technique." In the next moment, two aged voices echoed. They were filled with curses, mixed with concerns about Jiraiya using Sage Mode and shock at Uchiha Izumi's Rinnegan. The Sage's Eye? Little Jiraiya, this thing actually exists. It's truly unbelievable. The sage in the gray cloak, Fukusaku, clasped his hands together, his expression slightly serious. His murky frog eyes fixed intently on the distant Rinnegan glowing with purple light. At that moment, the other sage, Shima, also displayed a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "Hiss, old man, it's truly hard to believe. The Sage's Eye, which hasn't appeared in 1,000 years, is actually seen today. I see it. It really is the Rinnegan. What an ominous pair of eyes. Is this kid really the prophesied child?" Hearing Fukusaku's inquiry, Jiraiya took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Sorry, I don't know. However, this guy destroyed Konoha, and that's unforgivable. Please, both of you, help me maintain Sage Mode. I want to settle this once and for all." Upon hearing this, Fukusaku and Shima exchanged glances, then spoke in unison, "Of course. But Jiraiya, be careful. I remember your development of Sage Mode isn't very mature." "I understand. So please get ready. I'm going in." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Jiraiya, instantly locking onto the figure in the black robe in front of him. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, then pulled out another black rod from his sleeve. Noticing the red markings on Jiraiya's face and his bulbous nose, as well as the two sages, Fukusaku and Shima, who were fixing themselves onto Jiraiya's shoulders, Uchiha Izumi pursed his lips, secretly thinking, "Has Sage Mode succeeded? I might have overdone it with the water. I wonder if Jiraiya can notice. First, give hope, then deliver despair with full force. I wonder if this operation aligns with the main quest process. Hopefully, it does. If not, then I'll have to think of another way." With this thought, Uchiha Izumi coldly swept his emotionless Rinnegan eyes over Jiraiya, then clasped his hands together and solemnly declared, "Summoning technique." In the next moment, as a massive summoning array covered in black markings formed, several enormous summoning beasts began to appear in succession. Then, roars filled the air, instantly echoing throughout the entire area. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, and he leaped up to evade the charge of a rhinoceros. When he noticed the Rinnegan in the eyes of the summoning beasts, Jiraiya seemed to sense something. Do the summoning beasts also possess Rinnegan? Something feels off. This pair of eyes gives me a strange feeling. Never mind, let's test it out. With that thought, Jiraiya first kicked off the wooden clogs from his feet, then stood barefoot on the ground and slowly said, "Next, I'll use sage art instead of ninjutsu. Please assist me, both sages. I'll use oil. You two respectively use wind and fire." Then, Before he could finish speaking, the two sages and Jiraiya suddenly inhaled sharply. With the surge of natural energy, a torrent of flames surged forth with overwhelming momentum toward Uchiha Izumi. Sage Art. 5 Right Guards. Chapter 154. Feel the despair, the late-coming planetary devastation. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised his right hand toward the oncoming sea of flames and solemnly declared, "Sealing technique. Absorption." As soon as he finished speaking, just as the sage art was about to hit, a nearly transparent shield instantly opened. Then, the surging flames mixed with golden oil heavily collided in front of Uchiha Izumi. But to Jiraiya's astonishment from afar, his fire technique, mixed with a large amount of sage chakra, was instantly absorbed by the opponent without causing any damage. Seeing this, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and he immediately closed in, attempting to completely resolve the battle through taijutsu. However, facing Uchiha Izumi, who was empowered by the Rinnegan, his efforts were futile. He was almost instantly knocked to the ground. But at that moment, a peculiar creature bristling with sharp teeth emerged from Shima's mouth, instantly trapping Uchiha Izumi in place and halting his advance. Then, Shima began to shout loudly to Fukasaku, "Hurry up, kid's dad. Got it." With a deep response, a water release technique, shaped like a blade and the thickness of a thumb, instantly activated. With unparalleled speed, it sliced Uchiha Izumi in half from bottom to top. But with a burst of smoke, Fukasaku and Shima's expressions changed instantly. Shadow clone? When did he? This guy's hand seal speed is too fast. I can't catch it all. Be careful, kid's father. I feel like this guy isn't using his full power. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a low and cold voice, Jiraiya's body was sent flying back at a visibly rapid speed. Shinra Tensei. The next moment, Jiraiya forcefully endured the excruciating pain radiating from his body and began to adjust his posture in midair, slowly landing on the ground. Immediately after, he rapidly formed hand seals and quickly created distance between both sides with an extremely swift movement. On the other side, a group of ragged and battered Konoha ninjas looked at the scene in front of them with serious expressions. After a moment, a Konoha ninja wearing sunglasses and a headscarf hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Although it seems that Lord Jiraiya has the upper hand, I have to admit that this guy is indeed very strong." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads in surprise to look at the speaker. Then, a ninja wearing a Konoha nin vest with 1,000 books in his mouth smirked and couldn't help but say, "Hibiki, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. We're not blind. Can't we see the current situation? While everyone hopes that Lord Jiraiya can win, there's no need for you to be so flattering." Upon hearing this, Hibiki's expression changed, and he directly turned around and grabbed the other person's collar, gritting his teeth as he said, "What did you say? Say it again. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of Jinkan." At that moment, a middle-aged ninja wearing a black coat and covered in scars stared intently. He hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two and said to the one who started it, "Hibiki, what are you doing? In the face of a great enemy, instead of thinking about how to resolve it, you want to start infighting?" "Humph." Hibiki snorted coldly, then raised his hand to adjust his sunglasses and coldly said, "No era Jinkan. I'll let this go today for Hibiki's sake. After we kill that Uchiha Izumi, I'll have a proper spar with you." Upon hearing this, Noera Jinkan also pushed away the blocking my guy next to him and sneered in response, "Humph. I'll be waiting for you. All right, stop arguing." At this moment, a clear voice rang in everyone's ears. Turning to look, a figure with long hair draped over her shoulders but covered in bandages slowly walked over. "Home? How are you?" "I'm fine, just a small injury." "What time is it now?" "If Lord Jiraiya is defeated, have you thought about the consequences?" Saying this, Yuhi Kurenai wiped the blood dripping from the corner of her mouth and continued, "Right now, with the Hokage missing, we're the only ones left with combat power in the village. And Lord Jiraiya is the legendary Sannin of Konoha, also the strongest in Konoha at present. Although it seems evenly matched now, who knows what will happen next." Upon hearing this, Narashikaku, who had not spoken for a long time, straightened his gaze and slowly said, "Kurenai, you don't need to worry. That Uchiha Izumi, although he destroyed the village somehow, must have paid a great price. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to mobilize the Sand Village's forces to invade? Using such a large-scale attack must come at a cost to himself. As long as Lord Jiraiya can find the flaw, he will definitely achieve ultimate victory." Hearing this, everyone nodded, acknowledging Narashikaku's analysis as the leader of the Nin class. Yes, although Uchiha Izumi has turned the village into this state, He must have paid a great price. Haichi is right. To achieve such a level, a massive amount of chakra must be consumed. Yes, let us see how Lord Jiraiya handles this. Dingza, Haichi, let us be ready to support Lord Jiraiya at any time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi first cast a cold glance at the distant figure poised to strike. Then he looked around. Noticing a group of Konoha ninjas watching from the edge of the battlefield, he muttered, "There's still so many little fish alive. Forget it. Let's deal with them all together." With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's light purple ripple-patterned pupils suddenly began to constrict. He then slowly closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Moments later, as he slowly opened his hands again, a pitch-black sphere gradually appeared in his palms. The next moment, Uchiha Izumi's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he threw the black sphere directly into the air while saying in a deep voice, "Now you will feel the true power of the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei." As the words fell, the earth began to tremble violently again, and moments later it began to crack, with huge boulders detaching from the ground and gradually converging around the black sphere. Then, countless building ruins in the distance also began to float under the influence of gravity. As Uchiha Izumi increased the injection of chakra, they began to fly rapidly into the sky. Seeing the scene, Jiraiya struggled to resist the immense gravitational force of the Shinra Tensei using Sage Mode. However, facing this ultimate ocular technique of the Rinnegan, the Sage art that Mayaboka Mountain prided itself on had no effect whatsoever. The gap in strength was simply too great. This level of attack was no longer from the same dimension. "Come back with us, little Jiraiya." After trying various means, Fukasaku Sage helplessly gave up, struggling, and said in a deep voice. On the other side, Shima Sage also echoed, "Yes, well, you can still use the reverse summoning technique. If you wait any longer, it will really be impossible to leave. No, you guys go ahead. I will stay." Chapter 155. The Death of the Sage, a Glorious Finale. "What are you saying, little Jiraiya? If you don't leave now, then..." Before he could finish his words, Jiraiya swatted away a giant rock flying toward him, then stabilized his posture and said in a deep voice, "Konoha has reached a critical moment of life and death. If I leave, then everyone will die." After saying this, Jiraiya cast his gaze into the distance, noticing that Nara Shikaku and the others had also not escaped the range of this attack. He became even more resolute in his belief. "So what should we do? With our strength alone, we cannot break free from this constraint, let alone stop that Uchiha Izumi. I have a plan that might not be a plan." Upon hearing this, Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage both turned to look at Jiraiya, whose expression was serious. "There is no time. I'll keep it short. Whether it's that unknown ninjutsu that destroyed Konoha, or this gravitational ninjutsu, to cast such a level of attack will definitely consume a massive amount of chakra. But a person's capacity is always limited. Now I can only bet on the other party reaching their limit while trying to protect everyone as much as possible. Please, both sages, transfer your remaining chakra to me, and then you can leave." Upon hearing this, Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage both showed shocked expressions. After a moment, I couldn't help but speak up directly, "But, little Jiraiya, you need to think carefully. The amount of chakra required to withstand this level of attack and protect everyone will be astronomical. If you're not careful, you could die." Hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled heartily, no longer responding, but instead jumped quickly to a flying rock, then clasped his hands together and began to draw on the chakra within him with all his might. Moments later, with a roar, Jiraiya's white hair began to extend rapidly. In an instant, he had tied up a group of Konoha ninjas who had been pulled into the air by gravity like Zongzi. Sage Art, Super Large-Tailed Beast Spiral Bomb. With Jiraiya crazily squeezing the chakra from his body, more and more surviving Konoha ninjas were completely protected. Then, with a strong pull, everyone was gathered together under the force of gravity. At that critical moment, Uchiha Izumi below had his eyes glowing purple. He slowly began to close his outstretched arms. As tons of chakra continued to flow in, Jiraiya and many Konoha ninjas were gradually engulfed. The next moment, they were completely silenced amidst the collision of countless boulders directly sealed within the planetary devastation. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Planetary devastation. This was a technique once used by the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, to seal away Kagaya. It was perfectly suited for Jiraiya, who in the original story had died without even having his body found. Moreover, using this technique could also seal the scattered Konoha ninjas around. After all, the population of this village was too large. Killing them one by one would be too laborious. It was better to use this ultimate technique of the Rinnegan for a one-time solution. After all, if there were too many survivors, what would be the point of destroying Konoha? This group could rebuild it in no time. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi looked around. He found that besides the enormous stone ball hovering in the air, there was no other movement. He nodded slightly, feeling a wave of satisfaction rise within him. For the ninjas of Konoha, this was truly a painful experience. Hopefully, these guys underground could feel the pain of being exterminated by someone on a whim. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi shrugged and turned to leave. But at that moment, a sound of stones being broken echoed. The next moment, accompanied by an angry roar, a violent explosion occurred on planetary devastation. Despite being dozens of meters away, the terrifying power shook the ground. Sage Art, Super Large-Tailed Beast Spiral Bomb. Boom! Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with unexpected surprise. He looked up to see a hole suddenly opened beneath the massive planetary devastation due to the explosion. Countless strands of white hair quickly emerged, tossing out the Konoha ninjas that had been wrapped inside. Although their forms were somewhat disheveled, everyone wore smiles of relief. On the other side, a large amount of blood sprayed from Jiraiya's mouth and nose, making the already worn-out Toad Sage even worse. As the last batch of Konoha ninjas was successfully sent out, Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, his originally pale face flushed with a hint of red. The next moment, blood began to pour from his mouth in large quantities, and even his pupils started to lose focus. Did it work? Lord Fukasaku, Lord Shima, I'm afraid I really can't go back. Feeling all the strength in his body rapidly dissipating, Jiraiya no longer cared about his legs, which were already bloodied and mangled beneath the stones. Holding on to his last breath, he suddenly stretched out his hands to support his upper body. Then, he screamed hysterically at the group of Konoha ninjas who had safely landed. Hurry up, Kakashi. Take them and go, don't worry about me. Escape. Everyone leave here. Quickly. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi, who had completely reacted, had a somber expression. He casually drew out a black rod and leaped up, instantly arriving in front of Jiraiya. Looking at the anxiousness in Jiraiya's eyes, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly pointed the black rod at Jiraiya's heart and stabbed it in without hesitation. Puffed. Blood gushed out. Jiraiya, who was already on the brink of death, was unable to resist at all and lost consciousness with a dim gaze. Seeing this scene, all the surviving Konoha ninjas changed their expressions drastically, looking at what had happened with disbelief. Their hearts were filled with endless shock and fear. Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya was killed. Just now, Lord Jiraiya had exhausted all his strength to protect us. Lord Jiraiya used up all his chakra. Lord Jiraiya actually lost. What should we do? Noticing the murmurs of his companions beside him, Naruto slowly wiped away the tears in his eyes. He raised his head again to look at the figure in the black robe in the air. He saw blood splattering as the figure slowly pulled the black iron rod out of Jiraiya's body. Then, shaking it off, he refocused his gaze on Shikaku. Seeing this, Naruto's heart suddenly jolted. Feeling a dense killing intent locking onto him, he immediately interrupted everyone's words. Everyone be careful. That guy Uchiha Izumi is coming over. Chapter 156, Peak Duel, The 8 Gates of Duinjia. What? Hearing Naruto's words, Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but look up. In his line of sight, he saw a figure wrapped in a black robe tilting its head. Then, with a surge of killing intent, it slowly walked towards the direction of the group. Each step caused ripples in the surrounding air. At that moment, everyone was stunned by the figure slowly moving through the void. This level of chakra control is simply unheard of. Looking at the approaching figure, Naruto couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, the person standing next to him, Inuzuka Kiba, also looked dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, "Are you kidding me? This guy is a monster." Many ninjas possess flying abilities, but to walk through the void requires extremely strong chakra control. What should we do now? Just relying on our words? We probably won't be a match for this guy. Hearing this, a middle-aged ninja in a black windbreaker with several scars on his face slowly spoke. None of this is a problem. There is one thing that is very terrifying about Uchiha Izumi. I don't know if you all noticed. What? This guy has released so many large-scale ninjutsu, but his chakra hasn't even been depleted yet. If we want to defeat him now, we need to quickly confirm his condition. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded slightly, but his expression remained serious. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head to look around. Then, after making eye contact with everyone, he spoke in a deep voice. Ibiki is right. Konoha has now reached a moment of life and death. While we can escape separately, but don't forget, our wives, children, and families all died at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. Don't you want revenge? Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd showed a fierce expression, and they nodded vigorously, saying, "Let's go together. We must exhaust him to death. Yes, he has killed so many of us and turned the village into this state. He absolutely cannot be spared. As a Konoha ninja, the will of fire tells me that I can never abandon my comrades and flee. Right, let's fight him. Uchiha Izumi has been fighting for so long. I don't believe he still has chakra left. Maybe it's just a bluff. Let's all go together." At this point, Naruto took a deep breath, turned to look at the approaching Uchiha Izumi, and said, "Now we have two options. The first is for everyone to attack together with all our strength to hold him down. But this method is very dangerous. If this guy dares to stay and try to kill us, then he must have some unknown trump card. The other method is for me, Kai, and Ding is what to take action to lower Uchiha Izumi's condition as much as possible. When the time is right, everyone else can join in. But there is one point." As he spoke, Naruto pointed at Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yuhi Kurenai, and continued, "You guys, once the battle starts, no matter the outcome, escape immediately. Listening, this is not a negotiation with you. I'm the leader of the Jonin in Konoha, and since the Hokage is not here, I will take full responsibility. Obey orders." At this moment, Naruto's expression darkened, and a look of determination suddenly erupted in his eyes. He was already prepared for sacrifice. What? No, you will die. Let's go together. Facing Inuzuka Kiba's slightly anxious words, Naruto slowly shook his head, then firmly patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "I personally prefer the second method. If we fail, Konoha can still leave some seeds. One day, they will sprout. Ninjas are destined to die. Lord Jiraiya has sacrificed, and now it should be our turn. Kiba, you are still young. If one day you face the same choice again, it won't be too late to stay." As his words fell, while everyone looked sorrowful, a figure in a green tight-fitting outfit suddenly stepped to the front of the crowd. First, he grinned, then raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up to everyone. Just as everyone was stunned, he spoke up, "Shikaku, let me handle this. It's time to implement my ninja way, and I consider myself the strongest among everyone. The proud azure beast of Konoha will bloom today." Hearing this, Ebisu pushed past Inuzuka Kiba and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Caillou," before he could finish. Might Guy suddenly grinned again, his white teeth sparkling. "Don't worry, Ebisu. I believe the lotus of Konoha will bloom again. This is youth." Watching Might Guy's gradually receding figure, Naruto's expression was extremely complex. He never expected that someone would actively volunteer to sacrifice themselves. This is a Konoha ninja. This is the legacy of the will of fire. Hokage, did you see this? As long as the spirit remains, Konoha will never perish. Thinking of this, Naruto took a deep breath, slowly adjusted his emotions, and then said to everyone, "Everyone, pay attention, be ready to support at any time once the battle begins." Additionally, "Lord Shikaku, we won't leave." Looking at Inuzuka Kiba's somewhat stubborn eyes, Naruto fell silent for a moment, then heavily sighed and stopped speaking. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi looked at the rushing Might Guy with a serious gaze and slowly stopped his advance. He saw that the other party was wearing a green, tight-fitting outfit with a standard Konoha Jonin vest on top and had distinctive eyebrows and small eyes. At that moment, while running, Might Guy suddenly crossed his hands and leaped, landing right in front of Uchiha Izumi. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi instinctively cast a reconnaissance technique. Name, Might Guy level, Elite Jonin current, hostile level, 79 status, good evaluation, like an ant. Noticing that the opponent's level was still at the Elite Jonin stage, Uchiha Izumi let out a slight sigh of relief. After checking his own condition, he thought to himself, "Chakra is still about half, and it is continuously recovering. If I use the Eternal Izanagi, I might be able to fight him. However, I need to be careful of Might Guy's 8 gates. If I don't react in time, I could really die. But this is also an opportunity. Jiraiya is dead. If I can kill Might Guy, who has opened the 8 gates in a direct confrontation, the morale of these Konoha ninjas will plummet. At that time, I can kill everyone, and the main quest might be considered complete. After all, the requirement is to make Konoha feel pain. If everyone is dead, it should be very painful." Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi focused, and a purple light flickered in his rippling pupils. He then made a grasping motion in the air, and a black iron rod slowly appeared from his sleeve, tightly gripped in his hand. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi's gaze was firmly locked on Might Guy, quietly waiting for him to attack first. Seeing this, Might Guy crossed his hands, and a confident smile appeared on his lips, then shouted loudly. Next, it's time for the Azure Beast of Konoha to make his appearance. 8 gates, 7th gate. Open. Chapter 157, Blood Red Steam. The disappearance of the Azure Beast. In the next moment, an extremely rich blue chakra surged into the sky, and the continuous waves of air instantly blew away everything around. The ground began to crack, debris flew, and thick smoke rose, with shock waves rapidly expanding outward in circles. On the other side, a strong hurricane mixed with debris hit Uchiha Izumi's face, and his body, enhanced by the Rinnegan's special ocular technique, actually felt a faint pain. At this moment, the corner of Uchiha Izumi's eye twitched slightly. Then his rippling pupils unconsciously contracted, and he instinctively raised his right arm to block in front of him. Blue Steam, the 7th gate? It seems I underestimated this guy. Before he could finish speaking, a figure wrapped in blue steam suddenly appeared and punched down. Seeing this, a flash of pale, purple surprise flickered in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, and he quickly maneuvered his body to dodge the deadly strike. Looking up, he saw the person in front of him with white eyes, surrounded by extremely rich chakra. Even the originally uniquely styled black short hair was floating under the force. Once again ducking to avoid the incoming attack, Uchiha Izumi thrust the black rod forward, but it was blocked by the chakra steam surrounding Might Guy and couldn't advance an inch. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief, but he quickly had to dodge Might Guy's incoming whip kick. The speed was too fast. If this continued, it would be disastrous. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind as he once again blocked the opponent's punch. Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils suddenly constricted, and as chakra surged, he spoke in a deep voice, "Shinra Tensei." As the words fell, Might Guy, who had intended to engage Uchiha Izumi in close combat, was instantly repelled by an invisible force. Boom! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. But the next moment, Might Guy stood up completely unharmed. After a brief silence, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly and then reached out with his right hand to pull out a black iron rod from the void. Meanwhile, a group of Konoha ninjas stared in shock at the scene before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. This can't be real. When did Guy become so strong? Hearing his companions muttering beside him, Narashikaku immediately smiled. I knew Guy could do it. After all, it was the 8 gates technique. It could unleash powers dozens of times beyond one's own. If he opened the last gate, he could even surpass the 5 Kage. At this point, Narashikaku paused slightly, and his expression suddenly turned a bit sad. After a moment, he spoke again. More than 10 years ago, during the Third Shinobi World War, Guy, Ebisu, and I encountered a life-and-death crisis on the battlefield of the Mist. Back then, as Chunin, we ran into the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist while on a mission. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd showed expressions of shock, but before they could ask, Narashikaku continued, at that critical moment, Guy's father, Might Duwei, arrived just in time. He opened the 8 gates and allowed us to escape first. As you all know, while the 3 of us survived, Might Duwei sacrificed himself. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, they basically vanished after that. With that, everyone fell into silence. After a moment, Narashikaku was the first to break the silence. I know a bit about that incident. As the hero who protected the village, Might Duwei opened the death gate and single-handedly killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. The price was his life. Later, due to the high threshold for training the 8 gates technique and the ethical issues surrounding human experimentation, it was classified as an S-rank forbidden technique and sealed away. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Yuhi Kurenai suddenly asked, "So, Lord Shikaku, does that mean Guy has mastered this forbidden technique?" Yes, according to the records. The azure steam emanating from Might Guy signifies the opening of the 7th gate. Does that mean we have hope now? Hearing Yuhi Kurenai's statement, Aburame Shino, who had been standing nearby, closed his eyes to feel the energy, then spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, based on the feedback from the insects, Guy's current burst of power, speed, and chakra intensity even exceeds that of Lord Jiraiya. As these words fell, everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately began to discuss. If Guy's here, we will definitely win. Yeah, I never imagined my Guy could be this strong. The 8 gates technique. Who would have thought Guy could master such a forbidden technique? It's truly incredible. This time, there's no doubt, Uchiha Izumi is doomed. It's just a pity for Lord Jiraiya. If Guy could have stepped in sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Hey, what are you saying? Just as the Konoha ninjas were engaged in intense debate, The battle on the field changed once again. Might Guy focused his gaze on the figure in the black robe before him, his pale eyes filled with a murderous intent. Slowly, he brought his hands together, forming a strange hand sign, and then shouted, "Youth will not retreat, so it will never end. The next strike will be a fatal blow, one rarely seen." As his words fell, a pale white chakra surged into the sky, gradually forming into a grotesque beast. It then opened its massive, tooth-filled mouth and charged forward with overwhelming momentum. "Roar, youth! Daytime tiger!" Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's pupils constricted, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hands towards the incoming 8 gates derived technique and spoke in a deep voice. "Shinra Tensei." In the next moment, a tiger formed from compressed air, with an exceptionally ferocious appearance, collided violently with an invisible repulsion activated by the Rinnegan. Boom! A violente explosion érupted. In an instant, 2 figures flew out amidst the billowing dust, crashing heavily onto the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After a moment, Uchiha Izumi coughed a few times, then pushed himself up slowly. He casually brushed off the dust from his body, revealing a strange smile. "A daytime tiger, huh? This is interesting." On the other side, several Konoha ninjas rushed to Might Guy's side to help him up, anxiously asking, "Guy, are you okay? Are you hurt?" I'm fine, just a bit hard to accept. But it's okay. Our youth is not faded." As he spoke, Might Guy's previously frustrated expression quickly transformed into one filled with passion, showing a psychological resilience far surpassing that of all the Konoha ninjas present. "Everyone, please don't give up. I can still continue." With that, supported by Naruto, Might Guy slowly stood up. "My youth tells me it's time to make the final choice." "Wait, Guy, are you really going to open the death gate?" In response to Naruto's shocked words, Might Guy clenched his fists tightly and replied in a deep voice, "Yes, I am ready. The azure beast of Konoha will disappear, and it's time to transform into the red beast." Chapter 158, The Death Gate. Beginning with the evening symbol. As his words fell, Might Guy began to sprint towards Uchiha Izumi with incredible speed. As chakra flowed within him, a brilliant green light gradually filled his body. His hair fluttered, and his pupils began to turn white. In that moment, a look of determination slowly appeared on Might Guy's previously resolute face. "Father, you once said to protect the most important things to me. And now, self-restraint. This is the moment." Thinking of this, Might Guy leaped fiercely, once again standing before the black-robed ninja who sought to destroy his youth. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's previously indifferent expression finally began to turn serious. "Finally, here it comes. Let me see what you've got." The one who almost kicked out the ending in the original story. At that moment, a faint purple light flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes as he gazed through the perspective of the Rinnegan. The chakra within Might Guy began to wildly gather towards his heart. From the moment he leaped, a blood-red aura ignited around his entire body. At the instant of landing, even his hair and eyebrows were instantly dyed the color of blood. The red steam could finally begin. Just as Uchiha Izuna, holding a black rod, prepared to face him in a life-and-death battle. The next moment, Might Guy, enveloped in the blood-colored aura, gritted his teeth, revealing a fierce expression. He then spread his arms wide and suddenly stopped. The moment to protect his comrades had arrived. The 8th gate of death opened. The 8 gates of Biryaku. As Might Guy's furious voice fell, Uchiha Izuna's figure shifted slightly and slowly floated into the air. After a moment of silence, looking at the blood-red chakra gathering below that far exceeded the level of a Kage, Uchiha Izuna's ripple-patterned pupils suddenly contracted sharply. And then he slowly spoke. "The 8 gates of Biryaku, blood-colored steam. Is it worth it? You're about to die, just like the withered leaves of autumn." Upon hearing this, Might Guy looked up at the figure in the black robe hovering in the air and calmly replied, "You're right. I am about to die. But one day, I will become the nutrients for new green leaves when the next spring arrives. Konoha will eventually shine with brilliant vitality. This is the meaning of youth." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna smirked, thinking to himself, all this nonsense just to express that Konoha will have successors and won't perish. What meaning of youth? I really can't understand this guy's train of thought. But it ends here. From today onward, Konoha will never exist again. Shaking his head, Uchiha Izuna once again launched a reconnaissance technique. When he noticed the specific attributes of the person before him, his eyes widened in surprise. Name, Might Guy, 8th gate of Biryaku. Level, Elite Jonin, Super Kage, current. Hostile level, 79, 129, status, normal evaluation, like an ant on par. This guy, Might Guy, actually reached the Super Kage level with the 8 gates of Biryaku. It's truly incredible. Although it's only temporary, it proves your talent in physical techniques. There is still more than 3 years until Uchiha Madara's resurrection, and you've grown to this extent already. Impressive, very interesting. Let me, Uchiha Izuna, personally experience the true strength of the Kaiser from the original work. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna's expression changed several times. Then he directly threw aside the black rod in his hand. He then raised his head, revealing a handsome face with an inexplicable smile. Casually glancing at Might Guy, who was gathering his strength below, he slowly spoke. The 8 gates of Biryaku, though it seems ordinary, I can feel it. Come on, I, Uchiha Izuna, am right here. Entertain me to your heart's content. As his voice fell, Might Guy's gaze sharpened, and his figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, he abruptly appeared in front of Uchiha Izuna. With both fists tightly clenched and his body slightly bent, his eyes glowing red were firmly locked onto Uchiha Izuna. Then, he suddenly swung his right hand and shouted loudly, Night Guy. The next moment, a white shockwave, formed by striking the air, crashed heavily into Uchiha Izuna. Wow, a mouthful of blood was spat out. At this moment, Uchiha Izuna's chakra surged wildly, trying to activate Shinra Tensei to defend. But on the other side, Might Guy had no intention of giving him any opportunity, forcing through the excruciating pain in his bones to throw another punch. Second strike. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth. Blood was burning, and the blood-red steam granted Might Guy an extraordinary strength. The air cannon formed by striking the air firmly pinned Uchiha Izuna in midair. Feeling the severe pain in his abdomen, Uchiha Izuna became furious and, while being trapped by the aura, forcefully launched a counterattack. Shinra Tensei. At that moment, Might Guy's final strike had also charged up, and he swung his right hand down heavily towards Uchiha Izuna. Fifth strike. Facing the full force strike while in the state of the Rinnegan, the derived technique of the 8 gates of Biryaku, Night Guy, did not hold back either. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the two were once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and instantly creating 2 long marks. Ha! 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 Did I win? Moments later, Might Guy, holding his already shattered right arm, stood up unsteadily. Breathing heavily, he looked into the distance. On the other side, as a large amount of blood slowly oozed from Uchiha Izuna's nostrils, endless pain began to engulf his entire body. Ha! Ha! That guy, Might Guy, puffed. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs was spat out, and Uchiha Izuna's face instantly turned as pale as paper. So the consequence of forcibly activating Shinra Tensei is internal damage? I didn't expect that the ultimate ocular technique, the sealing technique, absorption, would have no effect against attacks formed by striking the air. No wonder Uchiha Madara never used it in the original work. Thinking of this, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Uchiha Izuna's mouth, and he began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, interesting, really interesting. This is the feeling I wanted. Next, I won't hold back. Let me, Uchiha Izuna, experience the true essence of the 8 gates of Biryaku. With that, as black patterns slowly appeared on his cheeks, Uchiha Izuna formed seals with his left hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, and then his energy visibly began to recover rapidly. Sage mode. Seeing this scene, Might Guy's eyes flashed with incredulity. This guy, he actually withstood the continuous attacks of Night Guy. Night Guy had no effect. Looks like I can only use Night Guy. Chapter 159. The Pain of Youth. Night Guy. Snap. A hand enveloped in blood-red steam firmly grasped a protruding boulder. With a slight effort, Might Guy steadied his body, which was on the brink of collapse. Ha! Ha! Heavy gasps echoed. Might Guy once again struggled to lift his head and looked at the figure in the distance that could be said to be unscathed, sweat dripping down his face, but evaporating instantly from the heat rising from his body. After a moment of silence, Might Guy gritted his teeth, and a thick murderous intent gradually emerged in his pale pupils. There was no turning back. It had to come to an end. My youth without regrets. As his voice fell, Might Guy slowly took a step forward with his right foot, then propped himself up with his left hand, maintaining a bow-legged squat position. At this moment, Might Guy's hair and body were enveloped in that flame-like blood-red steam. Accompanied by a roar, chakra exploded. The rich crimson steam emanating from Might Guy suddenly rose like smoke. Even the ground cracked instantly under this roar, and then it collapsed by half a meter. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with excitement, and the ripple-patterned pupils began to contract violently. As the solid-like blue chakra and killing intent erupted from his entire body, the earth began to rumble. Soon cracks started to slowly appear, and then they were completely torn apart in the incredulous eyes of the Konoha crowd. Susanoo. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes tightly, his black hair billowing in the wind. With the frantic surge of chakra within him and the enhancement of the Rinnegan's infinite ocular power, Uchiha Izumi's figure was instantly lifted into the air by a diamond-shaped crystal. Layer upon layer of blue armor slowly appeared, wrapping around Uchiha Izumi's entire body in an instant. Moments later, as the mask on Susanoo's head covered down, a towering figure, resembling an ancient warrior holding dual swords, appeared before everyone, standing hundreds of meters tall as if a god had descended. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Complete body Susanoo. Seeing this scene, the Konoha crowd in the distance fell into shock. But soon after, they were gradually pushed back by the debris shattered by the clash of the two people's chakra. Instinctively taking a few steps back and raising his right hand to shield his face, Narashikaku said in an incredulous tone, "I have read the historical documents since the founding of Konoha. This is the derived ocular technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. But according to the records in the books, the largest size is only a few dozen meters. It is impossible to reach this level. This complete form is truly unbelievable." Hearing this, Ebisu beside him swallowed hard and couldn't help but mutter, "Are these two guys still human? I remember when Lord Might Guy opened the 8 gates, it wasn't this exaggerated. And this Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect this guy to be able to compete with Guy after he opened the Death Gate." Yes, at this moment, Noara Kakashi rarely agreed with Ebisu's words, but then, while fending off the flying debris, he couldn't help but express his confusion from Guy's appearance. He shouldn't be in the evening elephant. Is there a technique stronger than the evening elephant? Upon hearing this, the people present were momentarily stunned, and then their eyes brightened, immediately filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. But just then, an untimely cold female voice rang out, plunging everyone into silence. So big. Is this the power of the sage's eye? Uchiha Izumi's bloodline limit shouldn't be the Sharingan. Why has it turned into the sage's eye? Upon hearing this, the Konoha crowd looked at Hinata with confusion. Then they looked again at the towering, complete body, Susanoo, pausing for a few seconds before falling into contemplation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi crossed his arms over his chest, looking coldly at Might Guy in the distance with his emotionless, ripple-patterned eyes. After a careful observation, he spoke. "The chakra fire in the heart area is about to go out. It seems that Might Guy is already prepared." As the words fell, the figure that was originally half-squatting suddenly rose slightly, adopting a ready stance. Soon after, the crimson steam surrounding him began to twist gradually, and moments later, it formed a dragon's head with golden pupils and a fierce appearance. An angry roar erupted as Might Guy controlled the dragon's head to slowly close its large mouth filled with fangs. He then looked up at the enormous Susanoo in front of him, directly locking his gaze on a diamond-shaped crystal above the figure. After a pause, he leaped with all his might, instantly erupting with a momentum that could topple mountains and rush directly towards the figure wrapped in a black robe. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi first focused intently, and then furrowed his brows slightly, using air stepping to increase his speed. Interesting. Watching Might Guy gradually approach, Uchiha Izumi felt an indescribable sense of pressure even before he got close. This feeling, even the pain from the Deva path he had fought before in full power, could not reach. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi was excited beyond measure. It was worth the wait, Might Guy. The ultimate secret technique after opening the Death Gate. This is the best opportunity to verify my strength. Let me feel the true power of the complete body. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi controlled Susanoo to slowly extend his right hand, then drew the samurai sword, standing before him. He then smiled broadly, and an expression of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he shouted excitedly, "This level of chakra, I acknowledge you. Among those who have fought with me, no one is better than you in terms of physical skills. I, Uchiha Izumi, will call you the strongest." As the words fell, the massive figure resembling an ancient warrior slowly raised the samurai sword in his hand, then struck down powerfully at the oncoming blood-red dragon head. Seeing this scene, Might Guy was equally unyielding, twisting his body in mid-air to completely adjust his position. He then lifted his right leg, using all his strength to mobilize the chakra within him, concentrating all his power before kicking fiercely at Uchiha Izumi inside the diamond crystal. Night guy. In the next moment, Susanu's samurai sword collided with the blood-red steam formed by the 8 gates, and in an instant, it shattered inch by inch. Then Might Guy, undeterred, continued to kick forward as if he had not been affected at all. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's pupil shrank, and the previously excited expression instantly cooled down as the corners of his eyes twitched. The samurai sword formed by Susanu actually shattered. The space twisted too? Zulfust. Oh no. Before he could finish his words, Might Guy's body, wrapped in blood-red steam, suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Izumi. Without waiting for him to react, he kicked heavily. Crack, crack. The sound of the diamond crystal shattering echoed. In Uchiha Izumi's incredulous gaze, Might Guy's kick exploded through the defense of the complete body Susanoo. He then slammed hard into Uchiha Izumi. Wow! Blood gushed out in large mouthfuls. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi's face turned pale as paper, feeling his meridians shatter under this extreme impact, nearing collapse. He immediately shouted, "I'm going to die, quickly, eternal Izanagi." Chapter 160. Want to perish together? You could try. After a long time, as a strong shockwave ravaged everything, the entire ground was in ruins. In sight, the once towering blue giant had completely vanished. Only the surrounding scorched earth, shattered into pieces, told the tale of what had just happened. Moments later, a figure completely black as ink fell straight to the ground from the air. Thud! The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed. At the same time, a group of Konoha ninjas, thrown into the air by the shockwave of the attack, struggled to get back up. "Guy, how is he?" Nara Shikaku asked as he forced himself to sit up despite the intense pain in his body. Hearing the voice, Marino Ibiki gritted his teeth and also got up, looking around before asking, "Did we win? Where's Guy?" At that moment, Nara Shikaku helped Yumenka and Noichi to stand, but he immediately gasped in pain from his injuries. After a moment, he managed to suppress the pain within him and, wiping the blood from his mouth, said, "That was definitely Guy's last strike. I don't know how things are now." Just as he finished speaking, another sound of a body hitting the ground resonated, and Nara Shikaku's eyes narrowed as he instantly spotted a humanoid figure covered in black smoke. Seeing this, Nara Shikaku observed carefully for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but shout anxiously, "That's Guy! Hurry, save him!" Looking at the figure in the distance, which was covered in blood-red cracks and looked like charred remains, Nara Shikaku felt immense pain in his heart. Being several years older than the other, he never expected that a junior would be ahead of him. He felt hatred. If only he could possess all of Jiraiya's power, such a thing would never happen. This severely contradicted the will of fire in his heart. Sigh, if there's a next time, he would rather stay behind to cover the retreat. At least that would ease his conscience. Meanwhile, on the other side, as a group of Konoha ninjas discussed how to save Might Guy, a cold and chilling voice suddenly rang out behind them, successfully capturing everyone's attention. "You really can't wait, but I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." Hearing that familiar voice, the Konoha ninjas froze in place as if hit by a paralysis jutsu. After a moment, Ebisu took a deep breath to suppress the fear within him, then mechanically turned to look. In his line of sight, a handsome young man was sitting on a giant rock that had been burned to a charred black. The figure wore a black robe, had sharp features and fair skin, and his overall aura was completely out of place in the surrounding environment. He was examining them with emotionless, ripple-like pupils, a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, Ebisu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Uchiha Izumi, you're actually not dead?" "Of course." As he spoke, Uchiha Izumi's pupils slightly contracted, and then a faint purple light flickered in his eyes. "I was so close to dying. Haha, that Might Guy really surprised me with the 8 gates." At this point, Uchiha Izumi slowly stood up and jumped down from the giant rock, then walked towards the group of Konoha ninjas amidst their furious and desperate gazes. On the other side, as Uchiha Izumi approached, the Konoha ninjas wanted to turn and leave, but were locked in place by an overwhelming killing intent, afraid to move an inch. "This is bad. He is not dead." In response to Yumenka and Noichi's shocked words, Akimichi Choza nodded gravely. "This is trouble. This guy means business." Hearing this, the long-silent Yuzuki Yugao took off her mask and said solemnly, "I didn't expect Guy to fail as well. We probably have no one who can match him now. What should we do?" Sensing her friend's shock and disbelief, Yuhi Kurini casually replied, "We weren't involved in the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Can he really kill us all?" Hearing Yuhi Kurini's somewhat naive words, the others felt no amusement. They could only gamble that his resentment had completely dissipated. If it came to blows, then they could only fight to the death together. After a moment, when Uchiha Izumi saw Might Guy, who was already carbonized, he fell silent for a moment. Then a pitch-black sphere slowly floated out of his system bag. Might Guy, although you are like a candle in the wind, you have pleased me. As a reward, before you turn to ashes, let me, Uchiha Izumi, kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, just as Uchiha Izumi was about to act, Naruto suddenly appeared, opening his arms to block Might Guy. Stop! Don't come any closer, Guy, or I'll die with you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi was first slightly taken aback, then shook his head, bypassing the poised Naruto and walking directly to Might Guy. Surveying the surroundings, Uchiha Izumi looked at the group of Konoha ninjas standing still and sneered, then softly said, Die together? You could try to see if you can do it. At this moment, Naruto was sweating profusely, his clothes soaked with sweat. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to control his trembling hands and slowly turned to glance at Uchiha Izumi behind him, but he no longer dared to take action. On the other side, under the gazes of Konoha ninjas filled with rage, Uchiha Izumi wielded the truth-seeking ball and fiercely struck down at Might Guy's already dying body. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced, clouds of dust rose into the air, and moments later, they turned to ashes. Seeing the scene, the Konoha ninjas felt a mix of emotions. They never expected that Might Guy would ultimately fail. Uchiha Izumi turned out to be so strong that even the ultimate technique unleashed after opening the 8 gates couldn't completely kill him. It was truly hard to believe. Just as everyone was looking at Uchiha Izumi with complex expressions, they suddenly noticed him slowly raising his hands. Just as the Konoha ninjas felt confused, they heard him say in a detached tone, "It's about time to end this. It's time to send you on your way." At this moment, the Konoha ninjas were suddenly alarmed, instinctively curling their bodies into a defensive posture. Naruto, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanka Inoichi instantly stood together, warily looking at the figure in the black robe ahead and saying, "We shouldn't have any hatred between us. Why take things to the extreme? You also hail from Konoha. Killing us brings you no benefit other than making everyone else in the other 4 nations anxious. On the contrary, if you leave now, I can announce the withdrawal of your bounty in the ninja world. Then you'll still be Uchiha of Konoha, not a rogue ninja who can only wander around." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi fell silent, his light purple eyes filled with mockery. After a moment, accompanied by a chilling voice, a violent explosion once again resounded throughout the area. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 161. The End, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Main quest completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Faced with Uchiha Izumi's full force Shinra Tensei, the Konoha ninjas felt no pain, leaving this world very peacefully. Under the restraint of the lack of top ninjas, the trio of Inoshikicho, who were merely at the elite Jonin level, could not block even a fraction of it. Unlike the Deva Path pain controlled by Nagato, Uchiha Izumi's Shinra Tensei showed no intention of holding back. A powerful repulsive force surged out, instantly shattering the last batch of elite ninjas from Konoha. It was completely unlike the original story, where Deva Path Pain took half a day to kill Kakashi Hitaki during the invasion of Konoha. Noticing the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Izumi casually opened the system panel and then chose to confirm. Immediately after, the long-lost system notification sound rang again. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 200,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 bloodline limit enhancement scrolls. Please check the specific effect yourself." Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi unhesitatingly took out the system rewards and crushed them in his hand. Moments later, a sudden sharp pain surged in his eyes, followed by a streak of blood running down his cheek. Feeling the pain intensifying, Uchiha Izumi tore open a spatial rift and stepped inside. With not much chakra left in his body and Black Zetsu nowhere to be found, the Kamui space felt safer. After all, Konoha had been reduced to ruins, and it wouldn't be too late to return once everything settled down. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on a large block, quietly waiting for the next advancement. After a long time, feeling the sharp pain in his eyes gradually diminishing, Uchiha Izumi's heart trembled, and a flicker of anticipation flashed through his mind. It was finally coming to an end. He wondered what kind of ability he would awaken this time. The abilities granted by the Rinnegan after each advancement were random. Even the system could not predict them. Otherwise, if he had access to Kagaya Otsutsuki's set of skills, he wouldn't have to worry about the Sage of 6 Paths at all. Just with the infinite Tsukuyomi, He could dominate the ninja world without needing to complete the main quest like he was doing now. He would have been invincible long ago. With that thought in mind, seeing that his eyes remained still, Uchiha Izumi could only continue waiting. Moments later, as a system message rang in his mind, Uchiha Izumi suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a sour feeling surged in, but it quickly disappeared under the powerful recovery ability of the sage body. Slowly condensing a water mirror, Uchiha Izumi looked into it. He saw that several tomo had appeared in his originally ripple-patterned eyes. Compared to the original 3-tomo Rinnegan, both the ocular power and the enhancement to his own ninjutsu had increased several levels. The most crucial point was, his new 6-tomo Rinnegan had produced a new ability upon advancement. Wedge. Noticing the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, is this a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan? It seemed to be a technique specifically used for resurrection in the Boruto series of his previous life. However, this ability did not significantly enhance strength. It only served to replicate one's attributes and abilities. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi looked at the system panel and found that even this seemingly omnipotent entity knew very little about this ability. Wedge, SSS level, a unique ability derived from the Otsutsuki clan, capable of copying one's data and implanting it into another person. After a certain period, the Otsutsuki individual can achieve resurrection. Note: upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi fell into silence. What does the system mean by this? Why is the data incomplete? Sorry, host, this is a system oversight. Due to the system's incomplete analysis of the Naruto world, it cannot be supplemented. It was only able to make a series of judgments based on relevant information contained in some ancient texts. The final conclusion is that the wedge is the ultimate power of the Otsutsuki clan and is the medium through which they can be reborn. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi blinked his eyes twice and then fell into deep thought with a blank expression. Meanwhile, atop a collapsed ruin in the land of Fire's Konoha village, a peculiar humanoid creature dressed in a black cloak with red clouds and sporting an yin-yang face was talking to itself. Black Zetsu, it seems the battle has ended. Uchiha Izumi's strength is truly unfathomable, and he has even awakened the Rinnegan. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and hoarse voice followed. I saw it. Although I don't know how this guy awakened the Rinnegan, but it is clear that Uchiha Izumi has become the biggest uncontrollable factor in our Moon Eye plan. The most critical point is that we currently have no power to restrict him. At this moment, Black and White Zetsu looked around and fell into silence. After a while, Black Zetsu adjusted its sitting posture and then continued. It seems that even Nagato at this stage couldn't completely annihilate Konoha and slaughter everyone. Yes, that's because this guy's previous pain six paths was already damaged. It will take a lot of time to fully replenish them. Hearing this, Black Zetsu fell silent for a moment and then directly asked, didn't I tell you to send a clone to collect the corpses? Why is it still not completed? Oomph. It's easy for you to say. That's the Rinnegan. Finding a ninja capable of bearing the six paths power is quite difficult. Fine, I understand. Speed up the progress. I have a feeling that Uchiha Izumi seems to know something. Tell Nagato that the Tailed Beast collection plan must be expedited. I understand. At this point, Black Zetsu looked around again, but still did not find Uchiha Izumi's figure. Realizing that the other party had most likely left, after a brief contemplation, he controlled his body to activate the float technique and sank underground. Let's go. There is nothing worth reminiscing about here. Let's look elsewhere. All right. On the other side, in the Kamui space, Uchiha Izumi stared at the system panel for a long time, gradually gaining some insight into this new ability. Undoubtedly, the wedge had some usefulness. If he could possess countless vessels capable of bearing power, then theoretically, members of the Otsutsuki clan would be immortal. Although the resurrection took a bit longer, adding some uncertainty, it could be considered very perfect. Setting aside the eternal Izanagi, the wedge was simply a resurrection artifact tailored for Uchiha clan members who possessed Otsutsuki blood. As long as he selected a vessel capable of bearing his power and then implanted the wedge into them, then several years later, he could even break free from the system's constraints and become the true Izumi Uchiha again. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, casually waving his hand, he summoned the already in a pseudo-death state Sasuke to his side. Now, let's try out this new ability. Chapter 162, the third stage of the main quest. With that, the words fell. Uchiha Izumi slowly stood up and then grabbed Sasuke by the neck. He roughly lifted him up with one hand. Immediately, his eyes glowed with purple light, and a peculiar power flowed from Uchiha Izumi's arm into Sasuke's body. In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi suddenly realized that a subtle connection had formed between him and Sasuke. So this is what the so-called wedge means. It allows for the replication of one's combat experience, bloodline limits, yin-yang release secret techniques, and other abilities that have been mastered, and then infuses them into the other person's body through this special ability of the Otsutsuki clan. After the original body dies, it can awaken within the other person as the freezing process progresses. Interestingly, it seems that the system is not very familiar with this ability, possibly because there are no relevant records in this world. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly released his grip on Sasuke, letting him drop to the ground. He then grabbed Sasuke's right hand and looked at it. Upon noticing a pitch-black square symbol slowly appearing on Uchiha Sasuke's right hand, he nodded in satisfaction. So next, he must not let this guy die easily. According to his previous plan, Uchiha Sasuke's role would be significant. However, he first needed to let him inherit Itachi's eyes. As long as he find an opportunity to bring him before Kagaya's Black Zetsu, this product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's would surely find a way to accomplish everything. However, according to the original text, Black Zetsu knows very little about the history of the Otsutsuki clan. He should not have inherited Kagaya's memories. He is just an ordinary avatar without any power. That's fine. At least the wedge in Uchiha Sasuke's hand won't be exposed in the short term. As for the future, he has placed that artistic starfish using the Rinnegan's abilities into his soul. He believes it will definitely give everyone a huge surprise at that time. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi cast a hypnosis technique on Sasuke and increased his ocular power again. After observing Sasuke for a moment, he tossed him deep into the Kamui space, planning to deal with it later. After a brief silence, he slowly directed his gaze to the system panel in front of him. But he was soon captivated by a new system notification that drew all his attention. System notification detected that the host has completed the second phase of the main quest. The third phase of the main quest is about to begin. Please read carefully. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi pursed his lips, his thoughts racing as he chose to accept again. There was no choice at this stage. He had no power to resist the system's arrangements. Judging by the execution of the second phase, despite the various unreasonable regulations in this main quest, it was still the best way for him to increase his strength. The key point is that the system's influence has basically penetrated every aspect of the Naruto world. Before any potential crises arise, it is better for him to use the system's abilities for comprehensive enhancement. This way, there will be more opportunities and choices in the future. After a pause, Uchiha Izumi sat cross-legged again. Feeling the cold touch of the block beneath him, he exhaled deeply, while slowly recovering his chakra. He focused again on the system panel in front of him. Scene description. Task matching. The plot of Naruto Shippuden officially begins. Enjoy your time here. Hee. Uchiha Izumi chuckled to himself and continued to look down. Overview. Shippuden has started, and the hidden masterminds lurking in the ninja world are gradually surfacing. The lives and deaths of countless beings rest in the host's hands. Faced with the impending crisis, what will you do? Details. Please quickly gather the 9-tailed beasts, activate the Moon Eye plan, and after obtaining the chakra fruit, prevent the arrival of the goddess of the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Main quest. Kill Uchiha Madara. System reward. Rinnegan with 9 Tomo 1. Main quest time remaining. 857 days. Complete it to unlock the final phase. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi slowly closed the system panel and then softly murmured, System. To transform the 10 tails into the god tree and produce a chakra fruit, a member of the Otsutsuki clan must be sacrificed, right? Yes, host. Upon hearing this, a strange expression flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. He suddenly grinned and said with a relaxed face, Ah, this is easy. I just need to find the body of Otsutsuki Kagaya and sacrifice it. There are 2.5 years left. That's enough. That's fine. Specific operations are still up to the host. Okay, no problem. At this point, Uchiha Izumi actively interrupted his communication with the system, then looked up at the Kamui space surrounded by black, white, and gray. He shook his head slightly, then slowly stood up, feeling a cold chill enveloping his entire body. Uchiha Izumi tightened his grip on his black robe. Then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. It's about time to go out and see. I wonder if there are any survivors left in Konoha. Also, I need to find a time to claim the system rewards. So many times. This time is probably going to be a big harvest. After saying that, Uchiha Izumi did not linger. directly waving his hand to activate the Rinnegan's special ability, tearing apart the space with the H-Zuki technique. Without hesitation, he stepped out, completely disappearing from his original spot. Moments later, in the land of fire, Konoha village, accompanied by a dark space crack slowly opening, a handsome, mysterious young man dressed in a black robe, with a faint smile on his face, walked out from within. Upon seeing that the surroundings were still unchanged as when he left, he gently nodded. Not bad. It seems that coming out after recovering my chakra was the right choice. If I hadn't gone to the Kamui space just now and had chosen to stay in place to activate the Rinnegan, who knows what would have happened. However, now I can start Sage Mode to look for survivors. In such a large Konoha, there can't be only this few people. Since I've already taken action, I must see it through to the end. Searching for the remaining Konoha ninjas and sending them all away to reunite with their families is what a member of the Uchiha clan should do. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi directly drew a black rod from his sleeve and then opened his path forward. Chapter 163. Hyuga Hisashi, you truly have opened my eyes. After a long time, he casually flipped over a large stone and then forcefully stabbed the black rod into the body of a Konoha ninja who had already fallen into a coma. Blood slowly flowed to the ground, feeling the life force of the other party ebbing away. Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly pulled the black rod out and then turned to leave the spot. Along the way, this was already the 20th survivor. Although very few Konoha ninjas survived under the attacks of the Rinnegan's Deva Path and the Chibaku Tensei, there were still some lucky ones buried deep underground who cleverly avoided this disaster using leverage. It is well known that hiding in a corner of a room is safer during an earthquake. This technique is widely used even in the world of Naruto, which is full of superheroes. After all, in a ninja world that is still in an agricultural civilization, where computers and intercoms exist, the technology tree is a bit skewed. But Uchiha Izumi can accept it. Shaking his head, he dispelled the complicated thoughts in his mind. After adjusting his emotions, Uchiha Izumi continued to walk forward. Next was the living area of the Hyuga clan. In terms of family residences, this clan, which rose to the position of the #1 noble family in Konoha after the Uchiha clan was annihilated, is far behind the Sarutobi clan, which boasts of having 3,000 ninja allies. The title of Konoha's #1 noble family is, to say the least, ironic. As he approached, Uchiha Izumi stopped and looked out. The originally quiet and legendary Hyuga clan had completely turned into ruins under the Shinra Tensei. Although they belonged to the 3 great ocular jutsu, compared to the Sharingan and Rinnegan, the Byakugan can be said to have no presence. Besides the Otsutsuki clan members who later awakened the Rinnegan on the moon, such as Otsutsuki Shurin and the ancestors Otsutsuki Yumura and Otsutsuki Kagaya, there are almost no strong figures in the Hyuga clan on Earth that match their bloodline limit. The strongest among them could barely reach the level of a Kage. However, this might also be related to their family system, where the existence of caged birds has caused too many geniuses of the Hyuga clan to be buried. If this were the Uchiha clan, just one oversight would probably leave the graves of the main family 3 feet high. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi shook his head and began to search slowly using the sensory power of Sage Mode. After a while, in the most central position of the Hyuga clan, a weak breath under the massive ruins successfully caught Uchiha Izumi's attention. Moments later, as the surrounding boulders were lifted one by one, the scene that entered his eyes made Uchiha Izumi frown slightly. Looking around, he saw that the originally small bedroom was littered with bodies wearing Konoha Chunin vests. The most bizarre thing was that these corpses looked calm and serene, unlike the other Konoha ninjas he had killed, who had grotesque expressions. They looked more like they had gone to their deaths willingly. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the corpses did not wear Konoha forehead protectors. However, the grayish-white pupils in their half-closed eyes were very familiar to Uchiha Izumi. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed, suddenly recalling some details mentioned in the original work. He immediately reached out to clear the bodies of the Hyuga clan ninjas aside, then looked down. He saw a little girl with long hair and an exceptionally delicate appearance quietly lying at the very bottom, surrounded by faintly visible defensive techniques that were still operating. Hyuga Hanabi? Feeling the weak breath from her, a hint of surprise flashed in Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils. Looking around again, he couldn't help but murmur softly. So, these bodies are all from the branch members of the Hyuga clan. Goodness, to protect his daughter as the main family. He forced the clan members to compromise using caged birds. Hyuga Hayashi, you truly opened my eyes. However, since that is the case, it saves me some trouble. Let her accompany you on your journey. As the words fell, a faint purple light flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Hyuga Hanabi's small body, then directly threw her out of the protective techniques range. Seeing her crash heavily among the bodies of the branch members of the Hyuga clan, smelling the intense stench of blood in the room, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly raised his right hand and pointed forward. After a cold snort, he spoke, "Shinra Tensei." The next moment, the already shaky ruins collapsed instantly, burying the bodies of the branch members of the Hyuga clan deep within. Once the smoke cleared and Uchiha Izumi confirmed there were no issues, he set off again, walking slowly toward the distance. Next up was the Sarutobi clan. Night. All was silent. The pale moonlight illuminated the ground, making the entire Konoha look like a ghostly place. At this moment, rustling sounds began to emerge from the ruins of the Hyuga clan. Moments latte. As a stone was slowly pushed aside, a small, somewhat disheveled figure crawled out. Who? Finally out. Standing barefoot on the ground, the small figure looked around. With the pale moonlight, she realized that the familiar village from her memory no longer existed, completely turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, the small figure's face filled with terror, and she involuntarily took a few steps back, sitting directly on the ground. What happened? How could the village become like this? At that moment, sudden memories began to surge in, causing the small figure to hug her head and cry out in pain. The clan members are all dead. The village was destroyed by the enemy. What should I do? Father, come, save Hanabi. After a long time, the hungry Hanabi had no choice but to bow to life and began to search for food. But even she did not realize that a pitch-black square symbol had slowly appeared at the center of her palm. Days later, in a secret place in the land of rivers, inside a dark cave, only a few candles flickered dimly. Beyond the candlelight, in the shadows stood an exceptionally large and fearsome stone statue. Jew, how's the preparation going? Accompanied by a voice devoid of any emotion. A young man dressed in a black cloak with red clouds slowly walked out. He had short orange hair, with 3 black metallic objects embedded in each side of his face, and his ripple-patterned pupils glimmered with indifference. Moments later, another hoarse voice rang out, adding a touch of mystery to the cold cave. Nagato, it's ready, we can start at any time. As the words fell, the youth ninja, known as Nagato, paused in place, then leaped onto a protruding stone pillar, slowly forming a hand seal. He then spoke in a detached tone, "Now we will gather. Ninja art, holographic body technique." Chapter 164. Konoha has been destroyed, and the Nine Tails is missing. The next moment, waves of longing coalesced into colorful light shadows began to appear one by one, and within a short time, they were all in place. Seeing this scene, Nagato nodded slightly, affirming the progress of this gathering. After a while, seeing that the 10 fingers of the outer path golem were already filled with colorful light shadows, he said in a deep voice, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. Here is the latest intelligence about the Land of Fire. 5 days ago, Konoha village was completely destroyed during the joint Chunin exam. According to reports, the attacker was Uchiha Izumi. Additionally, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, also went missing during this time. Therefore, it can basically be confirmed that he has been captured." As the words fell, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly echoed. Can Uchiha Izumi really destroy Konoha? Is the information accurate? Upon hearing this, a figure resembling a pitcher plant slowly opened its serrated protective layer that bound it, then spoke. "Of course. Kakuzu, you need to be careful. That guy Uchiha Izumi seems to have some opinions about you." Humph. With a cold snort, a flash of surprise crossed Kakuzu's emerald green pupils, and then he spoke in a hoarse voice. "If that guy dares to appear in front of me, I will definitely kill him." Before his words fell, a series of mocking laughter followed. Sasori, what do you mean? Do you want to die?" At this moment, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent rising all over him, directly locking onto a low figure in the distance. But he soon heard Sasori's slightly sarcastic words. "How dare you say such things with your strength? Kakuzu, you don't think Konoha is like that small country you destroyed with puppets, do you? You really don't know what you're talking about." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's heart was filled with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glowing with intense killing intent as he stared at Sasori, gritting his teeth and saying, "Bastard, I will kill you." "All right, you two, just stop it. This gathering isn't for you to argue." At that moment, Pain, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, directly halting the tense standoff between the two. After a moment, seeing both sides snort coldly and stop the argument, he coldly continued, "There is one very important thing to announce. Starting today, the organization's plan will enter the second phase. In the days to come, the official members of the organization will form pairs to efficiently capture tail beasts. Zetsu will provide you with intelligent support in a timely manner. As he said this, just as everyone was exchanging glances, preparing to inquire about the specifics, Pain continued. First, the 3 tails and 6 tails will be handled by Deidara and Sasori. Then the 4 tails and 5 tails will be taken care of by Kisame and Haiden. Next, the 2 tails and 7 tails will be left to Kakuzu and Haiden. As for the last 2 tails and 9 tails, since this may involve Uchiha Izumi, I will capture them along with Konan. This was a temporary decision. If you have any questions, you can raise them, and I will make adjustments. At this moment, a phantom with a high ponytail asked in a puzzled tone. So, leader, what about the 1 tail? Who will go for the 1 tail? The 1 tail is already dead. We need to wait for its revival. Deidara. Dead? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Deidara's right eye. He then reached up to adjust his forehead and tidied his long hair. Speaking in a tone of regret, I was planning to go with Brother Sasori to the Land of Wind. I didn't expect the 1-tailed Jinchuriki to have already died. Hearing this, a trace of killing intent flashed through Pain's ripple-patterned pupils, and he coldly replied, Uchiha Izumi used the powers of Sunagakure and Orochimaru when he destroyed Konoha. The 1-tail Jinchuriki died at that time. So, that Uchiha Izumi isn't as strong as imagined? I really don't understand why Brother Sasori is so wary of him. Deidara, don't underestimate this guy. His strength is formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such a ruckus when he defected from the organization. A colorful phantom with short hair and a large sword explained in response to Deidara's doubts. Upon hearing this, Deidara's gaze sharpened, and then he spoke excitedly. Since Senior Kisame holds this Uchiha Izumi in such high regard, I want to test his strength even more. With that, Pain took over the conversation again and said, All right, Deidara, you should calm down. I will handle matters regarding Uchiha Izumi in the future. No one else can act without permission. So boring. In the face of Deidara's provocation, Pain did not say much, just gave him a deep look before saying, All right, this meeting ends here. Disperse. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi returned to the Kimui space and rested for 3 days before finally tallying all the gains from the destruction of Konoha. His level had not changed. Still, at 135, he had reached the limit of Super Shinobi, and to break through, he needed nearly 6 million experience points to level up. This means that destroying another village of Konoha's level would be about enough. However, at this stage, the more important thing was to collect the tailed beasts to complete the Moon Eye plan. If he was too high profile, it would be hard to find them when they were hidden. Moreover, reaching the Sage of 6 Paths level isn't just about leveling up. It requires several opportunities. Just like Uchiha Madara, no matter how strong he is, if he hadn't obtained Senju Hashirama's cells in the Valley of the End, he would never have been able to unlock the Rinnegan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi opened the system panel again, preparing to do a round of lottery first. System. Start the lottery. All right, host. The remaining number of draws available is 9,757 times. Friendly reminder. Repeated skills and items drawn will be displayed in an aggregated manner. Please split them yourself. Friendly reminder. Split repeated skills and items can be converted into host experience. The system is drawing. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the following rewards. Item, 10 Tails Beast Ball, assess rank. Item, Indra's Corpse, assess rank. Skill, Natural Integration, assess rank. Skill, Heavenly Sovereignty, assess rank. Dojutsu God, Birth of the Divine Tree, assess rank. 1. Bloodline Remnant, Otsutsuki Body, SSS rank. 1. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank slightly. Then he pursed his lips and fell into contemplation. Chapter 165. The True Power of the Otsutsuki Clan. First, the Ten Tails Beast Ball is nothing to say. The power of this thing, when dropped, is probably similar to that of the Super Shinra Tensei, with a slightly higher lethality than the special abilities of the Rinnegan. I'll keep it for later. It might come in handy. Then there's Natural Integration, which goes without saying. It can be compared to the unique Sage Art, Organic Rebirth, in Sage Mode. One gives life to objects for attack, and the other directly manipulates natural energy. It's hard to say which is stronger, but it's clear that Natural Integration consumes more chakra. However, Sage Mode also has a time limit. As for Indra's Corpse, to be honest, among the SS level items drawn this time, this one is the least useful. If I were to perform Impure World Reincarnation, not to mention how powerful this ancestor of the Uchiha clan is, controlling him is a big problem. This guy is at least on the level of Uchiha Madara and Ashura's reincarnation body. How could an S-level impure world reincarnation possibly contain him? Even with the first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, it would probably be difficult to manage. It's unlikely for the other gods. This guy is the son of the Sage of Six Paths and possesses the power of the Tsutsuki clan within him, making him almost immune to Genjutsu attacks at the kaleidoscope level. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi sighed and then focused his gaze on a uniquely shaped icon. Fragmented Tsutsuki body. SSS level contains the ultimate power of the Tsutsuki clan, possessing two attributes of infinite lifespan and immortality, capable of merging the 7 chakra attributes in the ninja world into a bloodline limit. Note: fragmented version, recovery, creation, termination, and other ability effects are halved. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment. Then he raised his right hand and directly closed the system panel in front of him, followed by closing his eyes to think quietly. The Tsutsuki body. Undoubtedly, this is a very powerful ability, according to the detailed description given by the system. It should belong to a type of bloodline power, although it is just a fragmented version. It is undeniable that this is a very formidable thing that can greatly enhance one's strength, despite some minor flaws, as the only SSS level ability in this lottery is still very practical. However, it's clear that this system has some ulterior motives and is definitely hiding some important information. One must know that the greatest progress in this world is the arrival of Kaguya Tsutsuki, and the subsequent strong members of the Tsutsuki clan have not shown up at all. Therefore, the system cannot possibly know about some confidential information regarding Boruto, and even I only have a vague understanding of the subsequent plot development, let alone the system. However, one must always be cautious, since obtaining the system, although it has provided some minor assistance, the vast majority of dangers have been faced alone, without relying on anyone. 3 years ago, I killed Uchiha Itachi and then accepted the second phase mainline task assigned by the system. Although the act of destroying Konoha to take revenge for the Uchiha clan belongs to my own subjective consciousness, I can still feel some strange aspects. For example, disguising as Orochimaru to launch the Konoha collapse plan during the joint CH Nin exam. Although there is a possibility of maintaining the plot's trajectory, there is also the implication of capturing the Nine Tails, especially since I obtained the summoning contract for the Nine Tails in the last lottery. And this time, the seemingly 3-phase main task is to kill Uchiha Bido, but the details clearly describe to obtain the chakra fruit and then prevent Kaguya Tsutsuki's arrival. And let's see what today's lottery is. The Tsutsuki body and the descent of the divine tree. The heavenly realm combined with natural integration. Finally, a smoke bomb, Indra's corpse. It seems everything is progressing according to a fixed developmental route, which is quite clever. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. I need to keep some backup plans, hoping they'll be useful. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened his eyes, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. After a moment, he gradually reined in his emotions. Then Uchiha Izumi stood up to relieve the stiffness in his body and equipped all the items obtained from this lottery. After a pause, he softly murmured to himself, "It's okay, I still have Uchiha Sasuke. Next, I should study the heavenly realm. Let's go check out Kaguya Tsutsuki's space first." After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi activated the Yellow Springs Hiryo, then slowly stepped into the portal and disappeared. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of wind and the land of earth, a small figure with white hair was slowly floating in the air, gazing into the distance. After a while, a tall, sturdy middle-aged ninja wearing an IWA shinobi forehead protector approached. "Father, the envoy from Izanagi has arrived." The sudden words interrupted the thoughts of the small ninja. Looking at the tall ninja, who was bowing respectfully below, he nodded and then slowly descended. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand to signal the other to follow him and then spoke in a deep voice. "Keidu, come with me. Listening more will be beneficial for you. Also, don't call me father in front of those idiots from Izanagi, or they will criticize us." Hearing this, the middle-aged ninja, called Keidu, slightly nodded and then proactively walked behind the small ninja, saying, "Then let us go now, Lord Izanagi." After a long while, in a building at the border, the Izanagi representative Chiyo was calmly seated in a chair, quietly waiting for the arrival of the IWA shinobi representative. Soon, as footsteps sounded, the door was pushed open, and an elderly yet exceptionally loud voice echoed in the office. "Oh, isn't this Chiyo? What's the matter? Did you finally come out of your turtle shell?" Hearing this, Chiyo's expression remained unchanged. She simply calmly handed over a printed document while saying, "Noki, I'm not here to argue with you today. I'm here to negotiate an alliance on behalf of the land of Wind's Izanagi." Oh. Upon hearing this, the third Izanagi Noki was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chiyo with a surprised expression. He then took the document from her hand and began to read it carefully. After a moment, Noki squinted slightly, thinking to himself, "The contract is fine, and in some respects, IWA Shinobi Village has the advantage. However, I have dealt with this woman Chiyo before, and we even had fierce battles. Although it has been decades, I know this person is not easy to deal with. So, something must have happened that completely changed her mind. Could it be the recent destruction of Konoha?" With this thought, Noki also sat in the chair opposite, crossed his arms, and asked, "What happened to make you make this choice?" At this point, I want to hide it from you. The fourth Izanagi is dead, and according to intelligence, it was that S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha who did it. Moreover, he completely destroyed Konoha. Although I don't know what Uchiha Izumi's purpose is in doing this, I believe we must unite to deal with this guy. What do you think, Lord Izanagi? I refuse. Chapter 166. Offensive and Defensive Alliance. The story between Noki and Chiyo. Facing the proposal from Izanagi representative Chiyo, the third Izanagi Noki did not hesitate to refuse. "What benefits do I get from cooperating with you, Izanagi? Moreover, Uchiha Izumi is an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. What does it have to do with us, IWA Shinobi?" Saying this, the third Izanagi Noki slightly adjusted his sitting posture to relieve the slight pain in his back. He then twisted his neck and leisurely looked at the Izanagi representative Chiyo in front of him. Seeing this, Chiyo did not continue to indulge him, but raised an eyebrow and directly said, "Noki, how hyperactive are you? What are you twisting around for?" As soon as her words fell, the elite jonin from IWA Shinobi Village narrowed their eyes and quickly moved forward, wanting to do something. But on the other side, Izanagi also refused to back down, quickly standing up to confront them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became tense. "Step aside." At this moment, the third Izanagi Noki waved his hand, signaling the nearby Iwagakure ninjas to step aside. He then looked across with a scrutinizing gaze and coldly asked, "Chiyo, we have been old friends for many years. Is this your attitude when you come to discuss matters with me today?" "Humph. I, Izanagi, am here to discuss cooperation, not to beg you, Izanagi, to do things for us. You need not be so formal. If we can talk, we will, and if not, we will take our leave without further ado." Faced with Izanagi's somewhat tough attitude, the third Izanagi Noki squinted slightly, momentarily unsure of the other party's confidence. Although the land of Wind had been somewhat desolate in recent years, it was still a military power, second only to Konohagakure among the 5 great nations. Due to financial shortages over the years, they had been pursuing an elite strategy. Besides the 4th Kazakage Raza, there were also Chiyo and Ebizo, 2 shadow-level powerhouses. Therefore, even if their overall strength could not compare to the Land of Earth, they still had high-end combat power. In contrast, on the Iwagakure side, the 2 Jinchuriki were currently missing, and as the Izanagi, Noki faced the embarrassing situation of having no successor. In fact, cooperating with Izanagi had its benefits for him. It's just that the contract provided by Chiyo, that old woman, did not meet his expectations. Especially regarding task distribution, Izanagi actually wanted a 40% share. Calculating this, the cooperation agreement would become meaningless for Iwagakure. After all, the ninjas of the Land of Earth would not travel thousands of miles to the Land of Wind for a tiny profit. Without the drive of benefits, who would do such a thankless task? Thinking of this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the murky eyes of the third Izanagi Noki. He slowly sat up straight, then placed his right hand on the table and tapped a few times. After a moment, he laughed heartily. He then looked intently at Izanagi's representative Chiyo and spoke in a somewhat difficult tone. "If we want to continue this discussion, the terms of the cooperation agreement you provided make it very difficult for us. We need to increase the payment." Upon hearing this, Chiyo remained calm, but secretly let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, her earlier assertiveness was also a gamble, betting that the old man Inoki would never give up the benefits presented to him. Increasing the payment was not terrifying, as long as both sides still had something to discuss. Now that the 4th Kazakage had died in battle, they had also lost a large number of elite forces, including the one-tail Jinchuriki Gara, the new generation leader Maki, and hundreds of experienced Chunin and Jounin who died in the Land of Fire. This invasion of Konohagakure not only resulted in a total loss, but also puts Sunagakure in unprecedented crisis. If mishandled, the Land of Wind might even fall from the ranks of the 5 great nations. However, fortunately, Konoha was destroyed first, since the great enemy had disappeared. All she needed to do next was stabilize the alliance with Iwagakure. Even if they lost a large number of task shares, the Land of Wind could at least ensure that their existing interests would not be lost, and there might even be further possibilities in the future. After all, these things were originally to be given to Konoha. Now, it was just a change of recipient. Thinking of this, Sunagakure's representative Chiyo slightly nodded, then calmly looked at Inoki and directly said, "Fine, then, Tsuchikage, let us redraft the agreement. Regarding task shares, we can continue to negotiate, but as I mentioned earlier, that guy Uchiha Izuna's actions are very dangerous and cannot be ignored." Upon hearing this, the third Tsuchikage Inoki pondered for a moment, then directly asked, "Since your people participated in the plan to destroy Konoha, I need to understand the specifics of the situation at that time. This doesn't involve your secrets, right? After all, I am not familiar with that kid Uchiha Izuna and can't make a choice based solely on your words. It would be difficult for me to explain to the village." Upon hearing this, Chiyo fell silent for a moment, and after organizing her thoughts, she began to narrate. Specifically, I only learned part of it. According to several ninjas from our village who escaped back from Konoha, they were positioned at the very edge of Konoha and witnessed Uchiha Izuna single-handedly destroying Konoha. It was a terrifying technique that flattened the entire village with just one strike. Furthermore, he later fought against one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, and after that, there were no further updates. After speaking, Sunagakure's representative Chiyo clenched her hand tightly, then relaxed it again. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was filled with worries about everything that had happened in Konoha. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Who knows when such a disaster will descend upon the Land of Wind? Therefore, she felt a deep apprehension toward Uchiha Izuna, who could destroy Konoha by himself. Upon hearing this, the third Tsuchikage Inoki also fell into silence. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "It's truly unbelievable. I didn't expect that years later, there are still Uchiha clan ninjas who can reach this level. This strength is no less than that of the former Uchiha Madara." After a pause, Inoki gradually stopped tapping on the table with his hand and continued, "Although I'm somewhat surprised, you are not without reason. We should take some precautions against this. However, I will still investigate the matter of Uchiha Izuna destroying Konoha. After all, seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. I hope you can understand. Before that, let us redraft the agreement. I agree to establish a defensive alliance between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. But regarding the financial aspect, this time I want 80% of the task share." "This is impossible, Inoki. You are too greedy." Humph. Just as the negotiations between Sunagakure and Iwagakure were heating up, on the other side, Uchiha Izuna was already prepared to head to the divine tree space of Kagaya Otsutsuki. His chakra had been fully replenished, and it was almost time to begin. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna took a deep breath and then began to fully activate the power of his Rinnegan. In the next moment, the scene flashed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In the Heavenly Realm, Chapter 167. In the Heavenly Realm, Kagaya Otsutsuki's 6 great spaces. As the light and shadow flashed, Uchiha Izuna suddenly found himself in a mysterious space. The ground was a fresh red, resembling muscular textures. The sky was a grim green, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Looking up into the distance, he found no boundaries in sight. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izuna controlled his body to slowly land on the ground, feeling the sensation underfoot reminiscent of a plastic running track from his past life. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is Kagaya Otsutsuki's divine tree space?" Looking at the familiar environment in his memory, after observing for a moment, he confirmed his answer. Yes, this is the divine tree space connected to the other 5 spaces. In the original work, Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed here by Naruto and Sasuke using the 6 paths, planetary devastation technique. Looking at the current situation, it seems that no one has been here for thousands of years. Stepping forward, Uchiha Izuna carefully traversed through this divine tree space and gained a certain understanding of it. First of all, this space has no night. No matter what time you enter, it is always daytime. Secondly, although the overall appearance is extremely strange, the oxygen content is very high, making it suitable for the survival of plants and animals. Additionally, the space is vast, more than enough compared to the ninja world. Lastly, And most importantly, the temperature here is pleasant, completely devoid of the harsh environments found in the 5 major spaces connected to it. I don't know where Kagaya Otsutsuki got this place, but it even provides a certain degree of enhancement to ninjutsu. In contrast, the living conditions in the other spaces are simply too poor. Although they're all spaces created by the expanding, truth-seeking orb, places like ice and snow, deserts, lava, acid seas, and supergravity can only be used for fighting. Among them, the acid sea is particularly deadly. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki herself is reluctant to teleport there. After all, no one wants to harm the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of their own. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's expression shifted slightly, and he instantly opened a pitch-black teleportation portal, then stepped inside. In the ice and snow space, after briefly experiencing the power of the ultimate technique derived from the Rinnegan, he once again headed to the supergravity space. As soon as he appeared, Uchiha Izumi's body instantly fell from the air. It felt as if he was being pressed down by something, firmly adhering to the ground. It took a long time before he gradually adapted. To be honest, if this were the Dragon Ball world, reaching Super Saiyan would probably not be a problem. After all, he is among the top tier in the Naruto world. Even if Uchiha Madara personally descended, he might not be able to defeat him. Especially with the existence of the eternal Izanagi, he could outlast Madara. However, this supergravity space is a place that severely restricts ninjas. Regardless of which country's ninja it is, they basically rely on strength, speed, and ninjutsu for combat at this stage. In supergravity space, those people would probably struggle to even get up, let alone fight. Therefore, if he activates his Rinnegan in conjunction with his Wheel of Rebirth and Hell, this place would be a perfect burial ground. Next, he should check out the lava and desert spaces. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly stood up, his ripple-patterned pupils slightly contracting as he activated the yellow springs of Hirazaka to leave the original location. On the other side, in the Land of Water, Kirigakure. During the time following the destruction of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire, the other 4 countries have been a bit restless. However, due to mutual wariness, none of them wanted to be the first to stick their necks out and become the target of the combined attack from the other countries. Thus, they have been trying their best to maintain restraint. But this restraint will not last long. As soon as one side starts to act, it will immediately trigger the 4th Great Ninja War. At that time, the entire Land of Fire will become fish meat, thoroughly divided among the other countries, with no chance of escaping it. Just as the ninja world is on the verge of a massive war, the anchor of Kirigakure, Elder Gen, is preparing to hold a Jonin meeting to plan for the potential war that may occur. Has everyone arrived? If there are no issues, let's begin. Jingwu, you are the information minister of the village. Please explain the situation first. As the words fell, Elder Gen turned his gaze to a middle-aged ninja in a blue combat uniform. A sharp glint flashed in his aged and murky eyes. Hearing this, Jingwu did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Elder Gen, then spoke in a deep voice. I believe everyone is aware that a major event has occurred in the ninja world recently. S-rank rogue, ninja, Uchiha, Izumi collaborated with Tsunagakure to execute the plan to destroy Konohagakure. In the subsequent battle, they completely eradicated Konohagakure from the roots and wiped it off the ninja world map. This rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan previously attempted something similar against our Kirigakure, but at that time he did not succeed. I hope this matter can draw everyone's attention and strengthen our vigilance. We must not give the enemy any opportunity. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of Kirigakure fell into silence for a moment, then began to discuss heatedly. That Uchiha Izumi seems to be the one who attacked the village before. I can't believe he was able to destroy Konohagakure. Yeah, it's truly unbelievable. After all, that's Konohagakure, the so-called leader of the 5 great nations. Hearing the exclamations of his companions, a surprised Jonin from Kirigakure echoed in agreement. But then, an elderly figure in a kimono next to him frowned, as if recalling something, and then spoke. That Liuli Island to the south of the village was destroyed by this guy, right? Now he has even. It's truly hard to believe. Well, to be honest, I'm a bit shocked. This Uchiha kid is said to be only 13 years old, yet he is so strong. Upon hearing this, a female ninja in Kirigakure's combat uniform covered her mouth in surprise and couldn't help but softly ask, Elder San, is it true that Uchiha Izumi is only 13 years old? And I heard that Lord Mizuki's was also killed by him. Is this guy really that strong? Of course. At this moment, the elder known as Elder San's expression darkened, but it quickly turned to anger as he mercilessly reprimanded the female ninja who had just spoken. I've told you all to train hard, yet here you are, disappointing me. TSK. I'm sorry, Elder San. I've let you down. Humph. Hurry up. There isn't much time left for you to grow. That Uchiha Izumi has irreconcilable conflicts with the village, so he is very likely to target us. The storm is coming. At this moment, sitting in the upper position, Elder Jin of Kirigakure forcefully shook the cane in his hand. Once everyone quieted down, he raised his hand to signal Jingwu to step down, and then spoke in a low and serious voice. The reason I called you all here today is to discuss how the village can maximize its benefits in the upcoming war. It is not for idle chatter. I am very disappointed. One Uchiha Izumi has made you all this afraid. How can I trust you to take care of the village? Remember, fighting alone is not frightening. We, Kirigakure, are a military community. A mere rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan is nothing to me. Chapter 168. Target. Sanbai Isabu depart. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent, although they could not agree with Elder Jin's words in their hearts. No one dared to voice any objections. After all, everyone is smart. Who would want to go against their own precious lives? Moreover, even if something goes wrong, it would be the elder who bears the responsibility alone, so why should they clash with him to the end? As long as the elder is happy. Despite the various thoughts in the minds of those present, it did not affect Elder Jin's subsequent arrangements. He glanced around, taking in everyone's expressions. After a cold snicker, Elder Jin continued in a deep and serious voice. According to the intelligence, Sanbai Isabu has been resurrected, and we need to capture it. Then we will select a suitable Jinchuriki to host its power and seal Isabu within them. This way, we can obtain more benefits in the upcoming war that may erupt. Upon hearing this, an elderly-looking ninja, slightly hunched, slowly straightened his body. He then casually asked, Great Elder, do you have any recommendations for the candidates to capture the Three Tails? If not, I recommend Lady Mei Terumi as the overall leader for this mission. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave the other a half-smile before directly saying, Oh, Mei Terumi, with her strength, it might be a bit difficult for her to handle this mission. Second Elder, Hihi, Great Elder, you are mistaken. Lady Mei Terumi has completed numerous S-rank missions and has made significant contributions to the village's development. With her strength, capturing the Three Tails would be more than sufficient. In response to the second elder's sharp retort, the elder's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He then sighed slightly and continued calmly. But I have heard that some ninja clans have been stirring recently, and it seems they need to be dealt with. Let's leave this matter to Mei Terumi. It will be beneficial for the young ones to gain more experience. As for capturing the Three Tails, I prefer that child Ki. She is my student, and I know her well. She knows how to act appropriately, understands when to advance and retreat, and her strength is not weak. I have high hopes for her. After a pause, the elder gestured for a stunning woman behind him to step forward. She wore a white long robe with a purple sash. Her figure alluring, yet her demeanor cold as ice. She first bowed respectfully and then stood quietly, waiting. After a moment of contemplation, the great elder looked at her with a gentle gaze and softly asked, So, Ki, do you have confidence? Yes, great elder, rest assured. I will capture the Three Tails and bring it back to the village. Good, then it's settled. Depart as soon as possible. Yes. Seeing this scene, the second elder's expression darkened a bit, but he had no better options. Currently, the elder firmly controlled the personnel, finances, intelligence, and military power of the Hidden Mist Village. Besides the alliance of ninja clans led by himself and Mei Terumi, no other force could compete with him. However, under the policies of the Fourth Mizukage, many powerful bloodline limit clans were eradicated under the pretext of rebellion, leaving many ninja in the Hidden Mist Village feeling insecure, which significantly weakened their strength and cohesion. To this day, facing the Great Elder, who had taken over the political resources of the Fourth Mizukage, he felt utterly helpless. Mainly, their ninja forces were somewhat scattered. Just like now, everyone knew that with Mei Terumi's strength, she was indeed the best candidate to capture the Three Tails. Yet, besides himself, no one spoke up for her. Even in the face of the Great Elder's blatant threats, they chose to remain passive and wait for the situation to settle. This mindset made it clear that these guys still wanted to regain power, which was nothing but a pipe dream. Thinking of this, the second elder glanced at Ki, who still stood by, indifferent and waiting for the meeting to conclude. He snorted coldly and turned away without saying another word. Seeing this, the elder picked up a teacup beside him and took a gentle sip, a victorious smile flashing in his eyes. He didn't mind the other's attitude and slowly stood up to look around. Seeing that no one opposed his arrangements, he nodded in satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he then spoke in a hoarse, aged voice. All right, that's it for today. After the Three Tails is captured, we will discuss our next plan. Key, stay behind. The rest can leave. Yes, great elder. 3 days later, at the edge of a cliff on the border of the land of water, two figures dressed in black, cloaks with red clouds, stood facing the wind, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes. A young man with long golden hair adjusted his hat and lazily said, Brother Scorpion, beyond this canyon is the land of water. According to the intelligence provided by Ju, the Three Tails is already revived, located near the coastal area. What should we do now? Should we proceed with the capture? Hearing this, Scorpion glanced at the golden-haired youth beside him, and then said in a cold, hoarse voice, Deidara, the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist is dead, and currently, this village has no top-tier experts. We could directly go capture the Three Tails. Then, Brother Scorpion, how about I take care of this one? My explosive clay 1T be affected in the water, and can finish it quickly. Facing Deidara's confident gaze, Scorpion snorted and then leaped over the canyon. Upon landing, he paused for a moment and said, Fine, but don't keep me waiting too long. I hate waiting, Deidara. All right, I got it. Stop nagging. As he finished speaking, Deidara brushed his golden hair back and jumped after Scorpion, landing beside him. After checking his explosive clay in his backpack, he followed his companion forward, the wind carrying their debate about what art truly is lingering in the air. Meanwhile, after some time of research, Uchiha Izumi had basically figured out how to use the Heavenly Imperial tool. Once his chakra fully recovered, he set off on the path to find the tailed beasts. The first target was the Three Tails, which was closest to the Land of Waves. Since the one-tailed Jinchurikigara had already died in Konoha, and the two tails was unaccounted for, the wild Isabu was an excellent choice. After all, its former host, the fourth Mizukage, had also died at his hands, so capturing it again wouldn't be a problem. He just didn't know if this creature still retained any related memories. If it did, that would be even better. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi adjusted his state and then activated the space transfer portal. After locking onto the location of the land of water, he stepped inside, preparing to head directly to the border to search for the Three Tails Isabu's traces. After a while, when the dark space crack opened again, the moment Uchiha Izumi stepped out of the portal, he felt an extremely massive chakra lurking in the nearby sea area. Based on past experiences, this should be the main body of the Three Tails Isabu. However, in another area, there were some relatively weaker chakra responses, likely the ninjas dispatched by the Hidden Mist Village. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi moved slightly and instantly vanished from his spot. Chapter 169, Scorpion of the Red Sand. Lady Key, ahead is the sea area where the Three Tails Isabu is currently located. What should we do now? Asked a ninja wearing a mask and the dark attire of the Hidden Mist Village respectfully. Beside him was the elite Nin Ki, who had been dispatched by the great elder Yanshur, vowing to capture the tailed beast as soon as possible. At this moment, Ki frowned slightly, her beautiful and gentle face filled with a cold aura. This extreme contrast, combined with her alluring figure, made the surrounding Hidden Mist Umbu members swallow hard. But due to her overwhelming strength, everyone present could only secretly fantasize and dared not make a move. After a while, Yui slightly raised her head and brushed aside a strand of long hair that had fallen over her forehead. Then, with her cold and indifferent eyes scanning the surroundings, she spoke. Since we are ready, let's move directly. Class 1 and Class 2, follow me to hold back the tail beast. Once the sealing team has prepared the technique in the sea, we will lead the Three Tails to them. Remember, it must be a success on the first try. Absolutely no mistakes. Understood. At this point, Yui's gaze was piercing as she looked at the group of mist-hidden Umbu. Seeing the cold yet somewhat dominant expression of the elder's beloved disciple in front of them, the members of the mist-hidden Umbu exchanged glances, fully aware that they were inferior in both status and strength. Thus, they could only voice their agreement. There was no other choice. In a village like Mist Hidden that implemented an elite execution policy, strength represented everything. Although there was a tradition of upward mobility, when faced with a massive opponent like the Three Tails, no one dared to claim they could win. Given that the other party was in command of this operation for capturing the target, it was better to comply than to resist. After all, even if they failed, it would be Yui's responsibility. Everyone present, having experienced numerous battles, understood that they were a unified whole at this moment, and there could be no contradictions. Otherwise, having two voices in one team would be a joke with their lives. After all, Reckless command could lead to major issues. Seeing this situation, Yui's expression softened, and she nodded in satisfaction. Then let's set off now. Yes, Lady Yui. Just then, a sudden sound of wind chimes came from deep within the jungle. Following, there were several screams, but they lasted only a moment before fading away. Faced with this sudden change, Yui's eyes narrowed, and her frosty face turned serious. The umbu left behind has been dealt with. Kin, take some people to check it out. Yes. Before her words could finish, several unknown creatures, entirely white and resembling flying birds, suddenly descended from the sky. Huh, art is an explosion. Boom, accompanied by a cold voice. A violent explosion immediately threw the mist-hidden umbu into chaos. Who is it? Everyone be careful. The enemy has appeared. There are ninjas attacking us. Stay alert. On the other side, using the body flicker technique to avoid the explosion, the mist-hidden elite Jonin Yui tore off a tattered piece of her white long robe. Then her eyes darkened as she looked into the distance. At that moment, two figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared deep within the jungle. They wore black cloaks with red clouds and straw hats, exuding an extremely intense aura of danger. Most critically, the astonishing amount of chakra within them made Yui, who is skilled in sensing ninjutsu, feel a sense of impending threat. Who are you, and why are you attacking us? This is the territory of the Land of Water. Do you dare to strike against us mist-hidden ninjas? Is it to praise your excellence or to call you reckless? Upon hearing this, a slightly taller unknown ninja slowly removed his straw hat, revealing an expression of fearlessness. With his eyes level and a glimmer of murderous intent showing, his golden hair tied in a ponytail flowed in the wind. First, he grinned, then spoke to the slightly shorter figure beside him. Brother Scorpion, these guys are like the ones we just encountered in the jungle. They are from the mist-hidden umbu. Let's take them out first to avoid any trouble when we capture the three tails. Upon hearing this, the Scorpion of the Red Sand looked around with a dull and hoarse voice, saying, wasting time. Deidara, you go capture the three tails directly. These are just some mist-hidden umbu. Leave them to me. Remember, don't keep me waiting too long. Hearing this, Deidara slightly nodded. He then threw the clay bird in his hand to the ground, and with a shout, it instantly grew dozens of times larger. After glancing back at the mist-hidden umbu, who were on high alert, he paused and then jumped onto the back of the clay bird. Brother Scorpion, leave these guys to you, I'm off. As Deidara's voice fell, he controlled the clay bird to soar into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. Seeing this, Scorpion of the Red Sand first used his tail to knock away the kunai shot at Deidara by the mist-hidden umbu. He then slowly took out a special scroll engraved with the character for 3 and spoke in a hoarse voice. Umbu. It seems you mist-hidden are also eyeing the tailed beasts. Are you planning to capture it and remake it into a Jinchuriki? But unfortunately, you won't get the chance, because your opponent is me. Upon hearing this, Yui took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her anger, and coldly replied, Since you know, does that mean you are determined to oppose us mist-hidden? As her words fell, Scorpion did not choose to respond, but directly activated the scroll in his hand. As the smoke dissipated, a figure wearing a gray cloak, slowly floating in the air, successfully drew everyone's attention. Seeing this scene, Yui's eyes, which were once filled with killing intent, instantly shrank, and her expression changed dramatically. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and disbelief appeared on her stunning face as she murmured, This is the third Kazekage. Just then, a clear and indifferent voice echoed in the air, directly interrupting Yui's murmurs. The mist-hidden umbu and the Akatsuki Scorpion of the Red Sand, truly lively. Just a mere 3 tails. What a privilege to receive so much attention. How interesting. The newcomer wore a black cloak with a purple belt around his waist. His handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes faintly carried a smile. Upon seeing this, Scorpion of the Red Sand instantly recognized the newcomer. He slowly controlled the third Kazekage puppet to block in front of him and coldly said, Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect you to be interested in the tailed beasts too. Chapter 170. The Dust Settles. The Fall of the Strongest Puppet Master. Of course, this is a very interesting collectible. As his words fell, Uchiha Izumi glanced at Scorpion of the Red Sand with a half-smile, then looked around again. When he noticed a figure wearing a white cross-collared long robe, he was slightly taken aback, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the mist-hidden village would have such a beauty. This appearance, this figure, this temperament. Even the later 5th Mizukage Meitorumi would be slightly inferior in comparison. However, The other party seemed to be in a bit of a predicament at the moment, likely due to the previous battle. Moreover, seeing the surrounding mist-hidden Umbu on high alert indicated that the combination of Scorpion and the third Kazekage was indeed quite intimidating. He needed to hurry. Deidara should have already started capturing the three tails by now, and he must speed up. Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his right hand towards the group of mist Umbu, then directly spoke. There are too many idle people. Let's clear them out first. Shinra Tensei. As his voice fell, an invisible repulsive force surged out, sweeping away everything around. Immediately after, a violent explosion followed, and including the Scorpion of the red sand and the mist Ketsui, they were instantly blasted away. In the next moment, Scorpion's proud creation, the Sandame Kazekage puppet, shattered instantly. Even he himself barely survived by using a massive amount of iron sand to wrap himself up, relying on the brief gap before the puppet broke to escape. On the other side, the mist Umbu were not so fortunate, except for the elite Jonin Ketsui at the forefront. Everyone else perished the moment they were caught in the Shinra Tensei's effect, their hearts shattered. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in surprise. He carefully examined the figure in the distance, who was slumped against a tree and coughing up blood. After a moment, he suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't die. It turns out he has life-saving equipment. The Shinra Tensei infused with yin-yang release power was something even Scorpion, who had transformed his entire body into a puppet, found hard to withstand. I said, how could a mere Jonin from the mist possibly survive? After a pause, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but glance at him again, whispering, so extravagant, which family's young lady came out gilded, having such props, SK. Shaking his head, Uchiha Izumi turned and walked towards the Akatsuki Scorpion of the red sand, preparing to deal with this guy who still had fighting strength. On the other side, Ketsui couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Struggling to prop herself up with her hands, she adjusted her sitting posture. After that, she completely lost her strength and could only lean against the big tree, gasping heavily. At this moment, this once stunningly beautiful girl now looked extremely disheveled. Not only did her proud beauty not earn her any mercy from the enemy, but she was also forced to use the life-saving artifact given by her teacher before setting out. But even so, facing that S-rank rogue ninja who was ranked first on the Ninja World Wanted list, she still had no power to retaliate. Just one strike. The strongest defense artifact of the mist, said to be able to withstand tailed beast bombs, had completely turned into scrap metal. Seeing this scene, Ketsui's heart was already filled with despair. Before coming, she had been full of confidence, wanting to capture the three tails and bring it back to the village to use as a Jinchuriki. Not only would this impress her teacher, who was a high elder of the mist, but it would also significantly boost her presence among her peers. Most importantly, capturing a tailed beast would become her political capital if she wanted to become the Mizukage in the future. And now it was all over. Everything was finished. Facing this guy who could destroy the entire Konoha village without a shred of mercy, whether she could survive was already a question, let alone anything else. Thinking of this, Ketsui gritted her silver teeth, unable to help but whisper, damn Uchiha Izumi, how can he be so strong? Is he a monster? And this Scorpion of the red sand, the puppet in his hand, is actually the Sandame Kazekage. I hope these two can restrain each other a bit. Just give me a little more time. Once my body recovers, I'll leave this place immediately. To hell with being a Jinchuriki for the three tails. I need to get out of here first. As her words fell, the battle on the field underwent a drastic change. Just at the moment when Ketsui was unknowingly wide-eyed in shock, Uchiha Izumi thrust the black rod directly into the heart of Scorpion of the red sand. Scalding blood sprayed out. Scorpion's eyes widened as he slowly looked down at his chest. He saw that the white core engraved with a giant scorpion character had been pierced through, blood dripping continuously onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Scorpion looked in shock at the expressionless boy in front of him, his eyes revealing an unbelievable expression. You, how did you know my weakness? I've never told anyone. This is impossible. It ended so quickly. Looking at the red-haired boy in front of him who was struggling to speak, Uchiha Izumi sighed, then raised his chin to indicate for him to look at his chest. And then said solemnly, you wrote such a big scorpion character on it. Were you afraid I wouldn't see it? If it's a weakness, then hide it better. As he said this, Uchiha Izumi shook his head, his gaze towards Scorpion filled with pity. All right, pay attention in your next life. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's expression instantly froze, then began to change rapidly. Moments later, just as his life was about to start its countdown, he murmured, it was just for this reason. I really failed. Dad, Mom, I'm coming. Sensing that scorpion of the red sand in front of him had no breath left, Uchiha Izumi slowly pulled the black rod out from his heart. Then he activated the yellow springs and threw the body inside, preparing to use it for the Edo Tensei in the future. After doing all this, Uchiha Izumi turned his gaze back to the distant elite Jonin Ketsui of the Mist Village, who was barely hanging on. Looking at her face, which, despite being heavily injured, still retained its stunning beauty, Uchiha Izumi remained silent for a moment before directly walking towards her. Seeing this scene, Ketsui furrowed her brows. A hint of blush flashed across her delicate face, adding a touch of charm to her otherwise pale complexion. Ketsui was very confident in her appearance, and she was also very clear about what might happen next. Instinctively grabbing her clothing hem, her trembling hand fully reflected the turmoil in her heart. Moments latte. Taking a deep breath, she had already made up her mind. She looked up at Uchiha Izumi, who was getting closer and closer, and, after a moment of silence, she coldly spoke, "Spare me." Chapter 171. Captured a Deidara. I must survive. At this moment, a glimmer of anticipation flashed through Ketsui's heart, mixed with a bit of anxiety. Without a doubt, from a moment she saw Uchiha Izumi effortlessly kill Scorpion of the Red Sand, Ketsui had already felt despair. After all, he was someone capable of turning the Sandaime Kazekage into a puppet. To think he could be killed so easily. From the moment she saw Scorpion, she had a premonition that the hope of capturing the Three Tails was somewhat slim. As a sensory-type ninja, she could vaguely sense the strength of his chakra. Moreover, the Umbu squad left in the woods for vigilance had at least elite Chunin level. But in the hands of that blonde ninja who could create bombs out of thin air, they had merely let out a few screams before disappearing. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have already died. Based on our observations, the forehead protector of the enemy had a deep scratch, indicating that he was a rogue ninja from the Rock Village. After a brief engagement, the bombs thrown by that blonde boy were extremely fast and powerful. The key point was that the explosion range far exceeded that of ordinary explosive tags, and even she had barely avoided it by using the body flicker technique. Just like that, he suffered a slight abrasion. Yet, this level of ninja actually referred to the Red Sand Scorpion as Big Brother. This shows that the latter's strength is far superior to the former's. The fact that he brought out the puppet made by the third Kazekage further illustrates this point. However, the most terrifying part is not him, but the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Izumi. Thinking of this, Jie looked up at the figure that had already walked in front of her, her heart filled with shock and despair. In an instant, he killed a group of Mist Umbu and severely injured himself. Then he headed straight for the rogue ninja from Sunagakure, the Red Sand Scorpion, completely ignoring all the weapons on the opponent's body, whether it was poison needles, size, or looking at the scattered puppet fragments in the distance. Jie couldn't help but recall the words of the Red Sand Scorpion. Red secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Those countless red-clad puppets, each possessing immense power. According to the Red Sand Scorpion, he used this technique to directly destroy a country. It is a technique that inspires fear and despair. Uchiha Izumi casually struck, and with one blow, he destroyed all the puppets. As hundreds of remains scattered on the ground, the battle came to an end. Faced with Uchiha Izumi's advance, the Red Sand Scorpion had no reaction and died in an instant. This level of power is truly shocking. No wonder those guys in the village feared him so much. It's one thing for the Ghost Lantern full moon, but I've heard even the fourth Mizukage died at his hands. Uchiha Izumi, I never expected you to be this strong. It's truly unbelievable. With this thought, Jie quickly adjusted her facial expression and gently spoke again. Spare me. You could do anything to me. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi looked down with a half-smile at the stunning beauty leaning against the tree. Then he extended his right hand directly at the unparalleled beauty before him and said calmly amidst her fearful expression, As a ninja, from a moment you step out of the village, you must be prepared for death. This world is cruel, no matter who you are, as long as our positions differ. You are an enemy. Since you are my opponent, then in my eyes, Uchiha Izumi, it makes no difference whether you are a stunning beauty or a noble lady. After his words fell, Jie looked at the cold, merciless rippled pupils before her, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. At that moment, this elite Jonin, favored by the elder and pursued by many in the Mist Village, finally doubted her appearance. She never expected that there would be someone in this world who was not tempted by beauty. No, I can't give up. I must survive. With this thought, Jie's expression changed, and tears instantly streamed down her cheeks. Just as she was about to say something, a flash of lightning pierced through her heart. Why? I've already explained enough to you. Just rest in peace. As his voice fell, Ji widened her eyes in despair, staring at the cold, merciless figure before her. She opened her mouth but could no longer utter a word. Moments later, she completely lost her breath. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi was silent for a moment, then directly tossed the corpse aside and turned to leave. A moment later, Uchiha Izumi arrived at the sea where the three tails resided. Before he got close, he heard earth-shattering explosions nearby. He realized that Deidara was fighting against Isabu. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Then let's take care of Deidara too. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi quickly activated and flew towards a battlefield. Shortly after, noticing that Deidara was twisting and turning in the air, dodging the water columns shot up from Isabu, Uchiha Izumi did not hesitate and chose to strike. His right index finger moved slightly, and a detached voice sounded. Illusion binding technique. As soon as he spoke, Deidara, who was still entangled with the tailed beast in midair, suddenly stiffened and then fell headfirst from the clay bird. He fell right onto the back of the three tails. Before he could see who it was, he felt the tailed beast beneath him completely quiet down. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly noticed Isabu's eyes glowing with a faint purple light, which then transformed into ripples. At this sight, Deidara's heart skipped a beat. Rinnegan? This is impossible. The leader said that the three tails was to be captured by me and Scorpion. How could he take action himself? Who is it? Could it really be the leader? Just then, Deidara suddenly noticed a figure in a black robe floating in the sky. The emotionless, rippled pupils in the opponent's eyes looked strangely familiar. Rinnegan? Who are you? Where did Scorpion go? Facing Deidara's naive question, Uchiha Izumi shook his head and spoke directly. My name is Uchiha Izumi. As a member of Akatsuki, you should have heard of my name. Didn't Nagato tell you about the Rinnegan? Hearing this, Deidara's pupils contracted, instantly realizing the identity of the person before him. But his stiff body prevented him from making any movements, and he could only watch as the other approached. Is this Uchiha Izumi that Scorpion spoke of? I actually have no power to fight back against him. How? How is this possible? Looking up again at Uchiha Izumi in the sky, Deidara saw him getting closer, while his body was firmly bound by the illusion. Despite struggling with all his might, he still couldn't break free from the control. At this moment, Deidara finally felt a thread of despair. Just by using an illusion, he had completely controlled me and the three tails. This is ridiculous. Such power. I can't move at all. This is bad. This is a huge problem. Just as Deidara was struggling desperately, Uchiha Izumi had already flashed in front of him. Their eyes met. Deidara's originally shocked and disbelieving eyes instantly turned dazed. Even the despair on his face was frozen in that moment. Then, with the opening of a pitch-black spatial rift, Uchiha Izumi directly threw both the three tails and the now puppet-like Deidara into it. Then, following closely behind, his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Chapter 172. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Capture in Progress. Name, Deidara level, Kage status, hostile level, 96 status, unconscious evaluation, slightly inferior. Looking at Deidara before him, Uchiha Izumi slowly closed the system panel, secretly thinking, how should I put it? It's quite standard. Among the Kage level, he's considered relatively strong. If it weren't for the plot, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke would hardly have been able to force him to use the C4 technique. After all, being able to single-handedly take down Tsunagakure while capturing the one-tail Jinchuriki Gaara proves that this guy's strength is still considerable. From the interrogation just now, I also roughly understand Akatsuki's next plans, including personnel distribution. According to the information provided by Kurojitsu, the closest to himself should be the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utaka, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. At this time, Utaka should still be in the Hidden Mist Village, while Fu is on a mission to escort someone to the Land of Fire under the protection of Takigakure ninjas. Given the status of a Jinchuriki in their village, it should only be a simple C-rank mission, mainly concerned about the tailed beast being trapped in one place for too long and causing emotional fluctuations. Therefore, it is necessary to leave the village regularly to relieve pent-up emotions, just like Gaara from Tsunagakure, who performs some relatively simple C-rank or B-rank missions. However, even so, the protective force arranged by Takigakure should not be small. The Akatsuki organization responsible for capturing Fu consists of Kakuzu and Haiden, the immortal duo. Although it is a few years earlier than in the original work, the outcome is still unlikely to change in the slightest. The Seven Tails will definitely not be a match for these two guys. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's gaze sharpened, and his expression immediately became serious. There is no doubt that the Akatsuki's target is all the tailed beasts. But even if they want to capture them, they must prioritize based on strength. After all, not every village allows strong individuals to come and go as they please like Sunagakure. Therefore, Takigakure, where Fu is located, is likely to be targeted by the Akatsuki in advance. Moreover, with the Jinchuriki leaving the village on a mission, such a rare opportunity would surely catch the Akatsuki's attention. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi had already made a decision in his heart. The Six-Tails Yutaka in the Hidden Mist village should not step out of the village in a short time, so the probability of problems arising is low. However, Fu from Takigakure is different. If he is a step late, he might be preempted by the Akatsuki, which would lead to trouble. Therefore, the priority for capturing the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki should be at the top, and he will look into other matters after that. He just heard that Kakuzu has a lot of opinions about him, so he will go to Takigakure and confront him in person. As his voice fell, a strange expression flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Then, his pupils slightly constricted, and with a wave of his hand, he activated the unique ocular technique of the Rinnegan, HZ. He then stepped into the pitch-black space portal. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of water and the land of fire, a group of people was moving at a steady pace. Leading them was a green-haired little girl flying in the air. She was wearing a white crop top, had her forehead protector tied around her right arm, and her orange eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, she was happily swaying left and right, soaring through the air with the wings on her back, looking extremely happy. Wow, I finally got out. I was almost suffocated in the village. Fu, slow down, you're flying too fast. As her voice fell, a young ninja wearing the Takigakure forehead protector and a gray long-sleeve jacket couldn't help but quicken his pace. Meanwhile, several other similarly dressed Takigakure ninjas quickly caught up and shouted, "YRO Fu, you two be careful. This area is already under the control of the land of fire." Upon hearing this, the girl called Fu laughed and turned back to say, "Oh, what's there to be afraid of? Konoha is already gone." At this point, Fu suddenly stopped mid-air. Her previously happy expression turned serious. She slowly floated in the air, her gaze becoming sharp, while the 6 wings on her back flapped rapidly, producing a buzzing sound like a dragonfly. Immediately after, 4 figures appeared in an instant, landing beside Fu to protect her closely. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Suddenly stopping, "Fu, did you sense something?" Hearing the inquiries from her companions, Fu chose not to hide and instead put away her previous playful expression, speaking solemnly. "YRO, Shizuru, I sensed an unusually large chakra hiding up ahead." Upon hearing this, YRO, a Nin from Takigakure, changed his expression and immediately closed his eyes to sense. Moments later, as he suddenly opened them, he quickly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He then said to his companions, "Stay alert, there are unknown enemies gradually approaching here." After saying this, YRO's expression became extremely serious, his sharp eyes fixed on the depths of the forest ahead. He positioned his body as much as possible to shield Fu from harm, ensuring that this adorable junior would not be hurt. After a moment of silence, YRO thought to himself, although Fu is the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki of the village, due to the leader's orders, he and Shizuru are responsible for her close protection. Over the days of getting along, he has formed a deep friendship with the lively and cute girl Fu and has come to regard each other as the most important companions. Therefore, no matter what, he cannot allow this child to be harmed. With this thought, while holding the kunai and remaining vigilant, YRO shouted loudly, "Who are you? Come out. I've already discovered you. Stop hiding. You have no chance." As his voice fell, accompanied by slow and rhythmic footsteps, a figure dressed in a black robe emerged from the depths of the forest, becoming clearer as it approached. As expected of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, your perception is quite good. As the black-robed ninja slowly appeared, he leaned against a large tree. Although he had no combat power, the tailed beast within you is still very useful to me. So, I reluctantly accepted it. On the other side, upon hearing the clear and magnetic voice of the person in front of her, Fu's eyes lit up, but she soon calmed down entirely under the unreserved malice emanating from him. Looking closely, she saw that the newcomer was extremely handsome, with long black hair flowing in the wind, but his smooth forehead did not bear any recognizable forehead protector. He was quietly leaning against the tree, coldly gazing at her with emotionless, ripple-like eyes. Seeing this scene, Fu felt that the newcomer looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. So she boldly asked, I think I've seen you before. Were you my friend? But before she finished speaking, she was pulled down by Yro beside her. And then her companion's slightly trembling voice rang in her ears. Fu, this guy is extremely dangerous. We might be in big trouble. Chapter 173. Kakuzu and Haiden. Huh, why do you say that? Looking at Fu's confused expression, Yro couldn't help but speak anxiously. He is the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Izumi, the one with the highest bounty in the wanted list. Don't you usually pay attention to this? Ah, no wonder this guy looks so familiar. So that's how it is. At this point, Fu finally recalled the basic information she had seen about the person in front of her, realizing that he was a shadow-level powerhouse from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. In the wanted list published by the 5 great nations and the black market, he ranked first with a bounty of 150 million ryo, far ahead of other rogue ninjas. With this thought, Fu's expression changed slightly, and she immediately looked warily into the distance. But then, she was horrified to find that the figure exuding terrifying pressure under the tree had vanished. Seeing this, the ItachiAgain ninjas' expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly huddled together, vigilantly looking around, trying to protect Fu's safety as much as possible. The next moment, a cold voice echoed from the sky, and at the moment everyone struggled to look up, an overwhelming killing intent descended in an instant, freezing everyone in place. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. I'll take you now, Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, a violent explosion sounded in the jungle, shaking the ground for several kilometers. As the smoke cleared, the 4 elite shinobi from ItachiAgain who had been protecting Fu had completely lost their combat ability. Thanks to the 7 tails Jinchuriki activating their tailed beast transformation the moment the repulsion arrived, the group only suffered severe internal injuries and did not die. On the other side, Fu, fully enveloped in a crimson, tailed beast cloak, was on the verge of losing her sanity due to anger and the increase in the number of tails. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna wasted no time and rushed forward, preparing to use the black rod in his hand to completely seal the chakra of the 7 tails Jinchuriki and then capture her. But at that moment, 2 figures wearing conical hats and black cloaks with red clouds appeared out of nowhere, directly blocking his attack. Clang! The sound of the black rod colliding with the bloody scythe echoed. Uchiha Izuna remained steady on his feet, while the nameless ninja on the other side was impacted by a tremendous recoil. The bloody scythe in his hand was immediately sent flying. Wow, this guy's so strong. Uchiha Izuna was, after all, a formal member of the organization. It's not surprising he has this kind of strength. Watch out, Haiden! As the words fell, a flash of green light appeared in the eyes of the newcomer, and he leaped into the air, dodging the furious strike from the 7 tails Jinchuriki behind him. Has she lost her sanity already? Haiden, you hold her off. I'll deal with Uchiha Izuna. This guy has a bounty of 150 million ryo in the black market. I'm really tempted. As the words fell, Haiden grabbed the chain in his hand and pulled hard, immediately retrieving the bloody scythe that had just been sent flying. Then he grinned, resting the weapon on his shoulder, and loudly said to his companion, Hey, Kakuzu, I can't delay for long. You need to finish this quickly. For tails already, this is really troublesome. With that, Haiden turned his attention back to the 7 tails Jinchuriki behind him, no longer focusing on Kakuzu. On the other side, noticing this scene, Uchiha Izuna narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed the greedy look in the other party's green pupils and couldn't help but think to himself, Haiden and Kakuzu, huh? It seems they were sent to capture the tailed beasts. But with Kakuzu's appearance of valuing money over life, it seems he has some thoughts about me. Most likely, he wants to turn me into a corpse and then collect the bounty at the exchange office. At this moment, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but recall the scene when he first joined the Akatsuki organization and attended a meeting. The same greedy eyes, the same confident speech. Kakuzu hasn't changed at all. Back then, this Akatsuki treasurer wanted to kill me and use my corpse to claim the bounty. Who would have thought that years later? He still hasn't changed his mind. He even directly ignored the strength gap between us, desperate to obtain the 150 million ryo that has been sitting in the exchange office. The most crucial thing is that Kakuzu is so confident that he actually joined forces with Haiden to try to stop me from capturing the 7 tails. Even fighting on 2 fronts, one person holding off the tailed beast while the other actively attacks. Are they planning to take both me, Uchiha Izuna, and the Jinchuriki together? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna shook his head helplessly. This guy's desire for money exceeds life and death. He is also extremely loyal to Nagato and Konan, trying to gather funds for the Akatsuki while also completing the mission to capture the tailed beasts. Truly a model worker in the ninja world. At that moment, Kakuzu, seeing Uchiha Izuna make no move and merely stare at him expressionlessly, immediately charged forward to initiate the attack. As the words fell, Kakuzu, under the enhancement of the Earth Grudge Fear, wildly manipulated his chakra, then suddenly swung his right hand, delivering a heavy punch directly at the still-standing Uchiha Izuna. Bang! The right fist connected, linked by black tendrils, landed heavily on Uchiha Izuna. But in the next moment, it was caught by the other party. Then, in Kakuzu's incredulous gaze, it was easily torn off and thrown to the ground. How is this possible? Looking at the shock in Kakuzu's eyes, Uchiha Izuna stepped on the arm on the ground, crushing it to pieces. He then raised his head and calmly said, "Your attack has no effect on me. Didn't Nagato ever tell you what happened back in Image Cure?" Hearing this, Kakuzu's green eyes suddenly erupted with intense, killing intent, and then he spoke in a chilling voice. "I don't know who this Nagato you speak of is, but the Rinnegan is not something everyone can wield. Uchiha brat, I'll let you know the consequences of daring to betray the Akatsuki." After saying this, Kakuzu ripped off his black cloak with red clouds, revealing his body full of stitching. Then, as the black tendrils on his body began to snap off one by one, for black, lion-like creatures wearing masks fell from Kakuzu's back onto the ground. Uchiha Izuna. Next, I'll be taking your corpse." Hearing this eerily familiar phrase, Uchiha Izuna merely raised an eyebrow, unaffected. He raised his hand again, condensing a black rod, and walked directly toward Kakuzu. At this moment, the ripple-like pupils of Uchiha Izuna emanated a strong, killing intent, and he coldly said, "Not only do you want to steal the tailed beast, but you also want the bounty. It seems I need to make you aware of the strength gap between us." Kakuzu. Chapter 174. Breaking Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu offline. As the words fell, Uchiha Izuna's figure moved slightly and vanished from his spot. The next moment, a black rod shot out from the void, accurately piercing Kakuzu's lightning attribute mask. Wow! At that moment, Kakuzu's green pupils suddenly constricted. Then, an overwhelming pain surged from the heart connected to Earth Grudge Fear. But Kakuzu, having lived for nearly 100 years, was a ninja with rich combat experience. The instant the lightning attribute mask was damaged, the fire attribute mask quickly turned to look over. Accompanied by a voice filled with anger and hatred, terrifying flames descended in an instant, completely enveloping Uchiha Izuna's body, along with the pierced lightning attribute mask within the range of the fire release attack. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Seeing this, despite being within the range of the raging flames, Uchiha Izuna showed no emotional fluctuations on his face. He merely raised his right hand slightly. The next moment, as the power of his Rinnegan fluctuated, an invisible barrier appeared in an instant, accompanied by Uchiha Izuna's indifferent voice echoing in the sea of flames. In just a moment, the terrifying flames that swept in were completely absorbed, disappearing from the air. Seeding technique, absorption. Witnessing this scene, Kakuzu's previously calm gaze instantly became serious. Taking advantage of the moment when Uchiha Izumi absorbed the fire release, Kakuzu quickly flew back to create distance, avoiding being affected by the opponent's unknown and peculiar ninjutsu. At that moment, Kakuzu finally realized that the abilities of the person before him were very strange, and winning this battle solely with his 5 abilities would likely be quite difficult. However, he possessed rich combat experience, which Uchiha Izumi lacked. Therefore, he needed to plan carefully. With this thought, Kakuzu fell into deep contemplation. There is no doubt that this rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan, hailing from Konoha, was extremely powerful. Moreover, he possessed the legendary Rinnegan. Although Kakuzu did not know how this guy obtained it, based on his encounter with Pain 10 years ago, that pair of sages' eyes definitely possessed unfathomable powers. However, one thing was clear. Uchiha Izumi's mastery of those eyes was certainly inferior to that of the leader. After all, when he first joined the Akatsuki, he only had the 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakuzu could not believe that he could fully unlock the power of the Rinnegan in just a few years. Therefore, in his judgment, there was a gap between Uchiha Izumi and the Akatsuki's leader. As for Pain's claim of a tie, that was probably just a humble assertion to prevent members of the organization from seeking out Uchiha Izumi on their own. But today was different. Not to mention that this guy's target was also the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, but the bounty on the black market was as high as 150 million ryo, a sum Kakuzu could never afford to give up. Even the likes of Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, and Itachi, the clan exterminator, had bounties far lower than this guy. As long as he could kill him, the reward was worth the risk. Thinking of this, Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, and he secretly made up his mind to thoroughly take down the person before him. Although his lightning attribute mask was destroyed, it didn't matter. A mere heart could be replenished in no time. Next, let this guy witness the true power of the Earth Grudge Fear. Uchiha Izumi, you're quite impressive to have destroyed one of my hearts. Seeing you reminds me of my days battling the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. As my opponent, you are quite honored. Next, I have already reserved your heart in advance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi slightly frowned and raised his eyes to look at Kakuzu, who was surrounded by three lion-like creatures. He didn't expect this guy's strength to be so lacking, but when it came to arrogance, only Nagato might surpass him slightly. After all, he was a strong man who daily mentioned the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With this thought, a faint purple light flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. The next moment, the three masked monsters in front of Kakuzu instantly shattered. Even the body formed of black lines was cut into 8 segments in an instant by an unknown force. Following that, Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils slightly contracted. As chakra flowed, Kakuzu felt as if an invisible layer of chains had wrapped around him, instantly freezing him in place. The game is over. With the techniques of the Wheel of Hell and the magical restraint, you can be honest now, Kakuzu. At the same time that Uchiha Izumi muttered to himself, on the other side, looking at the person before him with a half-smile, Kakuzu's emerald-green pupils were filled with shock and suspicion, along with a hint of disbelief. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? This is an illusion. How is this possible? The Earth Grudge Fear was broken. I was instantly defeated. Is the gap in strength really this large? Once again focusing on Uchiha Izumi, who was close at hand, Kakuzu's previously confused expression gradually became clearer. After a moment of silence, feeling his body firmly bound by the illusion and completely unable to move, a complex look flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He realized that the battle had already ended from the very beginning. The gap was indeed so great. It was foolish of him to harbor fantasies about the black market bounty. With this in mind, Kakuzu spoke with a low, hoarse voice, struggling to say, "Is this the true power of the Rinnegan? To be able to achieve this level? Truly incredible. No wonder the leader allows you to leave the organization. Uchiha Izumi, you are even stronger than Pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi pressed his lips together, his right hand grasping the air. A moment later, a black rod gleaming with metallic luster slowly appeared, then was instantly grasped in his hand. He looked at Kakuzu and directly pressed the black rod against his heart, watching the other party's eyes slowly close. Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly said, "Kakuzu, surviving against the first Hokage is indeed your capital, but there is no need to mention it every day. There are plenty of powerful beings in this world. Fixating on money is the main reason for your demise." After a pause, Uchiha Izumi applied slight pressure with his right hand, piercing the black rod deeper into Kakuzu's body. "Kakuzu, the small talk ends here. I still need to deal with your companions. So, safe travels. See you." Chapter 175. Successful Capture of the Seven Tails, C.H. May. After witnessing Kakuzu completely lose his life force, Uchiha Izumi tossed his body into the Kamui space. This would serve as good material for the Edo Tensei and could not be wasted easily. At this stage, he already had about 10 shadow-level powerhouses in his possession. Additionally, he had many more pawns available for deployment in battle. During the destruction of Konoha, he had collected at least dozens of Jonin, while the Chunin and lower ranks were not considered. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to experiment, hoping it would bring him different surprises. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi waved his hand, directly shutting down the yellow springs. As the dark transport gate gradually faded away, the space began to calm, with not a ripple in sight. He then slowly rose into the air. Noticing the two figures still entangled in the distance, he nodded in satisfaction. Height and strength wasn't he much, but his greatest advantage was his durability. Meanwhile, C.H. May, the Seven Tails, was just an insect, so his intelligence wasn't very high. As for the Jinchuriki, he had now achieved a half-tailed beast transformation, thereby losing nearly all rationality. However, since C.H. May was the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts, he was momentarily locked in a stalemate with Haiden. Neither side could gain the upper hand, but due to their respective demands, both sides tacitly chose not to retreat and decided to fight to the end. After all, the Akatsuki's mission was to capture tailed beasts, and May was notoriously weak and easy to handle. At that moment, as Haiden and the Jinchuriki were locked in a fierce battle. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi moved slightly, adjusting himself in the air before rapidly flying forward. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. But the next moment, just as Haiden was enduring the intense pain, intending to take advantage of the situation to obtain the other S blood, he was directly flung away by the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, along with his weapon. Wow! Blood spurted out in large amounts. Even though Haiden's abilities are unique, this piercing blow to his body still had a considerable impact on him. After a brief recovery, he used the blood-soaked scythe in his hand as support and forced himself to stand up. He then staggered a few steps forward before being knocked away again by the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who was closely following him. Wow, why is Kakuzu taking so long? I can barely hold on. This monster's speed is incredibly fast, making it impossible to capture, let alone collect blood. Thinking this, Haiden crawled up from the ground once more. At this moment, the evil god follower realized that his hard power was insufficient, and a sense of retreat began to grow in his heart. But just then, a cold voice echoed in the air, instantly shattering Haiden's hesitation. Is it really that pathetic? Hearing this, Haiden's heart sank, and he no longer focused on the approaching Seven Tails Jinchuriki. He didn't even try to hit, just swung the blood-soaked scythe forcefully forward and immediately looked up. He saw a figure dressed in a black robe, seemingly unscathed from battle, floating in midair. A thick, intense killing intent was firmly locked onto him. Upon seeing this scene, disbelief flashed in Haiden's eyes, and he asked in an incredulous tone, Uchiha Izuna? How could you be here, Kakuzu? Could it be? At this moment, Haiden had a bad premonition in his heart. Since Uchiha Izuna appeared here, it was highly likely that Kakuzu, who was supposed to stop him, was already dead. Otherwise, given Kakuzu's obsession with money, he would never let his opponent leave easily. Not to mention that he was currently entangled with the tailed beast, he definitely wouldn't allow Uchiha Izuna to approach the Jinchuriki. There is only one truth. That is, Kakuzu had been taken out by the enemy, and now, Uchiha Izuna had once again set his sights on the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. It was likely that he considered himself a target as well. Thinking of this, a chill ran through Haiden's body. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead and continued to speak. Uchiha Izuna, you want the tailed beast, right? Aye. Before he could finish his sentence, a crimson flash swept by. The next moment, realizing that Kakuzu was dead, Haiden, who had already lost his fighting spirit, was heavily knocked away. Immediately afterward, an angry roar sounded. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who had originally been on all fours, suddenly stood up and charged at the fallen Haiden with incredible speed. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he quickly extended several black rods from his sleeve. Then, he instantly threw them towards the Seven Tails Jinchuriki beneath him. Accompanied by the sounds of blades piercing flesh, the completely irrational Fu was instantly immobilized. Despite having a crimson chakra cloak, he had no resistance against the product formed by the power of the Six Paths. As the yin-yang release power from the black rods began to take effect, the somewhat violent chakra of the Seven Tails was quickly controlled. Witnessing the scene, Uchiha Izuna slightly moved his right index finger, and an invisible repulsive force immediately descended, heavily pressing down on the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground began to crack inch by inch. Under the tremendous pressure, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki could not resist at all, and his body was forcibly embedded into the surface. Seeing this scene, Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief. Is Uchiha Izuna even human? The Seven Tails has no power to fight back. What a joke. Recalling everything he had just experienced and looking at the Jinchuriki on the ground who had completely lost the ability to resist. Painful memories surged in Haiden's mind from when he first joined the Akatsuki. I knew it. Uchiha Izuna is indeed not that simple. No wonder the leader emphasized repeatedly that we must not engage with him. It turns out it was like this. Is this the confidence that Uchiha Izuna has to leave the organization? Such terrifying strength. Even pain might not be a match for this guy. Otherwise, given the leader's temperament, how could he say something like to turn a blind eye to Uchiha Izuna? Thinking of this, Haiden looked up again, but he saw that the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who had just been lying on the ground, had completely disappeared. In its place were motionless ripple-patterned pupils. As their gazes met, Haiden instinctively blinked, and his pupils completely lost focus. With a thud, accompanied by the sound of falling, Uchiha Izuna moved, instantly appearing before Haiden like a ghost. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand to open a pitch-black teleportation door, then grabbed Haiden's ankle and threw him inside. After confirming that there were no omissions by glancing around, he followed closely behind. Chapter 176, A Return to Old Haunts. A day in the hidden mist village. Moments later, on a stone platform in the Kamui space, Uchiha Izuna looked down at the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, who was completely unconscious. He made a few hand seals with one hand. Then he placed his hand on the smooth abdomen of the Jinchuriki, and as the purple light in his eyes slightly brightened, he let out a soft breath. The massive insect body of the Seven-Tails Chomei was slowly extracted, and then it lost the ability to move again under the power of the Rinnegan. After a long time, as the last trace of tailed beast chakra was extracted, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki Fu completely stopped breathing. Success! Glancing at the corpse of the Jinchuriki on the ground, Uchiha Izuna fell silent for a moment. Then he shifted his attention back to the Seven-Tails Chomei. Undoubtedly, this one could be considered relatively weaker among all the tailed beasts. Aside from having the ability to fly, whether in attack, defense, or speed, it could not compare to the number of tails it possessed. This shows that, apart from the 9 tails, the strength of the other tailed beasts is quite uneven. Even the 1 tail from Sunagakure, due to mastering ninjutsu and sealing techniques, has overall strength that is even stronger. However, when he destroyed Konoha earlier, he was so engrossed in battle that he did not pay attention to the 1 tail, Jinchuriki Gaara, who had already been sealed by those Konoha ninjas. As a result, the other party died under his Shinjutsu, Shinra Tensei. That was quite embarrassing. Sighing softly, Uchiha Izuna fell into contemplation again. Sigh, who would have thought that at that time, he was in the critical stage of completing the main storyline task. To force Konoha to experience pain to the greatest extent, he could be said to have acted without any reservations. So up to now, he only had the 3 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails in his hands. If he wanted to collect them all in a short time, it would probably require some effort. According to the information he previously obtained from Deidara, the 6 tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Mist, Yuga, had just been promoted to Special Jonin and was currently learning and training in the village. Therefore, the next target could be set on him. After all, he considered himself an old rival of the guys from the Land of Water. From the beginning with Hozuki Mangetsu, to Kirigakure's Ringo Aimuri, and then to that crazy woman, Renai, it was a tale filled with hatred. In contrast to the clearly located 6 tails Jinchuriki, the 4 tails and 5 tails from Wagakure are currently unaccounted for. The 2 tails and 8 tails of the Cloud Village are even more needless to say, unless one directly invades the Land of Lightning alone. It is basically impossible to capture these 2 Jinchuriki in the wild. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, heading to the Land of Water to capture the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, Yutaka, is currently the best choice. As long as the speed is fast enough, one can directly push through the Hidden Mist Village before the Cloud Village reacts. With the yellow springs of Biosaka, I can completely create a time difference. After dealing with the 6 tails, I can directly head to the Land of Lightning to capture the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki. In this way, I can harvest 3-tailed beasts again in a short time. Next, I just need to find the traces of the 4 tails and 5 tails, and then wait in the desert for the revival of the 1 tail. This way, the revival of Uchiha Madara and the launch of the Moon Eye plan will be just around the corner. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi focused his mind and reorganized the plan in his mind again. He then carefully pondered and refined some details before determining the next course of action. After a long time, Uchiha Izumi waved his hand to reopen the teleportation portal. He then threw the 7-tailed Chomei, who had fallen asleep beside him, next to the 3-tailed Isabu. After that, he directly injected the power of the Rinnegan into the bodies of the 2-tailed beasts. After reinforcing the hypnosis technique, Uchiha Izumi stepped into the pitch-black portal, and in an instant, his figure completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, a figure dressed in a blue robe was walking alone on the street. He had slightly thin lips, a high-nosed bridge, and chestnut long hair falling over his forehead, barely covering his left eye, with a collar that extended to his abdomen, a golden belt around his waist, and an overall lazy demeanor. The person looked extremely uninhibited. Despite the unusual gazes along the way, he appeared completely indifferent, as if he was immersed in his own world, refusing to receive any information from the outside. At that moment, several ninjas dressed in the Hidden Mist Umbu attire, wearing masks, quickly appeared and stopped the young man who was lost in thought. Seeing the scene, The crowd around them did not linger for a moment and quickly dispersed, leaving only the blue-clad youth calmly looking at the group of hidden mist umbu. What is the matter? A cold and indifferent voice echoed in the center of the street. Although they had made ample preparations, the hidden mist umbu still felt like they were facing a formidable enemy in front of the blue-clad youth. After a moment of silence, the leader of the hidden mist umbu slowly placed his hand on the sword at his back and said in a deep voice, "Utaka, the elder wants to see you." Upon hearing this, the blue-robed youth Utaka gave a nonchalant glance at the several umbu ninjas in front of him. But just that glance made several hidden mist umbu instinctively draw their blades. As the sound of unsheathing blades echoed, Utaka's eyes narrowed slightly, and a thick killing intent suddenly descended, causing the hidden mist umbu to break out in a cold sweat. Although the person in front of them had a physical strength that was probably only at the level of a special jonin, the chakra he emitted, filled with blood, evil, terror, and despair, made everyone present tremble. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Just as the hidden mist umbu was on the verge of collapsing under this oppressive feeling, a loud voice of reprimand exploded from the end of the road. "Put down your swords. What are you doing? Pointing your weapons at a comrade in the village. Do you want to die?" As the voice fell, a tall hidden mist ninja in regular clothes appeared instantly, causing the umbu, who were on the brink of collapse, to feel a surge of energy, and they gradually relaxed. Heavily exhaling a breath of foul air, the leader of the sub-team turned to look at the newcomer, then stepped forward to bow respectfully, and said, "Lord Makoto, what brings you here?" Incompetent fool. I'll deal with you later. Get lost." Upon hearing this, the leader of the hidden mist umbu felt as if he had been granted amnesty, immediately lowered his head even further, and then quickly left the scene with his subordinates, maintaining the same posture. After a moment, the tall figure said, "Don't mind my underlings, they're just inexperienced." Accompanied by a low voice, Makoto placed his hand on Yutaka's shoulder and patted it. The tall, muscular hidden mist ninja was a head taller than the slightly slender six-tailed Jinchuriki. He paused for a moment and continued, "The elder wants to see you. That's why the umbu came to inform you. If there is nothing else, let us take a walk." At this point, the violent expression from earlier had disappeared from Makoto's face, and he slightly lowered his head to look at Utaka, quietly waiting for his response. "Understood. Lead the way." After a moment of silence, the palpable killing intent radiating from Utaka slowly dissipated. He then spoke with an indifferent expression, "Makoto, deal with those umbu yourself. Don't let me see them again." "Yes." Chapter 177. There's an old saying, "A wise man knows when to retreat." Night. In the pitch-black sky, accompanied by the sound of space being torn apart, a figure cloaked in a black robe slowly emerged and stepped out of the teleportation portal. Following that, the space began to rapidly contract, and moments later, it completely closed, vanishing without a trace. A moment later, a faint sound of landing echoed on the deserted street. Then a gentle breeze blew by, causing no ripples at all. After a long time, walking slowly on the commercial street of the hidden mist, Uchiha Izumi looked around at the sparse pedestrians and shops, feeling a surge of emotions. Indeed, in this world, even with the presence of high-tech products like electric lights, the countries that primarily rely on agricultural civilization still maintain ancient customs. It was already late at night. In his previous life, this time would have just marked the beginning of nightlife. But here, even ninjas are reluctant to go out shopping at night. Instead, they prefer to stay at home like ordinary people. Although the entire commercial street was still brightly lit, it had no appeal to the hidden mist ninjas. Aside from necessary defensive forces, the entire village seemed to have completely fallen into a deep sleep. Continuing to walk forward, Uchiha Izumi unknowingly arrived in front of a very familiar building. He looked up and immediately stopped in his tracks. The Hidden Mist Intelligence Department? Accompanied by a faint whisper, Uchiha Izumi instantly recalled a scene from several years ago. At that time, in order to kill the likes of Hozuki Mangetsu and that crazy woman Rina to complete a side mission, he temporarily acted as a blade in the hands of Uchiha Bido. After infiltrating the Hidden Mist Village in order to quickly find the mission target, he chose to start checking from the intelligence department. After a series of killings, he successfully awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, this important building in the Hidden Mist Village can also be considered the place where his dream began, making it very significant. Since that's the case, today I'll walk the old path again, just to give the new head of the Hidden Mist Intelligence Department a huge surprise, and I hope you will like it. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi embraced the anticipation of capturing the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails and raised his hand to adjust the black robe on him. His gaze then focused as he looked at the layers of stone steps ahead, and he lifted his foot to step up. Tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, successfully attracting the attention of two Umbu ninjas on duty outside the door. As a figure in a black robe approached, the two guards exchanged glances and immediately stepped forward, spreading their arms wide while shouting loudly. Hey, who are you? Don't you know that ordinary people are prohibited from approaching here? As the words fell, seeing that the visitor showed no intention of stopping, the two mist Umbu became alert. Instinctively placing their hands on the kunai at their backs, they tensed up and sternly shouted, "Do not come any closer. Leave here immediately, or we will take lethal action." As the words fell, the visitor slowly raised his head, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. His deep features and perfect proportions made the two mist Umbu instinctively furrow their brows. Without having time to think, one of the more hot-tempered Umbu ninjas angrily walked forward. "Damn it! I hate people who are more handsome than me the most. What is wrong with you? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" As he approached, just as he was about to push the person in front of him, he suddenly noticed the eerie red light emanating from the deep eyes of the other party. Then, as he focused, he found himself staring into a pair of crimson-red eyes. You. Before he could finish his words, an invisible Ina tribute chakra invaded his mind, causing the mist Umbu to abruptly stop his trash talk. As he stood there in a daze, another mist Umbu instantly sensed his companion's abnormality. In the next moment, he forcefully drew his kunai and raised his right hand, pointing at the ninja in the black robe. "Stop! You! No way! Sharingan?" With the moonlight pouring down, this mist Umbu was horrified to discover that the person in front of him possessed the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, glowing with a crimson light. At that moment, this veteran jonin stationed at the Mist Intelligence Department could no longer hold himself together. As a shinobi who had participated in the Third Great Ninja War, he was all too familiar with those legendary cursed eyes. They were the mark of the Uchiha clan's strongmen from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Recalling the fear he once felt when dominated by that group of madmen, the mist Umbu trembled all over, immediately realizing the true identity of the person in front of him. In that instant, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Moments later, as cold sweat dripped heavily onto the ground, the mist Umbu could no longer bear the strong, suffocating feeling around him and opened his mouth to issue a warning signal to the intelligence department behind him. But the next moment, he was met with a pair of Sharingan eyes radiating intense, killing intent. As the power of the eyes continued to seep in, the expression of the mist ninja gradually turned blank. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Uchiha Izumi stepped onto the stone steps to the two stationed mist Umbu being controlled by Jinjutsu, only a few minutes had passed. Thanks to the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan, without anyone noticing, Uchiha Izumi had already arrived at the core department within the Hidden Mist Village. Looking at the familiar working hall in front of him, Uchiha Izumi nodded in satisfaction and thought to himself, "It seems the mist has learned a bit of a lesson, actually assigning two jonin to guard the intelligence department. But that is all there is to it." With that thought, Uchiha Izumi pondered for a moment and chose not to use brute force to break indirectly. Instead, he waved his hand to call the two mist Umbu over and directly said, "You two, take me to see the head of the intelligence department, Kagemu. Be discreet, and don't blow our cover." Upon hearing this, the two mist Umbu's three-tomo Sharingan flickered, and they lowered their heads respectfully in response. "Yes, my lord. Please follow us." Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Hidden Mist Village Intelligence Department, behind a large desk, a middle-aged ninja in a gray robe was carefully reading a confidential document under the light of a desk lamp. From his furrowed brow and the habit of occasionally stroking his chin, it was clear that the content of the intelligence was extremely complex, even to the point of being a bit mind-boggling. After a while, a heavy sigh echoed in the office. Kagemu slowly put down the document in his hand, then stretched out his right hand to rub his somewhat sore brow, and then slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, just as Kagemu was about to take a brief rest, a rhythmic knocking sound began to echo at the door. In that instant, Kagemu somewhat helplessly opened his eyes again. A flicker of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, but it quickly disappeared. Kagemu considered himself a ruler who would never be swayed by his own emotions. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never vent his anger on his subordinates. However, this was also a crucial reason why he was elected as the head of the Hidden Mist Village Intelligence Department. After all, as an intelligence organization, If one cannot control their own emotions, it could lead to immeasurable losses for the village and even the country. Everyone is a pawn. This is a necessary lesson for becoming an excellent spy. At critical moments, abandoning one's emotions is vital because, when forced, killing a comrade is often the best choice. Just like the former Kisame Hashigaki, cold and unfeeling, showing no emotions, is the most authentic side of Kagemu, the new head of the Hidden Mist Village Intelligence Department. Komein. After a moment of silence, even though it was late at night, Kagemu ultimately chose to listen to the urgent report from the person outside the door. There was no choice. The situation in the entire Hidden Mist Village and the ninja world was extremely complicated. The Hidden Leaf had been completely destroyed, and now the four great nations were eyeing the huge and fertile cake that was the Land of Fire. Due to the balance of power among them, none dared to act rashly for fear of becoming the target of public criticism. Of course, there would still be small tests and friction occurring in the border areas. They were just waiting for an opportunity, and the four great nations would rush to divide all the territory and resources of the Land of Fire. Afterward, they would fall into endless conflicts due to uneven distribution. At this critical moment, Kagemu had to ensure that every confidential piece of intelligence reached him intact. So even if he was angry, he would not punish the intelligence personnel under him. Moreover, at such a late hour, if it wasn't extremely important, no one would intentionally disturb his rest. Therefore, he had to see them, he must see them. For the Hidden Mist to gain an advantage in the upcoming ninja world conflicts, he had already dedicated everything to the village. No one loved the Land of Water more than he did. With this in mind, Kagemu rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead and then sat quietly in his office chair, waiting for the arrival of the person behind the door. On the other side, thanks to the presence of the two mist umbu in front of him, Uchiha Izumi had a smooth journey from the moment he stepped into the intelligence building, encountering no obstacles. He quickly passed through the office hall where he once went on a killing spree. The blood that had once been splattered on the ground had long since disappeared, and the entire office area was spotless. Under the illumination of the lights, it appeared exceptionally clean and tidy. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly. While his feet continued to move, he secretly thought in his heart, what a great place to unleash Shinra Tensei. I wonder how much profit this capture of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utaka, will bring. It would be great if I could get some lottery chances. Just as Uchiha Izumi was lost in thought, the two umbu from the mist village in front of him suddenly stopped in their tracks. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi instinctively looked up and found himself standing in front of an inconspicuous door. There were no signs hanging around, and the adjacent offices looked no different. It could be said that without the two umbu leading the way, it would be difficult to realize that this was actually the office of the intelligence minister. Glancing at the white door in front of him in surprise, Uchiha Izumi was about to speak when the puppet beside him quietly explained, "Sir, this is the minister's office. To prevent any unknown dangers, the minister has requested that no identity signs be displayed in the office. All high-level offices in the intelligence department look identical, and this must be strictly followed." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyelid twitched slightly, and a strange expression flashed across his face. Goodness, has this guy been stimulated by something? How cautious he is! Fortunately, he had a backup plan and chose to control the internal personnel to bring him in. Otherwise, this guy would probably have decisively run away the moment he chose to take action. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi helplessly shook his head, and then his eyes flashed with a crimson light. He manipulated the two dazed umbu to knock on the door. The next moment, as a slightly weary male voice echoed from inside the room, Uchiha Izumi's gaze sharpened, and he immediately controlled the two umbu to push the door open and walk in. Upon entering, a middle-aged ninja wearing a gray haori and the Mist Village forehead protector sat expressionlessly behind the desk. At the moment when Uchiha Izumi's gaze met his, the middle-aged Mist ninja was first taken aback, and then his complexion changed drastically, instinctively wanting to call out. But after a pause, he slumped back into the chair with a gloomy expression, feeling his body firmly locked by an extremely intense killing intent. The middle-aged ninja fell silent for a moment and decisively chose to give up resistance. He then spread his hands flat on the table and looked at the newcomer with an extremely complicated gaze, filled with shock, confusion, pessimism, and despair. After biting his lip, he let out a heavy sigh and then spoke in a tone of mild surprise and helplessness. "Uchiha Izumi, I didn't expect you to appear here. Rina is already dead, and there shouldn't be any conflict between our Mist Village and you anymore. Why do you still want to hold on to us?" The Uchiha clan massacre has nothing to do with our water country. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi secretly lamented that this guy, Jingwu, truly deserves to be the only sage of the Mist Village. As a commoner, climbing to a high position in the bloodline-focused water country solely by his own efforts shows that he indeed has some skills. He avoided mentioning everything he had done in the Mist Village and the subsequent pursuit led by the 4th Mizukage, only pointing out the past of the Uchiha clan. Interesting, this guy Jingwu is indeed a clever man. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi's crimson Sharingan slowly rotated, completely locking onto the person in front of him as he calmly spoke. Jingwu, there's an old saying that goes, those who recognize the times are heroes. I know you're a smart person, and you will definitely make the choice that is most beneficial to yourself. I appreciate you, so I'm giving you a chance. I hope you can tell me the current location of the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka. Of course, if you don't tell me, I, with my Sharingan, will certainly find out the answer, but it may not be so friendly for you. Now, tell me your answer. Chapter 178. I'll take the Six Tails Yutaka. At this moment, Jingwu's heart was extremely complicated. On one hand was his own life, and on the other was his loyalty to the village. This guy Uchiha Izumi intended to completely shatter everything he had been devoted to for half his life. However, just as he said, the Uchiha clan strongmen with Sharingan need not worry about interrogation. In the face of illusions and hypnosis, it would be difficult for him to even think of dying, let alone keeping secrets. Moreover, given this guy's strength, if he chose to refuse, it was uncertain whether he could survive. He would probably take action immediately. Whether directly attacking or reading memories, he would certainly obtain the answers he needed from his mind. At that time, how much chance would the village have against someone who could single-handedly destroy Konoha? It should be noted that Konoha possesses the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. Just like that, the entire fire country was completely destroyed without even a ripple under the opponent's hands. And the Mist Village sigh. Thinking of this, Jingwu let out a bitter laugh. Although his body was firmly pinned to the chair, a forced smile still appeared on his face. He then sighed and spoke helplessly. Do I have a choice? The Six Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka is currently in the village. According to the latest intelligence, the elder is currently questioning him at the mansion, and he hasn't come out yet. After his words fell, a complicated look flashed in Jingwu's eyes, and countless thoughts flooded his mind. Sigh, he ultimately took this step. As the only ninja from a commoner background among the Mist's upper echelons, he had aspired to protect the village since childhood. Yet now, in middle age, he was reluctant to part with the wealth and honor he had gained. To survive, he had betrayed his childhood dream and chosen to become a traitor. Perhaps from the day he was chosen by the elder, he had already lost his autonomy. For the power in his hands, he resolutely became a sharp blade in the hands of others, becoming a tool. As an extension of the elder's political ideology, his hands were stained with the blood of his comrades in the village. From the first time, he ruthlessly killed 3 classmates to prevent information from flowing into enemy countries. He could never turn back. And today, to survive, he unexpectedly walked the same path as that guy from Suigetsu, the pufferfish demon. Sigh. I hope there isn't the second Kisame in the Mist Village. Thinking of this, a hint of exhaustion slowly flashed in Jingwu's somewhat complicated eyes, and he ceased to speak. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his right hand and waved it gently at a visible speed. A stream of blood spurted from the necks of the 2 Umbu beside him. They then emitted a few soft hissing sounds before collapsing to the ground, completely losing their breath. Following that, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with crimson light, instantly transforming into rippling pupils. He then stepped forward and grabbed Jingwu by the neck. In the midst of his terrified and desperate gaze, he casually activated the Kamui space and directly threw him inside. After doing all this, Uchiha Izumi scanned the surroundings and found nothing amiss, then focused his attention on the Mist Village map. After confirming the residence of the elder, his figure slightly moved and then slowly disappeared from the spot. After a long while, in front of a huge mansion in the southeast corner of the hidden Mist Village, several muffled groans sounded, followed by a gradual distortion of space. In the next moment, a handsome young man dressed in a black robe with a purple belt stepped out of the teleportation portal. He lowered his head to glance at the ground. Corpses were piled up haphazardly. Warm blood spilled from their necks and flowed freely on the ground. Thanks to the special ability of the Rinnegan, the few members of the Hidden Mist's Umbu had not even had the chance to issue any warning before they lost their breath. slowly raising his head to look ahead. Uchiha Izumi's gaze sharpened, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. From the perspective of the Rinnegan, the massive mansion before him was enveloped by a semi-transparent eggshell. Runes covered its surface, emitting a faint golden glow. Even more shocking was that the dark purple stones on the outer wall of the mansion exuded a strong aura of killing intent. Although the elite members of the hidden mist responsible for guarding the area had been completely eliminated, Uchiha Izumi understood that this was only temporary. Once the designated time for a response passed without any sign, the Umbu ninja responsible for the handover would immediately notice something amiss. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's mind stirred, gradually falling into contemplation. No wonder he hadn't seen the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yu Gao, since entering the Hidden Mist Village. Even when he released his sensing ability to its fullest, he still found nothing. It turned out the source was here. If he guessed correctly, that transparent eggshell should be a sensing barrier, primarily designed to prevent enemies from infiltrating secretly. The dark purple stones were even more outrageous, capable of blocking any form of surveillance and probing, including but not limited to ninjutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline limits. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could not penetrate this special material to observe everything inside. It even had extremely high defensive power, capable of withstanding the full force of a special Jonin's attack. Therefore, this material was extremely precious. Even a chakra-conducting katana, like the one in Kakashi Hitaki's hand, could not be compared to it. One must understand that such materials are usually traded by the gram. Yet, the mansion of this elder, Yuan Shi, had walls made entirely of this material. To break through from the front, at least dozens of Jonin or even a shadow-level powerhouse would be needed. This shows just how extravagant this elder is, making it hard to believe. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's eye twitched slightly. Then he shook his head and slowly landed on the ground. Since he was already here, he might as well go in. There was no need to hesitate. After all, if a fight broke out later, he would be discovered anyway, so it was better to act boldly. As for the possibility of unexpected situations, Uchiha Izumi had made thorough preparations. Just in case that guy, Jingwu, tried to deceive him, he used the ability of the Rinnegan to browse through his memories and confirm the location of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yu Gao, Momens Latte. Uchiha Izumi's figure moved slightly and instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, inside the mansion covered by the transparent barrier, a figure dressed in a blue robe with a golden belt, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, was expressionlessly walking out. Despite the many hidden mist ninjas along the way respectfully bowing, the young man in blue merely nodded slightly. Just as he reached the entrance, a figure coming towards him instantly captured all the blue-clad young man's attention. The figure wore a black robe and a subtly smiling handsome face. Upon seeing the young man in blue, the black-robed ninja was first taken aback. Then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he softly spoke. What a coincidence! The Six Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 179. Completely Crazy, the Elder Yuan Shi's Fear. Upon hearing this, the eyes under Yu Gao's chestnut-colored bangs flashed with killing intent. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. This derogatory term had not been heard for a long time since he came of age. Although he understood that there were still people in the Hidden Mist Village who referred to him by this name, saying it to his face and talking behind his back were two different things. The last time was when he encountered a group of Hidden Mist Assassination Unit members who came to imprison him during his childhood. Yu Gao still vividly remembered their contemptuous gazes, cold tones, and the clearly insulting words. So within the seal in his body, he unhesitatingly agreed to the Six Tails' request to come out. By the time he regained consciousness, there was nothing left but a floor covered in blood and shredded flesh. Since then, the derogatory term Six Tails Jinchuriki had disappeared from his world. No one dared to utter that name to his face again. But today, in the core area of the Hidden Mist Village, this long-forgotten title reappeared, and it was shouted out by a young man in front of him. At that moment, Yu Gao laughed in anger, slowly extending his right hand to caress his forehead. An overwhelming killing intent surged upwards. Then, strands of crimson chakra, as tangible as substance, began to spread across his body, causing the ground beneath him to tremble under the pressure. Seeing the scene, the surrounding hidden mist ninjas felt their hands and feet go cold, their faces displaying fear. They swallowed hard, their eyes filled with uncontrollable panic. Moments latte. Disregarding their sweat-soaked clothes, they spoke in urgent, trembling voices. Oh no. What is this bastard doing? Can he really say that to his face? Don't just stand there, call for help. Something big is going to happen. Yes, hurry. Go. Go to the West Room and summon Elder Yuan Shi. Just as the hidden mist ninjas looked terrified and incoherent, Uchiha Izumi looked at the figure surrounded by killing intent before him and nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected that this trip to the hidden mist would go so smoothly. He actually encountered the Six Tails Jinchuriki right away. This was much easier than in the original story, where Nagato controlled Pain to wreak havoc in Konoha, only to barely get answers in the end. Originally, his plan was that if he couldn't find the Six Tails Jinchuriki here, he would threaten the higher-ups of the Land of Water with the lives of the entire civilian population of the Hidden Mist Village to force a compromise. After all, he had already done this to Konoha, so it wouldn't matter if he added the Hidden Mist Village to the list. However, adhering to the principle of less is more, he decided to first go to the intelligence department to search for clues. The result, unexpectedly, was that the minister was so protective of his life. It truly gave him a huge surprise. Next, he just needed to capture the Jinchuriki in front of him, and for him, this was a piece of cake. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, then without hesitation, raised his right hand aimed at the Six Tails Jinchuriki before him. Following that, his ripple-patterned pupils slightly contracted. As chakra surged, accompanied by a deep and magnetic voice, the entire mansion of Elder Yuan Shi trembled. Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, an invisible repulsive force began to rapidly expand from Uchiha Izumi Center. The priceless outer walls surrounding the mansion began to crack inch by inch. Elder Yuan Shi's proud ultimate defense collapsed instantly like paper under the special ability of Uchiha Izumi's Rinnegan. Dozens of staff members and the Umbu were instantly killed in the attack that covered the entire area. Immediately after, the terrifying repulsion generated by Shinra Tensei swept across the ground like a shockwave, rushing towards the distance. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and houses were destroyed, leaving behind a scene like remnants of storm. Thick smoke and dust rose up in an instant, plunging the entire Hidden Mist Village into panic. Moments later, as a massive rock was flipped away, a figure with an aged face, leaning on a snake-headed staff, staggered out of the ruins with the help of several Umbu members. His finely crafted and ornate brown robe had disappeared, leaving only two extremely withered legs that looked like dried meat standing on the ground. At that moment, the actual ruler of Hidden Mist Village appeared ragged and in disarray. He tightly gripped the Umbu beside him with his frail arm, his wrinkled old face showing no expression, only a glimmer of sharpness occasionally flashing in his eyes. Looking around, when he noticed a figure in a black robe with a purple sash in the distance, he first paused slightly, then gritted his teeth and said, "Uchiha Izuna, it's you?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna on the other side merely glanced calmly and then shifted his attention back to the hidden Jinchuriki, GY key. At the same time, seeing the indifferent expression on the person before him, the hidden mist elder, Genji, realized he was completely ignored, and his face darkened with anger. Having been in power for many years, he had never been so underestimated. Even though Genji's cultivation of chi was profound, his heart was filled with fury at this moment. He pushed aside the guard beside him and darkly questioned, "Uchiha Izuna, you little brat, who gave you the guts to run wild in my hidden mist village? I will personally get lost." The cold and indifferent voice rang in his ears again. In that instant, Genji was stunned. His eyes flashed with confusion, as if he had never heard such words before. This was something he had never encountered in his 70 years of political life. Even the second Mizukage, who had serious disagreements with him, would not dare to say such a thing in front of him. This was a serious provocation to the hidden mist village of the Land of Water. At this moment, Elder Genji was extraordinarily angry. "You, bastard. You uncultured thing. I'm decades older than you. How dare you?" Before he could finish, Uchiha Izuna turned around expressionlessly. With the purple glow in his eyes, four unknown figures appeared instantly, rushing towards Genji's direction. In the next moment, warm blood sprayed out in an instant, splattering all over Elder Genji's face. Following that, in his slightly dazed gaze, the surrounding Umbu members collapsed lifelessly to the ground, completely losing their vitality. Seeing this scene, Genji's expression changed dramatically, and he fell into terror. Chapter 180. Farewell, Hidden Mist Village. How is this possible? What has happened? At this moment, the fear on Genji's face was completely replaced by shock. In his decades-long ninja career, he had never seen such an ability that could silently kill a group of Umbu without forming hand seals. Although he was now old, and his chakra was nearly exhausted, his vision was still sharp. As a figure from the era of the first Mizukage, he had once been a prominent presence in the Hidden Mist Village. At his peak, he could even rival Hakorin. As a senior figure of the Land of Water, he originally had the opportunity to succeed the Mizukage. But there was an unwritten rule in the Hidden Mist Village that only the strongest could take the position. But, at this moment, the shock on Genji's face turned into anger again. That bastard, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu, actually ambushed me. Thinking of this, Genji's previously calm old face changed 3 times in a short period, showing just how much shock the deaths of the Umbu had brought. Although he had narrowly lost to the second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu, he had gained the position of Elder of the Hidden Mist Village. For decades, although he had been in a continuous struggle with the subsequent Mizukage, he had still maintained the dignity expected of the upper echelons of Hidden Mist. But now, a 13-year-old Uchiha clan rogue ninja had once again made him feel the threat of death. Looking around at the blood that had spread to his feet and the broken bodies, Elder Genji's aged face finally showed a hint of despair. This ability was simply unheard of. Without any warning, and without even a trace of chakra fluctuation, he could instantly take out the Umbu. The subordinates he had carefully selected were all elite Jonin, and even members of the Mizukage Shadow Guard did not possess such strength to be taken out so easily. How could this be possible? Just as Genji muttered to himself on the other side, Uchiha Izuna calmly gazed at the aged and desolate figure before him, a trace of mockery flashing in his ripple-patterned pupils. An old man still fighting on the front lines of the Hidden Mist Village. This is the taste of power. But this power, in the face of absolute strength, is like a castle in the air, ethereal and illusory. However, Genji's methods of controlling people's hearts were comparable to Shimura Danzo of Konoha. Even though his chakra was exhausted and his overall strength was less than that of a genin, he could still be followed by many elite members of the Hidden Mist. And even the 4th Mizukage, a shadow-level powerhouse, willingly took orders from him. It was truly incredible. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna raised his head and glanced at the elderly figure standing barefoot in a pool of blood. Seeing that the other party's face was extremely grim and had basically lost the demeanor of being the number 1 in Hidden Mist Village, with murky eyes, sparse hair, a thin body, and skin that resembled dried tree bark. Without the filter of being the elder of the Hidden Mist Village, he was simply an ordinary old man. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna let out a cold laugh, then looked at the person before him and said in a cold voice, "Genji, are you done speaking? If you're done, shut your mouth. You dog, Rina is your disciple, right? What did she do? I think you know best. And it was you who instructed the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, to go to the Land of Waves to kill me, right? I remember all these things clearly." Upon hearing this, Genji's pupils constricted slightly, and his right hand, gripping the snake staff, couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, feeling the terrifying killing intent permeating the air, the despair on Genji's face deepened, and even his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder that Guy Yagura died silently at the border. Incredible. So it was really Uchiha Izuna who did it, to kill the 4th Mizukage, who had the 3 tails by his side head-on. This guy's strength was terrifying indeed. After a long time, Yuan-Shur forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and then asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want to do? Gajitsu Shikura is already dead, and we at Kirigakure have not continued to target you. Can we sit down and talk? I know your strength is formidable, but if you kill me now, you will face the relentless pursuit of Kirigakure, and you wouldn't want to become a lost dog, would you?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's eye twitched slightly, and then a strange smile appeared on his lips. He didn't expect this elder from Kirigakure to be so naive as to think that he could change the current situation through negotiation. Indeed, the so-called upper echelons of the 5 great nations, having held power for so long, believe that all problems can be solved through political means. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was like this, and so was the elder Yuan-Shur from Kirigakure. In the eyes of these people, to preserve their own lives and interests, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. Even when their village has been breached, they still pin their hopes on so-called negotiations and other political methods, as if they are completely unaware of the importance of power. This is a world full of wolves. Negotiation. Haha, this is simply too ridiculous. Shaking his head, Uchiha Izumi scoffed, then looked at the elderly figure before him and said, "Elder, you must be getting old and confused. Do you think I came here to joke around? A lost dog, relentless pursuit. Haha. You can't possibly think that a bunch of trash can keep me here." Pausing for a moment, Uchiha Izumi's expression turned serious, and the light in his pale, purple eyes burst forth. As the last trace of his smile disappeared, the overwhelming pressure of his Rinnegan descended instantly. In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi moved slightly and appeared in front of Yuan Shi. Noticing the katana that had fallen to the ground beside the dead Umbu member, he lifted his right foot and gently tapped the ground. Immediately, a gleaming blade flew up and shot toward the close-range elder, Yuan Shi. Seeing this scene, although Yuan Shi tried his best to evade, his frail old body was unable to dodge this attack. Puchi! The sound of the blade piercing flesh immediately echoed. Then Uchiha Izumi heard the anguished howl of his opponent. Looking around, he saw that the moment the ninja blade struck Yuan Shi, the snake staff in his hand fell to the ground, and then his old and withered body was sent flying by the immense force, landing with a thud several meters away. In the next moment, bright red blood splattered on the ground. As the intense pain surged, Yuan Shi slowly lowered his head in agony to see a sharp Umbu standard long knife precisely piercing through his abdomen. Though he wanted to rise and counterattack, the exhausted chakra within him and the pain coursing through his body rendered him completely powerless. However, in his youth, Yuan Shi was a shadow-level powerhouse who had fought through the Warring States era, possessing an unimaginable resilience and determination. Despite the excruciating pain and the ninja blade in his abdomen, he struggled to rise from the ground. But he staggered back a few steps and then collapsed directly into a pool of blood. Due to excessive blood loss, Yuan Shi's wrinkled and aged face had turned pale. But the pride and dignity of being the elder of Kirigakure would not allow him to give up just like that. Just as Yuan Shi prepared to muster his strength again, a figure clad in a black robe silently approached him. How does it feel? You won't be so lucky next. As he said this, Uchiha Izumi looked down at the actual controller of Kirigakure, his pale purple eyes filled with indifference. After a moment of silence, he continued in a low voice. Yuan Shi, you are too arrogant. In this world, not everyone can play by your rules. For a ninja, power and money are meaningless. As long as one possesses absolute strength, these things are easily obtained. You have completely lost your perspective. As Uchiha Izumi raised his right hand, preparing to finish off the elder of Kirigakure, a pair of crimson hands emerged from the ruins and reached out directly. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's brow furrowed, and he quickly adjusted his stance to face the incoming chakra arm, speaking in a deep voice, Shinra Tensei. As soon as the words fell, the crimson chakra arm was blasted away at a speed dozens of times greater than its approach due to the repulsive force. But immediately after, countless flying stones began to levitate in the air and crashed toward Uchiha Izumi's direction. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi raised his right hand to counterattack. As the pale, purple light flowed in his Rinnegan, the invisible repulsive force once again descended, pushing against the ruins where the chakra arm had appeared. In the next moment, accompanied by an angry roar, the figure of the Six Tails Jinchuriki appeared, forcibly taking a few steps forward against the repulsive force before being sent flying. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi remained expressionless on the surface, but inwardly he sighed. The Sage of Six Paths really is biased. The gap between the nine-tailed beasts is just too great. If it had been the nine tails attacking just now, it could probably have broken through my Shinra Tensei. But this one before me can barely move. And even this level is not possessed by the vast majority of tailed beasts. However, since Yutaka has already appeared, it should be coming to an end. After all, the more people there are, the quicker the information leaks. The Land of Lightning is still waiting. And I absolutely cannot let the Two Tails and Eight Tails have a chance to escape. Additionally, that guy, Jingwu, also needs to be dealt with. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi reached out and tore open a space crack. He then pulled out a middle-aged man, dressed in a gray kimono from the Kamui dimension. He then raised his head to look at the Six Tails Jinchuriki, who had just regained his strength and was ready to attack. Then, he directly threw the Kirigakure intelligence minister, Jingwu, toward him. In the next moment, the completely irrational Six Tails Jinchuriki suddenly leaped high and charged directly at the figure flying through the air. Bang! Just as Jingwu's shocked and desperate expression appeared, his entire body was instantly shattered by the collision with the tailed beast, blood spraying everywhere as if it were raining red. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi stood expressionless in place, his chakra surging outward, isolating everything around him. Whether it was the scattered flesh or the blood rain, they fell to the ground 3 feet away from him, unable to touch him at all. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi, he thought to himself, Jingwu has completely lost his value to me, so death is the best outcome for him. Moreover, from what I currently know about this person, He is akin to Kabuto Yakushi, but he only possesses the cunning of a dream master without the corresponding talent. Someone who can betray once can betray a second time, without any bottom line. Therefore, there is no way to deal with him other than using the power of the Sharingan for control. But I can't think of anything else Jing Wu could do besides being a spy, so throwing him to the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utaka, is the optimal choice. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi glanced at the tailed beast draped in crimson chakra, seeing it standing in an open space, bathing in the blood falling from the sky. He instantly charged forward. However, the Six Tails Jinchuriki reacted quickly, raising a claw to strike down. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi remained expressionless and unfazed. He sidestepped to avoid the vital points, allowing the arm, made of crimson chakra, to pierce through his abdomen. Immediately after, Uchiha Izumi flicked his sleeve, unleashing 10 black rods that sealed off all escape routes for the Six Tails. With a thud, a roar erupted as the tailed beast's furious cry resounded, and the luminous black rods accurately pierced the limbs and tail of the Jinchuriki. In the next moment, a purple light surged in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. A pair of cold, ruthless, and oppressive ripple-patterned pupils appeared in the mind of Utaka. Then, the black rods formed by yin-yang release exerted their power, causing the crimson-tailed beast cloak to rapidly dissipate under complete chakra suppression. Moments later, Utaka's true form slowly emerged, but he was soon knocked unconscious by Uchiha Izumi, who then casually opened the Kenjutsu, Yellow Springs Hirasaka, grabbing the completely drained and deeply unconscious Six Tails Jinchuriki and tossing him into the Kamui space. It's over. Next, it's this old man's turn. Just as Uchiha Izumi muttered to himself, the elder of the Hidden Mist Village, Gen Master, who was completely in a daze, seemed to realize something and began to retreat desperately. However, due to his age and excessive blood loss, his body could not withstand such painful torment. He could only take a small step before having to stop. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi stepped forward, reached out his right hand, and dragged him up, then controlled his body to fly into the air. Chapter 181. The Free-Falling Elder of the Hidden Mist. Gen Master, it's time to send you on your way, but before you go, I want you to experience what true despair is. You said I would become a stray dog, so I can only fulfill your wish and see what the so-called elite of the Hidden Mist can really do. Right now, under your witness as the elder, let us give the Hidden Mist Village a grand finale. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi's figure suddenly soared, instantly accelerating upward. At this moment, Gen Master was completely engulfed in fear. Witnessing the Six Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Mist Village being instantly dealt with by this rogue ninja from Konoha right before him, the shock in the elder's heart was beyond words. Even Utaka wasn't his opponent. The legendary sage, along with that exceedingly bizarre ability. It was hard to believe that he could achieve such a feat. Thinking of this, Gen Master looked down at the abdomen that had just been pierced by the Jinchuriki, and then his eyes widened. Before him, the wound that had been bleeding profusely had completely healed, leaving no trace except for a hole in the black robe. Seeing this scene, a chill began to spread throughout Gen Master's body, and his legs started to tremble uncontrollably. This is the power of the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, how is this possible? How could a mere Uchiha possess such recovery abilities? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. It's too outrageous for a member of the Uchiha clan to have the physique of the Senju clan. Just as Gen Master was muttering to himself, with Uchiha Izumi's sudden acceleration, a suffocating sensation rushed over him. Coupled with the fierce winds surrounding him, the already weakened elder fell into unconsciousness in an instant. But in the next moment, a rich chakra poured in from behind, and a violent power instantly enveloped his body. Then, the chakra infused with yang release began to take effect, and an overwhelming vitality revived Gen Master's aged body. He instantly regained full consciousness. Don't die before the Hidden Mist Village is completely destroyed. Although you know nothing of true power, I'm in a good mood today, so let you witness a bit of it. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Hidden Mist, Gen Master, opened his murky eyes, his pale face devoid of color. Although the injection of yang release chakra made his spirit appear much better, he understood that this was all temporary. The person before him would not give him a chance to live. Even so, Gen Master still wanted to try to bargain. After a moment of silence, he turned to Uchiha Izumi and, in a weak and aged voice, solemnly spoke. What do you want to do? Your target is the Six Tails Jinchuriki, right? Since you have obtained what you wanted, why continue? Why target the Hidden Mist Village? I don't ask for much. Is my death not enough to earn your forgiveness? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi cast a cold gaze at the elder of the hidden mist, observing the mixture of hope and complexity in his expression, and calmly replied, "No, it's still not enough. Think about it. If the hidden mist were the dominant side, would you let me go? This world respects strength from the moment you intended to kill me. We became enemies to the end. I believe you, as the ruler of the hidden mist, should understand this very well." Moreover, at this point, Uchiha Izumi paused for a few seconds. Then his calm voice carried a hint of coldness as he continued. To eliminate the roots of a problem is something that should be learned from the Ninja Academy. Haven't you always done this before? Also, ninjas do not need pity. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed in Jin Master's murky eyes, and he opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately found himself speechless. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi slowly extended his right hand directly toward the hidden mist village, which was already engulfed in smoke and dust below. Then his ripple-patterned pupils slightly contracted, and a faint purple light flickered, accompanied by a low and indifferent voice. As chakra surged, an invisible repulsive force instantly descended. Super Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, the hidden mist village, which had been established for over 50 years, began to collapse slowly. Wherever the invisible shockwave passed, thick clouds of dust instantly engulfed everything. Trees snapped in half, and countless buildings were completely destroyed in an instant. Then the ground cracked inch by inch, and even the nearby waters were forced back by this strike. The terrifying and overwhelmingly powerful ability of Shinra Tensei from the Rinnegan was fully displayed at this moment. After a long time, as the dust settled, the once prosperous hidden mist village completely disappeared, replaced by an enormous deep pit. Seeing this scene, Elder Jin Master stared blankly, his withered and aged hands trembling violently, unable to believe everything that had just happened. At this moment, Jin Master's eyes were filled with indescribable despair, and looking again, he could no longer hold back his tears. The hidden mist, the village, was actually destroyed by my hands. Lord Byakuren, I am the sinner of the hidden mist. At this point, it seemed as if all the spirit and energy from Jin Master's body had been completely drained, and his dazed and murky eyes were filled with endless silence and despair. Even the originally proud head hung low at this moment, as if it had already turned into a walking corpse. "Just kill me." Hearing the silent words from Yuan Shi beside him, Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt a bit bored. It seemed that Yuan Shi had completely accepted the fact that Kirigakure had been destroyed. The death of the heart outweighed the mourning, and coupled with the penetrating wound caused by the blade to his abdomen, this elder would not live much longer. It was also time for him to leave. Slowly opening the panel, snowflake-like system prompts continuously rolled through his mind. Although this time, the overall gains were far lower than in Konoha, it still brought him a massive amount of experience and lottery chances. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment. Then he directly threw the elder Yuan Shi of Kirigakure down. Let this guy die on this land. Witnessing the destruction of the village, this despair had completely shattered his arrogance. But he did not regret it. Killers are always killed. This world is just like this. Next, it was time to go to the land of lightning to look for the 2 tails and 8 tails. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi slowly activated the yellow spring Hirazaka. He looked down one last time at the now completely reduced to ruins Kirigakure, smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes, and then expressionlessly walked into the pitch-black portal. Chapter 182, Arrival in the Land of Lightning. A day later, in the Land of Lightning. Kumogakure. This is a village located in the towering cloud Thunder Gorge. Surrounded by mountains and filled with mist, it is accompanied by deafening thunder during bad weather. Although Kumogakure has a small population, its economic and military strength is very strong. With the strong support of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, it has developed into a military power second only to Konoha in just a few decades. Even after the Land of Fire suffered heavy losses, it directly suppressed the wind, earth, and water countries, becoming the foremost existence in the ninja world. The reason it could easily achieve this, aside from its own strong strength, is that it also possesses the perfect Jinchuriki of the 2 tails and 8 tails. At this moment, inside a hot spring in Kumogakure, Uchiha Izumi extravagantly booked the entire bathing area. He was currently enjoying a soak in the warm spring water alone. He did not expect that the hot springs in the Land of Lightning were just as good as those in the Land of Hot Water. Indeed, quite nice. Since personally destroying Kirigakure yesterday, he had directly used the special ability of the Rinnegan, Yellow Spring Hirazaka, to traverse space and arrive in Kyomobikure. The most intuitive feeling here was the strange gazes of the dark-skinned people in the Land of Lightning. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered differential treatment since arriving in the Naruto world. The people of Kyomobikure are indeed united, but they are very exclusive. Their actions are also quite obvious. Today's hot spring trip in Kyomobikure is a good example. If it weren't for the charm of money, it would probably be very difficult to book the entire place. However, one good point is that the service attitude is indeed quite good. No wonder Kakuzu is so obsessed with money. After all, even powerful shinobi enjoy life. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi softly called forth the system in his mind. He prepared to take stock of the gains from his trip to Kirigakure. First, his experience and level had reached level 138. Although the increase was not large, his strength had still increased significantly. Because the experience required to level up in the later stages is astronomical, but the corresponding chakra would also increase significantly. As for the lottery chances, there is no need to mention them. However, at this stage, S-level abilities and items are no longer a significant improvement for him. While SS-level rewards are very rare, this led to his strength reaching a bottleneck. As long as he crossed over, he could reach the 6 paths level. Currently, there are 2 methods available. One is to gather all 9-tailed beasts and fuse them into the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The other method is to rely on slaughtering villages and annihilating nations to accumulate a large amount of experience, using the massive chakra and the body of the Otsutsuki clan to forcefully reach the 6 paths level. Both methods can currently be used and can be carried out simultaneously. As long as the level is sufficient, even Otsutsuki Kagaya can be shattered before the Moon Eye plan is initiated. Only by stepping into this level can he say he is invincible in the upcoming battles. Otherwise, when completing the main quest, facing Uchiha Madara at his peak. If the time drags on too long, it might lead to other unforeseen events. It might even provoke Otsutsuki Kagaya to personally intervene, which could be troublesome. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi prepared to draw a lottery first, and then begin searching for the traces of the 2 tails and 8 tails. Host, do you want to draw now? Let us start. Friendly reminder, duplicate skills and items drawn will be displayed in accumulation. Please split them yourself. Friendly reminder, after splitting, duplicate skills and items can be converted into host experience. System is drawing. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following rewards. Skill, Sage Art, Wind Release, Super Giant Raisin Shuriken, SS level. Skill, Kimui Raikiri, SS level. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly, rubbing his chin and falling in a deep thought. Although the items obtained from this lottery were not ideal, to be honest, it was somewhat expected. After all, there are only so many SSS level items and skills. They're not so easy to obtain. Now, these 2 on the system panel. One is Naruto Uzumaki's ultimate technique, and the other is Kakashi Hitaki's weapon used against Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the original work, it was this move that temporarily sealed the right arm of the goddess of the moon, preventing her from using her inherent abilities, which allowed Uchiha Sasuke and the others to seize the opportunity and ultimately successfully sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya with the 6 paths, Heavenly Star. To be honest, these 2 skills focus on surprise. Once the enemy is prepared, they will be difficult to hit. Therefore, relatively speaking, they are still quite lackluster. But let us leave it at that. It's better than nothing. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi let out a deep sigh. After a moment of silence, he stood up, closed the system panel, and then put on his clothes and walked out. There was nothing to linger on. It was more important to prepare to continue investigating the specific locations of the Jinchuriki. On the other side, in the Land of Water, Kirigakure, although the attack had come to an end, the disaster had just begun. Unlike Konoha, Kirigakure, now buried in ruins, was filled with blood and violence everywhere. In the absence of leadership, survivors had plunged into chaos over the scarce resources. Coupled with the fact that the ninja of the Land of Water have always been known for their bloodthirsty, cruelty, selfishness, and indifference in the ninja world. A group of people had completely let themselves go without high-level oversight. Murder, robbery, rape, and so on were happening at all times. The law of the jungle and survival of the fittest showcased the ugliness of human nature at this moment. Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of Kirigakure, a group of people looked down with serious expressions at a corpse beneath their feet, although it had almost turned into a puddle of mud at this point. From the remaining clothing and the unique markings on the body, it was indeed the former actual ruler of Kirigakure, Elder Yuan Shi. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged ninja wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector and a gray long coat was the first to break the silence. He slowly wiped the blood-stained katana clean with his clothes and then spoke coldly. Everyone, we must think this through. The village has encountered an unprecedented disaster, and we must unite to get through this crisis. Don't forget, other countries are eyeing us. If we want to avoid being targeted, we must become stronger ourselves. Upon hearing this, a black-clothed elder beside him looked grim and very serious. He first glanced around and then cleared his throat to focus everyone's attention on him, before speaking in a deep voice. Indeed, we cannot afford to act recklessly right now. The village is facing great peril, and we should cooperate sincerely. Put away your petty thoughts. Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. As senior members, if you dare to pursue personal gain during this critical time, then the knife in my hand won't be merciful either. Chapter 183. Facing Danger, the Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei. Hearing this, the people present exchanged glances and expressed their agreement. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed elder's expression eased slightly, and he nodded in satisfaction. He scanned the room again, taking in everyone's expressions, then looked down at the now muddied body of the former elder, Yuan Shi, and spoke slowly with a grave expression. Yuan Shi's body is still warm. We need to quickly identify the killer. Additionally, the Jinchuriki in the village is also missing. If anyone has relevant clues, please bring them forward quickly. This grudge must be avenged. At this point, the black-clothed elder paused, a strange look flashing in his eyes, and then spoke with a pained voice. The village owes too much to the elder. Now that he has been cruelly killed by the enemy, it is truly heartbreaking. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged ninja in a gray long robe showed a strange expression, unable to stop his right hand from wiping his ninja blade, and then echoed. The second elder is right. The elder has managed the mist for 30 years and has given so much for this village. So we must find a way to avenge him. After he spoke, a young ninja wearing the Mist Village forehead protector and dressed in a Jounin combat uniform nodded. He slightly opened his mouth, revealing a row of white, sharp teeth, and then fixed his gaze on the now cold body of Elder Yuan Shi, calmly saying, "So what should we do now? It seems there are still many who haven't been rescued. Should we help them first? If the ruins collapse a second time, it will cause even greater casualties among the civilians." Upon hearing this, the black-clothed elder waved his hand, decisively rejecting the young ninja's suggestion. Then, noticing the family crest on the other's collar, his expression changed immediately, and he spoke kindly. "You are a child of the Ghost Lantern clan? Don't worry about those civilians. If they die, they die. They can only blame their bad luck. Moreover, the enemy has not shown any signs. It would be too dangerous to go out now. So what you should do is protect yourself, not participate in that pointless rescue." Upon hearing this, the young ninja from the Ghost Lantern clan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask, "But they seem to need help more. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to stay here?" And there is no buts now. Just then, a female ninja with disheveled hair and an impatient look walked over. She had long brown curly hair and wore a blue strapless dress. Though she looked somewhat disheveled, she still exuded a powerful aura. At this moment, her face was full of murderous intent, and her bright green eyes were fierce. Moments later, she brought several subordinates before the Mist Villagers. "You're the last heir of the Ghost Lantern clan. If you die, it will be hard for me to explain to your family. So you absolutely cannot die before you get married and have children." Upon hearing this, the young ninja from the Ghost Lantern clan fell silent. After a long time, he finally nodded and continued, "I understand, Lady Terumi Mei." Meanwhile, the senior members of the Mist Village all nodded at the moment they saw Terumi Mei. This was the most basic etiquette. Although many senior members still did not choose to support her, they still had to give face to Terumi Mei. This was the treatment of strong. The senior members of the Mist Village had long been wise and knew that Terumi Mei was currently the strongest in the entire Mist Village. So no one wanted to offend her at this critical moment. Therefore, Terumi Mei also planned to seize this opportunity to ascend to the top. Since the elder was already dead, her greatest obstacle had vanished. Although the village had been completely destroyed by an unknown enemy, as long as there were still people, it could eventually be rebuilt. At worst, the Mist Village would be a bit low-key in the future and no longer actively provoke enemies. Although there were still many risks, fortune favors the bold. This opportunity to rise to power was rare, and she must seize it. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei scanned the surroundings and then fixed her gaze on an old man in a brown long robe. Her eyes narrowed, her hands involuntarily clenched tightly, and she spoke coldly. From today onwards, I will succeed as the fifth Mizukage. Who is in favor? Who is against? Everyone can speak their mind. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Mist Village flashed expressions of shock. They didn't expect Terumi Mei to directly challenge at this juncture. Although they were very resistant internally, the gap in strength caused the group of Mist senior members to fall silent. Even the finance minister, who had always supported the elder, did not dare to show any opposition in the face of Terumi Mei's murderous gaze and could only let her continue speaking. Moments later, seeing that no one among the senior members of the Mist Village raised any objections, Terumi Mei decisively said, "Since no one opposes, then I will not stand on ceremony. From today onwards, I, Terumi Mei, am the fifth Mizukage of the Mist Village in the Land of Water. Next, I will announce the follow-up arrangements." After a pause, Terumi Mei scanned the surroundings again, and after a flick of her sleeve, chakra erupted instantly, continuing. First, everyone should assign their own areas and efficiently carry out rescue operations for the civilians. Secondly, regarding the destruction of the village and the brutal murder of Elder Yuan Shi, I already have some leads. Based on the intelligence confirmed from Konoha, it seems that it was done by the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi. The same techniques, the same methods, the same results. I really can't think of anyone else. Finally, regardless of how this guy did it, I, Terumi Mei, now swear in the name of the fifth Mizukage that I will make him pay in blood. Upon hearing this, the Mist ninjas all showed expressions of disbelief. So was this guy? No wonder the fourth Mizukage died at this guy's hands back then, right? I heard it was Yagura who acted first and was ultimately killed by him. To be able to kill a Kage-level powerhouse directly and still achieve this level. This rogue ninja from Konoha is simply outrageous. Yes, to be able to completely destroy the village, it's very likely only this guy could do it. This level of strength, TSK. Upon hearing this, the young member of the Hozuki clan showed a look of shock and couldn't help but ask, "So, does this mean that the disappearance of the six-tails Jinchuriki is also related to Uchiha Izumi? He must have taken him away. This guy is surprisingly strong. It's truly unbelievable." Hearing the discussions around him and noticing the shock in the eyes of the high-ranking members of the Mist Village, the newly appointed Mizukage Terumi Mei showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. There was no choice. The village had been directly destroyed by that Uchiha Izumi, and if she wanted to rise to power, she had to take on this burden of responsibility. Therefore, even if they were not a match for the opponent, they could not show weakness in their momentum. As for seeking revenge, that was just talk. Could there really be someone who took it seriously? Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Izumi had already begun searching for the whereabouts of the two-tails Jinchuriki Yujito in the Cloud Village. Chapter 184. The Trace of the Two-Tails Yujito. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yujito is actually not in the Cloud Village. Has she gone on a mission? While Uchiha Izumi muttered to himself, the dark patterns on his forehead subtly faded. To accurately sense the specific location of the tailed beast, he even activated Sage Mode. However, after several attempts, he still could not find any trace of the two tails, and even the 8 tails had disappeared. However, Uchiha Izumi was not worried about this. Recently, posters of Killer Bee had been posted all over the Land of Lightning. According to the content promoted on the posters, this brother the Raikage would hold a concert on a high platform in the Cloud Village in 2 days. This 8 tails Jinchuriki had managed to fill the streets and alleys with promotional posters due to his unmatched charisma in the village. This showed that he indeed had a significant influence among the Cloud Ninja. The reason he could achieve this was largely due to his optimistic and cheerful personality. It should be noted that Killer Bee, as the host of the 8 Tails, had also been in an awkward position in the Cloud Village when he was young. He was at most just a bit stronger than Naruto Uzumaki. However, Killer Bee was quite talented, combining singing, dancing, and rapping. The reason he was not in the Cloud Village was most likely that he was preparing for the concert outside. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. He would naturally appear when the time came. Now, the intelligence about Yujito was more important. If necessary, they could still adopt the old tactics of the Hidden Mist Village and go to the intelligence department to gather information. Once confirmed, they would resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi paused, but then he was completely drawn to the system prompt sound that echoed in his mind. Please note, the following side quest is being issued. System is detecting. Please choose one side quest from the 3 options below to execute for rewards upon completion. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the system to issue a side quest at this time. Previously, after capturing so many tailed beasts, there had been no triggers, but now, before he could even take action, Quests are already being issued. He shook his head slightly and continued to look down. But then, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed slightly. And after a moment, he frowned directly. Option 1. Directly provoke the strongest duo of the Land of Lightning, the AB combo, and kill the fourth Raikage in the ensuing battle, allowing the Cloud Village, a military organization that reveres violence, to feel despair. Quest reward. Complete set of secret lightning country ninjutsu. Option 2. As a descendant of the ninja who once exterminated the Bloodpool clan of the Land of Lightning, inherit the will of the Uchiha ancestors and launch an all-out attack on the Cloud Village within a limited time, letting the name of the Sharingan echo throughout the ninja world. Quest reward. Sage art. Inorganic rebirth. Option 3. Participate as a singer with 2.5 years of practice in the concert of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Passionately sing the love song just because you're so beautiful and gain the full support of the audience. Quest reward. Tongue sensitivity. 100. Option 4. Since the establishment of the Land of Lightning, no country or organization has ever been able to attack its homeland. Please quickly gather your subordinates to wage war against them, leaving a deep memory for the Black Skin group of the Cloud Village. Quest reward. Sage art. Would release True Thousand Hands. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi immediately showed a strange expression. After a moment of silence, he decisively activated the Yellow Springs Hirazaka and directly entered the Kamui space, then found a square stone platform to sit cross-legged. Once his mood settled, he opened the system panel again to look. First, option 1 seemed relatively normal, with his current strength. Killing the fourth Raikage A in front of everyone in the Cloud Village should not be a problem. However, making them feel despair was too fantastical. The last time during the Konoha operation, the system did not provide a detailed explanation, and it ended up unresolved. As for option 2, although the reward was good, it had a time limit, thus compressing the space for action, so he decided against it. After all, inorganic rebirth was completely ineffective for ninjas of the caliber of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Next was option 3. How should he put it? If he wasn't capturing tailed beasts, entertaining himself wouldn't be a bad idea, but he already had a clear goal. Therefore, before executing the Moon Eye plan, there was nothing worth lingering over besides improving strength. Finally, there was option 4. This was the first time this option appeared since he obtained the system, and the reward was also very good. As the saying goes, Susanoo can defeat 4 countries in one night. Sage art. Would release True Thousand Hands. Was a very practical skill, so it was definitely worth a try. As for the task content, he could completely use the Edo Tensei bodies to replace it, which would also test their specific power. Let's see if he had the skill of a Dream Master. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly, and then began to softly call out in his mind. System, I choose option 4. Okay, host. 4th option has been confirmed for you. After a while, Uchiha Izumi slowly stood up, and a faint purple light flashed in his eyes. Then, a pitch-black spatial rift began to gradually tear open, and moments later, an irregular-sized portal appeared. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi stepped in slowly, and then disappeared into the Kamui space. Moments later, on a mountain peak in the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village, a figure dressed in a black robe stepped out. Looking around, upon noticing the distant lightning symbol, he nodded slightly, and then dark patterns began to converge on his forehead, instantly forming a circular mark around his eye sockets. The next moment, accompanied by a slight rustle of clothing, the black-robed figure instantly vanished from the spot. After a moment, Uchiha Izumi gazed at the entrance of the Cloud Village Intelligence Department, slowly falling into deep thought. According to the original text, he was an elite jonin from the Cloud Village. At the same time, he mastered 3 abilities: illusion, medical ninjutsu, and sensory skills. As the right-hand man of the 4th Raikage, he also served as the head of the intelligence department in the Cloud Village. Given his current status, he would definitely know the whereabouts of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito. So next, he just needed to focus on this guy. Uchiha Izumi's gaze sharpened, and then he walked towards the intelligence department of the Cloud Hidden Village located on the steps. Chapter 185. Are the intelligence personnel of the Cloud Hidden Village this brave? In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi slowly stopped in his tracks. He looked up and saw a young man with long golden hair, wearing the forehead protector of the Cloud Hidden Village and dressed in a Jainin vest, standing at the end of the stone steps. His features were exquisite, with fair skin that stood out among the dark-skinned inhabitants of the Cloud Hidden Village, lacking the tall and rugged appearance typical of locals from the Land of Lightning. At this moment, the young man had his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face, and cold eyes fixed intently on the bottom of the steps. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he then smiled lightly. To be honest, this scene reminded him of Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. At that time, Orochimaru was extremely interested in the Mangekyou Sharingan and the bodies of the Uchiha clan. His desire for reincarnation had reached new heights. Unfortunately, he was not a match for Uchiha Itachi. With just one glance, he was utterly defeated. Faced with the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Orochimaru, whose soul was already shattered, was instantly trapped in a Jinjutsu, and today, the scene was strikingly similar. He had become Orochimaru, while the young man was playing the role of Uchiha Itachi. However, with different levels of strength, the outcome will be different. Although the elite Jonin, she had decent strength. That was all there was to it. In his eyes, even the fourth Raikage or the Eight Tails Jinch Riki Killer Bee were no different from this intelligence minister. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi moved slightly and instantly disappeared from his spot. On the other side, from the moment she walked out of the intelligence department, he noticed he was being firmly locked on by a strong malice. Looking around, when he saw the figure in a black cloak at the bottom of the steps, he instantly understood what was happening. The newcomer had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a hint of a smile on his handsome face. Although he wasn't wearing any identification on his forehead, the wanted poster clearly indicated his identity. He was the former rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Izumi. At this moment, the Land of Fire had no capacity to pursue ninjas of this level. However, the Land of Lightning maintained a certain level of vigilance against such extremely dangerous individuals. As the intelligence minister of the Cloud Hidden Village, she was naturally well aware of the wanted posters issued by the 5 great nations. This guy, as the number 1 on the wanted list, was a highly dangerous individual. Therefore, no matter which country, it was essential to remember Uchiha Izumi's basic information and photo. At this moment, although she had sensed a hint of danger, as an elite Jonin of the Cloud Hidden Village, the words retreat did not exist in his dictionary. He decided to charge forward. He absolutely could not let this guy escape. As long as he could hold on for a while, the Raikage would definitely notice something unusual. At that time, with a few people attacking together, they might even be able to obtain a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. With this thought, she chose not to shout loudly, but instead casually pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He then glanced at the figure in the black cloak in the distance. The opponent no longer showed any intention of fleeing. So she leaped into the air and directly launched an attack on the figure before him. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, deeply questioning Shi's behavior of advancing instead of retreating. As she got closer, Uchiha Izumi initially frowned, then could not help but enter Sage mode, preparing to check if there were any ambushes nearby. When he noticed that there were no signs of the AB group within a 3-kilometer radius, a strange expression appeared on his face. Was the intelligence minister of the Cloud Hidden Village this brave? It was truly unbelievable. Did he not recognize me? This was out of the ordinary. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi reached out his right hand to touch his nose, then threw out a reconnaissance technique towards the person before him. Name, Shi level, elite Jonin current, hostile level, 78 status, good evaluation, like an ant. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi frowned and then directly closed the system panel. It was indeed him, no doubt about it. Do the intelligence personnel of the Cloud Hidden Village really enjoy fighting this much? Interesting. He casually sidestepped Shi's strike and then reached out his right hand to grab at the opponent's neck. But in the next moment, a flash of blue lightning passed by. Uchiha Izumi instantly realized that the opponent was performing a ninjutsu, so he changed his grab into a slap. His arm, infused with green chakra, collided with the lightning. With a loud bang, Uchiha Izumi effortlessly dispersed the lightning technique that she had activated with all his chakra. Then, in the midst of Shi's shocked gaze, he instantly arrived at the side of the Cloud Hidden Intelligence Minister. She, "Hey, not bad, keep it up." With this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with purple light, quickly transforming into concentric ripple-patterned pupils. They then slightly contracted, and an invisible eye power surged forth, instantly freezing Shi in place. Immediately after, Uchiha Izumi focused on the Cloud Hidden Intelligence Minister before him, feeling a surge of emotions. Indeed, the ninjas of the Land of Lightning were reckless, planning to resolve the battle on their own without investigating their enemy's information. In this regard, the Cloud Hidden Village was vastly different from the Mist Hidden Village, which is also one of the 5 great nations. Both being intelligence ministers, she had turned the assassin profession into a combination of a warrior and a support role. The elegance, cunning, deceit, and scheming typically possessed by intelligence ninjas were completely absent. However, this could also be related to their national conditions. After all, the fourth Raikage himself was a reckless man, and naturally, those beneath him would learn from him. After all, in the original work, this guy dared to step on Amaterasu. It should be noted that stepping down like this would not only lead to Uchiha Sasuke's death, but also cost AI one of his legs. Even so, the guards around the Raikage did not intervene, but instead thought it was only natural. This shows that the ninjas of the Land of Lightning are indeed different. If it were the mist-hidden village's Jingwu, he would have run away at the first sign of hope, having no chance to fight at all. When it comes to hypocrisy, cruelty, cunning, and indifference, the ninjas of the mist-hidden village far surpass all other villages in the ninja world. They are even somewhat better than the root of Konoha. After all, Jingwu managed to rise to the position of intelligence minister entirely through betrayal, double-dealing, and selling out his brothers. Only through such unscrupulous means could Jingwu stand out among ordinary civilian ninjas and become the most valuable subordinate of the mist-hidden village's elder, Yuan Shi. Of course, the same goes for the likes of Sujetsu and Jago, who were also players in this dirty work. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi turned to look beside him, seeing that she had already been firmly locked in place by his magical shackles technique. He then decisively activated the yellow spring Hirazaka. Immediately after, he grabbed the opponent's neck, looked around to ensure no one had noticed, and then directly dragged the cloud hidden intelligence minister into the space of Kamui. Chapter 186, Self-Binding, The Awakening of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. In the Kamui space, in a dim and vast area, as a pitch-black space-time rift opened, two figures slowly emerged. Casually, she threw the cloud ninja he was holding onto a block. Uchiha Izumi did not rush to interrogate him, but instead looked at the blonde youth before him and said in a deep voice, "Where is the Two Tails Jinchuriki?" Upon hearing this, she looked up and saw a figure in a black robe sitting cross-legged in front of him. The ripple-patterned pupils emitted a strange purple light. In his perception, this former S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Izumi, was radiating a terrifying pressure. However, this oppressive force did not cause any harm to his body. This showed that it was actually a manifestation of chakra control. As a sensory-type ninja, he could only notice how terrifying this Uchiha Clan U strength was up close. Nonetheless, as a cloud ninja, the principle of not bowing to enemies was deeply ingrained in his bones. If he surrendered and revealed all the intelligence to the opponent, not only would he be looked down upon, but if his parents found out, he would probably be unable to hold his head high in the village. Death was not terrifying, but since he could die standing, he would never choose to live on his knees. Thinking of this, she blanked his gaze, avoiding letting the person in front of him see into his heart through his eyes, and remained silent. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi shook his head, then continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't speak. Under the Jinjutsu of my Sharingan, you have no secrets." Upon hearing this, Shi's expression remained unchanged. Although his eyes revealed endless intent to die, he was still slightly affected when he heard the word Sharingan. He slowly regained his composure, pursed his lips, and then quietly responded, "I understand the power of the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu. You can kill me or extract information from my corpse. But for me to willingly speak, that's absolutely impossible. I know you are strong. Based on what you've done in Konoha, there probably isn't anyone in the Cloud Village who can match you, even Lord Raikage. I don't have high hopes, but I believe that our Cloud Village ninjas will never surrender. From the moment you stepped into the Land of Lightning, we will fight until the last person. Even if we all die, we will never live in shame." As his voice fell, she slowly closed his eyes, turned his head to the side, and stopped speaking. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi was silent for a moment, then sighed and walked in front of Shi. He slowly placed his right hand on the head of this elite Jainin from the Cloud Village and said in a deep voice, "Compared to the guys from Mist and Konoha, your Cloud Village really has a hard bone, but that's all there is to it. I will make you a vessel for reincarnation, and let you see how your third Raikage will destroy Cloud Village. Human Path, Heart Level Dive." Upon hearing this, Shi suddenly opened his eyes, and a mix of grief and anger appeared on his face. "You, bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi's gaze instantly became blank, and even the anger on his face slowly faded away. After a long time, as Uchiha Izumi's right hand slowly withdrew, Shi's body fell weakly to the ground due to lack of support. Although he was still breathing, after his brain was shattered by the power of the Rinnegan, he wouldn't survive much longer. Uchiha Izumi, however, did not care about this, because at this moment, he had already obtained the answers he needed. So it turns out he was out training. In that case, let's set off to capture him now. Additionally, I need to prepare some materials for the Edo Tensei. When the day of Killer Bee's concert arrives, the plan will officially begin. I hope the system will lend a hand this time. I hope the side quests won't be too rigid, otherwise there will be trouble. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi slightly moved his body, locking his coordinates to the area where the Two Tails Jinchuriki was located, and then directly left the Kamui space. Meanwhile, within a mountain in the Yunlei Gorge, a female ninja, dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt, was sitting on the ground, playing with the bandages in her hands. However, the scratches all over her body and the blood-stained arm reflected the difficulty of her training. Although there was some pain, her tenacious character and desire for strength kept this female ninja gritting her teeth and persisting. After a while, once she had rested enough, she casually picked up the forehead protector that had been placed on the ground and tied it to her forehead, then stood up to continue her training. But just then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a figure in a black robe slowly walked out from behind a huge rock. Upon seeing the figure, she noticed the indifferent expression on the other person's face, with no identifying insignia, but the pair of purple eyes was filled with an invisible sense of oppression. After a moment, as the footsteps stopped, a cold voice followed. Two Tails Jinchuriki, come with me. My plan requires your participation. Upon hearing this, the Jinchuriki's eyes narrowed, and a trace of killing intent began to emerge, directly surging toward the figure standing with his hands behind his back in the distance. Who are you? You shouldn't be a ninja from the village. How dare you come to Cloud Village? You really don't know what's good for you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's expression remained unchanged. He slowly began to mobilize the chakra within his body, preparing to capture her directly. Unlike other countries, it seemed that the ninjas from a land of lightning did not have a high recognition rate for outsiders. If it had been Konoha or Mist, he would likely have been recognized the moment he stepped out. But it didn't matter. As one of the weakest tailed beasts, her thoughts were not important. After all, it was just a waste of a little time, and the battle would be resolved quickly. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi gently raised his right hand toward the Two Tails Jinchuriki and said in a deep voice, Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, repulsive force erupted. However, the Jinchuriki, being a perfect Jinchuriki, and with the tailed beast inside her being a cat, had a strong sense of danger. Therefore, the moment Shinra Tensei erupted, she instantly sensed the crisis and did not hesitate to activate her tailed beast transformation. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. As her voice fell, the Jinchuriki leaped into the air, then opened her mouth wide and spat out a massive fireball. But the next moment, she was horrified to find that the figure in a black robe had disappeared from where he stood. Then, a fair hand reached out from the void, instantly absorbing the flames in midair. Following this, taking advantage of the Jinchuriki's momentary daze, several cold black iron rods shot out from his sleeves, instantly pinning the Two Tails in place. Then, the power of Yin-Yang release began to surge rapidly, quickly forcing the Jinchuriki, who had just transformed into her tailed beast form, back again. Thud! The sound of her body hitting the ground followed. Chapter 187. The invasion plan of Cloud Village officially begins. You. Who are you? This thing can actually suppress the flow of chakra. Feeling the loss of power within her, the Jinchuriki gritted her teeth, and her previously beautiful face now showed a somewhat fierce expression. With great difficulty, she lifted her head to look at the ninja in the black robe who was staring at her expressionlessly. Despite the intention to fight back, the blockage of chakra within him rendered the two-tailed Jinchuriki from the hidden Cloud Village unable to move an inch. Seeing this situation, Yumu felt utterly hopeless, realizing that he was likely facing a grim fate. However, that was not what worried him most. Death was not frightening. What was terrifying was that the hidden Cloud Village was likely to lose a war weapon. As the host of a tailed beast, Yumu understood that the two tails within him were being eyed by the higher-ups of various countries. Every nation, including the smaller ones like the Hidden Grass and the Hidden Rain, was filled with greed for tailed beasts. If captured, the extraction of the tailed beast would be inevitable. In such a case, the Land of Lightning would surely be weakened, especially during this period of decline for the Land of Fire. Everyone wanted to take a share of the pie. However, to eat the majority of the benefits from this cake, only a strong national power could possess more say. Although Yumu's political instincts were rather average, he still understood this relatively simple logic. Therefore, in order to keep the tailed beast from being extracted, the greatest hope was that Lord Rakage would notice this situation in time. With this thought, Yumu's mind raced, and he began to think of ways to buy time. Currently, he was very close to the village, As long as the patrolling ninjas could discover the situation here, with Lord Rakich's speed, he could arrive in just a few minutes. He could not sit back and wait for death. He had to hold on. With this in mind, Yumu once again looked up at the black-robed ninja in front of him and said softly, "The explosion here has attracted many people. You can still leave now. If you take me with you, you will definitely not escape Lord Rakich's pursuit. Also, if you surrender now, I can even take the initiative to spare you. Please do not misjudge yourself." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's eye twitched slightly, and then he revealed a strange expression. "You probably still don't understand your situation, Yumu. I surrender. Where do you get your confidence from? Are the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village all this brainless? Since I dare to show myself to capture you, I naturally have a way to leave. And the way you speak makes it seem like the one lying on the ground is me." Hearing this, Yumu's expression changed, and he spoke in a deep voice. What do you mean? Are you really planning to take me away from the Land of Lightning?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi did not choose to answer, but waved his hand, directly tearing open a portal that could allow one person to pass through. Then, amidst Yumu's incredulous expression, he grabbed him and stepped inside. After a while, several figures bearing the Hidden Cloud Village forehead protectors suddenly appeared. After observing for a moment, a middle-aged ninja wearing a Jonin vest spoke first. "There are traces of fire release. There seems to have been a fierce battle here. Everyone, collect any soil with chakra residue and send it to the intelligence department for testing. Remember to be thorough and not miss any traces, and be careful." Upon hearing this, several Hidden Cloud ninjas had solemn expressions, and as they quickly dispersed, they answered in unison, "Yes, Captain." A moment later, "Captain, there are traces of blood." As the words fell, the middle-aged mist ninja quickly stepped forward and focused his gaze. He then took out a blank scroll from his chest pocket and sealed the blood-stained soil inside it. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged ninja spoke in a serious tone. "The presence of blood means someone has been injured. We must find out the reason. Here's the plan. You all continue searching, and I will report back to Lord Rakich. If there are any other discoveries, call for reinforcements, understood?" Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Cloud Village Rakich's office, the fourth Rakich was sitting with his arms wide open, looking furious. "Samui, haven't you found any trace of Hiki yet?" On the other side, a cold-looking female ninja with short blonde hair stepped forward and said solemnly, "Lord Rakich, not yet. According to the information provided by the on-site personnel, Hiki went missing after leaving the intelligence department, and this process took no more than 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, the fourth Rakich became even angrier. He suddenly stood up and slammed his heavily armored right fist onto the desk in front of him. With a loud crash, the solid wood desk shattered into countless pieces. However, the blonde ninja named Samui stepped forward to block the fourth Rakich. But with this violent action, Samui felt a pain in her shoulder as she was bent over by the enormous weight in front of her. After a moment of silence, feeling that she shouldn't make such an undignified move, Samui straightened her body and stood before the shattered desk, speaking in a deep voice. "Lord Rakich, now is not the time to be angry, and anger won't solve any problems." Then what do you suggest we do? The dignified Minister of Intelligence of the Hidden Cloud has gone missing in his own village. If this gets out, our Land of Lightning will become a laughingstock. Hearing this, Samui's expression remained unchanged, as if she hadn't heard the complaints of the person in front of her. She continued, "The more we make a big fuss, the more dangerous Hiki will be. If we investigate privately, we might still have other gains. Lord Rakich, leave this matter to me. Hiki is a comrade in the village. Regardless of the outcome, I will definitely find him." As her words fell, the fourth Rakich's previously furious expression gradually softened, but he still stared intensely at Samui and said, "Remember, if he's alive, we must see him. If he's dead, we must see his corpse. If anything happens to Hiki, even if I have to chase to the ends of the earth, I will avenge him. Yes, Lord Rakich." Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi had already extracted the 2 tails from Yumu's body. He then controlled it with his eye power and threw it together with the 6 tails and 7 tails. Next, the plan for the impure world reincarnation should be implemented to unleash part of the power of those shadow-level ninjas. He still needed to go out and find a batch of vessels to carry their souls. Additionally, he would also release that batch of Jonin. Since it was an invasion, it would be better to make it lively. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi turned around and opened the portal, then directly left the Kamui space. Chapter 188, Summoning Technique, Impure World de Réincarnation. A day later, in the outer area of the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flashed by, rapidly traversing through the woods. After a moment, the leading ninja dressed in the Hidden Cloud Village's Umbu attire waved his hand, and the next moment, the four stopped their steps. After a few jumps, they quickly landed on two large trees, tensing their bodies and starting to be on guard. What's wrong, Captain? Has something happened? There are traces of chakra residue. It seems a battle occurred here. Upon hearing this, a ninja dressed in the dark attire of Kumigakure's Umbu turned to the captain beside him and quietly asked, Captain, should we scout the surroundings? Upon hearing this, the Umbu captain fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and replying in a deep voice, Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Let's go. Understood. Just as the words fell, a piercing scream echoed, and suddenly, flocks of birds in the depths of the jungle flew straight up into the sky. Seeing this, the Umbu captain's expression changed instantly beneath his mask, and his right hand unconsciously reached for the ninja sword at his back. Be careful, things don't look good. We might be targeted. Upon hearing this, another Kumigakure Umbu's body radiated a faint killing intent, and he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, Captain, I'm afraid the newcomers aren't friendly. Prepare for battle. Understood. Luo, you will take the lead while I assist you from the side. Everyone else, stay alert and prevent any surprise attacks. Just then, the skies suddenly darkened, and the surrounding space began to turn pitch black at a visible rate. In just a moment, the four Kumogakure Umbu were horrified to find their vision completely deprived. Even their teammates nearby could only rely on touch to sense each other. Feeling the environment around them like a curtain, the leading Kumogakure Umbu felt immense anxiety. Although he had never encountered a similar ninjutsu, his extensive combat experience allowed him to discern the situation immediately. Everyone be careful. This is a high-level jinjutsu. It can deprive a person of their vision. Pair up back-to-back and don't move. Don't give the enemy a chance to ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly echoed in the pitch-black space, making the already anxious hearts of the four Kumogakure Umbu even tenser. You're right. This is a high-level jinjutsu. The dark walking technique, developed by the second Hokage of Konoha specifically to counter the Uchiha clan's bloodline limits. Even the Sharingan cannot escape this technique's restraints. So you might as well give up. Upon hearing this, several Kumogakure Umbu immediately tensed up. They then gripped their ninja swords tightly, hoping to gain a sense of security from the sharp blades. Moments later, the leading captain took a deep breath and spoke. Are you a ninja from Konoha? If we die here today, Lord Raikage will surely wage war on the land of fire, and you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold and indifferent voice rang out again. However, this time it made the leading Kumogakure Umbu's gaze sharpen, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. That doesn't matter to me, and don't waste your efforts. It's impossible to locate me by sound. It's almost time. The small talk ends here. Upon hearing this, the Kumogakure Umbu captain was suddenly alarmed, but before he could react, he felt a sharp blade pierce through his body. In the next moment, accompanied by several screams, the Kumogakure Umbu captain was horrified to find that the chakra within his body was slowly ceasing to flow under the influence of a peculiar energy. A sense of blockage rapidly spread through his body, and he could no longer wield his ninja sword. Moments later, in the Kamui space, Uchiha Izumi looked at the four Kumogakure Umbu with dazed expressions and nodded in satisfaction. After placing them together with the previously captured ninjas, he softly murmured, This is the last batch. The number of people for the sacrifice is almost complete. Next, it's time to select the summoning targets. Let's start with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised both hands, summoning several shadow-level powerhouses from Konoha into the present world. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shursui. Additionally, Kirigakure's Kuratsuchi and Suna's third and fourth Kazekage were also released. Lastly, a surprise attack team composed of 50 Jonin was summoned, hoping this setup would meet the system's requirements. As long as these Edo Tensei bodies could cause some destruction, the operation to capture the Eight Tails would surely go more smoothly. With this in mind, after Uchiha Izumi tagged all the corpses with summoning seals, he tore open the Kamui space again. He then flashed into it, returning once more to Kumogakure. At this time, the streets of the Land of Lightning were sparsely populated, and on a gigantic platform in the Kumogakure Thunder Canyon, deafening shouts and screams echoed throughout the village. Yeah. Young people, throw your worries behind. Thank you all for coming to listen to my rap. Yeah. Get hyped. Noticing the overwhelming shouts beneath him, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but look down. He saw a huge black-skinned man dressed in Kyumogakure J, nin attire passionately performing on a massive platform. Behind him stood a gigantic yellow banner that read, "Follow me, everyone. Let us get hyped." Accompanied by ear-splitting music, the crowd began to sway wildly to the rhythm. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi fell into silence. He never expected that this Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails would have such charisma. The attention he garnered was comparable to that of the superstar Fenghua Xiaoxue from the Land of Snow. Could this be the ultimate charm of rap? With this thought, Uchiha Izumi took another look at Karabi, who was still energetically performing in place, and then jumped down from the air. Next, let the storm come even more violently. The invasion plan of Kyumogakure officially began. As the words fell, a rich and intense killing intent erupted from Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils. With a sound like a wailing wind, massive chakra began to flow within his body. Just as he landed, Uchiha Izumi suddenly clasped his hands together and spoke in a cold voice. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. Chapter 189. War descends, Kyumogakure's response. In the next moment, the ground cracked, and wooden coffins rose from a pale, purple vortex in space. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, faces that were gray and cracked came into view. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils began to slightly constrict, and then a group of Edo Tensei bodies walked onto the street like zombies. As kunai inscribed with seals embedded into their bodies, the shadow-level ninjas, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, gradually began to regain their limbs. Once they could move freely and were no longer stiff, Uchiha Izumi finally nodded in satisfaction. Next, let them act freely and see how much destruction these Edo Tensei bodies can cause. Additionally, he had to help them. Without large summoning beasts, it would be hard to inflict damage on houses and buildings. With this in mind, Uchiha Izumi clasped his hands together again, and as his eyes glowed with purple light, a massive summoning array instantly appeared on the ground. In the next moment, several giant summoning beasts, comparable in size to tailed beasts, roared as they charged out of the summoning array, heading straight for the massive buildings in the distance. Hellhounds, chameleons, Yata no Kagami, rhinos, water buffaloes, crabs, lobsters. That should be about right. Once the forces of Cloud Hidden are dispersed, we can begin capturing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Karabi. With that said, Uchiha Izumi once again focused on the group of Edo Tensei bodies. First, he deployed a mini-army composed of dozens of jonin near the commercial district, and then arranged for the 4th Mizukage, Kogetsu Yagura, to follow. He then sent Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo to the assassination training base in Cloud Hidden Village. There, many elite Umbu and even some members of the Shadow Guard were training. Finally, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and the 3rd and 4th Kazekage went to the residential area to carry out indiscriminate attacks. Among them, Might Guy was preparing to go alone to the Rakich's office. The last gate of the 8 gates requires burning one's life force, so it likely cannot be used. But the 7th gate is enough to have a showdown with the 4th Rakich. Hopefully, there will be some results. With that thought, Uchiha Izumi looked ahead. Gazing at the group of Edo Tensei bodies ready to unleash their power, his eyes bursting with a strong murderous intent, he slowly raised his right hand, palm up, and then clenched it tight under the watchful gaze of the powerful figures around him, stating solemnly, "Then, let us begin now, everyone. There are no rivals ahead of us." As the words fell, swoosh, swoosh, the shadow-level powerhouses led by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were the first to use the body flicker technique, disappearing from their original positions in an instant. Following that, the small army composed of jonin from various ninja villages transformed into killing machines, rapidly advancing towards the center of Cloud Hidden Village, killing every ninja or civilian they encountered without exception. Next, Might Guy stepped forward, his gray-white eyes devoid of any emotion, and his slightly foolish face now filled with intense murderous intent. Even his dark watermelon-style hair was standing on end under the stimulation of chakra. The next moment, azure steam rose into the air as he directly entered the 7th gate of the 8 gates. Upon seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened slightly, followed by a flash of excitement on his face. He grinned and said to Might Guy in a deep voice, "Go, proud azure beast. It's time to unleash your unique youth." A whoop, accompanied by the sound of monstrous howls, azure chakra surged into the sky at a visible speed. At this moment, Might Guy's eyes were bloodshot, and the airwaves generated by the 8 gates caused the ground within dozens of meters to shatter completely. Once prepared, Might Guy slightly bent his body and then, like a cannonball, shot up from the ground in an instant. With a deafening sonic boom echoing across the sky, his azure figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment the Edo Tensei bodies appeared, the originally vibrant concert came to an abrupt halt. Countless cloud-hidden village ninjas stood on the high platform, staring blankly at everything before them, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. How many years has it been? No. Since the establishment of Cloud Hidden Village, no foreign ninja has ever been able to invade the village. Even during the Third Ninja World War, when the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, personally led an army of 10,000 ninjas, they failed to achieve this. That was the most severe crisis Cloud Hidden Village had ever faced. But at that time, the Third Raikage single-handedly held off over 10,000 IWA ninjas for 3 days and nights before dying from exhaustion. However, at that time, his son, the current Fourth Raikage, had already led his troops to the rescue, preventing that Tsuchikage Inoki from succeeding. But today, war has actually descended upon Cloud Hidden Village. This has never happened before. The current military strength of the Land of Lightning is unparalleled in the ninja world. To have such strength and still be invaded by foreign ninjas into the core area of the village is an utter humiliation. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded, and the next second, amidst the expressions of countless stunned cloud-hidden ninjas, giant summoning beasts comparable to tailed beasts emerged from the summoning array, immediately beginning widespread destruction. Upon witnessing this scene, the cloud-hidden ninjas stood dazed for a moment, then immediately reacted. Quick, stop these monsters! What is going on? The village has actually been breached by an enemy country. A black-skinned ninja dressed in a cloud-hidden jonin vest muttered softly. But he was immediately slapped on the head by a nearby middle-aged ninja, who then roared loudly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and stop them. These bastards dare to attack the village. I will never let you go. Before the words could finish, a female ninja with tightly braided hair and dressed in black spandex spoke up solemnly from behind. Look at the eyes of those summoning beasts. They have a ripple pattern. It's very strange. And those people's forehead protectors seem to be from Konoha and Kirigakure. Wait, no. At this moment, the surrounding cloud-hidden ninjas seem to have simultaneously seen something unbelievable, their eyes widening in shock. This is a joke, right? That's the third Hokage. Just as the cloud-hidden ninjas were filled with shock, the first female cloud-hidden ninja to speak became stiff all over. Even her lips trembled as she spoke. And over there is the fourth Mizukage Kogetsu Yagura. How is this possible? And that forehead protector, is it from Sunagakure? At this time, an older middle-aged ninja from Kirigakure rubbed his eyes hard, his face filled with disbelief. After a moment of silence, he quietly murmured, the blue-haired one is the third Kazekage. The red-haired one should be the fourth Kazekage, and that blonde ninja. That is the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Chapter 190. Confronting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned ninja dressed in cloud-hidden jonin battle attire stepped out from the crowd. He had slick back hair and was wearing a pair of black sunglasses, casually stroking the forehead protector of Cloud Hidden while still mumbling something. Joe, bastard guys, foolish guys, stylish melody, oh yeah. As soon as he finished speaking, several Cloud-Hidden ninjas beside him immediately showed lines of sweat on their foreheads. And then one of them anxiously said, Lord Karabi, the village is being invaded by an enemy country. We must hurry over, or the village will suffer great losses. Also, we need to quickly inform Lord Raikage and evacuate the women and children. There is no time left. The shadows from several countries have arrived. If we wait any longer, Cloud Hidden will be finished. As the words fell, Karabi's expression finally became serious, and even his rapping and strange movements involuntarily stopped. There was no way. Rapping was just a hobby, but the village was something he had vowed to protect since he was a child. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow the enemy to continue their destruction. With that thought, Karabi leaped up, transforming into his tailed beast form in midair. Suddenly, the entire body of Karabi was enveloped in a scarlet cloak of tailed beast chakra, and then a layer of bone armor slowly closed around its head, directly entering the second form. This level of tailed beast transformation was similar to when Naruto Uzumaki fought against Pain of the Six Paths. However, Karabi, as the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, could autonomously enter this state unlike the Nine Tails, which emerged only because it was sealed by the planetary devastation technique at that time. But just then, a heavy and deep voice of the Eight Tails, Ki, suddenly echoed in Kairabi's mind. Be careful of those summoned beasts. I recognize those eyes. Although I don't know why there are so many, I won't mistake them. Those guys all have the Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, in the spiritual world where the Eight Tails Ki resided, Kairabi was sitting on a giant nostril. He suddenly stretched out both hands to point to the left, then tilted his head. Immediately after, a rhythmic and strange tone began to resonate. Yo, what? Is it the Rinnegan? Oh yeah? Shut up, Ki. Stop playing a rap. This is a crisis moment. Don't you want to protect your village of Kyomogakure? After this, Ki's round eyes stared fiercely at Kairabi in front of him, and without waiting for him to ask, continued, the Rinnegan is what you guys call the Sage's Eye. It is also the power possessed by the legendary founder of ninjutsu, Sage of the Six Paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki. It is the foremost of the three great ocular techniques, capable of controlling life and death and possessing unfathomable abilities. Upon hearing this, Kairabi realized the severity of the situation and gradually quieted down. Then, while manipulating his external body, he continued to speak to the Eight Tails Ki. Oh, yeah, little eight. Let us go together. Let us catch one and see. In the outside world, the reanimated bodies had already scattered, leaving only Uchiha Izuna standing quietly in place. When he saw Kairabi charging towards him, cloaked in scarlet chakra, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured softly, I've been waiting for you to appear, Eight Tails Jinchuriki. It was worth my time summoning these reanimated bodies. Hopefully, they can put some pressure on Kyomogakure. This should greatly improve the completion rate of the side quest. After saying this, Uchiha Izuna looked up again at Kairabi, who was in the air battling the Yada no Kagami. He saw that with just one tail beast bomb, he turned the nearby summoned beast into a cloud of smoke. Then he turned again to aim at the rampaging rhinoceros in the distance. Just as he landed, he leaped up again, using an arm made of chakra as support, and instantly reached the swaying summoned beast before him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly extended his right hand to tear open a space crack. Just as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kairabi was about to strike down the rhinoceros, the space beside him suddenly opened up slowly, revealing a pitch-black portal like a curtain. Immediately, a pair of pale arms suddenly reached out from it, directly pressing against Kairabi's scarlet-tailed beast cloak, accompanied by a calm and indifferent voice echoing in the space. The next moment, both Kairabi and the Eight Tails inside him were horrified to find their chakra rapidly depleting. Hungry Ghost Path, sealing technique absorption. In just an instant, the scarlet-tailed beast cloak that enveloped him vanished, leaving only a black-skinned, muscular man wearing sunglasses standing there in a daze. Damn it, idiot, what is going on? What happened? My chakra was absorbed. Just then, the anxious voice of the Eight Tails Ki echoed again in Kairabi's mind. Be careful. This is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. The enemy is hiding in the dark. Don't let your guard down. This technique can quickly absorb chakra and can minimize attacks. We must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Kairabi focused his mind, and a white light reflected from the sunglasses on his nostril. He then instantly activated his tailed beast transformation, preparing to launch another attack while searching for the location of the mastermind behind it. Understood. Got it. Don't worry, I won't be taken down so easily, yo. Yo, little eight, get ready. Oh yeah, on the other side, the once exquisitely decorated rakeage office had turned into a wasteland. At this moment, several puffing ninjas wearing Kyomogakure headbands were staring solemnly at a figure in the distance, completely enveloped in blue steam. They saw that its eyes were blood red. Hadiatino intense murderu aura. The thick chakra soared into the sky, scattering the clouds above. Seeing the scene, a middle-aged ninja in Kyomogakure battle attire remained silent for a moment. Then he looked up at the numerous corpses scattered throughout the area and couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Raikage-sama, you should leave now. The village is in imminent danger. You can't be dragged down here by this guy? Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the anger on the face of the fourth Raikage seemed to burst through the sky. He ripped off the tattered god robe on him and shouted loudly, leave? If I leave now, you want to last a minute before you die? At this point, a fierce light flashed in A.S. eyes as he recalled the scene when he first encountered that terrifying guy. Damn, where the hell did this guy come from to be this strong? I must find a way to resolve this quickly. Chapter 191, Upkombination. Late arrival of the Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Heat Knife. Recalling the scene from half an hour ago, The fourth Reikage had turned to look at his right arm, which was now severed at the shoulder, and his expression darkened again. Today was supposed to be the day for the Jainin meeting. But just as everyone took their seats, a sudden explosion shook the entire Kumogakure. Then, through the window, I clearly saw the black smoke rising in the village. Just as he was about to break the window to rush out and provide support, a blue glowing figure suddenly descended. With just a normal strike, it caused the entire Reikage building to collapse. At that moment, when everyone was on the verge of losing their minds, that blue figure erupted with chakra. Accompanied by a murderous intent rising from the ground, it vanished in an instant. The extreme speed was such that even the fourth Reikage, who had trained his physical technique to the utmost, couldn't react. The next moment, a strong smell of blood quickly filled the entire area. He was seen swiftly weaving through the crowd, with each punch carrying immense force. The elite Jainin from Kumogakure, known for their physical techniques, couldn't block even a fraction of the opponent's strikes, resulting in countless casualties in an instant. Just then, the fourth Reikage finally reacted and charged forward in a rage. After about a combat, he was horrified to find that not only could he not inflict any damage on the opponent, but he had also lost his right arm to the opponent's ultimate move. Thinking of this, despite still being extremely angry, the fourth Reikage began to force himself to calm down in order to achieve final victory. However, this illogical scene immediately drew the attention of the remaining Kumogakure ninjas surrounding him. Seeing this, the first to speak was that middle-aged ninja who urged again, Reikage-sama. You can't stay here any longer. It is clear that this guy's purpose is to stall you. You cannot let him succeed. The children in the village need your help even more, and Lord Karabi has not been freed yet. At this point, the middle-aged cloud ninja paused for a moment, then continued. As the host of the Eight Tails, he absolutely cannot be allowed to be in danger. Please rest assured, we have the help of the sealing barrier unit here, and with us few, we may not lose. Hearing this, several nearby cloud ninjas endured the pain from their wounds and gritted their teeth in response. Yes, Lord Reikage, you should leave quickly. The village cannot be without you. Just leave this to us. We will not let you down. Yes, you can rest assured. I will risk my life to ensure this monster does not take a step forward. Hurry and go. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Looking at the distant, restless blue figure, the fourth Reikage AI's face was filled with pain. But in the end, he chose to turn and leave. Just as Tsuchi said, there are more people in the village who need him, so now is not the time for emotional decisions. He must defeat all enemies to free the village from crisis before he can come back to save them. Sacrificing a few to save many. What a cruel decision. So cruel that even the powerful fourth Reikage, who had been in power for decades, could not help but shed tears. At that moment, AI recalled his father, the third Reikage. In that crisis that could overturn the land of lightning, he chose to face tens of thousands of rock ninjas alone to buy time for the village. At that time, his feelings must have been the same as Tsuchi and the others. Thinking of this, AI held back his tears and did not choose to turn back, instead quickening his pace. At this moment, the fourth Reikage of the Cloud Village had a resolute look in his eyes, and he had already made up his mind to face death. No matter what, he must make the invaders pay the price. Even if he dies, he cannot let those enemies live. As the fourth Reikage increased his speed, he got closer to the battlefield and could already hear the intense sounds of explosions and the roars of tailed beasts. He could even catch glimpses of those massive monsters rampaging around. At that moment, dozens of Cloud A and BU began to appear around him. They were desperately engaging the enemy. Despite being covered in blood, they were still gritting their teeth and persisting. In contrast, the group of ninjas on the other side was also extremely powerful. And the most critical point was that they were fearless in the face of death. No matter what kind of injuries they sustained, they could recover immediately. Faced with this situation, the Cloud A and BU had no way to deal with it, and could only try to seal them. However, to seal the reanimated ninjas, special sealing scrolls were needed. So despite their best efforts, the Cloud A and BU made little progress. Seeing this scene, the fourth Reikage AI did not choose to stay and help, but continued to move forward. According to Tsuchi's judgment, this should be a type of technique. Since there were fluctuations of chakra, there must be a user of the technique. Finding and killing him was the only way to resolve the issue. Targeting those under the technique would only lead to exhaustion and death, and the outcome would not change. Bastard, daring to do such a thing, I will definitely find you. Thinking of this, the fourth Reikage AI sensed the chakra fluctuations of the tailed beast and immediately turned to run towards Karabi's direction. On the other side, Uchiha Izuna had already arrived in front of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Looking at the other party's body wrapped in a crimson-tailed beast cloak, his eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Next, he just needed to capture this guy. I wonder how the battle on the reanimated side is going. I hope everything goes smoothly. Just as Uchiha Izuna whispered, a low voice suddenly came from within the Jinchuriki's body. Hey, where did you get those Rinnegan eyes? Gyuki? At the moment he heard the question, Uchiha Izuna immediately determined that the voice came from within Karabi. According to the perfect Jinchuriki character, it should be the Eight Tails Gyuki speaking. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izuna's ripple-patterned pupils slightly contracted. Then he calmly replied, My ancestor is Indra. Where do you think my Rinnegan came from? Hearing this, Gyuki, who was in Karabi's spiritual world, rolled his eyes and couldn't help but mutter, Damn, I knew this guy was off. No wonder he always gives me a familiar feeling. So he is the reincarnate of Indra's generation. At this point, Gyuki paused for a moment, then continued, Be careful of his Jinjutsu. This guy is from the Uchiha clan. Also, your brother Reikage has arrived. He is nearby. Prepare to cooperate with him, and see if we can ambush this guy. Hearing this, Karabi just nodded slightly, but on the surface, he remained calm. Then he suddenly raised his right claw and made a yay gesture in the air, then leaped forward, charging ahead. At the same time, another figure radiating blue electric light leapt up simultaneously, pouncing towards Uchiha Izuna in the air. Absolute Bull. Reikage's Lightning Cutter. Chapter 192. The Fourth Reikage's Fury. Just as the Fourth Reikage AI and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi were about to get close, a flash of surprise suddenly appeared deep within the ripple-patterned pupils of several large summoning beasts that were still causing destruction in the distance. At the same time, Uchiha Izuna's Rinnegan suddenly contracted. He had completely received the information transmitted from the perspective of the summoning beasts. He understood that he was about to face a pincer attack from the strongest physical technique user of the Cloud Village. This type of attack should be the same as the ultimate technique used by the two in the original story to sever the head of the Akatsuki's Kisame, the Absolute Bull Lightning Cutter. But facing this thrilling scene, Uchiha Izuna's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he floated expressionlessly in the air, ready to take this lethal blow head-on. In the next moment, two figures, one red and one black, suddenly appeared in the air. Then they instantly crossed each other. Feeling a slight chill at his neck, Uchiha Izuna looked down. He saw blood gushing out from the severed area, like a fountain. But just as the Fourth Reikage landed, accompanied by a flash of purple light in the ripple-patterned pupils, Uchiha Izuna's figure suddenly disappeared. Seeing the scene, AI's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. Where is he? Where is the body? Where did the body go? Hearing this, Karabi on the other side also slowly released his tailed beast transformation. As the crimson chakra faded, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village fell into a state of shock. Yo, big brother, what is going on? Did our attack not work? Hearing this, the Fourth Reikage's expression immediately became extremely dark. He opened his mouth, but did not know how to respond. He looked up at the sky again. He saw that the figure in the black cloak had completely disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that he was sure his attack had made contact, the Fourth Reikage would even think that everything that just happened was an illusion. After a moment of silence, AI finally accepted the fact that the other party had disappeared and then looked into the distance. When he noticed that the group of Cloud Shinobi was still fighting against the incoming enemy, he couldn't help but whisper, Bastard, what the hell is going on? Clearly hit by my and B's Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Heat Blade, but the technique hasn't been released. This is impossible, unless my and B's direction was wrong. He is not the caster, just bait. The Real caster must still be nearby. At this point, to verify his suspicions, the Fourth Reikage's tall and powerful body suddenly turned around. His eyes burst with a strong killing intent, and then his gaze swept around like lightning. But at that moment, a calm and indifferent voice rang out from the high tower above, successfully capturing the Fourth Reikage's full attention. Hey, what are you looking for? Do you need me to give you some hints? Upon hearing this, both the Fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi looked up simultaneously. They saw a figure dressed in a black robe, leisurely sitting by the window of the tower. His fair and handsome face appeared calm as water, as if nothing could pique his interest. Yet, within his purple eyes, a storm was brewing. At that moment, even a mighty Fourth Reikage AI felt an intense sense of pressure. It was the first time he had seen such a complex aura in a single person. Mysterious, aloof, sharp, and dangerous. It seemed as if several labels were forcibly mixed together and then concentrated onto one person. Seeing this scene, The fourth Reikage AI chose not to respond. Instead, his entire body was enveloped in blue electric light that slowly rose. Immediately afterward, he cast a sidelong glance at Kurabi, and then his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, due to their long-term tacit cooperation, Kurabi understood the other's intention the moment the Reikage looked at him. He quickly called out to the eight tails in his mind, instantly entering his tailed beast mode, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced through. The words mixed in only came out after the two activated simultaneously. Bigo. Oh yeah, Reikage brother. Seeing the scene before him, Uchiha Izuna's pupils suddenly dilated. With the power of his Rinnegan, he clearly captured the trajectories of the two's movements. He then slowly pressed his hands together and spoke in a deep voice, Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, an invisible repulsive force began to spread from Uchiha Izuna as the center, and just relying on speed to close the distance. The fourth Reikage and eight tails, Jinchuriki, Kurabi, felt the incoming repulsive attack the moment their fists were swung. Faced with the ultimate technique of the Rinnegan, despite their immense strength, they had no power to resist and were instantly sent flying. Just then, before the two could land, Uchiha Izuna's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the eight tails, Jinchuriki Kurabi. This strong user of the ninja blade reacted quickly, and the ninja blade he held was simultaneously pressed against Uchiha Izuna's abdomen. Come on, I've already made up my mind to perish together. Let's clash head on. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Izuna frowned slightly, then silently drove the black rod in his hand straight down. At the same time, Kurabi also would not back down and stabbed backward with force. But in the next moment, Kurabi was horrified to find that his chakra was completely suppressed. He couldn't even mobilize it normally, let alone use any defensive techniques. How is this possible? A weapon that can suppress chakra. Just as Kurabi muttered to himself, the eight tails within him was also anxiously shouting, B-run, that S-Inyong release. The guy behind you can use all the abilities of the Rinnegan. If you don't run, you will die. Upon hearing this, Kurabi's face immediately changed, but then he heard an indifferent voice from behind. Give up. You are not my opponent. To perish together. When did you get the illusion that you could defeat me? As the voice fell, Kurabi suddenly felt a violent pain throughout his body. Slowly turning his head, he saw dozens of shimmering black rods piercing into his body. Before he could speak, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna continued his movements, instantly rushing forward to grab the collapsed eight tails Jinchuriki Kurabi. He then tore open a pitch-black spatial crack and casually tossed the now completely incapacitated Kurabi into it. All right, the bull demon has been successfully captured. Meanwhile, witnessing his brother, whom he had once lived with day and night, being treated like livestock and directly captured, the fourth Reikage AI could no longer contain his anger. He immediately roared a few times, and then charged madly towards Uchiha Izuna. Oh, bastard, I want you dead. Chapter 193 ends. The Cloud Village side mission has been completed. At this moment, the fourth Reikage AI was extraordinarily furious, unable to suppress the rage within. He activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged forward. Bang! A violent collision sounded in midair, facing the fourth Reikage, whose eyes were blood red and full of killing intent. Uchiha Izuna showed no fear. As the black patterns around his eyes slowly emerged, he activated Sage Mode to counter it. The fourth Reikage swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and aimed it directly at the figure in the black robe before him. On the other side, seeing the furious strike from his opponent, Uchiha Izuna wrapped his hand in chakra and returned the blow in the same manner. Bang! Affected by the repulsive force, the two figures were instantly rebounded away upon colliding in midair. As they landed, the fourth Reikage AI squeezed his somewhat sore right hand, revealing an incredible expression in his eyes. He looked up at the unscathed Uchiha Izuna, and then thought to himself, how is this possible? This guy can actually match me in physical techniques. Even with the enhancement of lightning release chakra mode, I can't shake him at all. No, this can't be. The ninjas of the Cloud Village are renowned for their prowess and physical techniques throughout the ninja world, so there can't be anyone who surpasses me in this area. It must be an illusion. No, I must go all out. Thinking of this, the fourth Reikage AI took a deep breath and raised his right hand again. As the blue lightning release chakra began to gather, the fourth Reikage body became even more formidable under the stimulation of the massive current. He charged up for a moment, then slightly bent forward, placing his right hand flat against his chest, and locked his gaze onto the figure in the distance. In the next moment, his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Hell stab, one strike through. Oh, accompanied by the roar. The ultimate secret technique of the Cloud Village was instantly unleashed, rushing towards the distance. On the other side, looking at the furious fourth Reikage, Uchiha Izuna expressionlessly raised his right hand as well. As the ripple-like pupils in his eyes slightly contracted, he murmured in a deep voice, "Hell Spike, huh? Coming right at me with a full-on attack. Looks like this guy is completely enraged, but it doesn't matter. It's about time to end this. Let me show you some pain, Reikage. Shinra Tensei." As the words fell, facing the fourth Reikage, who unleashed a full-on attack without hesitation, Uchiha Izumi did not choose to hold back. With just one strike, the so-called strongest spear, Hell Spike, failed to break through the repulsion barrier and successfully close the distance. Instead, under the ultimate art of the Rinnegan, it was sent flying back at a speed 100 times greater than it came. Boom! Accompanied by rising smoke and dust, the massive body of the fourth Reikage carved a trench over 100 meters long in the ground. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, the blood beneath the fourth Reikage had pooled into a depression. Despite his attempts to struggle to get up, the shattered veins left him powerless to do anything but collapse on the ground. He couldn't even move a finger. Faced with Uchiha Izumi's all-encompassing Rinnegan assault, the fourth Reikage's proud, strongest shield, lightning release chakra mode, did not negate all the damage. It was merely a single collision. The blue electric light surrounding his entire body completely shattered, proving to be utterly ineffective. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment and then slowly walked towards the figure writhing on the ground. "It's all over, fourth Reikage. You won't get any more chances. All your abilities are ineffective before me. Relying solely on physical techniques cannot contend with the Rinnegan head-on." As he spoke, for some reason, Uchiha Izumi recalled the figure wrapped in crimson steam. Pausing briefly, he continued, "I'm sorry, except for the Eight Gates technique. That's the only opponent I've encountered who could rival me. In the realm of physical techniques, I, Uchiha Izumi, am willing to call him the strongest." Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage struggled to turn his head, looking at the person before him with complex eyes. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely asked, "Who is he?" "My guy, the one you encountered before. But he's already dead. I killed him. What you saw was just a puppet, with power not even a tenth of his peak state." Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's answer, a fierce killing intent erupted in the fourth Reikage's eyes. It's you, bastard." In response, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his arm towards the fourth Reikage and coldly said, "Words are just the cries of the weak to me. They won't have any effect. Now, let me send you on your way. It's been dragged out long enough. It's time to wrap it up." As the words fell, even though the fourth Reikage wanted to say something more, Uchiha Izumi did not give him any chance. As the ripple-like power in his eyes flowed, an invisible repulsion instantly descended, directly shattering the fourth Reikage's limp body lying on the ground like mud. Following that, Uchiha Izumi scanned his surroundings. Soon he heard the system prompt in his mind. "Successfully killed a shadow. Congratulations to the host for gaining 80,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the host did not receive a special reward. Please continue to work hard. Task completed. Would you like to receive the reward?" Seeing this situation, Uchiha Izumi decisively chose to receive it. In the next moment, a warm current spread throughout his body, and the method of using the true 1,000 hands instantly flooded into his mind. "Congratulations to the host for gaining 100,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the side quest reward. Sage Art. Would release true 1,000 hands. Please check for specific effects." After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Izumi did not choose to check the specific information of the new skill, but directly raised his hands and began to form seals quickly. Moments later, with the release of the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, the sounds of battle in the hidden Cloud Village finally subsided. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, then quickly elevated his body and activated the Yellow Springs Hirazaka. Looking down at the hidden Cloud Village, he raised his arm and unleashed another Shinra Tensei before choosing not to stay to watch the result. Instead, he turned and flew towards the dark portal, preparing to rest in the Kamui space. Chapter 194. It's time to move and capture the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. After a long time, the remaining dozens of hidden cloud ninjas slowly gathered together. Looking around, they were all injured. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged ninja wearing a hidden cloud headband stumbled forward. He was dressed in a white ninja vest, covered in blood. Upon seeing his comrades gradually crawling up from the ruins, he couldn't help but burst into tears. It's over. The Hidden Cloud Village is finished. Lord Raikage has sacrificed himself, and Lord Killer Bee has also been taken. Sobbing, just as the tall, middle-aged ninja was crying. A female ninja with short golden hair and a weary expression jumped down from above. Lady Samui, are you all right? Samui? Upon seeing the visitor's iconic large breasts, the dark-skinned ninja, Xiaobao Yi, showed an expression of surprise. He then looked her up and down, noticing that Samui, the most beautiful woman in the hidden cloud, seemed to have lost all her spirit. She looked both disheveled and desolate. The usually cold and frosty face had some abrasions, and her body was covered in bloodstains. With each step, drops of blood dripped freely. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged ninja, Xiaobao Yi, felt somewhat at a loss and couldn't help but say you weren't already dead at that person's. Before he could finish, Samui shook her head, her gaze towards the sky vacant and sorrowful. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and after a moment of silence, she spoke in a low, choked voice. It was Lord Suchikage who saved us, but in the end he couldn't escape. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with rage, sorrow, and disappointment. After a moment, he punched the nearby boulder with anger and shouted, "Bastard! Even that old good man, Suchikage, was killed. What do we Hidden Cloud Village do to deserve this disaster?" In response, Samui sighed and continued, "Lord Xiaobao, haven't you noticed? Those who fought with us turned into white light and disappeared, leaving behind corpses of the village ninjas. Moreover, they were the Umbu who had previously been marked as missing." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged hidden cloud ninja, Xiaobao Yi, widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Samui's relatively calm eyes, he stubbornly asked again, "What did you say? Those guys we fought against were the Umbu of the village turned into?" "Yes." At that moment, a slightly thin but battered young ninja responded. He appeared calm, with a glimmer of wisdom reflected in his eyes. At this moment, he was pressing his hand against the knife wound on his abdomen, taking careful steps forward, and after a moment, he finally stood before Star Fortress E. First, he nodded at Sam E beside him, then continued to speak. "To be precise, it's the ninjas from our village being used as sacrifices to perform an extremely evil technique. According to my deductions, those we fought against should all be ninjas who have long since died, including the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Mizukage, as well as 2 shadow-level powerhouses from Sunagakure. They have all been dead for a long time." Upon hearing this, the surrounding arriving cloud ninjas nodded in agreement, and then began to discuss vigorously. No wonder those people gave me a special feeling. No matter what kind of damage they received, they could immediately recover. So that's how it is. Hearing this, a young ninja with explosive muscles nodded, then looked down at the knife wound on his right arm. When he noticed the blood seeping through the bandage, he couldn't help but grimace, then spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, and those shadow-level powerhouses probably didn't unleash their full strength. Otherwise, with the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, we would probably struggle just to deal with him." Upon hearing his companion's somber voice, a Cloud J-Nin gritted his teeth to endure the pain, tightened the bandage on his leg, and then, with lingering fear, echoed, "Yeah, I felt that too. They must not be at their peak, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on for this long." After finishing his speech, the weak-looking young man took over the conversation again. "This is not important. Now that Lord Raikage has sacrificed himself and Lord Killer Bee has been captured, we should discuss where Cloud Village should go from here." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the surviving ninjas flashed with a complicated expression, and then they fell silent. Seeing this, the young ninja shook his head slightly, then slowly sat down while holding his already bandaged wound. After glancing around, he fell silent for a moment and then continued. "The guy who killed Lord Raikage should, without a doubt, be Uchiha Izumi." Once this was said, expressions of shock appeared on the faces of everyone present. "Uchiha Izumi? Isn't he from Konoha? We in Cloud Village shouldn't have any grievances with this rogue ninja. So why did he attack us? Yes, this is too strange." After a moment, a very tall cloud ninja couldn't help but ask, "Lord Wind, how are you so sure that the enemy is that S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Izumi?" In response, the weak young man turned to look around, seeing that the cloud ninjas were all looking at him with inquisitive eyes. He helplessly shook his head and directly answered, "If you all just took a little more time to look at the wanted list, you would recognize which guy it is. Relying on your own strength, you just charge in when something happens. Many problems cannot be solved with just brute force, especially you guys, who don't even know who the enemy is. And today, you saw it too, even with Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee working together. They were no match for that Uchiha Izumi. From now on, think a bit more. You guys are strong, but in the entire ninja world, you're not much. Upon hearing this, the surviving mist ninjas fell silent. At the same time, in the Kamui space, Uchiha Izumi had finished recovering and all his chakra was restored. After leaving Cloud Village, he immediately extracted the 8 tails from Killer Bee's body and placed it with the other tail beasts. He then briefly assessed the gains from this side mission. It could be said that apart from the inherent experience and lottery chances, the most valuable thing was the Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands. As the signature move of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, combined with his vast chakra, it could unleash earth-shattering effects. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi felt a bit tempted and couldn't help but want to try the Susanoo and Great Buddha combo. After a moment of silence, he softly murmured, "It seems it's time to set out to capture the 5 tails." Chapter 195, the upcoming 5 Kage Summit. After glancing at the system panel in front of him, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Sage Art, would release, True Thousand Hands, transformation into Buddha. SSS ranked the strongest would release ninjutsu used by the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. In Sage mode, capable of summoning a gigantic Buddha with thousands of arms, instantly destroying all enemies within the line of sight. Note, the chakra consumption is too high, so the host should not use it lightly. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly, then flipped through his specific attributes. Name, Uchiha Izumi. Age, 14, born in Konoha year 47. Level, Super Shadow, 6 paths. Rank, 139, 53000, 599, Health, 100. 00. Chakra, 670 points. Bloodline limit, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. There shouldn't be any problems. This amount of chakra is probably not much less than Otsutsuki Kenshiki, and it's definitely more than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at their peak. Unless Madara steps into the 6 paths level, he will definitely not be my opponent. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi pondered for a moment, then began to sort through some less important skills in the system panel, preparing to head out to capture the tailed beasts. On the other side, in the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage Inoki was feeling extremely troubled lately. According to the intelligence provided by the Umbu, not only had Konoha been completely destroyed, but even the Mist Village in the Land of Water seemed to have suffered unprecedented heavy losses. It was said that, like Konoha, the village was razed by the enemy. Even the old man Genji had met an untimely death. That guy had been around since the Warring States period and was even older than himself. Thinking of this, Inoki felt increasingly restless, a strong sense of crisis enveloping him, completely shattering his good mood for the day. After a moment of silence, the third Tsuchikage Inoki softly murmured to himself, "Uchiha Izumi, this little brat actually possesses the power to destroy cities and villages. It's truly incredible. First Konoha, then Mist, all perished at the hands of a 14-year-old rogue ninja. This kind of strength is even a few notches above Uchiha Madara from back in the day. This little brat. No, Uchiha Izumi. Is the target the tail beasts? What do you plan to do next?" As he finished speaking, the aged face of the third Tsuchikage Inoki immediately turned serious. Even his somewhat cloudy eyes flashed with sharpness as he thought to himself, "It seems I must call Han and old Z back to the village. The tailed beasts absolutely cannot fall into the hands of this Uchiha Izumi. However, what I'm currently more troubled about is the other aspects. Han from the 5 tails should be easier to persuade. With a bit of emotional appeal and reasoning, it shouldn't be a problem to get him to return to the village. Old Z, however, is truly difficult to deal with, as he has deep-seated conflicts with me. Moreover, whether to listen or not is one thing, and whether to act is another. It doesn't seem matter if this guy dies, but if the 4 tails is captured, the village will probably suffer significant losses. Sigh, having a reckless Jinchuriki is really troublesome." Thinking of this, the third Tsuchikage Inoki pondered for a moment, then reached out his right hand and knocked forcefully on the table. The next moment, a figure wrapped in a white robe suddenly appeared in the Tsuchikage's office. Kneeling on one knee, the figure spoke in a deep voice toward Inoki. "Lord Tsuchikage, do you have any instructions?" Hearing this, Inoki fixed his sharp gaze on the Iwagakure Umbu who was bowing his head, then directly ordered, "Go summon Lus here quickly. Make it fast." "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." With that, the Iwagakure Umbu instantly vanished from the spot. A moment later, a tall, middle-aged ninja wearing a red headband pushed the door and entered, then spoke in a deep voice, "Father, what do you need me for?" After a moment of silence, the third Tsuchikage Inoki slowly put down the confidential information in his hand, and looked up. The newcomer was dressed in a red tight combat suit with a brown jounin vest over it, and his face was full of honest expression, looking at Inoki with a puzzled gaze. Seeing this, the third Tsuchikage sighed slightly, feeling extremely complicated. Lus was honest, obedient, filial, and very easy to handle, which were rare qualities for a father longing for affection. However, besides being a father, he also needed to bear the heavy burden of a village and even a country. The lack of successors was the biggest problem facing the land of Earth. Although his son's strength was decent, in the ninja world, where wolves were everywhere, Lus was indeed lacking with only the strength of an elite jounin. Especially during this unprecedentedly severe time in the ninja world, it was hard to imagine what would happen to a Wagakure if he accidentally died in battle or was simply killed. And the probability of that happening was very high. With Uchiha Izumi's greed for tailed beasts, he would definitely come to the land of Earth to capture the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki. At that time, could he really protect a Wagakure all by himself? After a long silence, Inoki finally sighed and spoke. Lus, you know about Uchiha Izumi's collaboration with Sunagakure and Otogakure to execute the Konoha collapse plan, right? Hearing this, Lus was slightly stunned, but after a moment, he obediently bowed his head and replied, Father, I know. The latest news is that the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Izumi went to the land of water alone a few days ago and single-handedly destroyed the entire Kirigakure. Not only did he kill many civilians and ninjas, but he also took away the war weapons of the land of water, the 3 tails and 6 tails. Upon hearing this, Lus's eyes widened, his honest round face filled with shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Father, you're not joking, right? That is one of the 5 great nations, and he alone. Yes, our intelligence personnel risked their lives to obtain this first-hand information. Now, the entire Kirigakure has been leveled to the ground, including civilians and ninjas, with survivors being less than 1 in 10. Looking at the aged and serious face of the third Tsuchikage Inoki in front of him, Lus confirmed it several times before he was forced to accept reality. It was hard to believe that that rogue ninja could achieve such a level, destroying one of the 5 great nations. What on earth did Uchiha Izumi want to do with such power? Hearing his son's murmurs, the third Tsuchikage Inoki remained expressionless and slowly spoke to clarify. Based on Uchiha Izumi's actions in Konoha and Kirigakure, we initially suspect that his target is the tailed beasts. Furthermore, he is extremely powerful, and his intentions are very clear, so it's very likely that he will set his sights on our Wagakure next. Therefore, I intend to notify the 4 nations of wind, fire, water, and lightning to gather in a Wagakure and hold a 5 Kage summit regarding this matter. What do you think? Chapter 196. The organization's name seems to be Akatsuki. Father, I think we can give this a try. After thinking for a moment, a serious expression flashed across Lus's somewhat naive face, and he continued to explain. Currently, Konoha and Kirigakure can be said to be in name only, and Sunagakure has signed a defensive alliance treaty with us, which means our only opponent is Kumogakure. While the Reikage is a bit hot-tempered, his village also has 2 tailed beasts, so objectively speaking, the Land of Lightning is also one of Uchiha Izumi's targets. Therefore, holding a 5 Kage summit would be beneficial for us with no drawbacks. But there is one thing we need to pay attention to. At this point, Lus paused, and a sharp glint flashed in his previously dull eyes. Then he looked up at the third Tsuchikage Inoki, who was sitting in the office chair, listening intently, and continued, Father, I'm worried that that reckless Reikage will compete with you for the position of the leader of the 5 great nations. Given our previous conflicts with Kumogakure, this is very likely to happen. The worst consequence could even lead to a severe conflict between you two. After all, the third Reikage died at our hands, and that guy has always wanted revenge. Hearing this, Inoki narrowed his eyes slightly, stroked his gray beard, and then said in a deep voice, That kid Reikage is not a concern. I have my ways to deal with him. The main issue now is how to recall Han and Oenoki. If we can't retrieve the 4 tails and 5 tails in time, they are likely to fall into enemy hands. Moreover, intelligence shows that Uchiha Izumi seems to want to use the tailed beast for something, but I lack key information, so I can't determine his true intentions. However, one thing is certain, given the strength he has shown in Konoha and Kirigakure. If he sets his sights on a Wagakure next, we will probably have a hard time dealing with it. Upon hearing this, Lus's expression turned blank, and even a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. He looked up again at the third Tsuchikage Inoki in front of him. His hands clenched and then released at his waist. After a while, once his emotions calmed down, He finally sorted out his thoughts and gently inquired. Then, Father, can we contact Sunagakure in advance and have them send experts over? This way, we can maximize the avoidance of fighting alone. Hearing this, the third Sachikage Anoki first fell silent for a moment. Then a strange expression flashed in his eyes. He slowly stopped knocking on the table with his right hand, picked up the documents on the table, and reviewed them again, still determined in his heart. Lus, what you said reminded me. I remember that I once contacted a special organization through you, which is basically composed of rogue ninjas from various major ninja villages, and their strength can be said to be very formidable. As long as you pay them, there is almost no one in the ninja world they can't kill. And their task completion rate is close to 100%, and most importantly, their efficiency is very high. I want to spend some money to hire them to come to the village to protect Han and Oanoki, and also temporarily enhance our overall strength in Iwagakure. By the way, what was the name of this organization? Looking at the distressed expression of the third Sachikage, Anoki, behind his desk, Keidu carefully recalled for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he spoke excitedly. Father, I've remembered. We won't spend a lot of money to hire them. And the name of the organization seems to be Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, the third Sachikage, Anoki, nodded in satisfaction and calmly looked down at Keidu, saying, I remember now. Although the price was indeed a bit high, their efficiency was surprisingly good. All right, let us go with them. Keidu, start arranging for the experts from Akatsuki to come to the village. Then send someone to the land of wind, water, fire, and lightning to inform them that the 5 Kage Summit will be held in Iwagakure in 10 days. Let us see how they react. And don't rush. As long as those Akatsuki members arrive, it will at least solve the immediate crisis. With these high-level combat powers, combined with the middle and lower ninjas in the village, we will definitely make that Uchiha Izumi guy never return. As his words fell, the gloom in Inoki's heart lifted, and he felt much better instantly. He stroked his beard with a slight smile, and then directly addressed Keidu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it done. Yes, father. Do replied. After bowing respectfully, he slowly turned and left the Sachikage's office. Meanwhile, in the Kamui space, Uchiha Izumi was already prepared to head to Iwagakure. But he needed to pay attention to the specific locations of the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails Han, or the Four Tails Tsutsuki. According to the original work, these two Jinchuriki had deep and irreconcilable conflicts with the third Sachikage, Anoki, due to their special identities. Considering that the land of Earth still needed to use these two weapons of war in its external expansion, Anoki could only turn a blind eye to their actions and say nothing. Thus, it was highly likely that these two-tailed beasts were currently not in Iwagakure, but were hiding somewhere in the ninja world for training. To track their whereabouts, he would have to investigate in Iwagakure. The third Sachikage, Anoki, had a strong desire for control. In order to firmly hold Iwagakure in his grasp, all intelligence and information collected by the Umbu must be checked immediately, and he was shrewd enough that only he likely knew the exact locations of the tailed beasts. Therefore, the best way to capture the two Jinchuriki was to deal with the third Sachikage, Anoki. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi pinched his brow with his right hand, a trace of fatigue flashing in his eyes. To speed up the progress of the main mission, he had not rested for several days. The last time he did was at an inn in Kyomogakure. Although his chakra and physical strength had not been greatly depleted, the fatigue of body and mind was not something that could be easily eliminated. He even began to suspect if he was pushing himself too hard. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before completely disappearing from his mind. There was still more than half a year until the one-tail Shikaku's revival, and if he wanted to gather all 8-tailed beasts before that, he had to race against time. After all, both Kuro and Nagato from Akatsuki were also in action, and if they seized the opportunity, he would become very passive. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi's gaze slightly solidified, and he stood up, simply tidying his robe before activating his eye technique. Zukike, Jin standing still and pondering for a moment. When the pitch-black portal expanded to the size of a person, he stepped inside. Iwagakure, Anoki, wait for me. Chapter 197, Conan. I leave the Four Tails Jinchuriki to you. A day later, in the land of rivers, deep within a canyon, in a pitch-black underground cave, several flickering candle flames burned slowly on the walls, illuminating the vast and empty cave from the darkness. After a while, a pair of emotionless ripple-patterned pupils slowly opened, adding a chill to the already dark and damp cave. What is it, Conan? With this voice, a graceful female ninja approached slowly. Her calm and indifferent voice followed. Nagato, the latest news. The third, Suchikage, Anoki, has spent a large sum to hire us to protect the Four Tails Jinchuriki. He requires us to send formal members to the land of Earth to jointly resist potential attacks. Upon hearing this, Nagato, who had been calm until now, showed a hint of surprise in his pale purple eyes. He did not expect that a Wagakure, as one of the 5 great nations, would make such a request. What was the difference between this and walking into a tiger's mouth, hiring the Akatsuki organization for close protection? It seemed they were very afraid that the location of the Four Tails Jinchuriki would be exposed. Such an absurd request was surprising. It seemed that Uchiha Izumi's actions in Konoha and Kirigakure had made the originally high and mighty 5 great nations feel deep fear for the first time. Interesting. Although he wanted to do the same, with that guy taking action, the effect would be the same. It was a pity he couldn't use him. Otherwise, the progress of gathering all 9-tailed beasts would have increased exponentially. Thinking of this, a strange expression flashed in Nagato's eyes, and he nodded slightly before speaking in a cold voice. All right, Conan, you agreed to their request for me. Also, arrange for Kisame and Toby to go. Never mind, you can go with them. Make sure to bring back the Four Tails Jinchuriki. This way, we can at least limit Uchiha Izumi's actions. Delay his progress in gathering all 9-tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, Conan frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, she nodded in agreement. I understand. I will find a way to bring back the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing Conan nod in agreement, Nagato finally let out a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, ever since Conan followed him to this underground cave, she had hardly gone out. Her daily range of activity was only a few hundred meters. Moreover, due to the dim and damp environment, Conan had become somewhat taciturn, far less lively than when she was in Amigakure. Although she still took good care of him, making sure he had 3 meals a day, it was clear that some aspects of Conan's heart had undergone subtle changes. However, due to the bonds established over a long time, nothing particularly special had happened. Therefore, the task of capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki should have been assigned to Kisame and Toby. But to allow Conan to go out and relax her mood, he specially included her in the mission. Sigh. Who knows what kind of situation they will encounter when they go to a Wagakure this time. Perhaps it would be good to let black and white Zetsu follow along. With the help of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, they could escape the land of Earth in a critical moment with Conan and Kisame. Thinking about this, Nagato slowly raised his head, revealing a left eye filled with fatigue. Ever since he had fought with Uchiha Izumi, his physical strength had been declining. It seemed that it was due to the last use of Shinra Tensei, coupled with the recent reconstruction of the 6 paths of pain. It would take at least another year for him to recover. Slowly raising her right hand to gently touch her somewhat dry red hair, Nagato softly murmured, I don't know how much longer this body can hold on. I really hope peace can come soon. As her voice fell, a strange expression flashed across Conan's cold face. She shook her head and then calmly said to Nagato, who was still sitting in a daze, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still need to inform Kisame and Kakuzu, and then we can head straight to a Wagakure. At this point, Conan paused her tone, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. After biting her lip, she continued, that Kurizetsu. Never mind. Nagato, during this time, take care of yourself. If anything happens, remember to contact me in time. I'll always be ready to accept the ghetto, Rinne Tensei, so don't push yourself, understand? Hearing this, Nagato slowly came back to his senses, and after a moment of silence, he slightly nodded. All right, then I'll take my leave. Watching Conan's graceful figure gradually leave, Nagato let out a slight sigh, thinking to himself, whether it was the former Uchiha or the current Kuro and Shiro, they had never gotten along with Conan. The main reason was still influenced by Yahiko. From the very beginning, Conan didn't believe that Madara and the Zetsu could have any good intentions. After Yahiko's death, in order to fulfill her dream, she chose to cooperate with Uchiha Madara and the Zetsu. By this time, it seemed that Conan had reluctantly accepted the 2 of them, but she still maintained a business-like attitude and didn't show them any good face. Later, that Uchiha Itachi rose up, killed the masked man Uchiha Madara, and also killed his clansman Uchiha Itachi, and then he was kicked out of the organization by himself. The turning point began at that moment. That guy Uchiha Itachi directly stormed into the Rain Village without any hesitation. After fighting with him, including Yahiko, the 6 paths of pain were completely destroyed, leading to heavy losses for himself. Even the Rain Village had to give up due to the opponent's power, which was enough to rival his own. There was no way. Lacking mobility, although he could summon the outer path Getomazo, that Uchiha Itachi could also activate Susanoo. If his body were attacked during the confrontation with him, it was highly likely that he would die. Uchiha Itachi's strength was too formidable, far beyond his expectations. So he absolutely couldn't take that gamble. Once he failed, it would be one thing for him to die, but if Konan faced Uchiha Itachi alone, she definitely wouldn't survive the day. At that time, the dreams of Yahiko and himself would be completely shattered and would no longer exist. Thinking of this, feeling somewhat fatigued, both physically and mentally, Nagato sighed again and slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi had already crossed the famous Kemonobe Bridge and reached the land of Earth. After searching for a long time without finding the Jinchuriki, he could only head towards Awagakure. He would also check for traces of the Four Tails and Five Tails along the way. If there was really no other way, he would have to find the third Tsuchikage Inoki for a good chat. Sigh, this is really difficult. Chapter 198. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. At the same time, Sunagakure in the Land of Wind was the first to receive the message from Awagakure. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard was quietly sitting at his desk, looking at the information in his hands. After a long while, he murmured, "The Five Kage Summit? What on earth does that old man Inoki want to do?" As his voice fell, he noticed the inquiring gaze of an equally elderly female ninja across from him. The old man helplessly shook his head and simply handed over the information in his hands. "Sister, take a look. Inoki from Awagakure actually wants to hold a Five Kage Summit. This old man is already so old, yet he still has some unrealistic dreams." Upon hearing this, Chiyo did not rush to respond, but lowered her head to carefully read the information in her hands. After a moment, she slightly frowned, straightened her body, and then asked, "Here, Z, you are relatively sensitive to politics. What do you think of this matter?" "Me? Of course." After thinking for a moment, the old man called here. Z leaned slightly forward, and a hint of certainty flashed in his eyes. After folding his hands together and placing them flat on the desk, he continued, "Sister, we definitely have to go. After all, we signed a defensive alliance treaty with Awagakure. If we don't go, it might be detrimental to us and Sunagakure. So we not only have to go, but also support that old man Inoki as much as possible at the Five Kage Summit. But the current problem is who we should send to participate. This is the issue we in Sunagakure are facing." Upon hearing this, a hint of worry flashed across the elderly face of Wind Shadow, Advisor Chiyo. Like the problem faced by third Tsuchikage Inoki, the lack of successors had now become a problem that the higher-ups in Sunagakure had to confront. After the collapse of Konoha, not only did the fourth Kazekage die, but even the one-tail Jinchuriki Gaara was left in the Land of Fire. They also lost a large number of elite ninjas, including Maki. At the current stage, Sunagakure could do nothing but wait for the tailed beast to revive on their own. They had no manpower, no money, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they had nothing. Not to mention selecting a new Kazekage from the few remaining Jonin. Pulling a tall one out of a bunch of short ones would only lead to embarrassment when they went to Awagakure. It would probably be of no use at all. And at this moment, the Land of Wind was facing both internal and external troubles, and both Chiyo and Hirzi could not leave. If any mistakes occurred, Sunagakure would probably follow in Konoha's footsteps. Thinking of this, Chiyo let out a deep sigh and gradually fell silent. The same scene was still playing out in the other three countries. On the Konoha side, a delegation led by Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, had already set out for Awagakure. There was nothing much to prepare. At this stage, apart from Tsunade, the Land of Fire had only a few stray cats left. The finances were so poor they couldn't even build an office. Therefore, the Five Kage Summit organized by third Tsuchikage Inoki hit Tsunade's soft spot perfectly. The princess of the Land of Fire, who urgently needed funds to rebuild Konoha, lowered her proud head for the first time, hoping to support third Tsuchikage Inoki through this summit to gain enough help for the restoration of the Land of Fire. The same was true for Kirigakure on the other side. Led by the newly appointed 5th Mizukage Turumi Mei, a group of Umbu was heading to Awagakure in the Land of Earth. Thanks to the intense internal struggles, they still retained some manpower. As for Kumogakure, it was a bit ridiculous. They directly ignored the invitation from Awagakure. Due to the death of the 4th Reikage, the disorganized Kumogakure ninjas had already started internal strife over the position of the 5th Reikage. Although the numbers were small, the battles were exceptionally fierce. So they had no time to care about the Five Kage Summit organized by Inoki. Just as the Five Kage Summit organized by third Tsuchikage Inoki was in full swing, Uchiha Itachi had quietly appeared at the outskirts of Iwagakure, looking at the endless mountains and hills before him. He couldn't help but secretly marvel that the land of Earth was indeed a good place to defend, but hard to attack. Although the national finances are relatively average, the development direction is similar to that of the land of Fire and Konohagakure, emphasizing balance. Therefore, while Iwagakure's overall military strength is quite ordinary, its number of troops and territory surpasses that of any other ninja village, even after experiencing 3 ninja world wars. The total number of Iwagakure's regular combat forces still exceeds 20,000, which is almost the combined strength of Kirigakure and Sunagakure. It can be said that it far exceeds the remaining 4 great nations. Moreover, while the territory of the Land of Earth is primarily mountainous and hilly, it has the largest area among the 5 great nations. Coupled with the hard work of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki, its overall strength has firmly secured a place among the top 3, easily avoiding the patrolling Anbu. Uchiha Izuna searched for the traces of the tailed beasts and stepped into Iwagakure. Moments later, standing on a high platform, Uchiha Izuna did not hesitate and directly activated Sage Mode. With the dark patterns appearing around his eyes, his sensory perception instantly reached its peak, covering almost 1/3 of Iwagakure. When he used natural energy to locate the Tsuchikage's office, Naka's instinctive reaction made Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrow slightly, and he couldn't help but secretly admire him. As expected of someone who had fought against Uchiha Madara, he was indeed different from other Kage-level powerhouses, capable of keenly sensing the intrusion of natural energy. However, with effort comes reward. In the office of the 3rd Tsuchikage Noki, Uchiha Izuna clearly sensed a vast and rich chakra. That violent and cold feeling should belong to either the 4 tails or the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Unlike the 9 tails in Konohagakure, the 2-tailed beasts in Iwagakure have similar strength. And with his sensory power in Sage Mode, he could only determine their numbers. To make an accurate judgment, he would need to see them with his own eyes. But now the dilemma is that there is only one. Capturing it is possible, but if he lets the other one escape, it would be somewhat counterproductive. After all, if a Jinchuriki truly wants to hide, it would be difficult for him to find their exact location without specific intelligence support. Just as Uchiha Izuna was feeling hesitant, under the perception of natural energy, the figures of 3rd Tsuchikage Noki and the unknown Jinchuriki had already disappeared from the office and were rapidly approaching the high platform where he was located. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slowly put his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. So, I've been discovered. Interesting. As expected of the 3rd Tsuchikage Noki, this is somewhat unexpected. Since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to capture the tailed beast directly. It's delivered right to my door. How could I not take it? Next, it was time to get serious. Chapter 199, Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Moments later, 2 figures, one tall and one short, unexpectedly appeared in midair. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The tall ninja wore bright red armor and a brown sleeveless shirt, with a hat and mask covering his face, his light yellow eyes revealing endless killing intent. The other person was short, with white hair and beard, a red scarf wrapped around his neck, and green striped armor hanging down. He was currently standing with his arms crossed, looking gloomily at Uchiha Izuna. The 3rd Tsuchikage Noki and the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han. What a coincidence! But how did you discover me? After saying this, Noki focused on the figure in a black robe in the distance and coldly spoke. Uchiha Izuna, I didn't expect you to dare to step into my Iwagakure. As a rogue ninja from Konohagakure, you cannot come to the Land of Earth without a reason. Speak, what is your purpose? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna smiled slightly, then spread his hands and shrugged, responding softly, you ask knowingly. According to your Iwagakure's intelligence, as the Tsuchikage, you should be very clear about my actions, right? Noki. Before Noki could speak, the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, took over the conversation. He suddenly stepped forward to stand in front of the 3rd Tsuchikage and spoke in a deep voice. Uchiha Izuna, if I'm not mistaken, your target is me, right? Oh, and the old purple, who is the 4 tails Jinchuriki. However, we have already guessed your goal, so you will never find him. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrowed, a faint purple light flashing in them. He then slowly shifted his attention from Noki to Han's face and coldly asked, so, you are hiding the 4 tails, Jinchuriki? Of course. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Uchiha Izuna's ripple-patterned pupils locked onto the figure in the red armor in the distance. And he sneered, continuing, "Foolish. I am from the Uchiha clan. Under the hypnotic technique of the Sharingan, no one can keep secrets, not even a Jinchuriki. By the way, even in death, I can extract useful information from your mind. But don't be disheartened, because in the face of absolute strength, all hiding becomes meaningless." After a moment of silence, the third Tsuchikage Noki looked at Uchiha Izuna, who was floating in the air. He saw the legendary sage eye swirling with purple light, an invisible pressure surrounding him. His eyes were filled with calmness, indifference, arrogance, and even a hint of disdain, but there was no killing intent. This indicates that, due to the hiding of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Izuna had focused more on the yet-to-be-seen Old Purple. As the third Tsuchikage, he and the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han together could not attract the other as full attention. Did he want to capture both the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki all at once? The young man's appetite is a bit too big. Thinking of this, the third Tsuchikage Noki stared intently at the figure ahead and casually snorted. "Enough of the nonsense. I'm right here. If you want to take Han and the Old Purple from Awagakure, you can only step over my dead body." After saying this, the third Tsuchikage Noki moved slightly, and his hands quickly formed seals, actually initiating the attack first. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Noki instantly activated the technique, suddenly raising his right hand and angrily swinging it down at the figure close at hand. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Naki's arm in the air suddenly transformed into a hard stone fist, the tremendous force even pushing his small figure forward slightly. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna remained expressionless, slowly lowering his hand and then sidestepping to avoid it. However, on the other side, Noki, with rich combat experience, immediately changed from a downward slash to a horizontal strike as soon as he saw the other person dodge. He raised his right hand again, and the rock fist hammered toward the enemy's abdomen. Bang! A loud collision sounded. Uchiha Izuna, realizing he could no longer evade Naki's attack while in the air, decided to punch down as well. After a loud bang, Uchiha Izuna remained completely still in place. The third Hokage, Inoki, unable to withstand the immense recoil due to his old age, was instantly sent flying. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izumi slightly shook his head and then took a deep breath before speaking. "At your age, still coming out to fight, I guess Awagakure really has no successors." Hearing this, the third Hokage, Inoki, was instantly filled with rage. After quickly stabilizing himself in midair, he retorted loudly, "Nonsense. My Awagakure has plenty of talent. It's not as you say." On the other side, seeing that his opponent was completely enraged, Uchiha Izumi just smiled and did not continue speaking. Instead, he activated his speed and charged directly at the floating third Hokage. But just as he was about to get close, a figure in red armor suddenly blocked in front of Inoki. Boil Release Mighty Power. With a loud roar, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails Han unleashed a torrent of chakra that erupted from his specialized steam armor, instantly concentrating his power into a single point, accompanied by furious roars. He kicked forcefully at the figure in the black robe before him. Faced with this heavy kick from the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Izumi first scoffed. However, when he saw the steam shooting out from Han's armor, his eyes began to twitch slightly. Just as he was about to reach out to block, Han, boosted by the Boil Release, moved with incredible speed, almost like an afterimage, and reached Uchiha Izumi in an instant. Boom! A massive sound erupted. Uchiha Izumi's figure was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. But the next moment, Uchiha Izumi slowly got up, standing on the ruins. Interesting. Combining my bloodline limit with the power of the tailed beast to enhance speed and strength? No wonder he's a veteran shadow-level powerhouse. The Five Tails Jinchuriki is indeed worthy of his reputation. But at that moment, a white light shone in the sky. Then came the furious voice of the third Hokage. "Inoki, Han, get out of the way. I'm going to unleash my ultimate technique. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique." In the next moment, a conical white light beam descended, heavily striking the area shrouded in smoke. Before Inoki could smile, he heard a calm and indifferent voice from below. "Bloodline limit elimination? Useless. Hungry Ghost Path, Sealing Technique Absorption." Chapter 200. Behave and Become My Trophy. Five Tails. The glaring white light flashed by. Inoki was surprised to find that Uchiha Izumi below was completely unharmed. Seeing this, the third Hokage's expression grew increasingly serious. He glanced at the stunned Five Tails Jinchuriki beside him and couldn't help but say, "To take a direct hit from my dust release and suffer no damage at all. This Uchiha Izumi is not simple. No wonder he could single-handedly destroy Kirigakure. As he finished speaking, the voice of the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, muffled by his red mask, echoed again. It's truly unbelievable, Lord Suchikage. Even the original world separation technique is not something a tailed beast would dare to touch easily. Yet this little brat managed to break it. How on earth did he do it to come out unscathed? Hearing this, the third Hokage, Inoki, nodded slightly. His aged face clouded with gloom. To be honest, since learning the bloodline elimination from the second Suchikage, this was the first time such a thing had happened. His proud ultimate technique, Dust Release, had no effect on a young Uchiha. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. After all, he was not fighting alone. Not to mention the nearby new generation of the village watching the battle, waiting for the Suchikage to sweep through and defeat the invaders. Now, things were not going well. Even his trump card, Dust Release, had been used, and yet he still couldn't take down the enemy. His old face couldn't bear the shame. Thinking of this, the third Hokage's expression changed dramatically, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. It seemed he had to go all out. Relying solely on the basic version of Dust Release would probably make victory difficult. So, only the boundary separation technique remained. But this technique was somewhat dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the entire Wagakure might cease to exist. Sai, should I really use it? Just as the third Hokage, Inoki, was pondering in the shadows, Uchiha Izumi, seeing that the two in the sky had yet to take action, narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to attack. He clasped his hands together. Then his chest suddenly swelled, and a blazing flame erupted, rushing towards the two figures in the sky. Senjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire, Annihilation. As the words fell, the third Hokage, Inoki, and the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, were instantly awakened by the scorching flames. Looking around, they saw the terrifying fire release surging from below towards them. Before it even got close, their clothes began to ignite spontaneously, and the flames grew more intense. In a desperate situation, Inoki and Han awkwardly tore off their jackets and threw them into the sea of flames. But at that moment, the Senjutsu formed Great Fire Annihilation was already less than 10 meters away from the two, faced with the vast coverage and extremely high temperature of the flames. The third Hokage gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to compromise. There was no choice. If he didn't take action, they might die, with his hands rapidly forming seals. In a moment, a gigantic white cube appeared, completely enveloping the approaching flames. As the blinding light flashed, Uchiha Izumi's fire release attack, unleashed in Sage mode, was instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the third Hokage, Inoki, let out a slight sigh of relief and gasped for breath. I'm getting old. Han, it's your turn to attack. I must take a break. The boundary separation technique consumes too much chakra. If I do it again, I might just be finished here. Hearing this, Han, dressed in a black shirt, nodded slightly. He instinctively reached to touch his ninja tool pouch, only to find it had long since perished in the flames along with his red armor. After a moment of silence, Han suddenly took a deep breath and then charged directly at the figure in the black robe below. Boil Release, Mighty Power. Once again, he employed the same technique. But this time, it was an attack from above. Although he lacked the boost from the steam armor, this descending punch only increased in power. Faced with the rapidly descending figure of the five-tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly curled his lips, then slowly raised his right hand, aiming at Han in midair. His eyes flashed with faint purple light, and as his ripple-patterned pupils contracted, a cold voice rang out, Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, the figure of the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, was instantly sent flying by an invisible repulsive force. The powerful strike he unleashed couldn't even break through the repulsion barrier of Shinra Tensei. Seeing this, the five-tails Jinchuriki immediately adjusted his position in midair and looked incredulously at Uchiha Izumi below. Seeing the other person still standing there expressionless, even without moving a step, Han instantly understood the gap between them. He decisively chose to activate his tailed beast transformation, preparing to use the power of the five tails to completely defeat the person in front of him. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with a hint of inexplicable emotion. Immediately, he focused all his attention on the five tails Jinchuriki and then leaped forward, instantly arriving in front of Han. It's over, five tails Jinchuriki. Be a good little prize for me. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi reached out his right hand and grabbed the scarlet-tailed beast cloak of the five tails. Following that, the rippling pupils slightly contracted. In the next moment, Han's chakra began to rapidly drain from his body. In an instant, the five tails Jinchuriki returned to his original state. Before Han could react, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with purple light again. The eyes of the five-tails Jinchuriki Han became blank. However, it only lasted for a moment before becoming clear again under the calls of the King Mu within him. Useless brat. Even if you're a ninja of the Uchiha clan, you cannot influence a Jinchuriki with just the illusion of the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi chose not to respond. Instead, he took the opportunity to pull out 3 black iron rods from his sleeve. Then, right before the astonished gaze of the five-tails Jinchuriki, he directly stabbed them into his body. In the next moment, the power of Yin-Yang release activated, and a pair of cold, chilling Rinnegan appeared in Han's mind. He then realized in horror that the chakra within him had stopped flowing. You, what have you done to me? Why can't I use my chakra? Damn it. As he spoke, Han slightly lowered his head, looking in disbelief at the black iron rods that were embedded in his abdomen and chest, and then exclaimed in shock. No, this black rod has a problem. The flow of my chakra is suppressed. Bastard, let me go. In response, Uchiha Izumi remained expressionless and coldly replied, Give up, the battle is over. Five-tails Jinchuriki, I will reluctantly accept you. At this point, Uchiha Izumi swiftly extended his left hand and made a forceful slash. In the next moment, the Rinnegan's ocular technique, H-Zuki, was instantly activated. He then lifted the five-tails Jinchuriki, who could no longer maintain his flight state, and directly threw him into the black portal. Done. Chapter 201. Has the four tails been taken away by Akatsuki? All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the five-tails Jinchuriki being thrown into a different space by Uchiha Izumi, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, immediately changed his expression, unable to suppress a gasp. The initial plan was simple. Let the five-tails Jinchuriki engage Uchiha Izumi for a moment while he recovered some chakra and stamina. But unexpectedly, in just 1 minute, before he even had the chance to form seals, the battle was already over. The gap was simply too vast. In conjunction with the King Mu of the Five Tails, the Jinchuriki, who definitely possessed Kaga-level strength, couldn't even last 3 moves against that Uchiha brat. This was simply ridiculous. Han was after all the strongest of Awagakure, having made significant contributions to the village during the Third Shinobi World War. But today, on the land of Awagakure, right in front of the Third Tsuchikage, the ultimate weapon, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki was directly knocked out and taken away. This was simply absurd, too far-fetched. Such a shocking scene occurred right under the eyes of the villagers of the Land of Earth. And even now, countless Awagakure ninjas were still paying attention to this battle. In this situation, if the enemy managed to escape with the Jinchuriki, it could be foreseen that the morale of Awagakure ninjas would plummet, and they might even begin to doubt themselves. On a deeper level, the will of stone inherited from the first Tsuchikage would completely collapse, and the public's dissatisfaction would reach unprecedented heights. By then, his position as Tsuchikage would likely be at risk. Thinking of this, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the consequences, and began to desperately squeeze out the chakra within him. He had to fight back. Uchiha Izumi's ability to defeat Han in an instant proved that this guy's strength far exceeded the Kage level. As for whether he had reached the height of Uchiha Madara back in the day, that remained to be seen and could only be judged through battle. Just as the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was contemplating strategies, Uchiha Izumi had completely captured the five-tails Jinchuriki, while throwing him into the Kamui dimension. He then shifted his attention to Inoki, who was not far away. The third Tsuchikage was currently in a daze, his expression blank, completely unaware of what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but smirk, then instantly activated his speed and charged directly at him. If you can get distracted during such an intense battle, Inoki, it seems you really should step down and let someone else take over. As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi instantly appeared beside the third Tsuchikage, then clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it directly into the old man's face. Boom! At the moment his fist made contact with Inoki's old face, Uchiha Izumi suddenly found that the old man's body abruptly transformed into a puddle of mud. A mud clone? Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed instinctively, and he began to fly back. But just then, a loud and aged voice echoed in his ears. Dust release, the technique of world separation. In the next moment, as Uchiha Izumi wore a slightly surprised expression, a blinding white light flashed before him, along with Inoki's mud clone. Everything within a several-meter radius vanished in an instant. But before Inoki could react, Uchiha Izumi's figure reappeared in the position he had stood before, as if nothing had happened. Witnessing the mysterious ability of the person before him, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, felt momentarily disoriented, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Is it a space-time ninjutsu like that of the fourth Hokage? No, there are no spatial fluctuations nearby. What is going on? How could he avoid the damage from dust release a second time? It's truly unbelievable. Just as the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was shocked to the point of questioning life, Uchiha Izumi had no intention of giving this old man any opportunity. So he instantly activated his body flicker technique again. Swish! The sound of a blade piercing through flesh rang out. Uchiha Izumi, holding the black iron rod glinting with cold light, directly stabbed it into Inoki's abdomen. This time, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure was unable to perform the substitution technique to evade the damage and was directly sealed off from the chakra within him by the suddenly attacking Uchiha Izumi. It's over, Inoki. Human path. As the words fell, just as the third Tsuchikage opened his mouth, wanting to say something, Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly reached out his right hand and pressed it directly onto his head. In the next moment, accompanied by a white soul being extracted from the body, the third Tsuchikage Inoki first widened his eyes in shock, and then his expression instantly turned blank. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi first closed his eyes to sense the situation, then suddenly opened them wide. In an instant, a strong purple light erupted from his ripple-like pupils, followed by a flash of coldness in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi clenched his right fist, a hint of anger appearing on his face, but it quickly faded. Slightly adjusting his mindset, he thought to himself, it was one thing for that old man Inoki to hide the Four Tails Jinchuriki, but he even hired bodyguards for him. Hiring bodyguards is one thing, but to choose the Akatsuki organization, isn't that like sending a sheep into a tiger's den? This third Tsuchikage Inoki is truly a talent. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi directly threw the corpse in his hand down from the air, then shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. This is troublesome. The Four Tails Jinchuriki has fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki, and I must find a way to locate them. However, at this stage, Kurizetsu is hiding with Nagato and Konan, and I have no idea where they went. Confirming their location will likely be a troublesome task. Sigh, I must come up with a foolproof plan. Just as Uchiha Izumi fell into deep thought, a group of Iwagakure ninjas were staring blankly at the scene before them. The Tsuchikage was killed by the enemy. The Five Tails Jinchuriki has also been captured by the opponent. It's over. Iwagakure is finished. They are too strong. It's simply unbelievable. Just as a ninja, wearing an Iwagakure forehead protector and a yellow vest, was mumbling to himself, his companion beside him slowly closed his eyes and said solemnly, "Stop talking. We all saw it. The one who killed Tsuchikage-sama is Uchiha Izumi. Everyone remember his face. If we get the chance in the future, we must take revenge for Tsuchikage-sama and for us." Upon hearing this, the Iwagakure ninjas looked at each other, glancing at each other's determined faces. And couldn't he help but ask, "What are you guys planning to do? Kill him? Don't do this. You will really die." One Iwagakure ninja chuckled and replied, "Tsuchikage-sama has sacrificed himself. If we don't act, the enemy will laugh at Iwagakure for being leaderless. I have made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me anymore. Everyone, we'll meet again in the next life." Chapter 202. Preparing for Action. Target. Outer Path Davis Statue. Shinra Tensei. After casually killing a few Iwagakure ninjas who charged at him, Uchiha Izumi let out a slight sigh and then slowly landed on the ground. Looking around, seeing that the remaining Iwagakure ninjas were hesitating, he lost interest. The most important thing now is to find the whereabouts of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. I absolutely cannot let the Akatsuki extract the tailed beast from him. Otherwise, obtaining the Four Tails chakra later will become very difficult. After all, the Outer Path Davis statue is still in Nagato's hands. As long as he is alive, even if I rely on the passive ability of my Rinnegan to master the summoning technique of the Outer Path Davis statue, I want to be able to take this colossal creature away. After all, the Outer Path Davis statue not only can be used to seal tail beasts, but can also be used to mass-produce white Zetsu. Although it will be more troublesome to awaken humans who have been subjected to the infinite Tsukuyomi, requiring a large amount of chakra, white Zetsu can still be considered a combat force. Its ability to gather intelligence and cause destruction is undeniable. It is still quite useful. Therefore, I must have the Outer Path Davis statue in my hands. Even if it's not for the Four Tails Jinchuriki, this thing, as the vessel left in the world by the Ten Tails, even represents Kagaya Otsutsuki's body to some extent. The benefits of obtaining it go beyond these. It may even help me directly complete the main storyline quest of the third phase. So, in order to gather all 9-tailed beasts and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, I must find a way to locate Kurizetsu and Nagato. Only then can I obtain everything I want. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi first expressionlessly glanced at the increasing number of Awagakure ninjas around him, then looked down at the corpse of the third Tsuchikage Inoki at his feet and softly spoke. Do you want to take his body back from me? You can come and try it and see how far you can go. As his voice fell, a ninja in a red combat uniform from Awagakure swallowed hard. His oddly featured face filled with hesitation. Beside him, another middle-aged ninja with a very peculiar appearance was staring intently at the front. His square and rugged face, paired with a muscular build, exuded a strange aura. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's eyelid twitched slightly, unable to bear to look directly. Long ago, when watching the original work in his previous life, he noticed that the ninjas of Awagakure had a peculiar look. He didn't expect to see it today. It seems that aside from Deidara and the underage Kuratsuchi, the overall appearance of the people in the land of Earth is quite hard to describe. No wonder Kuratsuchi, who has mediocre strength in the future, can still inherit the position of the fourth Tsuchikage, apart from being Inoki's granddaughter. It seems that her looks are the only redeeming quality. After all, as one of the 5 great nations, if everyone in Awagakure looks like a bunch of weirdos, it would be difficult to carry out interactions with other nations. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi's eyes glowed with purple light. Confirming that no Awagakure ninjas dared to approach him, he unhesitatingly raised his right hand and threw the third Tsuchikage's corpse into the Kamui space. This is good material for Edo Tensei. It cannot be wasted easily. Then he slowly closed the dark portal in the air and got up to leave the spot. The most important thing at this stage is to search for the whereabouts of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. If I use Shinra Tensei like before with the mist and cloud villages, it will consume a large amount of chakra. To ensure that the tailed beasts do not fall into the hands of the Akatsuki, I must maintain my full strength to deal with any potential battles that may arise. After all, Nagato can summon the Outer Path Deva statue to fight, and that thing can unleash the universal pull. Although I'm not sure if that technique can affect me, I cannot let my guard down. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, I ultimately chose to leave Iwagakure directly. After all, this country no longer has any Kaga-level powerhouses, and these people 1T run away. I can return any time. After exterminating the Akatsuki and capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki, without Nagato holding me back, I can still complete what I couldn't do today. Moreover, I must hurry. If I let the Akatsuki members complete the sealing within 3 days, things will become even more troublesome. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi slightly adjusted his posture in the air and activated Sage Mode again, preparing to conduct a carpet search within the land of Earth. I must intercept them before the Four Tails Jinchuriki leaves this territory. After a long time, as the black markings around his eyes faded, Uchiha Izumi still found nothing. Despite feeling somewhat gloomy, I have to admit that the Akatsuki's actions are indeed quite swift. In just half an hour, from capturing the Five Tails Jinchuriki to killing the third Tsuchikage Inoki, they successfully captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. While Inoki provided accurate intelligence, it also fully demonstrates that these individuals possess considerable strength, able to take the Jinchuriki right under my nose, proving they have some capability. However, the current situation is essentially the worst outcome. Although I could attempt to negotiate with Kurizetsu and others, the terms would definitely be in their favor. After all, there are only 9-tailed beasts in total, and apart from the one tail that hasn't been revived and the 4 tails captured by the Akatsuki, the rest are in my hands. Both Nagato and Kurizetsu are well aware of this. Therefore, to obtain the chakra of the 4 tails Jinchuriki, a significant price must be paid. I need to come up with a foolproof plan. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi once again entered the Kamui space. After sitting cross-legged on a square stone slab, he closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. On the other side, in the land of Earth Awagakure, 5 minutes had passed since Uchiha Izumi left, and someone finally took a cautious step forward. He really left. A ninja wearing an Awagakure forehead protector and a red combat uniform tentatively took a few steps forward, then burst into tears of joy. He left. He really left. I'm finally alive. Yes, I'm alive. It's truly not easy. As he spoke, another middle-aged ninja, his face filled with excitement and a look of relief, patted his companion's shoulder and exclaimed loudly, "You scared me to death just now. I thought the village was done for. That Uchiha Izumi is terrifying. I've heard that Konoha and Kirigakure were both destroyed at his hands. It's truly shocking." Hearing this, the companion beside him also wore a look of sympathy and couldn't help but echo, "Yes, that Uchiha Izumi has an overwhelming presence. Honestly, I didn't dare to make any moves just now. It's just a pity for Lord Suchikage. He didn't even leave behind a body. And Lord Han was also taken away." Upon hearing this, the group of Awagakure ninjas' expressions changed slightly, and they fell silent. On the other side, in the underground space of the Land of Rivers, a group of figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds stood quietly atop stone pillars, waiting for something. Chapter 203. Tell Kurizetsu that I want to make a deal with him. Kurizetsu. Have Conan and the others not returned yet? At that moment, a young man with short orange hair and his face filled with black metallic substances coldly spoke. As the air trembled his cold, ripple-patterned pupils calmly gazed at a strangely shaped creature. Although the young ninja's tone showed no sign of fluctuation, the purple light bursting from his eyes indicated that he was far from calm inside. In response, accompanied by a creaking sound, the creature known as Kurizetsu slowly revealed a golden pupil filled with endless indifference. After a moment of silence, it slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. "I just observed through White Zetsu's perspective. Kisame and the others are now very close to the Land of Rivers. With the help of the shape-shifting technique, it would only take about an hour to pass through the Land of Earth from underground. This means we will soon meet the Four Tails Jinchuriki." At this point, Kurizetsu paused slightly, then continued speaking after scouting through White Zetsu again. "Don't worry, Nagato. Our plan is currently progressing very smoothly. I just observed Uchiha Izumi. He could be considered no threat now. So what if he has the Rinnegan? So what if he possesses 7-tailed beasts? As long as we have the Four Tails Jinchuriki in our hands, he will have no choice but to obey us and let us manipulate him." Upon hearing this, Nagato slightly furrowed his brows but remained silent. Although he did not agree with Kurizetsu's words, they were in the same boat now, so he refrained from refuting. Moreover, although Kurizetsu's words were harsh, some of the content held some truth. Uchiha Izumi's strength is indeed formidable, but as Kurizetsu said, having all 9-tailed beasts is necessary. Missing even one is insufficient. Moreover, the Outer Path Golem is currently in his hands. Although I don't know how Uchiha Izumi sealed the tailed beasts, it certainly wouldn't have been easy. At the very least, it would have required some cost. Thinking of this, Nagato nodded slightly to indicate his agreement. After a moment of silence, he controlled pain to leap up and instantly land on top of the Outer Path Golem, then asked in a deep voice, "So where is Uchiha Izumi now? In Awagakure?" "No, he has disappeared. However, he did not destroy Awagakure after killing the third Suchikage, Inoki. It's quite strange. This is not in line with his previous actions. After all, Konoha, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure were all destroyed at his hands, which certainly raises questions." Hearing Kurizetsu's slightly puzzled words, a sharp glint flashed in Nagato's eyes, and a strange expression suddenly appeared in the depths of his ripple-patterned pupils. Using the almighty push consumes a massive amount of chakra, and the recovery time will also increase. If nothing unexpected happens, he likely wants to intercept Kisame and the others on the way. At this point, a determined look appeared on Nagato's fatigued face as he controlled Tendo Pain to look down at Kurizetsu and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Izumi first captured the 5 tails and then killed the third Suchikage Inoki. He must have consumed a lot of energy. If he were to destroy Awagakure, then given his current state, he would definitely be unable to continue acting. Therefore, the only explanation is that he wants to conserve chakra to deal with Kisame and Conan. And then, before the Four Tails Jinchuriki is sealed, he will take it back." Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu pondered for a moment and then hoarsely asked, "So Nagato, what do you mean? Send out a large number of White Zetsu to search for Uchiha Izumi's whereabouts and find a way to stall him. Once the Four Tails Jinchuriki is sealed, he will no longer be a threat." Hearing this, Kurizetsu nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, he moved his thoughts and summoned several White Zetsu from underground, proceeding to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi had already exited the Kimui space and was now walking slowly along the border of the Land of Earth. After a moment, as he approached the Kimui Bridge in the Land of Grass, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, causing him to be taken aback, and he silently mused, "The Moon Eye Plan? If Kurizetsu wants to implement it, besides gathering all 9-tailed beasts, he also needs someone to reach the 6 paths level. Then, After absorbing the god tree formed from the Ten Tails, he can awaken the Rinne Sharingan and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. Although the initial candidate was set as Uchiha Madara. For safety's sake, Kurizetsu later also supported the Chunin Uchiha Obito as a secondary option. Therefore, in the case of Uchiha Obito's death, Black Zetsu would definitely be eager to find a substitute so that if Madara ran into problems, it would at least not affect the resurrection of Kagaya Tsutsuki. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who possessed the potential for the Manjiki Sharingan, could come in handy. Coincidentally, Black Zetsu also had the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, who had to be a Kugen, so he would definitely not refuse Uchiha Sasuke's approach. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's heart stirred, feeling that this plan was feasible, and then he began to ponder the details carefully. First, Sasuke's soul had already been planted with a star by himself. As long as Black Zetsu did not immediately have Nagato use the Rinnegan to check, he would certainly not discover any abnormalities. Secondly, there was a wedge within Sasuke. As long as his body was invaded by a special power, he would definitely be able to feel it. Moreover, the special abilities of the Tsutsuki clan could also receive information from the outside world. Finally, after Uchiha Sasuke approached Nagato, he could use the wedge within him to detonate the star. In this way, the power of the Rinnegan would completely explode. Even if the distance was far, he would be able to receive information immediately. Thus, he could use Yomi Hirazaka to quickly approach the last location of Uchiha Sasuke. Then, at the fastest speed, he would kill all members of the Akatsuki organization, retrieve the four-tailed Jinchuriki, and perfectly control the Outer Path's golem. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi slightly nodded, his eyes bursting with a killing intent to the extreme. Then, his figure moved slightly and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Next, it was time to search for the whereabouts of White Zetsu. Then, he would make a good deal with Black Zetsu, believing that he would definitely like it. After a long time, Uchiha Izumi arrived alone in the Land of Rain. As the former base of the Akatsuki organization, Amigakure had completely vanished after Nagato and Konan left. Aside from some civilians who seemed like walking corpses, the grandeur of the time when Hanzo the Salamander ruled had disappeared, and it had turned into a paradise for wandering ninjas, just as Uchiha Izumi casually killed the third wave of ninjas attempting to rob him. A completely white, yet exceptionally hideous creature slowly emerged from the ground. Then, the white creature twisted its neck left and right and excitedly exclaimed at the expressionless figure dressed in black robes before it. "Hello, long time no see." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyelid twitched slightly, and he then coldly said to the nearby White Zetsu, "Is this a clone? You have quite the courage to appear right in front of me. Never mind, time is limited, so let us skip the small talk. You go back and quietly tell Black Zetsu that I want to make a deal with him. If he disagrees, just tell him I am the son of the land of ancestors. He will understand." Chapter 204. The Fate of Uchiha Sasuke. Art is the star. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu's strange and distorted face froze for a moment. Then it lowered its head and murmured softly, "Land of Ancestors. Such a familiar name. Seems like I've heard it somewhere." After pondering for a moment and finding no clues, it nodded slightly. Then, while activating the insect technique to leave, it slowly said, "I understand. I will deliver the message. However, whether he agrees or not, I can't say." Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi waved his hand and said solemnly, "I understand. Just deliver the message. I will wait for you in the Land of Rain." As White Zetsu's figure slowly disappeared into the ground, the restlessness in Uchiha Izumi's heart gradually calmed down. After a moment of silence, he directly found a flat stone platform amidst the collapsed ruins. After clearing it, he slowly sat cross-legged and began to quietly wait. After a long time, as a uniquely designed plant clad in a black robe with red clouds slowly rose from the ground, Uchiha Izumi slightly raised his head and looked over calmly. "Black Zetsu." As the words fell, accompanied by the sound of crunching, the green pitcher plant slowly opened, revealing an extremely dark and hideous face. After a moment, Black Zetsu stepped out of the insect technique and walked in front of Uchiha Izumi. "Son of the land of ancestors. Besides this, what else do you know?" As Black Zetsu's cold and hoarse voice echoed, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the peculiar figure entirely cloaked in black before him, he mockingly said, "Being this close to me, aren't you afraid I will capture you? If you die, Kagaya Tsutsuki can never be resurrected." Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's faint golden eyes narrowed slightly, Then he said in a deep voice, I am merely the will of Mother. Although I have no power, but whether it is the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, the eye techniques contained within will not work on me. Even if you capture me, you won't get any information about the four-tailed Jinchuriki, so what do I have to fear? Moreover, your goal is the tailed beasts. Capturing me won't serve you any purpose. After finishing his words, Black Zetsu paused, then spread his hands and continued in a deep voice. However, it is indeed strange that you know the story of Kaguya. The goddess of the moon has lived 1,000 years since her time. As a descendant of Indra, it is impossible for you to know about her. Don't talk about being the son of the land of ancestors. All the people of that country have been trapped in the infinite Tsukuyumi and cannot survive. Moreover, the true sun is White Zetsu's true body. He cannot reincarnate at all. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils slightly contracted, and then he squinted his eyes. After a moment, he gently placed his hands on his knees and softly spoke. Well, it seems that Kaguya has made many preparations to resurrect herself. But it doesn't matter. My goal is to gather all 9-tailed beasts and then activate the infinite Tsukuyumi. Reviving Kaguya Tsutsuki. Regarding this point, I think we still have room for cooperation. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's mind raced, but on the surface, he remained silent. Clearly, he was pondering the pros and cons of the entire situation in his mind. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi was not in a hurry. He just sat quietly in place, leisurely observing the peculiar figure entirely cloaked in black before him. After a long time, Black Zetsu lowered his eyes and then asked in a cold, hoarse voice, What benefits does reviving Mother bring you? Uchiha Izumi, I really cannot find a reason for you to choose to cooperate with me. Because the strong of the Tsutsuki clan will not give up on this place, I need a like-minded companion. Then we can jointly face the crisis that may come in a few years. Hearing Uchiha Izumi's answer, Black Zetsu just shook his head slightly and continued. I don't know what you're talking about, but since you are so certain that something will happen in the future, I'll trust you once. So what do you want, the four-tailed Jinchuriki? Yes. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu first pondered for a moment, then looked at the figure sitting on the stone platform before him and secretly thought, Uchiha Izumi never speaks a word of truth. What strong Tsutsuki clan member is coming? As the will of Kaguya. I don't even know myself how a descendant of Indra could possibly know in advance. It's possible that even the story of Kaguya was learned through certain texts. However, this guy currently controls 7-tailed beasts. If I want to create a 10-tails Jinchuriki, I absolutely cannot let these tailed beasts go. Additionally, Uchiha Izuna also possesses the Rinnegan. If Madara's plan doesn't work out, then I can use him as the vessel to resurrect my mother. With this thought in mind, Kurizetsu secretly decided to feign cooperation with the other party, waiting for the right moment to reap the rewards. Before that, giving him the 4-tails Jinchuriki wouldn't hurt. After all, only I know the technique to summon my mother, and she will only respond to my call. Therefore, if I want to resurrect the goddess of the moon, I must perform the technique myself. With this in mind, Kurizetsu spoke in a deep voice. You can have the 4-tails Jinchuriki, but in exchange, I want a portion of the chakra from the 7-tailed beasts you possess. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly, a trace of killing intent appearing in his ripple-patterned pupils, and then directly refused. That's impossible. You're too greedy. You have no choice. This is my final bottom line. If you don't agree, it's no loss for me. I can just wait. After all, it's already been 1,000 years. So what does it matter? Hearing this, Uchiha Izuna fell silent for a moment, then chose to activate Kemui, dragging the already deeply unconscious Uchiha Sasuke out. He then casually tossed him in front of Kurizetsu with a cold voice. He continued amidst Kurizetsu's surprised gaze. I know you've been looking for him. The reincarnation of Indra. This is a deposit. One day later in the Hidden Rain Village, I need you to personally bring the 4-tails Jinchuriki. A hand for money, a hand for goods. After the words fell, Kurizetsu first walked over to Uchiha Sasuke's side and bent down to check him. After a moment, he nodded slightly and then said in a hoarse voice, Okay, I need to go back to check something. Tomorrow, I will bring the 4-tails Jinchuriki over. Remember, I want a portion of the chakra from the 7-tailed beasts. After his words, a trace of killing intent appeared in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Then he snorted coldly and fell silent. Seeing this scene, Kurizetsu didn't care at all. He simply lifted Uchiha Sasuke's body and waved his hand, using the Shunshin technique to disappear from the spot. After he left, Uchiha Izuna's expression gradually became calm. He then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to wait quietly. After a long time, When he sensed through the special ability of the Rinnegan that the seal buried within Uchiha Sasuke's body had made a move, he immediately raised his right hand to form a tiger seal, instantly activating the starfish within the other's soul. Accompanied by the surge of chakra, Uchiha Izuna coldly spoke, "Drink, art is an explosion." Chapter 205, Akatsuki's Death, Four Tails Jinchuriki in hand. On the other side, underground space of the Land of Rivers. Thud. The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed. After returning from the Hidden Rain village, Kurizetsu immediately brought Uchiha Sasuke to the Land of Rivers. From the moment he set the other down, he conducted a very detailed check both inside and out. There was no way around it. Even though he desperately needed this reincarnation of Indra as a temporary substitute for Uchiha Madara, he couldn't let his guard down since this body was sent by Uchiha Izuna. Despite being just a deposit, Kurizetsu had to be cautious, especially since that person possessed the power of the Rinnegan, and based on his usual behavior, it was highly likely he would implant a backup plan within Uchiha Sasuke's body. Therefore, to prevent any issues, Kurizetsu brought this reincarnation of Indra to the Land of Rivers. Here, with Nagato in charge, at least the survival of this body could be guaranteed in case of danger. Moreover, if he shifted his focus to Sasuke, it might also help alleviate Konin's suspicions to some extent. As Nagato's close friend, this only female member of the Akatsuki organization had shown no interest in him since Obito was still alive. Up until now, her attitude had only become more intense. To be honest, if he wasn't afraid that killing her would alert Nagato, he definitely wouldn't have allowed her to live this long. With this in mind, after greeting Nagato, Kurizetsu began his research on Uchiha Sasuke alone. The power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was enough to overturn his efforts of over 1,000 years. So to be safe, he had to be cautious. Once he confirmed that Uchiha Sasuke was fine, he would awaken him and then reveal the truth. Once he activated the Manjiki Sharingan, he would allow him to accept the power left behind by Uchiha Itachi, thus unlocking the Eternal Eye. With this thought, anticipation gradually appeared in Kurizetsu's light golden eyes, and he slowly raised his right hand to pierce into Uchiha Sasuke's body. He then began to carefully explore. The limbs are fine, and the torso has no traps. Next is the head. It looks intact and hasn't suffered any damage. Wait a minute. Is Uchiha Izuna really so kind? That's unlikely. After saying this, Kurizetsu didn't believe it and explored again, even prying open the nails to take a look. Aside from the pitch-black square mark in the center of his palm, he still found no issues. What is this? Kurizetsu grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's right hand and extended his chakra to feel carefully. He found that the square mark showed no reaction, not even a ripple. No matter how he researched, he still had no clues. After a moment, Kurizetsu gave up on studying him. But in his heart, he still held a certain wariness towards that pitch-black square mark. After a moment of silence, Kurizetsu ultimately decided to call Nagato over to take a look. After all, the power of the Rinnegan is formidable, and perhaps he could discover some clues that Kurizetsu had missed. With this in mind, Kurizetsu carefully sensed Nagato's current location. However, he found that Konin and Kisame had already brought the Four Tails Jinchuriki to the Land of Rivers. They were currently negotiating with the Six Paths of Pain controlled by Nagato. Although the old purple seemed half dead, the occasional rise and fall of his chest confirmed that he was still alive. Seeing this, Kurizetsu immediately fell into distress. Unsure of how to explain to Nagato, Konin and the others returned too quickly enough that Nagato had already begun preparations for the Phantom Dragon 9 seals. But just then, a familiar chakra suddenly surged from Uchiha Sasuke's body in Kurizetsu's hands. When Kurizetsu closed his eyes to sense it carefully, he was shocked to discover that its source actually came from the distant Hidden Rain village. And now, what does this represent? Kurizetsu was all too clear at this moment. That was the chakra of the Sage Eye owner, the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Izuna. With this thought, Kurizetsu's eyes narrowed slightly, instinctively wanting to throw Uchiha Sasuke away. But just as Kurizetsu was about to act, a sound of fabric being torn echoed. Then, Kurizetsu was shocked to find that white light began to emanate from Uchiha Sasuke's entire body. In that moment, the calm heart of Kurizetsu suddenly stirred. As more and more white light appeared, he didn't hesitate to activate the Shunshin technique. As for Pain, Kisame, and Konin outside the cave, they could no longer concern themselves with them. The next moment, boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the underground space in the Land of Rivers was instantly flattened. A massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The shockwave was so powerful that even Nagato, who controlled the six paths of pain, had to activate the power of his Rinnegan to avoid its edge. On the other hand, the others were not so lucky. Except for Konan, who instantly activated her paper jutsu to fly into the sky with the four tails Jinchuriki. Otsutsuki, the white Zetsu transformed into a Beto, turned to dust the moment the shockwave hit. Meanwhile, Kisame was not in a good position either. Although he had hidden his true body within the water technique he had just created, the explosion of the starfish was so overwhelming that even the seawater could not contain it. Therefore, despite his desperate attempts to evade, Kisame still suffered heavy injuries. After a long while, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, a pitch-black portal suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon after, a pale arm reached out, heavily slapping Konan, who was fully focused on watching the aftermath of the explosion. Wow! Blood gushed out in large amounts. Although there was the passive skill of paper jutsu, the product of yin-yang release was not so easy to avoid. Moreover, the newcomer possessed the power of the Otsutsuki clan along with Sage Mode. Ultimately, this led to Konan being heavily injured at the first moment. Even the four tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, in her hands quickly fell towards the ground due to this strike. But the next moment, the pale hand reached out again, directly grabbing the unconscious Jinchuriki. With a slight pull, the figure of the four tails Otsutsuki instantly disappeared, dragged into a mysterious space. At this moment, Black Zetsu, who had just managed to get back up from the ground, was filled with rage. Staring intently at the boy who was about to slowly walk out of the portal, he shouted angrily, "Bastard! Uchiha Izumi, you are truly untrustworthy." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi sneered and casually replied, "Same to you. You have no good intentions either." Hearing this, Black Zetsu's anger surged, coldly saying, "Wait for me. I will kill you one day." I look forward to it." But before he could finish, a piercing voice echoed through this world. "You dare to harm Konan, Uchiha Izumi. I will make you die now." Chapter 206, Resurrection, the True Uchiha Madara. As the voice fell, several figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds instantly leaped forward, arriving before Uchiha Izumi. The leader had short orange hair, and 6 black substances glowing with a faint light were inserted into his face. Upon seeing his enemy so close, Nagato could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and immediately controlled the 6 paths of pain to launch an attack. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, then immediately raised his right hand and softly said, "Shinra Tensei." The next moment, an endless repulsive force descended, but was instantly countered by the same attribute power coming from the opposite side. Once the dust settled, Uchiha Izumi was astonished to find that the new Deva Path Pain was also raising his right hand. It was evident that his recently used Rinnegan technique had been blocked by him. It seemed that Nagato's desire for revenge for Konan was very strong. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi sidestepped the human path strike and turned his gaze towards Konan in the distance. He saw her face pale as paper, and blood was continuously spilling from her mouth. Even the paper jutsu she used to maintain flight was gradually dissipating. It was clear that the previous strike, which contained the power of yin-yang release and sage techniques, had caused immense damage. On the other side, Nagato had already controlled the 6 paths of pain to stand together again. Even the animal path had his hands together, preparing to summon a summoning beast to fight. At the same time, Kisame on the ground was also fully recovering with the help of his sword, Samahata, as he removed his tattered black cloak. When he sensed a powerful gaze sweeping over him, he immediately looked up, baring his teeth at the sky. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izumi's pale purple eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a killing intent began to rise within him. Ever since he mastered the power of the Rinnegan, even murder had been difficult to affect his state of mind. But today, he was successfully provoked by Kisame alone. It was evident that although this guy's strength was not impressive, his loyalty to the Akatsuki organization was probably not inferior to Kaku's. Since that was the case, he would unleash all the power of the Rinnegan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi's ripple-patterned pupils slightly constricted, and then an intense chakra began to gather in his eyes. Moments later, accompanied by a cold voice, he declared, "Rinne Tensei, Edge of Hell." As the words fell, Kisame, who was eagerly preparing to showcase his strength in front of Nagato, suddenly froze slightly. He then felt a chill at his neck. Slowly reaching out his right hand to touch it, he soon discovered that crimson blood began to flow continuously. The next moment, as Kisame's eyes filled with shock and unwillingness, he struggled to open his mouth to leave behind his last words before his body was severed. What exactly happened? Why so fast? Upon seeing this scene, Conan, who was still slowly recovering, suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Kisame was killed in an instant. Uchiha Izumi. How on earth did this guy do it? From when he started speaking to Kisame's death was only a few seconds. What happened in between? No hand seals. No leaving, just some chakra fluctuations. Could it be a space-time ninjutsu? Thinking of this, just as Conan felt a bit at a loss, she suddenly felt a chill in her chest. Puchi, accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The complex expression on Conan's face instantly turned painful. It was a blade, so fast even the paper jutsu had no time to react. Uchiha Izumi, how on earth did you do it? Slowly raising her right hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Conan looked up at the figure in the black cloak in the sky. Her eyes flashed with unwillingness, helplessness, and a hint of relief. Moments latte. She slowly closed her eyes in the face of the anguished expressions of the 6 paths of pain. Seeing this scene, Nagato could hardly believe his eyes. The companion who had accompanied him through countless years, the one he grew up with since childhood, had fallen right before him. This pain was even more intense than when Yahiko died. Back then, he had no power, and in order for Akatsuki to survive, Yahiko fell before him. And today, even though he had gained power, possessed the Rinnegan, and even mastered the powers of yin-yang release, Conan fell before him once more. In that moment, Nagato sank into endless despair. After a long time, accompanied by the purple mist slowly rising from the 6 paths of pain, the next moment, a surging intangible chakra soared into the sky, instantly erupting in full force. The terrifying shockwave spread out wildly. Even the clouds in the sky were blown apart by this powerful force. Just as Pain's 6 paths were unleashing chakra without reservation, the black Zetsu, which had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly vanished without a trace. Moments later, accompanied by a tremendous roar, a colossal figure appeared abruptly in the spot. Summoning technique. Outer path, Geto Mazo. But just as Uchiha Izuna was poised to completely crush Pain's 6 paths, the Deva path, who was leading, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Following that, even the recently summoned Geto Mazo became frozen in place due to the loss of chakra supply. Uchiha Izuna then realized that the chakra of Nagato, which had been so close, had suddenly vanished without a trace. There was no warning. It just disappeared. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna immediately entered Sage mode and began to search for Nagato's whereabouts with all his might. However, apart from sensing a trace of residual chakra underground, he found nothing else. Black Zetsu. Only Black Zetsu could activate the Kage Bunshin technique right under his nose. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be him who took Nagato's body while he was engaged in battle with him. With this thought, Uchiha Izuna fell into contemplation after searching in vain. It seems it really was him. Black Zetsu possesses a special ability to forcibly control the body of the person being manipulated. This power is something even the peak Uchiha Madara could not resist, let alone the incapacitated Nagato. However, since Geto Mazo had already been summoned, why not fight? Does Black Zetsu not have confidence in Nagato? Just as Uchiha Izuna was puzzled on the other side, Black Zetsu was using the Kage Bunshin technique to escape from the land of rivers with Nagato, who had completely lost the ability to resist. Under the restrictions of his special ability, Nagato could not use any powers of the Rinnegan, and even speaking had to be done slowly, word by word. You, why? Did you ambush me? Black Zetsu, you are going to die. Upon hearing this, Zetsu remained unfazed. Only a flicker of inexplicable emotion passed through his pale, golden eyes. After a long while, after bringing Nagato to a secret location, he coldly spoke. You are not a match for Uchiha Izuna. Instead of continuing to fight, it would be better to let Geto Mazo go. In that case, that person will naturally gather all 9 tailed beasts and activate the Eye of the Moon plan. Whether it is you, or Uchiha Obito, or Uchiha Izuna, you are all just pawns. Now, your mission is about to be completed. Pausing for a moment, Black Zetsu continued. Next, it's time to change the person. Let that man finish it. Outer Path, Rinnegan's Innate Technique. Chapter 207. Susanu's Big Buddha, One Man Destroys 4 Countries. As the words fell, Black Zetsu slowly controlled Nagato's emaciated body to clasp his hands together, activating the ultimate eye technique of the Rinnegan. Ah! The extreme pain caused Nagato to scream out, but the next moment, it abruptly stopped, accompanied by the creaking sound of wood rubbing. A completely white coffin in the center of the secret location began to shake violently. Following that, cracks began to appear, and with a loud bang, it exploded open. In the next moment, a young man dressed in red armor with long hair, cascading down, walked out slowly. The innate technique of the Rinnegan? Did Obito's little guy succeed? As his muttering voice sounded, the long-haired man raised his arm to look, and a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. This exhilarating feeling is exactly what I wanted. Black Zetsu, well done. Is this Nagato? Hearing this, Black Zetsu slowly released his control over Nagato, and then spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. Yes, but he is already useless. Now, it is just right. Lord Madara, you can directly reclaim the Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, the once exhausted Nagato slowly opened his weary eyes. The moment he raised his head, he noticed a young man with closed eyes, radiating immense pressure. In that instant, a strong killing intent surged in Nagato's eyes. However, as his body was on the brink of death, even with all his anger, he could not move an inch. After a moment of silence, he coldly spoke, This pair of eyes is a precious treasure of Amage Kiryu. Should not take them away. As his words fell, Black Zetsu directly responded, No. You are mistaken. These eyes actually belong to Lord Madara, who temporarily placed them with you. They have nothing to do with Amage Cure. Hearing this, Nagato's pupils constricted, and shock appeared in his eyes, but before he could speak, he heard Black Zetsu continue. You are just a pawn, a vessel for nurturing the Rinnegan. If it weren't for Lord Madara's help, you would have died long ago. How could you have happened to meet Jiraiya, and thus embark on the path of a ninja? To put it bluntly, your life has already been planned out in advance. It's just waiting for this moment to use the innate technique of the Rinnegan to resurrect Lord Uchiha Madara. Nagato, this is your destiny. Upon hearing this, disbelief filled Nagato's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. However, the loss of life force had robbed him of the strength to even make a sound, and in the end, he could only emit a wheezing sound. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara stepped forward and grasped Nagato's neck, then twisted it forcefully. With a crack, Nagato completely lost his breath. After a long while, accompanied by a muffled groan from Uchiha Madara, several strands of blood flowed slowly down from his eye sockets. After a few seconds, under the effect of yang release, the visual nerves began to connect automatically. In just a moment, a pair of ripple-patterned eyes glowing with purple light quietly appeared in Uchiha Madara's eye sockets. Indeed, the power of the Rinnegan had not diminished. It seems Nagato protected them well. On the other side, Black Zetsu slowly stood up in front of Uchiha Madara, first bowing his head in respect, then speaking flatteringly. Congratulations, Lord Madara, on your rebirth. Please take a moment to adapt to the power of the Rinnegan. A lot has happened during this time. Please allow me to explain everything. Upon hearing this, Uchiha nodded slightly, turned, and walked to a stone, then sat down casually. He gently brushed his fingers over his eyes and then spoke. Speak, what exactly happened, and what about Uchiha Obito and the others? He was killed. He was also your clansman, named Uchiha Izuna. Oh, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face immediately revealed an interested expression as he casually said, to be able to kill that little brat Obito, he must have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Tell me more. The specific situation is like this. After a long time, Uchiha Madara sat expressionlessly on the giant stone, no longer in the relaxed and pleasant state he had just after being resurrected. After a moment of silence, he then spoke with a gloomy expression. So, the one-tailed Shikaku is dead, and resurrection will take some time. The little brat named Uchiha Izumi not only has the outer path golem in his hands, but also possesses another 8-tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's originally calm tone couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment as he replied solemnly, Yes, the situation is very critical now, and it was only out of necessity that we chose to resurrect you. All right, I understand. After saying this, Uchiha Obito slowly closed his eyes, sinking into contemplation. Meanwhile, after searching in vain, Uchiha Izumi had no choice but to give up on finding Nagato, accepting the outer path golem with tears in his eyes. Next, only Shikaku remained. Based on the time estimate, it would be no more than a few months before resurrection. Forget it. Let us return to the Kamui space first, and then head to the Land of Wind directly after some time. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment, then searched around again, ultimately choosing to leave the Land of Rivers. Months later, in Sunagakure, the Land of Wind, in the center of a basin filled with yellow sand, dozens of ninjas in earth-colored armor were quietly waiting. Is this the place? Hearing a companion's inquiry, A Sunagakure ninja casually replied. Probably. The chakra response here has been quite strong recently. It should be Shikaku. I hope this goes smoothly this time. As long as we capture Shikaku, then we in Sunagakure can. No, who is that? As soon as the words fell, the elite Sunagakure ninjas instantly tensed up, like facing a great enemy. Looking out, they saw a young man in a black robe slowly walking through the endless yellow sand. His figure moved like a ghost, covering dozens of meters with each step. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the elite Sunagakure ninjas. Seeing this scene, the leading middle-aged ninja's expression turned extremely ugly, his trembling hands revealing his inner unease. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely spoke, Uchiha Izumi, do you also want Shikaku? Of course. Shikaku is too dangerous. I want to seal it. After saying that, Uchiha Izumi completely ignored the twisted expressions of the surrounding elite Sunagakure ninjas who dared not speak out. Then he clasped his hands together and directly said, There's a technique I really want to try, but I haven't had the chance before. Just in time for Shikaku to be revived, let us give it a shot. Let you all experience what it means to unleash the complete Susanoo and wipe out 4 countries single-handedly. As he spoke, Uchiha Izumi's pupils slightly contracted, and then a rich chakra erupted. As his figure slowly rose, a massive Buddha statue that blocked out the sky and sun appeared. Following this, blue armor began to coalesce on the giant Buddha's body, completely wrapping it in just a moment. At that moment, deafening sounds erupted. Sage art would release true thousand hands. Susanoo. Chapter 208 The Moon Eye Plan, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is about to be revived. Upon witnessing this scene, the elite Sunagakure ninjas were instantly dumbfounded. In their brief and limited lives, they had never seen such a large-scale technique. The towering figure over 1,000 meters high, combined with the feet spanning dozens of meters, displayed the overwhelming power of this being before them, as if a god had descended. Even several kilometers away in Sunagakure, countless ninjas from the land of wind stared blankly at the towering figure in the sky. What is that? Why is this giant appearing in the village? Just as one of the Sunagakure Seichnin muttered in disbelief, a companion beside him swallowed hard, his face filled with shock as he spoke. There's an extremely massive chakra response. Even the previous Jinch Rikigara felt far less than that person. Hearing this, another Sunagakure ninja looked at him in surprise, then realized that the other was a rare sensory ninja in the village. He immediately patted the shoulder of his companion and anxiously asked, Hurry, sense what is happening ahead. Why is there such a creature existing? After the words fell, the speaking Sunagakure youth looked up at the sky and found that the sunlight that used to cover the entire Sunagakure village was now gone. In its place was a massive shadow. Witnessing this scene, the Sunagakure youth continued in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This guy actually blocked the scorching sunlight of Sunagakure just by his eyes. It's really hard to believe. Meanwhile, on top of the massive Buddha statue, Uchiha Izumi stood with his arms crossed over his chest, quietly waiting inside the diamond-shaped crystal of Susanoo. As Shikaku's chakra grew stronger, the time for revival should be near. Just as Uchiha Izumi looked expectantly at the basin beneath his feet, a figure floating in the distant sky successfully attracted all of Uchiha Izumi's attention. He saw someone in red armor, with long hair flowing in the air, and that face full of dominance and arrogance was all too familiar. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Izumi tilted his head, maintaining his previous posture with his arms, and then coldly said, Uchiha Madara? I didn't expect you to be resurrected. Did Nagato use the Rinne rebirth technique on you? No wonder that guy has been silent recently. So, it turned out to be this way. After these words fell, the distant Uchiha Madara also remained expressionless. However, a hint of wariness suddenly emerged in his eyes when he saw the complete Susanoo Buddha. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara did not choose to respond, only saying in a deep voice, the complete Susanoo of the Mangeki Sharingan, combined with Hashirama Sage Art True Thousand Hands. Very creative, similar to my beast dilemma. You are the orphan of the Uchiha clan's massacre that Black Zetsu mentioned, Uchiha Izumi, right? What a pity if you had been born a few years earlier. Perhaps we could have collaborated. Now, we can only meet in battle. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi had no other thoughts. He only wanted to obtain Shikaku, and then kill the opponent to complete the main mission. Therefore, upon hearing Uchiha Madara's ramblings, he coldly replied, no need for unnecessary words. I'm definitely getting Shikaku. Uchiha Madara, your era has already passed. Why insist on your own views? The Moon Eye plan is not that easy to implement. You're already old, so just leave it to me. In response, Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged, slowly opening his Rinnegan, then directly said, "In that case, let us see whose abilities are superior." As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Madara instantly condensed a complete Susanoo, towering hundreds of meters high. He then stood inside the diamond-shaped crystal, controlling the armored warrior to leap into the air, instantly drawing his great sword and slashing toward the massive Buddha that blocked the sky. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Izumi also began to fully mobilize the chakra within his body, then manipulated the giant Buddha to join his hands together. Instantly, the hands behind the giant Buddha reached out towards Uchiha Madara, who was rushing towards him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Despite Uchiha Izumi's giant Buddha being unarmed, its hardness was completely comparable to Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo. In just a simple collision, the chakra blade held by Susanoo shattered with a sound. Then, under the increasing intimidation of Uchiha Izumi activating the Buddha's arms, Uchiha Madara suddenly began to slowly retreat, controlling the blue complete body Susanoo. Clearly, having experienced the battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara had already guessed what would happen next. However, Uchiha Izumi had anticipated the thoughts of the person before him and immediately directed the giant Buddha to press forward. With a loud voice, he declared, "It's over. Uchiha Madara, this next move will be very familiar to you. Sage Art, Buddha of the Summit." As the words fell, thousands of arms behind the Buddha also descended, and with a fierce blow, blood splattered in all directions. Uchiha Madara's proud complete body Susanoo was utterly shattered in an instant. This reminded Madara of the scene when he faced the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, back in the day. Facing the ultimate would-release technique, even the beast fused with the Nine Tails could not win even a fraction. In the end, the Nine Tails also ended up sealed. At this thought, Uchiha Madara, in order to avoid being hit by the Buddha's attack, unhesitatingly abandoned the Susanoo in the air and slowly landed on the ground. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Izumi instantly changed direction, commanding the furious giant Buddha to attack Uchiha Madara on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. A series of fist imprints smashed down, leaving marks all over the ground. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara activated the complete body Susanoo once again. Boom, boom, boom. Although he managed to narrowly escape every dangerous moment, the Sand Village was not so lucky. First, a group of elite ninjas attempting to capture Shikaku instantly perished, followed by the Sand Village being enveloped by the attack range of Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Madara. Under the full-force confrontation of the two, the entire village crumbled apart in just a moment. There was no choice. Even Uchiha Madara's complete body, Susanoo, stood at 200 meters tall, and with just a swing of a sword in his hand, countless sand ninjas could be killed. Seeing this, even though a group of surviving sand ninjas wanted to say something, they found it incredibly difficult to even approach the enemy, let alone surrender. Moments later, as Uchiha Izumi's Sage Mode ended, yellow sand began to gradually gather, quickly forming a creature resembling a raccoon. In that instant, Uchiha Izumi felt a glimmer of hope and immediately whispered, "Shikaku has revived. I must capture it. As long as I gather the 1 tails to 9 tails, I can directly proceed to become the 10 tails Jinchuri." Additionally, killing Uchiha Madara should also be on the agenda. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi was filled with anticipation for the revival after Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 209, Acid Space, Uchiha Madara's Death. Just then, Uchiha Madara launched another attack. "Will Tomb, Edge Hell." As the voice fell, 4 invisible figures suddenly appeared around Uchiha Madara. His eyes, with ripple-patterned pupils, slightly contracted. He then locked his attack target onto the giant Buddha in the sky. With the rapid depletion of his ocular power, Uchiha Madara controlled the 4 invisible clones to leap into the sky. Then, wielding sharp blades, they launched an attack together. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi looked at the approaching Uchiha Madara with an unchanged expression. He slowly manipulated the giant Buddha to swing its arms while summoning for clones to meet the opponent. Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes, followed by a sense of relief. "I didn't expect your Rinnegan ability to also be Will Tomb, Edge Hell. What a pity, we cannot coexist. However, I want to easily give you Shikaku." At this point, Uchiha Madara, in the air, suddenly clasped his hands together, and his whole body was enveloped in blue light. The next moment, a blue armor slowly wrapped around him, activating Susanoo once again. However, this time, the Susanoo was not in its complete form, but presented a three-headed, six-armed shape. Moments later, as the hand seals for Susanoo were completed, the sky suddenly darkened, and an invisible pressure instantly covered the entire desert. Ninja art, celestial obstruction star. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi raised his head, gazing at the two meteors freely falling from the starry sky, secretly thinking, is Madara planning to die together? This move is an indiscriminate attack. Does he really think I will defend for Shikaku? What a clever tactic. Although I can escape the meteor's attack range, once it lands, Shikaku will undoubtedly die. However, Madara is underestimating me. With this thought, Uchiha Izumi slowly stopped the Buddha's next attack and then gathered Susanoo to cover the Buddha. He glanced at the meteors in the sky, then manipulated Susanoo to grasp the air. The next moment, a huge, retro-styled katana, glowing with blue light, was caught in his hand, slowly drawing the blade. He then directed Susanoo to fly towards the meteors high above. Slash! As the words fell, at that moment, Uchiha Izumi catalyzed the power of his Rinnegan to the extreme. He controlled Susanoo to strike. Boom! With a loud noise. The first meteor was instantly split in two, but just as Uchiha Izumi was about to swing his sword again, he turned and found Madara's figure had somehow appeared in front of Shikaku. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. What a crafty diversion. If that is the case, then don't blame me for not following the rules of martial arts. Saying this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with purple light. The next moment, a pitch-black teleportation portal suddenly appeared beside him. Following that, Uchiha Izumi no longer cared about the second meteor in the sky. He directly abandoned the complete body Susanoo beneath him and stepped into the portal. On the other side, Uchiha Madara focused on the Shikaku before him, and a smile crept onto his face. So what if your Rinnegan is pushed to the limit? In a battle of equal strength, the difference in intelligence is the key factor in victory. Uchiha Izumi, you just focus on contending with my meteor. I want to be polite with Shikaku. After all, you're still too young. Shikaku, it will be easy to obtain. As the words fell, Uchiha Madara's cold, ripple-patterned pupils revealed a hint of a smile again. His gaze flashed, and Shikaku's originally furious expression suddenly became dazed. Following that, Uchiha Madara glanced at the tailed beast firmly controlled by the illusion and disdainfully said, in the end, it's just a beast. Being able to make me use my Rinnegan is already overestimating you. Next, let us take Shikaku away. That guy should be coming back to his senses soon. With this, Uchiha Madara raised his right hand and reached out toward the Shikaku in front of him. At that moment, swish! The sound of sharp blade slicing through the air was heard, followed by a bloody, severed arm flying several meters away. You, Uchiha Izuna. Accompanied by the appearance of a pitch-black portal, a young man dressed in a black robe, with purple light flowing in his eyes, slowly walked out. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, covering his already severed right arm and leaping back, instantly leaving the original spot. I told you the one-tailed Shikaku is mine. How dare you act on your own? A cold voice rang out, and Uchiha Izuna's eyes glinted with coldness. He then slowly opened his right hand, and a black sphere radiating a ghostly light slowly appeared. He then hurled it directly at the figure in red armor ahead. Boom! After a loud explosion, the black sphere flew back into Uchiha Izuna's hand. Did I miss? How will you dodge next? On the other side, Uchiha Madara awkwardly sidestepped the incoming black sphere, then rose with a serious expression to look over. Just then, a creature resembling aloe vera slowly rose from the ground. As its leaves opened, a hoarse and cold voice echoed. Lord Madara, be careful. That is the Shinjutsu, a product of the 6 paths level, so it must not hit, or everything will turn to nothingness. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable expression appeared in his eyes. He glanced at the black and white Zetsu beside him, then fell silent, focusing all his attention on the distant figure in the black robe. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna first looked at Uchiha Madara, then glanced at the black and white Zetsu beside him, and coldly said, How nice. You all appeared. Then let's deal with you together. As his words fell, Uchiha Izuna began to fully mobilize the chakra within him, then pushed his ocular power to the limit. He then locked his gaze on the two figures in front of him who were on high alert, coldly stating, It's over. Let you experience the charm of Kagaya Otsutsuki's 6 great spaces. Heaven's center. In the next moment, the scene instantly changed. A sickly green, Highly corrosive acidic liquid instantly enveloped Uchiha, Madara, and Black Zetsu. Immediately, extreme pain spread throughout their bodies. In just a moment, Black Zetsu's already weak body dissolved completely, leaving only Uchiha Madara struggling in agony within the acidic space. However, within this endless liquid, Uchiha Madara was shocked to find that all his techniques had lost effect. Even his Rinnegan began to gradually dissolve. No, this is impossible. What is this? I, Uchiha Madara, am actually going to die in a place like this. Iamunuilin. Moments latte. Chunks of flesh mixed with blood exploded in the acidic liquid, then were completely devoured. Meanwhile, feeling the system kill notification ringing in his mind, Uchiha Izuna nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 210, Final Chapter, New World. End of the book. That guy Madara finally died. But where did Black Zetsu go? Why is there no kill notification? Could it be because he is just a will and not a life form? How strange. Just as Uchiha Izuna was somewhat puzzled, in the outside world, a massive meteorite with a diameter of over 100 meters smashed heavily onto the golden yellow sand. Beneath it, including Izanagi and the surrounding towns, were all covered by the meteorite. In just a moment, the Wind Country's Izanagi permanently disappeared from the map of the ninja world. After a long time, Uchiha Izuna's figure slowly appeared, bringing the one-tail Shikaku, still under Jinjutsu, out from the Shinjutsu's initial sphere space. Now, it was almost time to start merging the 9-tailed beasts. Next, I will plant the 10 tails in the ground, and when it bears fruit, that's when a main quest will be complete. But before that, I need to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and summon Kaguya, Otsutsuki. Otherwise, I can't have the god tree bear fruit without a sacrifice. With this in mind, Uchiha Izuna activated the Yellow Springs Hirazaka again, then entered the Kamui space. First, he tightly bound all the tailed beasts using the adamantine sealing chains, then directly dragged them into the portal. Moments latte. Uchiha Izuna's figure appeared above the shattered meteorite, accompanied by the 9-tailed beasts. He then joined his hands together, began to fully mobilize the chakra within him, and shouted loudly. Summoning technique, outer path, golem. Looking at the gigantic and ferocious stone statue before him, Uchiha Izuna unhesitatingly performed the 8 dragons sealing technique. Subsequently, chains shot out from the mouth of the outer path, golem instantly pulling the 9-tailed beasts into its body. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Izuna nodded slightly, then slowly raised both hands. Onite. As his voice fell along with the hand seals, he formed the outer path, golem, which had completely swallowed the 9-tailed beasts, emitted a fierce white light. Then, Uchiha Izuna stepped forward, excitement on his face, and walked toward the 10-tailed shell before him. Thump! A violent heartbeat began to resonate in his chest. In that moment, Uchiha Izuna's Rinnegan slightly constricted, beginning to resonate with the outer path, golem. Then, the massive entity radiating white light began to shrink rapidly, and then was drawn into Uchiha Izuna's body like a flowing liquid. In the next moment, accompanied by a flurry of white material scattering like feathers in the wind, Uchiha Izuna's black hair suddenly faded, transforming into long white hair. Subsequently, along with his black robe, it was directly converted into a robe styled after the Otsutsuki clan. It could be seen that 8 tomo were evenly arranged across his chest, and even the 6 Paths Sage's symbol appeared on his back. Moments later, a pitch-black sphere began to slowly emerge, followed by a second, a third. As the final Shinjutsu appeared, Uchiha Izuna slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face with pale skin and striking features. Is this the 6 Paths mode in 10 Tails Jinchuriki state? This power is somewhat ordinary. Slowly opening his eyes, Uchiha Izuna carefully felt the power within him, then softly murmured. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt his Rinnegan's ocular power begin to surge dramatically, and in just a moment his eyes gained 3 more tomo. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna was first slightly taken aback. Then he realized that his Rinnegan had evolved under the enhancement of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. It was probably because his body, after the level up, was already infinitely close to the 6 Paths level. Now, with the boost from the 10 Tails, it had gained an enhancement and thus acquired a new ability. Ocular Technique. Expanding Shinjutsu SSS level, a type of bloodline limit, one of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, capable of directly sealing the power of all phenomena and obliterating all matter, returning the world to nothingness. Note, this was used by Kaguya Otsutsuki as the ultimate power to create a new space, and is also the starting point of the new world. Noticing the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Izumi fell silent for a moment, then secretly thought, it seems this is the ultimate power that Kagaya Otsutsuki used to create the world. In the original work, she had used this move in the Shinju space, but it was ultimately interrupted and sealed by Team 7 led by Naruto Uzumaki, which prevented the full power of this technique from being displayed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi slowly closed the system prompt in his mind, then leaped into the sky at high speed. Next, let's plant the God Tree, and then we can start working on the main quest. As the thought fell, Uchiha Izumi's figure slowly ascended into the sky. Then he looked up and stared at the bright moon. Immediately, the power of his Rinnegan surged out towards the moon in the sky. Illuminate the world, infinite Tsukuyimi. Moments later, where Uchiha Izumi's gaze fell, the originally bright and shiny surface of the moon suddenly became extremely dim, and then a huge red Rinnegan phantom slowly emerged. Subsequently, endless light began to radiate from the moon. Beams of moonlight poured down, instantly brightening the sky. At that moment, the entire ninja world became extremely quiet. Meanwhile, in every corner of the ninja world, whether ninja or civilian, everyone appeared dazed. Under the illumination of the white light, the ripple-like pupils slowly formed in their eyes, silently conveying something. After a long while, Uchiha Izumi once again put his hands together and said coldly, "The time is almost here. This white light can ignore all obstacles, and everyone will have nowhere to hide. Now, it's time to proceed to the next step. The God Tree will descend." As the words fell, huge and sturdy trees burst forth from the ground, instantly transforming into towering trees. Then, on the trunks, white bandages began to rapidly extend outwards, rushing towards a group of dazed people with ripple-like pupils in their eyes. In just a moment, one figure after another, resembling mummies, was directly hung up. Looking around, it was the bandages extending from the trees that bound the human bodies layer by layer, ultimately turning them into a strange entity that only knew how to breathe. On the other side, feeling countless chaotic and violent chakra rapidly gathering within him, Uchiha Izumi let out a slight sigh of relief, then landed on the ground. But at that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and attached itself to Uchiha Izumi. "Kagaya! Finally succeeded, as expected of you, Uchiha Izumi." Faced with the unrestrained and strange smile of Kagaya, Uchiha Izumi was initially startled, but soon calmed down. "Not dead. Want to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki? You won't get the chance." Hearing this, Kagaya remained unfazed and coldly replied, "Uchiha Izumi, you're about to die and still talking big. But speaking of which, I'm really surprised that you can use my mother's Tenji. The six-path space created by my mother Kagaya Otsutsuki cannot trap me. But now, it's useless to say anything. Next, Uchiha Izumi, you will contribute the last bit for my mother's resurrection." As the words fell, with a rapid increase in chakra infusion speed, Uchiha Izumi's body involuntarily began to swell. Seeing this, Kagaya's light golden gaze fixed sharply, becoming even more excited. "It's over. You're just a pawn. Uchiha Izumi, accept your fate." No, everything has just begun. Just as Uchiha Izumi's body had swelled to its limit from the influx of chakra, his Rinnegan suddenly emitted endless light. The next moment, 9 pitch-black spheres beside Uchiha Izumi began to rapidly merge, then started to expand at high speed. Seeing this, although Kagaya couldn't show any expression, the slightly confused voice revealed his inner unease. "Uchiha Izumi, what are you going to do?" Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's eyes sparkled, and his spirit suddenly became extremely excited. "Finally here, it really made me wait long. The ultimate technique of the Rinnegan, the expanding, truth-seeking ball. Let this world return to nothingness." Upon hearing this, Kagaya's body trembled, instantly becoming somewhat frantic. "Bastard, you're crazy. If you do this, the world will be destroyed. What does it have to do with me? If I die, I'll die together. The expanding, truth-seeking ball will absorb the caster S chakra. I have injected all my power into it. It won't stop." As the words fell, Uchiha Izumi slowly raised his head. Wherever he looked, the pitch-black truth-seeking ball had completely occupied the sky and was rapidly expanding at an exponential rate. Despite the constant curses from Kagaya ringing in his ears, Uchiha Izumi didn't take care. "Ha ha 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 ha, everything is over." After a long time, in the pitch-black Shinju space, a ray of light suddenly shone in. A new world born. 10 years later, in the Kamui space, a woman with white eyes and long hair slowly approached a stone platform. She had 2 horns on her head, a tall figure, yet her face was frosty, with a Rinnegan glowing red on her forehead, slowly spinning. After a while, looking at the hundreds of dazed boys and girls in front of her, she spoke in a deep voice. Everyone prepare, take all your personal belongings. We are about to head to the new world. This is the fate of our ninja clan. Do you understand? The crowd exchanged glances, then responded in unison. We understand, Lord Izumi. Summary: Lin Izumi, who was chatting about life with a girl in his dreams, woke up to find himself transported to the Uchiha clan. The world collapses at the start. Originally planning to use the system that allows for upgrades and draws to play through the entire ninja world, he stepped out only to see a figure half-squatting on a nearby utility pole. Eye to eye,